As a border guard, you have been guarding the solitary island on the border of the Dragon Kingdom alone for a full 10 years. During these 10 years, there have been hardly any ships passing through here. However, today, a fully armed fishing boat is approaching you, and it is clearly not from the Dragon Kingdom. You immediately realize that it is the enemy. By now, the boat is rapidly heading towards you, and the searchlight has locked onto your camp. Anxious, you realize that your weapons are still in the camp, and if you go to get them now, you will definitely be discovered by these people. With no other choice, you decide to outsmart them. So, as the searchlight of the enemy ship is about to shine on you, you roll to the side to dodge it, then jump directly into the ICC. The searchlight sweeps past your previous position, and you watch the light fade into the distance before poking your head out of the water. You size up the rapidly approaching ship, which is not flying any flags and whose crew is not wearing standard military uniforms. However, from their movements, you can tell that they have received military training. Undoubtedly elite soldiers from a nation. The seas have been restless lately, with people from various small countries disguising themselves as fishermen and constantly testing the country's boundaries, roaming the open seas for their own interests. This time, the armed forces came prepared, surely having discovered that this small island was not adequately defended. The attacking ship docks not far from you, and as you see that only 5 people remain on board while the rest of the armed militants disembark, you smirk and swim towards the nearby ship. When you reach the ship, you grab the chain with both hands and silently and swiftly climb aboard. A few seconds later, you land firmly on the ship without making a sound. Then you hide behind cover and cautiously observe the situation on the ship. On the bow deck of the ship, only 3 people were guarding the heavy weapons of the ship, and there were also 2 armed men at the stern. With a plan in mind, you turned and approached the 2 armed men. Before the armed men could react, your hands had already grabbed their heads from both sides. With a strong force, you brought their heads together, causing them to faint and collapse. The commotion at the stern alarmed the 3 men at the bow of the ship. As they turned to flank towards the stern, you headed towards the left where only one person was located. Your figure was like a ghost, and the armed militant couldn't even see your face clearly before colliding with you head-on. In an instant, the militant felt as if hit by a speeding car, his body thrown and flying far away, crashing into the railing of the ship before coming to a stop. The remaining 2 enemies had already pinpointed your location and rushed towards you. However, before they could reach you, you swiftly dodged and hid above the cockpit. When the 2 militants arrived, all they saw was their fallen comrade on the ground. Unable to spot any enemy figure, their immediate reaction was that you had already jumped ship and escaped. They hurried to the railing, continuously scanning the dark sea. You chuckled coldly, appearing behind them like a ghost. At this time, on the other side of the island, a team of 35 people moved cautiously towards the camp in a tight formation. An armed militant kicked open the door and rushed in, only to find the room empty, with no one inside. Strange, weren't there soldiers from the Yen Kingdom on the island? How come they're gone? Probably got scared off when they saw us. The leader smiled slightly, ignoring him. We've occupied this place anyway. They voluntarily abandoned it. Can't blame us. Everyone, search around and throw away all the belongings of the people of Iwakuni. Yes, all armed personnel split into 7 teams and began to explore the island from all directions. A piercing scream echoed through the night sky. What's going on? Above the island, Colonel Galawa looked around in shock, but all members of their teams were fine. No one unexpected, so there should not have been any screams. However, just now, a piercing scream was clearly heard. Captain, it sounded like it came from our ship. Galawa frowned, immediately turned his head to look at the ship. The island was small to begin with, and close to the ship. They could see the situation on board at a glance. Galawa frowned immediately because the person he left on the ship was missing. Captain, where are our people? One of his subordinates asked nervously. Others also became tense. There was no one on this small island, and the sea breeze blowing around made everyone feel eerie. Could it be ghosts? One guy said in horror. The others became even more nervous instantly. Galawa stared over. What nonsense! How could there be ghosts in this world? Also, you are soldiers, go back to the ship and check it out. The order was given, and the group began to carefully look towards the direction of the ship. Everyone stayed close, afraid that a ghost would appear from the darkness. Suddenly, a lieutenant in the team asked, Captain, would it be dangerous for all of us to board the ship like this? Hearing this, everyone's steps paused. Yes, if they all rushed onto the ship, not to mention ghosts. If there were enemies, they would be wiped out. But if they didn't board the ship, and the enemy sailed away, they would be trapped, unable to contact their superiors, and would starve to death on this island even if the enemy didn't attack them. After a moment of contemplation, Galavas spoke up. You are right, we cannot advance recklessly. Squads 1 to 3, immediately disperse and board the ship. Report back as soon as you gather information on board, and I will make further arrangements. The 3 named squads responded promptly. Yes, Captain, we will ensure the mission is completed. The 15 men confidently continued towards the ship, now out of their control and inaccessible by conventional means. Fortunately, they were seasoned sailors and had prepared for such situations. Using grappling hooks, they secured themselves to the ship's railing and began climbing in batches. Meanwhile, you waited at the ship's side, ready to confront the first enemies boarding. The enemies, unaware of your presence, underestimated the situation. As they exposed themselves on the ship, a powerful blow from your iron fist knocked one of them unconscious. You swiftly pulled him up and tossed him onto the ship. Seeing someone boarding the ship unimpeded, Galeva couldn't help but cheer. It seemed that the enemies on the ship must have abandoned it, otherwise it wouldn't be possible for his soldiers to board without obstacles. Just then, another armed man's head also popped out, excitedly looking around on the ship, trying to find his companions. But the next moment, he suddenly saw a face appearing in front of him, scaring the armed man almost to the point of wetting himself. Before he could react, his head was grabbed and pulled towards the ship. The poor guy uncontrollably flew towards the ship, wanting to shout, but before he could make a sound, you knocked him out, throwing his body onto the deck without hesitation. You didn't dare to linger for a moment, as another guy popped his head out. Your movements were as fast as lightning, immediately subduing the person who came up. You easily subdued one enemy after another using the brief time difference. On the beach, watching his teammates climb aboard the ship one by one, Galeva was initially very excited, thinking that the enemies on the ship were nothing special, but as time passed, Galeva realized that something was wrong. It was too eerie, so many people had gone up, yet the whole ship remained ominously quiet. He knew the nature of his soldiers, and if they couldn't find enemies on the ship, how could they resist showing off their prowess? Even if there were ambushes on the ship, his teammates should have engaged in a fight. He hadn't heard any gunshots so far, but his teammates seemed to have vanished without a trace, without any sound. A sense of terror spread among all of them. One team member couldn't help but tremble and said, "Captain, could it be true that they have really encountered ghosts? What should we do?" Galawa ordered with difficulty. "Let's first retreat to the barracks. Arrange for people to take turns standing guard, and we will make plans tomorrow during the day." All team members immediately felt relieved and began to retreat towards the camp. When you saw them retreating on the ship, you were slightly surprised. Are they trying to run away without permission? "Everyone, stay here with me." You gave a cold smile, and in the barracks, 20 terrified armed militants huddled together trembling. The room door was already locked, with Adra and Galdada guarding each window, staring nervously outside. The only simple wooden bed in the room was now occupied by Galawa, his gun placed by his pillow, ready to respond to any sudden situation. As time passed, faint snoring could be heard in the simple barracks. You have secretly transported all the fuel from the ship several times, avoiding the front view of the barracks, and set up a circle of encirclement around the barracks. You also poured gasoline on it. After making all the arrangements, you sneaked back onto the ship, brought down the heavy machine gun from the ship's side, and set it up on the playground in front of the barracks. You sneered coldly. "Isn't it better to stay honestly in your own country? Why do you have to come out and cause trouble? Let me show you this time how to roast a suckling pig." As the match struck, a spark fell steadily into the gasoline-soaked fuel. With a sound, flames soared up. Inside the cabin, Galava was suddenly awakened by the sound of flames burning. As he opened his eyes, he saw the blazing fire outside the window. Galava angrily got up, took a step forward, and rushed towards Agra at the door, lifting his foot to kick. "What the hell? Why is there a fire outside? What's going on?" Faced with Galava's anger, Agra was also taken aback and stammered in response. "I don't know. I didn't see anything. It suddenly burned. This must be a ghost fire." "Yes, it is a ghost fire. Otherwise it wouldn't be so sudden." The commotion between them woke everyone in the room, all of whom were startled by the flames in front of them. "Quick, open the door. Let's rush out. We mustn't sit here and wait for death." Galeva kicked the door of the room open and was about to rush out, but was forced back by the rising flames. Waves of fire assaulted the people in the room, roasting them into a sweaty mess. "Hot. So hot, Captain. We're going to be roasted." Some of the team members couldn't help but start yelling. This simple barracks, with walls made of iron all around, would not be set on fire like an ordinary house, but the heat of the flames could not be insulated, and the iron was constantly scorched by the flames, and the temperature couldn't get out of the surrounding area. Instead, it was like a huge oven. For the 20 armed men who were inside, they were like suckling pigs being sent to the oven. Then someone broke down and cried out. "This flame burns so strangely that it can suddenly burn so big even when someone is staring at it. This must be the wrath of the ghosts and gods. We're finished." When he cried, the other members of the team, who were already on the verge of collapse, followed suit, all feeling that there was probably no way to survive this time, and that everyone would have to be buried in the fire. Just then, a neutral voice came out from beyond the sea of fire. Listen up, people inside. Throw out your weapons now and surrender obediently and I'll spare your lives. Everyone in the room was instantly dumbfounded. These people had all received specialized training and still understood Ding Chen's Yenguo language. Galeva heard Ding Chen's persuasion to surrender. Where could he not understand the cause and effect at this moment? He was so angry that he couldn't help but burst into a rage. Asshole son of a bitch. You're just good at sneak attacks. Have the guts to go one-on-one with us? We're all iron-blooded warriors. You even want us to raise our hands and surrender. You hiding head rat hiding behind the flames. If you have the ability to extinguish the sea of fire, let's have a good fight. He was so angry that his chest was about to explode. Damn Yenguo people. They had ambushed us a long time ago, but they still tricked us. It's unforgivable. All of you, open fire and kill the enemy surrounded outside. Bang bang bang. Heavy gunfire rang out as the armed men inside the house began firing indiscriminately outside through the thick sea of fire. Bullets were fired in all directions, sending sparks flying from the burning objects in the sea of fire, but pressing on no one. After all, Ding Chen was the only one outside the house, and they were still separated by a heavy sea of fire, so they couldn't see Ding Chen's position at all, and the bullets naturally wouldn't hit Ding Chen, so this kind of attack didn't pose any threat to Ding Chen. As for Galeva's words, Ding Chen scoffed. He wouldn't have any softness towards these fellows who dared to invade the land of Yen. He wouldn't bother talking to these people if they weren't more useful alive than dead. I'll tell you one more time. Don't resist. This is your last chance. Throw out your weapons and surrender with your hands up. Ding Chen shouted anew. Galeva was still going to angrily curse Ding Chen's impudence, but the fire was now thick with smoke, and with the sea breeze, the smoke was blown into the house through the damaged iron door. This smoke entered the room and immediately choked Galeva, who was ready to speak, into a coughing fit. Everyone was already enduring the heat, and now they were being assaulted by smoke and coughing. They couldn't stand this torture any longer, and before Galeva could say anything, several of the armed men had already thrown the guns in their hands out of the fire. Don't kill me. We surrender. Please let us live. A few people coughed while shouting in broken Yenguo language. Galeva tried to stop it, but a plume of smoke rushed into his mouth, choking him to tears. Sir, let's surrender or we'll all die here. A soldier cried and yelled. Galeva coughed his lungs out, and though he was full of reluctance, his body was honest. We surrender, and we ask that your army withdraw from the fire and let us live. Galeva yelled at the top of his lungs to the outside. A moment later, all of them threw out the guns they were holding together. Ding Chen sneered. Throw out all your weapons and coats and show me that you can't hide your weapons, or you'll only be buried in fire. There is nowhere for these people to hide when it comes to the addition of God's perspective. Galeva had originally kept an eye out and just threw his rifle out, having originally kept some weapons with the intention of catching the enemy outside by surprise when he got out. But now, the enemy outside simply wouldn't give them such an opportunity, and if he delayed any further, he would only get his gang of brothers killed here. Take off all your clothes and throw everything out. Quickly, Galeva ordered immediately without further hesitation. At this moment, without Galeva's order everyone would do so. After all, it was a matter of their lives. One more second of delay and the risk of them being buried here would be greater. Pieces of clothing and weapons were thrown out, and only after Ding Chen saw that everyone was disarmed did he extinguish the flames. 20 armed men wearing only their pants walked out in the afterglow of the flames without dignity, shivering in the sea breeze. The moment Galeva walked out of the room with his subordinates, everyone was dumbfounded. Unlike the scene originally imagined of countless Yen state soldiers surrounding them, the four places were empty. There was no shadow of any Yen state army, and in front of them, there was even only Ding Chen. But how could Galeva not believe that it was only one person who defeated them and made them surrender from the beginning? He couldn't take the blow anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Inside the headquarters of the 32nd Regiment of the 7th Marine Division, manhwaresumen, who had fallen asleep, was awakened by a shout. Regimental Commander! Regimental Commander! Li Yingsheng, the deputy of the regiment, shouted anxiously. The original sleepy-eyed manhwaresumen, immediately sleepy, a jolt to wake up. Looking at the tense-faced deputy of the regiment, he looked dissatisfied. Old Li, what are you shouting like a ghost on fire for? What are you doing out of bed at night? Li Yingsheng shouted anxiously. Chief, something has happened over at the 3851 island. Manhwaresumen's heart thumped. They had just been to the island over there. How could something have happened? Old Li, don't scare me, manhwaresumen said seriously. What the hell happened? Li Yingsheng also looked serious. We don't know yet. We only know that a 40-man armed team encroached on 3851 and has now been captured by our defenders. Manhwaresumen froze for a moment. He knew 3851 that there was only one person on the island. Ding Chen. With such a one-man army, where was the strength to capture so many people? Ma Tsuan frowned. Old Li, don't make fun of me. Although Ding Chen did his duty and stationed himself on the isolated island for many years, you can't talk nonsense on such a big matter. Seeing Ma Tsuan's disbelief, Liang Sheng hurriedly said, a report has just come in from 3851. A 40-man ship has just landed at his place, and is now under his control, asking us to send someone over to deal with it. Ma Tsuan said with a straight face, is it really so? Liang Sheng nodded. Ding Chen repeatedly emphasized that the group of armed men were organized and premeditated, and needed to be interrogated by the regiment, telling us to handle it as early as possible and requesting our support. Although Ma Tsuan was still a bit incredulous now, he also believed that Ding Chen wouldn't joke about such a thing. When Ma Tsuan heard Ding Chen's request for support, he even asked in a deep voice, what? There's still enemy over there? Liang Sheng shook his head. Ding Chen's request for support is simply a fear that there are still enemies who will invade our waters, and with his thin military strength, he really can't deal with more enemies for fear of losing our territory. Ma Tsuan was shocked. He captured over 40 people by himself? I'll go. Why didn't I know before that he, Ding Chen, was so capable? This isn't the time to talk about this. You should hurry and go and take a look. Maybe Ding Chen is injured. The sooner you go, the more helpful it might be for him, Liang Sheng reminded. Ma Tsuan also reacted at this moment and nodded. In that case, Old Li, you immediately notify the division headquarters and report this upwards. I'll take my men one step ahead and go to support 3851. A cold sea breeze blew up to the unknown island, and 20 bare-chested hulks shivered in the cold wind. Beside them were 20 other unconscious teammates. 40 men were all bound with ropes at this point, either kneeling or collapsing in front of a campfire. Though a bonfire was burning, it still couldn't warm their hearts. Instead, some of the captives looked terrified at the sight of the rising flames. After all, 2 hours ago, they had almost been roasted alive by such a fire, and it was quite normal for them to feel fearful of the flames at this moment. Only their captain, Galeva, was glaring at Ding Chen with great indignation at the moment. Damn bastard, how dare you do this to me? If I had known he was only one person, I should have hidden a weapon and found a chance to kill him. He was indignant and couldn't help but curse Ding Chen continuously, but he didn't dare to let Ding Chen see it, so he could only keep cursing in his native language. After all, he had just come out of the sea of fire and was so angry by Ding Chen that he vomited blood and fainted. But instead of helping him save his life, this guy splashed him with seawater to wake him up and almost choked him to death. Such tactics are not human. Where the hell did you come from? What the hell are you gibbering about? Beep again and I'll pull out your tongue, Ding Chen threatened viciously. Galeva was immediately silenced. For this Yenguo soldier who had captured them in a single person, although he was very resentful in his heart, he was still afraid of Ding Chen's methods. After all, no matter what, this person in front of him had knocked out more than 20 of his soldiers in a short period of time, so he didn't dare to anger Ding Chen. Captain, cut the crap. This guy is a pervert. He might actually kill someone, the captain on the side cried out. He was genuinely frightened because Tianchen still had a machine gun there that he had gotten off their ship. Tianchen's finger. It's on the trigger. Galeva was also shivering from the shock, but he still said stiffly, don't worry, the Inferno people treat their captives with favor. There's no way they'll harm our lives. Is that so? Ding Chen suddenly looked at them, his eyes filled with contempt. You guys are the ones who violated our territory, and you came in with weapons. It's only normal for me to defend my territory and kill you all. Galeva was so frightened that he cried out, but we have been captured, and international law requires that prisoners be treated with favor. Ding Chen sneered. No one here knows that you guys are captives. If anyone asks, I can say that I killed you all in a justified counterattack. I'm only one person, so you tell me, will they believe me? Ding Chen's words, coupled with the look in his eyes, caused all of these captives to tremble in fear. Indeed, if Ding Chen said that, the whole world would believe him. He was only one man, and he was able to kill 40 people, so it must have been in self-defense. Absolutely no one believed that the 40 people were actually prisoners. Galeva, shut up! Almost all the captives yelled at the same time. Galeva was startled, but he didn't dare retort. He knew very well that he was a fucking prisoner, and now that everyone was saving their lives, who cared if he was an officer or not? Ding Chen mockingly smiled. Just these guys? They also dared to seize the land of the Yin Kingdom. I wonder if their country is full of such trash. Just then, far out to sea, a light had shone. The sky had already begun to whiten at this point, and Ding Chen turned his head to look and immediately noticed a warship rapidly approaching towards this place. And the flags flying from the warships were extraordinarily bright in the final darkness. A group of captives also saw the warships, but they were excited, and one couldn't wait for someone to come and take them over immediately. They would rather go to jail and stay there now than stay with such a scary guy like Ding Chen. After 10 minutes or so, the warship docked, and Ma Tsuan led the men to the shore. His heart had been stunned when he saw the ship anchored off the coast. This was a ship carrying weapons, and it was captured by Ding Chen just like that? But when he saw a line of people tied up and kneeling around a campfire in the playground, his shock was even greater. Liang Shang did not half exaggerate. These people looked like stout soldiers. The tendon flesh on their bodies was high and bulging. They were definitely strong soldiers who had been professionally trained. But it was such a strong soldier. As many as 20. But at this moment they were all kneeling aside with their heads hanging down. And the 20 people who had fainted on the ground were all elites. Ma Tsuan was now speechless. He couldn't figure out how one person could capture so many elite soldiers. Reporting to the headmaster, Ding Chen walked over and saluted him. Ma Tsuan looked at him in shock. This is all you're doing? Ding Chen nodded. I told you, I'm going to stand my last watch. Ma Tsuan laughed excitedly. Good boy. I really wasn't wrong about you. You really deserve to be a soldier out of our regiment. You have guts. One person, capturing so many enemies. You are the legendary king of soldiers. You said you would guard this last watch, and you really did what you said. Ding Chen humbly smiled. Chief, this is all what I should do. Although 3851 is small, it is also an indispensable territory of my Yen country. My generation of soldiers, when they do not let go of an inch of land, to protect the country. Ma Tsuan laughed. Well said, but this time, no matter how much you try to guard this island, I'm afraid you won't be able to. Ding Chen froze, not knowing what Ma Tsuan meant. Ma Tsuan then laughed. I've already gotten through to the division commander, and the situation here has been reported upwards, not just by the division. I guess now, the whole army knows what happened here. What the division commander means is that you are our war hero, and will never be allowed to make a mistake here. So you should come back with me and prepare to be honored. And here at 3851 we will send a platoon over to garrison the area. And in the future this area will continue to be reclaimed and the island area expanded. Ma Tsuan said seriously. Comrade Ding Chen, get ready and come back with me immediately. Yen State Naval Commander's headquarters. Representatives of the fleets were gathered, each with a look of excitement on their faces. Have you heard? A squad from the White Elephant Kingdom was captured over in the Fourth Sea. Where do you think they got the guts to operate in our territorial waters? A lieutenant general said mysteriously. Your news is outdated, but I've heard that not only did we capture a squad, but we also captured their ships. Moreover, I heard that just one soldier on our side accomplished such a feat. The representative of the Second Fleet smiled admiringly. One soldier? A lieutenant general asked in surprise. Just one soldier? How many did the other side send? 5 or 6? The Second Fleet representative who just broke the news smiled. I'm not sure what exactly is going on. After all, it's not something that happened in our fleet, but the Fourth Sea is the jurisdiction of the Third Fleet, and a representative of the Third Fleet should know all about it. Just ask him for details. The representative of the Third Fleet was currently listening to the crowd's discussion with glee, hearing that none of them envied what their fleet had done, and deep down, they were immensely proud of the fleet. Just as the Third Fleet representative was about to open his mouth to give details, the admiral had walked into the conference room. The conference room, which was still whispering, suddenly quieted down, and with a sound of standing up, all the generals immediately stood up in a straight line. Sit down. Only after the commander-in-chief of the Navy sat down did one of the admirals nod to the crowd. Admirals. The Navy commander swept his eyes over the crowd, then spoke majestically. I'm sure you've all heard of the reason for gathering you all today in one way or another. Just a few hours ago, a squad from the White Elephant Nation actually invaded our territorial waters and encroached on my island 3851. The Navy commander coughed lightly. Luckily, the soldiers of the Third Fleet were not afraid of sacrifices, so they were able to maintain the security of the homeland. What's more, a bigger dispute didn't break out, and he provided us with an effective solution idea for dealing with related issues in the future. Now, for the specifics, I would like to ask the representative of the Third Fleet to give us a detailed explanation, and for all fleets to learn from the experience of this matter. The Third Fleet representative stood up to the applause of all. He smiled modestly. Just last night evening, a group of 40 armed men from the White Elephant Kingdom broke into our Fourth Sea area on a ship and made a landing on Island 3851 in an attempt to occupy my Island 3851 in an armed manner. As soon as he spoke, the entire room suddenly looked like it had exploded. Assholes! How dare they? Are they really bullying me that there is no one in the Navy? Firmly condemned this behavior and immediately warned the White Elephant State to make amends and apologize. Some of the admirals who hadn't been sitting around the Third Fleet representatives were not as well informed, and they were all outraged at the moment. It was the other generals sitting beside the representative of the Third Fleet who, at this moment, were shocked to hear this, and even more so at the words of the representative of the Third Fleet. They know a bit of inside information, but this time, they captured the enemy army, but there is only one warrior, a pair of 40, and all of them even captured the opposite side, which was even more heavenly to them than the total annihilation of the other side. The admiral coughed twice in a hushed voice before all the arguing stopped and silence reigned as they waited for the Third Fleet representative to speak. At the admiral's gesture, the Third Fleet representative continued. 3851 Island was previously stationed with only one person. Symbolically, due to the narrowness of the place and its insufficient strategic position, the soldier stationed here, a sergeant named Ding Chen, has been stationed here single-handedly for over 5 years or more, and it has been peaceful. The moment this statement came out, it caused everyone to respect Ding Chen even more. The Third Fleet representative continued. After the conflict broke out, Sergeant Tinchin was too late to report the situation and was forced to meet the enemy. Adhering to the principle of not extending the dispute, he infiltrated the enemy ship and subdued the ship's remaining soldiers with a thunderbolt, and took the initiative and used the fire to surround the rest of the enemy and force them to surrender. Thanks to the vigilance of SGT, Din Chen and his life and death struggle, the conflict was successfully resolved without a single shot being fired, preserving the security of our territory. That is the full picture of this incident. All prisoners have begun to be transshipped into the country and will be turned over to the intelligence services as soon as they are ashore. Everything that follows will require a detailed investigation by command. The room was silent, and the representatives of the other fleets could not speak at all. They say they are letting them learn from the experience. But how do they learn from this kind of thing? Where would they find such a soldier who captured 40 men by himself? It wasn't as if everyone had Ding Chen's skills, and when it came to this kind of situation, it was simply impossible for others to do Ding Chen's feat without using force. The Navy commander nodded with satisfaction and spoke. Comrades, this incident was sudden and accidental, but this soldier called Ding Chen perfectly illustrated the temperament and responsibility that a Yen Kingdom soldier should have. Facing dozens of times the enemy, he was not the least bit afraid, not losing an inch of ground. This is what our Yen Kingdom soldiers, especially our naval soldiers, should be like. Ding Chen is the pride of all of us in the Navy and a hero of the country. He looked to the representative of the Third Fleet. Tell your fleet that talents like Ding Chen must be reused. Bring our hero back. And on the Third Fleet side, be sure to greet our hero with the highest specifications. Yes, in just a day's time, Ding Chen's deed of defending the island alone and capturing more than 40 enemy soldiers had spread amongst all the Army's top brass. None of the Navy, Army, and Air Force generals were shocked by this, and they were even more curious about this Ding Chen. How could they not understand that the most ordinary warrior on the farthest sea frontier had done the most unimaginable feat? It's not simply a matter of wiping out the enemy army, as long as it's capable of fighting. The ability to preserve yourself while capturing all the enemy troops is unimaginable. Even Ding Chen hadn't expected that he, who had been in obscurity for 10 years, had now become a treasure in the hearts of the major chiefs in a single day. The blue sea was clear, and the salty sea breeze blew on top of the warship. Lin Chao stood on the warship and looked at the large number of military journalists gathered on the pier, surrounded by countless admirals lining up to welcome them. OMG! So many people? Ding Chen was very surprised. Although he knew that his superiors had made arrangements for his return, he still did not expect the battle to be so big. Look! The warship is entering the harbor. Our hero is back. A reporter on the pier shouted excitedly. All of them could not hide their inner excitement and stretched their necks to look at the harbor. The warship docked and Ding Chen hadn't gotten off the ship yet. There was a group of reporters who had already set up their long guns and short cannons, and they took a burst of shots at Ding Chen. When Ding Chen disembarked and went ashore, the commander of the Third Fleet even yelled, "All hands on deck! Salute our war hero! Salute!" In an instant, all the people around the military harbor saluted Ding Chen, regardless of whether it was all the generals or the reporters. At this moment, there was only reverence in the gazes that looked at Ding Chen. Many people's eyes became even more moist when they looked at Ding Chen's windblown appearance. It was also the first time that Ding Chen had encountered such a battle, and his entire body was shocked, and the corners of his eyes were slightly moist. For 10 whole years, the only thing that accompanied him was the vast ocean, and apart from the endless loneliness, the only thing that could make him persevere was the patriotic feelings in his heart. And at this moment, it was as if all the perseverance was worth it. It was true that all the hard work pays off when you keep the clouds open. The commander of the Third Fleet walked quickly and shook Ding Chen's hand forcefully. Comrade Ding Chen, on behalf of the motherland and all the compatriots of Yenghua, I would like to express my respect to you and welcome the hero home. The blue sea and blue sky. The gentle sea breeze gently brushed the face of all the people above the military harbor. The stirring ceremonial music continued to play, and in the gaze of everyone's reverence, the The corners of Ding Chen's eyes began to moisten. The loneliness endured over these 10 years has been rewarded today with a welcome home for the heroes. It settled him very much inside, and all the loneliness he had suffered for 10 years melted away cleanly in this moment. This, then, is the homeland he guards. These people who see him as a hero are one of the reasons he sticks around. As long as all the effort paid off, even if there was no kudos, just an approval of him, he felt it was all worth it. The chief is overstating the case. I'm just doing everything I should do as a Chinese soldier. Guarding the territorial waters is the responsibility of my generation of navy, Ding Chen said with a straight face. Fleet Commander Tang Yusheng appreciated Ding Chen more and more. There were not many soldiers who were not arrogant and not impatient, like Ding Chen, who had such an excellent military quality and a mind that was calm to the core. Each and every one of them can be considered a treasure by the military, not to mention the soldiers on duty who can remain on the islands for 10 years, without the slightest complaint against the troops, which is the example that all other soldiers should learn from. Don't be overly humble, Ding. The feats you've performed today deserve the treatment of a hero. A lieutenant general on the side spoke up. Even if you haven't made such a great achievement, just all the contributions you've made to our motherland over the past 10 years are worthy of us treating you as a hero. Another lieutenant general said with emotion. Yes, in the age of peace, your thoughts of defying life and death and being dedicated to the country like this are rare and valuable, and it sets a good example for the young soldiers to make a good start. Tang Yusheng also laughed cheerfully. Yes, Xiao Ding, you have dedicated all your youth to the motherland, to the vast seas, and worked diligently for the safety of the motherland's territorial waters. It would be hard for anyone else to endure this loneliness. Comrade Ding Chen, don't be modest. This credit you've earned is something you fought for on your own by sacrificing your life and death. These treatments are something you should enjoy. The country and the people will never treat our heroes poorly. The surrounding group of generals nodded their heads in succession. 10 years and 1 day of guarding the island alone. If it were anyone else, they would have been driven mad by this loneliness. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of beliefs Ding Chen relied on to sustain him all the way to this point and still always love this country. If he didn't love it, he wouldn't have continued to defend his country without thinking of hiding when so many enemies came. Instead of being righteous, listening to the praises of everyone around him, the corners of Ding Chen's mouth couldn't help but start to rise. Although he was not a vain person, this feeling of being praised was so cool. Tang Yusheng immediately smiled and said, Go go go, don't even stay at the pier. Let's go back and talk again. The group began to walk towards the harbor beyond under the leadership of Tang Yusheng. The flashing lights around them kept flashing, firmly framing the image of Tang Yusheng joining hands with Ding Chen. The originally neatly arranged lines suddenly dispersed, forming two long lines on both sides of the road to welcome Ding Chen. After they dispersed, they revealed the red carpet on the ground, and whenever Ding Chen passed in front of them, the people on both sides of the road would then turn sideways and salute Ding Chen. The line of saluting welcome went all the way to the convoy outside the harbor. And until Ding Chen got on the car, the saluting soldiers did not lower their right hands for a long time. It wasn't until the convoy started, leaving the welcoming crowd behind, that Ding Chen withdrew his gaze from the car window. Tang Yusheng was sitting in the same car as Ding Chen, and he couldn't help but smile heartily as he watched the slightly moist look in the corners of Ding Chen's eyes. Ding you've worked hard in these 10 years. In the face of Tang Yusheng's compliments, Ding Chen just smiled. Self-effacing words would be too pretentious if they were said all the time. The convoy sped on and soon arrived at 3rd Fleet Command. Several generals concentrated in Tang Yusheng's office, all staring at Ding Chen with the eyes of a scion. Ding Chen was sitting in front of the sofa, looking calm and unassuming as he accepted the scrutiny of several generals. Everyone nodded with satisfaction. A soldier like Ding Chen would make the leaders like him wherever he was placed. Tang Yusheng gazed at Ding Chen. Xiao Ding, I'm curious. When you discovered the enemy and saw that there were as many as 40 people on the other side, what were you thinking? Weren't you afraid? Didn't you fear for your own life? If something like this happens again, there's a high probability that you'll die. Would you still make that choice? All the generals were also at this time with their eyes releasing a brilliant light, staring at him dead on. They also wanted to know if Ding Chen would still make such a decision if they were to do it again. After all, one was forced by circumstances to do otherwise. Now given the chance to think deeply about it, would he dare to do such a risky thing? Ding Chen didn't hesitate for a second. No matter how many times I start over, all I know is that the territory of my Huaxia will never be invaded by foreign enemies. Even if the situation were 10 times more dangerous, I would resolutely defend our territorial security. Why? Tang Yusheng asked. Don't you think about your own life? Ding Chen looked solemn. Because beneath my feet is the territory of my motherland, which absolutely does not allow foreign enemies to encroach upon it. Compared to my life, I'm more worried about being killed prematurely in battle and not being able to drive the foreign enemy out of our land. Ding Chen's decisive words shocked everyone. Tang Yusheng nodded approvingly. The country is fortunate to have a soldier like you." He wanted to say something more, opened his mouth, but in the end, he wanted to say nothing, and just heavily patted Ding Chen on the shoulder. Ding Chen didn't say anything more. He believed that as long as he was a Chinese soldier in his position, he would make the same choice, even if they will eventually be sacrificed. There must not be anyone who will back down. It just happened to be him in that position and he made it. Ding, well said. In you, I see the spirit of our martyrs who swore to defend their country and protect their nation. Yes, in this era of peace, to be able to have such a spirit like the martyrs, is very rare and precious. You give us other soldiers. Set a good image. Show them that this is what a soldier should look like. Several generals praised Ding Chen, the admiration in their gazes undisguised. Tang Yusheng spoke with a smile. Comrade Ding Chen, your spirit of defying sacrifice and dying to defend the country's territory is worthy of learning from the entire army. Now, I'm going to honor you with a commendation. Tang Yusheng got up, holding a box in his hand, and said with a serious and solemn face, "In light of your outstanding performance, it has been decided after a study by the commanding general that you will be promoted to the rank of captain. Congratulations, Captain Ding Chen." Ding Chen was shocked by the happy news. How could he not have imagined that he would be promoted to captain just because of this? Although there were quite a few people in the army who had been promoted out of the ranks, they were generally only promoted from enlisted men to officers after they had performed great feats. It would be tops to have a couple of second lieutenants or significant performance lieutenants, but for someone like Ding Chen to be directly awarded the rank of captain, there had never been such a precedent in their entire navy or even the entire military. Congratulations! Congratulations! The other generals applauded. Happy for Ding Chen. Ding Chen was even more excited to get up and salute towards Tang Yusheng. Thank you, Commander. I will definitely live up to the expectations of the troops, keep the mission in mind, and guard the motherland's prosperity. For Ding Chen, this reward was a belated honor, an acknowledgement of what he had been doing for so many years. Although it was a whole decade late, he didn't care. From now on, his chance to show off his skills had finally come. Tang Yusheng walked over to Ding Chen. Don't get too busy getting excited first. Good things come in pairs. I have better news here, he said with a straight face. After a research decision by the head of the headquarters and the various leaders of the military department, this incident of yours perfectly avoids a bigger conflict between us and the White Elephant Kingdom. The credit and significance is so great that it would not be an exaggeration to say that a war was averted. Therefore, you are hereby awarded one personal first-class merit and you are awarded the first-class combat hero medal. When these words came out, Ding Chen moved. He had been shocked beyond words. The thing of first-class merit was not something that could be obtained by ordinary people at all, and none of the generals present had ever had it. Even though there are some first-class soldiers in the army, most of them are credited with collective first-class honors, and for the first-class combat hero medal, it's even less accessible to the living. This one is usually reserved for war years and is awarded to combat heroes who turned the tide of battle and died doing so. Only a handful of people have been able to live to receive this honor since the founding of China. Now, in this era of peace, it is even more of a mirage to get this honorary title in general. Ding Chen was also a little confused by this succession of honorary titles and merits awarded. He didn't expect that after 10 years of silence, such benefits would be waiting for him once he returned. Tang Yusheng smiled as he handed the box containing the merit badge to Ding Chen, who hurriedly took it. Tang Yusheng even took out the captain's epaulets from the box and personally changed them for Ding Chen. Tang Yusheng said after putting the shoulder badge on Ding Chen, "Comrade Ding Chen, I hope that you can stay at the command headquarters and serve, so that we can make up for the 10 years of aggression you've suffered, and also have a better chance of promotion." Tang Yusheng's words, however, caused Ding Chen to blush, which was different from what he was seeking. Tang Yusheng saw Ding Chen's difficulty and asked with a slight frown of puzzlement, "What, are you not too satisfied with this? You can ask for anything, and we'll try our best to satisfy you." The general on the side spoke up and urged, "Ding, what a great opportunity. Why don't you say yes to the commander? To be able to serve in the commander's office, it's a great opportunity." Ding Chen gritted his teeth and still refused. "Commander, it's not that I'm uneducated. Compared to staying at the commanding general's headquarters, I'm more interested in serving in a unit down below, and I still hope that the commander will fulfill my wish." Ding Chen's refusal was unanticipated by everyone, and everyone looked at him in shock. "Why?" Tang Yusheng asked, even more puzzled. Not only Tang Yusheng, all the generals present were surprised by Ding Chen's refusal. Such a good opportunity, others could not even beg for it, but Ding Chen even refused it when he said he would. For them, it is simply incomprehensible. Looking at everyone's expressions, Ding Chen looked self-conscious. "Commander, I'm self-aware. Letting me stay at the commanding general's headquarters as a civilian is simply not something I'm good at. I've stuck to the front line for 10 years, So yeah, I'm a man who can't stay idle. I've been defending my family and country for so many years, so if I leave the front line, I'm sure I won't be able to adapt, so let me go to the front line. No matter how hard it is, I'm not afraid, as long as I'm standing on our country's land. Tang Yusheng looked at Ding Chen's determined eyes and knew that his intentions were truly so, and that he was not being deliberately modest. Several generals were shocked by Ding Chen's performance. They couldn't imagine that someone would rather give up a great opportunity that fell from the sky and instead go to the first line of the quagmire to feel their way through it. A lot of people are desperate for connections to go through the back door just so they can get promoted or live a more comfortable life. But Ding Chen chose the most difficult path. And the purpose, however, was so simple that it was heartbreaking and awe-inspiring, and it is with such soldiers that the country is at peace. When they saw Ding Chen's clear and determined gaze, they suddenly felt relieved about everything again. This Ding Chen in front of me is a determined warrior who has been guarding the isolated island for 10 years and a day. And if it is for the sake of promotion, how can he sacrifice his life and forget his death to make such a great achievement for the country, compared to letting him stay in the command as a mascot-like civilian? Releasing him back to the frontline troops would be the greatest care for him. Heroes, after all, are supposed to belong to the vast ocean. Tang Yusheng frowned and pondered for a long time, but in the end, he could only let out a long sigh of helplessness. Since you're not willing to stay and serve at the commanding general's headquarters, we respect your opinion. You go back to rest and relax first, and we'll notify you separately when the time comes. Xiao Zhao, take Ding Chen down to rest. The door to the office opened and Tang Yusheng's guard walked in quickly. Comrade Ding Chen, please follow me. Xiao Zhao reached out and made a gesture of invitation, then straightened up and took the lead in stepping forward to lead the way. Thank you. Ding Chen gave a polite cry and immediately followed after bidding farewell to a few generals. It was only after Ding Chen followed Xiao Zhao out of the office that a few other generals hurriedly asked, Old Tang, Xiao Ding isn't willing to stay. Where are you going to send him? That's right, I can tell you. A soldier as good as Ding mustn't just be let go. If he's going to stay, he must stay in our third fleet. Enough, Tang Yusheng spoke up. Ding Chen is now a hero of the country. Where he's going needs to follow the arrangements of the military ministry, so you guys shouldn't worry about it anymore. But no matter what, it certainly won't be separated from our Navy's formation. As Ding Chen lay on his bed, looking at the shoulder insignia worn on the uniforms hanging on the wall, the excitement deep within his heart was still hard to stop. It was until now that those rewards given to him still made him feel a bit incredible. He wouldn't have had the sense to be a captain if it weren't for the shoulder patches on his uniform and the military medals in the box as a constant reminder. Ding, congratulations to the host, for excellently completing the mission and raising his rank. The system has been successfully upgraded. The familiar system prompt rang in his head. Ding Chen's eyes instantly widened, and he sat up from the bed with a jolt, frozen in disbelief. It's amazing that this contraption, which hasn't been around for a decade, is working again this time of year. The system didn't appear when Ding Chen defeated the group of soldiers from the White Elephant Kingdom, and it didn't appear when he was put on the shoulder badge by Tang Yusheng himself. It made him all but think for a moment that his system was a disposable thing, with access to only so many abilities as he had 10 years ago. Who would have thought that after coming back for a break, the stupid system would have rebooted? Ding Chen almost thought that he would have to face the rest of his military life by himself, but he didn't expect that this system would come to life now. The system didn't care what Ding Chen was thinking right now, and took it upon himself to give the rewards he was supposed to give. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully completing the mission and overshooting to captain. Now issuing a super gift package. Is it open? Ding Chen became excited at this moment. Of course it's open. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? It's been 10 whole years, so don't raise it for me yet. At this moment, Ding Chen was very excited, and the reboot of the system was even more exciting to him than the fact that he had just been awarded a merit badge. After all, he had already tasted the sweetness given by the system, and having the system's rewards in place was what would make him more prosperous in this world. Ding, congratulations host. You have gained an increase in physical ability. The increase is double. Ding, congratulations to the host. Weapon proficiency has been raised to intermediate level, and the ability to use the weapon is double the initial one. Ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining the art of camouflage, the ability to mimic and reduce one's presence in complex environments. Ding, congratulations host. You have gained the art of transfiguration, being able to transfigure into any face you've ever seen. Ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining the title of Fighting Soldier King, with top fighting ability. Ding, congratulations host, you have obtained the Taijiquan mind technique, and Taijiquan has reached the stage of exaltation. Ding, congratulations, host, for acquiring the turtle breath technique, top diving ability. Ding, congratulations to the host, Obtaining the ability mechanical proficiency, able to master all types of machinery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a level 1 airborne ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring level 1 hypnosis ability. All rewards have been issued, and all abilities have been fused with the host. After the system handed out the rewards, it fell into dead silence again. Only Ding Chen, who was left in the room, constantly felt a powerful force flowing through his body. It was like a sea wave that hit his body and mind hard. His ears could hear his bones making a bamboo-like crunch. At the same time, he could also feel the blood flow faster throughout his body and his veins became thicker than before. The piece of muscle on his body was also slowly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inside the body, an increasingly powerful force seemed to be ready to burst out of the body at any moment. Many memories and abilities were engraved in his mind as if they were innate. The process lasted a full 5 minutes. After a while, Ding Chen sat up panting. There was a great deal of sweat all over his body and it was filled with black impurities. Obviously, it was a huge change within the body, so a lot of impurities were expelled. Ding Chen was extremely excited. He didn't expect the system to give him so many benefits for over completing the mission this time. The entire 10 rewards were enough to make him shed his skin, and his whole being was once again strengthened. He stood up and took a swing at the side of the bed. Boom! The bed actually collapsed from it with his powerful punch, and even the cushion exploded from the center, one spring popping out of it all. Ding Chen himself was terrified. How did he know that his power was so strong anymore? He just wanted to try it out. I didn't expect a punch thrown with full force to be so powerful. It seems like we have to collect some power in the future, or else we can really kill someone. Ding Chen's heart palpitated. Just then there was a knock at the door of the room. Xiao Ding Ah, what's that sound in your house? Is it some kind of explosion? Tang Yusheng asked anxiously outside. Ding Chen's face instantly became bitter. How is he going to explain this battered bed? The door to the room opened. Tang Yusheng immediately looked toward the house with concern. Ding, what's the sound inside? What's wrong with you? Ding Chen awkwardly blocked the door. No, it's nothing. I was just practicing my physical fitness, and the commotion was a bit loud. Tang Yusheng gave an oh-so smile. All smiles. Ding ah, you're really too. After practicing for so many years, it's not easy to take a break. And you don't take a break either. Ding Chen said seriously. Since I'm in the military, I have to be dedicated. Otherwise, at critical moments, how can we defend our country? The enemy will not give us a break. Tang Yusheng looked at him with an appreciative face. Raising an army for 1,000 days. You're better than all of us if you can keep that in mind. Commander, you came so late. Ding Chen asked curiously. Tang Yusheng laughed and said directly to the point. I'm here today to inform you that the results regarding your reassignment have come out. The meaning on the side of the naval headquarters is for you to report to the Amphibious Reconnaissance Brigade. But if you have any other opinions, you can still mention them again. Ding Chen froze. His original idea was just to rejoin his original unit. I didn't realize the arrangement was made from above to put him in the Marine Corps Amphibious Reconnaissance Brigade. Although he had been on the island for many years, he knew the great name of the amphibious force. At one point he had applied several times to sign up to go there, but for one reason or another he didn't make it. I never thought that now my dream would be realized in such a way. Ding Chen was overjoyed and nodded his head. No matter, I'm very satisfied with the superior's arrangement. As long as it's a frontline troop, I'm determined to follow the troop's arrangement. Tang Yusheng nodded with satisfaction. I told you that you definitely wouldn't refuse this arrangement. After all, there are still very few and far between in the Navy that can refuse to go to the Marines. You're such a good fighter. I really can't think of anywhere else I can arrange for you to go besides here. Alright, get some rest. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Tang Yusheng patted him. No matter where you go, don't forget that the 3rd Fleet is your mother's home. In the future, no matter what, come find me anytime. Ding Chen saluted excitedly. Thank you, Commander. Early the next morning, Ding Chen declined Commander Tang Yusheng's offer to arrange for a ride to the Marines. Intending to go forward on his own, Tang Yusheng didn't force the issue and bought Ding Chen an afternoon ticket. He was instructed to live up to the 3rd Fleet when he got to the Marines and not to degrade their fleet. In the afternoon, Tang Yusheng arranged for someone to take Ding Chen to the airport. When Ding Chen arrived at the airport, he waved goodbye to the lieutenant who had sent him there. Dressed in his regular Navy uniform, Ding Chen walked to the ticket machine and got in line for his ticket. When he was about to be lined up, suddenly, out of nowhere, someone behind him suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, stinking pawn, give us a seat. We're in a hurry. Ding Chen frowned slightly. He was still wearing his military regular uniform. A normal Yenghua person should respect him. How could someone dare to call him that? However, just as Ding Chen turned his head, his entire body froze. Only 2 young and pretty girls, leading 3 big black men who were as good as black charcoal turned into a spirit, stood aside. They weren't even in the queue. They were just in front of all the people in line. Ding Chen was happy. This appearance was inserted into his head. Seeing that Ding Chen didn't speak, the shorter, red-haired girl frowned and said, "Can't speak. Don't be a mute, right?" The taller girl on the side also frowned. "We're in a hurry. You let us use it first. These international friends are still waiting." With that, they tried to squeeze Ding Chen to the side to operate it themselves. Ding Chen frowned. If it is really something urgent, speak properly, he also let, with people convenient with their own. But these few people had such a bad attitude and looked down on him as a soldier of the Yen country. This was simply intolerable. Especially put him up for the country and the people stationed in the border see 10 years of iron blood warriors called stink when the soldiers. This if tolerated. Is sorry Yen country millions of soldiers. Just as the 2 girls reached out to push Ding Chen dodged and used the soft force from Taijiquan to drop them both at once. The 2 girls flopped to the ground next to each other at once, making the surrounding crowd of onlookers look and laugh. It's rare to see this kind of bandwagon looking for things to do and making a fool of themselves. The 2 girls were blushing a little at the bystanders' joke. The red-haired woman turned even redder and pointed at Ding Chen and said angrily, "You people don't let it be. How can you hit someone with your hands?" Tall woman also helped. "That's right. At the expense of you or a soldier. Do not give the people convenience even if, but also hit women. Are you a man?" Ding Chen frowned and said, "Have you made enough of a scene? Get lost if you have. Don't disgrace yourself here and lose the face of the Yen Kingdom people." The 2 girls froze, then burst into a rage. "It's good that you can talk then," the tall woman said in an overbearing manner. "Hurry up and apologize to us. You're a soldier of the Yen Kingdom and you're treating us commoners like this. Is this what the army teaches you? That's right. Apologize." The red-haired woman also shouted, "Seeing us with a foreign friend and being so rude. It simply disgraces the face of our Yen country's military." Several lines of people around them couldn't look away, pointing at the 2 girls. "I say you guys have gone too far. After all, they are our military comrades. You guys are at fault for cutting in line. How can you still be so righteous and unreasonable?" "That's right. We're all watching." The aggressive look of the people around them startled the 2 girls. But not only did they not know how to repent, they even pointed at the people who just spoke for Ding Chen and said, "Who are you? What's wrong with you? Why do you have to push me around here? Why don't you take your tickets and get out of here if you have the time?" This one completely pissed off the people around them. An old man pointed at the 2 girls and cursed, "If this were my son or daughter, I would have to beat them half to death and pull them to the front of the military comrades to kneel down and apologize." Another middle-aged uncle also said, "If my daughter were this virtuous, I would definitely beat her to death as well, and never let her go out and lose this person." Some of the grumpy young guys even started rolling up their sleeves. The 2 girls were terrified, and the redhead panicked and took out her cell phone and shouted, "What? Do you still want to hit people? Everyone, come and see. There's a soldier here who not only disregards international friendship and doesn't show courtesy to the people, but also hits a woman." She spun around with her cell phone, "And these people, instead of speaking up for us, they're acting for the tiger, and now they're trying to beat us up," she said and pointed her cell phone at Ding Chen's face. "You're done. I'm going to expose you. Let the whole internet know that you're a soldier's fool. You're just waiting to be expelled from the army." Ding Chen grimaced coldly, a pair of eyes translucent with cold killing intent. "I'll give you the chance to delete it yourself." The red-haired woman was not only not afraid, but said proudly, "What? Now you know you're afraid? Want me to delete? Dream on you. You just wait to be scolded by the whole network. I want the whole world to spit on you." The tall woman also laughed. "That's right. Let's make you just not obediently give us a seat. Now it's late. You'll just wait." Ding Chen didn't have any forbearance, and directly made a move to snatch the red-haired woman's cell phone, and made a move to delete all the videos recorded inside. When Ding Chen made a move to grab the phone, the redhead was startled and went to hide next to her with a scream. Although she was brain dead, she was also afraid that Ding Chen would really hit her with his hands. The tall woman couldn't sit still and excitedly took out her cell phone to record it as well. "I'm telling you, you're done. You made a move to grab our cell phones. I don't just want you fired, I want you in jail too. You're just waiting to go to the station." The tall woman was speaking excitedly, and Ding Chen didn't treat her politely, reaching out and grabbing her cell phone as well. Now both girls were in a hurry and shouted in a panic, "Give us back our cell phones, or we'll sue you for 30 to 50 years. Just then, the 3 black men who were originally on the sidelines looked at each other and also spoke up. "Give them back their cell phones, or we're not polite." When the 2 girls heard the 3 black men speak for them, they immediately rushed towards Ding Chen like chicken blood, and were about to grab the cell phone. Seeing that they hadn't eaten enough of the loss they had just suffered, Ding Chen let out a cold snort and exerted force in his hands to wrestle the 2 out again. The two girls this time were taking several steps straight backward and fell on their asses, which nearly broke into several pieces. Ding Chen coldly grunted. I can understand that you don't have any family education, but if you worship foreigners, please also find a good master, and find some black cinder block as your master. Your brain is burnt just like them? The two girls dropped to the ground, sore and angry, and wailed in their anxiety. As soon as the three blacks saw the two girls crying, they immediately came forward and surrounded Ding Chen in a group. The people around them hurriedly dispersed when they saw that these blacks wanted to make a move. Some of the resourceful young men rushed out, ready to ask for help from the airport police on the sidelines. The three blacks looked at each other, and one of them said in his native language, "We are foreign guests with honorable status. They won't dare to do anything to us." The other two's eyes lit up and immediately yelled towards Ding Chen. It's not right to hit someone with your hands. Hurry up and pay up or we'll just have to teach you a lesson. They were much larger than average, and if anyone else had seen them, they might have actually giggled inside. But Ding Chen just smiled faintly after hearing this. Big pussy dreaming without waking up? You guys want to spread your wildness or go back to your own country to spread your wildness? The three black men froze, and when they saw that Ding Chen didn't eat them, they immediately swung a fist towards Ding Chen in annoyance. Their names were nothing more than gym-practiced flowery fists, and although their blocks were sufficient and their aura seemed amazing, they were simply broken in Ding Chen's eyes. Not to mention the strength and self, even before when he was on the island, he was countless times stronger than them. Ding Chen was not afraid of these niggers. He grabbed the fist of one of them and guided him towards the chest of the other, and at the same time rose up and kicked the last nigger who came swinging at him in the face. Pumba! Three muffled sounds rang out almost simultaneously, and the three niggers immediately flew out like kites with broken strings. One of them even flew at the redhead, knocking her unconscious, who had just gotten up from the ground. A few blacks were also smashed to pieces and lay on the ground, unable to get up for half a day. The people around were shocked with their mouths wide open. How could they not have imagined that the skinny and weak-looking Ding Chen would dry out three strong men at the same time with one move? Well fought. It's not the turn of outsiders to flaunt their power on our yin country's land, an old man said excitedly. Is this our country's soldiers? So strong, someone exclaimed. I want to be a soldier in the future. I want to be as strong as my soldier brother, a little boy said longingly. Just as there was a lot of talk around, the man who had run out earlier finally got the airport police. What's going on? Who's fighting at the airport? The airport police officer leading the group asked with a frown. They got a call that there was a fight going on, or several, and immediately came over in a line. Seeing a policeman coming over, the tall woman immediately ran up and cried, Brother policeman, it's that man standing over there, that stinking soldier, on the grounds that he was a soldier. He hit people. Look, what has become of the people? The police officer leading the group took one look at the three black men lying on the ground, constantly wailing, and an unconscious girl, and asked with a frown, You hit them? He was a bit surprised. One was that he didn't expect Ding Chen to hit so hard. Even the female was knocked out. The other was surprised that Ding Chen's rank of captain was a bit higher than his. But in front of the laws of the Yin Kingdom, no level is useful. Ding Chen, however, nodded calmly. These blacks are considered to be the ones I beat up. That woman is not. The tall woman immediately said excitedly, Brother policeman, look, he's admitted it. Quickly arrest him before he jeopardizes society. Just as she was about to say something else, the crowd on the side said, Comrade police officer, don't listen to her inverting right and wrong. It's they who did it themselves first and provoked the military comrades again and again. All of us here can testify to that. Yes, we can all testify that it's these black people's fault. Just then, a policeman outside hurried over as well. Captain, the surveillance has been investigated. He came up to the captain's ear and spoke. The captain's eyes glared as he looked at the tall woman and snapped. Good, you're reversing right and wrong, and you dare to slander the soldiers. Bring them all back to me and interrogate them properly. The tall woman froze and screamed in shock. We're the ones being beaten. We're the victims. What are you cuffing us for? Let go of me. Let go of me. But the police around her didn't care what she said and took her straight down. The surrounding onlookers clapped their hands. Ding Chen did not stay to make a statement and took the plane to Liaohai on the grounds that he had important things to do. Anyway, there were so many onlookers at the airport and the surveillance video was clearly visible. There was nothing to say and there was no need for Ding Chen to add anything else. It was only when Ding Chen exited the airport in Liaohai that he began to contact the troops that were about to report forward. The person told him to wait where he was and that someone would be sent to pick him up soon. Ding Chen lifted the disguise on his face and waited with boredom for the troops to come. Tang Yuxing didn't tell him specifically about this unit, but only told him the address to report to. Therefore, within Ding Chen's heart, he was actually filled with curiosity about this troop. Amphibious Scouting Brigade. What exactly is it like? Ding Chen was filled with anticipation. More than half an hour had passed when a car with a military license plate stopped, and from it a soldier with the rank of colonel quickly walked over. "Good day, leader." Ding Chen instantly stood up straight and saluted the colonel. "Captain Ding Chen, I'm Colonel Zhou Yan, in charge of taking you to the new unit, all the way over. You've worked hard." He returned a military salute towards Ding Chen. "No matter, it's just an airplane ride. Nothing hard." Ding Chen smiled. Zhou Yan froze, and then reacted. This person in front of him but 10 years a day island life are endured over. A little road bumps for him and can be considered what hard work. "That's good. Get in the car. I'll tell you more about the new troop on the way." Zhou Yan laughed. Ding Chen put his luggage away and got into the car with Zhou Yan, and the car started and drove towards the base. Shortly after sitting down, Zhou Yan took out a piece of information from his own bag and handed it to Ding Chen. "Take a good look at it. It's an abbreviated information on the new unit." Ding Chen quickly flipped through it, skimming through it at a glance. Zhou Yan explained from the side. "The place you're going to this time is the Night Fork Squad under the Amphibious Reconnaissance Brigade, a newly established establishment that belongs to the battalion level, but is a special establishment. There are now a total of 180 members of the team, and the captain, Lian, is a major, and you're going, this time, to be his second in command." Zhou Yan said somewhat flirtatiously. "The members of the team are the best soldiers from all units of the Marine Corps, the elite of the elite, with a lot of ability and a lot of temper. You're an island soldier parachuted in as their lieutenant, so prepare yourself." In the face of Zhou Yan's flirtation, Ding Chen only smiled faintly. He knew that Zhou Yan was also just kindly reminding him. After all, he hadn't gone through the layers of selection and only had a heroic deed in him. It was only right that he would be questioned. Those who make it into the amphibious force are all the brightest minds in the Navy. Ding Chen knew that they must have passed a very cruel selection and training to enter. It would be a hell of a thing not to be repulsed by him, the man who had been parachuted in as a leader. Also, it's only the top brass that know what's going on with him. The other bottom soldiers could only hear about it by hearsay, and he was given a new unit, or went to be a lieutenant, and only if he had the ability to do so himself. Otherwise, if he couldn't convince the public, he wouldn't be the only one to lose face. It was a good thing that regarding his own abilities, Ding Chen had never doubted himself, not to mention the fact that the system had already given him so many abilities. He hadn't slacked off on his training in the past 10 years. Ding Chen nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Colonel Zhou Yan. Don't worry, I will definitely lead this unit well." Zhou Yan was dumbfounded. He was just kindly reminding Ding Chen. He didn't expect Ding Chen to be so confident. He couldn't say anything more. After all, outgoing islanders to lead a special forces unit, something that had never been done before. However, the higher-ups all held Ding Chen in high esteem, and he began to wait and see what Ding Chen would do next. Ding, trigger a new mission to gain a foothold in the Night Stalker squad and gain everyone's approval. Completing the mission will result in a large reward. The sound of the system came from his ears. Ding Chen's gaze was delighted, not expecting this to be an unexpected blessing. He was even more excited about joining the team this time, and prepared himself more seriously. Starting to carefully look over the information Zhou Yan had given him, Zhou Yan sat in his seat with his eyes closed and stole a glance. Seeing how serious Ding Chen was, he then revealed a heartfelt smile. More than an hour later, inside the training grounds of a naval base set, when Ding Chen and Zhou Yan entered the base, they saw more than 100 soldiers who were sweating straight in the center of the playground. Before the people even got close, they heard Captain Lian chiding. "How can you be called the sharp knives of the Marines with this level of skill? How can you have the face to guard the safety of the sea at this level? If you can't complete the training in the afternoon ahead of schedule and your grades don't meet the standard, you'd better get lost and go back to your original units before it's too late. I can't afford to lose this person." Cough. Zhou Yan coughed twice, interrupting Li An's reprimand. Lian turned his head and saw Zhou Yan walking over with one by one unfamiliar faces. He frowned slightly, but still turned his head to salute Zhou Yan. "Captain, what brings you here?" Zhou Yan smiled slightly. "What's wrong? What's the point of getting so angry? Letting you lead the new team and giving you the best source of soldiers. Why do you still look bitter and hateful?" Lian hated the iron and said, "These little brats, not scolded, not a weapon. Do not force them. What do they take to compare with the gang of Jialong?" Zhou Yan glared at Lian. "You got it. How can you still take the anger you suffered in Jialong and spread it to my gang of recruits? How long have they been established and how long have they been trained? What are you comparing this gang of recruits to? By the way, this is Captain Ding Chen. The above sent you over as a vice captain, and you can discuss the training tasks in the future." Lian sized up Ding Chen with a wary look in his eyes. Ding Chen graciously extended his hand. "Ding Chen, former squad leader of the 322nd Regiment of the 7th Division of the 3rd Fleet on the island. Please give me more guidance." Hearing that Ding Chen was just an island soldier, Lian's eyes were instantly filled with surprise, but he still said, Lian, captain of Night Fork Squad. Captain Ding Chen, welcome to the squad. The two of them shook hands, and Lian was considered to have officially recognized Ding Chen's new identity. Liam turned his head and began to gather his troops. At ease, Lian shouted, and the entire group made a neat motion to take a moment's rest. Captain, the team has been reorganized and trained. Please give your instructions. Zhou Yan nodded with satisfaction. Comrades, from the selection to now, you have passed through the layers of screening and spent 3 months training. Congratulations, you have officially become part of the Night Fork Squad. However, don't be too happy. The Night Fork, like you, has just been established, and it will take your efforts to build the Night Fork into an elite force that surpasses the augurs. Together with Lian, all of the Night Fork Squad members' eyes erupted in a burst of refined light. Ding Chen was also impressed with this group of people, not realizing that the unit he was about to be stationed in was a team that was motivated to surpass Jiaolong. The Augur Force is the Navy's most elite group of special forces, but now, their goal is to surpass the augurs. In an instant, Ding Chen's blood boiled all over his body, and his eyes flashed with a bearish fighting spirit. Zhou Yan continued, your efforts are there for all to see. You are all marvelous, the pride of my amphibious reconnaissance brigade, and I believe that with Captain Li An's leadership, you will surely replace Jiaolong and become the pride of our navy in the near future. Zhou Yan said and looked at Ding Chen, signaling him to come over. Ding Chen took a few steps forward and stood next to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan opened his mouth and continued, this is your newly appointed vice captain? From now on, he will train you together with your captain Lian and lead you to new heights. Everyone welcomed the vice captain to the team. All the soldiers froze and even forgot to applaud. Or it was only after Lian led the applause that they burst into sparse applause. Lian's face sank and he was about to open his mouth to rebuke, but Ding Chen raised his hand to stop him. Ding Chen looked at the group of soldiers in front of him, knowing that these people were the elite of the various units, and had gone through a lot of selection and training to stay. It was only natural that there would now be microaggressions against him. The officer who had been parachuted in. Ding Chen smiled coldly. What? You guys don't look too welcoming to me? All the members of the Night Fork Squad were silent. Only their defiant eyes hung on every single face. Ding Chen sneered. Yes means yes, no means no. You don't even dare to say anything. Just like a wimpy softy. You guys also want to surpass Jiaolong? Report. A soldier from the first platoon stepped forward. When Ding Chen saw his face, he suddenly froze. Wasn't this person Zhang Xiaoyu from Fire Blue Blade? Speak. Ding Chen looked at him. Zhang Xiaoyu met Ding Chen's gaze without budging. Vice Captain, it's not that all of us don't welcome you. It's just that we're not convinced. We even stayed with the captain after going through layers of tests. We only recognize the strong. When these words came out, all the members of the Night Fork Squad straightened their chests. We are not convinced. Zhou Yan's face went black. He had brought people here and these team members dared to question Ding Chen to his face. How would this allow Ding Chen to gain a foothold in the Night Fork Squad in the future? He looked at Ding Chen out of the corner of his eye, but realized that Ding Chen's face was as normal and he was not angry. At this moment, Ding Chen was actually incomparably calm inside. After so many years on the island, his edges and corners had long been smoothed out, and it was hard to make him angry because of one or two words from others. And he could clearly feel it. The soldiers in front of him were not hostile to him. It's just as they say, they only recognize the strong. For this, Ding Chen could understand in his heart. After all, each of them was originally the best soldier king in their respective units. It took countless hours of grueling training and selection to get here. If the new lieutenant can't even compete with them, how can he convince the public? In the army, it was all about strength. And even though Ding Chen was able to use his status to suppress them, they were definitely not convinced of themselves in their bones. In the future, even if you don't follow orders, that's normal. Ding Chen slowly clenched his fists. He now knew exactly why those leaders had odd eyes when they sent him away. They were just worried that they, the island soldiers, would not be able to overwhelm the scouting brigade when they came. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Ding Chen's mouth. Since he had chosen to come here, he would definitely convince these people. If he backed out now and couldn't even handle these people, how would he handle other difficulties later? Seeing Ding Chen's silence, Zhang Xiaoyu was a little unsure in her heart. After all, this new vice captain was arranged from above, and he would definitely be disciplined for letting Ding Chen down like this. Any less, he would be remembered by Ding Chen and given small shoes to wear. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoyu instantly became a bit abashed. Vice Captain, it's not that I don't obey you. I'm just afraid that you haven't led a special operations team before and don't know how to train us. F***ck. Zhang Xiaoyu, you're so F***king shameless. Why are you wimpy here? Behind him, a group of Night Fork Squad members immediately began to raise a ruckus. Zhang Xiaoyu took a step back into the queue and started retorting without looking back. Don't you guys fucking use me as a gun. If you're not going to wimp out, go on your own. After Jiang Xiaoyu did this, the atmosphere of the scene was a bit awkward. It would have been fine if they had just given Ding Chen a hard time as a crowd, but with Jiang Xiaoyu's retreat, it would have been a bit difficult for any of them to stand out and say something again. Ding Chen looked at them and smiled faintly. You are the elite of my navy, and it is only right that you have demands of your instructors. If I were you guys, I wouldn't want my captain to tell me what to do when he doesn't know anything. Everyone didn't say anything, but just looked at Ding Chen and nodded repeatedly. Ding Chen continued. Originally, I requested from above to just go back to the frontline troops below, but I didn't expect them to send me to teach you guys. I came here, also carrying the high hopes of the chief, to build you guys into a truly elite unit. It's impossible for me to know what to do just because of your skepticism. Ding Chen's words caused everyone to roll their eyes. You want to make us into an elite unit? We'll be lucky if you don't lead us into a ditch. How can you be so confident? Zhou Yan shook his head, slightly disappointed. He had originally thought that Ding Chen would have some good way to break the situation, and had looked forward to it because of that, but he hadn't expected that Ding Chen would end up using orders from above to suppress this group of elites. Thinking about it, Ding Chen is just an island soldier. It's hard to really ask him to compare his hands with this group of people. That's not bullying. Who knows that just at this moment? Ding Chen's words turned. We are all iron-blooded men, so we shouldn't engage in so many vain things. Let's put it this way. Any of you who are not convinced can come out and compete. If I lose, then from today onwards, I won't care about anything, and will honestly listen to Captain Li and train you and train with you. But if I win, you'll all listen to my drills honestly from now on, and it proves that you haven't trained enough, and you'll all have to train extra hard from now on. Ding Chen said with a bad smile on his face. How about it? Is it a sure thing? Well, who's first? More than 100 people suddenly brightened up, and a look of excitement appeared on everyone's face. Lian and Zhou Yan also looked sideways, impressed with Ding Chen, and regardless of the outcome, the fact that Ding Chen dared to say such words in front of this group of special elites was beyond their expectations. Lian muttered in a low voice. Chief, don't you care? This Ding Chen is out of his mind, isn't he? He wasn't in the special brigade before. What good can he get out of competing with these brats? If he loses too badly, the chiefs above won't have any honor on their faces either. Zhou Yan now also felt that Ding Chen was too lonely on the island and had left his brain broken. Otherwise he wouldn't have thought of competing with a bunch of special forces. But Ding Chen's words had already been spoken, so naturally he was not in a position to stop them. Zhou Yan could only say helplessly first, forget it, let him go. Maybe this is still a good thing. It can make him know what's going on. And when the top hears about this, they should be able to change their minds as well. After all, we're training special brigades here, not a place for meritocrats to retire. Lian hesitated, but if the upper head blames it, Zhou Yan shook his head. It's fine. The matter is Ding Chen took the initiative to provoke. I believe that the above will not say anything, and there is really something. There is still us. Our goal is to catch up with Jialong, not a nursing home arranged by the top. Lian nodded his head, his heart already firming up, and both of them were prepared to wait for Ding Chen to lose and report the matter to the authorities. Just then, a few soldiers had already taken the initiative to step forward. At times like this, those who are able to take the lead are untamed and very confident in themselves. Ding Chen looked at these people, and apart from one who was Jiang Xiaoyu, who had just stood out, there were also two familiar faces amongst the others. Look at that look. It's Zhang Chong and Zhang Dapeng from Fire Blue Blade. Ding Chen grinned. You guys are the only ones in the first batch? Why? What do you want to compare? A few people froze, not expecting Ding Chen to even let them choose. Zhang Chong scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, Vice Captain, are you kidding? Still letting us choose the content of the match? Then you've suffered a great loss. Ding Chen smiled faintly. If you guys don't dare to choose, then I'll take it that you've admitted defeat. Then let's compare fighting. Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly shouted. Essential skills for special forces. If you're not as good at fighting, you're embarrassed to say you're an elite. Vice Captain, what do you say? Ding Chen nodded. Having said that, I'll let you all choose. I naturally don't even care. Will you all compare one by one, or will you all come together? A few looks of confusion. Are you overconfident in yourself, or do you look down on us? You're not afraid you'll be beaten to death? Zhang Chong had a dark face. Vice Captain, don't crowd us. Naturally it's one-on-one. We won't be bullying the few with the many. Ding Chen was dumbfounded. Alright, then don't blame me for not giving you guys a chance. So which one of you will go first? Zhang Chong took a step forward. And don't ask who was first. I'm the one with the best fighting skills amongst the few of them. If you defeat me, they won't be worthy of fighting you. The rest of the few people did not say anything, and were considered to have acquiesced to Zhang Chang's words. This time, Ding Chen was a bit impressed with Zhang Chong. Although he knew that Zhang Chong was fierce, he could not have imagined that he was also recognized as the strongest fighter among these people. Are you sure you don't want to help her? Ding Chen asked. Zhang Cheng's face turned red, as if he had been humiliated by Ding Chen's words. Without further ado, he bellowed, I'm coming. Vice Captain, watch out. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Chong dabbed and bounced towards Ding Chen like a cannonball. In terms of speed and explosion alone, Ding Chen felt that this Zhang Chong was very strong. But compared to him, Zhou Yan and Lian were on the verge of exclaiming in shock. But they knew that Zhang Chong was as fierce as his name. Indeed, if this reckless man didn't have a light hand and injured Ding Chen, that wouldn't be good. Just as they wanted to go up and block, Zhang Chong had already scurried to Ding Chen's side, his fist ferociously blasting towards Ding Chen's chest. Zhang Chong had already collected his strength, and did not strike Ding Chen's vitals. This first punch of his was just to give Ding Chen a downward spiral, so that Ding Chen would know how to retreat. But it was such a ferocious punch that was also very slow in Ding Chen's eyes, and knowing that Zhang Chong had withdrawn some of his strength, Ding Chen returned a kind smile. Just as Zhang Chang's fist power struck Ding Chen's body, Ding Chen suddenly moved. Ding Chen raised his hand to catch Zhang Chang's swinging fist. His body gave way sideways, and the force followed Zhang Chang's fist, bringing Zhang Chang's entire body out. Crap! Zhang Chong shouted as his entire body flew out uncontrollably. By the time he came back to his senses, he had fallen to the ground, and in everyone's eyes, Ding Chen seemed to just take a step back in a cloud. How about it? Still coming? Ding Chen asked in a condescending manner. Watching Zhang Chong fall on his ass, the crowd that was ready to cheer for him a second ago, all of them were dumbfounded and opened their mouths wide this second. No one expected that Zhang Chong, who had the best fighting skills in their place. Surprisingly, he didn't even last a single round in the hands of Ding Chen, an island soldier. It doesn't even, run into people. Holy shit, what happened? How did Zhang Chong go dogshit? Jiang Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. Zhan Depeng was equally shocked with his mouth wide open. Where do I know? Just now, it seems like Zhang Chong directly jumped to the ground to gnaw on the mud. What's wrong with this? Zhou Yan smiled slightly at this moment and poked Lian with his elbow. What's going on? Do you see? At this moment, Lian's brows were furrowed, and although he could see some clues, he didn't read too much into it. It was just a vague feeling that Ding Chen's stance was no longer a traditional army fighting technique. When Lian heard Zhou Yan's words, he shook his head. It doesn't look like an army tactic. This lifting of weights, a practiced man? Zhou Yan shook his head. I don't know. I only know that he had been an island soldier for 10 years before. It looks like it might be a family tradition. Lian had a solemn face. I told you, the higher-ups wouldn't let someone with no skills to lead the team for no reason. With that hand just now, he's qualified to stay here. Zhou Yan blankly glanced at Lian. This horse hindsight said, just now why don't you say? At this moment, Zhang Chong, who had fallen to the ground, was spitting out several mouthfuls of mud and felt like his teeth were chipping off. However, he couldn't figure out how he had fallen here. It was clearly him who had struck. He hadn't even seen Ding Chen throw a punch, and he hadn't felt attacked by any force, so how had he fallen so far? But that punch just now, it was like hitting a ball of cotton, and such a feeling of powerlessness made him feel a pang. Anyone else want to give it a shot? Ding Chen looked around, and wherever his eyes went, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Ding Chen smiled and extended his hand towards Zhang Chong, intending to pull him up. Zhang Chong only reacted at this time, jumping up from the ground in a flash. I haven't lost yet. It was my foot that slipped just now. Vice Captain, let's play another round. My strength hasn't been utilized yet. Ding Chen narrowed his eyes at Zhang Chong. Are you sure you want to try again? I won't be merciful next. No need for you to show mercy. Zhang Chong huffed. I haven't practiced all these years for nothing. If it wasn't for my foot slipping just now, I would have already won. Hearing Zhang Chang's words, the surrounding soldiers revealed odd expressions. Stiff Little Fish didn't hold back and said, I say old Zhang, don't try to show off. Hurry down or you'll be even more humiliated. Stinky fish. Shut up, Zhang Chong said in annoyance. There's no way Zhang Chong, can lose like this. The vice captain has to convince me. Stiff Little Fish with a face of hatred, this child, how can he not listen to persuasion? Seeing that Zhang Chong had such a stiff upper lip, Ding Chen didn't say much and just hooked his hand at Zhang Chong. Come on, more, vice captain, then you have to be careful. I won't be holding back next. Zhang Chong clenched his teeth and fiercely exerted his strength, rushing towards Ding Chen with a speed faster than just now. The winds of his fists whistled, and Zhang Chang's roar echoed continuously in the playground. But Ding Chen hadn't even moved his feet much before he saw Zhang Chong constantly stumbling around the playground. Every time Zhang Chong threw a punch, it looked powerful, but every time he couldn't touch Ding Chen's figure. Instead, He almost fell to the ground every time he passed by mistake with Ding Chen. The more Zhang Chong fought, the more anxious he became. His punches became more and more out of order. The whole person was sweating profusely, and he couldn't even maintain the might he had just had. That's enough, Zhang Chong. Stand down. Lian covered his forehead. He could no longer watch. Although by now Ding Chen had not knocked Zhang Chong down, anyone with a clear eye could see at a glance that with Ding Chen's cloudy demeanor, it was impossible for Zhang Chong to have a chance to beat Ding Chen. Anyone who had practiced could tell that Ding Chen was saving face for Zhang Chong. But Zhang Chong, the rash young man, could not see that people were giving him a face. I'm not convinced. Vice Captain, if you're capable, don't hide and take my punch squarely, he said and charged at Ding Chen again. As he watched Zhang Chong continue to charge, a cold aura flashed in Ding Chen's eyes. He knows that when dealing with this kind of rash, you can't give him face, knock him down to the ground, so he'll be submissive to you. So, this time, he did not use Taijiquan. Instead, he used real power to take a hard punch with Zhang Chong. With a thud, Zhang Chang's entire body looked like a sack that had been thrown, and all of a sudden, he flew to the grass outside the playground. All of the members of the Night Stalker squad couldn't bear to look at it anymore, covering their eyes and shaking their heads. Ahem! Zhang Chong coughed twice, still trying to get up from the ground. The teammates on the side couldn't stand to watch. Zhang Xiaoyu even directly demolished the situation. Come on, Zhang Chong, you can't even beat the vice captain in terms of brute strength, so what's the point of sticking around? You'll only lose all of our faces if you're a stalker. That's right, look at the vice captain's face without redness, without gasping for breath. If I let you fight any longer, you won't wear yourself out alive, will you? Hearing his teammates flirting, Zhang Chang's face flushed red as he cursed. Put your grandma's ass on the line, you bunch of sons of bitches. If it wasn't for the sake of helping you guys out, could I have been beaten up like this by the vice captain? If you guys are capable, come out and learn the vice captain's punching technique yourselves. Hearing him say that, the other members of the Night Fork squad all stopped talking. Ding Chen smiled faintly. Does everyone still have something to compete with? If not, I'll take it that you all collectively admit defeat. Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly opened his mouth and said, Vice Captain, although you are better than us in fighting arts and we can't beat you, we are still unconvinced. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that you are definitely a practitioner who has been practicing since you were a child, and is not at all the way of the army. We are unconvinced of losing. Zhang Chong also at this time also reacted, said stiffly, that's right, Vice Captain, you obviously practiced martial arts since childhood. Take traditional martial arts to bully us. This point we lost unjustly. Ding Chen raised an eyebrow. Didn't you guys choose the content of the competition yourselves? How come you're denying it now that you've lost? Zhang Xiaoyu said stiffly, you set us up with the martial arts you learned before you became a soldier, and we lost unjustly. Unless you compare us with what we learned in the army, we are not convinced in our hearts. At this time, Lian, who was on the side, also came over. Captain Ding, if you're sure, you should treat them again, and also let these little brats know what it means to be outside of the human race, lest they go out and disgrace us Night Forks. Lian was also very curious about Ding Chen now, wanting to see what else he was capable of. Ding Chen knew their thoughts all too well. This was a constant test of himself to see how many sets he had. Alright, then I'll let you guys be convinced. Say it, what else do you want to compare? Ding Chen nodded his head indifferently. Zhang Xiaoyu said chestily, compare to marksmanship. Fine, then how do you guys want to compare? And who's going to do it? Ding Chen spoke indifferently. Ding Chen had firearms proficiency as well as the ability of Eagle Eye, and he wasn't really afraid to roll over when it came to shooting. Competing with him on marksmanship, how much do these guys want it? Seeing that Ding Chen agreed so easily, Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly said additional conditions. It's not a simple competition of who can shoot farther. Zhang Xiaoyu smiled. We, the Marines, are not just another army unit. There is no challenge in hitting a fixed target. We all go out on a speedboat and see who can hit the target while constantly moving. Ding Chen almost laughed with joy when he heard Zhang Xiaoyu's words. His firearms proficiency had been boosted by the last system reward, and he was able to hit wherever he pointed within 1,000 meters. He was aided by Eagle Eye and God's View, so this wasn't a handful. No problem. Ding Chen nodded. Then who are you guys coming this time? Zhang Xiaoyu said with his hand raised. Ding Chen looked at Zhang Xiaoyu's several teammates and saw that none of them had any other reaction, so he knew that it looked like they were also convinced of Zhang Xiaoyu's strength. Ding Chen didn't say much and just nodded. It's the same for whoever comes. Zhang Xiaoyu grinned and said smugly to Ding Chen, Vice Captain, do you dare to shoot a 500-meter target with me? 500 meters. That distance is hitting a moving target on land, and the vast majority of military personnel can't hit it that accurately, because the sea is incredibly bumpy. The boat shakes a little every time a tiny wave hits. not to mention the fact that it's still driving a boat on the ocean, which adds to the difficulty factor. In such an environment, not to mention ordinary soldiers, even snipers would have a hard time hitting a target at 500 meters. This was no longer a test of an ordinary sniper's shooting ability, but a combination of multiple abilities. The difficulty of this is not something that can be imagined by the average person. Seeing that Ding Chen didn't say anything, Jiang Xiaoyu said smugly, "Vice Captain, if you feel that this is a bit too difficult, I can also accommodate you. Lowering the difficulty a bit is also possible." Ding Chen smiled and shook his head. "No need. Just do as you ask and use the method that you are most certain of." Jiang Xiaoyu laughed. "Then Lieutenant, we won't laugh at you if you're off target." Ding Chen smiled faintly and ignored Jiang Xiaoyu's flirtation. Everyone went to the beach because of the speedboat ride. On the coast, a speedboat was already ready, and 2 targets stood above the beach. There wasn't much wind or waves on the beach today, which provided favorable conditions for the rest of the race. "Vice Captain, after you?" Jiang Xiaoyu asked with feigned modesty. Ding Chen smiled. "No need. You fight first. I'm afraid that if I make a move, you won't be in the mood to compete anymore." Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, thinking that if you're afraid, then you're afraid, saying so many things. "You think it's so easy to hit the target?" Zhou Yan on the side asked Lian in a low voice. "How are you as a soldier? Can this kind of difficult sniping work?" Lian nodded his head proudly. "Although I called them little brats, but they are at least the barrier I use to overtake the augurs, and if each of them doesn't have a little stunt in them, then I won't have to think about overtaking the augur troops." This Jiang Xiaoyu, in the original force is a sniper. Sniper talent can be said to be absolutely unique. Is in the augur, his talent is also absolutely the top. He dared to open this mouth. Naturally, is very sure. Right in the middle of their whispered conversation, Jiang Xiaoyu had already set off on the speedboat and soon came to a distance of 500 meters. The speedboat slowed down. Jiang Xiaoyu half crouched on top of the speedboat, trying to stabilize the muzzle of his sniper rifle as he took a deep breath. 2 seconds later, he jerked the trigger. A bullet whirled out of the chamber, spanning a distance of 500 meters and accurately hitting the target. Yes! A cheer immediately erupted from the members of the surrounding Night Fork squad. Although they undermine each other every day, they are still very convinced of their respective skills. Zhou Yan also nodded his head repeatedly. "Not bad. This soldier has good abilities. No wonder you were so optimistic about him just now." Lian's mouth was grinning to the back of his head. "Luckily, with talent you still have to keep training, or else you won't be able to match up to Zheolong's gang of animals." Bang! Gunshots kept ringing out, and almost every few seconds Jiang Xiaoyu would pull the trigger. It was indeed a very rare thing for Jiang Xiaoyu to be able to hit with his gun despite the constant bumps in the sea. It was Ding Chen who had to admit that if it was before his ability was enhanced, he couldn't compare to the current Jiang Xiaoyu. Although Ding Chen had a high opinion of these guys' abilities, they were still a long way off compared to him, and these gaps are not something that an ordinary person without a system can just catch up with. After all, Ding Chen hadn't even been able to explore the limits of his abilities, and with the constant rewards under the system, he would definitely be able to get stronger and stronger, and would leave everyone behind at a speed that these people could not match. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyu had finished shooting the last bullet, a total of 10 rounds, each of which accurately hit the target. The speedboat rode the wind and waves and soon returned with Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu had just jumped onto the shore and couldn't help but shout in triumph. "What's the matter? Has it stunned your jaws off? Che, that's it?" All that was left for him was a row of raised middle fingers. "Che, I know, you guys are jealous of Dad," Jiang Xiaoyu said as she made a death wish. As soon as he finished speaking, a bunch of fist-pumping teammates were ready to lay their hands on him, scaring him so much that he hurriedly ran a few steps towards Ding Chen's side. Jiang Xiaoyu ran to Ding Chen's side before speaking. "Vice Captain, do you think it's still necessary to compare? This is not a normal difficulty. If you think it's too hard, we can play a little closer." Ding Chen nodded. "Well, you're right. This distance is indeed a bit too close." "What?" Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed. "I mean you can put it closer. Not this distance is too close." Ding Chen smiled. "I'm a vice captain. Naturally my requirements can't be the same as yours. If I can only do what you've done, what else would I teach you?" Ding Chen said confidently. "Tell you what, I'll keep the speedboat moving forward, and I'll finish the next target shooting within a distance of 800 to 1000 meters. And if the target shooting score isn't as good as yours, it's even if I lose." Hearing this from Ding Chen, not only all the members of the night check squad, but also Lian, the captain, and Zhou Yan, the head of the team, had their jaws dropped. It's nifty and actively difficult, or so outrageously difficult. Nearly 1,000 meters of moving target shooting at sea. You can control the balance of the gun? It's the special forces that don't specialize in this. Everyone's didn't believe that Ding Chen could do it. After all, the human body has its limits, and sniping also requires professional training. They didn't believe that an island soldier could have such specialized skills. Jiang Xiaoyu was so shocked that he gulped. Vice Captain, why don't you lower the difficulty? I know you really want to win me to build up your prestige, but you're talking too much bullshit. If this comes off target, you'll lose all your face, or you can still fight the same way as me and more or less save face. Ding Chen looked around. What? You all think I can't hit the target? Jiang Xiaoyu was the first to spit out. Vice Captain, this is you talking about a joke. The way you say to fight, even if you let the best sniper of Jiaolong come over, it's impossible to hit the target. Ding Chen smiled indifferently. If you can't do it, don't question others who can't. Watch well, and let me teach you how a sniper rifle should be shot. Without another word, Ding Chen grabbed a handful of fine sand from the beach and let it leak through his fingers. Judging the direction of the wind as well as its speed, Ding Chen grabbed his gun and boarded the speedboat. Looking at Ding Chen's back as he left, Zhou Yan sighed helplessly. I really don't know what this person is thinking. How could he make such a request? Old Li, in your impression, is there anyone who can do such a thing? Lian shook his head. I've never heard of it. It's the snipers on Jiaolong's side that couldn't possibly do such a thing. Zhou Yan smiled bitterly. Then why did he do it? If you miss a shot in a while, how should you get off the stage? How else can we step down? Lian was also upset. He's a hero sent from above. Let's help him build a stage. What else can we do? We can't really kick him out of the Night Fork squad, right? It's a good thing he's not bad at fighting, so we can have him teach these brats fighting on the team in the future, and we won't have to bench him. Zhou Yan nodded. That's the only way. Just as they were talking, the speedboat sailed smoothly away from the shore and soon exceeded a distance of 500 meters. Seeing that the speedboat didn't stop, and didn't even lower its speed by anything, everyone knew that Ding Chen was playing for real, and their hearts were long in their throats. On top of the speedboat, Ding Chen's body stood straight as he held his sniper rifle flat, using his strength to control his balance. After Ding Chen had been strengthened by the system, not only did his physical quality improve, but under his 10 years of constant training, his control over his body was also otherworldly. He seemed unaffected by the bumpy sea, the sniper rifle not shaking half as much in his hands. Through the scope, the target on the coast was almost a black dot, but even so, the small dot-like target seemed to be able to magnify in Ding Chen's eyes, and he still firmly locked onto the bullseye. The speedboat sailed out 800 meters, and Ding Chen's hand pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Bang! Zhou Yan and Lian looked towards Ding Chen's target, only to see the center of the bullseye, which had been pierced by a bullet. Crap! Zhou Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Old Li, did you see that? This nigga is still 10 rings? Lian was startled by Zhou Yan. Chief, who can't see it when it's so close? Can you not be so startled? Zhou Yan glared at him. How dare you have an opinion? You'd better stay in the army for this year. Lian begged for mercy. Don't, Chief, I'm wrong. Don't I have to keep up my image in front of the team? And look, Chief, the most outrageous thing is that Ding Chen is actually still standing. Hearing Li An's words, Zhou Yan hurriedly grabbed the binoculars from him and looked towards the direction of the speedboat. Just then, another bullet came out of the chamber, spanning a distance of 800 meters, hitting the bullseye with another accurate shot. The shell casings jumped out and fell onto the speedboat with a metallic clang. The waves hit the speedboat, making the hull shudder even more. But all this did not affect Ding Chen's shooting rhythm. Without any hesitation he pulled the trigger in succession, shot after shot, hitting the bullseye with each one. Zhou Yan put down the binoculars. His face had been shocked to the extreme. My goodness, where did you find a monster? Why do I suddenly feel that we don't deserve him here at all? To everyone's jaw-dropping shock, Ding Chen hit all the bullets on the target. The speedboat made a drift, carrying Ding Chen as if he were carrying a triumphant general. Soon after, Ding Chen jumped onto the shore and took the sniper rifle in his hand, and held it out to the Night Fork member on the side. He walked over quickly and stood in front of Jiang Xiaoyu. How is it? I'm not too bad at this level. Can you all look past it? Everyone looked like they had been viciously slapped a few times, looking at Ding Chen with expressions like they were looking at a monster. Are you kidding me? You call that passable? Brother, you're rubbing us all on the ground for dozens of kilometers, okay? Seeing that no one had spoken, Ding Chen stared at Jiang Xiaoyu and asked with a smirk, tell me, how does it compare to you? Jiang Xiaoyu actually wanted to kneel down, but for the sake of face, he hardened his head and said, actually, I can actually fight. If you fight first, Before he finished speaking, Zhang Chong kicked over. Don't be ashamed of yourself, okay? If you can hit this thing, you're not awake yet. Lu Yan also had a disdainful look on his face. I say Jiang Xiaoyu, have some face, okay? If you don't want face, don't take us with you. Jiang Xiaoyu's face was reddened. I'm not. Isn't it for the sake of everyone not to lose face? Lian also spoke up at this time and chided. That's enough, Jiang Xiaoyu. Vice Captain Ding's shooting distance is farther than yours. And the difficulty of shooting is also greater than yours. What are you babbling about? Don't you know your own level? Zhou Yan nodded smilingly. Well, Comrade Jiang Xiaoyu, you're already very good, but your opponent is Captain Ding. Better than you should also recognize. You should know that Captain Ding was standing on the speedboat the whole time and firing his gun, and the interval between shots was faster than yours. So you lost this round completely. Jiang Xiaoyu had nothing more to say. He was just doing it for the sake of face. Since everyone was shameless, it was useless for him to have this face. Ding Chen smiled faintly. If you all feel unconvinced, you can come back with something more difficult. I'll accompany you to the end. All of them smiled awkwardly, and no one dared to speak. Are you kidding me? That level just now is something a normal person can do? How dare you compare yourself to him? This is a naked attempt to get punched in the face, isn't it? Liam also saw fit to have someone go and get the two men's human gun target chest ring targets. The first to be brought was Jiang Xiaoyu's target, and on his target, the bullets all landed above and below the 8th ring, though the bullet marks were located up and down. From here you can already see how high the difficulty factor is for shooting over the sea. Jiang Xiaoyu, all 10 shots, 83 rings total. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Under such a difficult aiming environment, Jiang Xiaoyu's ability to achieve such a result was already exasperating. But when Ding Chen's target was moved over, the room fell silent. It wasn't because of anything else. It was really because Ding Chen's results were just too terrifying. Zhou Yan swallowed hard. I told you no one can do this. This is too terrifying. Lian nodded. Indeed, it's the only thing I've seen in my life. If it wasn't for today, I wouldn't have believed that it was something that could be done. All around were the sounds of the members of the Night Fork sucking in a breath of cold air. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the world. It was just that this kind of thing had never happened before. Ding Chen. All 10 rounds, 100 rings total. Jiang Xiaoyu laughed awkwardly. There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Our old ancestors didn't lie to us. Everyone glared at him fiercely, scaring Jiang Xiaoyu so much that he didn't dare to say another word. Ding Chen laughed and patted Jiang Xiaoyu's shoulder. Don't be demoralized. Winning and losing is normal. Your talent is good. As long as you train well, you won't necessarily be unable to catch up with me in the future. Jiang Xiaoyu let out a bitter smile, thinking that you are so perverted. I can catch up with you, I guess my hair is gray. But thinking that way, he had already taken Ding Chen as his target to catch up with in his heart. Lian walked over and looked at Ding Chen with recognition already in his eyes. Captain Ding, how did you do this? Lian opened his mouth and asked. Ding Chen casually prevaricated. It's very simple. You go and be an island soldier for 10 years. All you can do every day is to patrol the sea by speedboat, and the training task is to fight seabirds on the boat. So for 10 years, it shouldn't be too hard for you to do it. Hearing him say this, everyone, including Lian, stood in awe of Ding Chen. The soldiers who had only heard about Ding Chen's origins from hearsay before were all treating him with incomparable respect at this moment. Alone on the island for so many years. Instead of giving up on himself and complaining, he kept on honing himself in a. It was clear to everyone present that if it were up to them, they would never be able to do this. All else aside, that alone was enough for them to respect. Most importantly, Ding Chen was clearly very powerful, but he didn't taunt, pride, or even arrogance after he won. It's also approachable and comforting. This is more than anyone can hope for. At least, as soon as Ding Chen arrived, they had doubted him, questioned him, and even mocked him. Lian raised his head and looked at the Night Fork squad present. All of these people looked downcast. It looked like Ding Chen's hand had dealt a severe blow to the pride of this group of Heaven's Pride. Lian suddenly snapped. What are you doing? Why are you all hanging your heads like dead moms? Weren't you all so tough just now? Aren't you all bullish? You still don't look down on your Captain Ding. Now that your face has been hit and hurt, are you all pretending to be ostriches and hiding as shrunken heads? Why don't you hurry up and stand up straight for me and apologize to your Captain Ding? With this voice, he instantly made the entire Nightstalker squad hit the ground running. Standing obediently, he said in unison towards Ding Chen, Captain Ding, we were wrong. We shouldn't be so blind and have eyes to look down on you. We apologize to you, and hope that you won't take it personally. I beg Captain Ding to teach us well. We will train well and catch up with the Jialong unit. More than 100 people saluted in unison, all fighting for Ding Chen's forgiveness. Lian smiled and turned his head. Captain Ding, do you think this is still satisfactory to you? Ding Chen nodded with satisfaction. Well, that's fine. If they didn't have a bit of temper and a bit of skill, I wouldn't be willing to teach them. As the saying goes, Those who don't know are not guilty. I forgive them. Thank you, Captain Ding. The group of people erupted into ear-splitting cheers, feeling very happy for Ding Chen's willingness to stay. Ding! At the same time, the system prompt rang in Ding Chen's ears. Congratulations to the host, successfully obtaining everyone's approval and completing the task. Rewards are being issued. Congratulations to the host, gaining the ability Spider Sense. Ability fusion in progress. Ding Chen didn't even react before a surge of power surged through his limbs and bones. This power moisturized and silently transformed his body, and his perception ability continued to rapidly increase in an instant. Lin Chen was suddenly shocked to realize that his hearing had suddenly risen several notches. Not only could he hear subtle sounds that were once hard to hear, but he could even hear the sound of water drops falling from the cafeteria in the distance. Or, it wasn't a kind of hearing, but a kind of perception, and Lin Chen could clearly perceive those sounds. And just then, in his mind's eye, he suddenly saw Liam walk over and tap him on the shoulder. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. What was this? Hallucinations? But the next moment, when he reacted, Liam really walked over. Liam smiled and patted Ding Chen's shoulder. Captain Ding, congratulations. Welcome to our Night Fork Squad. Whether or not we can take out the Jiaolong unit in the future depends on you. Ding Chen's entire body was dumbfounded. I didn't realize it wasn't a hallucination and that it was actually happening. In the next second he figured out that it was the spider sense that gave him the ability to have precognition of things in advance. It's only a few seconds, but when it comes to the battlefield or a mission, it's a life-saving stunt. He burst out laughing. Captain Li, you're the captain of the Night Fork Squad. Whether or not we can get them to catch up with Jiaolong requires a joint effort from us and them, otherwise I'm just pushing behind them, and that's useless. Zhou Yan also stepped forward and said, Captain Ding, what a surprise. Your skills have really shocked us. I've seen and led countless special forces over the years, but I've never seen anyone who can compare to you. Ding Chen smiled modestly. That's why I came to the Night Fork Squad, because I feel like this is where I belong. Zhou Yan laughed so much that his mouth could not close. Then I dare not ask for. Can have a big part of Captain Ding your ability? I can dream and wake up with a smile. Then I can also explain to the above. At this time, Zhang Chong and Jiang Xiaoyu walked over. Captain Ding, thank you for forgiving us and being willing to stay and teach us. Thank you. Ding Chen smiled and waved his hand. Forget it, let bygones be bygones. We all have to look forward. Ding Chen looked at the two of them and joked. But I remember you now. If you don't perform well in future training, don't blame me for deliberately making things difficult for you. Zhang Chong and Jiang Xiaoyu stood at attention and said seriously. In the future, if our training is not better than the other brothers, we don't even need to be punished by you. Captain Ding, we won't even let ourselves off the hook. Ding Chen smiled. It's not that serious. In the future, as long as you train well, it's the best reward for me forgiving you now. Right at this moment, all the other members of the Night Fork Squad also gathered around. Countless people talking in tongues. Captain, did you go through some mysterious special training when you were an island soldier? Ding Chen listened with a black line. He wasn't even a ghost in that shithole. And the ghost damn well came to train himself. Captain, you didn't come out of the special forces before you went to be an island soldier, did you? It looks like to me. It must be that the captain is too good, so he was sent alone to guard the island. To guard the gate of our island all by himself. That's definitely the case. If it were anyone else, there's no way they'd be trusted so much by their superiors. Ding Chen cried and laughed as he listened, but looked at this group of soldiers shaking their heads in a serious manner as they discussed. It's as if they just know everything they've been through in the past. Not to mention them, even Zhou Yan seemed to be convinced, and his eyes towards Ding Chen were very different from before. Ah, old Ding, you're really deep. Zhou Yan gave a thumbs up. Ding Chen was speechless. Others don't know, but can you still not know something about the situation? Why do you believe in their nonsense? But Ding Chen couldn't really explain. Everything about his past was already a secret. He is not allowed to reveal it to anyone without orders from his superiors. Zhou Yan can't either, let alone these soldiers. Therefore, in the face of their discussion, Ding Chen could only remain silent. No acknowledgement, no denial. Old Zhou, just don't start fooling around with them. Ding Chen glared at Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan laughed. Not for your skill, just for the fact that you have been guarding the island alone for 10 years. You deserve all of our respect. When these words came out, everyone was moved, and their gazes towards Ding Chen were all solemn and respectful. They straightened their chests and saluted Ding Chen. There are probably a lot of people with greater skills than them, may have great ability, but also can stick to a soldier's original heart. 10 years without complaint stationed on the island, as a lonely island soldier, which is most people cannot do. For example, if a special squad like them were to be asked to go back to being an island soldier again, although they would resolutely obey the arrangement, their hearts would definitely be sad. Everyone wondered how Ding Chen was able to endure that loneliness that ordinary people couldn't endure. And because of this, they respected Ding Chen even more in their hearts. Ding Chen smiled bashfully. I just did what a soldier should do. I believe that any other admiral in my position would have done the same thing as me. So what I did is not enough to mention. In the face of Ding Chen's humility, his image in everyone's mind was once again raised. Such a strong person, who could still remain steadfast and humble. Such a person should indeed be a role model for all. Alright, Zhou Yan clapped his hands. Now everyone go back to the base to rest. It's almost time for mealtime soon. It's just time for Old Li to bring Ding Chen to familiarize himself with the environment of our base again, and tell him about the usual training tasks. No problem, Lian nodded. Ding Chen followed Lian back to the base where he had just been with the Night Fork Squad, and Zhou Yan didn't linger and went back to his own organ unit. Lian told his team to rest in place, and he himself personally led Ding Chen to start checking out various parts of the base. The entire base wasn't particularly large, and Lian took Ding Chen to spend the better part of an hour to basically check out the base. In fact, with the existence of God's perspective, Ding Chen could have completely taken in the base situation on his own, but this was, after all, a task given to Lian by Zhou Yan, so Ding Chen could only follow the procedure once. Lian twisted his head to look at Ding Chen. This is the general situation of our base. Ding Chen nodded and was about to go back with Lian. Lian, however, spoke up, Captain Ding, when I heard the news related to you before, I was still greatly shocked and wanted to meet this superhero who has been stationed on the isolated island for 10 years and a day. And I never thought that we would meet in this form today. Tinshin shook his head. It only means that we are destined to have this opportunity to work together. Liam laughed out loud. Yes, you're right. It's just meant to be. With your arrival, I have even more hope to make this unit an even more outstanding special force than the Jelong unit. I want them to become the best navy, an invincible existence on the sea. Ding Chen froze, not expecting Lian to have such a deep obsession with catching up with the Jelong force. Ding Chen's eyes flashed with essence. Not just invincible on the sea, we can't be so short-sighted. Our battlefield has never been more than this sea. I want to make the Night Fork live up to the name of Night Fork. The sky and the earth, all of them are our mighty name. Heaven and earth. Lian's gaze seemed to pass through layers of obstacles and look toward the endless sky and sea. Yes, we have to be the strongest if we want to do it. The sun was high in the sky, and on the playground of the naval base, the Night Stalker squad was training hard. Ever since Ding Chen had joined the team, the Night Fork squad had begun another round of hellish training of its own. In addition to the original training tasks given to them by Lian, everyone had been given additional tasks attached by Ding Chen. Half a month had passed since the training, and every day, the members of the Night Fork squad were exhausted. But while they were exhausted, they realized the benefits of their training, and their fitness improved dramatically. Even the least improved reflexes seemed to be noticeably improved by such ravages. This near-visible improvement caused all of them to be in awe of Ding Chen. They firmly believed that they would be able to continue to surpass themselves under Ding Chen's leadership and become even stronger than the Jiaolong force. Inside the training ground, everyone was sweating profusely, as if they had just been carried out of the water. They had just finished running the weighted cross-country test, and at this time, each one of them was having a hard time maintaining their stance. Even a humane animal like Zhang Chong, this would be holding up his comrade to lend him strength. Lian and Ding Chen recorded their respective scores, and Lian nodded his head repeatedly, already very satisfied with the improvement of the Night Fork squad's crowd. Only Ding Chen, still black-faced, blew his military whistle. He stood at the front of the line and yelled, "Attention!" Immediately, the Nightbringer squad straightened up and with great difficulty began to line up. "How can you guys look like this now? How can you still look like a special forces soldier?" Ding Chen said in a cold voice. Zhang Xiaoyu panted and said, "Captain, but we really can't. So please let us rest for a while." Ding Chen said sternly, "Where is this? With your wimpy behavior, you still want to surpass Jiaolong and surpass me?" Zhang Xiaoyu said mournfully, "Captain, we are just saying that. How can we compare to you? If we could have a large portion of your skills, we wouldn't need to train." Ding Chen had a cold face. "Still have the strength to be poor? Zhang Xiaoyu, step out and train for an additional 5 kilometers. Yes, Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't wait to slap herself a few more times. How could this mouth be so indebted? These days of training, he had long since realized that Ding Chen could be amiable on weekdays, but when it came to training time, the guy was like a different person. So, everyone secretly called him Nightcrawler, because Ding Chen's training was so demanding, and in person, he was as cold as a ghost. Everyone almost thought that the Nightcrawler squad was dedicated to him, and that he himself was scarier than Nightcrawler. Watching Zhang Xiaoyu run away, everyone stifled their laughter. "You dare to answer the Nightjar's speech? Aren't you looking for trouble? What are you laughing at?" Ding Chen's gaze instantly glared over. scaring everyone into immediately straightening their chests. Is that funny? Ding Chen said in a cold voice. Everyone get down. Push-ups at the ready. Everyone was speechless. Jiang Xiaoyu, this son of a bitch messed with you. None of our business, but they were already familiar with Ding Chen and knew that the consequences of disobeying orders, or being hesitant to do so, were even worse. So everyone got down quickly and without delay. Ding Chen circled around them and said, your comrades are running. How unlike you to dryly watch. You are a collective. And no matter what, you all share the same honor and disgrace. So, all start doing it. Whenever he comes back, when will you all get up? Quick! All the soldiers could only helplessly start doing push-ups. Jiang Xiaoyu happened to run over from the playground at this moment, and saw that everyone was actually all down and happy. But in the next second, Zhang Chong several immediately glared viciously over, scaring Jiang Xiaoyu into running away. He knew that if he didn't run faster, he was guaranteed to be taken care of by them tonight. Just then, a guard suddenly ran over. Report, the headmaster is here. Ding Chen and Lian twisted their heads to look behind them, and they saw Zhou Yan walking over with a smile on his face. Old Ding, how's it going? How's the training going these days? Ding Chen and Lian immediately greeted him, and the two of them turned around to give Zhou Yan a salute. Lian laughed. Captain, since old Ding came, our training has been dawdling. Look at these boys, alive and well. The soldiers who were doing push-ups were head over heels, thinking, where do you see us alive and well? We're very upset right now. Zhou Yan looked at it, then laughed loudly. I told you, it's a blessing for Night Fork Squad that you have old Ding to help you lead the team. Ding Chen smiled bashfully. Leader compliments. Since I'm in this position, it's incumbent upon me to do whatever I can. Zhou Yan patted him. Don't be modest, old Ding, your credit can't be erased. Zhou Yan coughed, then solemnly said, Old Li Lao Ding, you two prepare. Someone will come over in a while, responsible for teaching some other specialized knowledge. After all, special forces, in addition to excellent physical ability, they also have to master all kinds of specialized knowledge. Lian nodded his head repeatedly. That's the truth. I was still worried about this. I didn't expect the above to arrange it so quickly. Ding Chen listened with curiosity. He had absolutely no idea what was going on, but that's just the way he is. He doesn't ask if others don't tell him. Anyway, when people come, he'll naturally know. Zhou Yan nodded. Don't you guys disregard this instructor. In order to ask this little director Tang to come over and teach them, we went through a lot of trouble to borrow someone from the army side. When Ding Chen heard Zhou Yan say that the people were borrowed from the army, he had some curiosity in his heart. Just then Lian opened his mouth and asked, who is it? Is it that powerful? Can't even find anyone in the navy to teach it, so they have to have someone from their army? Just as Zhou Yan was about to open his mouth to speak, a military vehicle drove into the naval base and stopped under the eyes of several people. Zhou Yan laughed. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Come on, let's go. I'll bring you guys to get to know each other. The door opened and a female officer with the rank of captain stepped out of the car. When Ding Chen got a good look at this tall female instructor's appearance, he felt very familiar, and he thumped in his heart when he associated it with Jiang Xiaoyu's presence with them. Isn't this Tang Xinyi? How come you're still in the navy and still meet this bitch? Ding Chen was a bit speechless. In his last life when he watched TV, he disliked this arrogant woman, eyeing everything, as if the world revolved around her. Where is this a female soldier? I didn't realize he wasn't even in the army as a soldier, but he'd run into this woman. If all the members of the Night Fury squad were to be taught by her, wouldn't all his hard work be ruined? Tang Xinyi walked slowly to the front of several people and saluted at Zhou Yan. Captain Zhou, I'm here. Good work. Zhou Yan nodded and brought Tang Xinyi to appear in front of all the Night Fork squads. Let me introduce you all. This is Director Xiao Tang from the Army's 3rd Military Region Games Office. From today onwards, she will be responsible for temporarily teaching you professional skills other than military physical training. Applause. Liam led the applause. Slap. The warm applause endured. Jiang Xiaoyu pounded Zhang Dapeng, who was on the side, and kept gesturing on his chest, and raised his head to signal him to look towards Tang Xinyi's side. Zhang Dapeng looked twice and smiled immodestly and compared AC. When Zhang Chong saw the bitchy smiles of these two men, he sneered. Virtuous? How can you be a soldier if you're so lewd? Zhou Yan introduced Lian and Ding Chen to Tang Xinyi. Director Xiao Tang. This is Major Lian, the leader of the Night Fork Squad. And this is Captain Ding Chen, the vice captain. Captain Lian. After Tang Xinyi saluted Lian, she just nodded her head carelessly towards Ding Chen. Hello, Vice Captain Ding. She would have saluted Ting Chen, but Ting Chen was a captain like herself, so the condescending one nodded her head and left it at that. Ding Chen looked at her smug look and grunted coldly in his heart. It was really just like on TV, empty-eyed and incomparably arrogant. People like that are a scourge in the military. Well, you guys get ready to get ready. There is not much time that Director Xiao Tang can stay in our naval base. This afternoon, we will start to let Director Xiao Tang teach you all kinds of knowledge. Physical training is postponed. After saying that, Zhou Yan handed Tang Xini over to Lian for placement, and he went back by himself. Zhou Yan took Tang Xini to the dormitory first, and when they left, Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly asked Ding Chen, Vice Captain, so this afternoon, do we not need to engage in physical training? Ding Chen glared at Zhang Xiaoyu. What's wrong? You don't want to train that much? Zhang Xiaoyu laughed dryly. Which is not true. Am I not grieving over not being able to train? Zhang Chong snorted coldly. What's so good about not being able to train? If you can't pass the physical fitness test, do you still have the face to say you're a special forces soldier? Ding Chen nodded. Don't be too happy. When the training is over, everyone's physical training tasks will increase by 20%. Ha! A whale escaped from all of the Night Stalker squad's teammates. Only Zhang Chong, this animal, not only wasn't afraid, but instead, his eyes were glowing. Soon it was afternoon, and the members of the Night Fork squad gathered together. Even Lian and Ding Chen had to follow along and learn together. Tang Xini stood on the stage and said, What I'm going to teach you first today is what every special forces soldier, and even every soldier, should learn, and that's camouflage. She wrote the word camouflage on the whiteboard. Camouflage doesn't just mean wearing camouflage clothing, with the help of props and the environment, for the purpose of disappearing from the enemy's view. You're not purely a navy, much less an army, so there's not as much jungle combat, and more than likely, you should be performing operations deep behind enemy lines. That is why you need a more profound disguise. That is, even if you stand right in front of the enemy will not be able to distinguish your identity. To achieve a kind of disguise effect, Zhang Xiaoyu raised his hand high in the air. Director Tang, is there really a disguise technique? Looking at the disbelieving looks of the Night Fork squad, Tang Xini smiled smugly. Although it can't reach the outrageousness of martial arts novels, disguise is not unattainable. With makeup, using highlights as well as shadows, you can change the shape of one's face to the point of replacing your looks. Plus mimic someone else's aura and you'll be able to change into another person entirely. Hee. Ding Chen did not hold back and laughed out. Tang Xini frowned and looked at Ding Chen. Lieutenant Ding, your headmaster invited me here to teach you knowledge. If you don't want to learn, then please get out and don't disturb the others from studying. She bit the words vice captain very hard, which used to be a reminder to Ding Chen. You are just a vice captain. Lian is listening to her. What are you? Ding Chen smiled without saying anything and got up to head out. Old Ding, don't get carried away. You're going to start a conflict with Director Xiao Tang. What do you want the top to think? Lian hurriedly dissuaded. Captain, don't be angry. Director Tang definitely didn't mean anything else. He just can't speak. Director Tang, apologize to the captain and this will be over. The Night Fork squad members were all helping Ding Chen. When Tang Xini heard this, her face turned green with anger. She had been invited by the Marines several times before she came, and these people were asking her to apologize to Ding Chen? And it was clearly Ding Chen who provoked her first, so who was she to apologize? Tang Xini stared at Ding Chen with a haughty face. Captain Ding Chen, do you have a problem with me? Or do you think there's something wrong with what I'm saying? Are you targeting me? Or are you targeting my status? In addition to being in the army, she's also a female soldier, which is a contradiction in terms if she's allowed to continue. Ding Chen sneered. I'm not targeting you. It's just that if you don't have any other skills, you shouldn't teach my soldiers. You don't deserve it yet. Tang Xini laughed angrily. I'm not worthy? Who do you think you are? If I don't teach you to teach? Ding Chen sneered. Coincidentally, I can really teach this one. Ding Chen's words caused Tang Xini to flinch, but then she sneered. Stop talking big. What can you know as a big old man? Tang Xini lightly lifted her chin. It's not that I look down on you. If you can understand what disguise is, I'll bow and apologize to you. So tell me, what else do you know besides the basics? Tang Xini's chin was raised to the sky, itching to look at Ding Chen through her nostrils. In her mind, how could a soldier like Ding Chen, who had spent countless years in the grassroots forces, have access to this? Ding Chen shrugged indifferently. His disguise skills were all practical. Letting him teach him directly was fine. Asking him to talk about theory, he really couldn't talk about so many specialized terms. Seeing that Ding Chen did not speak, Tang Xini snorted coldly. Don't pretend like that if you don't know how to. Honestly, sit down and listen to my lecture. I am only here because your commander came to invite me 3 times. Otherwise, do you think that I am rare to run towards your naval force? Apologize to me and sit back in class honestly, or I'm not taking this class. In her heart, she could remember the revenge of these people who had just asked her to apologize. And now that she had the chance, she must make Ding Chen bow down. Ding Chen was the captain of these people, and as long as Ding Chen bowed his head, then everyone in the Night Fork squad would lose face. Ding Chen's face had darkened to the point where it was like ink was coming out. This woman he had originally only stayed at the dislike stage, but the words she said had already succeeded in angering him. Ding Chen sneered. Who do you think you are? And you still want me to memorize the theory? Tang Xinyi laughed. Shut up if you don't know how. What's the use of having a hard mouth now? Ding Chen said coldly. If you're sure of yourself, have a match. Tang Xinyi laughed so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. You want to compare yourself to me? Do you know how to use makeup? Have you ever put on makeup? Ding Chen sneered. What? Don't dare to compare? If you don't dare anymore, just say so. I'll still sell this face to the headmaster. All the Night Fork squad members followed suit. They weren't afraid of offending Tang Xinyi now. After all, Ding Chen was their vice captain. After so many days, they all realized that if it wasn't for Ding Chen, it would be 1,000 times harder for them to progress. Lian likewise didn't stop Ding Chen. After all, Tang Xinyi's arrogance was written all over her face. He was also very upset with this woman in his heart, and it wasn't like he had invited her here, so he naturally stood with his brothers. Tang Xinyi laughed coldly. Fine, if you want to disgrace yourself so much, then I'll give you this chance, alright? We'll make people look like pears and see who looks more like them. But if you're not as strong as me, then I want you to bow and apologize in front of everyone and yell out loud 3 times that Director Tang was wrong and that I'm not as good as you. Ding Chen laughed disdainfully. Whoever makes a fool of themselves, wait until the competition. Tang Xinyi turned her head and spoke to Lian. Captain Lian, please find 2 people to come out and model for us, so that he doesn't have to deny it when the time comes and make excuses when he loses. Ding Chen smiled coldly. Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhang Chong out. Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhang Chong had just been laughing happily in the crowd, their faces full of gloating as they watched the fun. But now, all of a sudden, they were asked to step forward, and both of them froze, wondering why they were being called. Of course Ding Chen wouldn't say it was because the 2 of them had names he remembered the most. Hurry up and come out when I tell you to. Don't waste time. The 2 reluctantly came out and walked over to Ding Chen amidst the laughter of everyone. You choose first. Don't say I bully women, Ding Chen said in a cold voice. Tang Xinyi snorted coldly, but didn't reject the offer and began to take a closer look at Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhang Chong. Zhang Xiaoyu's thieving eyebrows and eyes looked too lewd. The difference between his temperament and Ding Chen's was too great. If he was chosen to be a model, it would be too difficult to make up to look like Ding Chen. On the contrary, Zhang Chang's figure was close to Ding Chen's, and the resolute temperament was not far from Ding Chen's, so choosing him to do the makeup would get twice the result with half the effort. Unsurprisingly, Tang Xinyi picked Zhang Chong away and led him to the inside barracks to put on his makeup. Everyone poked their heads in curiosity and wanted to look inside, but after all, the door to the room was closed, and no one dared to let Tang Xinyi realize that she wanted to peek. Half an hour later, Tang Xinyi walked out with a person who bore a 6 or 7% resemblance to Ding Chen. Everyone was a bit dumbfounded. They didn't expect that just Zhang Chang's appearance, through Tang Xinyi's hands, could still look a bit like Ding Chen. Crap, this chick has some skills. The vice captain might be kicking the bucket this time. This chick has a few tricks up her sleeve. It's really good to be able to turn Zhang Chong into such a person. Zhang Chong, you're afraid you're the captain's long-lost brother, right? Why don't you hurry up and go and recognize your relatives? Maybe the captain can give you a back door? Facing his comrade's flirtation, Zhang Chong reddened his neck and scolded angrily. Fuck you guys, you're not even worthy of lifting the captain's shoes. If I were the captain's younger brother, the first thing I'd do is to let the captain punish you guys properly. Lian took a look at Zhang Chong after makeup, also had to admit that Tang Xinyi was worthy of being the instructor of the professional class. To be able to make a person so that he couldn't see his original appearance and still be so much like the object of imitation, it was really not something that ordinary people could do. Tang Xinyi listened to the whispers around her, and in her heart, she was proud of herself. She had now decided that she was going to win. Her play today was perfect, and it was impossible for Ding Chen to defeat her. Tang Xinyi said condescendingly, alright, it's your turn now. I'd like to see how you're going to disgrace yourself. Originally, Ding Chen saw Tang Xinyi as still some skills, in addition to some details are not dealt with in place. To play their own you count under the perfect. He was already planning on letting some water in, not letting Tang Xinyi lose too badly. But this woman is aggressive and doesn't know how to be humble at all, so it's not his fault. Ding Chen sneered disdainfully. So many blunders in the details, and you still have the nerve to come out and show off. If I put on makeup like this, I'd be embarrassed to say I know how to put on makeup. Tang Xinyi laughed coldly. You will only show off your tongue. If you really have the ability, hurry up and let us see. Not to mention half an hour. Is to give you 2 hours? You out of it? It only takes half an hour for the waste to get there. Learn from it and see what I do with it. Ding Chen ignored Tang Xinyi, who was still trying to refute him. and pressed Jiang Xiaoyu onto the stool. Seeing that Ding Chen was unapologetic and opened up directly in front of the crowd, everyone curiously gathered around. Jiang Xiaoyu said fearfully, "Captain, it's not that I don't believe you. Do you know how to put on makeup or not? It doesn't matter if you lose. If you ruin my stunningly handsome face, how am I going to meet people?" "Shut up!" Ding Chen shouted lowly, and Jiang Xiaoyu was instantly too intimidated to open her mouth, and could only allow Ding Chen to do his bidding. Ding Chen's dazzling maneuvers were quick and standard, and he soon disposed of Jiang Xiaoyu cleanly, and began to keep using various cosmetics on his face. Amidst the exclamations of surprise from the front row of the Night Fork squad, in just 10 minutes, Ding Chen had drastically changed Jiang Xiaoyu's appearance. After Ding Chen put a wig on Jiang Xiaoyu, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhang Depeng even exclaimed, "Oops, mama, I've seen a ghost." Ding Chen turned Jiang Xiaoyu around to face the crowd. "Captain Tang, do you think this needs to be compared again?" Tang Xinyi stared incredulously at Jiang Xiaoyu on the stool, covering her mouth and unable to speak. Suddenly the corners of her eyes were moist and red, and she covered her face and stormed out. "Jiang Xiaoyu is still confused. Give me a mirror. Am I scary now? Why did I make Director Tang cry and run away?" The Night Fork squad looked at the rough male voice coming out of that Tang Xinyi's face and couldn't hold it back any longer, and began to roar with laughter. Someone handed Jiang Xiaoyu a piece of mirror. Jiang Xiaoyu looked down, was shocked, almost threw the mirror in his hand out. "Ma'am, this is me? This is too good looking. That's why I have a good foundation. If you guys were here, you'd all be ugly and crying. Damn. Shameless. It's obvious that the vice captain is skilled. Just your crooked teeth look. Can you be like this?" Zhang Chong snatched Jiang Xiaoyu mirror. Director Xiao Tang can be bullied into crying by the vice team leader. Everyone roared with laughter. Zhou Yan was dealing with official business in his office at the moment when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Zhou Yan looked up and saw Tang Xinyi standing in the doorway with a look of watering eyes. Aggrieved, Zhou Yan was shocked in his heart. "Director Xiao Tang, what's wrong with you? Are those brats too naughty and made you angry?" Tang Xinyi said with a sobbing voice. "Captain Zhou, your soldiers are all so powerful. There's no need for me to teach them at all. I think I'd better go back. You should hire another person." Tang Xinyi said such a thing out of context, but did not mention anything about her bet with Ding Chen and losing to him, causing Zhou Yan to misunderstand that it was the Night Fork squad's people who had joined forces and bullied this new instructor. Zhou Yan was furious. "Director Xiao Tang, don't be anxious, I'll back you up on this one. I'd like to go and see what kind of leopard guts these little brats ate. You're the one I hired back. How dare you do this? It's just against the law." With that he got up and stormed out, heading towards the Night Stalker squad's training base. Tang Xinyi took 2 fake steps to chase after him, and only after Zhou Yan disappeared from view did she wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Although she had lost to Ding Chen, it was a fool's errand to ask her to apologize to him. She wasn't just good with a handful of makeup. Now that she had to bow down to Ding Chen, how could she still have prestige in front of the gang? And these people will look down on her in their minds and will make her discredit the women's military. Zhou Yan angrily ran to the Night Fork squad's training classroom above, splitting his head and roaring, "You bunch of little brats, really don't want Lao Zi to save my heart. Director Xiao Tang is the instructor that I took the trouble to invite back to you. You guys even pissed the person off to me. What do you guys want to do in the end? You." He hadn't even finished his words when he suddenly saw Jiang Xiaoyu, who turned back around. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyu was still wearing the disguise that Ding Chen had put on him, and in Zhou Yan's eyes, he was a lookalike of Tang Xinyi. Zhou Yan froze, his brain was on the spot. "Director Xiao Tang, how did you come so fast? All before me?" All of the Night Fork squad froze and suddenly burst into laughter. It was only amidst everyone's laughter that Jiang Xiaoyu awkwardly spoke. "Chief, I'm Jiang Xiaoyu." Hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Zhou Yan incredulously circled around Jiang Xiaoyu, discovering that his physical features were indeed not Tang Xinyi. He scat and said, "Director Xiao Tang's makeup technique is really absolute. If this were to change clothes, who could know that this is not Director Xiao Tang?" Everyone stopped laughing and instead looked at Zhou Yan with odd faces. Jiang Xiaoyu said stiffly, "Captain, it wasn't Director Xiao Tang who made me up. It was the vice captain." Zhou Yan was shocked and turned his head to Lian on the side. "Old Li, you still know this?" Lian shook his head repeatedly. "Me, you don't know? How can this be something I can do? This is old Ding's masterpiece. This guy can really stun us." Zhou Yan looked at Ding Chen incredulously. He didn't know why this Ding Chen, who had been an island soldier for 10 years before, would give them such a big surprise. "Old Ding, just how many other things are you hiding from us?" Zhou Yan stared at Ding Chen dead in the face. Ding Chen laughed. "No, I've never wanted to hide anything from you guys. It's just that until it's time, I don't even know which of my abilities I can use." Hearing Ding Chen's words, Silver sigh. All the members of the Night Fork squad fell silent. You just can't compare these people to each other. Zhou Yan remeasured Jiang Xiaoyu again, and still couldn't help but let out a gasp. Old Ding, how in the world did you do this? This is not makeup. This is simply a face change. Ding Chen smiled faintly. It's just some ordinary camouflage techniques. Not enough to mention at all. Zhou Yan now also felt a moment of powerlessness towards Ding Chen's Versailles. He said in admiration, "You are so powerful with these techniques. And where did you learn them? I don't believe it's just that you're on top of an island and you can still learn this?" Ding Chen said lightly, "Before I became a soldier, I opened a small studio in my hometown. And in order to save the makeup artist's money, I usually did the makeup." Everyone smacked their lips, not having thought that Ding Chen had such a past. Tang Xinyi had just arrived here at this moment when she heard Ding Chen's words. How could she not believe that her makeup skills, which she had studied for many years and was proud of, were no match for a half-assed makeup artist from a studio? You fart. Tang Xinyi looked as if Ding Chen had lied. You're so skilled. How could you possibly practice like this? Ding Chen glanced at Tang Xinyi and sneered without looking back. Maybe this is talent. This remark of Ding Chen's pissed Tang Xinyi off half to death. When he said this, wasn't he just saying that she had no talent in a different way? Tang Xinyi still wanted to retort, but Zhou Yan frowned and said, "Director Xiao Tang, what's going on here? Just now is how they are angry with you?" Tang Xinyi hadn't thought of what to say to get Zhou Yan to punish Ding Chen, but who knew that Ding Chen was the first to speak? "Chief, it's not a big deal. It's just that just now Director Xiao Tang wanted to ask me for makeup lessons, and seeing as I'm really good at it, she got low on herself," Ding Chen said and also turned his head to look at Tang Xinyi. "Director Xiao Tang, you don't need to be ashamed of yourself. Compared to me, many people will feel gloomy. You need to calm your mind. Just take it for granted." When these words came out, all the Night Fork squad members held their red faces. They wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare in front of Zhou Yan and Tang Xinyi. They all knew what kind of person Tang Xinyi was already and didn't want to make her cry again because of this. "You fart." Tang Xinyi's face was also flushed red. Infuriated by Ding Chen, "It's obviously you who didn't listen in class and set me up so that I couldn't get off the stage. How can you turn black and white upside down here?" When Zhou Yan heard this, he sort of roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. In his heart, he also felt a burst of speechlessness towards this Tang Xinyi. You can't compare your skills to others, but you even play these underhanded tricks. If it wasn't for the fact that the people were invited back by his application from above, he would have scolded this woman away. This was too much of a mess. "Oh," Ding Chen looked as if he suddenly realized. "I really forgot if you didn't say it. Didn't you say that if you lost the competition, you would bow and apologize to the other party? I'm more generous than you, so I won't make you say it 3 times like you did. And if you sincerely apologize, I can still teach you how to do your makeup properly." Tang Xinyi had an ugly look on her face. "You're dreaming. Want me to bow to you and make amends? Don't even think about it." Everyone was offended by Tang Xinyi's approach. This woman was too capable of being unreasonable. She told Ding Chen to just bow and apologize, and when she lost, she started playing hard to get. Ding Chen smiled indifferently, stared at Tang Xinyi and said, "Then you'd better honestly roll back to your game office to hide. Not to mention makeup is more than any other technology. I can completely abuse you. You're kind of woman. Just stay honestly, don't go out well. Can't afford to lose to come out and disgrace your eyes to do what?" Tang Xinyi was furious. "What's wrong with women? Make it clear to me. Don't think that you're better than me in every aspect just because you want to make up. With this arrogant look, you can't even be a soldier." Ding Chen is now a face of odd looking at Tang Xinyi. The words who say can, but Tang Xinyi, this woman, what kind of their own did not have a AC between the number? Ding Chen laughed in a cloudy manner. "That's really embarrassing. I'm just better than you in every aspect. If you're not convinced, I can take some time to convince you. I'll tell you what, I don't want you to apologize anymore. Just name your best item. If you can win, I'll apologize to you in front of everyone, and as long as you're in the Night Fork squad for 1 day, I'll bow down and admit my mistake for 1 day. Tang Xinyi was about to explode with anger at this moment, and said in a hateful voice, "Okay, this is what you said yourself." Zhou Yan didn't say anything more at this time and let Ding Chen go. One of them was a hero of the Navy, and the other was an instructor he'd hired back, so he might as well let them fight it out on their own since nothing he said was right. And compared to Tang Xinyi, he definitely favored his subordinate Ding Chen more in his heart. The members of the Night Fork squad on the side were all a bit worried, and they all wanted to go up and persuade Ding Chen to let it go. Ding Chen just smiled coldly. "Don't worry, this woman is just trying for another 20 years. There's no way she can win against me one way or the other." Ding Chen's words stung Tang Xinyi fiercely. In the Army's Southeast Military District, she was considered a treasure by many leaders. Many of the generals spoke to her in a conciliatory manner, and she was even invited to dine at the general's home. This has long since made her become immensely inflated. And in her heart, she even thinks that the rank of colonel and above is only qualified for her to greet with a smile on her face. As for the rest, they are all just grassroots, lower level, and unimpressive. Now that Ding Chen was constantly provoking her in public, Tang Xinyi was already furious to the extreme. Who wouldn't say big words? Don't lose and be a loser. Ding Chen wasn't the type of person to fight with her verbally, and everything he said before was just to make Tang Xinyi even more annoyed. He smiled disdainfully. What? Have you thought about what you want to compete? You have to think hard this time. Don't lose and then deny it like a shrew. Then fighting. Aren't you so wild? I'll beat you so much that you can't be wild anymore. Tang Xinyi glared at him fiercely in anger, like a tigress who wanted to eat people. As soon as Tang Xinyi's words fell, everyone present looked at her with odd faces. It's not good for this brute of a woman to pick anything, but she even wants to compete with Ding Chen in a fight. Isn't this playing a lantern in the toilet, looking for her own death? Zhang Cheng kindly opened his mouth and said, Director Xiao Tang, it's better to forget about it. You're better than the rest. Aren't you wasting the opportunity the captain gave you by comparing this with our captain? Zhou Yan also kindly advised. Director Xiao Tang, forget it. You're really just wasting your chances when you compete with Ding Chen in this. There's no way you'll have a chance to win. Li and some people would not know what is called euphemism, and said bluntly, Director Tang, you are a woman, and old Ding Nan fighting is not to send food? This is simply letting old Ding bully women. That's right, Zhang Cheng said in a serious manner. You also look like a human being. If our captain uses a little bit of force and knocks your nose out of shape and your eyeline out of shape, how bad is that? You still have to spend money to get it. Tang Xinyi's lungs were about to explode. These people were deliberately undermining themselves, right? Especially this Zhang Cheng. Do you fucking think my face isn't natural? I hole you big man I hole. Fighting was at least her specialty, and now she was being belittled like this by these men. She was really going to show these people that she wasn't some embroidered pillow, and that these men had no business mocking her. Tang Xinyi said angrily, What's wrong with women? People like you? I can put them down in a few moves. Ding Chen didn't even say anything. But Zhang Cheng was amused first. Don't tease. Director Xiao Tang, you're still challenging the captain. With your physique, I can subdue it with one hand. Tang Xinyi's eyes were cold, and she didn't say anything more, just stormed out and suddenly punched towards Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng was still laughing just now. He was not prepared for Tang Xinyi to come to this hand. He could only raise his arm to block Tang Xinyi's punch in his haste. Who knew that Tang Xinyi's move was supposed to be a front? And when Zhang Cheng raised his hand to cover his face, he also covered his vision. Tang Xinyi suddenly changed her stance. Her right hand probed out and had grabbed Zhang Cheng's left shoulder. She didn't stop. Her right foot hooked behind Zhang Cheng's foot, while her hands powered up, and with one force, she slammed Zhang Cheng to the ground. How about it? Are you convinced? Just like you still say you can subdue me? Who subdued who? Tang Xinyi was smug. Zhang Cheng hadn't expected Tang Xinyi to make a sudden move, and now he was falling all over the place by this sudden attack. But when he heard that Tang Xinyi was so wildly complacent after sneaking up on him, he was instantly enraged. With a forceful push of his hands, he immediately pushed Tang Xinyi backward in a stagger, while he himself jumped up from the ground with a carp. Damn! A sneak attack and still so wild. Zhang Cheng roared and was about to pounce towards Tang Xinyi when Lian, who was beside him, hurriedly pulled him back. Zhang Baldi, don't be a jerk. Director Xiao Tang is the superior. Get back in line. Lian let out a roar. Zhang Cheng froze and said unwillingly, But captain, she plays sneak attack. I have to have a good match with her. Ding Chen patted Zhang Cheng's shoulder. Come on Zhang Cheng. The person she wants to challenge is me. Why are you following along? Being put over isn't still your own carelessness. If you were on the battlefield, would your enemy give you a chance? Seeing that it was Ding Chen who said this, Zhang Cheng did not dare to say anything more, although he was still indignant in his heart. But after all, he couldn't beat Ding Chen, so it was better for him to listen honestly. Ding Chen raised an eyebrow at Tang Xinyi. How do you compare? Set a rule to avoid making you lose too ugly. Tang Xinyi sneered. What rules do you need for fighting? Whoever gets down first loses. Ding Chen smiled faintly. Alright, let's do as you say. But this place is too narrow to spread out. Let's go to the training ground and fight. Tang Xinyi nodded and didn't go first. Instead she glared back at Zhang Xiaoyu. Hurry up and wipe off your makeup. Don't you dare insult my appearance. After she finished speaking without waiting for Zhang Xiaoyu to say anything, she directly walked out the door and went to the training ground. Who the hell am I kidding? Zhang Xiaoyu only felt a burst of speechlessness. It wasn't like he himself was willing to be transformed into this. So what was the point of getting angry at him? The surrounding comrades burst into laughter and followed Ding Chen towards the training ground. Although now Zhang Xiaoyu chemically still looked good, but after all, the teammates out of the opportunity is not much, and against a real woman, Not the Jiang Xiaoyu, this fake look energetic? Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly took off the hood and casually wiped a few handfuls on his face before quickly chasing after him. On the training ground, Tang Xinyi had all set up her stance, and as soon as she yelled start, she would launch a round of snatch attacks. Wait! Just as Tang Xinyi was about to start her attack, Ding Chen shouted, interrupting Tang Xinyi's rhythm. Tang Xinyi stared at Ding Chen with a displeased expression. What's the matter? Now you're wimpy and want to admit defeat? Everyone was powerless to roll their eyes. This woman felt too good about herself. Ding Chen smiled coldly. I just think it's a bit too bullying to fight just like that. Tang Xinyi had an expression of I've seen through you long ago. You're just a wimp, and spoke arrogantly. So what do you want? Ding Chen smiled faintly. Tell you what, I'll let you have one arm, 2 legs, and I can still whack you down with one hand. Tang Xinyi laughed as she was exasperated. Then I'd like to see how you whack me with one hand. As Tang Xinyi spoke, her entire body had already rushed towards Ding Chen. The wind of her fist came, and she had already struck out the attack that she thought was as fast as she could. Tang Xinyi's fists kept enlarging in Ding Chen's eyes, but Ding Chen didn't dodge or avoid them, and stood in place in a cloudy manner. Tang Xinyi's strike, which she thought was perfect, was simply broken in Ding Chen's eyes. Not to mention that Ding Chen's fighting ability had been pulled full circle, and dealing with her strike would have been incredibly easy, and the last reward had given Ding Chen the spider sense. So in Ding Chen's eyes, even Tang Xinyi would be attacking from that direction and at what trajectory the next moment he knew exactly. For example, her seemingly powerful swing right now was just a feint. She had held back a long time ago. If Ding Chen were to dodge, or block, it was only then that the backhand move she had concealed would be used. Just as Tang Xinyi's attack was about to land beside Ding Chen moved. The 5 fingers of his right hand came together, forming a hand knife-like swift strike at Tang Xinyi's elbow. Ding Chen's timing was very skillful. This position was just where Tang Xinyi had already swung out most of her power. Even if Tang Xinyi could see Ding Chen's move, it was too late to change her stance. Ah! Tang Xinyi let out a scream. She was smashed by Ding Chen's one-handed knife at the meridian of her right hand, and now her entire hand was numb, and she couldn't lift any strength for a while. Admit defeat and apologize. I'll save you some face. Ding Chen narrowed his eyes at Tang Xinyi. Tang Xinyi let out a cold grunt. You're dreaming. I was just careless for a moment. Let's see how I'll beat you up next. She clenched her teeth and bullied her way in again. Ding Chen had set one hand against her, so she gave up her close-range punches and responded to Ding Chen with her legs instead. The leg whip broke through the air as Tang Xinyi aimed straight for Ding Chen's head. She didn't hold back any of her strength this time, just to kick Ding Chen even faster. Ding Chen's gaze was chilled. He had already seen Tang Xinyi's evil mind. This woman had even laid her hands on the competition. She really did have an evil mind. No longer holding back, Ding Chen took a step forward, his 5 fingers like hooks, and firmly grasped Tang Xinyi's kicked-over leg in his hand. Beautiful. Good job, Captain. A cheer erupted from the Night Fork squad. Fu Jiang Xiaoyu whistled even more. Tang Xinyi's face was now blushing. Her legs were still caught in Ding Chen's hands, and she was still being flirted with by the entire Night Stalker squad in her current state of high leg lifting. If she wasn't wearing this uniform, she could die of living shame right now. Obviously she was the one who attacked, but now Ding Chen had grabbed her feet. Let go of me, stinking rascal, Tang Xinyi said in shame and anger. Ding Chen heard her speechless. This woman's brain is really not normal. She put down a deadly hand. He is just a little defense. And during the fight, he also called the other party a hooligan? Just as Ding Chen was planning to push Tang Xinyi back, Spider Sense had already detected that Tang Xinyi wanted to use his force to give him an overhead scissor kick. Fancy. Inwardly disdainful, Ding Chen simply grabbed Tang Xinyi's leg and stepped back. Tang Xinyi immediately stood unsteadily and hopped forward on one foot. Ha 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 ha. Such a comical scene naturally caused everyone present to erupt in laughter. After all, Tang Xinyi's single foot is not as fast as Ding Chen retreat. Only to hear the stabbing sound. Tang Xinyi has been unsteady. The whole person has done a one-horse, and the earth to a close contact. Her pants were now torn open and she was in a state that no one else could see, but she herself could clearly perceive. Good grief. After Ding Chen let go of her, he still had the good sense to smile wickedly from the side. What? More? Tang Xinyi roared in anger. I'm going to kill you. Ah. After saying that, she rushed towards Ding Chen like she was crazy. Disgust appeared in Ding Chen's eyes. He had already shown mercy, but this woman just couldn't stop pestering him. You're not going to blame me for this. This time, Ding Chen didn't wait, but took the initiative to attack. Right at the moment Tang Xinyi rushed in, he violently lowered his body, and slammed his fist into her chest. Bang! There seemed to be the sound of something blowing up. Tang Xinyi was shocked to find that her chest had directly deflated, and she, as a whole, was sent flying. This time, even Ding Chen stood in shock. Holy shit! What did I just blow up? Tang Xinyi was sent flying by a punch and her back hit the wall hard, but she couldn't care less about the pain at the moment, because she could feel it clearly. His own underwear was broken by the hard punch he had just thrown. Her ferocity, on the other hand, came with a fiery pain that was actually lost in the fight. When the surrounding soldiers saw this scene, their mouths all turned O-shaped. Even Zhou Yan and Li An's faces became brilliant. Everyone gave Ding Chen a thumbs up in unison. Hi, awesome. Ding Chen, on the other hand, had a bitter look on his face. He didn't want to hit that thing either. It was just that it was a bit big and in the way. You can't blame him. That, Director Xiao Tang, Ding Chen said awkwardly. Are you alright? Sorry, the force was a bit too strong. That thing of yours wasn't broken, was it? Or else I'll have my soldier rub it for you? Zhang Xiaoyu volunteered to stand up. Report, I can do this. I've learned massage before. Everyone almost couldn't help but laugh. Was that thing just to be rubbed? Ding Chen, after all, had been on the island for a long time, and was not sensitive to this aspect, and actually asked, Director Xiao Tang, should we let him come? His maneuvers are fine. Tang Xinyi's tears and water flowed out from the pain, her eyes glaring viciously at Ding Chen. She had never been so aggravated since joining the army. She didn't have to look in the present to feel everyone's mocking stares. She was so ashamed that she directly rose from the ground. Surname Ding, you stinking hooligan. Just you wait. I'm definitely going to avenge this. After saying that, she ran towards the outside without looking back. Hey, Director Xiao Tang, don't go, Ding Chen shouted. The bruises have to be rubbed away to heal. Otherwise it will hurt tomorrow. Hearing this, Tang Xinyi ran even faster, and even stumbled and plopped to the ground, directly coming to a dog's poop. Director Tang, slow down. Everyone shouted at the figure. We pulled Zhang Xiaoyu. He won't come to rub you. Tang Xinyi climbed to her feet and fled even faster. Looking at Tang Xinyi, who had fled in a sorry state, the entire Night Fork squad erupted in a burst of unrestrained derision. They had been displeased with this arrogant woman for a long time, obviously not capable of shit, but still kept provoking Ding Chen. It's true that once a certain part gets big, the brain is robbed of nutrients and does things like a retard. It's a wonder that someone with such a low IQ has managed to stay grounded in the military until now. Zhou Yan and Lian also laughed on the side, only that they were restrained, not so much as to hang the joyful look of hating to light a firecracker to celebrate on their faces like the Night Fork squad. Ding Chen helplessly shook his head. He also intended to pack a good meal of this woman. Did not expect Tang Xinyi this cannot stand to run away, which let him do the preparation all fell through, but it was good. Looking at Tang Xinyi for even a few more minutes made him feel sick. This pussy is too damn good at pretending. And this is a lesson for her. Let her know that there are people out there. Lian and Zhou Yan walked together next to Ding Chen and patted him with a smile. Good boy. You're merciful to women everywhere. I remember when you beat up Zhang Chong. It wasn't this kind of flirting. Ding Chen spread his hands and said, what's this about? Flirting with her? I still feel disgusted. If it wasn't for the fact that she ran away quickly, you'd see me finish if I collect her or not. Zhou Yan laughed and shook his head. You guys, you can really cause trouble for me. This is good. Offending people to death. I can't explain to the top. Lian gave Zhou Yan a blank look. It's not because you refused to discuss with us beforehand that caused trouble. If you had asked us in advance and made such an instructor less disgusting to us, wouldn't anything have happened? Zhou Yan nodded, but suddenly wrapped his arms around Ding Chen's neck. Old Ding, honestly, how many more skills are you hiding from me? If you had told me that you have so many skills, where else would I have to go around begging people to come and be an instructor for you guys? Ding Chen smiled. You didn't ask ahead of time either. And I can't show off how good I am to you guys at all times, right? But those skills of general special teaching, I know them all that is. Good old Ding. Hiding deep enough? Lian gave a sideways glance. Zhou Yan also laughed out loud and said, then this is a good deal. The instructor task of the Night Fork squad will be given to you on the side. Ding Chen laughed. No problem. I had already planned for these little brats originally. If it wasn't for the fact that this Tang Xinyi had suddenly disrupted my plans and taught them in an unorthodox manner, I wouldn't have stepped in to teach her a lesson. He was half mentioning that it was Zhou Yan who invited the person back. Even if it was Zhou Yan who disrupted his plans, Zhou Yan could not hear his strings, so he could only smile awkwardly. Okay, then you guys train normally. I'll go back first to deal with the follow-up. When Zhou Yan left, the Night Fork squad all gathered around and gave Ding Chen a fierce compliment. Alright, all dispersed, continue training, go. The next round of physical fitness test lasts 20. Daily training increase. Hearing this voice of Ding Chen, all the members of the Night Fork squad immediately sighed with sighs. They had only just been happy for a while for having escaped the afternoon's training, and now they were actually made to hear such sad bad news. Everyone wailed, but they could do nothing but train. Meanwhile, in Zhou Yan's office, Tang Xinyi didn't leave. It wasn't in her character to let her just walk away like nothing after taking such a big loss. Tang Xinyi stared at Zhou Yan with a furious look on her face. Captain Zhou, what do you mean by this? Inviting me here just to humiliate me a little? Zhou Yan smiled peacefully. Director Xiao Tang, don't be angry. My original intention of inviting you here was naturally to better train our special operations squad. Tang Xinyi's residual anger was still fresh. Then you let your soldiers humiliate me like that, making me embarrassed. What kind of training is this? My prestige is all gone. How can I teach them in the future? You, Director Xiao Tang, don't get excited. Your current state is no longer suitable to be an instructor and train our Night Fork squad, Zhou Yan said with a smile. Tang Xinyi's face steeply darkened. Commander Zhou, what do you mean by this? Are you whisking me back? I'm the one your commander invited over several times. How can you cross the river like this? Zhou Yan's face didn't look too good either. Already gave this woman a step down, but still fucking shameless. Ding Chen beat her not at all wrong. If he had been himself at that time, he wouldn't have beaten him any lighter than Ding Chen did. He began to say in displeasure. And you know you're here to teach? Then what are you doing being so tit-for-tat with their captain? You can't even compare to others in terms of professional skills now. And after losing such a huge amount of face, how do you expect me to let you teach them? We already have a new candidate for the coach, so we don't need you to bother anymore. You will definitely regret this. Tang Xinyi coldly grimaced and slammed the door after roaring angrily. Zhou Yan shook his head with a cold smile. Such a woman had mediocre skills, but her temper was not small. He had wronged Tang Xinyi on this point. If Ding Chen hadn't been too demonic, with Tang Xinyi's ability, she would have been able to fully have a place in the army. But also blame Tang Xinyi. This woman brain is not good. Mess with who is not good, but to mess with Ding Chen. Tang Xinyi sat in the car with a face full of anger. Ding Chen right. You wait for me. I won't stop. Late afternoon. Zhou Yan goes to the Marine Corps Command and submits his submission to the Commandant to hire Ding Chen as an instructor for the Amphibious Reconnaissance Brigade and gives a detailed explanation to the Commandant. Commander Lin Zijian looked at Zhou Yan, who was talking eloquently in front of him, and said with a slight frown, Xiao Zhou, Xiao Tang is the one I entrusted with connections to transfer from the army and arrange for you, but it turns out that you've pissed him off, and other people have sued me, so you'd better take care of this first. That Ding Chen you're talking about has only just come from the 3rd Fleet to our Marines, and you're going to promote him. You should know that he was only a sergeant a month ago, and his promotion to captain is already a promotion, and now you want to help him get a promotion. What do you want people to think? Even though he's a hero, this kind of promotion speed will still cause people to gossip. And you have to realize that no one in the entire army has been promoted at this rate since its inception. Gossiping? If others have Ding Chen's ability, I'll even let him have this leader. Zhou Yan said in exasperation. I'm a person you know. I've never been interested in things, not people. Ding Chen has the ability, and the teaching task of the entire Night Fork squad must be him. Only he can make the Night Fork squad grow into an existence that is difficult for Zhao Long to look up to. Is it really that powerful? Lin Zijian was instantly interested. When he had agreed to Ding Chen's entry into the Night Fork squad, one of the reasons was for the recognition of his hero status, and the other was based on his exaggerated battle record of capturing 40 people by himself. But now that the most elite brigade captain under his hand was asking for a promotion for Ding Chen, it looked like this Ding Chen really did have his unique skills. Zhou Yan nodded his head repeatedly. If you still have doubts, you can come with me to the Night Fork squad and personally audit Ding Chen's abilities. Anyway, for him as a person, both Night Fork squad and I are immensely convinced. When Lin Zijian saw Zhou Yan being so solemn, he just glared at him. That's not necessary. Your kid said it so well. I believe it's still not going to be faked for an outsider. In that case, for your brigade, you'll break the rules and promote Ding Chen as a training instructor. But the position is elevated and the rank remains unchanged. And you must let me see the results in the semi-annual assessment after the year. Otherwise not only Ding Chen and the Night Fork squad, but you, the first captain, will also be to blame. Yes, Zhou Yan's gaze was firm, and he straightened his chest under Lin Zijian's gaze. Early the next morning, the official appointment regarding Ding Chen had come down, and Zhou Yan read the appointment in person. The entire Night Fork squad cheered for Ding Chen's promotion. They had already fully recognized Ding Chen's strength, which was beyond their imagination in every aspect. In the past, the Jiaolong Special Force, in their hearts, was a force that was as difficult to climb over as a big mountain. However, since they had seen Ding Chen's ability, they suddenly felt that as long as Ding Chen could be their instructor, they would definitely be able to take down Jiaolong and become the Navy's most powerful special forces. At the moment the appointment was given, another system prompt rang in Ding Chen's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host. His position has been promoted and he has gained the ability traditional Chinese medicine. Within Ding Chen's mind, The flood of information was like a shocking wave, a brainwave engraved in the depths of his memory. By the time the wave receded, the abilities of Chinese medicine seemed to be innate. As long as Ding Chen's thoughts moved, he could think of all the abilities related to Chinese medicine, Chinese medical arts. This is good stuff. The corner of Ding Chen's mouth curled into a smile. He had already turned over a number of useful formulas in his mind and had ones to enhance his physical fitness. They were too useful to him, and if he utilized them properly, they would definitely be of great help in the future. Chinese medicine, however, can never be underestimated. After all, Chinese medicine reached a peak height a couple thousand years ago before Western medicine came out. Although it has been suppressed by Western medicine over the years, it was only because the ancient society had been in war for years, coupled with some bad habits, so it led to the loss of many classic Chinese medicine. Suddenly, Ding Chen's sweaty hairs stood on end, alarm bells ringing in his heart as his spider senses had detected someone approaching. Ding Chen jolted awake and saw that it was Lian approaching before his heart slowly relaxed its guard. Congratulations, it looks like I'll have to call you Instructor Ding from now on. Seeing Ding Chen in a daze, Lian walked over and teased with a smile. Ding Chen smiled lightly. It's just a part-time position. It's not like I've been promoted in rank. Am I not still the vice captain of the Night Fork Squad? Lian haha laughed. What positive vice? Our Night Fork Squad just has 2 captains. You go and ask. Which one of these little brats dares to call you a vice captain? After speaking, he turned his head to look at everyone. In our Night Fork, do you think that Ding Chen is just a vice captain? Is he inferior to me? Everyone yelled at the top of their lungs. He's an instructor. He's an instructor. He's a captain. Lian smiled slightly. See, it's well deserved. Everyone is convinced of you. Even I am convinced. Ding Chen's heart was actually warm. He had been alone for so many years that he had actually gotten used to everything. But to be recognized by so many people and to fit in among them, he had made it his home and treated everyone as if they were his own. But in the next second, he took a deep breath and said with a smile on his face, "Thank you all for recognizing me, and I will definitely live up to your trust in me. I said in the beginning that I would bring you all into an existence that surpasses the augur." Everyone's eyes showed intense excitement, but soon they were almost all in despair. Ding Chen continued, "In order to enable you to improve your abilities early, starting tomorrow, the daily training will remain unchanged. In addition, I don't care what methods you use, every day before each of you goes to bed, you must complete an additional 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, 800 horse stance punches, and 20 kilometers of armed cross-country. At the same time, 2 arm swims per week will be assessed, and those who can't swim 20,000 meters will be prepared to be punished." Ding Chen had a bad smile on his face, which looked in the eyes of the Night Fork Squad. It was as if it was a demon that bared its fangs to innocent and weak humans. The whole room was wailing and complaining, and this amount could be equivalent to more than doubling the tasks all of a sudden. This whole thing is going to cripple them. Lian also frowned. "Old Ding, will you be too hard on them? You should know that too much is not enough. They are only flesh and blood. If they are practiced and broken, it will delay the training progress instead." Ding Chen shook his head. "Don't worry about it. I have it in my heart. If they can't keep up with the training schedule, it's because they can't, and the Night Fork Squad isn't a place to recruit soldiers for retirement." Zhou Yan originally also felt that Ding Chen's approach was too extreme, but he had already patted his chest with the commander to ensure that if the Night Fork Squad pulled down, he could hardly be blamed. "Only just lead the team in peace. You have to trust Old Ding," Zhou Yan swore. Old Ding's existence is a miracle. He managed to train himself like this without any special training, so there must be a way to make these little buggers into really strong soldiers. When Lian saw that even Zhou Yan had given Ding Chen such trust, he didn't say anything more, only silently preparing himself to interrupt Ding Chen's training at any time. After all, this amount of training was unheard of, even for him. If this is what Ding Chen gets up to, these little brats definitely won't be able to handle it. He just sighed silently in his heart. "Lao Ding, ah Lao Ding, this new official of yours has burned too much. Alright, what are you waiting for? Start training immediately." With a loud shout from Ding Chen, the entire Night Fork Squad gritted their teeth and started the day's training despite their grumbling. By the time they had finished the other tasks and were finally left with 20 kilometers of armed cross-country, many of them couldn't hold on any longer. "Instructor, we can't make it." Jiang Xiaoyu now felt like his legs were about to break, and his throat was so dry that it was about to bleed. Even Zhang Chong was panting, using his hands to support himself in order to barely remain standing. "Instructor, we can't train at all if we overdraw our bodies like this." Some of those who were not as physically fit as them were now so limp that they could not even speak. "Get up. No stopping," Ding Chen bellowed. "Is that all you guys are capable of? Being a soldier? Are you so cowardly?" Ding Chen glared at them. "As long as there's still a breath left, just crawl you all to the finish line. Think about it. Up ahead are your families waiting to be rescued. Do you have time to rest here? No, Zhang Chong roared angrily, gritting his teeth and taking steps to continue running forward. Zhang Xiaoyu glanced at Zhang Chong, who was running ahead, and also clenched her teeth and followed, one after another. Everyone in the Night Fork squad climbed up and ran towards the front together. Seeing this scene, Ding Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although they were exhausted, they were now gritting their teeth. It's just that they're numb. Many people don't even have any sense of feeling their legs. With only one thought in mind, they had to keep running and run ahead to save their families. And because that thought sustained them, they were able to keep going. All of them crossed the finish line. The obsession in their hearts collapsed, and they all collapsed to the ground without any more strength. Some people are so oblivious that after they cross the finish line, they continue on with vacant eyes. If it hadn't been stopped by Liam, there's no telling where it would have gone. But once such soldiers were stopped by Liam, the moment they returned to their senses was often the time when they were exhausted. Everyone ran across the finish line and there wasn't a single one still standing. Liam hurriedly arranged for them to be sent back to the dormitory, and one by one they were carried and thrown onto the bed. Seeing his team members being tossed around like this by Ding Chen, Liam was heartbroken and rushed to find Ding Chen. Old Ding, you can't train like this. Liam frowned. At this rate, not to mention whether their bodies can handle it, even tomorrow's training will be a problem. You weren't there to see it, they couldn't even get into bed by themselves, and if I hadn't had someone carry them, they'd all be sleeping on the floor tonight. I still think your method is too much. It should be more gradual. Lian saw that Ding Chen didn't say anything, and was also worried that if he was like this, Ding Chen would have a lump in his heart. Lian hurriedly said, I'm just worried about delaying the training and giving a suggestion. The specific training is still up to you. After all, you are their instructor. I support any decision you make. Ding Chen smiled. Don't worry. I know in my heart. I just want to see the limits of their physical abilities. The method to let them recover. I've already prepared it. But I still need you to go and do me a favor. Lian's heart settled down quite a bit when he heard that Ding Chen was prepared. It was just that he was very curious about the favor Ding Chen said. What favor? Ding Chen handed Lian the paper he had prepared long ago. You follow the herbs on this and procure enough portions for me. I'll make medicine for them and make sure they're alive and well tomorrow as usual. Liam took the paper and asked, not quite believing it, is this thing reliable? Ding Chen nodded his head. Of course it's reliable. Our family is a family of Chinese medicine practitioners. We've grown up with it since we were in elementary school, so how could it not be reliable? And I've studied a lot of Chinese medicine during my 10 years on the island. Isn't your family a martial arts family? Lian was surprised. Ding Chen laughed. Right. It's because you have to condition your body even if you learn martial arts, or else you'll hurt your body instead. This is my family's untold secret recipe. A single recipe recorded in an ancient book. You can't give me out. You know, it is with the presence of this kind of medicine that strengthens the body and strengthens the vitality that so many martial arts masters could be produced in ancient times. This medicine of mine can make anyone with a weak body become a dragon and strong. Liam staggered. Is it that much of a stretch? Ding Chen smiled. Exaggerate or not, make it not. You have to grab some time to help me purchase it, or else I won't be able to catch up to give it to them the next day. Lian was startled and didn't dare to delay any longer, immediately going to dispense the medicine according to the prescription. An hour or so later, Lian panted and ran over with a large bag of medicine. Old Ding, the medicine you asked for is here. You should start now. Don't delay, Lian shouted at the top of his voice. Ding Chen took the medicine, tried the portion, estimated that it was enough, nodded and picked up the medicine and headed to his room. Lian still wanted to follow him in and see Ding Chen's miraculous means, but Ding Chen stopped him. I've already shown you my formula. The pharmaceutical techniques can't be given to you anymore. After all, it's a family recipe, so just wait outside. Hearing Ding Chen say this, although Lian was disappointed, he couldn't say anything else and could only sit outside the door and wait. Time passed, and Liam waited drowsily outside the door. There was no telling how long it had been, and when Liam's head nodded forward, he instantly woke up and hastily opened his eyes. Liam then realized that the sky had already whitened, and he had actually stayed outside the door all night, and it was now dawn. Thinking of the medicine Ding Chen had mentioned, Lian rushed forward and knocked on the door. Loud ding! Loud ding! Lian shouted eagerly. It's dawn. Can you do it or not? If you don't come out, you'll have to delay your training. With a creak, the door to the room opened and Tinchin put his fist in front of Liam. It's been ready for a long time. Look what it is. Ding Chen spread out his hand, and a black medicinal pill lay in his palm, still emitting a medicinal fragrance non-stop. Lian looked at the medicine in Ding Chen's hand with a look of disgust. Crap, Lao Ding. Can this thing be eaten? It's so ugly and has a strange odor. It's not something you rubbed off your body, is it? Ting. Be honest, how long has it been since you took a shower? Roll your ass. Ding Chen rolled his eyes in a good humor. I bathe much more diligently than you. You can rub mud out of your body, but I can't even rub it out of mine. Lian smiled awkwardly. Old Ding, it's not that I don't believe you, but this thing? I believe you when you say it's shit. Is this thing really as godly as you say? Ding Chen didn't actually know what this thing really did, but since it was the knowledge given by the system, he believed that it should work wonders. I can't say it enough. Try it and you'll see. Get them up and gather. Liam smiled awkwardly. It wasn't him who was trying anyway. He had no problem with that. If he had been allowed to eat this stuff, he could have vomited up everything he had emptied into his bowels the day before. A sharp whistle sounded, and the members of the Night Fork squad dragged their tired bodies and walked with heavy steps to gather on top of the playground. Ding Chen looked at the group of soldiers and said in a cold voice, I've seen all of your performance yesterday, and I'm very pleased that you were able to grit your teeth and persevere. In order for you to train better, I've gotten you medicine that, when consumed, will help relieve your fatigue and strengthen your body. Ding Chen said as he showed the pill he had just shown Lian in front of the crowd. This is it. You guys hurry up and eat it. Then train. Everyone in the Night Fork squad looked at the medicine in Ding Chen's hands, and instantly everyone's faces collapsed. A pill that big, black and disgusting looking. This nigga. It's edible? Instructor. Zhang Xiaoyu was the first to raise his hand and said, I'm applying not to eat this stuff. From this far away, I can be stunk out by this stuff. Ding Chen glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu, instantly shutting Zhang Xiaoyu's mouth in fear, and even his raised hand was hurriedly lowered. Ding Chen looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him nervously. He kindly laughed. You all won't eat? Everyone nodded their heads in succession. The smell is impossible to swallow. They didn't just dislike the disgusting odor, but mainly because they felt in their hearts that it was unreliable. And the more Ding Chen let them eat now, the more they felt that there was something wrong with it. Perhaps this was another one of Ding Chen's trumped-up punishments. They didn't want to be this warrior and run into Ding Chen's guns. Zhang Xiaoyu, step forward. Here. Ding Chen's yell scared Zhang Xiaoyu. However, under Ding Chen's stern gaze, Zhang Xiaoyu could only come out stiffly. Swallow it. Ding Chen spread his hand flat in front of Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the pills lying in Ding Chen's palm and shook his head like a rattle drum. Instructor, I haven't offended you either, so please let me go. If you're told to swallow, you swallow. Where's the nonsense? Ding Chen rolled his eyes and went straight for it while Zhang Xiaoyu was still opening her mouth to speak. Ding Chen's left hand instantly held Zhang Xiaoyu's chin. His fingers pinched his cheeks, and with a little force, he pinched Zhang Xiaoyu's mouth open. Zhang Xiaoyu was so scared that she immediately tried to struggle, but with a slap of Ding Chen's right hand, the pill that was in his hand had already entered Zhang Xiaoyu's mouth. The medicine melted in his mouth, and an odd medicinal flavor hit Zhang Xiaoyu's mouth, causing him to have a strong feeling of vomiting. Zhang Xiaoyu wanted to struggle, but he was in Ding Chen's hands, so where could he break free? Ding Chen glanced at the time and felt that the medicine should have already entered Zhang Xiaoyu's abdomen before letting go of his hand. Zhang Xiaoyu instantly fell to his knees and kept dry heaving in place. I can't. I'm dying. Zhang Xiaoyu cried out. This stuff all tastes like shit. Instructor, will it kill me? I haven't married a wife yet. I haven't held a woman's hand yet. Help! When the Night Fork squad saw Zhang Xiaoyu struggling in pain, all of them were shocked and their sweaty hairs exploded, and they lowered their heads not daring to look directly at Ding Chen. Ding Chen glanced at the men. You goons, taking a pill is like taking your lives. What? None of you want to take it? The others even nodded their heads, and even Zhang Chong, who was not afraid of anything, said at this time, Instructor, it's not that we don't want to, we really don't dare to eat it. Ding Chen shrugged. Alright, I won't force you if you don't eat, but the task has to be completed as usual, and whoever fails to complete the task, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Everyone who heard him speak in this manner was delighted in their hearts, not realizing that Ding Chen would really let them off the hook just like that. Only Zhang Xiaoyu, now still on the ground, but still shouted, Instructor, then why did you force me? He wanted to say something else, but he was racked by Zhang Chong and the others. Let's go, let's train or we won't finish. Zhang Dupang framed Zhang Xiaoyu, preventing him from opening his mouth, and a group of people hurriedly fled away from Ding Chen. Seeing that the matter ended just like that, Lian frowned and looked at Ding Chen. It ended just like that? Ding Chen nodded. If they don't want to eat it, then don't force them. Don't worry, they'll come back begging for it. It was Lian who didn't believe Ding Chen's words, but Zhang Xiaoyu ate it and didn't see any changes? Ding Chen gave Lian a blank look. Do you think this is an elixir? Eating it will definitely take time to digest the medicinal power. At the latest today, each of these brats will definitely come back to beg me. Lian still felt uncertain about this inexplicable confidence of Ding Chen's. and fearing that something might happen to the people of the Night Fork Squad, he hurriedly bid farewell to Ding Chen and went over to keep an eye on them. After all, yesterday everyone was as tired as if they were about to die, and today it was such an intense training session. He was afraid that these people wouldn't be able to handle it. After all, he had spent more time with the Night Fork Squad than Ding Chen, and his emotions were deeper. In his mind, these guys were not just his players, they were his credentials to prove himself after training. They are more than that, they are his brothers in arms. The morning practice was as heavy as ever and everyone was in even less shape than last night. By the time lunchtime rolled around, everyone could barely walk. Only Jiang Xiaoyu, with a cheerful step, went with them to the cafeteria. Zhang Chong asked with a puzzled expression, "Stinky fish, aren't you tired?" Jiang Xiaoyu herself didn't react, and when she heard Zhang Chang's words, she also scratched her head in confusion. "I don't know. I don't feel anything today. I'm not only not tired now, I feel like I can still jump a few times. How come?" Zhang Dapeng was puzzled. At this time, Lu Yan slapped his thigh. "You guys, is it possible that it's because of the night fish's medicine that Stinky Fish ate in the morning?" Hearing him say this, it dawned on the others. Zhang Dapeng nodded his head repeatedly. "It's very likely, or else with this virtue of the Stinky Fish, he would have been exhausted long ago." Lu Yan said with difficulty. "Then what do we do now? I can't hold on much longer with this training style." Zhang Dapeng nodded his head. "I couldn't hold on long ago either. Why don't we go back and beg the Night Fork to let us take the medicine too?" Zhang Chong, however, said helplessly, "But we were dead set against eating it in the morning. So if we go now, the Night Fork will still give it to us?" Although Zhang Chang's physical fitness was better than theirs, this kind of intense training was also a great burden for him, so when they were discussing it, he thought of that too. Lu Yan sighed. "Then we have to try, or else we'll really be wasted at this rate." After everyone conferred and hurriedly ate their meals, more than 100 people walked towards Ding Chen's office in great numbers. Lian was in the office with Ding Chen when he suddenly saw so many people coming over. He was startled and thought something big had happened, but who knew that the scene in the next moment had gone beyond his knowledge. "Instructor!" all of them shouted. "We know we're wrong, please reward us with a mouthful of medicine." Holy shit, Liam was shocked. That works? Before going to bed that night, each member of the Night Stalker squad was given a pill. At this moment, no one minded that the pills were big and smelly. This stuff instantly became a panacea in their eyes. Everyone swallowed it almost immediately the moment they got it. "I go. This feels so refreshing." Zhang Chong touched his stomach with a satisfied face. "I feel like my body is floating right now. It's so comfortable." Lu Yan leaned against his pillow with a satisfied face. "This day's exhaustion has caused my bones to fall apart. Once this elixir goes down, I feel like all the fatigue is gone." Divine medicine. "Oh no, is immortal medicine," Zhang Dapeng said comfortably. "The instructor is really omnipotent." Before he became an island soldier, he was designated to have received some mysterious special training. Maybe it is also a mysterious department of the state special training. Jiang Xiaoyu had eaten during the day, so not at the moment. It'll take 3 or 4 hours for this pill to work. "What the hell do you guys feel now?" Everyone raised their middle fingers at him. "It's cheaper for you during the day, but tomorrow you'll be miserable. Let's get a good night's sleep to regain our strength. And tomorrow, let's see you exhausted as a dog." Everyone laughed in triumph, and Jiang Xiaoyu simply put her head over her head and went to sleep. "Humph. It's not that I gave you guys a drug test, you bunch of heartless." Bah! Early the next morning, before the assembly whistle sounded, everyone immediately climbed to their feet. "Hey, it feels like it's a lot easier. I'm all energized." Zhang Chong swung 2 punches into the air and laughed. "It's so powerful. I feel like I can beat 5 Jiang Xiaoyu to death right now." Jiang Xiaoyu rolled his eyes at him. "Baldy, we are comrades in arms. Don't keep trying to beat me to death, okay?" Zhang Dapeng said excitedly. "An instructor is an instructor. In the future, we can't doubt him anymore. The instructor is just letting me eat shit. That definitely makes sense." Everyone looked at him wistfully. "That's what you said. If you really eat it next time, you taste it." Zhang Dapeng's face instantly turned ugly. Stammering and smiling awkwardly. I'm just saying for fun. We all share the same blessings. This kind of good thing, we can't afford to have one less." Just then, a shrill whistle suddenly sounded outside. Without saying a word, all of them grabbed their backpacks and flew towards the outside in a frenzy. 2 weeks had passed, and the Night Stalker squad's progress was growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Everyone's stamina has doubled in such a short period of time. It used to be exhausting to run 20 kilometers of rapid marching. Now run 30 kilometers in salt water with weight on and the guys are still alive and kicking and continue to get physical. Lian was completely shocked. Just that one small pill actually had such a great effect? He also stole one from Ding Chen when no one was looking at night. He wanted to see what was so amazing about it. Training time is always short, and the 2 months rushed by. Soon came the day they were about to be tested. Early in the morning, the shrill sound of the muster whistle resounded throughout the camp. All of Night Stalker's men flew in sharply, carrying all of their gear, and quickly assembled in formation on the playground. Looking at the squad that was as neat as a square, Ding Chen smiled faintly in satisfaction. "We've watched your performance over the past 2 months," Ding Chen exclaimed. "Your growth is evident for all to see. So in order to test just how far you've grown and whether or not you're able to be a qualified Special Forces soldier, I've arranged special training for you." "Ha, another special training, ah?" Everyone originally had a face of self-confidence and pride, but at this moment it was immediately like frost had hit them. Although they were now acclimatized to the amount of training they had done before, that is, they were not very tired after a whole day, but Ding Chen has already secretly raised several % of their training volume, which said special training, not to take off a layer of their skin. How can they escape Ding Chen's clutches? "Quiet," Lian frowned. "The instructor is in the middle of a lecture. Who gave you permission to speak? Is there any discipline left?" Everyone obediently shut up and listened to Ding Chen's arrangements. Seeing that these guys were so obedient, Ding Chen also smiled. "Don't worry, this special training mission is also something you guys will enjoy. After all, after burying your heads in the sand for so long, it's time for you to show yourselves. I've already booked you with another unit for a confrontation exercise, so don't you dare lose me." Upon hearing that it was a confrontation exercise, everyone's eyes were glowing and they were instantly excited. They had been drilled so hard by Ding Chen for so long, and now they finally had the chance to take this breath out. Where could Ding Chen not see what these guys were thinking? He said with a cold face. "Don't think that I don't know what you guys are thinking, but you shouldn't underestimate your opponents either. Your opponents this time are also our fellow Marines, and they can be veteran amphibious reconnaissance brigades as well. And while they're not special forces like us, they won't have it any easier than any of you in terms of experience and training. Furthermore, you are acting as the offense this time, attacking their defended Reef Island, and I need you to eradicate their base on the island within 2 days. If you can't complete the mission, everyone continues to give me extra practice after the drill." When they heard that the punishment for failure would just be an increase in training, all the Night Fork squads looked at each other and smiled indifferently, not taking this punishment to heart at all. How could Ding Chen not know what they were thinking? These brats had now made great progress in their physical abilities and had their own medicine to back them up. For the punishment of increased training, it could no longer make them feel afraid. Ding Chen sneered. "Don't take it seriously. While the training volume increases, there will be no supply of pills for half a month. Future pills are also reduced by half." As expected, all the members of the Night Fork squad trembled when those words came out. Jiang Xiaoyu even cried out with a desperate face. "Instructor, don't you can just punish us to do another 1,000 push-ups, but you mustn't take away our immortal pills," Lian said with a stern face. "Then you will work hard to complete the mission. As special forces, if you can't even defeat the ordinary troops, then what face do you have to talk? What are we spending so much energy and time to train you for?" Lian snapped. "If you guys lose, it's a slap in your instructor's face. It's saying that he's not good at coaching, so how can he have the face to face his leaders?" Everyone's heart flinched. Promise to complete the mission and never degrade the Night Fork's reputation. Now everyone moved and let out a roar together. Compared to the so-called punishment, none of it mattered to them. However, if Ding Chen's strength was called into question because of their failure, that was something they didn't want in any way. Ding Chen smiled. "Very well, as long as you always remember everything I've taught you and remain vigilant, it won't be very difficult to achieve victory. Training starts in the afternoon. Now get back and get ready to go." Yes, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All members of the Night Stalker squad were ready to board the ships off the coast. It was just that everyone hadn't expected that when they got on the boat, Ding Chen and Lian didn't follow them onto the boat, but instead stood on the shore and waved to them, wishing them a good race. "Captain, you're not coming with us?" Jiang Xiaoyu was surprised. Ding Chen smiled wistfully. "For this confrontation, I will be observing your actions from afar with Captain Li, and will not give you any orders, so behave yourselves." All of the members of the Night Fork squad were all slandering in their hearts. Seeing how Ding Chen was smiling like this, he must be holding back the law to trap people again. Over the past 2 months, Ding Chen had revealed such a smile more than once, but every time he smiled, it was sure to be the beginning of their suffering. Like armed cross-country. For example, every time they were nearing the end of the line, Ding Chen would laugh and tell them to run another 5 miles. Having learned from the previous lesson, now that they saw Ding Chen smiling like this again, they all had an extra heart in their hearts. The ship's engines roared as it took the 180 members of the Night Stalker squad towards its target. Ding Chen's side had just sent the Night Fork squad away when their opponents, the High Brigade, walked over with their deputies. Lian smiled and greeted Captain Gao. Captain Gao, are your men ready? Senior Brigade smiled and glanced at Lian. Don't worry, my soldiers aren't vegetarians and have long been prepared. Besides, we have a secret weapon given by Captain Ding. Although your Night Fork squad has the name of a special force, but after all, the training is less than half a year. I think you guys are probably going to have to turn over in the gutter this time. Lian was surprised. Old Ding, what's the situation? You even gave old Gao information. Isn't this a pit against your own people? Ding Chen smiled faintly. I just want them to feel that they are being counted on by the enemy at every turn. And in this unexpected situation, let's see what kind of reaction they can make. If they can't even overcome this difficulty, what's the point of talking about special operations? Ding Chen said in a cold voice. After all, if it's the middle of a war, any kind of situation can happen, and it requires their own judgment. Lian gave Ding Chen a thumbs up. This kind of captain who colluded with his opponents and victimized his own team members was probably the only one of its kind. On the surface of the sea, a ship rode the wind and waves, carrying 180 Night Fork Squad teammates towards Island 383. 383 Sea Island region, a large island with a mountainous jungle landform. The Night Fork Squad's mission this time was to travel to that island on a ship to destroy the enemy's military base on the island and wipe out the enemies on the island. All the team members were both nervous and excited as they looked at the turquoise water and gazed at the island from afar. This was the first time they had done this kind of large-scale confrontation since joining the Night Stalker squad. They had learned a lot of theory, and now was the time to test the results. On top of the ship, Zhang Dapeng looked at the waves stirred up by the ship's breaking waves and said worriedly, the mission arranged by the Night Fork must have tried to pit us against each other again. And this mission definitely won't be so simple. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded his head repeatedly. As far as the Night Fork's character of pitting people to death is concerned, it must be unsettled. Maybe it sold us to the enemy a long time ago. After we get ashore, the groups should not spread out too much. So let's all be careful. Zhang Chong grinned broadly. If I say so much to think about what to do. Beach landing. Capture the reef island. In the end is not to rely on the strength to speak. Isn't it also about who has better marksmanship and more powerful hands? Let's just charge in together. There are so many of us. Do we need to be so cautious? Hearing such a reckless idea from Zhang Chong, Jiang Xiaoyu mockingly laughed. Then no wonder that you say your muscles have grown into your brain. The other party is also from the Amphibious Reconnaissance Brigade. All of them are veterans of a few years. They are not weak in the first place. And there are Night Stalkers to help them with their plans. And you dare to be so gullible? What? Haven't you ever suffered from a Night Fork? When Zhang Chong thought of Ding Chen's devilish methods, he trembled and never spoke again. The physical training that Ding Chen had developed for them during that initial month made him draw Ding Chen as his confidant. But in these last 2 months, even he couldn't endure Ding Chen's various tactics. The heart has long since been polished flat. The ship docked, and all the Night Stalker squad members began to land cautiously. And after occupying the landing site, they did not venture into the jungle inside, but instead relied on the reef to build a defense on the edge of the jungle. Ding Chen was currently on a ship in the sea not far away, observing them from afar through his binoculars. It was said to be a telescope, but in fact, relying on the functions of eagle eye and God's perspective, Ding Chen had been able to take in all of their actions. Seeing that these little brats were actually vigilantly constructing defenses and discussing tactics outside the jungle, Ding Chen nodded with satisfaction. These little brats look like they haven't been pitched a lot in the past, and now they've all learned the hard way. They're much more cautious now. Lian put down his binoculars and said. Ding Chen turned his head to look at Lian. After all this time, if they still don't learn from their mistakes, then we'll have to come back and clean them up. When Lian saw Ding Chen's serious face, he couldn't help but ask in curiosity, Old Ding, you honestly give me the bottom line. What exactly did you arrange for Lao Gao and the others? How much intelligence did you give them? Ding Chen coughed. Not much information was given. The arrangements were somewhat arranged. Everything was for training anyway. Lian nodded approvingly. That's true, but I believe in our team members. They are at least 180 well-trained special soldiers. No matter what arrangements old Gao has on his side, it should still be easy. Ding Chen smiled wistfully. What if there was half a regiment on the island? Lian froze, shook his head and pointed at Ding Chen. Old Ding, don't bring you to play like this. With so many people, how can they possibly finish? Ding Chen had a reasonable face. Their target is me. I can hit 40 in one. And only letting them hit less than 10 in one isn't exactly pitting them, is it? Lian laughed along with Ding Chen. Just as the two men were having a bad laugh, the soldiers on the ship suddenly came over and shouted, Captain Zhou called. The leaders above have boarded the island to inspect the two armies' drills, so let's prioritize ensuring the leader's safety. Ding Chen said with a disinterested face. Just come, the leader is supposed to come to inspect. There must be no shortage of guards around. So what's the big deal? Lian said worriedly. Old Ding, why don't we suspend it for a while? I'm worried that something might go wrong. These little brats don't know how to take things lightly. Ding Chen shook his head. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Meanwhile, on top of the 383C island, the Night Fork squad had completed their tactics after a brief discussion. Everyone agreed with the principle of caution, and decided to split into 10 groups, advancing towards the depths of the jungle at each other's horns, and at the same time sending Jiang Xiaoyu and Lin Feng, another sniper in the squad, to probe deeply into the enemy situation, so as to remove the danger before advancing. Under such a tactical arrangement, the Night Fork squad kept going deeper and deeper, and soon came to the center of the island. In the jungle, Jiang Xiaoyu and Lin Feng had arrived on top of a high slope, and below them, there was a mountain path. A caravan was struggling along the not-so-wide mountain road. In the convoy, in the opening military vehicle, rode Li Jianbin, the commander-in-chief of the navy, and Lin Zijian, the commander of the marines. Behind them, in several trucks, sat a total of more than 100 officers. The lowest rank among their officers was Major Colonel. They were all elite general officers from various armies, and this time they had come along with the commander to learn from Ding Chen's advanced deeds. Stinky fish. There's a situation up ahead. Lin Feng waved at Jiang Xiaoyu to check the situation on the mountain path. Jiang Xiaoyu also saw the convoy. Go back and inform them that we've spotted the enemy. The two men flew through the jungle and soon arrived at Jiang Chang's location where they were. When Jiang Xiaoyu told the others about this situation, Jiang Chong said without any worries, "Do you guys think that this could be a trap set for us by the Night Fork? Finding enemies at this point in time, and with so many unsuspecting enemies at that, it's a bit too coincidental." Jiang Xiaoyu said anxiously, "This is already the enemy's activity area. Isn't it a normal operation to discover the enemy?" Jiang Xiaoyu said hatefully, "You're afraid of this and that. Are you scared out of your wits by the Night Fork? If we don't see such a good opportunity, is it possible that we have to wait for the enemy to discover us and be on guard before we fight?" Zhan Dapeng also persuaded. "Stinky fish is right. Now that the enemy is clear and we are in the dark, such an opportunity is fleeting. If we let the enemy get away, when they are ready, it will be difficult to make another move." Lu Yen nodded. "Right. If we don't dare to make a move, the Night Fury will definitely laugh at us again if they know." Zhang Chong was not a forward-looking character, but he was really a bit scared by Ding Chen, so he was this cautious. Now that he saw that his brethren had agreed, he also slapped his thigh and said, "Damn, okay, just fuck them." Everyone was unified and quickly made tactical arrangements. All of them immediately chased towards the direction of the caravan, overtook the caravan, and went to set up an ambush at the place where they must pass through. Meanwhile, above the sea, Lian suddenly saw the Night Fork squad begin to hurry and disappear into the jungle. He hurriedly asked Lin Chao, "Is the ambush you arranged around here? Have they been discovered? These little buggers are starting to move." Ding Chen was also very surprised. By all rights, Jiang Xiaoyu and the others should still be some distance away from the encirclement he had arranged. The first half of the island, it is purely to let this group of people fear, sharpen their mind's process. Only the second half of the course of the various traps he arranged ambush. It's hard to believe that these boys realized that they hadn't seen anyone for the first half of the trip and got bold. Ding Chen pretended to pick up his binoculars to observe, but in reality, God's view had already spread out and enveloped that island from afar. A few moments later, Ding Chen had spotted the caravan on the mountain road, as well as the Night Fork squad that was setting up an ambush. Ding Chen froze, then reacted as he slapped his thigh and realized, "Old Li, did the leader board the island from over there?" Li Yan's face suddenly changed, and he said with great alarm, "Oh no, these little brats are going to get into big trouble this time. Quickly turn the ship around." 383 above the island. The convoy of leaders who had come to sightsee was moving smoothly, in order not to let the leaders feel the bumps, although the mountain pass is narrow, but the convoy traveling slowly, but also quite smooth. "Old Lin, is that heroic soldier transferred to your team really as amazing as you say?" Navy Commander-in-Chief Li Jianbin curiously asked Marine Corps Commander Lin Zijian. Lin Zijian nodded. "The people below me with their chests beat and recommended him to be the instructor of our brigades, and I'm now letting him double as the instructor of this special forces unit just to test his abilities. This kid not only has outstanding personal strength and is loyal to the country, but this body of skills is really not small." Li Jianbin laughed cheerfully. "Hearing you say that makes me even more curious about him." Lin Zijian laughed along. "I'll see you soon." Boom boom boom. Before Lin Zijian's words fell, a dense explosion had already sounded. Shit, what the hell? The driver was so scared that he slammed on the brakes, and the entire car was brought down hard on the front seats by inertia, and several people even almost fell down. White smoke rolled out of the car's windows and dirt splattered everywhere along with the explosion. The officers on the trucks were dumbfounded. They had followed their leaders over to study. So how did they suddenly come under attack? Quick! Get on guard and protect the chief. The reinforced platoon that followed over from several trucks to protect Li Jianbin immediately jumped out of the trucks and alerted the surrounding area with their guns raised. But the smoke from the explosions all around them made it impossible for them to see more than 3 meters away. On top of the commander's military vehicle, the driver, Bu Chao, with the vehicle's sharp braking, his head a little, his hat almost flew out. Bu Chao panicked and held his hat. Commander, be careful. I'll get off and take a look. Li Jianbin and Lin Zijian nodded calmly. They had also brought soldiers over this time. All of them were elites mobilized from various units. Some special circumstances. They didn't need them to be too nervous yet. Bu Chao panicked and got out of the car. But the surrounding area was just a white blur, making it impossible to see anything at all. Just then, a black shadow suddenly rushed over amidst the white smoke. Bu Chao's eyes flashed, and he suddenly felt a lightness under his feet, and his entire body had fallen into the mud. Bah! Bu Chao looked up and spat out the mud in his mouth. His whole face already wrapped in mud. You guys let go of me. Be honest. Jiang Xiaoyu's foot exerted force, almost stomping Bu Chao into the mud again. Fuck. Do you guys know the rules of maneuvers? Can't you see such a big bomb? It's reasonable to say that you've all been killed in action. If you don't stay in the car honestly, what are you doing running down here? In the smoke. Countless members of the Night Fork Squad were like evil ghosts in the smoke, and their bodies rushed into the smoke like ghosts. All the soldiers of the reinforced platoon had a flash of light in front of their eyes, and they didn't even have time to react before their men had been knocked down by the Night Stalker squad and pinned down in the mud. By the time the smoke cleared, all of the soldiers had been subdued by the Night Stalker squad, except for the group of officers who were not armed. Even the officers were all surrounded by the Night Fork squad, aiming their blackened guns at them. All of you get out of the car. None of you move. You are now captured by us. Zhang Dapeng shouted triumphantly. Just then, on the first military vehicle, the passenger door suddenly opened, and Guard Sun Nan got out and angrily yelled, "Which troops are you? Don't you know that the leader is in the car?" "Leader? I'm the one who beat the leader." Jiang Xiaoyu grinned. "Damn. I can't see that you guys still have quite a lot of tricks. In order to cheat, you guys can dare to say anything, ah?" Lu Yan had opened the car door by this time, and when he saw Lin Zijian and Li Jianbin in the car, he froze. Although he didn't recognize the two commanders, he was really shocked to see that there were two such old veterans in the car, and one of them was carrying the rank of Major General, while the other one was even more outrageous with the rank of Admiral. Ha ha ha. Only Jiang Xiaoyu heartlessly laughed back and forth. Damn, pretending is quite like that. Makeup technology is good, but this rank you also make too high. You can bluff people like this? Get out of the car. All of you. You're our prisoners now, he said, letting go of Bu Chao and reaching out to yank on Lin Zijian, trying to tear their disguise apart. Lin Zijian and Li Jianbin were taken aback. They didn't expect that On Yen was territory. On their navy's turf, they would let their own soldiers be captured. Bu Chao and Sun Nan were also startled. If these soldiers hurt the commander, they could not be blamed for their deaths. Stop, Sun Nan said angrily. Damn, it's simply a bunch of soldier gangsters. If you dare to make a move on the leader again, I'll be impolite, he said, going for the gun he had on him. Damn, how dare you mess up after being killed in action? Sun Nan was startled, and behind him, Zhang Chong cursed angrily and had already made a move to strike the back of Sun Nan's head with a knife in one hand. He had fainted with a flash of light in front of his eyes and slammed heavily into the dirt. These soldiers are dishonest. Tie them all up and wait until the maneuvers are over, Lu Yan yelled. A bunch of majors and lieutenant colonels who came down from a few trucks had wanted to fight back, but where were the opponents of these Night Fork squads? In a matter of 3 strokes, they were knocked down in the mud, allowing Jiang Xiaoyu and the others to tie them up without a second thought. Li Jianbin originally also brought a reinforced platoon of elite soldiers, but these soldiers are not the opponent of Zhang Chang's gang of livestock. 3 or 5 times to the mud puddle. Meanwhile, not far away in the jungle, the soldiers under the Gao Brigade were hiding in the dense forest in accordance with the ambush plan Ding Shen had given them. Suddenly there was the sight of smoke rolling not far away, the white smoke of a drill bomb explosion billowing away. Captain, there's something going on in that direction. It might be a trap set to catch someone, a soldier said eagerly. The captain of the enemy brigade glanced in that direction and frowned in puzzlement. Look at the distance, it hasn't gotten into the pocket of the encirclement. How come there's this movement? The lieutenant laughed. It's probably because they haven't seen us for too long and got antsy and stepped on our trap. The captain was overjoyed. Then what are we waiting for? Quick, get all the brothers over here. Let's rush over and surround them. At once, deep in the jungle, countless silhouettes shifted, and hundreds and thousands of enemy fighters quickly traversed the jungle, running towards the ambush position of the Night Fork squad. The ambush at the convoy was soon over. Zhang Xiaoyu and the others took care of all the officers on the several trucks before rejoining the commander's military vehicle. When Lin Zijian saw Zhang Xiaoyu's gang of tiger and wolf soldiers charging towards him, he hurriedly said, "If we don't resist, we don't need to be tied up, right? Thinking is beautiful. You guys are not honest, pulling out guns, want to do a lot of hands, do not put you under control, maybe out of the way again." Zhang Xiaoyu wasn't that stupid. He didn't want to care that much. He just thought it would be more economical to keep all these people under control. The words were spoken by Zhang Xiaoyu, but the hands were Zhang impulses, ripping the two leaders out of the car and tying them all up. The two commanders were still looking at Zhang Xiaoyu and the others with a smile on their faces as they were pulled out. Zhang Xiaoyu's scalp was numb from their laughter, and whispered to Zhang Chong, "These two old guys won't be scared silly, right? They're still laughing even after they've been caught. Be careful," Lu Yan said cautiously, looking at their appearance. "There might be an ambush." Zhang Chong sneered, "What are you afraid of? There is still an ambush. Just fight it." As soon as his words fell, the grass around him shook, and countless silhouettes burrowed out of the grass. Crap! Crap! The enemy brigade suddenly appeared with a few hundred men and fought with a group of Nightcrawler squad. Both parties saw each other at the same time and froze, shouting out at the same time, wondering what this was all about now. F***CK. I told you there was an ambush, Lu Yan cursed. Don't let them go, someone from the enemy shouted. And all of a sudden hundreds of people started shooting together. Bang bang bang. The intensive sound of bullets rang out on the mountain path outside the jungle, and Ding Chen and Lian looked at each other, accelerating their steps towards the incident. In his god's perspective, he had already observed everything over there. At the convoy at this time, a bunch of officers were all bundled up and crouching on the ground with gray heads. It was Lin Zijian and Li Jianbin, who were also covered in mud at this moment, being escorted by the members of the Night Fork squad beside the car. The intense gunfire just now was the Night Stalker squad exchanging fire with their maneuvering opponents. As early as the moment the other party appeared, the Night Fork squad's people had already reacted. Most of them ducked behind the car with a flip, relying on it for cover and firing toward the enemy. And those who couldn't dodge in time simply blocked their captives directly in front of them to block the bullets, exasperating all the captives with red eyes. They really came to visit, and now they're being used as a shield, but not in the eyes of the Night Stalker squad and the others, all of whom had just been blown up and were supposed to be corpses in the maneuver. It's not like they can be considered cheating by utilizing everything around them, and they must be comfortable with that. But there were still people who were unlucky enough to dodge in time and were accidentally shot, and at this moment white smoke had started to come out of their bodies. The two sides were fighting fiercely when the other side's vice-captain suddenly realized that the Night Fork side had captured quite a few people. Shit, what's going on? And who are those captured men? The lieutenant had a shocked look on his face. His men looked across the grass and suddenly looked as if they remembered something. With a shudder, he said in a trembling tone, "Lieutenant, I remember. Do you remember just now that it was said above that there would be a leader coming to inspect today? Do you think that would be the leader?" The lieutenant tapped his head. "Oh shit. How did they tie up the leader? These idiots. Didn't they get the message?" At this time, the Night Fork squad side also realized that the situation was not right. Just now they used these people as a shield, but when the bullets hit them, there was no white smoke coming out of them. Just then, the enemy commander in the bushes also ran out at the right time. "Stop. Wrong fight. What are you doing? How did you tie up the leader?" "Leader?" Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the major general who was blocked in front of him. You're really a leader?" The major general, with a lot of grass still stuck to his mouth, glared at him in exasperation. "I've told you 100,000 times, we're here to inspect the work, not your maneuvering enemy." Zhang Xiaoyu was so scared that his hand let go, and the major general who was originally being carried by him immediately fell to the ground and took another dog shit. "I'm sorry, leader, I didn't know." Zhang Xiaoyu was so scared that he saluted, just in time to be shot in the head by one of the bullets fired from the other side. "Cut the crap and help me up. My arms and legs are numb from you," the major general yelled in exasperation, because he just fell and ate another mouthful of mud. Zhang Xiaoyu was too scared to say anything and rushed to help the major general up. The other members of the Night Fork squad all froze as well, now looking at Zhang Chong with shocked faces. Zhang Chong, the reckless bastard, was still pressing Lin Zijian and Li Jianbin against the car door at this time, now that he heard the other side also say that this was the leader. The others were stunned and hurriedly released the leader. "Let go! Hurry up and let go!" Bu Chao kept shouting. He had just been sneak attacked by Zhang Xiaoyu and stepped in the mud and ate several mouthfuls of mud. Now that he saw the guys in shock with fear, he couldn't tell you how much it hurt him. The soldiers of the Gao Brigade also all came out at this time, helping to untie all the ropes from the prisoners. Jiang Xiaoyu retreated to the side and poked Zhang Chong with his elbow. Zhang Baldi, what should we do now? We didn't complete the mission and kidnap the leader. How can we go back and explain this to the Night Stalker? Zhang Chong looked helpless. There was no notice in advance. Who could have thought of this? Let him punish me if he wants to. Buchao was right beside them, and he was relieved to see that the leaders had all been untied. Hearing Zhang Chong say this again, he sneered. Punish you alone? Don't dream. None of you can escape. Do you know who it was you tied up? It's your leader, and he'll be punished along with you. Just then, Ding Chen and Lian flew over. Seeing a large group of people standing there in gray, with the lowest rank being major, Lian was so scared that his legs went limp. He's just a major. He's in deep shit this time. These brats. Now they're in trouble. What can we do? Lian's old face was like a bitter melon. Ding Chen had a calm face. Put your heart in your stomach. It's just a misunderstanding. There's no need to react so strongly. Lian glanced at Ding Chen and sighed. It can't be helped. If the leaders want to blame, just put all the blame on me. Night Fork Squad is my heart and soul, and you are our greatest hope. Nothing can happen to you or them. Ding Chen glanced at him in surprise, not expecting that. At such a time, Lian would actually be so Jianghu righteous. He smiled and patted Lian. I taught the Night Fork Squad, and I arranged this mission, so it's not your turn to be punished. After Ding Chen finished speaking, he quickly walked towards the two leaders. Good day, Chief. Ding Chen saluted towards Lin Zijian and Li Jianbin. This maneuver, it was a mistake in my work. I didn't blockade the island in advance. That's why this misunderstanding happened. Please punish me. Leader. Just after Ding Chen finished his words, Lian hurriedly spoke. Bullshit. I'm the captain of the Night Fork Squad. You're just a deputy. If you want to punish, it's me who should be punished. Leader, I ask for your discipline. In the middle of the convoy, a colonel grunted coldly. You'll take the top? The two of you together aren't enough of a punishment. Do you know who the leader is? How dare you do such a thing? All the members of the Night Fork Squad were touched to the core when they saw that the captain and the instructor were fighting to take the blame for them. It was clearly their fault, and if they had looked before they struck, they wouldn't have made this huge mistake. Now hearing the colonel make it sound so serious, everyone's heart stuttered. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly stepped forward and said, reporting to the chief, it's all my fault. I've seen the chief's rank, but thought it was the other side pretending to be him. It was all my own fault, and it was my idea to call my comrades to ambush them. Zhang Chong also stood out. I'm the one who tied up the chief, and I'm the one who moved the most hands, so please ask the leader to punish me. It has nothing to do with the captain or the instructor. Punish me. Punishing me has nothing to do with the captain or the instructor. One by one, the members of the Night Fork Squad all stepped forward. Chief, how are they going to be punished? A major inquired to Li Jianbin. Punishment? Why should we be punished? Li Jianbin laughed cheerfully. They were doing maneuvers. It was us who accidentally intruded into the maneuver area. They mistook it for the enemy. What's wrong with handling it? Besides, these soldiers are sentient. I can't wait to reward them. I've never seen only those who compete for credit, not those who compete to take the blame. If you don't commend such soldiers, but also condemn them, you're not chilling everyone's heart. Li Jianbin looked at Ding Chen. You are Ding Chen? He had seen Ding Chen's profile, a photo taken by a reporter when Ding Chen returned from the island. Regarding this person, Ding Chen, he had only learned something about him from the information. Ding Chen saluted unabashedly, reporting to the chief, I am Ding Chen, the acting instructor of the Night Fork Squad. Li Jianbin nodded his head in satisfaction. You're very good. You've taught a bunch of good soldiers. The men I brought here today were all elite officers, yet they were subdued by you in 3 or 2 moves. It looks like your teaching level does have something. He turned his head to Lin Zijian. Old Lin, for such a soldier, the entire navy should do their best to cultivate him. Lin Zijian nodded his head repeatedly. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't leave such a treasure in the dust when it's placed in our Marine Corps. The two leaders laughed heartily. Lin Zijian said in a neutral tone, fine, this exercise of yours ends here. The two forces assembled separately and began to prepare for evacuation. Lu Yan and the others were a bit downcast. This time the recklessness, although the chief forgave them, but when they go back they will definitely be cleaned up again. Just as everyone was about to withdraw, a voice suddenly came out from behind Ding Chen. Instructor Ding is really good at what he does. No wonder he doesn't need our army's help. It was a crisp and pleasant female voice that gave off a lively and sunny feeling just by listening to it. Ding Chen looked back and saw a sunny, short-haired female soldier surrounded by a crowd of admirals, not just because she was sunny and pretty, but because of the army uniform she was wearing. Ding Chen froze, and although he thought the other party looked familiar, he confirmed that he had never seen this girl before, so there was no way to know why the other guy knew about him and could say something like that to him. Seemingly seeing Ding Chen's doubts, Li Jianbin opened his mouth and introduced to Ding Chen. This is the famous Army Wolf Tooth Special Operations Brigade in Ran, codenamed Violet. This time, he came with us to learn. It was said that they were studying, but in fact it was Lin Zijin who had asked someone to call in for guidance. After all, they were planning to surpass Jialong, and they definitely needed to learn from the experiences of other special forces. And Ran? Ding Chen froze. No wonder he felt familiar just now. Who else could it be if not exactly Anran? Ding Chen scratched his head and said, I'm Ding Chen, the vice captain and instructor of Night Fork Squad. Anran nodded. That I know. It was precisely Instructor Ding's good tactics that ousted all of us from the army. Not only that, but also gave them a good humiliating beating. She looked at Ding Chen and said, it's fine for Director Xiao Tang to teach us Wolverine teeth. How come when it comes to you Night Forks, you're not even worthy of teaching? The noise from this side caused the Night Fork Squad on the side to all stop in their tracks and look at Ding Chen's side with a curious expression. Although they were apprehensive and worried that they would be disciplined if they went back, when they heard that someone over here seemed to be looking for trouble with Ding Chen, they still couldn't help but burn with the soul of gossip to see who was so unafraid of death and dared to look for trouble with Ding Chen. Who is Ding Chen? He's a famous nightcrawler. The fact that there was a day when they were so blocked that they couldn't say anything made them happy. Ding Chen turned to glare angrily at everyone in the Night Fork Squad. What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry and get back? All the members of the Night Fork Squad were stunned into silence by Ding Chen and hurriedly headed towards the side of the ship. While they were walking, pushing and shoving, Zhang Xiaoyu was even scowling towards Zhang Dapeng. Do you think the Night Fork is playing with people's feelings and is being approached? They were too far away to hear the voices over there, but they could still read the atmosphere of saber rattling over there. Zhang Dapeng had a bad smile on his face. It's very likely. You guys look at that chick's look. Does she look like an unwed mother looking for a negative man? The Night Fork is not a human being anymore, and he is willing to abandon such a chick? A bunch of people laughed and swept away the gloom in their hearts. Shit, Ding Chen cursed lowly. These little brats, dare to make up about lousy. Let's see how we can teach them a good lesson when we get back. Zhang Xiaoyu and the others thought that they were some distance away from Ding Chen, and their words could not be heard by Ding Chen. However, after Ding Chen had gone through the system's transformation, his five senses had long been too developed compared to normal people, and this distance was simply still within his range of perception for him. Just as Ding Chen was trying to figure out how to fix these rabbits, Lian secretly poked Ding Chen. Lian said helplessly, when I first asked you to show some mercy to Director Xiao Tang, you refused to do so. Now it's good. You've been approached by someone else's parents, haven't you? Ding Chen whitened Lian and cursed in a low voice. Fuck off. Why don't I remember you saying this in the first place? I can see you laughing more joyfully than anyone else when I struck out to teach Tang Xini a lesson. Lian's eyes widened. Don't be ridiculous. Where have I ever gloated? I'm just happy for the Night Fork Squad to have a better coach. They spoke very quietly, thinking they couldn't be heard by anyone but each other. Who knew that Li Jianbin, who was on the side, opened his mouth and asked, Ding what's going on here? After Li Jianbin asked this, not only was Ding Chen and Lian embarrassed for a while, it was Lin Zijin, who now didn't know what to say. He was the one who had patted down the release of Tang Xini in the first place, allowing Ding Chen to take over the position of instructor. Ding Chen had no choice but to give a rough account of what happened back then. Anran's pair of beautiful eyes turned continuously, and she soon heard the whole picture of the matter in Ding Chen's mouth. So that's it? A flash of anger flashed in Anran's eyes, and he nodded thoughtfully. She had only agreed to come over this time because she had been annoyed by Tang Xini's additions to the story, but she hadn't expected to hear a different version of it here in Ding Chen today. Lin Zijian even smiled and said, it's all a misunderstanding. No one is right or wrong. Li Jianbin clapped the board and laughed. It's all a misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart for any of you. Whoever you are all warriors of our Yin country's army. There shouldn't be any hatred present. Yes, Ding Chen and Anran agreed at the same time. I won't do anything else to think otherwise. Both of them were stunned when they finished speaking in unison, not realizing it would be such a coincidence. Lian snickered from the side, still saying it's nothing, so heartfelt. You guys aren't a pair? I'm afraid? Li Jianbin nodded non-committally. No other ideas on the good. You guys even if the heart is not happy, but also have to put away. If you really want to ask each other to talk, but also have to wait to go back to the future to say. Ding Chen quickly waved his hand and said, Chief, there's no need for this. We're all comrades in arms in the Navy and Land Forces. It's not good to have to make such a sword fight. When Ding Chen used to watch Special Forces, he still liked the character of Enron. That was why he had just spent so much effort explaining about Tang Xini, because he didn't want Enron to misunderstand. Since the misunderstanding was now explained clearly, Ding Chen was even more reluctant to compete with Enron for anything. It wouldn't be pretty if there was a confrontation or if Enron was hurt. Who knew that Enron's eyes were glowing? If it's just a sparring match, it won't be a problem at all. I'm just eager to see just how powerful the famous Vice Captain Ding is. She looked at Ding Chen. I'm curious. You were able to train the Night Stalker to this level in such a short period of time. Your own skills will surely be even more impressive. Since I'm here to exchange and learn this time, I'll be sure to exchange ideas with you. She was now very curious about Ding Chen. No matter what, someone who could completely abuse Tang Xinyi, and make Tang Xinyi feel bad about telling the truth and tricking herself into making a move even with falsehoods. Her skills must be very strong. Moreover, she had just seen the quality of the Night Fork Squad, and for this unit to have grown into such a unit after being established for less than half a year. For their instructor, Anrun naturally appreciated it very much. If he could cross paths with such a person to compete, he would be able to make this trip worthwhile. Ding Chen shook his head repeatedly. This is not necessary, is it? Who knows? Li Jianbin also seems to be happy to see it, said with a smile, cutting and sparring. Alright, it's settled. Go back. You find time to exchanges, but also so that the advanced concepts of the army and navy can intermingle with each other. Yes, Ding Chen had no choice but to agree. Ding Chen looked at Anran, who boarded the car with an interested face, and his face expression was as helpless as it could be. If it wasn't for the fact that it was Li Jianbin who had given the word this time, he really wanted to utilize his ability to disguise himself to slip away once again. Come on, let's go to your camp. A colonel rushed them. Ding Chen and Lian nodded and immediately ran towards their squad side. They had just come over, and all the team members immediately gossiped and gathered around. Instructor, who was that pretty chick just now? Jiang Xiaoyu asked in a bitchy manner. Ding Chen smiled as he approached him, and before Jiang Xiaoyu could react to what was going on, Ding Chen reached out and violently pulled Jiang Xiaoyu over as fast as lightning, his right hand forcefully strangling his neck. Jiang Xiaoyu wailed in pain. Instructor, I was wrong. Didn't you say that she's my fiancé who started the whole thing? Ding Chen snorted coldly. If I hear such words again, I'll greet you all properly. All the people around them hurriedly shrunk their necks in fear. What a joke. They didn't want to be pulled out by Ding Chen to be taught a lesson alone. That was simply more difficult than a trip to hell. Jiang Xiaoyu had a bitter face. Instructor, I promise to keep my mouth shut in the future. Only then did Ding Chen let go of him, and Jiang Xiaoyu was so frightened that she hurriedly avoided him. Everyone looked at him with amusement. Telling you stinky fish to talk too much. Bad luck, right? Jiang Xiaoyu covered his neck and wailed. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? An hour later, several ships docked at the military harbor pier. The High Brigade led the way back to their regimental headquarters. Ding Chen and Lian also led the Night Fork Squad to lead the way for the two leaders. A convoy of a dozen vehicles drove into the training base of the Night Fork Squad. Everyone got off the bus, and the members of the Night Fork Squad were whisked away by Ding Chen to train. Lian followed the two leaders and led them and a group of elites to examine the entire base. Li Jianbin looked at these soldiers who had orders and orders, and his eyes were filled with praise. Old Lin, how long have you special forces been in existence, and you've managed to be this presentable? Lin Zijian squinted his eyes with a smile on his face, but his mouth said modestly, it's only been set up for a little over half a year, and it's out of my expectation to be able to have such an ability. Only half a year? Li Jianbin looked at Lin Zijian with a face full of shock. Then this squad leader you arranged has some skills. Lian quickly saluted, reporting to the chief. All of this is due to instructor Ding Chen. I usually just do logistics management. All the training tasks were done by instructor Ding Chen. It's this kid again? Li Jianbin's shock never stopped. The shock Ding Chen brought to him was really wave after wave, constantly impacting his perception of a soldier. Li Jianbin frowned slightly. Hasn't he been in your unit for less than 3 months? Lian proudly said. Yes, chief. Although instructor Ding Chen came to our troop for an exceptionally short period of time, all of our training plans were formulated by instructor Ding Chen. We firmly believe that as long as we have instructor Ding Chen's leadership, our Night Fork Squad will definitely be able to surpass Jiaolong and become the most powerful special forces unit in the entire army. Li Jianbin smiled non-committally. It's good that you guys have this confidence, but the Jiaolong Squad is the best special forces unit in my navy. You guys have a heavy task ahead of you. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Zijian. Let's go. Since Lian has made Ding Chen sound so powerful, let's go and see how this Night Fork Squad that aspires to surpass Jiaolong fares. A few people walked towards Ding Chen. Ding, pick a few people at random to come here and show the commander the results of your training. Lin Zijian immediately called for Ding Chen. Ding Chen looked at Lin Zijian and smiled. Yes, chief. He turned around and immediately shouted, Group E out of the line. Fighting maneuvers. Just after he shouted, Group E of the Night Fork Squad immediately stopped training, and a dozen people stood in front of Ding Chen. Start fighting. With Ding Chen's command, the dozen or so people immediately confronted each other 2 by 2 and began to compete in the fight. Soon the training ground resounded with the sound of whistling punches and fist-pumping blows. Li Jianbin's mouth opened wide in surprise. It's really something. When I was just captured by these soldiers, I didn't have much of a feeling, but now that I've seen them up close, they're really dragons and tigers. Our navy, except for the Jiaolong troops, can rarely see such soldiers. Ding Chen shook his head and explained. They're just the most ordinary members of the Night Fork Squad. Their usual grades aren't good or bad, and they can best represent the true level of the Night Fork Squad. Fighting isn't something that can be improved too much overnight, so it's the weakest link in the special operations skills they're being taught. The moment this statement came out of Ding Chen's mouth, not only Li Jianbin, but even Lin Zijian was shocked and opened his mouth wide. The weakest ability is so powerful. How strong will the other abilities be? A major was in the team and couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard Ding Chen's words. What's the point of bragging? Being more prominent than other abilities, and then being more prominent than the Jiaolong force? This major was a comrade in arms with the captain of the Augur troop for many years, and it was only after hearing the Night Fork Squad open their mouths to surpass the Augur troop, and revealing contempt for the Augur troop between the lines, that he couldn't help but to be provocative in this way. Li Jianbin frowned, a little offended by the major's provocation. But why didn't he have suspicions in his heart about this statement of Ding Chen's? So he pressed himself and didn't get angry. Without explaining or arguing with the major, Ding Chen just sneered and turned his head toward the Night Fork Squad and shouted, Lin Feng, step out. Lin Feng, who had followed Jiang Xiaoyu earlier to do some scouting together, immediately stepped out. Here, prepare for sniper mission. Yes. Hearing that Ding Chen was making such a big deal out of just demonstrating sniping, the major smiled disdainfully. So what if sniping is even better? Aren't Jiaolong snipers even better than yours? Ding Chen didn't pay any attention to this annoying fly and tapped Lin Feng's shoulder. Coin from 800 meters away. Are you sure? Lin Feng grinned. Don't worry, instructor. Although I can't beat Jiang Xiaoyu, this ground is still fine. 800 meters away. A coin had been silently placed on top of the target. Everyone was stunned by Ding Chen's maneuver, hitting an 800-meter target. They've seen it before. To hit a coin at such a distance, they couldn't even think about it. Li Jianbin and Lin Zijian were all now curiously holding their binoculars, just waiting to see the show Ding Chen had arranged. Lin Feng stood in front of them, not even getting down and fixing himself, just holding the sniper rifle. He quickly adjusted deliberately, his breath steady, and there was nothing else inside his eyes but the target in the scope. After holding his breath for a few seconds, Lin Feng violently pulled the trigger. Bang! With a flash of fire, the bullet had spun out of the chamber, hitting the coin 800 meters away with unerring accuracy. The slug hit the coin with a blinding spark. Leader, is this ability better than fighting? Ding Chen asked with a smile towards the major. Everyone was stunned by Lin Feng's sniping. Even the major himself was in shock. This hand sniping technique, except for those few professional snipers among the Jiaolong, he had never seen it in other troops. But he couldn't wipe his face if he was asked to admit his mistake now. Pick out the strongest sniper. Perform a snipe and you'll be pleased. The Night Fork Squad is nothing more than that. Let the snipers of the Augur Dragon come. Won't it be a breeze? Now it wasn't just the people of Night Fork Squad who were furious at this major. Lin Zijian was also very unhappy. After all, the Night Fork Squad was also a special force that he, the Marine Corps, wanted to focus on cultivating, and now that he was even being looked down upon like this, he was very unhappy in his heart. If it wasn't for the presence of Li Jianbin, he would have had to greet this major who was full of nonsense. Hearing that this person had been sneering at Ding Chen and now looking down on their Night Fork Squad, Lin Feng became anxious at that moment and wanted to retort to the major. Ding Chen hurriedly stopped Lin Feng, signaling him not to get excited. Ding Chen sneered towards the major. Thank you, Chief, for recognizing us and always comparing Jiao Long to us. However, the one just now was our worst sniper. Jiao Long doesn't seem to be very good either, and can only be compared to our worst. The major glared in anger. The Augur was a place he had stayed for many years and would not allow anyone to question or insult it. But before he could retort, Ding Chen had already turned around. Jiang Xiaoyu. Ding Chen let out a yell, and Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly aborted his training and ran over. Here, 500 meters ready. Hearing that Ding Chen had Jiang Xiaoyu fight at a distance of 500 meters, the major immediately laughed. Just 500 meters? Is your Night Fork Squad failing? Why are you fighting closer and closer? He had just been angry, but now that he saw that the person Ding Chen had called out was not as good as the first one, he instead felt that Ding Chen had been disgraced. Lin Zijian and Li Jianbin also frowned, not realizing that the person Ding Chen picked out once again would not be able to match the first one, but they were relieved when they thought about it. After all, not every sniper could be that talented, and it would be too much for each to be able to hit a coin from 800 meters away. For a unit like the Night Fork Squad, which had been established for less than half a year and coached by Ding Chen for even less than 3 months. To have won was already quite a feat. They didn't believe that Lin Feng was the worst here. Ding Chen didn't explain too much. He just let Jiang Xiaoyu take over Lin Feng's position. Before Lin Feng went down, he patted Jiang Xiaoyu, "Stinky fish, cheer up, fight for us, don't let some people look at you funny." Jiang Xiaoyu nodded. "Don't worry, just leave it to me." He took the gun from Lin Feng and stood in the sniping position, starting to adjust his state. 500 meters away. "Someone is ready." Jiang Xiaoyu nodded, signaling that Ding Chen could begin. "Throw!" Ding Chen let out a yell, and the soldiers 500 meters away immediately started throwing darts towards the sky. Bang! 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 Rhythmic sniper shots rang out across the range. Dart after dart flew into the sky, and before it could even begin to fall, it had already been shot by Jiang Xiaoyu. At this time all the people who followed the leader to study were shocked and stared with their mouths wide open in incredulity. The major, who had just been mocking, had his jaw dropped to the ground at this moment. "Crap!" Someone in the group exclaimed in shock. "Is this fucking human?" Gulp! Among the crowd, all those who had come to observe were dumbfounded. It was Enran who also looked at the beautiful eyes and nodded repeatedly to Jiang Xiaoyu and a few of their soldiers. "It's just put in wolfsbane, and the guys are able to watch it. This guy's skills are not small. If he can train such a powerful soldier in such a short period of time, his own skills must not be small either." Enran nodded with satisfaction. Behind her, a lieutenant colonel was also shocked. "My goodness, is this really the kind of marksmanship one can practice?" He felt that he was now shocked out of his mind and humiliated. Hastily gathering his composure, he cautiously peered in all directions. "See if you've just lost your cool." But it was this look that made him happy with himself. All around them were all as shocked as he had just been, and no one had even come back to their senses yet. Everyone was still too busy being shocked to pay attention to him. At this time, another lieutenant colonel also came back to his senses, and before the shock in his eyes subsided, he couldn't help but look at this lieutenant colonel and say in a continuous voice, "Old son, have you ever seen this kind of gunplay?" The lieutenant colonel called Lao Sun shook his head repeatedly. "Are you kidding? I haven't seen many people hit the 500-meter moving target, but this is a dart that flies out with full force. Who can hit it accurately?" When Lin Zijian saw how competitive Jiang Xiaoyu was, he also laughed very freely. "Old young, how about it? My soldiers still make it into your eyes, right? So what if it's better than your Jiaolong snipers?" "Humph." The major snorted coldly and turned his head away in exasperation. He was also very shocked now, not realizing that the Night Fork squad had such a sniper. He was also an augur and knew the difference between a fixed target and a moving target. At this distance, in the face of darts thrown with full force, it was the most powerful snipers of the Jiaolong. He knew he was in the wrong, so he turned his head away and ignored the cold words of the others. Reporting to instructor, perfect completion of the mission. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately got up and said to Ding Chen after he finished shooting. "Brat!" Ding Chen revealed a rare smile. "Not a bad performance. Return to the team." Ding Chen turned around and took a step towards leading them. As he approached step by step, many people couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts, as if they felt an invisible pressure. Originally, they were all above Ding Chen in rank, and they were friends, so by all rights they shouldn't have felt this way. But the soldiers that Ding Chen had taught were just too powerful, making them feel that Ding Chen, the instructor, would only become more unfathomable. Under this mentality, it invariably elevated Ding Chen's position and gave them such pressure. Ding Chen stood in front of the major. "Chief, are you still satisfied with this performance? If you're not satisfied, I'll find a few more powerful ones for you to see." The major was shocked to hear this, not realizing that a level like Jiang Xiaoyu's was not the most powerful in the Night Fork squad. Cough cough. Lin Zijian coughed twice. "Ding, that's enough. This kind of performance is already enough. It's going to be dark if we keep performing." "Lao Yang, what do you say?" Lin Zijian appeared to be helping Lao Yang out, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was flirting with Lao Yang. "Humph." Old Yang snorted coldly and turned his face away, no longer looking at Ding Chen. He was inwardly apprehensive. This guy is so powerful. What level of power can I get by finding another most powerful one? Where can I find such a powerful one to compete with? Li Jianbin and Lin Zijian glanced at each other, and approval flashed in both of their eyes. Li Jianbin nodded his head in appreciation. "Xiao Ding ah, not bad not bad. The Night Fork squad you taught is really not simple. In just a few months, you've already taught them to have the aura of a dragon." Ding Chen also just smiled. "This is all what I should do. And thanks to this group of boys training their hearts out, surpassing Jiaolong is the goal of all of us." Li Jianbin laughed cheerfully. "Lao Lin, Xiao Ding to your marines. You really picked up a treasure." Lin Zijian couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. "Ding is indeed a treasure for our marines. He can do too much. He can lead a special forces unit by himself. Such a talent is an object worthy of our Marines' full training. He was also extremely pleased now. With Ding Chen coming to teach the Night Fork Squad, they Marines would be able to have a unit that was not inferior to the Jiaolong, which was also a supreme honor for a soldier. Is that so? Li Jianbin was looking at Ding Chen more and more favorably. Cultivating such a talent is not something that a single unit of your Marines would be enough for. He should more than likely be the key cultivator of the entire Navy. All the officers heard the exclamations of the two leaders, and they all opened their mouths wide in shock. The Night Fork Squad led by Ding Chen had already refreshed their impression of soldiers time and time again. Now that the leaders were actually saying that they wanted the entire Navy to focus on training, it meant that not only the resources within the Marines were skewed, but the allocation of resources for the entire Navy would change because of Ding Chen alone. Ding Chen froze in place. He also didn't expect that just a simple performance would make his status in the hearts of the two leaders climb, reaching a height that a chief like Zhou Yan hadn't even reached. Li Jianbin announced in public, "Starting today, Night Fork Squadron is promoted to the rank of Deputy Regiment and changed to Night Fork Squadron, directly under the Marine Corps and under the control of the original unit." Once this order was given, the scene was like an explosion. I'll be damned. Just half a year into its existence and the establishment has risen. There isn't a unit that can do that yet. It's too magical, isn't it? Are there fewer magical things that happen to Ding Chen? Is it not magical to capture 40 armed men by yourself? Or teaching a group of special forces in 3 months isn't magic? Everyone was discussing everything they knew about Ding Chen, which caused Lin Wanqiu, who was in the crowd, to shift from surprise to shock. It turned out that Ding Chen was not only excellent himself, but also did things that many soldiers could not do in their entire lives. Lin Zijian all turned his head in surprise and looked at Li Jianbin. "Old Lin, would this arrangement be too early for you?" Li Jianbin laughed. "Not too early. Not too early. They have this skill. The reward is what they deserve. Don't forget, we've still been their prisoners." Lin Zijian froze, then laughed along with him. Waiting until they had laughed, Li Jianbin then arranged, "Okay, time is not early. Arrange a meeting room. Xiao Ding with us for a while. This time to come also let them study your advanced deeds." Lian rushed to make arrangements and led the leaders to the conference room. A group of officers entered one after another, and only after Anren followed the two chiefs inside was the door to the conference room closed. Meanwhile, on the training ground, all the members of the Night Fork Squadron were all cheering. "Holy shit, this time bunker. We are now a deputy regiment level unit. Surpassing Jiaolong is just around the corner." Zhang Xiaoyu stood in the middle of his comrades and said proudly. Zhang Dapeng also transformed into Ding Blow, with instructor Ding around. "Isn't it easy to hang those grandsons from Jiaolong?" Lian was also smiling now. Anyway, there were no outsiders around now, and they were not allowed to fool around a bit? Lian dryly coughed twice, and the surrounding Night Fork Squad immediately hooted and hollered, and a bunch of them all surrounded at once. "Captain, we've been promoted in our establishment. Is the instructor going to be promoted again?" The instructor was just promoted a short time ago, and if he gets promoted again, isn't that the fastest promotion in the history of our Navy? All of them were discussing it as if Ding Chen's promotion was their promotion, but they were happy and abnormal about this uncertainty. "Enough." Lian bored face, doing things to do low profile, their own fun on it. Do not go around blindly rumor. Ding Chen are not anxious about the matter. You guys were as anxious about what? Although he tried to keep a straight face, anyone with a clear eye could see the smile he couldn't suppress at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Xiaoyu even retorted, "Captain, laugh out loud if you want to. The instructor has said that it's not a young man if he doesn't have a high profile." Zhang Chang's eyes widened. "Did the instructor say that? How come I don't remember?" Zhang Xiaoyu laughed, although he didn't say it explicitly. "I understand the instructor. That's what he meant. Otherwise how are we going to finish off Jiaolong?" Lian bitterly laughed and shook his head. These guys can really be taught by Ding Chen to be too confident. 2 days later, Enron, who had finished his exchange, went back to Wolfram and Hart. During these 2 days, she did not have the opportunity to fight Ding Chen alone, and could only wait for the next time with an agreement. After all, she was also a special forces soldier. There was no way she could stay in Liaohai on vacation so leisurely. This is as the destiny of all special forces. The Night Stalker squad also received their own temporary assignment. It was a rescue operation at sea. Ding Chen had just sent Anren away with his front foot when he received a call from Lian. Without saying a word, Ding Chen immediately sped back in his car. The scuffling of tires resounded abruptly in the Night Fork base, and Ding Chen roughly drove the car directly into the training ground. And from afar, he saw that Lian had already assembled his troops. Beside Lian, the entire Night Fork squad had already assembled, and the atmosphere was somewhat stern and cold. Ding Chen looked over and immediately rushed over. "Old Li, what's going on? What mission is so urgent?" Ding Chen asked with a frowning opening. Lian threw Ding Chen's clothes to him. The chief is already waiting. It's an urgent mission. Pick 20 men out of them. The best. Ding Chen was astonished. He had never seen Lian so serious, as if war had already come. He glanced tentatively at Liam, but the only answer Liam gave him was a cold nod, with anxiety already written in his eyes. Ding Chen no longer hesitated and immediately selected 20 of those he thought were the best. His heart was incredibly calm. Soldiers? They were meant for war. Raising an army for 1,000 days. For soldiers, even if death comes in an instant, they have to stand up to meet it. Because, that's what they're called to do. The people whose names were called excitedly stepped forward. This was their first mission since they came to Nightstalker. A normal troop could never have this kind of opportunity. No one knew what they were about to face, but their hearts were just overwhelmed. Those who didn't name names are immediately dismissed and go back to bed. The rest, follow me, Lian said icily. A team member immediately came over. Captain, what kind of mission is this? Lian glared at him. Don't you understand the code of secrecy? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Get back. The team member spat out her tongue and returned to the team, joining everyone else in watching Jiang Xiaoyu and the others leave with Lian and the others enviously. Why should they get to go? A disgruntled member of the team asked. I've trained well too. Another team member sighed. Maybe, we're not that good in the eyes of the instructor. Alright, everyone, don't sleep. We'll practice extra tonight. We'll be selected one day. 2. Everyone's fighting spirit was ignited, and they still slept damn well. All they wanted now was to get themselves promoted quickly. And those who were selected all went to the armory to pick out their equipment and got into their cars. When they got into the car, all of them silently organized their gear. It's live ammunition? Zhang Chang's voice trembled with excitement when he saw the bullets in the clip. Captain, are we going to save the planet? Liam blared at him without a good look. Yes, go fight the Martians. Can you do it? Zhang Chong was flabbergasted. Martians really came to Earth? Everyone was speechless. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled cheekily and said, don't mind it. Everyone, Zhang Chang's brain is not as big as a walnut. It's normal. Ding Chen looked at Lian, who wasn't hesitating and said in a cold voice, just a day ago, one of our ships was hijacked on the high seas 50 miles away. The Navy decisively sent out ships to attack after receiving a call for help, but after chasing it to the open sea it suddenly encountered a storm. Because of the storm, the terrorists, along with the hostages, have now been forced to remain stranded on a small island in the open sea. Our warships were going to dock and force a landing, but the terrorists killed 2 of the hostages and forced our warships back. Everyone was tense at the moment. Terrorists? Hostage-taking? They've only seen on TV. I never thought that in reality, it would actually let them encounter it, and it would be their first mission. An air of tension instantly filled the air. The excitement that had just been born in everyone was all overshadowed by nervousness in an instant. Jiang Xiaoyu even felt much more difficult to breathe. Ding Chen was much better than the others. He had faced 40 heavily armed enemies alone. He hadn't been afraid then, and even less so now. Old Li, what are we going to do? Lian calmly said. Now, the terrorists have offered to let us prepare cash for them, but according to our intelligence, we understand that this ship belongs to a biological company and has their biological experts and latest research results on board. So, it's safe to assume now that these terrorists are stalling for time. When we go to get the money, they will quickly leave when the storm is a little bit smaller. As long as they escape to another country's waters, there's nothing we can do. Lian said icily. The meaning from above is to forcefully save people. Our country. There has never been a precedent of negotiating with terrorists and criminals, but letting ordinary troops go will only increase casualties. This is something we will never allow. What our superiors are saying is, let's get out of the team and get the hostages out. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Luyan nervously asked, Captain, are we okay? Lian looked at him with dissatisfaction. Didn't you guys just think about going? What? Are you wimping out now? No one answered. They were really kind of scared. After all, it was their first mission, and if they were just beating up petty thieves, they had nothing. But this is a real fight, and any newcomer would be scared. Those who say they're not afraid are nothing but keyboard warriors and jet-setters. Ding Chen said in a cold voice. From the time you joined the Night Fork, you were made to carry out various dangerous missions. This mission is nothing at all. In the future, there is a chance that you guys will fall into an enemy's encirclement. Without reinforcements or help, you will all have to rely on your tenacity and military ability to survive and complete the mission. Don't be nervous. Think about your original intentions for coming here in the first place. Ding Chen said seriously. We are Yanhua soldiers. We are willing to give up our lives to protect the safety of our motherland and people. This time, it's just a trial for you guys. Cheer up. Everyone had more or less recovered under Ding Chen's encouragement. Lian sighed. The superiors are also reluctant to call us. and they even called the augur. But we're the closest. So, old Ding, I'm relying on you this time. Ding Chen's eyes lit up, not expecting Zhao Long to come as well. The augur has long been a thunderbolt to the entire navy. Ding Chen was eager to see the strength of the augur, but this time, he had to think about finishing the mission first. Ding Chen looked at Lian and asked, "What about the specific situation on the island right now?" Liam shook his head. "It's coming up. Let's wait for the headmaster to speak. I don't know much more than that." The convoy sped for 20 minutes before coming to a stop. Everyone rushed out of the car, only to realize that they had arrived at the beach. Zhou Yan was standing by the side of the boat waiting for them, and when he saw them get off, he immediately walked over. He looked around and saw that the ones selected to come were the most elite Night Fork Squadron fighters. He nodded with satisfaction. "Board the ship first. I'll tell you the specifics when we depart." As everyone in the Night Fork Squadron began to board the ship, Zhou Yan turned his head to Lian. "You go back first. Lead them in normal training tomorrow, and don't mention anything about them until Ding Chen comes back." Lian nodded, then gave Ding Chen another standard military salute before turning back to the training base. "For them soldiers, it's all in the air." Ding Chen followed Zhou Yan as he boarded the ship, and when they were all on board, the ship immediately headed deeper into the sea. The members of the Night Fork squad went to the cabin to rest, and Ding Chen accompanied Zhou Yan to stand on the deck. Zhou Yan looked at Ding Chen with a grim expression. "The hijacked ship belongs to a company from our Yin country, and most of the members on board are from our country, with a few Western advisors as well. So not only did they contact us, but they also sent out a distress signal to several powers in the West. We're the closest country to them, and this would be a real loss of face for our navy if we let the Westerners get the hostages rescued before we do." Ding Chen frowned and asked, "After all, we are not stationed in the sea, so we didn't notify the nearby fleet to start the rescue first?" Zhou Yan sighed. "The surrounding fleet has blocked the island at the first time, but the storm is too big for ordinary troops to do a landing operation, and if a large warship comes close, they will kill the hostages immediately. Troops have already made attempts before, but in a storm like that, they didn't even get close to the island and were seriously injured instead. Ding Chen, we're already their last hope. There must be no problem." Ding Chen said decisively. "We, the Night Forks, were founded to deal with all kinds of dangers and protect the safety of our motherland and its people, and in this situation now, we have the confidence to protect our people." Zhou Yan nodded. "Just be confident. This mission, make sure to protect the safety of all hostages. If you can't ensure the lives of the hostages, you must give up this mission." Ding Chen said solemnly, "I will make sure that all hostages are safe, and with the Night Stalker here, no one will ever be harmed." Zhou Yan nodded in silence. "This mission, originally I didn't want you guys to take it. After all, you guys have just been established not long ago, and you're directly carrying out such a big mission. If you fail, it's too big a blow to your morale." "Chief," Ding Chen said seriously, "this mission, it always needs someone to do it, and the more dangerous the mission, the more the special squad is needed to complete it. Our amphibious reconnaissance brigades have always held fast to the belief that we will use me in the first battle, and we will win with me, no matter what the danger, and we are ready for the challenge. I have absolute faith in my soldiers." Zhou Yan nodded in silence. "I have faith in you guys too. Make sure you come back alive." Ding Chen smiled brightly. "Don't worry, Captain. After this mission, the name of Night Stalker will resonate throughout the entire navy." Zhou Yan nodded. "Go down and get ready." Ding Chen immediately returned to the cabin. Just as he entered, Zhang Xiaoyu and the others immediately surrounded him. "Captain, what exactly is the mission?" Ding Chen glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "As a member of the Yin Kingdom Navy, are you afraid of sacrifice?" All of them were nervous and excited at the same time, and they shouted in unison, "We're not afraid." Ding Chen nodded with satisfaction. "This is our Night Fury soldiers. You have trained for so many days for this moment right now. Today," Ding Chen repeated the contents of the mission. "This is your first mission, and the risk factor is high," Ding Chen said in a deep voice. "This operation is not only about the face of our navy, but also the safety of all hostages. All actions are under my command. Everything is done with care. Success only, no failure. Is that clear?" "Yes," everyone answered solemnly. Even the immodest Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhang Dapeng looked like different people at this moment. "Promise to finish the job." Ding Chen nodded. "Prepare for battle." The storm came, and deep in the sea, a warship rode the wind and waves, and kept moving forward against the storm. The storm was getting bigger and bigger, and the raging wind and rain were creating huge waves on the sea. There is no way to navigate in this weather if you are not a large warship. The warship slowly approached the terrorists' hideout, and everyone on board waited with bated breath for the moment to land. Seeing that the island was getting bigger and bigger in their eyes, Zhou Yan had already had people extinguish the lights on the ship. and the whole ship quickly closed in towards the island. In this stormy weather and late at night, with darkness all around, no one could see the warship with its lights off, and under the cover of the storm, the sound of the warship's engines was muffled by the sound of the wind and rain. But it was only when they reached a distance of 2 kilometers from the island that the entire warship stopped. The engines stopped turning, and the entire steel galleon, like a dormant beast, perched silently in front of the beach. Any further and we'd be spooking the snakes, and this weather has created too many conveniences, Zhou Yan said in a deep voice. This island already belongs to the stick country, and because the area is too small, the stick country doesn't have the ability to conduct a supply garrison. That's why they just sent ships to patrol every other day, and there has been no one stationed there. After Zhou Yan finished speaking, everyone looked at Ding Chen. Such a comparison besides reflects the difference between countries. It better reflects the greatness of Ding Chen's 10 years of being stationed on the island. Zhou Yan continued. The stick country also knows about the situation and is probably sending people over. So all around our warships have withdrawn as well. But I'm sure you all know the pissy nature of the stick country. We must get this done before they get here. Yes, Chief, everyone said in unison. Zhou Yan looked at each and every member of the heavily armed Night Fork Squadron with perseverance in his eyes. I hope all of you can come back alive. He saluted solemnly toward all of Night Stalker's squadron. Ding Chen led the Night Fork Squadron and returned Zhou Yan's salute with the same solemnity. All were silent and voiceless as they turned and disembarked into the cold, biting waters. Ding Chen swam towards the coast with more than 20 team members, and during the course of the operation, Ding Chen had already spread his god's perspective. This small island was not large in size, and compared to 3851 where Ding Chen was stationed before, it was only 2 or 3 times larger. The only landing point was pretty much a sandy beach in front of us. In front of the beach, though, is a small jungle where the terrorists are hiding. If everyone attacks from the front, there's no way to guarantee the safety of the hostages. After thinking for a moment, Ding Chen already had a perfect plan in his mind. Follow me. Ding Chen finished in a low voice and took the lead to swim ahead, waiting for them to quietly disembark from the shallows. Ding Chen said in a low voice, you guys sneak in slowly from the front and hold them at bay. I'll go around behind them and sneak out the hostages. The start time of the operation will be in 20 minutes. Group leader Xiang Yu asked in surprise. Instructor, don't we need to scout around the island? Ding Chen shook his head. No need. We're running out of time now. Everything will follow my arrangements. Yes, instructor. Everyone nodded their heads and immediately began to change up the equipment on their bodies. Ding Chen glanced back at them, and without a hint of hesitation in his eyes, he entered the water again and swam along the seashore towards the other side. By the time he had swum across this beach in front of him, he was surrounded by high cliffs, all of which were at least 200 meters or more at eye level. After swimming 3 kilometers further, Ding Chen had circled around to the back of the island. In his god's eye view, this crag was followed by a location adjacent to where the hostages were. Tin Chen looked up and surveyed the crag. These cliffs had been lapped by waves and sea winds for countless years, and the entire cliff had become very sharp, like a blade. In addition to being sharp, the rock walls were so smooth that there was no way to lend a hand. Ting Chen reached out and carefully probed the cliffs, and found that the lower part was close to the seawater. It was covered with moss due to the constant wetness. It's the expert rock climbers who would never want to lend a hand in a place like this. The difficulty of climbing this rock wall was too high, and if it wasn't for the system boost, Ding Chen himself wasn't sure he could climb it. Ting Chen wrapped a cloth around his hand and pulled the dagger from his body for backup. Start! Ding Chen gritted his teeth and extended his hand towards the cliff. Meanwhile, in the jungle on the island, a group of terrorists are gathering. Damn! Bad luck! How come there are so many Yanhua people in this group? A scar-faced terrorist cursed in a low voice. It's just that capturing people from the Lighthouse Kingdom is better than the current situation. The Yanhua people are notorious for being protective. And now that we're stuck here, we're dead. Didn't the intelligence say that only the target few are Yanhua people? Scar, the situation is far from bad, the terrorist boss said in a deep voice. Although we are trapped here now, most of the reason is because of the storm. It's only a few dozen kilometers from the stick country, and we've already made contact with our informants, so we'll be sheltered. As soon as the sky clears, we'll leave immediately. Those Yanhua people don't have the guts to keep chasing. Scar was still apprehensive in his heart, although he agreed with what the boss had said. But over the years, the Yanhua people could not have changed anything in their habit of protecting their shortcomings. Perhaps seeing the concerns in Scar's heart, the boss opened his mouth and persuaded. This storm will last until dawn at most and then it will gradually subside, at which time we will be able to leave immediately. The Yankees aren't coming over now, so they won't have another chance to catch us, and we don't have the firepower to take down an ordinary force. Relax. I've received information that there is only one special force in the entire Yen Kingdom Navy, called the Jiaolong Commando Team. but they are currently performing sea training in other waters. It's impossible for them to make it here before dawn. Hearing the boss's words, Scar's apprehensive heart finally settled down a little. The boss didn't say anything more, but just threw a bottle of wine over. Drink some wine to warm up your body, and we'll leave as soon as it's light out. But these terrorists didn't realize that on the beach not far from them, one of the strongest forces of the Inferno Kingdom, the Night Fork Squadron, had quietly logged onto the shore. On the beach, the Night Fork Squadron had all changed into their combat gear. Team leader Xiang Yu used hand signals to convey the order arrangement to several people. Jiang Xiaoyu, find a high ground and provide sniper support. Zhang Chong, sneak in at the left side position. Lu Yan, you go to the right side and scout the hostage position. The others follow. Don't give them the slightest chance to harm the hostages. Yes. The crowd suddenly dispersed, each creeping forward and feeling their way towards the depths of the jungle. Jiang Xiaoyu broke away from the group and touched towards the side of the mountain. With a sniper on his back, he was as agile as an ape and climbed up the boulder. Jiang Xiaoyu set up the sniper rifle on the boulder. In the middle of the storm, at this time, he seemed to be one with the gun. No longer the previous frivolity and immodesty, his eyes were murderous. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate through the layers of rain and annihilate them across such a far space. Snipers are in position. The cold voice of Jiang Xiaoyu was clearly heard amongst everyone's earphones. No one questioned that Jiang Xiaoyu at this moment was not a qualified special forces soldier. All their training has been for this moment right now. Zhang Chong slumped his body on the ground, and under the cover of the night, he quickly burst in towards the left side of the jungle. Just after entering the jungle, Zhang Chong noticed something strange in the middle of the jungle. He checked out two dark outposts, not far ahead of him. The two dark outposts were not far from each other, and at the first sign of any wind, they would immediately raise their voices to alert the terrorists behind them. They had originally stayed behind to keep an eye out in case someone logged in from the beach, but the night and the heavy rain obscured their vision, making it impossible for them to see over the beach. Zhang Chong didn't act bubbly. He stopped and gestured to Lu Yan on his right. My left. Your right. Together. Don't let them call for help. Okay. Zhang Chong looked at the terrorists approaching his side with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and he and Lu Yan exchanged glances and immediately began to move. Rumble. There was a loud, muffled thunderous sound in the sky, followed by a blinding bolt of lightning that streaked across the sky. The entire island was illuminated, and Xiang Yu and the others all clenched their fists nervously. However, Zhang Chong and Lu Yan reacted surprisingly fast, pouncing on the grass the moment the lightning came, only a meter away from the sand. Just then, the two terrorists turned their heads and looked nervously this way. Eyes drifted right over Lu Yan and the others, but because it was rapidly getting dark, they didn't see anything. Damn God, it's so scary. If we were at sea, we wouldn't be able to say that we'd be overturned by the waves, a terrorist said. The other terrorist pooh-poohed. The storm stops in the morning, and the boss said to leave during the night. You, don't talk like that. I don't want to be buried at sea. Zhang Chong and Lu Yan exchanged glances on the ground. The two then quickly crawled across the ground, the thorns and weeds of the forest scraping a mark across their bodies. After the sound of friction with the grass was masked by the heavy rain, Zhang Chong Lu Yan was like two ghosts, scurrying past at a speed that was unfathomable to ordinary people. The two terrorist outposts were still chatting at the moment, not even noticing the danger that had befallen them. Ka-ching! Just as the two men looked up out of habit, another bolt of lightning lit up overhead, cutting through the stormy darkness and illuminating the entire jungle as bright as day. Only then did the two men suddenly realize that two silhouettes had crept in close to them. The two terrorists were so scared that their eyes glazed over and they forgot how to move for a moment. However, Zhang Chong Lu Yan saw that the other party had already discovered himself, and the two of them moved as one. They bounced violently off the ground, their powerful explosive force carrying their bodies straight upwards. The dagger in his hand had stabbed hard at the terrorist's neck. A large amount of blood spurted out, and the necks of the two terrorists had been pierced through. The dagger like mashed their throats, and under Zhang Chong Lu Yan's powerful strength, it even pierced through their mouths and stuck into their heads. Zhang Chong stirred hard, and red and white liquid sprayed out in large quantities down the dagger, only to be washed clean by the heavy rain. Zhang Chong reached out to support the terrorist's body, and while putting him down gently, he drew out the dagger inside him. After resolving the two hidden sentries, Zhang Chong Lu Yan recrouched down and began to advance towards the deeper depths. Everyone followed the two of them in silence, undaunted by the wind and rain, towards the depths. Along the way, Zhang Chong Lu Yan solved 5 more hidden sentries one after another before he was able to approach the last terrorist. Behind a tree, Zhang Chong stopped and poked his head out to survey the situation inside. Outside, there are 2 barracks made of banana leaves and simple wood. Outside the barracks, more than a dozen terrorists armed with weapons guarded the perimeter. Inside the simple barracks on the left, more than 30 terrorists were drinking and warming themselves around a fire. Don't worry about drinking, the Yenghua people can't get on. When the storm is over, we'll eat meat, drink wine, and live our lives as usual. With the boss around, the Yenghua people won't be able to overturn the sky. A bald man laughed out loud. That's right. Can the Yenghua people be as good as the Lighthouse Country soldiers? We even play around with the Lighthouse Country soldiers, and we're still afraid of them? All the terrorists burst out laughing. If it weren't for the torrential rain that was still falling, it would be impossible to tell that they were being pushed to this point. To their right, there was a slightly better built barracks with only 5 people in it. Their boss and Scarface happened to be among those 5. Boss, there's some news from the Stick Country. The general who previously promised us asylum is now temporarily demanding that we double our honorarium again, or else they'll deny us entry. A large, muscular blonde man kept his head down, not daring to look directly at the boss. Against all odds, this Stick is confused about his position. When this time is over, I want his sea area to never have peace again. A bald man roared. Enough, the boss said in a deep voice. Give it first, and after this incident is over, make the Stick spit it out twice as much. Hearing him finish, everyone had a cruel smile on their faces. They have backstage and are not at all afraid of this general from the Stick. To put it bluntly, they look like terrorists, but in reality they are just employees of a war contracting company. Daring to ask them for more money is like asking for death. Behind the barracks, a large tarpaulin was pulled back near the mountain, and beneath it were more than 100 shivering hostages. There was no fire under the tarp to keep them warm, and all were even more bound. If they hadn't been clinging to each other, it would have been questionable whether they could have survived such a cold, biting storm. Doc, lean behind me, a woman said quietly to a girl in her 20s. Another middle-aged man also slowly leaned over with a serious look. Dr. Lin, don't admit your identity later. Put it all on me. The girl surnamed Lin looked at him in shock. But it's me they should be looking for. If it's you, you'll be in danger. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. I'm the captain of your bodyguards. My brothers are dead. There's no point for me to live alone. Let me go to them. But as long as I protect you, I can still afford them when I see them. Dr. Lin wanted to say something else, but the middle-aged woman held her back. Okay, stop it. Don't let those bastards hear you. In the distance, Zhang Chonluyan checked for a long time and reported what they observed to Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu had already brought the others to them, and he took a brief look and immediately made arrangements. Capture the thief first, Zhang Chonluyan. Take Dai Fei, Ma Mingliang and go around to the right side to attack those 5 people from over there. They will definitely go over to support them. The rest of you follow me and attack the left side. Make sure you pin them down and don't let them hurt the hostages. Yes, Xiang Yu said seriously. Stall them, the instructor must already be approaching. As soon as the instructor arrives, they are all finished. Everyone nodded silently. At the mention of Ding Chen, their hearts were incomparably stabilized. As soon as Ding Chen arrived, it was as if everything would be taken care of. All of them immediately split into 2 parts and began to move according to their respective tasks. Just as they began to move, at that moment, Ding Chen was still climbing the cliffs at the back of the camp. He was now gripping the sharp rock wall with his left hand, and holding the dagger in his right hand and thrusting it hard into the cliff crevice in an effort to stabilize his body. Ding Chen had already climbed more than 100 meters, and his hands had been cut by the sharp rock walls in many ways. If it wasn't for the rock spikes and daggers, Ding Chen wouldn't have been able to climb up this smooth rock wall at all. The blood soaked the cloth wrapped around his hand, and a pain could be felt with the slightest pressure. A gust of wind came up, accompanied by a violent rainstorm. Ding Chen's entire body was directly blown away. At this critical moment, he violently pulled out his dagger and stabbed it hard into the rock wall. Click! The dagger slid along the rock wall for several meters, clashing with a large number of sparks. Eventually, it finally stabbed into a bit of a crack. Ding Chen's body slammed heavily against the rock wall, and the raised rocks hit him with a grimace. Even though this body had been baptized, it still hurt to be hit like that. He looked up and was not far from the top. The only thing in sight was the 20-meter crag overhead. With a steely gaze, he kept climbing upwards, taking each step with great care. Luckily, after the system's transformation, his physical ability was already very exaggerated, and it was such a craggy cliff that couldn't cause him any difficulties. In the last meter, Ding Chen had put the dagger away. He had his feet on a rock spike at this point, and his hands were clambering over a crack in the rock. He let out a low roar, and his entire body snapped into action. The body was like a discharged cannonball that shot up from the rock wall, crossed this last meter, landed firmly and touched up smoothly. Ding Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his expended stamina recovering rapidly. His god's perspective was on, and everything at the foot of the mountain was in his eyes. Prepare for action. Ding Chen's voice came from the headset, and everyone's gazes became more resolute after hearing it. Their instructors were already in place, then they had even less fear in their hearts. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out abruptly, and the 10 or so terrorists in charge of guarding the area were instantly shot in the head. It's over. The Yanhua soldiers are coming. Get out of the way and return fire, return fire. A group of terrorists immediately went prone and took a swipe at the direction where the shots had just been fired. But how could Xiang Yu and the others stay in the same place? Just as they struck out to take care of those guards, they had already shifted their positions and dispersed to charge towards these terrorists. On the other side, Lu Yan and the others also moved at the same time, but they were after all so much later than Xiang Yu and the others. It was this moment that had caused Scarface and the others to react. Scarface and Muscleman reacted the quickest, pulling their bosses left and right to pounce on the ground the first time they heard the gunshots. Only the other two terrorists reacted a little slower and had their heads blown off by Zheng Chon Luyan. Blood spattered. The smell of blood was covered by the heavy rain, and gunfire erupted throughout the camp, surrounded by terrorists in disarray. What kind of people are so powerful that the Yanhua people's augur troops are here? Scarface was scared out of his wits. The scar on his face was made by the Yen State soldiers, and if this was the Yen State's most elite special forces, then they were in trouble this time. Boss, what do we do? Muscleman asked in a panic. Damn, the Yanhua people don't listen to our warnings, so let's kill the captives for them. I'll see if they still dare to make a move against us, the boss said with rage. Quickly go, pull out the hostages. If these people dare to shoot, they'll pull the hostages with them, the boss shouted out, and immediately some people reacted. Part of them blocked the onslaught towards you and the others, while the other 5 rushed out of the barracks and ran towards the hostages at the back. Damn, who are you looking down on in front of us? Zheng Chong cursed in a low voice. They had just opened fire and even let Scarface and the 3 of them dodge it, and now they were getting upset. But as a result, these guys even tried to kill the hostages in front of them, which wasn't looking down on them. Several people quickly turned their guns and fired several point-blank shots at the few terrorists that rushed out, blowing all of their heads off. Just as the fight was going on in front of him, Ding Chen had already fixed the rope on the mountain. Without anyone noticing, its speed dropped down to where the hostages were being held below. All the hostages shivered under the tarpaulin, and the sound of gunfire in front of them frightened many of the timid ones into unconsciousness. Just as they were terrified and helpless, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. At that moment, a lightning bolt lit up just in time for everyone to see his face. A woman in front of Ding Chen was about to let out a scream, and he hastily reached out and covered her mouth. Shoo! Ding Chen silenced everyone. Don't make a sound. I'm the Yen Kingdom Navy. I've come to take you home. Bang bang bang. Gunfire raced, a bullet piercing through the rain and knocking the terrorist side of the room. In a flash, more than a dozen terrorists had already been put down on the ground. The others were so frightened that they immediately sought cover, and then fired blindly and headlessly at the Nightstalker's men. Boss, these Yanhua soldiers are too strong. They're definitely not an ordinary navy. Scarface's head was sweating with anxiety. He had watched his men die one by one with his own eyes, and at the moment, he was already terrified as Zhang Chong and the others ahead of him had easily suppressed them to the point where they couldn't raise their heads. All of them, are formally trained by the military, and many of them are still specially trained. Even though the Night Fork squad was a surprise attack, they weren't so badly beaten. The fact that they can make them like this means that the other side is so much more professional than them. The boss stared wide-eyed. Impossible. The Jialong commandos aren't even in the waters around here. How could there be any other special forces? The boss firmly believed in his judgment, but the strength of the group of soldiers in front of them was something they had never seen before. Shit, whether he's a special forces soldier or not. Now give me a hard fight. We've killed quite a few special forces, so we're still afraid of his fucking balls, the muscular man yelled. His roar instantly galvanized the ferocity of his men. The group of terrorists immediately clenched their teeth and returned fire with their rifles at the advancing Nightstalker squad. A dense hail of bullets hit the tree where Xiang Yu and the others were hiding, punching holes in it. Xiang Yu realized that the group of terrorists had been caught off guard though, and they had killed multiple people at once, but the accuracy of the shots in this return fire, as well as the cooperation between each other, was simply not something that ordinary pirates could do. It was those ordinary mercenaries that couldn't be as elite as them. Zhang Chon Luyan, get on the flashbang. Not being able to attack for a long time, Xiang Yu also let out a roar, allowing Zheng Chong, who had not yet been suppressed next to him, to break the game. Yes, the two Zhang Changs pulled out flashbangs from the items they were carrying. Because of the urgency of the situation, it came in a hurry, so they don't carry much, and even fewer lethal weapons. Everyone is looking out for the safety of the hostages as their first safeguard. If you use a weapon of mass destruction, You're pretty sure you'll accidentally injure a hostage. Zhang Chongluyan held the cartridge tightly in his right hand, pinched the safety grip piece with his fingers, pulled out the safety pin with his left hand, and threw both flashbangs at the same time. The target of their throw was the barracks on the left, but where was the easy way to throw the flashbangs through? The boss, who had just ducked down, had drawn his gun by this time and pulled the trigger on the airborne projectile. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and the flashbangs exploded in the air, blasting out 2 clouds of intense white light. The white light was accompanied by an ear-piercing concussion, and not only the terrorists, but even Zhang Chongluyan was impacted. However, this dazzling white light provided Jiang Xiaoyu, who was high above, with a good sniping moment. The originally dark curtain of rain seemed to be dispersed by white light at this moment. In the short period of brightness, Jiang Xiaoyu had locked on to the terrorist's boss. It's just that Jiang Xiaoyu's position wasn't really good, and his view was obscured, so he could only see the boss's right hand with his gun raised. Without any hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyu violently pulled the trigger. Bang! With a loud bang, a sniper bullet exploded into a fiery light, violently shattering the boss's raised gun along with the palm of his right hand. Well done, Lu Yan exclaimed in praise. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled coldly. I'm Night Fork's ace sniper. Ah! A mournful scream came from the boss as he covered his hand and fell to the ground. The intense pain hit him, and his head was already covered in sweat. On the blasted palm, the flesh and blood had turned into crumbs, and blood was constantly gurgling out of the wound. His screams were unceasing, startling Scarface and Muscle Man beside him. There's a sniper. Watch out! Watch out! Scarface called out in panic. Together with the muscular man, he leaned over and held the boss down, lest he become a sniper's target again if he moved blindly. The boss couldn't endure this pain, and after struggling for a few moments, he completely fainted. Scarface rushed off to give the boss first aid, while Muscle Man commanded the others to fight back. Xiang Yu, you can't break through. Hurry up and think of something. They might be going after the hostages. Xiang Yu saw that Zhang Chang's side of the attack was also blocked, and his heart was also a bit anxious. Just as he wanted to order the risk, Ding Chen's voice came out of everyone's earpieces. Don't be in a hurry. Stall them and leave the rest to me. Ding Chen's voice reached his ears, as if he had given a shot to all the members of the Night Fork squad. They all had great trust in Ding Chen's abilities, and as long as Ding Chen was there, all difficulties would be solved. These terrorists in front of us can only be eliminated by them. Ding Chen had just finished pacifying all the hostages at this time, and was relieved to see that they had really held all the terrorists back. As long as the safety of the hostages could be guaranteed, then he could also launch his attack with confidence and boldness. Ding Chen saw that all of the terrorists' attention was being held back by Xiang Yu, so he naturally wouldn't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime sneak attack opportunity. Ding Chen's God's perspective was in full swing at this point, when he saw that the enemies who were building defenses layer by layer in front of him all had their backs to him. Ding Chen's eyes lit up, and with a cold smile, he drew his dagger and quickly touched towards them. Ding Chen silently walked behind a bearded terrorist. This bearded man was still aiming his gun in the direction of Xiang Yu and the others at this time, firing a few shots every now and then, not even noticing Ding Chen's approach. Ding Chen tapped him on the shoulder behind him. The bearded man sensed something strange and turned his head violently before he could see Ding Chen's appearance was covered by Ding Chen's mouth. Ding Chen's left hand covered the bearded man's mouth and pulled him back, while the dagger in his right hand had been ruthlessly plunged into his neck. Blood sprayed all over the terrorists even a few meters away. But it's a tense time, and it's pouring rain, so who's going to be able to tell if it's blood or rain that's dripping down on them? Ding Chen didn't give him any chance to struggle, and with a stir of his dagger, he made a large hole in his neck. It slid outward again, nearly cutting the bearded man's head off. Gently letting go of this corpse, Ding Chen didn't startle anyone. Without stopping, he catapulted toward his right again. Ding Chen didn't warn this terrorist this time. He had slashed his neck with the dagger when he shot out to cover his mouth. Blood sprayed all over the place, mixing with the rainwater to color the surrounding land red. Ding Chen was now like a god of death holding the scythe of death, executing his own judgment on these terrorists. In just a few minutes, 10 terrorists had already perished at his hands. Muscleman had originally been preparing to send more people to outflank and eliminate Xiang Yu after organizing his people to suppress them, but before he could completely suppress the opposite side, he gradually realized that something was wrong. The suppression on their side was surprisingly weakening, and just listening to the gunfire, there was much less than before. Bunch of rabbits. Haven't eaten. Give me a hard beating. The muscular man turned around and roared. It was fine if he didn't turn around, but when he did, he immediately saw that Ding Chen was slitting his men's necks open. The muscular man stared at Ding Chen with wide eyes and a hellish expression. Shit, there's an enemy behind us. The Yankees are coming from the rear. Turn around and return fire. At his panicked shouts, The few people behind him immediately turned around and tried to shoot at Ding Chen. Ding Chen's reaction, however, was beyond their imagination. In the moment when a few terrorists turned back, Ding Chen directly kicked up the gun of the terrorist he had just killed in his hand with his foot, pulled the trigger and blew the heads off 3 terrorists before they did. Brothers, the instructor has already made a big splash. Let's go too. We can't let the instructor fight alone. At Xiang Yu's command, the Night Fork squad that was originally hiding behind the trees immediately rushed out. It was a sweeping shot at the muscular man and the others, pinning them back down again. On the surface of the sea, the warships that had been docked had turned on their searchlights, illuminating the coast. Not only that, but far away, 2 warships were approaching and soon docked. 2 new warships arrived, one flying the flag of the Yen Kingdom Navy and the other flying the flag of the Woolly Bear Kingdom. The ships stopped, and a squad of 20 men came down from each of the 2 warships, and quickly made their way toward the island. Instructor, 2 troops have landed. Can't tell friend from foe. Should we fire warning shots? Jiang Xiaoyu inquired. Before Ding Chen could check the situation with God's view, Zhou Yan had already opened his mouth and said in his headset, Ding Chen, the Jelong Commando Team and the Signal Flag Special Brigade of the Manhwaesque Kingdom have both sent people ashore. You guys be careful. Don't start a conflict. Ding Chen nodded, then said into his headset, ignore them and prioritize tackling the terrorists to free the hostages. Xiang Yu and the others continued to turn their attention to the terrorists, constantly taking the lives of one terrorist after another. The terrorists were now on the verge of holding out, with only a few left to resist. Scar, is the boss still awake? It's going to be impossible to block here, the muscular man shouted urgently. Scarface had just stopped the boss's bleeding at this point. He didn't know if he could wake up or not. He had no choice but to pick up the boss and shouted at the muscular man, tell the men to withdraw. They can't hold them back. Go, take the target and go. The muscular man didn't stop either. He didn't even look at Ding Chen and ran towards the hostage side with the individual. Although Ding Chen had God's view on at this moment, his attention was all on the front battlefield. Muscle Man and the others were already at the edge of the battlefield, and now that the target wasn't him, he naturally didn't react at first. After Ding Chen's sneak attack, the Night Fork squad's numbers had originally held an advantage as well. They were also much more capable than these fearmongers on their own, and with such a charge, they instantly routed all of these terrorists. Run! I don't know who yelled, and the 3 terrorists who only survived immediately ran into the jungle. Without saying a word, Lu Yan took Ma Mingliang and chased after him. Instructor, someone is heading towards the captives. Barong had sharp eyes and immediately reminded Ding Chen. Ding Chen turned around and saw the muscular man leading the men towards the captives. Bang! Without thinking, he fired a shot towards the man who had fallen behind. The minions that Muscle Man brought over were instantly boxed in. The muscular man was startled and immediately rolled over and ducked into the pile of hostages, making Ding Chen not dare to shoot for a while. The muscular man reached out and was about to pull Dr. Lin, when the woman beside him immediately glared at him angrily and bit at his outstretched hand. The muscular man ate the pain and immediately smacked over. The huge force directly jerked the woman away, causing blood to spill out from the corner of her mouth. The captain of the bodyguards on the side saw this muscular man reaching out to Dr. Lin again. He clenched his teeth and slammed his head towards the muscular man. Damn it, you've gone against the grain. Looking for death? I'll let you all have it. The muscular man cursed angrily and immediately opened fire towards the woman and the captain of the bodyguards. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and the screams of the hostages rang out all around them. Shut up! The muscular man had a fierce look on his face. Scream again and I'll kill you all. Everyone was silenced, shut up and curled up in a corner. Dr. Lin was now in tears, her eyes empty, not realizing that all the people who had protected her were all dead one by one. The muscular man yanked Dr. Lin over with one hand. Damn! For you to kill so many of my brothers, you're simply a spoilsport. Soldiers of the Yen Kingdom, all of you put down your weapons and let us out, or I will kill all the hostages right now. Ding Chen's heart was already heavy when he heard the gunshot. Now that he heard the muscular man shouting, he couldn't wait to immediately rush over and cut the man into 8 pieces. The surrounding members of the Night Fork squad all surrounded them, and Boss and Scarface had already lost their chance to escape, but now one of them was going to be in the middle of the hostages, which made all the members of the Night Stalker squadron throw in the towel and not dare to shoot. Scarface saw that Muscle Man had stabilized the situation, and he immediately set up Boss and slowly walked towards Muscle Man. Ding Chen didn't shoot to stimulate these outlaws. He was thinking about the way to break the situation and waiting for an opportunity. Ding Chen looked in the direction where Jiang Xiaoyu was and asked in a low voice, "Stinky fish, can you snipe that muscular man?" Jiang Xiaoyu shook his head. "There's no sniper position. His position, which has been obscured, is out of sniper range. The others kept replying in their headsets. Instructor, there's no sniper angle. I can't snipe here. No, there are hostages around. We can't shoot. He's too alert and hiding behind the hostages to shoot. Hearing one negative answer after another, Ding Chen had frowned slightly. When the muscular man saw that the opposite side didn't dare to shoot, he settled down a lot in his heart. But when he saw that Ding Chen wasn't willing to retreat with his men, he was very angry again. The muscular man pulled Dr. Lin up with one hand. Do you know who she is? She's a Harvard-graduated doctor of biochemistry. Someone you have to protect above you. Hurry up and get out of my way or I'll kill her right now. The muscular man's roar made everyone cringe. Ding Chen, however, laughed coldly. A more prominent identity is the same as everyone else. You've already killed 2 captives. It doesn't matter if you don't have this one more. When he said this, he immediately spoke the muscular man into a stupor. It never occurred to him that there could be people who didn't care about Dr. Lin's death. In the Night Fork Squad's headset, Zhou Yan's panicked voice immediately came. Ding Chen, don't be impulsive. What he said is true. The technology that Dr. Lin holds is a high tech that all countries need. You must keep Dr. Lin safe. Ding Chen froze, and in his heart, he could not wait to curse Zhou Yan to death. There is such a thing you did not say earlier. If he had known about this, he would have rescued the hostages long ago when he just climbed down past them. How could this have happened now? Just as the 2 parties were in a stalemate, 3 gunshots suddenly came out of the jungle. And after the gunshots, 2 teams of people rushed out at the same time. Leave this place to our augmented dragon commando team to handle. Other idle people hurry up and evacuate. A lieutenant colonel sub-commander of the augmented dragon commando team said in a condescending manner. The moment he said this, he immediately provoked Xiang Yu and the others to anger. This mission they've all accomplished up to here, and as soon as these people come in, they want to take them out of the picture. And another group of people from the Woolly Bear Nation shouted in broken Yen language. Yen people, go back to Yen. This is closer to our territory. The hostages here should be rescued by us. Everyone froze when they heard this, including the Augur Squad and the remaining Scarface. Isn't it a big joke that the Woolly Bear Nation rescued the hostages? They're lucky if they don't kill the hostages as terrorists and expect them to rescue them? The atmosphere at the scene was very tense. Not only did they surround these few terrorists in a group, but some of the Jelong Commando Team and Night Fork Squadron even turned their guns and formed a standoff with the Signal Flag Special Forces. Just as the 4 parties confronted each other, Ding Chen's attention was always on the hostages' side, with God's perspective firmly enveloping the muscular man. When he saw Scarface assisting his boss about to walk into the place where the hostages were, the muscle man who had been so careful finally showed his crack. The muscular man was in an agitated mood and tried to go up to assist the boss, and it was the small body shake that caused the muzzle of the gun he had been pointing at Dr. Lin to move out an inch. Ding Chen's spider sense suddenly took effect, sensing the breach and automatically simulating a response in his mind. Ding Chen saw the viability, and he immediately seized on this tiny break. Go to hell, Ding Chen whispered, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, 2 shots rang out in quick succession. The first shot broke the muscular man's index finger holding the gun, exposing a third of his head as he reacted with stress from the pain. A second bullet broke through and instantly blew his head off. Blood and brain matter erupted from the bullet hole, spraying Dr. Lin, who was frozen in place, in the face. Ding Chen's sudden strike stunned all. No one could have predicted that under these circumstances, Ding Chen would still dare to make a move. The eyes of the Augur's men went wide and their mouths opened incredulously. That's in a hostage pile. If you hit a hostage, you'll end up in a bad way. And for Ding Chen to be able to resist such pressure and accurately fire 2 shots in a row, it was no longer just a matter of pressure. Only if one was confident enough in their marksmanship could they manage to fire 2 shots in a row without hesitation like Ding Chen. Scarface saw that the muscular man had his head blown off by Ding Chen with a single shot, and with a desperate yell, he turned around and tried to find Ding Chen to fight for his life. He was also greeted by a cluster of fire and a bullet. After the gunshot, Scarface had an extra bloody hole in his forehead. Bullets flew out from behind his head, exploding countless brains and blood. He had lost the color in his eyes, and with a final reluctance, he fell into a pool of blood along with his assisting boss. Everyone dared not look directly at Ding Chen, who had been killing since he had just appeared. Now bathed in blood, he simply looked like a demon god that had crawled out of hell. The boss was heaved down into the bloody water, the cold rain lapping at his face. Ding Chen took a step in front of him, slowly squatted down, and patted the boss's face hard with his hand. Wake up! No one dared to stop Ding Chen's actions, and no one knew what Ding Chen wanted to do. Everyone around them looked at Ding Chen in peace and quiet, watching him whip the terrorist boss into shape. The boss had just woken up with a start when the pain in his hand came again, but it was an unfamiliar face that was reflected in his eyes. What do you want? Boss asked in fear as he forced himself to endure the pain in his hand. Ding Chen laughed coldly. Nothing. I woke you up just to inform you that it's time for you to be on your way. Boss's pupils dilated. You. Bang. Ding Chen didn't give him a chance to talk nonsense and directly shot him in the head. We are forever inviolable. Otherwise, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you will be executed even if you are far away. Ding Chen's words were not big, but they were powerful, like a heavy hammer striking everyone's heart. When Ding Chen slowly got up, not only the people from Jiaolong, but no one from even the furry bear country dared to make a sound. Everyone was silenced. They had never seen such a ruthless and merciless person like Ding Chen. Simply a merciless killing machine. Holy shit, are they all this ruthless? More ruthless than us. The other wiped the sweat from his forehead. If I hadn't seen what this guy was wearing, I'd have thought he was a terrorist. So damn mean. Just then, there was a sudden cry of agony. Everyone hadn't looked back in shock until then. Turning her head to look, she saw Lin Rong sitting paralyzed in front of the body of the bodyguard captain, knocking her head against his body in front of her. I'm sorry, she cried in despair, an emotion that infected all the hostages. Many thought of the havoc they had encountered in the past few days, and only now, when they were rescued, did they loosen their own heartstrings. They were far from the sea, and for a time thought there was no hope of living in this life. But now, the motherland has not abandoned them and they can live well. They cried tears of joy, and eventually it became a group of people crying en masse. A group of people gave Ding Chen a thumbs up. Our motherland, with people like you, our people can feel safe, a middle-aged man said excitedly. No matter where we go, as long as we think of having you as our backing, we are not afraid, because we have a strong us and a strong motherland. Hooray! Countless people followed along and shouted with excitement, their eyes glistening with tears. Ding Chen looked at the excitement of the hostages, but he couldn't be happy. His eyes, always looking at Lin Rong and the two dead hostages, felt a vague pain inside. The others were just like him, and there was actually a hint of despondency in each of their eyes. This is their first mission. Is it a success, or a failure? Just then, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Leave this island. It's closer to our territorial waters, and if you stay here any longer, we will rule that you are trying to invade our territorial waters, the old Maoist warned. I'm rolling your ass. Zheng Cheng cursed angrily and aimed his gun directly at them. Are your eyes blind? Can't you see that this is a hostage rescue? The others also immediately turned their guns, all aimed at the gang. The Augur's men also turned to the group of hairy men, joining Nightcrawler, guns blazing in unison. I'll be damned. The temperature in the woolly bear country is so low that it froze your brain silly, didn't it? The man from Jiaolong looked on angrily. We have completed this mission, and this place is full of our people. If you don't leave, I will evict you, he said as the augurs collectively pressed forward a step. Boss, what should we do? There's a lot of them there. We'll be at a disadvantage, Old Mao said. Looking at the two waves of elites in front of them, a strong unwillingness flashed through their eyes, and in the end, they all turned into helplessness. Let's go. Another old hairy man led the way, turning his head. Boss, someone shouted reluctantly. Go. The crowd had no choice but to follow the captain away in the end with eyes full of resentment. In exchange for their territory, they certainly wouldn't go. This wasn't their territory after all, and there was no reason to stay here. They were thinking of grabbing some credit, but in this case, they know what they're doing. Ding Chen didn't care about Jiaolong's men. He was closest to the hostages, and when he saw Lin Rong crying, he naturally walked over. Ding Chen used his dagger to cut the rope from Lin Rong's hand and whispered behind her to comfort her. Everything will pass. I'm sorry for your loss. Lin Rong's cries lessened a bit and she looked back at Ding Chen. Seeing the white cloth on his left hand that was already red with blood and the cut between his palms, she nodded gratefully to Ding Chen. It wasn't just for Ding Chen who had rescued them, but more so because Ding Chen had helped avenge the people around her. She is a flesh and blood human being. Despite being a doctor who was drunk on research, she will hate those who took her friend's life and be grateful to the heroes who rescued her from the fire. Just then, Zhou Yan brought his men over. He came to be in charge of picking up the hostages on the ship and escorting them safely back home. Good day, leader. Xian Yu led a greeting to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan nodded. You guys have worked hard. The old Maoist froze when he saw Zhou Yan coming over, then laughed conspiratorially. I thought it was someone from someone else. It's not old Zhou. You've brought out a good bunch of men. Zhou Yan glanced at the other party. Who do I think it is? Isn't this the person known as Seahawk? How come you're late again? Here, it's already been settled by ours. Oh, Captain Jones' gaze swept over Xian Yu and the others, finally landing on Ding Chen, who had just returned. What the hell? Never even heard of it. Have you been involved in any operations? Ding Chen could feel the provocation from him, and that sense of sightless disregard made Ding Chen very disgusted. We've just formed a few months ago. You're out of touch if you haven't heard of it. And as far as taking part in operations, won't you see it this time? Ding Chen laughed coldly. I'm embarrassed to have stolen your Jiaolong's thunder on my first mission. Captain Zhong looked at Ding Chen and laughed coldly. Night Fork, right. I remember the name. And who are you? Ding Chen. Captain Zhong shook his head. Much less heard of it. Xiang Yu and the rest of them were all enraged. So what if you are an augur? You can say that they are weak and can't do the augur now. But you can't say that Ding Chen can't. Instead, Ding Chen wasn't that rattled and just smiled faintly. It's fine. It won't be long before you'll have our names memorized. I'll lead the Night Forks, step on the dragon, and become excellent. Captain Zhong and Jiaolong's men froze, but then they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Captain Zhong even laughed exaggeratedly. Kid, you're good at telling jokes. Why don't you come to our Jiaolong to be a funny bearer? Ding Chen said with a straight face. What are you going to do in Jiaolong? To be your captain? You guys are so weak. I really don't want it. What did you say? The augur's man instantly turned ugly. They collectively took a step forward, and Captain Zhong even stepped in front of Ding Chen, his gaze deadpan. Xiang Yu and the others were not willing to show weakness and stood in front of the Jiaolong, glaring back fiercely. Kid, Captain Zhong said in a cold voice, a new team that has just emerged. For the seniors to know how to respect. Our name of Jiaolong is the establishment of so far, little by little to put together by themselves. You guys got a head start on a small task and can't find the north. That's not good. We have to let us augurs help you set that right. Take your honor and lie down in your coffins. Ding Chen wasn't afraid in the slightest. This is a place where we speak from strength. If you are inferior to us once, you will be inferior to us again and again in the future. Now if you want to lose less, why don't you take your men and join us? It just so happens that my Night Stalker isn't full yet, and you'll still be given a small position if you come. Kid, what are you talking about? You. Just at the moment when both sides were at swords drawn and both were on the verge of fighting, Zhou Yan walked over. He had pacified the hostages, arranging for speedboats to transport them back to the ship in small groups. Seeing that the atmosphere over here was not right, he hurried over. He hurriedly coughed twice. Alright, we're all in the same system. What's the point of arguing? If you all have grievances, save them up and go to the field to compete and see who's really number one. Zhou Yan glared at the two of them. Besides, arguing here with so many of your compatriots staring, aren't you ashamed of yourselves? Captain Zhong sneered. If it weren't for the presence of so many compatriots, I'd teach you how to behave today. Kid, remember, be low-key. When the time comes, we, Jiaolong, will definitely abuse you all. Ding Chen nodded indifferently. This phrase suits you well. Keep a low profile and others will remember you as a stepping stone. They finished and each took a step back. The dragon followed suit and backed away, only for their gazes to remain ferocious towards each other. Captain Zhong snorted coldly. Let's go. The dragon left with their bell captain. Zhou Yan was relieved to see that the two sides didn't fight after all. He hurriedly walked over. Good work. You're all good. You've done so well on your first mission. You're our pride. Zhang Chong Luyan, they all had a big smile on their faces. For this mission, they were already very satisfied with their performance in their hearts. Ding Chen's gaze deepened as he looked at the bodies of the bodyguard captains and women being carried away from his side. He said coldly, it's not like we were able to perfectly free all the hostages. So what's there to congratulate? Hearing his words, Lu Yan and the rest of them all fell silent. Seeing two fresh lives, turned into two cold corpses, all of them couldn't smile anymore. The joy of completing the mission condensed on their faces at this moment, and all that was left was an incomparably heavy heart. Zhou Yan also blushed, facing so many terrorists and being able to free most of them and more importantly protect the important targets. No one will already criticize you for anything. Ding Chen's icy gaze looked at Zhou Yan. No one is harsh. What about yourself? I don't care about important goals. The lives of all citizens are just as important to me. I'm sorry. I'll go back first. When Ding Chen finished saying this, the storm subsided just as the sun was rising. Everyone was silent at this moment as they followed Ding Chen towards the ship. As they passed the two corpses, all bowed solemnly toward them. Lin Rong was right next to the two corpses. She had stopped crying now, two tear tracks hanging on her clinging face. When she saw Ding Chen bring someone over, she forced her grief and walked over. Thank you. Lin Rong bowed deeply beside Ding Chen. Without a word, Ding Chen led Xiang Yu and the others towards the ship. Lin Rong looked up at Ding Chen's back, her heart filled with gratitude. The storm stopped and the sea returned to calm. Ding Chen stood on the deck, bathing in the rising sun, quietly watching the waves crashing over the bow of the ship. Zhou Yan walked over to Ding Chen's side and looked at him worriedly. Don't feel too bad in your heart. You guys have done a great job in being able to save so many people back. Ding Chen shook his head. I'm fine. You don't have to comfort me or anything. I just feel like I could have done a better job. And it doesn't sit well with me that there are citizens of the Yin Kingdom dying in front of me. It's not self-condemnation. It's just that when I see them, I think about them a lot and it's a little sad. Zhou Yan nodded and didn't say anything more. Ding Chen looked at Zhou Yan and asked, "What about Xiang Yu and his gang of little brats? How are they?" Zhou Yan smiled. "They don't feel good in their hearts either. After this night's baptism, they have grown a lot. There was no rest for one night. And now they all can't carry on and have just fallen asleep." Zhou Yan looked at Ding Chen. "Do you want to go and rest for a while as well? And also, the injury on your hand, go and take care of it first." Ding Chen shook his head. "It's not in the way. You go ahead. I'll stay a little longer." Zhou Yan nodded and turned to leave. Ding Chen let out a long breath and looked up further out to sea, trying to pull a smile on his face. Above the harbor, a warship slowly docked. With heavy steps, Lin Rong followed the captain off the ship. She had just gotten off the boat when two middle-aged men walked over quickly. "Ms. Lin, we were sent from above to protect you back," he said as he pulled out his credentials and handed them to Lin Rong. Lin Rong looked at the words national security on the document and felt a little more settled in her heart. "I can't just leave like this," Lin Rong said firmly. "I just went through a vicious adventure like that. Many people sacrificed their lives for me. I can't just leave like this without doing anything." She turned to look at the captain behind her. "Leader, can you tell me who just rescued me? Not only did he save my life, but he also avenged my death. I want to thank him in person." The captain was silent for a while, and finally shook his head. "I'm sorry, Ms. Lin, I can't reveal anything about him to you." Lin Rong froze, not expecting her to be denied even on this wish. A national security officer urged, "Ms. Lin, it's getting late. You'd better come with us first, and we'll help you snoop around afterward." Lin Rong stubbornly shook her head. "You guys help me beg for mercy. I really want to see him again and solemnly thank him in person." The two national security men looked at each other, and one of them stepped forward and said, "Leader, Ms. Lin is someone that is highly valued by the top. So do you think you can be a little more accommodating and tell us the information about that person?" The captain shook his head decisively. "Don't ask much about this. I don't have the authority to reveal his identity." Hearing the captain speak in this way, the two national security men understood what he meant. They looked at Lin Rong helplessly. "Miss Lin, as you can see, there are many things that we can't know just because we want to know them. The top is still waiting to see you. You'd better come with us." Lin Rong looked at the captain with bleak eyes. "Can't you really accommodate?" The captain shook his head in disbelief. Lin Rong said hopelessly, "Alas, then I hope I'll still have the chance to see him." The captain nodded. "Good luck with that." Lin Rong glanced helplessly at the ship and eventually left with the national security people. 2038, 2039, 2040. Inside the training base of the Navy's Night Fork Squadron, all the soldiers were lying on the ground doing push-ups. Jiang Xiaoyu was sweating like a pig at this moment. He had already gone through a long period of physical training, but not once had he done the amount of training that he did today. But he didn't relax and kept his teeth clenched. Like him, the other team members who participated in the operation along with Ding Chen were also as if they were possessed at this moment. Never stop until you have squeezed every last ounce of strength out of your body. It was the first time since they had been elected members of the Night Stalker Squadron that they had voluntarily made it to this point. Everyone was silent during the training, and apart from the sound of counting, only the hissing of power was left. Jiang Xiaoyu even changed her frivolous and jumpy nature from her previous training days and followed Ding Chen's footsteps without a word. The others who didn't go on a mission were also silent after watching the action footage, and trained playfully under Ding Chen's leadership. No one asked why or how long they had to train. The only thing they had to do now was to follow behind Ding Chen and wait for when Ding Chen stopped. Lian stood outside the playground without saying a word, quietly looking at the group of soldiers who were playing hard to get training, and in the depths of his gaze, a hint of remembrance was revealed. At one time, he went through this, so he grew into the Li and he is now. Now, his players are going through the same thing, a legacy and a growth. Liam muttered, "After today's venting, we're going to walk on tomorrow." He shook his head and turned to leave the playground. Ding Chen led his team to train until dinner time in the evening, and only by immersing himself in training could he forget about the two dead countrymen. This kind of high-intensity training managed to make Jiang Xiaoyu and the rest of them all exhausted and fell on the ground, never able to get up again. Everyone once again had a new perception of the extent of Ding Chen's physical perversity. Everyone else was called by Ding Chen to be carried back to the dormitory, and the Night Fork squad once again took on the appearance of the first day of training. Even if he was as strong as Ding Chen, at this moment, he could only lie on the grass, panting heavily. Ding Chen just lay quietly, listening to the sound of the wind in his ears and looking at the starry night sky. Ding Chen felt his heart let go. It's as if everything that happened last night was a dream. And all that storm and blood and tears, everything didn't exist. If it weren't for the vaguely painful wound on his left hand constantly reminding him, Ding Chen would have already almost dusted this off into the bottom of his heart. Right at this moment, a sound of footsteps came from Ding Chen's ears, and a silhouette suddenly stood in front of him, covering the sky above his head. Ding Chen opened his eyes, and with the help of the surrounding lights, he saw the visitor. Lian sat down next to Ding Chen and handed over the bottle of wine in his hand. "Drink with me?" Although Lian was asking, the wine in his hand had already been shoved into Ding Chen's hand. "We're an all-military prohibition unit here. You're making a mistake." Ding Chen looked at Lian, but still took the wine. In a bad mood. "Let's indulge just this once." Lian laughed and clinked the bottle of wine with Ding Chen's. Ding Chen didn't say anything. He just tilted his head and took a hard gulp. The pungency of the white wine went straight from his throat to his head. But Ding Chen didn't feel any strange sensations. Lian accompanied Ding Chen and also took a big gulp. "Old Ding, don't beat yourself up too much. This kind of thing is inevitable. You've done well enough." Ding Chen took another sip. "I'm fine." Lian sighed. "Anyone with eyes can see that. So don't deceive yourself." He patted Ding Chen on the shoulder. "Don't put so much pressure on yourself. We are also human beings. We can't be perfect. A lot of things are not what you want. You can do everything. That's why we need to prioritize the lives of the majority. You've done well enough by saving so many people. Don't be too hard on yourself." Ding Chen was unmoved. The only thing he couldn't accept in his heart was that he had obviously turned on the god's perspective, but he had focused too much on the front battlefield, which gave those terrorists a chance to take advantage of the situation. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Ding Chen in this way, Lian immediately changed direction. The two who died also died to guard their ideals and contribute to what they thought was worthwhile. They could have also chosen not to come forward, to be clear-minded like all the hostages, then they wouldn't have to die. But for the sake of the goal they are guarding, they righteously chose to fight for their lives. This is their choice. It's not your fault. Lian sat upright and turned his head to look at Ding Chen. "It's just like when you were guarding the island. If that thing had turned out not to be you capturing the enemy, but being killed by the enemy, would you have stood up for yourself without a second thought?" "I will," Ding Chen said decisively. Seeing him speak, Lian smiled and nodded. "The situation is the same now, and it's also like you, choosing the same path for the sake of the motherland and ideals. So instead of beating ourselves up, we should be more proud of their choices. Wasn't the purpose of our Night Forks founding to guard the country and its people? They chose the same path as us, and as fallen comrades, it's fine to honor the memory, but if we wallow in sorrow, what should we do with the ideals and the country? Who will guard them?" Ding Chen looked sideways at Lian. "I can't imagine that you're a big old man, but now you're talking in a set of words?" Lian laughed. "Iron men still have tenderness. What's wrong with me being a little rough?" Ding Chen laughed. "Then you are indeed fine." Lian laughed and gave Ding Chen a punch. "Fuck off. Drink." Ding Chen raised the bottle. "Cheers." Lian laughed. "Look forward. Tomorrow will be better. We have to guard a better tomorrow." Ding Chen looked to the sky, which was filled with stars and glittering. To a better tomorrow. Yen State Naval Command. As Li Jianbin sat in his office, several of the command's top generals all gathered together. "Cho, how's the high seas hostage thing going?" Li Jianbin had just left from the marine side in the front foot, and in the back foot, he heard the news that the terrorists had kidnapped hostages from Yen on the high seas, and among the hostage takers are PhDs in biology who are important to the country. So as soon as he came back, he immediately got on board with this. The secretary known as Xiao Zhao immediately replied, "Chief, don't worry. News has just come back that all the terrorists have been killed and the hostages have been rescued." Li Jianbin nodded with satisfaction. This incident, Jialong reacted very quickly well. "Worthy of being the first strongest soldier in my navy. The name of Jialong in the sea is really not for nothing." Xiao Zhao looked at Li Jianbin unnaturally and said with some embarrassment, "Chief, the ones who rescued the hostages this time weren't the Jialong commandos." Li Jianbin froze and frowned. Can it be that his country's special forces are here too? If the person was saved by someone else, our navy will really lose face. A vice admiral next to him was also worried. "It can't be helped. Our navy started late, and our special forces are not experienced enough to react quickly enough in dealing with this kind of emergencies. It can't be helped." Another lieutenant general counseled. "Old Li, don't take this too much to heart. We have Jialong with us. Give these little buggers some more time, and our troops will definitely be able to surpass them." Just as the several chiefs were talking to each other to console and cheer each other up, Xiao Zhao coughed twice with an embarrassed face. The several lieutenant generals present looked at Xiao Zhao unhappily, and Li Jianbin frowned and said, "If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't stammer." Xiao Zhao hurriedly said, "Chiefs, it's not what you think. The hostages were already rescued by our own troops before the Jialong squad rushed over. What? Vice Commander Yao Jianjun was surprised. What other troops can be faster than Jiaolong? The other side are heavily armed terrorists with hostages in their hands. It's impossible to accomplish this if they're not special forces. The chief of staff also spoke up. Is it possible that the army sent someone? But that's not right. It's impossible for them to react faster than our navy. Right? Xiao Zhao shook his head. It's the Marines. Their Night Stalker squadron sent a rescue team and got the hostages out through a night of struggle. Night Fork squadron? Li Jianben's eyes widened in shock. I just finished inspecting them. Haven't they not been established for long and never done a mission? Xiao Zhao replied. The specific details are unclear, but the intelligence below is that their instructor led two of the most elite teams and boarded the island to complete the mission. Li Jianben exclaimed. I didn't expect. Originally thought that they were just a little stronger than the general troops. I didn't expect them to be able to finish the mission from Jiaolong. This is really something. The chief of staff asked curiously. The Night Fork squadron? How come I've never heard of them before? Yao Jianjun was also filled with curiosity. How long has it been since our navy produced another unit comparable to the Jiaolong? Li Jianben laughed. Night Fork squadron. Ah, it's a special force that was only formed in the second half of this year, subordinate to the Marine Amphibious Reconnaissance Brigade. And because it's been training in secret, it's not well known. Everyone froze when they heard Li Jianben's words. A unit that had been formed in less than half a year shouldn't be this strong, even if it had been trained according to the requirements of a special force. And they also wiped out the terrorists and successfully rescued all the hostages before the augur arrived. This new force, with its vigorous vigor, came out of the firstborn calves to topple all the augurs to the ground. Just as they were shocked beyond words, a guardsman knocked on the office door. Come in, Li Jianben shouted. The guard walked in quickly. Chief, he saluted before following up with, 2 men from the Secret Service have come, saying they want to see you. The Secret Service? Li Jianben looked at the others in confusion. What are they doing here? A mysterious unit like the Secret Service, like national security, is usually out of reach of ordinary people. Even for the leaders, it's not easy to find these mysterious guys. This uninvited visit from the Secret Service was a real surprise to everyone else. Bring them in. Li Jianben was interested in this arrival of the Secret Service. The guard turned away and went to bring in the Secret Service. Just as the people in the room were speculating on the intentions of the Secret Service's visit, 2 roughly middle-aged men and women followed the guards in. When the 2 Secret Service men came in, Xiao Zhao immediately followed the guards to exit the office. Hello, Chief. Both men saluted all the leaders in the room at the same time. Li Jianben looked at them and raised his head to ask, what is it that you, the Secrecy Bureau, are trying to do by coming to our naval headquarters? The 2 of them looked at each other. And finally the male Secrecy Commissioner spoke. Good day, Chief. It's like this. We're here for the soldier under your hand. The one called Ding Chen. Li Jianben froze for a moment. Not knowing why just for a Ding Chen, the Secret Service would find their naval headquarters. You know, even if you become classified, usually just go and notify the local troops. And those who come to the naval commander's headquarters have never heard of such a thing. You have come for him? What exactly? Li Jianben opened his mouth and asked. The secrecy officer hurriedly handed over the prepared information. For Captain Ding Chen. Originally, because of his previous deeds of stationing on the island and capturing 40 people, we were scheduled to keep it a secret for the 3 stars. But this rescue incident has made the above notice Captain Ding Chen as well. And the captain succeeded in rescuing Dr. Lin, who was very helpful to us, and also trained an elite special forces unit. What it means from above is to adjust Captain Ding Chen's secrecy level to 5 stars, so that your units can do a good job of keeping it secret. When these words came out, several lieutenant generals and admirals were all in an uproar. What's the concept of a 5-star confidentiality rating? The secrecy level is also only 9 stars in total. The topmost person is 9 stars, and the commander-in-chief of the whole army and the ministry level are only 8 stars. Their kind of lieutenant generals and admirals are only like 6 or 7 stars. It meant that a classified rank like Ding Chen's was at least the rank of Major General. It is important to realize that with this level of confidentiality, not only is the security of the information increased, but you can also have a lot of convenience. For example, any classified officer with 5 stars or more can mobilize local administrators within the cities and towns of the Yen Kingdom to assist you in matters that do not jeopardize national security. Is that reasonable? Someone asked in disbelief. The Secrecy Bureau man nodded. Reasonable? Our level of secrecy is not just based on the position the target holds, but more importantly on the level of contribution to the country, or the potential to contribute to the country. Although Captain Ding Chen doesn't hold a high military rank at the moment, but judging from his overall performance, he's loyal to the country and the people. And judging from the fact that he was able to form a special forces unit, he's also an indispensable talent for the country. Chief, that's the only thing we're here for today. and we'd like to make sure we have a good non-disclosure agreement. Li Jianbin nodded. Alright, then you guys go ahead. Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao immediately came in and took the 2 Secret Service men out. As soon as they left, the whole office exploded. That's impossible, isn't it? Such a thing is unheard of? A lieutenant general said incredulously. My current secrecy level is only level 6. How old is this kid and he's already like this? Another lieutenant general marveled. It's just a captain. And it's such a secrecy level. It doesn't make sense. The chief of staff also exclaimed. Captain, Li Jianbin spoke. Soon it won't be. Ding Chun has repeatedly built up a reputation, and has also single-handedly brought out a special forces unit that is no weaker than Jiaolong's. As the instructor of a squadron, his rank has long been incompatible with his position. Even the kudos from the Secret Service come faster than us now. As one of our own navy, we have to show it. The chief of staff frowned. But Ding Chen has just been promoted to captain. Would it be too soon to promote his rank now? Fast what fast? Yao Jianjun is a violent temper. When he heard the words of the chief of staff, he blew his beard and glared and said, This is a human family Ding Chen took his life to fight for. Do you know what it means to repeatedly build a miraculous achievement? Yao Jianjun glared at the chief of staff. Lao Dong Ah, you are just too pedantic. For a person like Ding Chen, not only is he a naval hero, but he is also a soldier whose abilities and virtues are convincing. Such a soldier is not important. You still want to suppress it? Being taunted by Yao Jianjun like this, if it were anyone else, they would have disliked him long ago. Lao Dong, however, just laughed and shook his head. Your old Yao is a dog, smell the smell and bite. Yao Jianjun looked at Lao Dong with an odd face. Lao Dong, you don't have to call yourself a shit for cursing me, right? The chief of staff's face instantly turned ugly as he snorted coldly and stopped ignoring Yao Jianjun. That's enough. Stop it. Li Jianbin opened his mouth to stop their nonsense. Ding Chen's performance this time does deserve our reward. And as I just said, the Night Fork Squadron have all been promoted to the establishment. And as their instructor, it doesn't make sense for Ding Chen to still be just a captain. Several lieutenant generals nodded in recognition of the situation. Ding Chen had been sitting in the instructor's position with the rank of captain for over 2 months. To be unreasonable, this is unreasonable. They were now promoting Ding Chen's rank, which was turning unreasonable into reasonable. Lao Dong cannot help but shake his head and sigh. This can be really young and promising. I like Ding Chen this age. When I was still crawling around below, which is so spirited. Who isn't? A group of lieutenant generals also lamented. However, the matter of elevating his rank was not disputed any longer, because he got all these credits with his life. In times of peace, the country needs heroes more than ever, and it should never chill the hearts of heroes. Whatever it is, as long as it's not too much, it must be given. In a flash, all those present reached a unanimous agreement. Inside the Nightstalker Squadron training base, look at your current appearance. What have you become? Ding Chen stood aside with a stern face and said, Think about those compatriots who are about to die a horrible death at the hands of the enemy due to your lack of ability. More sweat in training, less blood in wartime. If you can't become stronger, how can you defend your country and your people? Under Ding Chen's constant motivation, everyone in the Night Fork Squadron exploded with tenacious conviction. This is 5 days after they rescued the hostages. Over the 5 days, everyone gradually unraveled and got back into a new round of training. Although the knot was untied, the scene of the hostage dying in front of their eyes was still engraved in their hearts. Zhang Xiaoyu and the others didn't slacken off, and had been doing their training diligently. The playground was in the middle of a hot training session when a soldier quickly ran by. Instructor, he saluted at Ding Chen. Captain Zhou and the commander are here. Ding Chen nodded and immediately told Zhang Chong and the others to continue their training. Turning around and walking towards the outside of the playground himself, he had just turned around and hadn't gone far when he saw Lian and Zhou Yan following behind Lin Zijian, leads a general with the rank of lieutenant general, striding this way. While Lian's face still had no expression on it, Zhou Yan and Lin Zijian both had big smiles on their faces, and it didn't take much thought to realize that they had come for some kind of happy occasion. Ding Chen saluted the lieutenant general. Good day, chief. Good day, commander. The lieutenant general waved his hand. There's no need to be so formal. We came here to congratulate you. Congratulations? Ding Chen froze, then reacted that it should be the commendation for this hostage rescue that had come. The lieutenant general looked at the Ding Chen in front of him with satisfaction. Not bad, with an impressive appearance, not losing his competence and sharpness. The appreciation inside his eyes became even more intense when he finished looking at Zhang Chong and the others who were training behind Ding Chen. This group of soldiers are killing. Each one of them is like a sword out of its sheath. Just the hope of our navy. Ding Chen, you are marvelous. An important treasure for our navy. Ding Chen said unabashedly. I've always just done what I had to do. The chief is overpraised. The lieutenant general nodded. The appreciation in his eyes deepened. Beware of overdoing it. Although they are full of killing spirit, they must learn to restrain themselves. Know that only a sword hidden in a scabbard can be used for a longer period of time. Ding Chen nodded. I understand. The lieutenant general smiled with satisfaction. Go see these soldiers under your hand. Ding Chen took the lead and went ahead to gather the troops. A whistle sounded and all the soldiers of the Night Fork Squadron quickly gathered. The neat formation was in place in a flash. Even if they were sweating 1 second, they still stood straight and appeared in line the next. Good day, Chief, Ding Chen shouted. All 180 soldiers of the Night Fork Squadron have assembled. Please inspect. Chief. Zhang Xiaoyu and the others also saluted the Lieutenant General after Ding Chen. Good day, Chief. The Lieutenant General returned a military salute and nodded in satisfaction. This is the first time I've heard of your names before coming here. He was all smiles. I heard that you guys snatched the mission at the hands of the augur. You've excelled this time. You're the pride of all of us in the Navy. Zhang Chong Lu Yan and all of them smiled. To be praised by the chief. All the efforts they had made all this time had meaning. The Lieutenant General smiled. But you must also guard against arrogance and not let down the training of your instructors, and the expectations of your leaders. You exist to compare to the augurs. You must not slack off. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoyu reported. Reporting to the chief, our goal is to surpass Jielong. The Lieutenant General froze when he heard this, then laughed out loud. Right on, there's ambition. Why should the augur be number one? When you're a soldier, you have to have this kind of ambition. In light of your outstanding performance, I am here to honor all of you. When the Lieutenant General finished speaking, all the faces were beaming with joy. You have done an excellent job of rescuing the hostages this time, wiping out 83 terrorists and defending the dignity of our Navy. You are hereby credited with one collective second-class merit. He glanced back at Ding Chen. As for Captain Ding Chen, for your outstanding performance in this mission, you will be credited with one individual first-class merit. Ding Chen's dedication was seen by everyone, and the wounds left by climbing the wall were still on his hands. Everyone had a delighted smile on their faces regarding the first-class merit that Ding Chen had received. After the Lieutenant General awarded the first-class Medal of Merit, he once again said towards everyone, the Night Fork Squadron is already a mature Special Forces unit, and as their instructor, Ding Chen has given his all. It has been decided by the headquarters to award Ding Chen the rank of Major. As soon as he said this, everyone in the room tensed up. Crap, Night Fork, this is too ferocious. This is a promotion to Major. Where's the rocket ride? Zhang Xiaoyu muttered in a small voice. That's right, the captain has been in the army for so many years, and now he's just a major. And there's not much of a chance of promotion kind of thing. Night Fork deserves to be a Night Fork. It's unbelievable when it comes to ferocity. Zhan Dapeng also staggered. Lu Yen murmured. I would think it's normal. The instructor has also been in the military for 10 years. Now, he has built up his merit many times, and his personal ability is also outstanding. It wouldn't make sense if the higher-ups didn't reward and compensate him. Just as the field was whispering, the Lieutenant General had already replaced Ding Chen's major's shoulder patch with his own hands. You are blessed to have a good instructor. You need to look up to Ding Chen and try to become a soldier like him, the Lieutenant General said in a neutral tone. Yes, the instructor is our role model. We will always keep our mission in mind and try to look up to the instructor. All of them yelled. The Lieutenant General nodded in satisfaction and let Lian lead the training as he pulled Ding Chen aside. Ding Chen. Good job, the Lieutenant General smiled and said. Good things come in pairs. I have another piece of good news to tell you this time. Ding Chen froze. He wondered in his heart. The rank in military service had already been obtained. What other commendations could there be? Seeing his puzzled expression, the Lieutenant Admiral smiled. This reward is not from within our Navy. It's from above. The Secrecy Bureau has raised your secrecy level to 5, and Rear Admirals and below don't have the right to access your information. The Lieutenant General looked at Ding Chen with a face full of relief. Truly a fearful young man. Your future in the future is truly unlimited. Ding Chen was also full of surprise at this time. This commendation was really an unexpected pleasure for him. Right at this moment, a system beep sounded in Ding Chen's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host. Ranked up, completed the mission and received a reward. Ding, congratulations to the host. Military rank elevation. Mission completion. Obtaining the reward Primary Imperial Beasts. Obtaining the King of Military Dogs. Xie, the system's beep sounded, and Ding Chen froze, not expecting that this rank advancement would be exchanged for such an ability. Sentinel beasts in a Special Forces world? He couldn't even think about it. After the Lieutenant General saw that Ding Chen froze, a look of delight and incomprehension appeared on his face. He hurriedly explained for Ding Chen. Among the hostages you rescued, there are people who are very important to our Yin country in and all of your performances have been seen by the above. And it's only after synthesizing the potentials you possess that the country prioritized giving you this reward. How could he know that Ding Chen's complex and varied expression at this moment was entirely due to the fact that he was just not understanding the system's reward? And for that confidentiality level increase, Ding Chen did not put it in his heart. Ding Chen froze, and then reacted that the Lieutenant General was explaining his performance just now. He burst into tears and could only smile and nod. The Lieutenant General looked at him like this and thought that he didn't take it to heart, and hurriedly said, "It's not just as simple as keeping the information secret. In all cities and towns within the territory of Yen country, you have the right to mobilize the local administration to help you deal with things that don't endanger the country, but rather, the clearing up of the tale afterward will be dealt with by a special person." Seeing that the Lieutenant General was so attached to this matter, Ding Chen had no choice but to smile and nod his head. "I know. I'll keep the honor that my country has given me in my heart." The Lieutenant General nodded in satisfaction and walked away with his hands behind his back. Only when the Lieutenant General turned to leave did Ding Chen hastily check the system's rewards. Elementary Beast Sentinel, you can establish a psychic connection with animals and manipulate wild beasts. When the host improves his ability, he will also improve his ability to control beasts. Currently able to control beasts, 1 inch. Ding Chen thought he had misread the situation. After looking carefully again, I found that the introduction of the system still only has the ability of the Imperial Beast, and the introduction about the military dog Chiyu is not at all. Is it hard to believe that the system will swallow my rewards as well? Ding Chen muttered. As if the system had heard Ding Chen's complaints, it immediately gave an explanation. The rewards for the military dogs will be transported and submitted to you. With the system's explanation, Ding Chen was finally able to figure it out. Or else he had an extra military dog by his side for no apparent reason. And that was indeed a bit hard to believe. Just as the Lieutenant General left, Zhou Yan and Lin Zijian walked over. "Congratulations, old Ding. You've been promoted and awarded military honors this time. You've become a major at a young age. You have a bright future ahead of you. Thanks to your blessing, the Night Fork Squadron can also be credited with a collective second-class merit once. My face is also honored." Zhou Yan laughed very freely. Ding, Lin Zijian also smiled and said, "It's a blessing for my Marines to have you as the instructor of the Night Fork Squadron. In the future, I'll leave all of these untalented little brats to you." Ding Chen nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, Commander. If they can't outrun Jialong, I'll let them all go to the sea." Lin Zijian laughed out loud. "I'm naturally relieved to have you here. Alright, you go ahead and get busy. I'm going back too." "Yes." Lin Zijian didn't stay long and left in a hurry after exchanging pleasantries with Ding Chen. Zhou Yan also had a bunch of things to take care of and also left after saying goodbye to Ding Chen. Ding Chen was out of business again and had to go back to training. The Night Fork Squadron was training under Lian's leadership, and when they saw that Ding Chen had returned, everyone couldn't help but immediately gather around. "Instructor, congratulations, congratulations. The instructor has been promoted to major. How come he should buy us a drink?" Zhang Pong joked. A bunch of people started to get up in arms. "That's right, such a big happy event. How to give us all a box of wine, get some barbecue seafood to eat, right? How can a little be enough? How can we be allowed to eat and drink openly? Each and every one of you thinks beautifully." Ding Chen glared angrily at the crowd. "Let's talk about congratulations later. If you don't get your asses back to training, let's see how I'm going to clean you up." "Instructor, don't. We've made second-class merit and we don't even have a celebratory drink?" Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but yell. Ding Chen laughed. "What's the celebratory wine looking for me for? The captain is still here. Ask the captain." Lian glanced at the crowd of the Night Fork Squadron. Seeing that each of them revealed a pair of eager eyes, Lian smiled good-naturedly and said, "Celebratory drinks can be had, but train first and leave the rest to me to arrange." "Yeah." Jiang Xiaoyu was the first to shout, "Long live the captain." Zhang Chong Lu Yan and the others immediately followed. Ding Chen glared at them fiercely. "What's the point of following the commotion? Why don't you hurry up and get your ass to training?" The crowd had no choice but to go back to training. Jiang Xiaoyu muttered in a small voice, "Nightjars are nightjars. They don't talk about human feelings at all. They are fierce, and they will definitely be bachelors in the future." Ding Chen heard all of Jiang Xiaoyu's mutterings in his ears as he grinned. "Jiang Xiaoyu, too." Jiang Xiaoyu was startled and shouted. Ding Chen sneered, "Curse me for being a bachelor, right? Increase the training task by 10%. Ha!" Jiang Xiaoyu wanted to cry. It's true that when the Night Fork smiles, it's hard to predict life and death. How dare you be poor? Increase it by 20%. Yes. Jiang Xiaoyu was so grief-stricken that he no longer dared to say anything more and ran to train like he was escaping. The surrounding Lu Yan and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Watching Jiang Xiaoyu get disciplined was their favorite show. Schadenfreude. Is that so funny? Ding Chen glared at them. Everyone's training tasks are increased by 10%. Yes, no one dared to come out and retort, and all ran off to train with their chests puffed out. As cool as it was to watch the fun, no one would feel that way when it came to drawing fire. Ding Chen followed the Night Fork squad, deepening his physical training together. By the time the afternoon rolled around, after the day's training was over, Ding Chen could also feel his physical abilities slowly improving by virtue of it. As long as the training still worked for him, Ding Chen would not give up on training his body. It's not just a way to make yourself stronger, it's a means for a soldier to survive. Like what happened during the last hostage rescue, Ding Chen never wanted to face it a second time. Just as Ding Chen was adjusting his breathing and soothing his fatigue, noisy voices suddenly rang out from outside. A military vehicle steadily parked in the training base, and from the vehicle came down a lieutenant colonel, holding a stout military dog in his hand. Jiang Xiaoyu and the others were dragging their fatigued bodies behind Ding Chen despite the fact that they had been training all day, looking at the big dog with joyful faces. Holy shit, the captain is arranging a celebration. Is he treating us to dog meat? Zhang Dapeng swallowed his saliva, craving for more. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. Beautiful you. Who can eat this one dog? There are so many of us. Can one of us salvage a piece of meat? Ding Chen glared back at them, and everyone immediately shut up, not daring to say anything more. The lieutenant colonel walked up quickly. Hello Instructor Ding Chen. I'm squadron fan of the Kunmi Police Dog Training Brigade. This is the above for your Night Fork squadron to be equipped with a police dog. Xie. Ding Chen carefully surveyed the military dog and found that it was covered in navy blue fur, with a long and strong body, and a ferocious light flashing inside its eyes. Squadron fan. Good work. Ding Chen stepped forward and did a good job of handing over to Squadron fan. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Squadron fan left in a car, leaving only Qi behind. Ding Chen hadn't yet had the chance to see how this system rewarded military dog of his was different from ordinary military dogs. It had then been surrounded by this curious bunch from the Night Stalker squadron. Silly dog, come and smile. Jiang Xiaoyu teased Qi Yu in the inner circle. Well, Qi's icy gaze stared at Jiang Xiaoyu in death, and a soft hiss came out of his mouth. Look at its little appearance. It's quite fierce. Jiang Xiaoyu ignored Qi Yu's warning, and also made a death wish to reach out and poke Qi Yu's head. Woof! Qi revealed a ferocious expression and made a gesture to bite towards Jiang Xiaoyu. Yeah. This dog is quite fierce. Jiang Xiaoyu was startled and jumped away. The comical scene made everyone laugh. Stinky fish. You cannot You see too stinky is to be bitten by the dog. Look at me. It will not bite. Zhang Dapeng said smiling to touch Qi's head. Woof! 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 This behavior completely enraged Qi. Qi kept barking furiously in all directions, and might have pounced on them if they hadn't still been tethered by the rope. Enough! Ding Chen walked over with a frown. One of you is such an adult, and you're still teasing the dog here? He said as he walked towards Qi. Instructor, be careful. This stinky dog doesn't distinguish between people. It's fierce, Lu Yan warned loudly. However, it was strange to say that Qi, who showed his teeth to everyone, did not show any aggressive behavior in the face of Ding Chen's proximity. And along with Ding Chen getting closer and closer, Qi's emotions gradually stabilized. When Ding Chen walked up to Qi Yu, it even spat out its tongue. By the time Ding Chen smiled and placed his hand on Qi Yu's head, it had wagged its tail happily. The unbelievable sound of Jiang Xiaoyu and the others sucking in their breath came from all around. Night Fork deserves to be a Night Fork. Even this kind of crazy dog is afraid of him, Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed. All around them, Zheng Chong and the others all nodded in agreement. Ding Chen ignored Jiang Xiaoyu's flirting with them and lowered his head towards Qi Yu. Qi was also very spiritual and looked up at Ding Chen at the same time. Ding Chen looked at Qi Yu, and suddenly felt a wonderful connection with Qi Yu in his heart. Ding Chen understood in his heart that this should be what the system called telepathy. Early the next morning, the whistle of the training assembly resounded through the training base of the Night Fork Squadron. Jiang Xiaoyu and the others rolled up from their beds in the dormitory, quickly organized their respective housekeeping, and flew to the playground to gather. Today was different from the past, as Instructor Ding Chen had an extra infamous evil dog at his feet. It was a Yen country Kunmia dog, covered in navy blue fur, and was half a man tall. This vicious dog called Qi, who catches and bites everyone. It was only when they were around Ding Chen that they would show enough docility. Ding Chen looked at Qi Yu at his feet, then said with a smile, introducing everyone, this is your new comrade in arms, Qi Yu. Jiang Xiaoyu bristled and whispered, I'm not going to be comrades with a dog. Qi ears sensitive. Immediately to Jiang Xiaoyu barked twice. Scared Jiang Xiaoyu immediately scowling at it. Ding Chen smiled faintly. Qi's ears and nose are very smart. So what? You guys don't say bad things about it. And it has a bad temper. You know. Everyone laughed awkwardly. If they get bitten or punched by a dog, they are considered to have lost face. So it's better to stay away from this evil dog. Alright, start training, Ding Chen yelled. Don't let Chiyu look down on you guys. It's a special warrior too. At his command, everyone immediately ran to the training ground. After Ding Chen established telepathic communication with Chiyu last night, he already knew roughly what Chiyu was capable of. Don't look at Chi just a military dog, but in many ways it can be better than special forces. Ding Chen was in the playground and opened up a separate area just to do training for Chiyu. On the playground, a person and a dog seemed to have known each other for a long time, just as Chi was brought up by Ding Chen from childhood. Chi, jump. Chi, run. On the playground, Ding Chen kept giving orders to Chiyu, testing its abilities line by line. Every time Ding Chen's verbal command was shouted, Chiyu would fiercely scramble out, and the execution of each of Ding Chen's commands was accurate. This dog is so powerful? Ding Chen was very surprised. Apart from not being able to speak, this IQ is just like a person. Woof woof. Chi roared twice, as if in response to Ding Chen. The crowd training not far away looked at Ding Chen and Chiyu's leisurely training, and their eyes were filled with envy. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at the one man and one dog playing happily, but also could not help but say sourly, damn, the dog is more leisurely than the old man. This soldier cannot be. At this time, Zhang Chong snorted coldly. Stinky fish. You're only worthy of comparing yourself to a dog. Look at your little talent. Zhan Dapeng also said. That's right. If you want to be idle, then you also go to be a dog for the night fork. Lu Yan laughed out loud. Which is he doesn't want. It's that he's unwanted. He goes to the instructor who has to whip him back with a belt. Bah, Jiang Xiaoyu spat. You're just jealous that I'm better looking than you guys, targeting me at every turn. And when we compete afterward, don't expect me to show any mercy. Just you, don't get your ass kicked. The gang burst out laughing. Hearing their laughter, Ding Chen straightened up to take a look and realized that these little brats had indeed slacked off. If you don't train properly, the celebration afterward will be cancelled and each of you will run an additional 5 kilometers. Ding Chen yelled at the top of his voice, immediately scaring the crowd into quickening their pace. They didn't dare to argue with Ding Chen about anything, as long as they stopped. Then what awaited them was definitely Ding Chen's punishment. Ding Chen nodded with satisfaction. These brats, if they weren't pushed, they would loosen up. Ding Chen was retraining Chi, when Lian walked over quickly. Seeing that one person and one dog have such a tacit understanding, he asked in surprise, wasn't this dog just delivered last night? How come it's so familiar with you after only half a day? Ding Chen laughed. Maybe this is fate. Chi all kinds of ability is outstanding. In my test down, feel all the data are not lose a special forces. Not inferior to special forces? Lian's eyes widened in shock. Would it be a bit too exaggerated? He's just a military dog after all. How could he possibly compare to a well-trained special forces soldier? Woof! When she heard Lian despise it so much, it immediately showed its teeth and barked furiously at Lian. Ding Chen hastened to appease it. Chi, he looks down on you. Show him a couple of hands. Woof woof, Chi replied approvingly. A trace of appreciation flashed in Lian's eyes. This little thing, it's quite human. She renewed his anger at Lian, frightening Lian into not saying anything else. Ding Chen shook his head in amusement, knowing that Lian and the rest of them had all been made somewhat bitter by Chi. Lian watched as Ding Chen took him by surprise when he pulled out a grenade from the side. Old Ding, Lian's voice was trembling a bit. Although this dog is a bit fierce, there's no need to blow it up. Ding Chen cried and laughed. Old Li, what are you thinking? I'm letting it show you, lest you look down on him. Display? Liam's eyes widened. With this? Ding Chen nodded and said in a serious manner. Yes, just use this. Don't worry about it. I've already tested Chi's various data. There's no problem picking up a grenade. What's this dog's grudge against you? You're not thinking of eating dog meat tonight, are you? Lian still couldn't believe it. Ding Chen saw that Lian still did not believe in it, so he had to look at Chi. Chi, later I will throw this grenade out. Do you have the confidence to throw it to the bomb shelter pit before the grenade explodes? Woof woof. Ding Chen twisted his head and looked at Lian. Look, it even says it can work. Lian looked at Ding Chen speechlessly. This call 2 words, can be believed? Ding Chen didn't care about Lian's reaction. He didn't hesitate, pulled the safety and threw the grenade. She also didn't have any hesitation, and the moment Ding Chen's grenade came off, it had already moved. She snapped, like a bolt of lightning, and ran forward after the grenade thrown by the follower. In the moment the grenade crossed the fence, Chi jumped up high, spanning a height of 2 meters, lending strength on the fence. The whole body reversed back, a mouthful of grenades. After landing, he didn't stop for anything, and ran towards a sheltered crater to the side. Throw it. Lian is now in a hurry. The explosion time of the grenade is so little. This dog bites how not to throw. Just when he thought that Chi was going to be blown up in the next second, Chi threw his head violently and flung the grenade in his mouth towards the bomb shelter pit. Instead, it made a dashing turn and ran in the opposite direction. With a loud bang, the grenade exploded in the bomb shelter crater, shaking up countless amounts of dust, but it all became a matter of Chi behind the scenes, which only adds to its dominance. Chi ran to Ding Chen's side without looking back, spitting his tongue and taking his claws to plow Ding Chen's legs. Ding Chen knew that it was looking for praise, and hurriedly stroked its head. Good job. Lian would be looking dumbfounded. He had never thought that a dog could do such a thing. This was too perverted. It was beyond his knowledge. Ding Chen proudly looked at Lian. How is it? I told you earlier that Chi is not a normal dog. You believe it now, don't you? Lian nodded dumbfounded. Believe it? Really believe it? You dog is a real dog. Not even afraid of grenades and explosions. Shit, Lian spat. It's just that if I let my old man come, I'd have to tremble in my heart. Ding Chen laughed. Then in the future, I'll throw something and you'll pick it up? Lian blankly stared. Fuck you. Lian curiously stared at the Chi under Ding Chen's feet. Is it really that amazing? How come it looks like a stupid dog now? He said and tried to order Chi like Ting Chen. Come here. Go. Run. She ignored Lian and blankly glanced at him with an expression that said you're an idiot and I'm too lazy to care about you. Turning around, she aimed her ass at Liam. Ding Chen was happy to see Lian being ignored by Chi, and laughed heartily. Lian smiled awkwardly and said angrily, this is a stupid dog that can't even understand human language. She turned around and glared viciously at Lian. Ding Chen collected his smile and said with a straight face, you ran over here, so you should have something to do, right? Lian nodded. Didn't I promise these little brats a celebration last night? I wanted to come and talk to you to see how to do it. Just as Lian was discussing business with Ding Chen, Chi, seeing that Lian was not focusing on it, slowly ran to Lian and raised his hind legs to give Lian's pants leg a dip. Lian was talking to Ding Chen when he suddenly felt a little warmth in his left leg and hurriedly looked down. He took this look just in time to see Chi shaking in the air, points of crystal and yellow liquid, crossing the air and landing on his left leg. Crap, Lian let out a roar of rage. Damn stupid dog. I'll stew you tonight. I'm a captain at least. How dare you? Chi did not care about Lian's anger. After shivering, put down his hind legs, and also turned his head to look at Lian with contempt, and slowly walked towards Ding Chen. Lian was on the verge of being furious with it, and Ding Chen quickly relieved him. Captain, you've already said that he's a stupid dog, so how can you be bothered with it anymore? Besides, it's now our comrade in arms. Ding Chen looked at Lian. Let's get down to business. We have to prepare for the celebration, but we can't let them just slack off. I'll make the arrangements. If they want to celebrate, we have to see if they have the ability to do it themselves. When they can afford to celebrate this. Lian nodded. Alright then, I'll leave this to you. I have to hurry up and change my pants. This damn broken dog. I'll stew it sooner or later. When Ding Chen saw Lian cursing and walking away, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. He already had a different idea in mind regarding the celebration of the Nightstalker Squadron. The blazing sun was in the sky, and in the training base of the Night Fork Squadron, everyone was sweating like rain. Their clothes had gotten wet I don't know how many times, but when it gets wet it dries out quickly. So, on the training uniform, a thick layer of white color had risen. Ding Chen at this time has completed their own day's training, along with Chi apiece, sitting in the shade of the playground side, looking at the crowd of hot training. What's more excessive is that Ding Chen even took out half a watermelon, and Chi apiece, a person and a dog just like this in the shade to eat up. According to Ding Chen's words, this was to sharpen their will. Seeing Ding Chen so laid back was fine. Even a dog was on the sidelines eating a watermelon. Wasn't this a barefaced mockery of them? Instructor, Zhang Xiaoyu and the others took advantage of the break to call out their grievances to Ding Chen. We're all training, and Qiyu has joined our Night Fork Squadron's establishment. So why does it get to skip training? If it's a dog, are you a dog too? Ding Chen raised his chin. Besides, the Night Fork Squadron is a place where only the strong can stay, and I don't have to train. So you guys dare to have an opinion? Zhang Chong Lu Yen they hurriedly shook their heads. Let them talk about Qi. They still dare. If they were to say that Ding Chen was wrong, they wouldn't dare to lend them a few more guts. Zhan Dapeng pulled Jiang Xiaoyu, stinky fish. Forget it, don't say it. What do you have to do with a dog? Exactly. Lu Yen nodded repeatedly. After all, it's the instructor's beloved dog. What are you fighting with it for? They were all afraid that Ding Chen would find them in trouble because of this. Zhang Xiaoyu had a bitter face. Being a dog is too comfortable. I don't want to work hard anymore. I want to be a dog too. Ding Chen took a look at a few people. Seeing that they all looked unconvinced, Ding Chen smiled and said, What? Say you guys you're still unconvinced? Zhang Chong Lu Yen was the first to shake his head. I don't dare to dare. One look from the instructor and we're convinced. Seeing the way they were convinced, Ding Chen laughed coldly. Are you still special forces? You don't even dare to say what's on your mind. What else do you dare to do? I'm not convinced, said Jiang Xiaoyu, shaking off Rock's hand. We've been training so exhaustingly, and we have to be taunted by you with a dog. I'm not convinced. Ding Chen lightly looked up at Jiang Xiaoyu. Disobedience? What do you guys have to be unconvinced of? I've said it before. The Night Fork Squadron speaks in all practical terms. It's stronger than you guys. What's wrong with enjoying the privilege? If you can do better than Qi, then I can give you privileges too. Jiang Xiaoyu can stand to be stimulated by Ding Chen with such words. He immediately jumped out and said, is not just a dog. Why you blowing so God? We at least do so long special training. Abuse it is not still easy? Zhang Chong also said with dissatisfaction. That's right. Instructor, you're looking down on us too much. Even if we're bad, it's impossible that we can't compare to a dog. Too much looking down on people. Everyone looked at Ding Chen in a massive anger. For them, they too have gone through layers of selection and consistent daily training to get to where they are now. Ding Chen was the idol of their hearts. And even more so, the object of their pursuit. Everyone longed to be held in high regard by Ding Chen. But now, even dogs are better than them. Who can be convinced in their hearts? Ding Chen sneered. What? Don't you want to compare? Just compare. Ding Chen looked down at Qi. Playing with them? Woof woof. Qi Dog Face raised his head proudly. Ding Chen stretched his back. Then let's just play with them. How do you guys want to compete? Ding Chen looked at them. Jiang Xiaoyu laughed. Didn't you say that it is more powerful than all of us? We are also people with tempers. Let you set the terms of the competition. We don't believe that it can be better than us in any way. Ding Chen glanced at them. The rest of you agree with this? Everyone nodded. What the stinking fish means, is what we mean. There's no way we're no better than a dog. Ding Chen nodded. Fine. Since you're all so confident, let's make you whole. Ding Chen raised his head and said, push-ups, deep squats, single and double bars, shooting these, it can't do them, but that doesn't mean it's physically inferior to you guys. In this way, let's compare running. If you guys can't even outrun a dog, don't beep in front of me in the future. Woof woof. She looked at the crowd provocatively. Jiang Xiaoyu came energized. Hey, what are you arrogant about being arrogant? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're fierce. We can never lose to a dog. Then prepare yourselves for an armed long run of 5 kilometers. Ding Chen shouted. Jiang Xiaoyu and the others immediately got ready. They all held their breath in their hearts. No matter what, they couldn't let Ding Chen value a dog over them. If this is lost to Qi, their entire Night Fork Squadron will really have no face at all. Bang! As the flare gun boomed and a wisp of smoke billowed out, everyone in Nightstalker's squadron scurried out. Everyone was very fast, and in no time at all, they had run a few hundred meters away. Jiang Xiaoyu and the others ran for a while and didn't see Qiyu's figure. They all couldn't help but turn back to check the situation. After all, Ding Chen will Qi said so God. They still believe that Qi is some ability. Just the fact that they turned around made them laugh. It turned out that Qi pressure did not follow the gun sounded on the front run. It is still nestled in the feet of Ding Chen, constantly shaking his head at the feet of Ding Chen. A stupid dog is a stupid dog. When the gun goes off, it's considered good that you didn't get scared. Jiang Xiaoyu laughed out loud. Zhang Chong also couldn't help but give a sideways glance. In that case, it seems that the instructor is still overstating his case. Isn't it just a stupid dog? What makes you think we can't beat it? The whole of the Nightbloods, who were a long way ahead, laughed as if they had won the race. Qiyu glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu and the others contemptuously and let out a cold snort of contempt from his nose. Woof woof. She asked Ding Chen for instructions. Ding Chen patted its neck. Go on. It is Ding Chen this sound to go. The words just fell. She violently rushed out. The speed was so fast that it was even faster than the run in the morning when he picked up the bomb. Its bright fur glistened in the sunlight, and a cracking sound came from it in the air as it quickly chased after Jiang Xiaoyu and the others after it. Almost in an instant, it had rushed close. Crap, that hard? Jiang Xiaoyu and all of them looked dumbfounded, not realizing that the dog was running really fast. They had just turned around to see that the dog was still staying by Ding Chen's side without following orders, and each of them thought they were winning. I didn't realize that it was only a few short minutes before Qi kept bringing the distance closer. Everyone in the Night Fork Squadron didn't dare to slack off and immediately clenched their teeth and charged towards the finish line. They now knew that it was only a matter of time before Qi caught up with them. Their only hope was that they would be the first to step over the 5-kilometer finish line before Qi caught up. But there are some gaps that can't be bridged by biting the bullet right now. Even though they had put their best foot forward, Qi still caught up a little bit and quickly surpassed them. Jiang Xiaoyu instantly panicked. If this allowed Qiyu to fully catch up, they would definitely be ridiculed by Ding Chen for the rest of their lives in the future. Come on, all of you faster. Make sure you don't admit defeat. Jiang Xiaoyu panted and yelled. Even his rhythm was disrupted. Running ahead, Lu Yan also clenched his teeth, squeezing all the potential in his body and darting forward with great effort. But it was all in vain. Chi was still one after the other, surpassing all of them with absolutely no effort at all. After Chi surpassed Lu Yan, he also looked back at them contemptuously, as if saying to them, "That's it?" Chi deliberately slowed down and hummed, wagging his tail in front of Lu Yan. Every time Lu Yan waited for it to accelerate and try to pass it, it started to accelerate as well and put some distance between them again. Just kept molesting the crowd. Zhang Chong and Lu Yan were so angry that they were almost ready to explode. If a dog bullies them like this, how can they be human beings in the future? Fuck you, Zhang Chong yelled and ran forward furiously, but Chi also immediately accelerated, instantly throwing Zhang Chong far away. No matter how much they chased, Chi instead got farther and farther away from them, and soon, Chi actually overtook them by a lap. I go, is this a dog? Zhang Xiaoyu's tears ran out. Tired dad. This guy, too not something. Lu Yan was already seeing stars in front of his eyes, and his entire rhythm was disrupted. Me, F***ck, we really lost to a dog. Zhang Chong cried and mourned. I don't serve. She seemed to understand his words and deliberately ran to stop 20 meters in front of Zhang Chong, wagging his tail proudly at Zhang Chong. When Zhang rushed over, it immediately accelerated and ran over again. F***cku. This dog has become a spirit. Zhang Chong was speechless. Soon after, Shi was the first to cross the finish line and returned to shake his head next to Ding Chen. Ding Chen patted it appreciatively. It's really possible. I didn't expect you to be able to run so fast. Woof. As if responding to Ding Chen, Shi Yu's face was full of pleasing. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoyu and the others returned one after another. After crossing the finish line, they all collapsed in exhaustion. Ding Chen watched all of their performances in his eyes. In fact, for an ordinary special squad, Lu Yan's 5-kilometer score could definitely be among the top. It's a pity they picked the wrong opponent, favoring a match with Chi. This guy, his own ability is already outrageous enough. What's even more outrageous is that he can also establish a connection with Ding Chen, borrowing part of Ding Chen's ability. Moreover, when Ding Chen became stronger, it would follow suit. So Zhang Xiaoyu's and their defeat was long predictable. Is that the best you guys can do? Ding Chen walked over and looked at Lu Yan and the others lying on the ground and said, just like you guys, you're not even as good as dogs, and you still want me to celebrate you? Celebrating that you didn't free all the hostages? With that celebratory mind, train a bit more, and maybe you'll be able to complete the mission more perfectly. Do you guys still want to celebrate now? Ding Chen yelled. We don't want it. Zhang Chong yelled at the top of their mute voices. How dare you ask for a celebration when you've lost face? They had always thought that they were already strong enough, and they didn't even put the Jiaolong in their eyes. But now they couldn't even compete with a dog, which made their self-confidence suffer a big blow. Ding Chen smiled brightly. If you have merit, you will be rewarded. And if you have been punished, you will be punished. Although you guys didn't do well in many places, but at least you saved so many hostages, and Old Li has already promised you. I'm not someone who doesn't keep his word, so your celebration party will still be arranged for you. When Ding Chen finished speaking, everyone was stunned. They had originally thought that Ding Chen had let a dog irritate them like this because he didn't want them to celebrate. I didn't expect Ding Chen to have such a twist after stimulating them. Long live the instructor! Long live the instructor! Everyone couldn't help but cheer. Ding Chen smiled slightly. Grab some rest and let's take a trip to the city. The city? Zhang Xiaoyu said in surprise. Are you treating us to a big meal? To change clothes? In Zhang Chang's eyes, it was as if he saw them eating barbecued meat and drinking beer. That little life, all of a sudden, felt good. Ding Chen laughed. Later, you guys will know what's there. By the way, the clothes don't need to be changed. Save yourself the trouble. The crowd was dumbfounded and didn't understand what it meant at all. But since we can go to the city, what the heck? How could they have known that the celebration that followed would be one they would remember for the rest of their lives? The lights swayed, and at the entrance of the Night Fork Squadron's training base, everyone assembled and listened to Ding Chen show them the words. All set? Ding Chen asked. Ready, everyone yelled excitedly. Zhang Xiaoyu and the others were all ready to take the bus to the city for a big meal. Instructor, you're still bringing a dog for barbecue? Zhang Chong laughed. You're too good to it too. Ding Chen smiled faintly. Who said, we're going to barbecue? In a flash, everyone felt bad. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Ding Chen's mouth. Everyone, run along the southern road. Lu Yan and they all opened their eyes wide. Run. Over? Ding Chen snorted coldly. Haven't you lost enough people today? Running is not even as good as a dog. Why don't you hurry up and practice? Celebration. You guys are also qualified to participate? Think about the 2 dead hostages. And think about the chi that wags its tail at you. You guys still have the nerve to eat and drink? Don't forget that you guys are meant to surpass Jiaolong. And you guys are meant to be the last line of defense for the people. Ding Chen yelled. When you guys can do it so that you'll never let a hostage die again, then you can go and really celebrate. I, like all of you, turn right and run along the current path. At Ding Chen's command, Zhang Xiaoyu and the others immediately shut up obediently and ran behind him in the southeast direction. After all, countless historical experiences had told them that those who dared to talk back to Ding Chen did not have a good ending. Just refer to Zhang Xiaofu for specifics. As expected, Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but make another comment. I should have reacted earlier. How could the night fork be good when he smiled so brightly? Or did he suffer from youthfulness? Zhang Chong shook his head helplessly. Who isn't? This hand play is too slick. Hush, said Zhan Dupeng in a low voice. The night fork seems to be able to hear. You all stop talking. Forget how many times the stinky fish have been cleaned up. When Zhan Dupeng finished speaking, everyone gave him a thumbs up. After all, this kind of person who knew that Ding Chen could hear and still dared to call Ding Chen a night fighter. He was truly a warrior like Zhang Xiaoyu. She was right behind Ding Chen, its tail wagging merrily. He also turned back from time to time and looked at Zhang Xiaoyu and the others with contempt. Broken dog, how dare you look down on me? Seeing Qiyu casting contemptuous glances from time to time, Zhang Xiaoyu was viciously ferocious then. Sooner or later, I'll stew you one day. Qiyu turned his head with disdain and pressed on, ignoring Zhang Xiaoyu, so angry that he almost stormed out. Ding Chen led the way, following the road towards the city. Gradually, the troops moved away from the training base, and the streetlights on the road lit up one by one. Instructor, we can't. Only a few kilometers into the run, the crowd began to scream. They had been running all day today and their entire bodies were exhausted. This won't work, Ding Chen said in a cold voice. Think about those people waiting for your rescue. Is it possible that you want them all to die because of your lack of physical strength? Thinking about Jiaolong, do you still want to surpass them? Look at you guys. You really can't even compete with a dog? Everyone obediently shut up and gritted their teeth as they followed behind Ding Chen. After running through another 10 kilometers, Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Instructor, where exactly are we running to? I really can't hold on much longer. He had been following Ding Chen and running until now had long since become unbearable. Everyone else was similar to Zhang Xiaoyu, basically reaching their physical limits. They had been running all day today, and if they hadn't been holding their breath in their hearts, they would have been deflated by now. Don't ask where to go. Take me as the benchmark. Where I go, you go, Ding Chen said in a deep voice. They stopped talking and ran forward, clenching their teeth. Ding Chen looked at the time and estimated the distance they had run, and was very satisfied with his heart, ready to let them go after running 2 more kilometers ahead. Just then, a sudden cacophony of noise came from the river ahead. Help! Help! On the bank of the river, a woman cried out at a loss for words. In the turbulent river water, 2 figures were sinking and floating in the water, wrapped in the river water, rushing towards the sea outlet, surrounded by a lot of onlookers. Many people are holding a cell phone camera to shoot, but no one to see the courage to jump into the river to save people. Only a few good citizens, who helped the woman calling for help, called the fire department for help. Ding Chen immediately waved his hand, causing the entire group to stop. Stop the advance. Quick! Save them first. As soon as he spoke, he had removed the military cap from his head in one smooth motion. Taking his navy suit off, he plunged into the cold river water. The turbulent river water instantly swept Ding Chen towards the downstream, and in such a turbulent river, it was indeed somewhat difficult to control the direction. She also didn't have any hesitation and had jumped after Ding Chen the moment he jumped into the water. A man and a dog were instantly swept towards the 2 men who had fallen into the water. Without saying a word, Zhang Xiaoyu and the others also took off their clothes and followed Ding Chen, dragging their tired bodies to jump into the water. But originally the water is very excellent, because of the day's fatigue. At this moment in the river water also cannot help but panting. Ding Chen sensed them coming down and knew that their physical exertion like this was too great. If they ventured into the water one by one, they might instead have some kind of accident due to physical exhaustion. He hastily shouted to the shore, Don't jump down. The physical exertion is too great. There are only 2 fallers. Just leave it to me, he said as he swam towards the fallen man. Instructor, you have to be careful. Zhang Chong and the others on the shore shouted worriedly. When they heard Ding Chen's words, they didn't dare to go back down and could only wait nervously on the shore. Ding Chen he had the system in place, and his own water skills were excellent. Plus he took the initiative to utilize the acceleration of the water current, and quickly approached the man who had fallen into the water. It was only when Ding Chen got closer that he realized that the closest person to him in the water was a woman. The people on the shore couldn't help but cheer for Ding Chen as they saw him approaching the fallen man. Good job, hurry up and lean towards the river. Zhang Chong and the others couldn't help but cheer. Great job, instructor. Zhang Xiaoyu was right behind Ding Chen, and when he heard everyone praising, he couldn't help but mutter. They all went into the water together to save people. How come no one praised me? Seeing that he was still able to complain, Ding Chen did not worry about his stamina. We're approaching the fallers soon, so be careful. Don't let them slow you down. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded and swam forward after Ding Chen. Ding Chen took the lead in approaching the female faller. Just as Ding Chen had just swum to the woman's side, the fallen woman seemed to have sensed a rescuer approaching. She grabbed Ding Chen as soon as she could, treating him as her lifesaver. Let go. Don't hug so tightly. Wrap your arms around my neck or I won't be able to save you. Ding Chen attempted to teach this woman what to do, but it was all in vain. In the eyes of the fallen, it was her only chance to save her life, so how could she give it up? Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, Ding Chen directly and violently broke away from the fallen woman's restraints and slapped her on the neck. As the woman was about to sink, Ding Chen grabbed her arm. Zhang Xiaoyu, take this man in the water and return to the shore immediately. Ding Chen yelled. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded his head, and without saying a word, he wrapped one arm around the fallen woman, letting her head surface and dragging her towards the shore. Bravo! Great job! The people on the bridge immediately erupted in cheers when they saw that Zhang Xiaoyu had already saved a man overboard. Ding Chen had also approached the second man in the water by this time. This person who fell into the water was a male. When Ding Chen approached him, he had already started to roll his eyes white, and the whole person was wrapped in water and rushed towards the downstream. For this kind of almost unconscious drowning person, there is rather little trouble in saving them. Ding Chen dragged him by one arm, and she helped bite the other. A man and a dog tugged on each side of him and dragged him to shore. Zhang Xiaoyu, because his physical overdraft was too severe, although he swam towards the shore first, by the time he got to the shore, Ding Chen had also gotten to the shore. Just after dragging the man to the shore, Ding Chen saw that Zhang Xiaoyu had collapsed on the ground due to physical exhaustion, and the man in the water that Zhang Xiaoyu saved is still in a coma. Ding Chen was about to perform first aid when the woman who had earlier called for help on the shore anxiously had run over. Ding Chen looked up at the woman and realized that she was very similar to the woman who fell into the water. Ding Chen frowned and opened his mouth to ask, "Miss, what is your relationship with them? And are there any other people who have fallen into the water?" When the woman saw Ding Chen looking at her, her eyes immediately dodged. "This is my sister. And my date," she said here and did not continue, or the bank has long been onlookers opened his mouth and shouted, "Leader, there is another person in the river at." Ding Chen looked viciously at this woman who only spoke half of her words, too late to bother with her too much, and glanced towards Jiang Shuwei. God's view and spider sense were already in full effect, and once again, he plunged into the river. Woof woof woof, she barked viciously toward the woman, scaring her backward. At this time Lu Yan they also all surrounded over. The crowd of hands and feet on Zhang Xiaoyu and the two fell into the water first aid. Soon the two men who had fallen into the water came out of their coma. Zhang Xiaoyu was still lying on the side resting, and when he saw Ding Chen jumping into the water again, all that was left in his heart was heartfelt admiration. The crowd of onlookers on the bridge also gathered around. Seeing that the crowd had gotten bigger, and fearing that people would accuse her of what she had just done, the woman hurriedly helped her husband and her sister, intending to leave the area. The surrounding onlookers were instantly enraged, all of them sticking out their hands and pointing at the woman. They risked their lives to save you and you don't even have a word of thanks? Are you still a human being? I can't believe you just tried to hide the fact that there are still people in the water. Are you trying to commit murder? The words of all the people around her were like a knife, plunging into the woman's chest one at a time, forcing her to gasp for air. Everything that was noisy on the shore had nothing to do with Ding Chen. After Ding Chen jumped into the water again, all of his attention had been focused on his spider sense. God's perspective doesn't work well in this darkness, especially in the river, not as well as the meditative sixth sense generated by spider sense. Under Ding Chen's diligent probing, he finally spotted the fallen man 20 seconds after entering the water. It was a short distance downstream, and something in the water, I don't know what, had wrapped itself around the feet of the last man in the water. As hard as he tried to break free, he simply couldn't. In this turbulent river, his strength was exhausted. Unable to breathe, his consciousness was fading, and his whole body was slowly sinking towards the bottom of the water. Without much thought, Ding Chen plunged under the water and swam towards the drowning man. Ding Chen swam to the drowning man's side and yanked on the netting around the drowning man's feet with both hands. With both hands, he tore the entire net in two. The onlookers on the shore were anxious. They watched Ding Chen dive into the water for more than a minute, but did not see him come out. Their hearts couldn't help but thump, thinking that Ding Chen and the last person who fell into the water might have been in trouble. but in the very next second, Ding Chen suddenly tugged the last of the fallen to the surface. Bravo to all the soldiers. Some of the older ones on the shore couldn't help but have moist eyes, cheering for Ding Chen non-stop. The two who had been saved first, along with the woman, saw Ding Chen save the last one as well. Their faces changed and they were about to leave. An older woman suddenly stopped them. They worked hard to save you. You didn't even say thank you, and now you want to run away. Are you human beings? An older man was also angry, being conscientious. You are chilling their hearts by doing this. The sister who was rescued had a cold face. Did I beg him to save me? I don't want him to save me. No one else said anything. You guys are the only ones who are too busy. Her sister also picked up. That's right. An old man, old woman. Nothing to do, idle panic. If you want to thank them so much, why don't you jump into the river and let them save you? Are you guys speaking in human language? Jiang Xiaoyu was also enraged. He didn't expect that what he had desperately saved was a group of such white-eyed wolves. Get out of the way. If you stop us again, we'll call the police. Zhang Chong sneered. Call the police? We. Before he could finish his sentence, Ding Chen's voice sounded behind him. Zhang Chong, get out of their way. Zhang Chong was dissatisfied. But instructor, they are like this. We don't save people to be thanked. Get out of the way. Ding Chen said while still doing first aid on the last person who fell into the water. Lu Yan gritted his teeth and finally made way for those three. We haven't broken any laws. What gives you the right to stop us? The woman who fell into the water was still smiling smugly. Really? Mind your own business. They just strutted out. Jiang Xiaoyu and the others had very ugly faces, but they couldn't really make a move to teach these people a lesson. Just as the trio had just left the Night Fork Squadron. I don't know who shouted. Heroes don't bother with them. That's because they represent the country. I'm a roughneck. I can't stand it. Hit her. In the darkness, a stone hit the woman on the head. The moment these words came out, the onlookers all became enraged. Hit her. Hit her. The three men were white with fear. And the man among them was just about to retort when he was directly slammed in the face. The other two women were no better, and were immediately overwhelmed by the crowd. The raging public opinion instantly flooded the three ungrateful white-eyed wolves, and the onlookers came up one by one to punch and kick them. Seeing that things might be getting worse, Ding Chen hurriedly asked Xiang Yu and the others to separate the angry crowd. The three beaten men were already bruised and swollen, and all the people blared angrily at the three of them. Comrade soldier, for this kind of ungrateful, conscienceless white-eyed wolf, you can't make a move. You should let us make a move to teach him a lesson. A big mom stepped forward and said, Big brother, they are ungrateful. They are bad people and should be punished. A little girl also said in a milky voice. Ding Chen petted the little girl's head, then puffed out his chest. Everyone should still listen to my advice and stop fighting. Although what they did was chilling. They are still Yangua people after all. They didn't break the law or jeopardize the country. Saving people is our mission as a Yen soldier. We don't care if they are grateful or not. As long as they are still a part of my Yen country, we will be obliged. But, we will show no mercy to anyone who dares to jeopardize national security and do anything outside the law. Good. Well said. Just as Ding Chen finished speaking, a thunderous applause immediately erupted from the onlookers. They were all impressed by Ding Chen's great righteousness and moved by such a soldier. The motherland has a group of soldiers who do not care about anything, so as to forge a peaceful and stable environment for the country. When the long-lasting applause gradually subsided, all the people realized that the three people who had just been beaten had long ago, at some point, fled in dust. But no one would care about them anymore. Compared to Ding Chen and the others, it was best for such assholes to disappear. Just as Ding Chen gathered his troops and prepared to go back, the last of the fallen who had just been saved by him gratefully stopped in front of him. Thank you, he said while about to kneel down towards Ding Chen. Ding Chen hurriedly pulled him up. What are you doing? We're the people's sons and daughters. We're not into this. The man was moved to tears. You are my savior. Please tell me the number of the troop. I will come to the door to thank you. Ding Chen shook his head. I've already said that we didn't save you for your return. If you really want to return the favor, then remember that your benefactor is called the Yen country soldier. Ding Chen said, turning around and leading his troops away without any delay. All the onlookers looked at Ding Chen and the others with a face of admiration. Such soldiers were the most adorable people. On the way back, everyone fell silent. In the end, it was Jiang Xiaoyu who took the lead to break the silence. Instructor, in the face of what those few people did, do you really not have half a grudge? Ding Chen shook his head. Anyone should have, but the resentment isn't because of what they did to me. It's because I feel that they destroyed the beauty of the motherland that I've been guarding. But look at the other groups of ordinary people in the crowd, and then look at the last person to be rescued from the shore. And that's a true picture of the most people in our country. Ding Chen looked at the distant lights. Cultivation also requires cultivation of the heart. Tomorrow, Wake up early. All the people in the morning training add 5 extra kilometers. Ha! Jiang Xiaoyu and the others all wailed. Still running? Early the next morning, on the training ground, Ding Chen brought Qiyu and leisurely followed behind Lu Yan and the others, watching them train. Damn! This stupid dog is just too come on, and it dares to hold its ass against me. Sooner or later I'll have to beat it up one day. Jiang Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. Jiang Chong ran past Jiang Xiaoyu. Come on, you'd better stop. I don't think you can beat Qi now. Zhan Dapeng also laughed. If you can't fight, you're going to be bitten. And if you can fight, the Night Fork is going to find you in trouble. Hearing Zhan Dapeng's words, everyone gave him a thumbs up. Zhan Dapeng still didn't know what they meant and thought they were praising themselves. Next moment, Zhan Dapeng, add 5 more laps. Zhan Dapeng's face was dark. Now he knew why these grandchildren gave themselves a thumbs up. Just as Ding Chen had finished training Zhan Dapeng, a soldier outside the playground suddenly ran over. Instructor, Commander Lin is here. Ding Chen froze. Why was Lin Zijian here? Without delay, Ding Chen hurriedly walked towards the outside of the base. Jiang Xiaoyu saw Ding Chen walking away. He walked towards Qiyu with a bad smile on his face. Silly dog, the Night Fork is gone. Let's see how arrogant you can be this time. Stinky fish, don't mess around. Watch out for the instructor to come back and clean you up. Jiang Xiaoyu laughed. Then I have to clean up this stupid dog first too. Ding Chen didn't notice the farce behind him, and when Jiang Xiaoyu walked towards Qiyu, he had already left the playground and walked towards the outside of the training base. He had just gotten out of the base when he saw Lin Zijian waiting at the door in military uniform with a serious face. Good day, Chief. Ding Chen hurriedly saluted Lin Zijian. Lin Zijian returned the salute and then waved his hand. To make a long story short, I've come here to inform you all to prepare to participate in the joint land and sea military exercises afterward. Ding Chen froze. Didn't I hear that this year's joint military exercises don't have us? We've just established a new unit, so there's no place for us? Lin Zijian laughed. The Jiaolong commandos had a mission not able to participate in this exercise, so I let you guys take the top. And the last time, Commander Li was very satisfied with you Night Forks. This joint military exercise is a big deal, and our Navy has to have a special force of its own, no matter what. We can't let the Army laugh at us for not having a special force in the Navy. Even though you're filling in for the Augur's slot, you need to work hard and not degrade our Navy. Yes, I will definitely live up to the Chief's high expectations. Ding Chen stuck out his chest and saluted. Alright, go back and inform the troops. I still have something to do so I'll leave first, and this time I just got the news temporarily and stopped by to tell you guys. Yes. Ding Chen bid farewell to Lin Zijian and immediately rushed back, only to hear Jiang Xiaoyu's howling just as he reached the playground. Help! Help! Brother dog! Master dog! I won't dare anymore. Ding Chen came back and immediately saw this comical scene. Jiang Xiaoyu was running playfully in front of him, and behind him was a big navy blue dog half a man tall. She clearly can easily catch up with Jiang Xiaoyu, but it deliberately slowed down, right behind Jiang Xiaoyu. As long as Jiang Xiaoyu slowed down, it made a gesture to bite Jiang Xiaoyu, but Ding Chen was now full of black lines. Special forces soldiers being chased around the world by dogs and screaming for help. This was simply discrediting the special forces. Can such a unit really take on the task of military exercises? Shi, come here, Ding Chen yelled. Hearing Ding Chen's call, Qiyu did not have any hesitation and directly abandoned Jiang Xiaoyu, running to Ding Chen's side, constantly spitting out his tongue and circling around him. This look, with the just fierce look, is like two dogs. Jiang Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. A dog, and such a double standard? Finally saved. Jiang Xiaoyu panted heavily. Ding Chen had a dark face. Jiang Xiaoyu, for training in a while, add an extra 10 kilometers. Yes, Jiang Xiaoyu was also deadpan. Ding Chen took Lin Wanqiu and Qiyu to the playground and blew the assembly whistle. The soldiers of the Nightstalker squadron assembled immediately, received an urgent notification that we're replacing Jiaolong on this year's joint naval and land military exercise. What? Everyone looked at Ding Chen in shock. Aren't we the new troops who don't participate in military drills? How come we're participating this time? Yeah, and robbed the Augur's place. Is this for real? Just as they were talking, Ding Chen said with a stern face, what are you all arguing about? How to arrange and how to prepare. It's hard not to give you guys this chance all of a sudden and you still wimp out? We didn't wimp out. Everyone yelled in unison. That's good. Ding Chen looked at them. This is an opportunity. A chance to prove that we have now surpassed Jiaolong and are a proper special forces unit. I'm ready for this. Now are you ready? Ready, everyone hissed. A week before the start of the joint military exercise, in the wee hours of the night, Jiang Xiaoyu was sleeping, but he felt an itch in his ear. He raised his hand, but woke himself up. Jiang Xiaoyu just opened his eyes and saw a dark shadow appear in front of his bed. Jiang Xiaoyu was startled and immediately had to shout out. The figure covered Jiang Xiaoyu's mouth. Don't yell. Wake up the others. Pack up and gather outside. Jiang Xiaoyu had already heard out that the voice was Instructor Ding Chen. He nodded his head, not daring to make too much noise. Tin Chen let go of him and went to wake up the next one. They spread the word and in no time at all they had called everyone up. After Zhang Chong, Luyan and the others were woken up, they saw such a big battle and knew that there must be some important action. Instantly not sleepy, and quietly packed up their things and went to the playground. 10 minutes later, all 180 men of the Night Fork Squadron had stood on the playground outside the dormitory. When they had finished assembling, Ding Chen walked over with Qi. Lian was already waiting for them on the playground. In a moment, all of them will change into civilian clothes, set off in groups, and follow me and my instructor, together to the hinterland of eastern Guangdong, and get ready for the maneuvers. Instantly everyone froze. What was the deal with setting off in the middle of the night? Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. Captain, doesn't the drill not start for another week? It hasn't even blown the horn for the maneuvers, and we don't even know the intelligence. Where are we going? Right, Lu Yan nodded. Not to mention that we don't know where we're going to maneuver. Even if we do know, what can we do with just this unit of ours? Ding Chen was carrying his hands at this time. You must always remember that you are a special forces unit, and your mission inherently includes combat behind enemy lines. Before the war began, we should have gathered intelligence, gone deeper into ambush, and stuck a heavy knife in the heart of the enemy. A special force that goes deep behind enemy lines is a nightmare for everyone on the enemy side, decapitating and disrupting the enemy, even if it's just stealing intelligence and cutting off their supplies. That's an important battle result. As a special ops squad, do you still think a lone army is useless? Don't dare. Everyone shook their heads. Ding Chen nodded. Don't lose face with the Night Forks. Show the Army's people that our Navy's Special Operations team is better than all of them. Yes, everyone yelled lowly. Woof, she yelped back in a small voice. Ding Chen nodded. I've already received definite information that the Army will have at least 4 special brigades participating in the maneuvers this time. That's why we must prepare now in order to fight our Navy and give them a surprise strike. Now, all of you split into 2 parts, with the captain and I leading each, and execute a camouflaged infiltration. Ding Chen immediately divided everyone into 2 parts. The 20 people who had participated in rescuing the hostages last time were also intentionally separated by Ding Chen. Except for Jiang Xiaoyu, Luyan and the others, everyone else gave way to Lian. After making all the arrangements, Ding Chen once again said in a deep voice, for this operation, I hope you can firmly follow the command, never act without authorization, and do a good job of camouflaging yourselves without exposing yourselves. Do you hear me? Understood. Everyone nodded. Depart. With a wave of Ding Chen's hand, everyone immediately darted towards a few buses in the distance. Before getting into the car, Ding Chen and Lian exchanged glances. Old Li, everything goes according to plan, Ding Chen exhorted. Lian nodded. Don't worry, with such a detailed plan already made, I won't have any problems. Ding Chen said no more, took Qi, turned around and boarded the bus. The 4 buses slowly drove out of the Night Fork Squadron's training base and set off towards the eastern part of Guangdong. The bus drove out of Liaohai and sped along the national highway. Everyone drifted off to sleep, replenishing last night's beauty sleep. Achoo! On the bus, Ding Chen, who had just woken up from a nap after changing into civilian clothes, couldn't help but sneeze. He rubbed his nose. Jiang Xiaoyu, are you cursing me in your heart again? Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly shook his head. I can't. Instructor, I respect you so much. How can it not be me? Woof woof woof. She showed his teeth towards Jiang Xiaoyu, as if saying, if you, I'll bite you to death. Ding Chen dotingly touched Qi head. Strange. Who is it if not you? Eastern Guangdong Province, a certain city near the sea. 4 buses slowly pulled up to some bus station. When the car door opened, 180 members of the Night Fury Squadron stepped down. They had changed into civilian clothes long ago, and all of them had made some sort of disguise to ensure that they would not be recognized for what they originally looked like. Ding Chen led Qi, who was disguised as a guide dog, down from the car and whispered to the team, everything is according to plan. In the next few days, you'll be poking around a few nearby coastal cities for information, make good disguises, and in 3 days, gather at the address I gave you. Is that clear? Everyone nodded. Understood. Instructor. Ding Chen frowned. From now on, only names are allowed. No instructors. Yes, everyone immediately dispersed and began to go to their respective areas according to the task completion given by Ding Chen. The 2 of them, Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Dapeng, followed Ding Chen and followed him around. After all, Ding Chen is now pretending to be blind, even though Qi has disguised himself as a guide dog. But if there is no one else around to take care of him, it doesn't make sense how to explain it. Besides, These two guys were too rowdy, and Ding Chen couldn't rest assured when he put them elsewhere. Ding Chen brought Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Dapeng, and checked in at a nearby hotel, using a fake identity prepared in advance. When the luggage was put away, Ding Chen let Jiang Xiaoyu act alone, pretending to be a tourist to check out the situation at a nearby high place. After all, he was a sniper and was familiar with doing this kind of thing. Ding Chen, on the other hand, allowed Zhang Dapeng to lead him and walk around in all directions. Although he pretended to be blind, God's perspective was always on, and it didn't take long for him to notice something different. At the foot of a hill to the left, in the thick woods, a logistics unit was constructing a simple base in the woods. Ding Chen immediately asked Zhang Dapeng to take out a map and mark down where the base was located. Zhang Dapeng wanted to lean that way to see if there was really something going on under the mountain, but Ding Chen hurriedly stopped him. Can't you see there's a couple army guys over there? You'll be exposed as soon as you get close. Where is it? Zhang Dapeng said and tried to look around. Don't look around. Act naturally, Ding Chen whispered. The other party has done a disguise just like us. Don't expose yourself. Zhang Dapeng immediately tensed his body, trying to restrain the urge to look that way. Let's go. There's nothing to see in this neighborhood anymore. Let's go to the next place, Ding Chen said, letting Zhang Dapeng help himself turn around and leave. 3 days later, Ding Chen gathered all the members of the Night Fork Squadron that had been sent out and summarized the news in their hands. Old Ding, what do you think we should do this time? Lian stared at Ding Chen. Ding Chen looked at the maps passed back from the various places in his hand, marking all the important locations of the army's current military exercise on the general map. Everyone stared nervously at Ding Chen, wondering what they should do next. A smile appeared on Ding Chen's lips. Old Li, dare you play a big game with me? Lian nodded. We didn't come here just for a small fight. If you ask, that is, if we find the army command now, I'll go with you to end him. Ding Chen gave him a blank look. If we really know the army command, what's the point of going now? The defense is so tight. Don't fold ourselves in. Old Ding, so what do we do now? Lian asked. Ding Chen looked up. We need a lot of surveillance equipment right now, so spread out with them and buy me all the small drones and cameras you can. Liam froze. Buy all you can? Ding Chen nodded. Don't buy too much by yourself. There are many of us. Buy them separately, buy less at a time. Don't draw too much attention to yourself. There must be fewer digital cities around. Everyone was puzzled. Instructor, what's the point of buying so many? Aren't we practicing? Are you trying to sneak in? Ting Chen explained. We are now out of the command of the Navy's command. Intelligence is something we are in desperate need of. We are only in control of the Army's position for this operation, but as the operation begins, we still need to control their real-time movements. Everyone came to a realization and looked at Ding Chen with admiration in their eyes. Then, everyone looked at Ding Chen with bated breath. Ding Chen said in a bad mood, if you understand everything, go buy it. What are you staring at me for? Zhang Chong honestly said, waiting for you to give money. No money we buy. Looking at the pairs of eyes all looking at him, Ding Chen turned his head to look at Lian. What are you looking at me for? Liam backed up. I don't have any money. You're the leader of the Night Fork Squadron. Aren't all the team's funds with you? Ding Chen pressed on step by step. Lian shook his head. There are finances to manage the funds. I don't have any money. Besides, we are out for a military exercise. How can we bring military expenses with us? Everyone was dumbfounded when Lian said this. It's everything ready to go. And when it comes to the final step, it's surprisingly difficult to get money. Lian proposed. There are many of us. Why don't we pool our efforts and get this money together first? This idea of his was immediately settled by Ding Chen. Alright, let's do it. Let's finish this military exercise first. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoyu immediately covered her pockets and backed away. Instructor, I don't have any money. Zhang Dapeng snickered. No money. No money, what are you covering your pockets for? Jiang Xiaoyu said with a bitter look on his face. I can't move it. What I've saved is my wife's capital. I have to save it for my daughter-in-law. My mom is waiting to see me get married. Ding Chen didn't care about him. Looking at everyone, he said, then everyone back up a bit and buy the stuff first. I promise you, when the exercise is over, the captain will reimburse you for all the expenses, plus interest. Hearing Ding Chen say this, Jiang Xiaoyu immediately smiled with joy and said, really? You should have said earlier if you had such a good thing. Instructor, I still have quite a bit of money saved up, and I'm willing to take it out for the sake of victory in the maneuvers. TSK tisk, Zhang Dapeng staggered. Instructor, look at this. This counts dogs. Smells the odor. Woof woof. He had just finished speaking when she called out twice in displeasure. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Only Lian had a bitter look on his face. He could pay back the money. But what was with this interest? In 2 days, Ding Chen brought the Nightfork Squadron to buy back all the drones and cameras they could receive. For this reason, Zhang Xiaoyu had emptied their wallets. Old Ding, everything is bought. What should we do next? Lian looked at him and said, the maneuvers will start tomorrow night. What are you going to do? Everyone was staring at Ding Chen with burning eyes, and Lian's question was what they had been waiting for. You have half a day to prepare, all of you, and at 12 o'clock noon tomorrow, you must blast the target. Ding Chen took out a map with many red dots drawn on it. Each red dot represents a target. Ding Chen said to them, choose yourselves, and once you've done so, take the old people's bus to go near these places. When you're done, gather at this place immediately. Ding Chen pointed out a new point on the map, and everyone nodded silently. Start picking. Without hesitation, all of them immediately began to choose the location to be blasted. Once selected, the remaining unselected are grouped with others. After all, to blast a military point, one person certainly can't. Gotta need the strength of the group. In the evening, Ding Chen brought Zhang Xiaoyu and the others to a gas station. This is actually a private gas station, but there are already a few soldiers here at this point. This suggests that this is one of the army's refueling stations once the exercise begins. Ding Chen patted Qi, and then looked at Zhang Xiaoyu. Several people, proceed quietly. Do not shoot the gun. Understand? Yes. Several of Zhang Xiaoyu's people nodded excitedly. They've practiced infiltration for so long that this little thing is not a handful. At Ding Chen's command, Qi was the first to dart out with an arrow step. Shit. Dead dog. Stealing credit again. Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhang Dapeng were so anxious that they immediately flew out after them as well. Ding Chen smiled faintly and pretended to be a passerby as he walked straight towards the gas station's service station. Once inside, he pretended to be looking at something, but actually placed 2 drill time bombs on the shelves. After putting it away, he immediately walked out again. By the time he got back to his original point, Qi had returned first. Good buddy. Well done. Ding Chen smiled and stroked its head. Qi licked his hand excitedly, seemingly thrilled at his appreciation. A few moments later, Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhang Dapeng also rushed back. As soon as he saw Qi wagging his tail proudly at them, Zhang Xiaoyu directly said with a bitter face, Instructor, don't say anything, we know that we are inferior to a dog. Zhang Dapeng nodded his head in agreement. If Qi puts a bomb, any of us can't compare. This point I serve. Qi was even more complacent, and his dog face was full of arrogance. Alright, cut the crap and detonate, Ding Chen said coldly. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately pulled out the detonator. It's a time bomb, but it can be detonated, and the timer is just a backup in case it can't be detonated. Goodbye, brother army. Zhang Xiaoyu smiled faintly and directly pressed down. In a flash, the muffled sound of the drill bomb they had planted startled several army soldiers at the gas station. Immediately afterward, a large amount of smoke came out from all around. It's on fire. Put out the fire. A few soldiers wailed in fear and immediately went to find a fire extinguisher. Ding Chen's trio smiled faintly and took Qiyu with them, disappearing in the twinkling of an eye. They, in turn, had to rush to the next place, Yudong Province, Army Command for Joint Sea Land Exercise. The exercise has officially begun, but unlike in the past, the command scene that was supposed to be hot and heavy in the Army Command was not there. All the Army generals involved in the maneuver were gathered in the conference room. The Army Commander-in-Chief of this exercise, Vice Commander of the Army, Admiral Wang Shang, looked at everyone with a grim expression on his face. The Army generals present all lowered their heads at this time. None of them dared to raise their heads to face Wang Shang's anger directly. Good. Wang Shang laughed angrily. You guys are really something. He slapped his hand on the table. The maneuvers haven't even begun yet, and I can't believe we let someone touch the hinterland. You guys are really incompetent. Everyone was silent and didn't say anything. Only the general whose jurisdiction had been destroyed by Ding Chen's defense zone, Wu Shi, replied bitterly. Commander, it's not that our army is incompetent, it's that the enemy is too cunning. Who would have thought that they would sneak into action before the maneuvers even started? This is a violation. Violation? Wang Sheng said angrily. The battlefield will talk to you about violations? He pointed at Wu Shi and scolded. Look at the good soldiers you've brought with you, letting people touch over and do damage even if it's not enough. They've been waiting for hours before reacting. Some of the soldiers even called the fire alarm. Wang Sheng slammed the information in his hand on Wu Shi. Dang army. Even reported a fire before the exercise started. And it's still a fucking oops. You can afford to lose this person. I can't afford to lose this person either. All of the other generals around them were laboriously holding back, trying to keep from laughing out loud. Wang Sheng glanced around at their expressions and couldn't help but burst into a rage again. You guys still have the nerve to laugh? He pointed to several of the generals of the coastal defenses. How much intelligence must the enemy have gathered about us in their hands if they could land so easily to do damage? He looked at the intelligence commander. Are all of you drunkards? Others are treating this maneuver as a real battle, but you're so unconcerned about it? There's not a single rumor, not a single clue to be found? He pointed at the logistics security department. How did you do the pre-preparation? The enemy is operating right under your noses. And after so many days, you are not reacting at all. He resumed staring at the intelligence department. No matter what means you use, you must investigate who this unit is, how many people have infiltrated it, and how much information it has gotten hold of. Yes, Wang Shang cursed all the departments from the top, and when he swept his gaze back over the crowd, the others lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Wang Shang's gaze swept over Wolfang's Special Brigade Captain He Jijun as he lingered on him for a few seconds. He saw the silent look on everyone's faces and knew that nothing else would come out of this meeting if it went on any longer. Wang Shang knocked on the desk. Raise your head. Everyone immediately looked up. All of you, cheer up. Despite the unfavorable start, we are not at the point of certain defeat. From now on, all units must change the direction of the battle for me, and reformulate a feasible plan for me. Yes, dismissed, Wang Di shouted. The others got up and left. Just as He Jijun followed so and got up together, Wang Shang suddenly spoke. Little he stay for a while. The others turned their heads to look at He Jijun, leaving him with a look of self-seeking. Waiting until everyone had left, Wang Shang stared at He Jijun dead in the face. Look, the same special forces. What are the others doing? And what are you doing for food? Can they, who are of the Navy, act with impunity on land, just when there is no one of us in the army? I'll only give you 3 days, and if this unit is still alive in 3 days, I'll hold you responsible. Yes, He Jijun said decisively. We, Wolverine Teeth, will make sure that this unit is trapped in the southeastern coast. Cut the big talk. I only look at the results. Wang Shang said indifferently. Go down. He Jijun's gaze was icy cold and he walked out with a gloomy face. Joint Land and Sea Exercise Center. Look, there's another dot with a red cross drawn on it, a female reporter exclaimed. Everyone immediately looked up at the screen. In the electronic screen, the little red dots representing the army's key strongholds, in the southeast, had been mostly painted with crosses. And just now, another red dot was drawn with a cross as everyone watched. Are the Navy's people so fierce? This maneuver has only just begun. And the strongholds on the southeast are basically going to be uprooted. The reporter from the Army's military newspaper opened his mouth wide in shock. The assistant director of the studio center shook his head. Absolutely not. The Navy's fleet isn't even close to the coast right now. They haven't even landed. How could it be them? The female reporter who had just exclaimed out loud shook her head. Well, it can't be that the Army guys played themselves out, can it? She said this in a way that made everyone in the room chuckle. A veteran military journalist explained. The Army must have suffered from the Navy's sneak attack, and the Navy must have sent special forces, deep into the hinterland, to do all this damage. Special forces? Everyone was puzzled. Didn't Jialong not participate in this exercise? A reporter from the Army's military newspaper couldn't help but say sourly. Maybe this is a smokescreen put out by the Navy. They can start all these little maneuvers before the exercise, and it's only normal to have the Dragon Commandos back for the exercise. A reporter shook his head. Impossible. Before I came here the day before yesterday, the Jialong Commandos were still on a mission in the First Sea. How could they sneak in early? The senior reporter smiled mysteriously. I'm a bit of an insider. Do you guys remember? A year ago, there was news from the Navy side that they were going to form a new Special Forces unit. But I've learned that that unit was really formed just half a year ago. The name seems to be something like the Night Fork Squad, so it's not likely that they're the ones who did it this time. The reporter from the Army's military newspaper was full of disbelief. What are you bragging about? A unit that has just been established for half a year can do this? Do you really think the Army is a rice bucket? If you ask me, it's the Augur's people who sneaked over here. And that Augur commando team at sea must be someone else's fake. Another person said, no, that Augur troop in the sea can't be someone else's fake. How can this kind of thing be hidden from people? The Navy side has long had news about having the Night Forks take part in the maneuvers instead of the Jialongs. This troop must be the Night Forks. The man who had just laughed. Maybe the team at sea is the Night Forks, and this unit is the Dragon? In order to win. Who knows what tricks the Navy guys will play? Everyone froze at the words, as if there was some truth to this. And it really made more sense than a unit that had been in existence for half a year doing something like this. Everyone was righteously indignant. The Navy people are really shameless. Outside the Wolfang Special Brigade's compound, He Jijun stood in front of the troops with a gloomy face, staring at the several special squads in front of him. Those who spend their days hunting geese have been pecked blind by them. He Jijun was pained, since Wolfang's establishment. When have we ever been ridden on our heads to shit and piss? Now that a freshly formed unit of the Navy has been able to make its presence felt in our Army's hinterland, where do we put our faces? He focused on Lone Wolf and Red Cell. It's a strange shame that the army let the Navy beat them up on land. You're the two strongest squads on the team, so the focus of this mission to chase down the Navy will be put on you. Yes, He Changwang and Xiuzhuang answered in unison. The commander gave me 3 days. I'll only give you 2. He Jijun snapped. Within 2 days, if you haven't locked on to the enemy's location and wiped them out, I'll surely practice you to death. Do you hear me? Yes. Promise to complete the mission. All of them yelled. Go down and get ready. We leave in half an hour. Everyone turned to leave, but He Jijun called Fan Tianlei over. Golden Eagle, you're the most qualified for this strike. He Jijun glared at him. I'll leave the mission to you as well. If you fail to complete the mission, I'll be the first to punish you. Fan Tianlei said smugly. Don't worry, Wolf Head. A bunch of petty thieves are arrogant under the eyes of a tiger. Their time to die will come soon. This time when we go out, I'll teach them how to behave. He Jijun looked at him with some uneasiness, but Fan Tianlei was the commander of the Red Cells and the Wolf Fang chief of staff. There's nothing you can do at this point not to believe him. I'm waiting for you to finish the mission successfully. Yes, Fan Tianlei saluted confidently. After He Jijun turned around and left, all the groups began to actively discuss amongst themselves. The enemy that came this time is quite ruthless. The exercise just started, and the entire southeastern area has been stirred up by them. Right now over there, several regiments are paralyzed. They can't move at all. And I heard that the soldiers sent out can't even see their shadows. Ostrich staggered. Xiao Zhuang coldly grunted. There's nothing to it, they're just speculating. If they came during a maneuver, they wouldn't even be able to do shit. Old Cannon nodded. These guys are just claptrap. If we had gone on a sneak attack during the maneuver, we'd probably have captured the naval command and all the top brass, and the maneuver would have been over before it even started. The crowd laughed triumphantly. That's right, who wouldn't do this while people are unprepared? It also depends on the real skill to talk. On the other side of the Red Cell Special Operations Group, everyone's faces were serious at the moment. Li Ernie grimaced bitterly. You guys are saying it too lightly. Lone Wolf is a veteran unit, and we were just established. It's not even close to the Navy. If we run into them, can we beat them? Wang Yanbing looked at He Changwang. Falcon, what do you think? He Changwang smiled confidently. Although our Red Cell is a recently established unit, the Wolftooth Special Brigade is a veteran Special Forces unit that is much stronger in training than the Navy's bunch of half-wits. If they were confident, they wouldn't be sneaking around before the maneuvers. If they come after the maneuvers, see if we can beat the shit out of them. The man from the Red Cell group laughed at this. That's right. What can the Navy do with a bunch of water ducks on shore? Fan Tianlei walked over quickly. Very good. I'm satisfied that you guys have this confidence. This is the style of our Army's Special Operations team. He was already a conceited man, and now that the soldiers in his hands were like this, he wouldn't feel that they were empty-handed, but rather that this kind of self-confidence was very much to his liking. The brigade commander has given a death order. If we can't clean up that unit in 2 days, you and I will all be punished. Now, go and find them out for me at once, and beat the shit out of them, and see if they still dare to make small moves. Yes, Chief of Staff. Southeastern Gulf of Guangdong Province. The beach here has become a landing site for the Navy, and dozens of kilometers in every direction have been taken by the Navy. The lead force after the beach landing was none other than the Marines, now breaking through to the 60-kilometer mark with great force. In the Fleet Command Center, it was Vice Admiral Yao Jianjun who assumed command of the exercise. He looked at the screen and frowned slightly as he watched the overwhelming advance of his troops. The army, even if they were a bunch of rice balls, wouldn't give up the whole coast in 1 day, would they? There's still strong resistance in the other directions. The southeast is practically like an open door for us to enter. This isn't normal. Tang Yusheng frowned and voiced his opinion. Their third fleet was involved in the maneuvers this time, and as the Navy's main force this time, followed the Marines in the landing operations. Everyone was confused in the face of such irrationality. A lieutenant general gave his opinion. Commander, this is most likely the enemy's ploy to lure the enemy in. I think we should hold off on the rate of capture and push forward steadily. Only by taking every step can we not fall into the enemy's trap. Bullshit, another hot-tempered lieutenant general directly retorted. What kind of trap would take hundreds of kilometers of depth? The Air Force has already scouted, and there's no large-scale action by the Army at all for nearly 100 miles. Commander, we must not slow down the offensive and give the enemy a chance to catch their breath. His troops had followed the Marines right along with him on the front lines of the attack and had taken so many battle victories. How could he possibly want to stop now all of a sudden? Yao Jianjun was frowning at this moment, listening to the generals below with their own opinions. He was slightly annoyed in his heart. His gaze swept through the crowd below, and he instantly saw Lin Zijian beside him. Lin Zijian didn't say anything, just sat quietly. Yao Jianjun looked at him as if he had a plan, and couldn't help but ask, "Old Lin, what do you think about this?" "I have no opinion." Lin Zijian shook his head. "I'll fight however the commander orders." Yao Jianjun frowned. "You Marines are the vanguard. Most of the places ahead were taken down by you. You should know more about the situation up there than everyone else. Tell me about it." Hearing Yao Jianjun say this, Lin Zijian could only smile helplessly, stood up and said, "Commander, I think we should continue the attack, or else we'll be sorry for such a great advantage that our advanced troops have gained for us." Just after Lin Zijian said this, everyone below couldn't help but look at him with a sneer. They didn't expect Lin Zijian to be able to say this. Wasn't this pushing all the credit onto his marine's head? To put it bluntly, he wanted to monopolize all the credit. Yao Jianjun was also looking at Lin Zijian with a black line at this time. He didn't expect this silent marine commander to be brazen to this extent. Seeing their misunderstanding, Lin Zijian hurriedly explained, "I'm not talking about the troops that are attacking right now. I'm saying that behind the army, there's still one of our truly heroic troops." Everyone looked over in disbelief. Yao Jianjun also became interested at this time. "Old Lin, what's the situation? Tell us." Lin Zijian nodded. "A special operations squadron belonging to our army, the Night Fork Squadron. It was disconnected from us a week ago, leaving behind a message that it was participating in an exercise. Combining our current offensive and the army's response, the deduction I've made is that they've already penetrated deep into the enemy's rear before the maneuver. The fact that we're now able to capture so many places so smoothly must have nothing to do with them." "What?" Lin Zijian had just finished speaking when the group of generals below all stared in shock. A lot of them didn't know about this Nightstalker squadron in the Marines. Now that they heard Lin Zijian say that the Night Fork Squadron had infiltrated behind enemy lines long before the maneuvers began, they were greatly shaken. Tang Yoshing's eyes suddenly lit up, but he knew that it was the Night Fork Squadron that Ding Chen had gone to. If this operation was truly the work of the Night Fork Squadron, then Ding Chen would definitely be taking another big credit. This was a good soldier out of his fleet, and it was such an old relief in his heart to hear that Ding Chen was getting better and better. Yao Jianjun looked at Lin Zijian. "Is your information accurate?" Lin Zijian stuck out his chest and saluted. "Commander, I'm willing to vouch for them. I'll take all the responsibility." "Then let's continue the offense." Yao Jianjun nodded. He looked towards the screen at the captured army territory and whispered at the corner of his mouth, "Night Fork Squadron? Is this Ding Chen really that amazing?" As the sun sets, the afterglow of the setting sun is reflected in the water, giving the quiet lake a layer of golden light. Suddenly, a set of footprints stepped across the lake, shattering its reflection like crumpled gold leaf. In the thick bushes around the lake, a few figures hid in the grass, poking their heads out to watch. "Is it all settled?" Xiang Yu asked in a low voice with a sweaty head. "Don't worry about it. We do things without mistakes. We don't dare to neglect what the Night Fork has arranged." Jiang Xiaoyu nodded. "That's fine." Xiang Yu nodded. "Then all of you go back and hide the tracks. Don't let them find out easily." "Understood." Several people began to head towards the distance, and as they walked, they hid all of their movements. Between a not-so-large forest, Ding Chen was lurking in it with the other members of the Night Fork Squadron, constantly debugging the images transmitted back from the various monitors. Seeing Xiang Yu rush back with Jiang Xiaoyu and the others, Ding Chen nodded with satisfaction. "It's been hard work. Take a rest and relax." Not long after, the several troops that were sent out by Ding Chen came back one after another. Ding Chen looked at the surveillance images in the screen in his hand, and asked them uneasily, "Besides these surveillance equipment installed, the other things that you were told to do, are they all arranged?" Everyone nodded their heads in succession. "Instructor, don't worry. If anyone comes, they will definitely be led by the nose by us." Only Zhang Dapeng looked at this forest he was in now in disbelief and asked with a puzzled expression, "Instructor, this place is deserted. Even the birds don't shit. It's already far away from the army's important strongholds. If we run here, will the army's people still come after us?" Ding Chen put down the surveillance in his hands and patiently explained, "We just made such a big commotion in the army's hinterland. They must have detected our presence and will do whatever it takes to eradicate us. We're disappearing into their field of view now, and this is the way to the nearby strongholds after the attack on the last one. The army special forces aren't any fools, so when they come after us, they'll definitely find our traces." "I see." Zhang Dapeng came to a realization. "I said why we've been staying here all this time and not even shifting." Jiang Xiaoyu frowned again. "That's not right. So what's the situation with the captain and the others?" Ding Chen smiled faintly. "Lian and the others went so far away to wreak havoc. It will definitely distract them, making them think that we split our forces and won't be able to focus on us." All of them nodded their heads in succession, admiring Ding Chen's arrangement. Just then, Lu Yan suddenly pointed at the surveillance and whispered, "Instructor, there's a situation." Ding Chen immediately went over to look, only to see a team of heavily armed special forces in the surveillance screen, catapulting down the path toward them. Ding Chen roughly scanned through the screen and found that there were 50 to 60 people. Crap! Someone is really coming, Zhang Dapeng said with genuine admiration. Instructor, how can you know where they are coming from? This is simply nothing but this is to put aside the ancient times. How to also be the crouching dragon phoenix chick, right? Zhang Xiaoyu blankly glanced at Zhang Dapeng. Can't talk. Don't say. Crouching dragon and phoenix chrysalis, that's a compliment? How is it not? Zhang Dapeng was unconvinced. That's. Seeing that they were about to argue over such a frivolous matter, Ding Chen hastily glared at them. Shut up. What are you arguing about? The army sent out a special operations team. There must be more than just them. We can't afford to spook them. We'll wait until we let them in before we strike. Ding Chen looked up at Zhang Xiaoyu and the others. Hide immediately, and be quick when you strike, so that they don't pass messages to each other. All actions are on my command. Understood? I hear you. A thick murderous aura flashed in everyone's eyes, and their bodies erupted with a strong battle intent. Ding Chen waved his hand, and everyone immediately spread out in groups of 3, following him around towards the army's flank. And at this moment, the team coming this way was part of one of the members of the Wolf-Fang Brigade. They were led by veteran special operations squads among them and were paired with a newcomer squad, Red Cell, whose strength was not to be underestimated. And leading the group was Wolf-Fang's chief of staff, Fan Tianlei. They were all running furiously with their heads in the clouds at this time, and they didn't even notice. On a side tree, a small probe was quietly placed, exposing all of their movements to Ding Chen. What's more, they didn't know that without realizing it, they had already entered the range of Ding Chen's God's perspective. Any situation they were in, even their slightest movements were clearly seen by Ding Chen whenever he wanted to. 10 minutes later, Fan Tianlei, who was leading the front of the troop, suddenly raised his hand and stopped the group from moving on. The terrain here was a high ground, and further down was the woods where Ding Chen and the others were. Fan Tianlei laughed confidently. Even though you guys hit it well, weren't you still discovered by me? He pointed to the footprints on the ground. You guys come and take a look. Although the footprints on the ground are towards the right side of the lake, it looks like they are circling back from the lake, but it looks like there are no footprints on the right side. But these fallen leaves are spread too neatly, and it is by no means a natural fall that can be formed. Navy rookies, still trying to play this game with me? Come with me. They must be hiding in the woods resting. Yes, the Wolf-Fang Special Forces members immediately dispersed and followed Fan Tianlei into the woods. Falcon, what do you think? In the team? Wang Yanbing asked He Changwang in a low voice. He Changwang smiled. Golden Eagle's judgment is not wrong. This unit has split up. The side to the northwest is the main force, conservatively estimated to be all around 150 people. This side is just the size of 2 groups. It's not enough to worry about at all. Taking them out was easy. Fan Tianlei nodded with satisfaction as he heard the discussion of the team members behind him, though he didn't think about it that much at all. It was still a compliment that was accepted with peace of mind. In the woods, seeing the Army's Special Operations team walk in, Zhang Xiaoyu skimmed his lips and said, Instructor, your ploy didn't work. They still found us. Ding Chen revealed a chesty smile. Yeah, the prey fell into the trap. Let's go. All of the people from the Night Fork squad all moved lightly and rushed out towards Ding Chen. Like nimble bobcats, they had run tens of meters in silence. This was an ability that they had only practiced under Ding Chen's devilish torture, and all of them could not be separated from Ding Chen's care in order to be able to have such a standard today. After the Wolf-Fang Brigade entered the wooded area, Fan Tianlei immediately arranged for everyone to spread out and scout ahead. He believed that as long as he could spot Ding Chen, with the ability of the Wolf-Fang Brigade's soldiers, it would be easy to clean up a bunch of hairless navies. Everybody pay attention, Fan Tianlei said triumphantly. Those little cubs from the Navy are right here. They're just a bunch of Boy Scouts. Let's teach them what special forces are. All the members of the Red Cells smiled. In their eyes, the Navy's special forces are shit. It's nothing compared to them. On the other side, Ding Chen saw all of Wolf-Fang's men enter the woods. He took out his communicator and called Lian. Old Li, bring someone over to make dumplings. Understood, Liam hemmed and hawed. Fan Tianlei didn't realize at the moment that he thought he was getting closer to his target, but he was actually getting more and more into the trap. Fan Tianlei said triumphantly, when you run into someone from the Navy later, just shoot them to death. Don't even hold back. Fan Tianlei said confidently, a bunch of them brats. They dared to fool us before, so none of them will try to run away now. Golden Eagle, don't we need to capture it alive? A team member asked. How troublesome to catch them alive. Fan Tianlei grunted coldly. Let's beat them to death first. They are only so many people. We are so many people. A sweeping shot absolutely can't run away. waiting for them to be eliminated, and have some kind of verbal altercation with them. At that time they couldn't help but move their hands, and when the fight was almost over I suddenly realized it, and hastened to stop you guys. This is also something that can't be helped. All the Wolf Fong soldiers smiled knowingly. Fan Tianlei was ordering them to beat up the Navy's men. Everyone was holding their breath, fist pumping and waiting to cut the Navy loose. These days, the whole army is stirred up by them. Now that they have the chance, they won't rest until they get a good beating. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the grass after Wolfsbane passed by, instantly leaping up and pouncing towards the rearmost person. Before Wolfsbane's men realized it, they were immediately entangled then knocked to the ground. All of the Night Fork's men acted in 2s and 3s together, and whoever they pounced on was instantly strangled by them. In the blink of an eye, the last 20 Wolf Fong special forces in the group had been wiped out. Seemingly sensing something, He Changwang ghostly twisted his head to look behind him. When he turned around, he was right in front of Zhang Chong, who was rushing up towards him. Holy shit! He Changwang only had time to let out a cry of surprise before all he could see was Zhang Chong revealing his white teeth, and the unbladed dagger in his hand was already stuck in He Changwang's body. He Changwang hit the tree next to him with a thud, white smoke rising from his body. Fan Tianlei and the others who were running ahead turned around violently after hearing the sound, and were horrified to find Ding Chen and the others. Hundreds of Navy special forces pounced from the bushes. Holy shit! Fan Tianlei was shocked and fell back. Where the hell did this nigga leap out from? Bang! The only thing that responded to him was a vigorous elbow from Ding Chen. Ding Chen's bottom-to-top elbow directly smashed a few of Fan Tianlei's teeth away, smashing his body out and landing heavily on the ground. Fan Tianlei spat out his teeth mixed with blood and water, trembling as he pointed at Ding Chen and said indistinctly under his breath, You. Ding Chen smiled coldly. Me what me? Didn't you want to teach us what a special force is? Now I'll show you how our Navy special forces do things. Before Fan Tianlei could react, Ding Chen directly slammed his fist over. Fan Tianlei's eyes went black and his head hit the ground hard. As soon as Ding Chen's words fell, there was a sudden churning in the lake next to the woods. More than 100 members of the Night Fork Squadron, who had hidden into the lake with the help of the night, emerged from it in unison. I'm going to. The dog-headed old geezer's face went white with fear. Bang bang bang. The Night Fork Squadron's side fired relentlessly, sending white smoke rolling from the Wolfsbane Brigade soldiers who were caught off guard. There's an ambush. Take cover. Not caring to hold them accountable for the ineffective scouting they had just done, Doghead Lao Gao roared and immediately led the remaining team members towards the woods behind Fan Tianlei to hide. Boom boom boom. The gang had just bypassed Fan Tianlei and the others when a rattling sound came from their feet. The white smoke from the drill bomb rose up and instantly wiped out all the people brought in by Doghead Lao Gao. It's over. The dog-headed old Gao had a dead look on his face. His face was unusually ugly at the moment, never imagining that their Wolf Fong Brigade would be completely wiped out here in such a humiliating manner. Ding Chen led the Night Fork Squadron, drenched in water, out of the lake. With a smile on his face, he walked over to Doghead Lao Gao. High school team, I've heard a lot about you. Dog-headed old Hai stared with an ugly face at the stranger who took a step forward, and finally sighed helplessly. You Navy won, and I lost. Being gullible and careless is the most taboo thing for a special forces soldier, but they, the wolf's teeth, still committed this taboo. Ding Chen narrowed his eyes and laughed. You guys didn't lose unjustly. You've already been studied by me countless times. For us, you guys have no way of understanding, the dog-headed old man said proudly. A loss is a loss, and a good soldier never makes excuses for himself. Ding Chen nodded approvingly, then reached out and took his weaponry and various items from him. You guys have already been killed in battle, so there's no problem for us to clean up the battlefield, right? Ding Chen had a bad smile on his face. Doghead old Gao was dumbfounded and could only allow Ding Chen to take all the equipment from him. Ding Chen also turned around and urged, clean up the battlefield. Don't leave anything behind. With this word from Ding Chen, Jiang Xiaoyu and the others immediately transformed into a gang of bandits and stripped Wolf Fong's people. Bastard! What are you guys doing picking off our clothes? Old Cannon had originally been at ease with his demise, but when he was stripped of his clothes on Zhang Dapeng's body, he was enraged. Doghead old Gao also frowned. Isn't it too much? We are comrades in arms. We are both Yangua soldiers. We should at least give us some face. Cut the crap. Jiang Xiaoyu gave them a blank look. Don't forget that you've been killed in action. What do dead people need clothes for? They're all ash when burned. All the Wolf Fong's people were speechless for a while. This Nima really thought they were dead people to be sent to the crematorium? Seeing that these soldiers couldn't make sense, Old Doghead immediately put his eyes on Ding Chen. Ding Chen said in a serious manner, didn't we still leave you with the clothes inside? We've already given you enough face. If you don't cooperate, we'll use force. Doghead Lao Gao had a helpless look on his face. He really didn't know what to say when he encountered this kind of unreasonable opponent. But he was a professional soldier and followed all the rules, so he could only wave his hand for everyone to cooperate. Instructor, it's all stripped. A few moments later, Jiang Xiaoyu came over to report. Ding Chen glanced at the dog-headed old Gao and the others who were shivering in the night wind, and the corner of his mouth suddenly lifted up. Go, hang them upside down. Son of a bitch, you guys have gone too far. Hearing Ding Chen's words, the ostrich immediately made an effort and cursed at Ding Chen. At least they're all Yanguo soldiers. There's no need to be so desperate, right? Xiao Zhuang also panicked. The men of the Night Fork were not half as merciful as they should have been, and still hung them all upside down from the tree amidst the lone wolf's incessant tirades. There's no way around it. Nightcrawlers got a lot of people. You can't fight them, and they're dead, so they're at your mercy. Son of a bitch, if you're capable of putting Grandpa down for a fight, what's the point of hanging me from a tree? Old Cannon cursed. Doghead Lao Gao was now also staring at Ding Chen angrily. We've already been killed in action. What are you hanging us up for? Ding Chen smiled. Let's get you on top and enrage your army. Ding Chen glanced at the time and said to Doghead Old Gao, save your energy. Your rescue team might not be able to come for some time. I'm doing this to help you guys out, so that you can have a good chat with your chief of staff and discuss tactics, so that you don't get killed so easily next time. Ding Chen suddenly laughed. I forgot. You guys are already dead. There's no next time. Go! Ding Chen immediately left with his troops after saying this. Doghead Lao Gao was so angry by Ding Chen's last maneuver that he cursed. Fan Tianlei laughed on the ground. Doghead Old Hai. Now do not laugh. Just now you are not also quite proud of it. How also have today? Doghead Lao Gao immediately spread his anger onto Fan Tianlei. If it wasn't for coming to save you bunch of losers, could we have been ambushed? Didn't you say that everyone had left and there was no ambush? You pitiful bastard. Fan Tianlei laughed out loud. You have more strength. Just curse. I'm on the ground now. Much more comfortable than you. Fan Tianlei had just finished speaking when he saw a navy blue dog charging towards him in the darkness. She before leaving. Or cannot forget this good urinal. Cannot help but run back again. Get lost. Broken dog. Fan Tianlei shouted in despair. Ha ha ha. From the trees came the unimpeded laughter of the dog-headed Old Hai. Ding Chen led the team to run out some distance before realizing that she was running back from far behind. No running around. You have to act on my orders as well. Ding Chen softly chided. She gave a whimpering, sultry whimper of aggravation. At the Army Command Center, He Ji-jun walked outside the commander's lounge with his face ashen. Report. He Ji-jun opened his mouth with difficulty. Come in. Wang Sheng hadn't fallen asleep at this time either. The war situation had been more rotten than he had expected. In a matter of days, the Navy had pressed its line down to 100 kilometers as if it had been pumped up like chicken blood. If he hadn't had the units make adjustments on the fly, the Navy might be hitting his side right now. He is still observing the movements of the naval forces, and always keep an eye on the ambush troops he sent out. Whether or not the battle can be reversed, it all depends on their next operation. He Ji-jun quickly walked into the lounge, saw Wang Sheng, who was still sitting and watching the battle, and when the words came to his mouth, he suddenly couldn't open his mouth. Wang Sheng looked up when he heard footsteps coming in but did not open his mouth to report to him. Seeing that it was He Ji-jun, Wang Sheng then revealed a hint of a smile. Little He, come, is it that good news has come from your side? That the unit that was rebelling in our hinterland was wiped out by your Wolfang? He Ji-jun looked constipated. I'm sorry, Commander, the Wolfsbane Brigade was completely wiped out 2 hours ago. What? Wang Sheng stood up violently. Say that again. His face was as gloomy as water. Hard to see. He Ji-jun lowered his head, not daring to look at Wang Sheng's eyes, and said with difficulty through clenched teeth, the Wolf Tooth Brigade has been completely wiped out. Bang! The water cup on the table slammed hard on He Ji-jun. Rice bucket! Wang Sheng angrily scolded. Are you all rice buckets? The intelligence department has already passed on the news that the landing was made by a unit of the Navy that was established less than half a year ago. And with such a unit, I'm afraid that you're at your wits' end? You even lost the entire Wolf's Teeth Brigade. You guys are really rice buckets. He Ji-jun gritted his teeth and said, after they and I studied it, we all felt that that unit was an imposter from Jiaolong coming over to participate in the maneuvers. So what if it's a dragon? Wang Sheng said angrily. It's a scaly dragon. You guys aren't ashamed when you're all wiped out? He pointed at He Ji-jun's nose and cursed angrily. I'll find someone to deal with that troop. So get the hell back and wait for the punishment. Yes. He Ji-jun saluted and walked out of Wang Sheng's lounge in silence. Fuck. He Ji-jun couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Let's see how I'll clean up you brats when I come back. This time it's a big disgrace. After He Ji-jun left, Wang Sheng made an effort to calm down before picking up the phone and dialing out. Let's get Battle Wolf ready to go. And don't let the Navy people continue to be so wild. At one of the army bases, everyone in the Battle Wolf Squadron stayed in the base, waiting for a mission that might come from above at any moment. Have you heard? The wolf's teeth let someone take them out. The whole army was wiped out. The deaths were old and tragic. Even the chief of staff was buried, Slate said mysteriously. No, Xiao Bing whispered. Old Doghead Gao was all hung up, and a bunch of them were stripped of their clothes. You guys don't know that Golden Eagle and Doghead Lao Gao were spraying each other for being pigmates when they were discovered. The gang couldn't help but laugh. I can understand that Golden Eagle, that watery bastard, being buried. But Doghead Old Gao is also a number 1 character. His lone wolf count is quite bullish. How come he's also with the Golden Eagle? 80%. Dragged down by the Golden Eagle. Golden Eagles are the ones who love to drag people down. Long Feng coldly grunted. Wolf's Teeth is getting more and more incapable. A veteran special operations team. Even let the Navy's gang of new recruits dry out. Really, the more they live, the more they go back. If the Navy's bunch of waterbenders came across our warwolves, how else could this bunch of Navy jump? With their little 3-legged skills, wouldn't they be fucked over by us in minutes? Everyone nodded their heads in succession, agreeing with this statement from Long Feng. Ahem. Long Xiaoyun coughed twice and said seriously. Still, we can't underestimate this group of navies too much. I've carefully studied their actions and realized that this series of actions they've taken are all linked together, including the fact that Wolfram and Hart would target them. It was also calculated by them. From the time, to the place, it's all under their commander's control. Just after Long Xiaoyun finished his words, all the people present in the War Wolf Squadron were silent. They've never looked into it in depth. They've just never looked at the Navy's special operations teams, both in terms of history, in terms of development, and in terms of what has been achieved. The army had left the Navy far behind, let alone a new, unheralded force. Long Feng said with pride, that's just that. If we were in their position, we could definitely do better than this unit. Lang Feng's powerful confidence infected everyone, and the just silent crowd nodded their heads in succession after hearing it. That's why they didn't have a chance to fight with this unit. Otherwise, how could they be given a chance to be arrogant? They were still discussing on their side when a soldier quickly ran over. There was a knock on the door. Dragon Team. Brigadier He of the Wolf's Teeth Brigade is here. Long Xiaoyun raised his eyebrows and hurriedly walked out quickly. Long Xiaoyun had just walked out the door when he saw He Jijun standing outside the door. Brigadier He. She took the lead and saluted towards He Jijun. Dragon Squadron. He Jijun returned the salute. This time I came, or I have an ungrateful request. You say. He Jijun glanced at the valiant woman in front of him. I'm sure you've heard about our Wolf Feng, right? Long Xiaoyun nodded and did not say anything. He Jijun continued. We've disgraced the army by letting a bunch of recruits end up in the middle of it, and this disciplinary action will definitely be inevitable. Now the only ones who can clean up this naval unit in our maneuvers are you guys. He handed a stack of information to Long Xiaoyun. Here are all the records of the encounters with them, and all the intelligence obtained by the intelligence department on this unit. In order to cooperate with your operation, this mission allows you to borrow all the land forces. You must find and eliminate this navy. Yes, Long Xiaoyun nodded. He Jijun nodded. Dragon Squadron, I'm really counting on you this time. The army's shame is relying on you to wash it away. If we let this naval unit continue to bounce around, even if we end up winning the maneuver victory, the entire army will lose face. At that time, the special forces of the other military regions will have to laugh us to death. Don't worry, Brigadier He. Our Battle Wolf Squadron will definitely do our best to uphold the army's face. Long Xiaoyun replied forcefully. With your words, I'm relieved. He Jijun nodded and turned around to leave the Battle Wolf base. Long Xiaoyun looked at the thick information in his hands, exhaled, and pushed open the door to re-enter the base. When the people of the War Wolf Squadron saw Long Xiaoyun return, their faces could not help but have a look of excitement on them. Captain, is it true that the task of dealing with the Navy squad was given to us from above? Sher Sanba asked with a trippy look on his face. Great, this way we can have a great time too. Being on standby all the time at this base is making me sick with idleness. Yu Fei looked excited. With us out there, isn't this naval battle group ironically finished? That's right, compare us to. Hearing the 7 voices on stage, Long Xiaoyun coldly grimaced. Have you spoken enough? Long Xiaoyun was as cold as ice. Everyone was immediately silenced, not daring to say another word. Long Xiaoyun opened the information. You guys guessed right. The mission this time was given to us from above and will have the entire maneuvering force cooperate with our actions. Holy shit, so cool, Sher Sanbat exclaimed. Doesn't this make for a great game? Long Xiaoyun glared at him, scaring him into shutting up immediately. But you guys shouldn't get too carried away. The opponent this time is called the Night Fork Squadron. Although it's a special forces unit that was just established half a year ago, their captain is Lian, who has served inside the Jiaolong. So that's how it is. No wonder this naval unit is so difficult to deal with. So it's still the same set of augurs. Everyone came to a sudden realization. Long Xiaoyun, however, shook his head. But for their operation this time, the commander is their instructor, codenamed Night Fork, and no other information is available at the moment. Someone who can lead such a troop and still be able to overpower Lian as the operational commander should not be underestimated. We must not take the enemy lightly this time. Long Feng smiled confidently. Captain, don't worry, we've all been special forces for so long, we won't make this kind of mistake. In terms of tactics, they're sea-based ones, can they still compare to our land-based ones? Long Xiaoyun nodded. Everyone will copy the information over later, and study this naval unit thoroughly for me. When we find their whereabouts, we'll start acting immediately. Yes, everyone yelled in unison. The moon and stars are low. In a deserted jungle, Ding Chen and Lian sat on the grass, keeping watch for the members of the Night Stalker squadron who had just fallen asleep. They are still wearing their army uniforms. Ting Chen, with his Night Fork squadron, relied on the stealing of dragons and phoenixes, and within a day, he took out 2 army regimental commands in a row, and in the process blew up an ammo depot during his retreat. Starting tomorrow, this army uniform on us will start to be less useful. We won't be able to strut around as much as we did today when we go to wreak havoc again, Ding Chen reminded. Lian was puzzled. If it's just for this one day, why are we pickpocketing the army? We could have blown up their command headquarters even if we sneaked in today. Ding Chen shook his head. My goal is not to make it impossible for them to distinguish us. I'm trying to muddy the water. I'm all about letting them know that there is an army unit that is a human fake, and making them suspicious of each other between units they don't know well enough to need to spend a lot of time on confirming each other's identities. This will delay them a lot and gain an advantage for our naval operations. Lian gave Ding Chen a thumbs up. This is something I didn't expect. You're really good at this. Ding Chen just smiled faintly. The enemy is strong and we are weak, so we can only use all the means at our disposal. After today's wave of operations, the enemy here will be on the defensive. So tomorrow we'll have to go farther north. Lian smiled and nodded. That's no problem. Everything is as you say. Ding Chen was about to continue speaking when all of a sudden, his body's sweaty hairs exploded and an ominous premonition struck him. Ding Chen reached out, and as he pressed down on Liam's head, his body lunged forward, pressing Liam into the dirt as he lay prone himself. Blah 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 blah. Lian spat out a mouthful of mud. Old Ding, what are you doing? Shoo, Ding Chen silenced Lian as he pointed overhead. There's a drone. Lian looked towards the direction Ding Chen pointed to, and sure enough, in the dark sky, there were 2 small flickering red dots that were rapidly cutting through the night sky and flying past them. The little red dot hovered over them for a while, then flew off into the distance. Only when the drone flew far away did the alarm in Ding Chen's heart slowly fade, and he let go of Lian in a hurry. She, who was sleeping on the side, suddenly rolled over and stared at the large area of grass on the right with an alert face. Lian also sensed the seriousness of the matter. He spat out the mud in his mouth and asked with a grave expression, "Are we being watched?" He was also a professional special forces officer, and just as the drone flew by quickly, he had already sensed that something was wrong. Ding Chen didn't say anything, and he had already spread his god's perspective in the first moment. In an instant, everything within a 2-kilometer radius surfaced in Ding Chen's mind. In Ding Chen's field of vision, around 800 meters to the right, enemy figures had already appeared, all dispersed and wrapped up towards the side. Ding Chen bristled. Not only are we being watched, we're fucking surrounded. If anyone else had said this, Liam would have taken it as a fart. But this was Ding Chen speaking, so Liam naturally believed it unconditionally. There was nothing Ding Chen couldn't do after all this time. And in this case, Liam trusted his judgment. Go get everyone up, Tin Chen whispered. Liam nodded and immediately shouted everyone up in a low voice. Soon, everyone understood the dilemma at hand, and they all raised their heads to look at Ding Chen quietly. At a time like this, they could only place all their hopes on Ding Chen. Instructor, what do we do now? Through God's view, Ding Chen viewed the enemy's movements and arranged with his mouth. Oldly, you take them away from this direction, he said, pointing out a path for Lian and the others. Jiang Xiaoyu, Zheng Chong, and Lu Yan stay behind and tell them to join me. You guys withdraw now, otherwise, when they complete the encirclement, we'll really be finished. Lian frowned. No, old Ding, if you want to stay, it's me who will stay. You are more important to the Night Fork squadron than me. It's all thanks to your leadership that this military exercise was able to achieve such a result. Don't you say anything? I'll stay behind with my men and help you block the enemy. You take the elites and go first? Ding Chen shook his head. I think you're misunderstanding. Who says I'm letting you guys languish and go? Everyone froze and looked at Ding Chen with a puzzled expression. Ding Chen explained. I'll let you guys go first, and their full attention will definitely be on you and will be attracted to you. Jiang Xiaoyu and the others stayed behind because I was going to lead them to feel behind the enemy and launch a sneak attack on them. Old Li, hurry up, pull all the troops away. If we're late and wait for them to meet and complete the encirclement, I really can't use this ploy. Follow me. Without saying anything, Lian directly began to greet Zhang Dapeng and the others as they left with him. No one asked for other reasons. They all unconditionally trusted Ding Chen and followed behind Lian, heading in the direction Ding Chen pointed out. Woof woof. Qi stared at the grass to his right, his fur exploding as he let out a low hiss in that direction. In Ding Chen's god's view, the enemy had already closed in on the 300-meter cordon. Ding Chen touched Qiyu's head and pacified Qiyu. Good boy, don't make any random noise in a while. Follow me. Qi nodded humanely, no longer emitting the low growl of daytime vigilance. This wave of operation stunned Jiang Xiaoyu and the rest of them. Not expecting that this dog could understand human language, Ding Chen also nodded with satisfaction. He himself did not expect that the system rewarded Qi would be so good. Such a long distance can be sensed. This is to save him a lot of trouble, and later can be used Qi in more places. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at his teammates who had left. Instructor, then what do we do next? Ding Chen beckoned. You guys come with me? Everyone finished separated, 200 meters apart from each other. No matter what happens later, you guys are not allowed to retreat. All of you follow me and attack them. Ding Chen looked at them seriously. Practicing for 1,000 days is useful for a time. Think about your usual training. It's what you use in times of crisis. Don't drop the ball. Yes. Jiang Xiaoyu and the three of them immediately spread out. All of them were both nervous and excited. And after reaching a certain distance, all of them lurked, quietly waiting for the enemy to arrive. In mid-air, a large transport plane had been transformed into a temporary combat command center by Long Xiaoyun at this moment. Placing the command on a high-speed moving transport not only improves the security of the command, but also provides better control of the situation in mid-air. Such a way of commanding was unimaginable to the people of Wolfram and Hart. This is why Battlewolf has risen so quickly in the last 2 years. Long Xiaoyun stared at the electronic screen with his brows lightly locked, paying close attention to the encirclement of the members of the Battle Wolf Squadron in the screen. A female staff officer said to Long Xiaoyun, Captain, the infrared detectors have scanned the location where the Night Fork Squadron is located, and by the looks of it, they are planning to withdraw from the northwest. The corner of Long Xiaoyun's mouth lifted slightly. It seems normal for Wolf Fong to lose. The fact that this troop was able to alert so quickly is enough to show that they are very capable. The prey that has been hidden for so long will definitely be upset when it suddenly falls into the net. She looked at the female staff officer and ordered, Tell Lung Fong and the others to make sure to intercept the Night Fork Squadron in this area. And for the time being, there is no completed merge in the northwest direction, so let the synthesized 9th Brigade take the top. Long Xiaoyun sneered. As long as the Night Fork Squadron shows signs of tearing through the encirclement and breaking out from the northwest, immediately bombard that area indiscriminately for me. Yes, the female staff officer immediately went to convey the order. Long Xiaoyun stared glowingly at the terrain projection in front of him, the corner of his mouth curling up. Night Fork, right? Can you still turn decay into magic this time? Long Fong, Sher Sanba shouted into his headset. We're driving the fish towards you. Get ready to reel in the net. Long Fong laughed coldly. The net was laid long ago. Not a single fish can escape. How much longer do you guys need? Yu Fei teased in his headset. About an hour. I thought this Night Fork was so powerful that they didn't even react when we touched them and surrounded them. That's all they are. Xiao Bing laughed. After all, it's a new unit of the Navy, and it's already remarkable that it's gotten this far, and we've studied them so thoroughly. If they can still casually fool us, then we won't have the face to say we're special forces. Everyone let out a contemptuous chortle, as if they were winning. The Night Fork Squadron was nothing more than a fish on their chopping block and could only be slaughtered by them. Normally it did. And the Warwolves had done this kind of siege mission many times before. Not to mention the fact that a lot of elite troops were mobilized for joint operations this time. If this could give the Night Fork Squadron a run for their money, they said they didn't believe anything. Just as Sher Sanba and Slate were walking through a thick bush, Jiang Xiaoyu's voice came out of Ding Chen's earpiece. Instructor, they've passed. A cold smile hung on the corner of Ding Chen's mouth. Do it. With a command. He and she had already rushed towards Sher Sanba and Slate with a left and a right. Sher Sanba just stood up and didn't take a few steps when he suddenly heard the sound of wind behind him and hurriedly turned his head. In his eyes, all he could see was a rapidly enlarging fist that viciously slammed into his head. Bang! Sher Sanba was directly sent flying by a punch, and the moment his body flew up, his entire body was already unconscious. Slate also turned around in a panic, and was greeted only by a big, strong dog half a man tall. With a boom, Slate was pressed directly into the mud by Qi. He was still trying to resist, but he was already being held at the neck by Ding Chen, who was running wildly over. "You are dead. Keep quiet and lie down honestly and pretend to be corpses." "Crap." Slate looked dumbfounded at Ding Chen, who was close to his eyes. Slate didn't understand how the two of them were suddenly attacked when it was clear that they were both forcing the people from the Night Fork Squadron towards cold front side of the encirclement. "Observe the rules of good maneuvers," Ding Chen kindly reminded. He laughed and left the two corpses behind, disappearing into the vastness of the night with Qi. "Instructor, we've solved two on our side," Zhang Xiaoyu and Lu Yan replied. Zhang Xiaoyu had just spotted the person, so Lu Yan leaned over towards him, and the two of them combined their efforts to silently eliminate the enemy. Shortly after Zhang Xiaoyu replied, Zhang Chong also replied with an expressionless face. "I also disposed of one on my side." Ding Chen nodded. "Very well. Spread out cautiously and let's continue." Zhang Xiaoyu hemmed and hawed, rubbing his hands together in excitement, and catapulted his body towards the front again. Ding Chen also brought Qiyu with him, guiding Zhang Xiaoyu and the others to their target under the observation of God's perspective. Ding Chen also selected a target and quickly leaned over. The closest thing to him this time was a team of 3, which certainly couldn't be handled by pouncing on it in the conventional way. Ding Chen's eyes rolled and he immediately thought of a way to deal with it. Qiyu immediately scurried towards the front of these 3 people at Ding Chen's behest. This trio was walking along nicely when suddenly the grass in front of them shifted, startling them. One of the men on the left was about to shoot with his gun, and was hastily stopped by a comrade. "Don't be impulsive. Exposing yourself by shooting will alert the Navy." Immediately after he stopped the man on his left, he reported in his headset, "South 1303, we have a situation." Lung Feng coldly asked, "Is the enemy detected? Please answer if you hear me." Just then the grass in front of him suddenly parted, and a dirty Chi popped out of the grass. Chi didn't attack the moment he lunged out, as he usually did. Instead, like a stray dog that suddenly saw a human, his body exploded with fur and showed his teeth at these 3 people in warning. "Danger averted," the soldier on the left reported. "Found just a wild dog." Just as he had finished his report and his nerves were slacking as he turned off his communicator, a dagger had nudged his trigger and he instantly went up in white smoke. The other 2 teammates saw him suddenly stop moving and were just about to turn around and ask him why he wasn't going. Then they saw a ghostly figure that suddenly appeared in front of them. 2 daggers, one left and one right, pounded on them. "You have already been killed in action, so please consciously abide by the rules of the maneuver," Ding Chen said in a cold voice. These 3 people were still at a loss at the moment. They were outstanding warriors of the Warwolves, but even up until just before they were annihilated by Ding Chen's strike, they still hadn't detected a single trace of Ding Chen. Ding Chen ignored them and took Qiyu and disappeared into the darkness of the night once again. Group leader, "We're done here?" The battle wolf warrior on the left looked at his group leader with a confused expression. The leader of the group was also in a daze at this point, completely unable to understand what had just happened. He said with a helpless face, "I didn't realize we were still gullible and careless." Another warrior shook his head with a bitter smile. "Team leader, I don't think we're to blame. Why can you make such a match with a dog? Is this nigh on a human thing to do?" Not only them, but all the battle wolf soldiers who were secretly resolved after being targeted by Ding Chen could not understand. They had obviously been vigilant enough, but why were they still inadvertently exterminated by Ding Chen in the most unexpected circumstances? Even they have wondered if they are encircling the Navy's special forces? How it felt. They were the ones who were surrounded. Zhang Xiaoyu's progress on their side was slightly slower than Ding Chen's. Most of the ones Ding Chen gave them were falling alone, and even if there were some 3-person squads, they were able to quickly gather and wipe each other out. Although they couldn't do it as dashingly as Ding Chen, they did kill quite a few of the Warwolf soldiers after Ding Chen helped them intentionally avoid the Warwolf's hordes. Meanwhile, Lian had now crossed paths with the Battle Wolf Squadron. He had originally followed Ding Chen's explanation of breaking out towards the northwest, but as a result, the ambush force of the Warwolves appeared in front of him, and the 2 sides immediately exchanged blows. "Don't get attached to the battle," Lian loudly arranged. "Leave 2 people in Team 6 to cover the retreat. The others follow me." Immediately, 2 soldiers relied on the cover of a tree trunk and fired a volley of shots at the men of the Warwolf who were chasing them up. Lian led the men in a fight and retreated toward the northeast. On the way to retreat, Shi Lingfeng, the leader of the 3rd group, frowned and asked, "Captain, the instructor told us to break out from the northwest, but we're now heading to the northeast. Will we go against the instructor's original intention and fall into the enemy's encirclement?" Lian smiled confidently. "Don't worry, old Ding would never mean for us to escape from the northwest. If he wanted to escape, he would have left with us long ago. Old Ding wants to wipe out all of these people and needs us to buy out more time for him." It dawned on everyone. Lian laughed. "These people want to drive us to the encirclement. So let's play nice with them, cooperate with them in their drama." and stall out enough time for old Ding and the others to come out. "Do you hear me? I hear you," all yelled. Bang! A sniper's shot rang out, and white smoke instantly rose from the body of a Night Stalker squadron warrior. "Take cover. Shift position," Leon yelled and immediately opened fire in the direction where the gunshots rang out. The intense firepower sent leaves flying everywhere in that direction, and the sniper who had just fired no longer dared to fire again. "Leave two to attract their attention. The rest retreat with me." Leon once again ordered the transfer and took the Night Fork Squadron's fighters step by step towards Cold Front's side. "Long Fong, the fish are heading your way. Keep an eye on the net at all times." The sniper who had just shot a snipe sent a message to Long Fong. "Roger, the fishing net has been spread out, just waiting for the fish to come in." Long Fong laughed coldly. The sniper sneered. "Still can only obediently fall into the trap." He put away his sniper rifle and prepared to retreat when a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Thanks for passing the message." Bang! The sniper fell out of the tree, covered in white smoke. Without stopping, Ding Chen sneered down towards the sniper, took his communicator, and disappeared. In the mobile command center in the air, Long Xiaoyun looked at the Night Fork Squadron that had been forced to take a step towards Ling Feng and the others, and a victorious smile was already on his face. "And that's as far as it goes?" she muttered, always feeling a little left out of the combat of the Night Stalker squad. Although Li An's return fire from them had also caused them to lose some of their soldiers to the werewolves, but the behavior of the Night Stalker squad, who were afraid to stay in one place for fear of being surrounded by her, undoubtedly made it smoother for her to drive them away. From start to finish, things seemed to be under her control. After holding out for half the night down, the Night Stalker squadron still gradually fell into their trap. "Attention everyone! The fish have already entered the fishing net. Immediately contract the formation and wipe out the Night Fork squad," Long Xiaoyun ordered triumphantly. "Yes." Lung Feng's eyes flashed with a sharp light, as if he wanted to completely tear the upcoming Night Fork squad apart. Long Xiaoyun switched channels again and ordered, "The fish are in the net. Close the net immediately." But after switching 3 channels in a row, there was still no one to answer her. Long Xiaoyun frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Is the signal here bad?" The henchman immediately shook his head. "The signal is very stable. There should be no blockage." "What was that about?" Long Xiaoyun looked confused. Just then, Ding Chen's voice came out of her earpiece. "There's no need to shout. Your people, they won't answer you." Ding Chen's arrogant words came out from Long Xiaoyun's earpiece. Long Xiaoyun's face was full of shock as he stood up with a holler. How can you contact me?" How could she not have expected that Ding Chen would wipe out all the troops she had sent to drive them away? And now she had even arrogantly contacted her. Ding Chen sneered. "Captain Long, the identity of the cat and mouse game has switched. Are you ready for the wrath of the Night Stalker?" After Ding Chen finished speaking, he didn't give Long Xiaoyun the chance to speak again and directly cut off the call between the two. "With that," he said into his earpiece, "Old Li, there's no need to run. Organize the troops to turn back, and as soon as you see anyone later, give me a hard hit." "Okay," Li An excitedly smiled. He'd been chased all this way with his troops, and hadn't been able to fight back much, and had already lost about 10 of his men. He, along with Xiang Yu and the others, had long ago stacked their anger on top of each other. Now that they heard Ding Chen tell them to turn around and do something big, each one of them wailed with excitement. Li An immediately ordered, and all of them immediately turned back and rushed back in Ding Chen's direction. In the command center, Long Xiaoyun's brows furrowed deeply after Ding Chen cut off her call. She knew full well that there was no extra time now for her to rethink her tactics and organize the battle. She could only hope for the rest of her troops. Otherwise, if Ding Chen slipped through the torn opening with his men, it would be difficult to find a chance for such a merge next time. Long Xiaoyun immediately picked up the radio and switched to the public channel anxiously saying, "Everyone, no need to hide anymore. Attack immediately. Attack. Don't let them get away." "Yes." Vice Captain Xiao Bing sensed the seriousness of the matter. Normally Long Xiaoyun seldom spoke like this. This proves that something really big is going on at the moment. He immediately ordered, "All squads, attack now. Quick." All the hidden squads quickly moved out, but it was too late. Lian had already rushed in their direction with the Night Fork squadron by now. More than 100 wolf-like navies suddenly pounced over, startling Xiao Bing and the others, who were in charge of intercepting them. "Quick, they're escaping. Beat them back." Xiao Bing opened his mouth and shouted. As soon as he shouted this, the assembled troops immediately started Lian and the others firing. The few snipers in their unit also immediately set up their rifles to aim at the charging Night Fork squad. Just before they could aim and fire, rolling white smoke rose from several snipers. They stood in place with blank faces, completely unaware of how they had died. Not far away, Ding Chen put away the sniper in his hand and watched from afar the sniper that was taken out in Xiao Bing's team. Previously, these people were spread out too far, and he still had great difficulty in finding them out and resolving them. Now these men were assembled for his convenience. With the help of the firelight from their firing, no sniper could escape his muzzle under the lock of Ding Chen's God's perspective plus eagle eye. A few thuds and lightning took out all of the several snipers. Find cover and return fire, Liam shouted. Lian led the team over and suddenly saw someone blocking the way in front of them. They all ducked nimbly and opened fire towards Xiao Bing and the others. Xiao Bing suddenly saw white smoke rising from someone on his side, and thought that the return fire from Lian's side was too fierce and had hit one of their men. Bang bang bang, but just then, a hail of gunfire suddenly rang out behind them as well, killing and wounding the defenseless ones. Originally, Zhang Xiaoyu and the others weren't too good at aiming at Xiao Bing and the others in the darkness, but the large amount of white smoke that came out after Ding Chen had done away with those snipers gave them direction, and the sound of Xiao Bing's gunfire and fire exposed them to Zhang Xiaoyu's guns. The sudden sound of gunfire behind him startled Xiao Bing, and by the time he reacted, a large swath of his comrades behind him had already been killed in action. Quick! Spread out! Spread out! Xiao Bing shouted in a panic, but before they could make a move, Ding Chen had already touched over and thrown a few grenades towards their pile. In a flash, a large amount of smoke came out, and even the sensors on Xiao Bing's body emitted gusts of white smoke. Xiao Bing froze on the spot with a dumbfounded look on his face. He hadn't even made a move yet, and this was dead? I've been a soldier for so many years, and I've never been so shitty as I am today. Old Li, quickly bring the people to rush over. Ding Chen finished packing up the people and immediately shouted into his headset. Lian immediately led the Night Fork squadron and prepared to run along the broken opening. On the other side, Cold Front had originally remained in place in a pocket formation, cautiously contracting his defenses toward where Lian had previously been. But after walking around for a while he hadn't found anyone yet, and that made him a little uneasy in his mind. Lieutenant, why aren't the fish you're herding into the net yet? Lung Feng couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. The channel was silent. No one responded at all. He repeated it a few more times, and still no message was received. He was just about to contact Long Xiaoyuan when he heard intense gunfire and a large amount of white smoke rising from the northeast. He felt bad in his heart and immediately contacted Long Xiaoyuan. Captain, I don't see any enemies on my side. What the hell is going on now? Long Xiaoyuan was also panicking right now. After she had sent someone to intercept, she had already told the other squads to lean towards Xiao Bing's side. But after going over, the encirclement that was supposed to be constructed was now ripped open. Long Xiaoyuan's eyes jumped wildly. No good. The Night Fork's men are breaking out. Xiao Bing must have been killed in action. Long Xiaoyuan anxiously yelled at Long Feng. Long Feng, quick! Immediately lead the men to chase after them and bite them. We mustn't let the Night Fork's men escape. Yes, Long Feng's heart shook, not expecting Xiao Bing's side to fail so quickly. He immediately took more than 60 warriors and chased after Lian. After Long Xiaoyuan made the arrangements, his entire body sat down on the chair in a disheveled manner. The encirclement constructed by their Battle Wolf squadron resulted in a fight that hadn't annihilated many of the Night Fury's men until now. Instead, his own side suffered heavy losses, with nearly half of his men almost gone. Meanwhile, Lian with his troops had begun to charge towards the gap. Lung Feng accepted the order and led his men to follow closely behind Lian. Ting Chen took it all in stride and immediately ordered Lian. Old Li, after breaking through the encirclement, immediately leave 3 groups behind to intercept them. You and I will each take a unit to outflank them from both sides, and we'll counter-encircle them. Yes, Lian laughed out loud in excitement. This battle was a painful one. After the Night Fork squad broke out of the encirclement, they immediately organized 3 teams to intercept the remnants of the reassembled Xiao soldiers. Group A-B, follow me, Ding Chen yelled. Immediately 50 men followed him, from the left side of the grass, around the corner. On the other side, Liam did the same with 2 groups. Circling out, Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhang Chongluyan followed behind Ding Chen, their faces filled with excitement. From encirclement to counter-encirclement, it only took them half a night under Ding Chen's leadership to reverse this unfavorable situation. Lung Feng had rushed over by this time, and when he saw the mess on Xiao Bing's side after he was broken open, the corner of his eyes jumped wildly, and in his heart, he had already started cursing. Damn it! Lung Feng glanced at Xiao Bing, who was lying on the ground, and couldn't help but reach out and kick him. Can't you guys just hold on a little longer? Xiao Bing rolled his eyes. I'm telling you, don't abuse your teammate's corpse or I'll sue you for court-martial. I'm a dead corpse. Don't talk to me. Lung Feng gritted his teeth. Follow me. As soon as he crossed the ground full of dead bodies, he was immediately met by 3 intercepting teams of Night Stalkers, who instantly pinned them back. Damn. These guys even have someone to break the back. Lung Feng was also anxious now. He yelled, fight, destroy them for me, and we'll go on after them. Bang bang bang. His words had only just fallen, when intense gunfire immediately came from all directions. Accompanying the gunfire was a grenade. In an instant, white smoke rose from the entire battlefield, and rolling white smoke rose from countless battle wolf warriors. Cold Front has an alert takedown and escaped with his life. Only when he turned his head to look around, he was surrounded by battle wolf warriors with white smoke coming out of their bodies. Long Feng's face was filled with despair. Is this nigga really a unit that the Navy trained in half a year? Gunshots continued to be heard all around them, and Ding Chen had already joined Lian and led the Night Fork squadron to close in on Ling Feng and the others. Surrender. You won't stand a chance of winning. Ding Chen's ice-cold voice echoed in the ears of everyone in the battle wolf squadron. All the soldiers of the war wolves were enraged. They had joined the war wolves for so many years. When had they ever been surrounded by people? And surrender. I'll vote for you. Assholes. I'll fight you all. A few soldiers of the war wolves with fiery tempers climbed up and wanted to shoot at Ding Chen and the others. But just as they had gotten up, all that greeted them was a barrage of bullets. Zhang Xiaoyu and the others wouldn't give the war wolf any chance. Those who didn't surrender and get up were enemies. They wouldn't have any mercy in the face of the enemy. Enough. Ling Feng dropped the gun in his hand and climbed up from the ground. He stared at Ding Chen dead in the face. I'm not convinced. I want to fight you one-on-one. Ding Chen raised an eyebrow. What do you battle wolves have to lose? A good siege was beaten like this. The command is garbage. And you guys are just as idiotic. What the fuck are you talking about? Don't you dare insult the war wolf. Seek death. Several of the fallen battle wolf warriors couldn't help but curse angrily, wanting to rush up and fight with Ding Chen. Think about it? You're violating drill regulations if you make a move. Ding Chen stood motionless, just quietly looking at these furious battle wolf warriors. As soon as he spoke, all the battle wolf warriors present looked at him with ugly faces. If gazes could kill, Ding Chen would have been killed by them by 1,000 cuts. Ding Chen saw the men of the battle wolf squadron glaring at him with unwilling and angry faces, but none of them dared to rush up. He smiled contemptuously. When others insult your troops, they don't even dare to make a move, and they still look forward and backward. With you bunch of wimpy soldiers around, Long Xiaoyun's loss is not unfair. Grass. Everyone was furious. Damn it, I'm just going to be locked up, but I'm going to have to beat the shit out of you first. The warrior wolf squad charged towards Ding Chen in a furious manner. Zhang Chong and the others immediately took a step forward from behind Ding Chen, protecting him slightly. Just as a brawl was about to begin, Xiao Bing and Ling Feng stepped forward at the same time. That's enough. All of you stop. Xiao Bing let out a loud roar, shocking the furious battle wolf squadron. Lieutenant, they're just too insulting. I'm going to fight him, a soldier yelled in an unwilling manner. Losing is losing. If you have the ability, win back next time, Xiao Bing coldly said. Our battle wolf is not someone who can't afford to lose. And if you are not as good as others, you can't afford to listen to other people's taunts? Just like you guys. Are you really on the battlefield, running up to fight for your life as soon as others scold you? Xiao Bing's words were deeply rooted in the hearts of all the warwolves, making them choke on their throats and unable to say anything anymore. Zhang Xiaoyu was still beside himself without hiding his voice and said to Zhang Dapeng, miserable, really miserable. We Night Forks have to be greeted like this. I'll roll up my sleeves and have to do it with him too. Zhang Dapeng also laughed in a conspiratorial manner. Yes, I am sparing this body skin, but I also have to beat up the person who said this to look for teeth all over the place. Zhang Chong gave them a blank look. The one who said that is the instructor. You guys can only get beaten up. Listening to their constant yin and yang, the battle wolf's people were so angry that they were trembling. Although every one of them spoke the truth, this immodest tone was tantamount to rubbing salt into their wounds. Ling Feng clenched his teeth and walked step by step to Ding Chen. I'm not killed in battle yet. I challenge you. I'm going to fight you one-on-one. Bet on the honor of the battle wolf. He's out of his mind. Who's he looking for? That's not good. But he wants to go one-on-one with the Night Fork? Zhang Dapeng's face was unbelievable. Zhang Xiaoyu was also looking at a warrior who was about to die heroically in general. Courage is commendable, but it's a pity that you don't have any brains. Their words fell on deaf ears, and they only stared at Lung Feng dead in the face. Ding Chen looked at the anger in Lung Feng's eyes and nodded with a smile. Fine. I'll accept your one-on-one fight. When Ding Chen finished speaking, not only did the battle wolf's people freeze, the Night Forks people also looked at Ding Chen in unison. In their perceptions, Ding Chen had always said that maneuvers were battlefields and that they couldn't be used with intent. The ability to agree to a duel on the battlefield. Was this still the Nightcrawler they knew? Lung Feng coldly grunted. Count on you to still have guts, but your navy wants to fight our army special forces. You. Before he could finish his sentence, a gun was already at his head. Bang! A shot rang out and white smoke rose from Cold Front's head. Ding Chen calmly withdrew his gun. You're dead. Ling Feng was instantly confused, and the people of the surrounding battle wolves were also completely confused. Nima, didn't you just say you wanted to fight one-on-one? What the hell is this? Lung Feng reacted violently. And the whole person was furious. You damn it, this is called a single fight? Ding Chen bristled. You think it's a Western cowboy? And you're in a fucking one-on-one fight? This is a drill, equivalent to a battlefield. Of course I'm going to use the fastest and best way to finish you off? Why are you so naive? Is that what War Wolf taught you? The people from Night Fork burst out laughing, pointing at Lang Feng and saying that he had no brain. The people of the War Wolves, on the other hand, had a red face, because they felt as if what Ding Chen said made sense. Lang Feng's lungs exploded with anger. Ding Chen could have done without the competition. He had no complaints. But Ding Chen insulting the Warwolf was something he absolutely couldn't stand. He roared and instantly powered up, violently whipping up a gust of wind as he lunged towards Ding Chen. But the moment Lung Feng rushed over, Ding Chen moved. Ding Chen's feet powered up, the dirt underneath his feet tumbling, and his entire body was like an arrow off the string as he collided towards Lung Feng. Ding Chen came first afterward, and with a speed faster than Lung Feng's, a swinging fist ruthlessly smashed into Lung Feng's body. Before Lang Feng could see what was going on, he felt that his chest was hit by a speeding car and his whole body flew up. He felt as if his internal organs had been violently impacted, and his body fell across the room, landing heavily on the ground. It all happened so fast that everyone didn't react before Lang Feng was knocked to the ground. Cough. Cold Front kept coughing, feeling like his body was falling apart in general. Ding Chen stomped on his chest. You're equally no match in single combat. Let go of him. Xiao Bing and the rest of them all shouted angrily. When they saw that Ding Chen had beaten Lung Feng beyond recognition and even stomped on him with his foot, all of them became enraged. What? Not convinced? Ding Chen looked down at Lung Feng. Although Lung Feng was in pain, the fire in his eyes had not diminished at all. No! Lung Feng gritted his teeth and glared at Ding Chen. Ding Chen sighed as he looked at Ling Feng's appearance of never admitting defeat and removed his foot that was stepping on his chest. This kind of soldier with a backbone represents the backbone of the Yin Kingdom. I will never bow down to you even if you break my bones and cripple my legs. Ding Chen smiled at Lung Feng. I'll give you a chance to take revenge. And if there's an opportunity in the future, I'll accept your fair challenge. After he finished, he turned his head to Lian and said, check carefully, don't miss any of the enemies. After all of them are wiped out, we'll retreat immediately. The Night Fork's men let out a bad smile and immediately pounced towards the Warwolf's men. Mending, they can be so much fun. Above the sky, Long Xiaoyun looked at the battlefield where white smoke was rising, and when she heard the last report from the Warwolves before they were massacred, she fell silent. As powerful as she was, she could only sit disheveled in her chair at this point. Lost too thoroughly. Long Xiaoyun was helpless. This is my improper command. It's the gap between me and him. It has nothing to do with you guys. Long Xiaoyun took all the blame on himself. Although she was upset, she absolutely couldn't let this low mood after defeat keep affecting the soldiers of the Battle Wolf. There was no reply in the headset. Her troops were all but dead, but she knew they must be able to hear her. You guys don't think too much. This operation failed. It's because of my unfavorable command. Go back. Battle Wolf withdraws from this military exercise. Team Long, beside Long Xiaoyun. The female staff officer exclaimed in shock and tried to persuade Long Xiaoyun. However, Long Xiaoyun waved his hand, signaling that she did not need to say more. Just before the plane returned, Long Xiaoyun spoke up and said, tell the people of the Synthetic 9th Brigade that the Night Fork Squadron ran towards the southwest. Tell them to be extremely careful. The enemy this time is cunning and powerful. As soon as the Night Fork Squadron is spotted, immediately cover them with firepower and don't give them any chance. Yes, the female staff officer immediately turned around to give the order. Long Xiaoyun sat on the chair with empty eyes. Night Stalker, what kind of person are you? Outside the woods to the northwest, the 9th Synthetic Brigade was waiting here for orders to attack. As soon as the Night Fork squad approached the direction they were in, their armored tanks would immediately open fire and blow the Night Forks into flying dust. Deputy Brigade Commander Meng Xiaohai was currently studying the map of the blockade circle with Brigade Commander Lan Jiguang, waiting for the Night Fork squadron to throw themselves into the net. A soldier walked over quickly. Brigadier, Captain Long of the Battle Wolf Squadron has sent word that the Battle Wolf has been completely wiped out, and Captain Long has announced that the Battle Wolf has withdrawn from the exercise. The Night Fork Squadron has run towards the southwest. Let's be on our guard. They're no ordinary special forces. Let's not fall into their trap. What? Meng Xiaohai stood up in shock. You're saying that the Warwolves were all wiped out as well? He frowned. The Warwolves are the elite of my army's special forces. So many people have united to surround the Night Forks, but they would let the enemy wipe them out? Isn't this a big joke? Lan Jiguang coldly snorted. This is Long Xiaoyun and their Warwolves to find excuses. These special forces, one by one to our army a large number of resources, trained soldiers, single combat in a hand, but these veteran special forces, has long since lost the sharp heart. Now it's getting even more incompetent. Having been punched in the face by a bunch of young pups in the Navy, tearing the veil off their faces, how else are they going to get a foothold in the army without some excuse for their incompetence? The soldiers of the surrounding synthesized 9th Brigade nodded their heads in succession. In their eyes, they were converted from the military though, but the training is not at all behind, especially their Special Operations Company, which does not lag behind any of the Army's special forces at all. You're right. These special operations teams of the Army have gotten used to smooth sailing in recent years. I'm afraid they've all slacked off internally. Meng Xiaohai was distressed. This time, we've really disgraced our army. Lan Zhiguang gritted his teeth and ordered, move immediately and pursue the Night Fork Squadron. His gaze became very cold, the face that Wolf Fong in battle Wolf lost. We, the synthesized 9th Brigade, must get it back. Yes, Brigadier. Everyone saluted towards Lan Zhiguang. Soon, an armored tank began to start up, heading southwest in pursuit. Meanwhile, on the goat path in the southwestern direction, a group of more than 100 people were continuously meandering towards the southwest. Old Ding, where are we going next? Lian followed behind Ding Chen. Ding Chen raised his head and looked at the gradually whitening sky. Even though we've solved the battle Wolf's men, Long Xiaoyun is still spying on us from the sky. They couldn't keep a lock on us in the darkness before, and now that it's almost dawn, Long Xiaoyun will definitely send other troops to eliminate us. Ding Chen looked at the slightly tired Night Fork Squadron crowd. It's not a solution for us to run like this. We have to think of a way to fight off the pursuers behind us first, and buy out the time to rest. He didn't realize that after they had completely defeated the war wolves, the disheartened Long Xiaoyun had announced his withdrawal from the exercise. The only ones chasing them now are the synthetic 9th Brigade who want revenge. Confused, Liam asked, what are you going to do? Ding Chen looked up at the mountain that was climbing in front of him, and he spread his god's perspective out quickly. Halfway up the hill, there is a large mud puddle created by the rain. Seeing this, Ding Chen suddenly had a good idea in his heart. Ding Chen looked to Lian and asked him to attach his ear, telling Lian all about his plan. The expression on Lian's face was suddenly wonderful as he looked at Ding Chen with surprise and eccentricity. Can this work? Ding Chen nodded his head. Don't worry, this will definitely not be wrong. Lian went down to tell Jiang Xiaoyu and the others what Ding Chen had said, and all of them had odd smiles on their faces. Instructor, is this how you used the condoms you made us wear before? Jiang Xiaoyu marveled. Ding Chen nodded his head. The ones that I asked you to prepare are naturally the ones that we can use for special operations. Otherwise, what do you think? Jiang Xiaoyu had a bad smile on his face. Nothing. I thought the instructor was asking us to protect our vital parts. At this time Zhang Chong came over with a pot of hot water. Come on. Fill up your condom. You take it to protect yourself? Scram! Jiang Xiaoyu cursed with a laugh. There was a burst of laughter. Alright, hurry up and get ready. After the dummy is made, go to the mud pool halfway up the mountain and paste mud all over your body. Ding Chen said sternly. Yes, instructor. Zhang Chong and the others immediately got serious and poured hot water into the sets, tied the knots and then placed several sets in the grass. Ding Chen looked straight and shook his head. Directly on the hands of guidance, you put the set vertically, roughly discharged the appearance of the human form. Otherwise thermal imaging detection. A large massive heat source with a ball. This is not clearly tell others is false. Crap, Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed. Instructors are instructors. These ghost ideas, even if I were to think about them for a few years, I wouldn't be able to come up with them. Zhan Dapeng was also possessed by a horse's ass. Instructor just plays with flowers and knows everything. Lu Yan blankly glanced at these two ass-kissers. Are you guys complimenting or cursing? Ding Chen shook his head breathlessly. Hold on tight. Maybe the enemy will catch up at some point. Yes, not daring to play around any longer. They quickly hid the condoms among the various bushes, and went themselves at once halfway up the mountain, and immersed their whole bodies in the mud puddle. With Ding Chen's example, everyone kept rolling around in the mud puddle until their bodies were covered in a thick layer of mud. Ding Chen nodded with satisfaction, and before he could speak, the armored vehicles of the synthetic 9th Brigade had appeared in God's view. Ding Chen immediately waved his hand, silencing all of them. Shu, there's a situation. Find a lurking position and wait for my order to fight. Yes. The Night Fork Squadron immediately dispersed, each finding a position to lurk in. Guns trained on the road up the hill. Smoke had risen from the end of the road in the distance as the caravan passed by, the rumble startling the birds flying in the mountains and forests. The earth trembled slightly, as if agreeing in frequency with the roar of the engine. In no time, a tank was the first to appear in the eyes of all the Night Fork Squadron warriors. None of you should shoot. Act on my orders, Ding Chen said in a cold voice. Yes, everyone in the Night Fork Squadron had resolute gazes, and no one's heart panicked just because what appeared in front of them was a tank. At the same time, The synthesized 9th Brigade stopped as it was about to enter the mountain pass. Brigade Commander, a heat source has been detected on the mountain. It is assumed that the Night Fork Squadron is ambushing us. The troops in front are requesting to open fire. A messenger shouted. Lan Zhiguang sneered. These navies have fought winning battles too smoothly, and now they even have the guts to squat on old me. He smiled conceitedly. No need to fire. Let's pretend we don't know. Keep moving. Let the Special Operations Company feel their way through, and use special operations methods to finish them off. Yes. Soon the order reached the Special Operations Company. Yang Junyu immediately rubbed his fists. Damn. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. After Yang Junyu received the order from Lan Zhiguang, he immediately began to gather his own troops and led his men to slip away from the back of the caravan and began to feel their way towards the mountains along the woods on both sides of the road. Zhang Energy followed behind Yang Junyu, looking at the surrounding woods with a wary face, and opened his mouth to ask Yang Junyu, Company Commander, are we just going to go straight there like this? Yang Junyu nodded. This navy must have been waiting on the mountain to ambush our people, and now that they've seen the convoy, their attention must be on the convoy. They still have to figure out how to deal with our tanks. They definitely won't think that we've come around the back and felt our way over. As long as we move gently and stealthily enough, they'll never guess. Zhang Energy nodded and followed behind Yang Junyu without saying anything. He also had great admiration for his company commander, whose judgment he trusted. Yang Junyu was afraid of spooking the snakes and had the entire Special Operations Company slow down and walk more stealthily towards the mountains. Halfway up the mountainside, Zhang Xiaoyu had hidden himself high up, observing the distant synthesized 9th Brigade through the sniper scope. When he saw the entire tank armored convoy stop more than 1,000 meters away, Zhang Xiaoyu opened his mouth and asked Ding Chen, Instructor, what should we do? They stopped and didn't move on. Ding Chen said confidently, don't be in a hurry, wait a little longer. They must have discovered the ambush on the mountain. Ding Chen confirmed to Lu Yan, who was to the side, have you gotten all the preparations you were told to make? Lu Yan nodded. Don't worry about it. The C4 has been placed 400 or 500 meters away. When they come over, we'll be able to detonate the bomb immediately. Ding Chen nodded. That's fine then. Let the front troops over first and disconnect their tank units from the armored vehicles. Instructor, they're moving. In Ding Chen's earpiece, Zhang Xiaoyu's voice suddenly came. Ding Chen raised his head slightly. Follow the established plan. Let the front come through and cut off their convoy. Is that clear? Understood. Everyone roared softly. A tank restarted and roared through at full speed toward the hill, followed by formations of armored cars and transport trucks. Dust billowed up and startled sand and gravel whipped up in swirls on the sides of the road. Everyone pressed on and put the front of the tank unit through, waiting for the rear armored car formation to approach. Ding Chen's eyes erupted with refined light. Everyone get ready. The demolition team don't make a move. Ding Chen yelled. Fight! The two snipers, Zhang Xiaoyu and Lin Feng, had long been ready, and as soon as they heard Ding Chen's order, they immediately pulled the trigger. The navigators on top of the two tanks were instantly shot in the head, and white smoke continued to come out of their helmets. Bang bang bang. The rest of the Night Stalker squadron followed suit and opened fire at the same time. They used single-shot point-blank kills so that each bullet accurately blew the heads off the soldiers of the synthetic 9th Brigade. This sudden firing immediately stopped the 9th Synthesized Brigade, which had just taken off. But the synthetic 9th Brigade is, after all, also the Army's most elite modern armored unit. There was no panic in this sudden attack. Instead, all of the soldiers found cover close by and began returning fire on the Night Stalker squadron. The convoy's violent stop, and the accompanying violent exchange of fire, startled Meng Xiaohai and Lan Zhiguang. Meng Xiaohai was shocked. Weren't there people ambushed on the mountain? How did they suddenly run ahead? Lan Zhiguang, however, was full of excitement as he got out of the car. Who cares about the hills and mountains? At least it proves that they're really here and we don't have to waste our time looking for them again. Meng Xiaohai got out of the car to accompany Lan Zhiguang, and when he heard him say that, he hastily nodded in approval. Right. They're only 100 or so, and they still dare to split up and ambush us. It's just asking for death. Brigade Commander, I suggest that we let the front pass through the tank unit and turn back immediately. Pin down this group front and back, and hand over a special operations company to the enemy on the hill. Lan Zhiguang nodded. It's best to capture their commanders alive. I want to show the other forces that this navy is no big deal. Before he could finish his sentence, the head of one of the staff officers beside him thumped, followed by rolling white smoke. Lan Zhiguang's mouth opened wide in surprise, and his entire body froze. Meng Xiaohai, who was on the side, was also frightened, and the several staff officers around him hurriedly tackled the two chiefs to the ground. Bang! 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 A succession of shots rang out, and all around the staff officers were struck with white smoke. and had been pronounced dead in action. Lan Zhiguang and Meng Xiaohai were frightened. They were at least 300 to 400 meters away from where the gunshots rang out. It's amazing how they were all taken out with rifle precision. At this distance, without the use of mirrors and still being able to continuously and accurately kill. Their special operations company couldn't do it either. Bang! 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 Just as he was still in shock, Ding Chen had already set his sights on them. Several soldiers who wanted to come to the rescue were all accurately shot in the head by Ding Chen. Lan Zhiguang and Meng Xiaohai did not dare to get up and open the door to hide in the car. They could only crawl to the back of the command car to save their lives under the desperate protection of the staff officers. Quick! Charge up and finish them off! Lan Zhiguang shouted out soulfully. Meng Xiaohai was also frightened, and quickly yelled, quickly attack front and back, kill them! Long before they gave the order, the units had already returned fire. They were also considered to be an ace unit in the army, and it was a disgrace for them that so many people were ambushed and beaten like this by 100 or so people. Countless soldiers from the 9th Synthesis Brigade began to charge towards the direction Ding Chen and the others were in. They had originally thought that they were outnumbered, and that they would definitely be able to defeat the Night Fork Squadron's few men under firepower suppression, but they soon realized they were naive. It was fine when they had to rely on cover to return fire, but when they were ready to charge down the road, they became a living target for the Night Stalker Squadron instead. The guns in Jiang Chang's in their hands looked like they had eyes, and anyone from the synthesized 9th Brigade who tried to rush over was shot in the head by them. The battle had only been raging for a few moments when hundreds of people had been killed by them, and both sides of the road were lined with rising white smoke. None of the men of the synthesized 9th Brigade had rushed over very far, but instead, more than 200 men had died. The huge casualties made Lan Zhiguang completely furious. He had now soothed the shock he had just received, and had turned all the shame he had just felt into anger. What do you all do for food? Aren't you usually very good one by one? How come you're fighting such a small number of people now, and you're still being beaten up by others like this? Lan Zhiguang angrily yelled. All the officers bowed their heads, not daring to answer. They were now passive and whoever was going to talk nicely would inevitably have to bear the full wrath of Lan Zhiguang. Seeing his own people constantly dying in battle, Lan Zhiguang could no longer hold back. A bunch of rice buckets. Let the tanks go up on top. Their guns, they can't penetrate the tank's armor. Can they? Lan Zhigang cursed. Single soldier can't do it. Direct heavy fire coverage. Hearing this order, everyone, including Meng Xiaohai, turned ugly. Using a tank against a squad is like killing a chicken with a bullseye. Unless it's an urban street battle, it's armored vehicles and infantry fighting together. Tanks, after all, still have the tougher task of attacking more fortified positions, but Lan Zhiguang's order had been given, and they could only do as they were told. Otherwise, if they continued to fight like this and they were killed by nearly half of the soldiers, even if they finally eliminated this naval unit, their Synthesis 9 Brigade would still have no face. Soon, more than 20 tanks immediately started up and rumbled in the direction of the Night Fork Squadron. Armored tanks and some infantry followed suit, crushing towards the Night Stalker Squadron. They erupted with an aura that had the power to trample the mountainside flat. As Ding Chen watched the tanks move out, the corners of his mouth lifted. Just in time. Zheng Chong, bring a few men with me. Lu Yen, get ready. When the tanks reached the blast zone, detonate the bombs for me. Yes. Lu Yen kept an eye on the tank unit and waited until they entered the blast zone and immediately pressed the explosion button. Boom boom boom. Lu Yen also pressed the detonator of C4. A large amount of white smoke immediately rose from the road around several tanks, enveloping a dozen tanks at once. The men of the 9th Brigade of Synthesis instantly fell into a wonderland, with hundreds of soldiers and more than a dozen tanks completely scrapped on the road. Lan Zhiguang's heart was dripping blood as he watched this scene on the hillside. Had he known that this was going to be the outcome, he would not have let the tank unit go any further. All he had to do was have the heavy artillery units cover the attack. So why risk his troops with such a big loss? If a war did break out, he would be the biggest offender. His eyes were crimson. God damn it. Have the Army Air Corps send in the helicopter gunships and blow all the Navy buggers in this area to hell. A group of staff officers all stared blankly, and someone couldn't help but say, Brigadier General, didn't you say you wanted to capture their commander alive? Lan Zhiguang glared at him with red eyes. The enemy is so strong. You're going to catch it? Meng Xiaohai had to be calmer now, and hurriedly ordered, wrap them up, don't let them escape again, and when the helicopter gunships arrive, wipe them all out. Yes, the moment the tank unit of the synthesized 9th Brigade was blown up, Ding Chen keenly seized their loophole and led Zhang Chong and a few soldiers, circling around the jungle at the bottom of the mountain. The group of people Ding Chen was now leading rushed out. They had no snipers, and all of them were clear to use assault rifles, and everyone carries a certain number of grenades, as well as concussion bombs. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as their squad charged into the crowd of the synthesized 9th Brigade, it would be like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. With a straight line distance of 300 to 400 meters, Ding Chen led the team around from below, which was double the distance. But with Ding Chen's footwork and theirs, this distance would only be a matter of 2 minutes. Boom boom boom. Explosions after explosions continued to ring out, sending more than 30 soldiers of the synthesized 9th Brigade into white smoke. Just as they were in a daze, Ding Chen had rushed out from the side of the road with Zhang Cheng's group. The men of the synthesized 9th Brigade froze, and before they could react, they had already been knocked backward. Bang bang bang. Ding Chen didn't show the slightest bit of mercy, and a few people were like fierce tigers descending from the mountain, creating a shower of blood in the crowd of the synthesized 9th Brigade. Their speed was too fast, and by the time the people of the synthesized 9th Brigade reacted, Ding Chen had often already broken through, leaving only the 9th Brigade soldiers with white smoke in their bodies. Quick, block it, their target is the brigade commander. We must not let them rush through, an officer shouted nervously, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw Ding Chen rushing over with his men. Bang! Crisp gunshots rang out. White smoke rose from the officer's body. He pressed and failed to stop Ding Chen halfway. He could only watch powerlessly as Ding Chen kept approaching the command vehicle. Ding Chen sneered as the Synthesis 9 Brigade command vehicle was close at hand. He calmly pulled out the safeties of the 2 grenades and threw them at the charging synthetic 9th Brigade soldiers. Boom boom! 2 explosions were heard, and several soldiers froze dumbfounded as white smoke rose from their bodies. When Ding Chen rushed over with his men, Lan Zhiguang and Meng Xiaohai had been so frightened that they had forgotten to hide. Ding Chen laughed out loud. Next time, remember to hide far away when you run into us night forks. Seeing Ding Chen charging over with his men, the 4 staff officers and the 5 soldiers around them immediately blocked in front of the 2 chiefs. However, Ding Chen and Zhang Chong had drawn their guns long ago and took the lead before they did. Bang bang bang. Intense gunshots rang out, and the 9 people in front of Lan Zhiguang and Meng Xiaohai instantly sprouted white smoke, having been eliminated from the game. Without the slightest stop, Ding Chen crouched down and rushed out in an arrow step, already charging at these people and toppling them all over. Meng Xiaohai was just about to escape when he was already being chased by Ding Chen. Ding Chen didn't hold back, grabbing the back of Meng Xiaohai's neck collar and lashing out, while kicking him up, pulling his entire body backward and sideways, landing heavily on the ground. The front of the blue Zhiguang even more dare not stay. Footsteps accelerate this running forward. What do you want to do? Meng Xiaohai shouted in horror. Without any nonsense, Ding Chen only revealed a morose smile and slammed his fist on Meng Xiaohai's head. Meng Xiaohai didn't put up any resistance and fainted on the spot. Follow me, Ding Chen yelled, leading his men to immediately chase towards Lan Zhiguang. Lan Zhiguang didn't dare to continue forward after running out of this car, and could only hide in the front position of the car, holding the gun with trembling hands, aiming at the side of the vehicle. After all, at his age, competing with the special forces and running was purely asking for death. Somebody protect me, he yelled in panic. Lan Zhiguang didn't see Ding Chen's figure on the side of the vehicle, and he thought that Ding Chen was afraid of being surrounded and had given up on chasing him. Who knew that just as his heartstrings relaxed, Ding Chen's voice came from above his head. Can't you run away from this? Lan Zhiguang was startled and raised his hand to fire a shot at Ding Chen. Bang! The moment the gunshot rang out, Ding Chen had already deflected his head to avoid his shot this time. Ding Chen slid down from the front of the car, kicked the gun out of Lan Zhiguang's hand, and kicked Lan Zhiguang in the chest with his other foot. With a bang, Lan Zhiguang flew directly out, heavily hitting the back of the vehicle in front of him. Lan Zhiguang was thrown to the ground and his eyes were starry. Ding Chen had already stood in front of him. You're not good at giving you chances. Ding Chen sighed painfully and didn't give Lan Zhiguang a chance to speak, slashing at his neck with a heavy handful of knives. Lan Zhiguang felt a tearing pain in his neck. His eyes went black, and he immediately fainted. Let's retreat, Ding Chen yelled, throwing down Lan Zhiguang and running towards the jungle below. Zhang Chong and the others laughed out loud. Each of them pulled out 2 grenades, pulled off the safety, and threw them at the soldiers of the synthesized 9th Brigade who were rushing over. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions rang out, and a large group of synthesized 9th Brigade soldiers were immediately covered in smoke and killed on the spot. Quick! Stop them! An officer shouted angrily. They killed the brigade commander and deputy brigade commander. They can't be allowed to run away even if they die. This was clearly an attempt to stall Ding Chen and the others with human lives. But how could they possibly catch up with Ding Chen and the others? Ding Chen took Zhang Chong and disappeared into the jungle in a few rises and falls. The decapitation operation has been completed. Don't tangle, let's withdraw, Ding Chen shouted in his headset. Lian was commanding his troops to fight the soldiers that had rushed up from the synthesized 9th Brigade's collection. When he received Ding Chen's order, he immediately shouted to all of them. The instructor has already won. Let's retreat as well. The Night Forks men heard Lian's order and immediately switched firing modes, and the fierce gunfire instantly suppressed the charging synthesized 9th Brigade. Many even threw grenades to stop the pursuit of the synthesized 9th Brigade. Flashes of light and smoke filled the room, and all of the Night Stalkers had taken advantage of the fact that the synthesized 9th Brigade was pinned down to make a quick exit. They scattered directly and retreated through the jungle, leaving the men of the synthetic 9th Brigade with no way to pursue them even if they wanted to. After all, they couldn't possibly give up all their armored tanks to fight for their lives against the Night Stalker squadron. Just like that, the battlefield, which was still fiercely exchanging blows, returned to calm. The entire battlefield, except for the scattered white smoke. Only the soldiers eliminated from the Synthesis 9 Brigade were left shrugging their heads and sitting on the side of the road. The tanks and armored vehicles in front of them had been sort of damaged, blocking what was already a sparse road, and the entirety of their senior command was wiped out. And in the midst of layers of protection, they were forcibly killed by the enemy. There was no one to direct them, and they didn't know what they were supposed to do now. And at the same time, the Special Operations Company led by Yang Junyu had already touched the top of the mountain. Just now when the gunfire rang out fiercely, everyone in the Special Operations Company was beaming, knowing that the brigade had engaged the Night Stalker squadron. With the attention of everyone in the Night Stalker squadron drawn away, their infiltration would be safer. It was just that the closer he got to the top of the mountain, the more Yang Junyu felt that something was wrong, and in the end, his eyebrows were even more deeply furrowed. Intelligence said there was an enemy at the top of the hill, but the two sides had already engaged, so it was logical that he was almost there, so he must have been able to hear the gunfire. But they were now at the top of the hill and still hadn't heard a single gunshot, which was unusual, and just now you could hear the two sides fighting halfway up the mountain, but now you couldn't hear anything either. Come with me, look around carefully, Yang Junyu shouted anxiously. The soldiers of the Special Operations Company immediately spread out and looked in various places. Soon, Jiang Energy yelled out, "Company Commander, there's a situation here." Yang Junyu immediately leaned over with his men. He plucked at the grass and was dumbfounded, only to see a few water-filled, round condoms lying quietly in the middle of the grass. Yang Junyu extended the back of his hand and pressed it against the condom. His face was grim. "Damn, we've all been tricked. Quick, follow me," Yang Junyu shouted. Something must have happened to our brigade headquarters. A team of men rushed down in a flaming hurry, approaching halfway up the hill. I watched from a distance as the entire brigade vehicle stopped moving. There was fading white smoke everywhere, and disheveled and eliminated soldiers sat on the side of the road. The faces of everyone in the Special Warfare Company became incredibly ugly. They walked to the convoy only to realize that the entire command had been terminated. There were few high-ranking officers left, except for most of the brigade still remaining. Yang Junyu was so angry that he shouted, "Damn Night Fork Squadron, I will never let you go." At this time, a veteran regimental commander who hadn't been killed in action walked over quickly. "Company Commander Yang, I don't care what you use. You must find the Night Fork Squadron." "Yes," Yang Junyu replied in a deep voice. "I will never let them go." The regimental commander nodded. "If you still need men, you go ahead and transfer them. All the troops in the brigade will cooperate with you. You must destroy them." "Yes," Yang Junyu saluted the regimental commander. He looked at the direction where the Night Fork Squadron had left with a cold gaze and said in a cold voice, "Follow me and avenge the Brigadier." Joint Exercise Naval Command Center. A group of admirals sat down with joyful smiles. Above the main seat, Yao Jianjun was also smiling as he watched the speed of the Navy's advance on the screen. In just a few days, the entire southeastern Guangdong Province Army Command was in disarray. As if there was no resistance, it allowed the Navy to take the entire southeast in one fell swoop. The Navy's airplanes were like nobody's business, guiding the Navy's missiles with precision to bomb various Army units. The Army, as if it had lost its ability to detect, was powerless against the attacks of the Navy side, and had already carried out a second general contraction, giving up a great deal of ground to the Navy. And the main reason that allowed the Navy to get to this point has finally been figured out by the brass. It was none other than the Night Stalker squadron that had gone unnoticed by them. Lao Lin you Marines have grown a lot of face this time, bringing out an extraordinary Special Forces to be able to destroy even the Army's veteran Special Forces unit. Wolf Fong has given our Navy a lot of face. A Navy general praised Lin Zijian repeatedly. Lin Zijian is also laughing now. He hasn't spoken yet. A general called Zhang Dajiang snorted coldly. "That is, our Jiaolong didn't take part in this exercise. Otherwise, where is the place for you to show off?" Lin Zijian blankly glanced at Zhang Dajiang and said in a conspiratorial manner, Yes, your Jiaolong is marvelous. No matter what the other troops make, they can't compare to you." You, Zhang Dajian was so angry that he was shivering. You guys took advantage of the situation. And you're still shady. If it wasn't for the sneak attack, you guys would be able to do this. Now that you say that, it's not a yin and yang? Lin Zijian tit for tat. That was a sneak attack on them? That's tactics. Moreover, they always mess with the army's command, communication units, and information technology units. That's called steady and accurate. What can you Jiaolong do? If it wasn't for them, would the army be blind right now? He wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Yao Jianjun in the main seat with a cold face. Enough, Yao Jianjun said in a deep voice. Regardless of whether it's Jiaolong or Nightfork, they are both the best troops in my navy. We are all working for the glory of the navy. If you don't unite to fight against each other, what are you doing fighting in a nest here? The commander's lesson is right. I know I'm wrong. Zhang Dajian was the first to bow his head and admit his mistake. Humph. Lin Zijian let out a cold snort, blankly glanced at Zhang Dajian, and turned his head away to stop talking. Yao Jianjun had a headache for a while. These two people hadn't given him a lot of trouble in order to compete for the best unit in the navy. It was thought that the Marines didn't have special forces and that the two would die down a bit after the augments got better and better. Who knew that this Nightfork squadron that Lin Zijian had tossed out had really shocked everyone for a moment. Established for half a year. Apart from not having actually fought with the augur, they did manage to make it difficult for other troops to look up to them. Just as Yao Jianjun was having a headache, a staff officer walked over quickly. Commander, an update from the front. You speak, Yao Jianjun said with a straight face. All the admirals were gradually sitting up straight at this point, ready to listen to any urgent military information that might come back from the front. The staff officer spoke up. Early this morning, the Army's Battle Wolf Squadron combined with other units to launch a surprise attack and surrounded our Navy's Nightfork Squadron. Ha! The staff officer had only just said this when Lin Zijian exclaimed in panic. Zhang Dajian didn't fall on his sword. Although he was now secretly happy in his heart, his face didn't half react. After all, they were all naval forces, and if they showed too much joy, they would inevitably fall into the trap of being undistinguished and gloating. Yao Jianjun did not blame Lin Zijian for losing his temper. After all, the anxiety in his heart was no less than Lin Zijian's. This was the troop that had done him a great service in this exercise, and he would not be happy in his heart if they were plucked out now. How's Nightstalker's squadron doing? Out of danger or already eliminated? Lin Zijian asked in a panic. Seeing that everyone was in a hurry, the staff officer hurriedly said, the Nightfork squadron completely annihilated the Battle Wolf squadron with a loss of less than 20 men. This morning, Long Xiaoyun, the commander of the War Wolf squadron, announced that he was withdrawing from the maneuvers. The surrounding admirals all grew their mouths wide in shock. They couldn't imagine it in any way. With the army surrounding them in such layers, how could the Nightfork squadron still escape and completely annihilate the War Wolves? You know that the War Wolves are the army's latest rising special forces, known as the Special Forces in the Special Forces. The meaning of existence is to give the Special Forces to check and fill the gaps. It's still a ways off from the top, but in this military exercise, that belongs to the army's true aces. Everyone has heard that the War Wolves are equipped with the latest special equipment. Before this maneuver even started, the Navy people made a point of protesting to the exercise director that this was pure cheating on the part of the army. And the army guys were so arrogant then. Everyone remembers that face. But who would have thought that it was such a strong special forces unit that was completely wiped out by their special forces team that had just been established for half a year? This Nima, if not heard in person, killed them. Do not believe. As if to push their limits, the staff officer followed up with a bombshell. Meanwhile, a few hours ago, the Army synthesized 9th Brigade's command headquarters was terminated by the Nightfork Squadron. A cadre of top brass including Brigade Commander Lan Jiguang and Deputy Brigade Commander Meng Xiaohai were all killed in action. Half of the brigade was crippled. The Nightfork Squadron escaped the encirclement once again and is now free from pursuit. The mouths of all the admirals of the Navy were opening wider and wider, and their jaws had smashed to the floor. Yao Jianjun wasn't much better at this time. He knew that Ding Chen's skills weren't small, but this kind of record was really too scary. Good. Yao Jianjun was so excited that he shouted as if he had found a treasure. This really gives all of us in the Navy a facelift. Yao Jianjun directly ordered. Order the frontline troops in the southeast direction to make contact with the Nightfork Squadron at all costs and receive them back. Yes, he laughed in relief. Their mission has been accomplished. Absolutely nothing can happen to them. As long as they aren't annihilated, then we can properly discuss the army this time. When everyone heard that, they all burst out laughing. The army and navy of the Yen Kingdom were actually originally one family, and everyone usually had a pretty good relationship. However, there is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. It's natural to split the difference when you come across an exercise. The more it hurts to hit your opponent, the better it must be. Meanwhile, in the army command, It was a very different scene from the Navy. Army Commander Wang Shang's face was pitch black, his eyes on the verge of spitting fire. Shame on you. Shame on you. You have simply disgraced the army. Battle Wolf Squadron? The 9th Brigade of Synthesis? Thousands of men can't annihilate a unit of 100 or so, and you're letting others play tricks on you. I'm ashamed to say it's my army when the siege hits like this. The surrounding generals were silenced. How they didn't dare to go up and bear the commander's wrath now. Seeing that they were all silent, Wang Shang was even more furious. Wolf's Teeth Battle Wolf has been destroyed successively. The special forces can't compare to others. I admit it, but the Wolf's Teeth, wiped out, either buried in the dirt or falling out of a tree, and finally had the face to let people go to the rescue? The most detestable. Is that Chief of Staff? Heck, the hallowed Chief of Staff was pissed on by a dog? It's so humiliating. He Ji-jun was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe. At the same time, he greeted Fan Tianlei's ancestors in his heart. He gritted his teeth and pointed at the generals and cursed. A squad of a few men can still bring their command to an end in front of the entire brigade. This is the king of land warfare you keep complimenting? It's simply a joke. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves for letting a unit of over 100 men run around in our hinterland? I'd say you're the hairy-faced brigade, the kings of scrap metal. You're the only ones in the world who can't beat the infantry with tanks, aren't you? Lan Jiguan could not wait to find a hole in the ground at the moment, blood bubbling in his eyes. It was so fucking humiliating that he wanted to give himself 2 mouthfuls if the commander didn't say anything. The chief of staff at the side lowered his head. Commander, don't be angry. This wasn't something we could have predicted. The blame is only on our 2 special operations units for being too conceited and misjudging the enemy's strength. You are giving us some time. We will definitely be able to wipe out this naval unit. Wang Shang had spread his fire quite a bit at this point and knew that continuing to lash out was not a solution. He snorted coldly and said with a sullen face, "Chance? Where is there that much opportunity? We've already given up a large number of positions and allowed the Navy to enter our hinterland. The Navy's mission has been accomplished. Let them advance a little more and we'll lose. I want a chance too. Who's going to give it to me?" Seeing the commander so angry, the people present didn't dare to breathe. They also didn't expect that a special force could be so powerful, leaving over 100,000 army troops surprisingly helpless in a passive-aggressive situation. If they had known that this would be the outcome, they would have made preparations in advance and died without letting the Navy's people infiltrate in advance. The chief of staff gritted his teeth and said, "Commander, there's nothing else we can do now. We can only redeploy to deal with the Navy's attack on the one hand, and on the other hand, take out that Navy's special forces as soon as possible. The land belongs to us, and this is our main battlefield. As long as everyone is a little more serious, taking them out will be a piece of cake." All the generals immediately yelled, "Please give the commander another chance." The commander actually lashed out, just wants to agitate. If he doesn't give it a chance, then he really admits defeat. Then he is the most humiliated. How can he meet the leaders of the military department in the future? He nodded. "Alright, I'll give you one more chance. Order the 9th Synthesized Brigade and the surrounding forces to find and destroy this Navy at all costs. Remember, this is your last chance. I'll give you 1 day, and I don't want to hear anything more about that unit, except that it was totally annihilated, and bring me the commander of that unit. I want to meet what marvelous talent the Navy has produced." "Yes," all of them yelled. Within the dense jungle, a troop of over 100 men was moving quickly through the jungle towards other places. They are the very same squadron that retreated the night fork after hitting the command of the synthesized 9th Brigade. After leading Zhang Chong and the others to end the command headquarters of the synthesized 9th Brigade, Ding Chen immediately led them headlong into this dense jungle. He chose this way, all out of desperation. Their success in knocking out the command of the synthesized 9th Brigade, while demoralizing the enemy, enraged them even more. The other side had not only sent troops after them, but even helicopter gunships, searching just above their heads. The only way Ding Chen could block the view of the helicopter overhead was to use the dense jungle, and all of them had to find a mud puddle after a while and roll into a mud man. This will lower your own temperature and prevent you from being detected. And in the middle of the jungle, so as not to be caught behind, he had also arranged for someone to deal with the traces behind him, and those in pursuit would not be able to find their way for a while. Ding Chen led the men, with God's view on, keeping from being caught up by Yang Junyu and the others at all times, and had to spend time thinking of ways to deal with it. It was clear to him that now they had kind of stirred up a hornet's nest. If the army's men catch up with them, there's bound to be a beating. Lian followed him, panting as he spoke. "Old Ding, this is definitely not going to work." He glanced worriedly at the team members around him. They haven't slept well for more than 2 days now, and with such constant high intensity and intensive battles, their bodies won't be able to cope. Ding Chen glanced back at Jiang Xiaoyu and the others. They were all seen following. Mechanically, with huge dark circles under their eyes and depressed spirits, following the group. It's as if he's going to pass out at any moment. When the battle begins, they may still be excited and have an adrenaline rush to keep some energy to engage in combat, but once the battle is over and the person has calmed down, the exhaustion increases instead. How could Ding Chen not know that this was not the way to go? But it was still too close to where the synthesized 9th Brigade was. Once they were tangled up with them here and delayed until other troops joined the battlefield, that would be the end of them. So he had to keep his troops running, confusing the enemy while just trying to get enough distance for himself. He's going to trade space for time and fight a nice counterattack in the jungle. Now is not the time, Ding Chen said in a deep voice. 10 kilometers further. When we reach the depths of the jungle, that's our chance to counterattack. Liam didn't know what timing Tin Chen was talking about, and all of them were now fatigued. But having just beaten a synthetic brigade of the army and nearly routed them, their morale was so high that they didn't know why they couldn't fight. It was just that all of them had absolute trust in what Ding Chen had said, never questioning it, and only needing to follow Ding Chen's arrangements. Instructor, no matter how we cover our tracks, there's always a troop following us. We might not be able to run that far. Behind them, a soldier in charge of eliminating traces reported to Ding Chen. Ding Chen frowned slightly. Their hasty march was already very fast, and he didn't expect that there would still be troops that could follow them. This forced him to change his battle plan and select the counterattack site ahead of time. In God's view, there is a creek in the jungle to the left, which will be a suitable ambush point. Ding Chen had an idea and immediately arranged. Follow me. Meanwhile, the Special Operations Company, also in the jungle, was in deadly pursuit of the Night Fork Squadron. The current commander of the synthetic 9th Brigade had learned from the lessons of all those who had gone before him and curbed his anger. A large number of soldiers were mobilized, and they were told to work with each other in every 2 companies, and to follow them in their search. And their Special Operations Company, in addition to replacing their equipment with better ones, had transferred 2 military dogs. It was also thanks to these 2 military dogs that they were able to keep chasing after the Yakuza squad. If he hadn't been afraid that Ding Chen would turn around and attack them, and there was still a distance between them and the rest of the troops, he would have ordered his troops to pounce on them. Company Commander, Zhang Energy looked at the 2 military dogs that kept running among the jungle in front of him and exclaimed with admiration, "These military dogs are so good. Why didn't the several special forces that were done away with by Night Fork and the others before use them?" The soldier on the side laughed. "So they're just idiots. That's why they were exterminated by the Night Forks. Still special forces." Yang Junyu gave the talkative soldier a blank look. "Everyone else is stupid. You guys are the only smart ones, right?" The soldier scrunched his neck, not daring to answer. Yang Junyu explained, "Although the military dogs can find out which direction they went, but before our special forces mission was to close in on the Night Forks, so we can't scare the snakes. So naturally, we'll give up using the military dogs. Our current mission is only to follow the Night Stalkers and not let them escape easily even if we succeed. We're not afraid of being exposed. That's why we dare to use military dogs recklessly." Hearing Yang Junyu's explanation, Zhang Energy and the others all nodded their heads and thought in their hearts that they had learned another hand from the company commander. They were heading forward in pursuit when the 2 military dogs came to a sudden halt. The 2 military dogs' fur exploded all over their bodies. Their ears stood high, and their eyes stared dead ahead into the jungle. The entire Special Operations Company came to an emergency halt. Yang Junyu looked at the 2 military dogs behaving so erratically, and his 2 eyebrows were also tangled together in death. "Sasha." A sound of grass blades rubbing together came from the jungle ahead, as if some danger was slowly approaching. As the rustling got closer, both military dogs had begun to back up slowly, with a whimper escaping their mouths. "Prepare for battle," Yang Junyu yelled, and the entire Special Combat Company instantly occupied favorable terrain, aiming in the direction from which the rustling sound came. The trees shifted, and a tall Kunya dog slowly walked out between the jungle in front of him. "Well," she slowly stepped out of the grass, a low growl of warning escaping his lips. "Don't even shoot." Yang Junyu hurriedly stopped the soldiers who were ready to shoot. When the 2 military dogs saw Chi, their bodies shook even more, and they were spinning in place one after another. "Woof woof!" Chi growled twice like a basso profundo. The 2 military dogs rushed to the ground, whimpering while lying down and exposing their soft stomachs. Chi glared fiercely at the soldiers of the Special Operations Company present, and the fierce eyes were more vicious than a wolf, startling everyone. Chi didn't linger, turning around and running immediately after scaring people. "Quickly chase after it," Yang Junyu exclaimed. "This must be the Night Fork Squadron's military dog. Following it will surely lead us to the Night Fork Squadron's people." A bunch of people hurriedly chased after Chi. "Company Commander, what about these 2 military dogs? Take them with you?" a soldier asked. Yang Junyu twisted his head to look at the 2 scared and soft-legged military dogs, frowned and said, "Don't worry about it. Let the troops behind us come over to recover. Let's go after them. Everyone nodded and immediately followed. They followed close behind Chi, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right, and were kept dangling for kilometers. After everyone was out of breath, when they ran to a creek, Chi had already disappeared. Damn! What kind of species is this shitty dog? How can it run so well? Zhang Energy was panting with exhaustion. Yang Junyu was also tired right now, but he took a look at his surroundings and was startled. Before Yang Junyu had time to make arrangements, the surrounding woods violently rushed out a single silhouette. Bang bang bang! Everyone in the Nightstalker Brigade pulled the trigger hard. A series of bullets, like a raging storm, swept over the Special Operations Company, instantly sending smoke all over them. Yang Junyu was dumbfounded. He didn't even think that a dog would bring them into the encirclement. Is it still a dog that can do such a thing? By the time he reacted, nearly half of the men under his hand had already been killed in battle. The Special Operations Company was dumbfounded at this point. Quick! Cloak and counterattack! Yang Junyu wailed. Quick! Call for support and send out the coordinates. I'm Yang Junyu, the commander of the Special Operations Company of the 9th Synthesis Brigade. All those who have heard this message, immediately close in on my coordinate position and send out the coordinates. Yang Junyu's anxious shouts came from the earphone of Zhang Lifeng, the commander of the 6th Company of the 9th Synthetic Brigade. What's the situation? Zhang Lifeng frowned. No effort by his side immediately said, Company Commander, the coordinates are out. The Special Operations Company has encountered an ambush by the Night Fork Squadron and urgently needs our support. Zhang Lifeng quickly glanced at the coordinates. How far are we from this coordinate? No endeavored to think quickly. There are still 2.5 kilometers to go. I'm afraid it's too late to support them now. Zhang Lifeng hurriedly said. Then we have to rush over there as well. They took their lives to keep the Night Forks. We can't let the Night Forks people slip out from under our noses again. No matter what we say. Zhang Lifeng commanded. All of you, immediately hurry up and march quickly towards the coordinate position. Yes. Zhang Lifeng looked at No Endeavor as he ran. You're our company's recognized king of soldiers. When you see those grandsons from the Navy later, you'll have to give me a tough fight. Damn. Doing away with the brigade commander and deputy brigade commander in front of us. If we don't avenge this, our synthesized 9th Brigade will no longer have the face to stand in the army. Nyo endeavored to nod his head vigorously. Don't worry, company commander. I'm sure I won't let these sons of bitches off the hook. At the same time, the jungle, a detachment of troops, like the 6th Company, rushed quickly toward the center of the battle. They all received Yang Junyu's plea for help, and all of them were charging towards the battlefield at all costs. But after all, just now Yang Junyu ran too far when he chased Chi, and there was a certain distance between the troops. Their various units are either near or far, and they can only do what they can. Just as the troops were rushing to support them, the battle between Yang Junyu and the Night Fork Squadron was nearing its end. Although Yang Junyu had reacted at the last moment, he had already lost more than half of his men. Moreover, the strength of the Special Operations Company was already at a disadvantage with the Night Fork Squadron, and now they are at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. The Special Operations Company, which had lost its head start, was at a disadvantage from the moment it returned fire. The remaining soldiers of the Special Operations Company, no matter how much they resisted, were still killed one after another by the Night Fork Squadron. Within 5 minutes of Yang Junyu's order, only 20 or so people, including him and Zhang Energy, were left in the entire company. Grass, a Special Operations Company soldier, who had been suppressed for too long, angrily yelled, I'll fight you. He raised his gun and tried to strafe the men of the Nightstalker Squadron, but just as he stood up he was shot several times at the same time, and rolls of white smoke came out. Company commander, we can't hold out much longer. Zhang Energy yelled, we can't retreat. Fight them. Yang Junyu's teeth gritted as he looked around at his comrades who were almost dead or wounded. Okay, fight them. The other teams must have arrived. They can't run away. But, we, too, can't die in such a lousy way. With a yell, he led his men and prepared to launch a charge towards the Nightstalker Squadron's side. But just then, a few cracking sounds suddenly came from the air. Several grenades swirled and cut through the air, flying down toward them. It's over. Yang Junyu's eyes were filled with despair. Boom boom boom. A dozen or so grenades exploded, and a large amount of smoke rose up, enveloping all the remaining soldiers of the Special Operations Company. This couldn't be fought at all. If it was a real battle, all of them would have been blown to mush in that instant just now. Yang Junyu hung his head and lowered the gun in his hand, his eyes filled with a complicated look. From the time they fell into the encirclement to the time they were completely wiped out, they didn't even last 10 minutes. It traumatized his self-confidence. He used to think that their Special Operations Company wasn't far from those top-notch special forces. That is, staying in the brigade, not so much a chance to come into prominence. Moreover, the Army's special squads, when facing Ding Chen's Night Fork Squadron, had lost one after another, which made him feel that these special forces were just a name in vain. Who knew that by the time they got on? He realized that it wasn't the Army's special forces that were no good, it was the Night Fork Squad that was indeed stronger than them, just shooting at each other. People had already shot down several of them before they even took aim. Reflexes, marksmanship-wise, it's all so much better than them. However, Yang Junyu didn't know that this was against them, which was why Ding Chen dared to fight like this. If they were dealing with Army special forces, they'd only be able to sneak up on them, never go toe-to-toe like they're doing now. If this would have been known to Yang Junyu, he might have been even more upset. His was now being shrouded in sadness, and a gloom had settled over his heart. At that moment, a figure walked through the smoke to him. The visitor was Ding Chen. He walked quickly to Yang Junyu. You guys aren't bad to have lasted this long. Ding Chen finished with a smile and turned to leave. Yang Junyu froze. He listened to the tone Ding Chen was clearly praising him. However, listening to Ding Chen's words, it was clear that he was humiliating him. He pointed sadly at Ding Chen's back. Damn, winning isn't enough. Who are you disgusting here in the shade? He's not being shady. Lian walked over quickly. You guys fought us head on and managed to hold out for so long. That's impressive. That's a bit longer than Wolfsbane held out. So he's really complimenting you. Yang Junyu was stunned and abnormal. He didn't expect Wolfsbane to hold on for a shorter period of time than them. Just why does this kind of compliment not make people happy to hear? Seeing that the man had been hit a bit hard, Lian reassured him again. If the other troops had fallen into our trap, we would never have let them hold out for so long. You guys are already strong. Although Lian was being comforting, what he said instead seemed like a provocation. It was as if he was saying, you may be strong, but we can still just take you down. Old Li, stop inking. It's time to shift. Ding Chen shouted, then looked at Yang Junyu. If you have the chance, come to the Navy. I'll take you. Lian immediately followed with the Night Fork Squadron and disappeared into the river. Company Commander, Zhang Energy said in dissatisfaction. This is too arrogant of them. Yang Junyu was still staring dead on in the direction Ding Chen had left at this point. He had mixed emotions in his heart. Yet he had an extra level of awe for the Night Fork Squadron. You have to have arrogant capital even if you are arrogant. Yang Junyu laughed bitterly. We're not as skilled as others, so we can only listen well to the teachings. He looked around at the soldiers of the Special Operations Company who had their heads down and looked dejected. All cheer up and keep your heads up. This is a top-notch special force that wiped out 2 special forces and stirred up trouble in the enemy's rear. And there's no shame in losing to such a force. You can be this arrogant if you can do everything they did. His words finally had some effect, causing the spirits of those in the room to lift a bit. Ding Chen disappeared from the riverbank with his team and immediately went up the bank from another place, circling around in front of Yang Junyu and the others. This is it. Ding Chen made the troops stop. Everyone looked to him, waiting for him to make a tactical arrangement. They must not have thought that we would dare to kill someone after we killed them. So let's wait to take care of this reinforcement unit before we leave. Ding Chen smiled wickedly. Everyone loved it, and when their instructor laughed like that, someone was out of luck. Only this time, the unlucky ones won't be them. Yes, everyone in the Night Fork Squadron laughed evilly. Zhang Lifeng slowed down when he arrived with the men of the 6th Company more than a kilometer away from the target. He didn't rashly lead his team forward to support them. After all, the entire 6th Company was just this many men, considerably fewer than the known Nightstalker Squadron. Although he also had confidence in his soldiers, he was still self-aware in the face of the gap in strength with the Night Fork Squadron. Even the Special Warfare Company was beaten by the Night Fork Squadron to the point where they had to call for help, and they broke away from the main force to rush over. That's not a rescue, it's a death sentence. So he didn't dare to advance, but just sent out scouts from afar. He himself stayed in place with his troops and waited for the others to arrive. Just then, a soldier walked over quickly and asked, Company Commander, the 2 military dogs recovered on the road are dead set against moving forward. What should we do? Zhang Lifeng was dumbfounded. What happened to the military dog? The soldier shook his head. I'm not sure, but it looked like it was scared and whimpered like a cat when it saw us. Zhang Lifeng was speechless. The military dogs had actually become like this. What on earth had they encountered? Zhang Lifeng waved his hand. Have the 2 men send the military dog out and send it to receive treatment, so that it doesn't fall into any more mental illnesses that will affect its service. Yes. As soon as the soldier left, Nyo endeavored to sigh. Company Commander, it's not a solution for us to wait here. The gunfire in front of us has stopped. If we don't go to the Night Fork Squadron, we'll run away. Zhang Lifeng shook his head. Then we can't just run over there like this and risk our lives. It's not like you haven't seen how fierce the Night Fork Squadron is. Ox Endeavor was the one who had fought with the Night Fork Squadron during Ding Chen's decapitation operation. and he was charging ahead without being eliminated by Ding Chen. But he was still watching the scene where Ding Chen led Zhang Chong into their brigade massacre. This would have been horrible if it had been a real battlefield. Although he knew that the Night Fork Squadron was powerful, if he let them run away like this, Ox Endeavor was still upset. Company commander. So what if they are powerful? We are not afraid of them. He still wants to fight with Zhang Lifeng again. Zhang Lifeng directly interrupted him with a cold face. No buts. Everything will be discussed when the scouting team returns. You soldier king, use your brain. Maneuvers are equivalent to war. When people die, nothing is of any use. The reason we were beaten so badly is because our previous troops didn't use their brains. The cow endeavored to nod helplessly. They were in the middle of a conversation when two troops came up behind them at the same time. Old Li, why are you guys just staying here and not going to support? Guang Liang, the commander of the 5th Company who came behind him, opened his mouth and asked. The soldiers he brought with him were all panting and sweating, and it looked like they had traveled all the way in a hurry to get here. The 3rd Company has also arrived. Wang Coronet, the commander of the 3rd Company, watched Zhang Lifeng press on, and he also asked curiously. Yes, Old Li, the Special Operations Company is still waiting for us to support them. What are you doing? Zhang Lifeng immediately voiced out his concerns. It's not that we're not going to support. It's just that by the time we got here, the gunfire over there had stopped as well. He looked in the direction where the Special Warfare Company was. We can't contact the Special Warfare Company anymore, so I guess they must have gone all out. That's why we have to be careful, so we don't fall into their trap like the Special Operations Company did. Wang Coronation nodded his head repeatedly as he listened, thinking that Zhang Lifeng had a point. Only Guangliang raised the same question as Neo Endeavor. Then if the Night Fury's men fight and run away, where else are we going to find them? Zhang Lifeng was momentarily speechless. Before he could think of what to say, the scouts he had sent out earlier had returned. Company commander, there's nothing out of the ordinary up ahead. When we rushed to the target, the Special Operations Company had been completely wiped out and the Night Fork Squadron was nowhere to be found. The scout reported. Have you all checked carefully? Zhang Lifeng asked uneasily. Old Li, why are you still asking questions? Our 9th Brigade soldiers. You're still not at ease? Guang Liang said with a fiery temper. The scout also nodded. All checked carefully, there's no movement around. The Night Fork's men probably crossed the river and ran away. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up, Guang Liang said anxiously. The 9th Brigade has been beaten like this, and even the commander has called us a hairy-faced brigade. Now if our 3 companies are still afraid, what the hell are we? That's right, Old Li, don't hesitate. There are hundreds of us. Each one of us can destroy them with a mouthful of spit. On the side of the cow efforts to listen to all anxious, if not now other company commander in, he would have interjected to let the company commander hurry over. Zhang Lifeng also didn't want the men of the 3rd and 5th companies to look down on them. He waved his hand. All companies, head for the target. Wang Coronation and Guangliang nodded and smiled as they led their respective teams towards the Special Combat Company's side with Zhang Lifeng. Meanwhile, less than 300 meters away from the Special Operations Company, everyone in the Night Fork Squadron hid and waited quietly for their prey to take the bait. They had just come back from a loop around the river. Just as he was hiding, he noticed a scout approaching. It was a good thing that Ding Chen had instructed them to not number in the hundreds, and no one was allowed to expose themselves. So all of them watched the scouts of the 6th Company of the 9th Synthetic Brigade walk back and forth. Someone even almost stepped on Ruyan, and failed to spot the person the Night Stalker was hiding. Here we go. Get ready, Ding Chen commanded in a low voice. His God's view had long since spotted Zhang Lifeng and his 3 companies, and it wasn't until he waited until they appeared in view that he alerted the crowd in a low voice. Lian and the others immediately hit the ground running and prepared for the attack. Zhang Lifeng led the 6th Company towards the Special Warfare Company with vigilance, and seeing that there were only a few hundred meters left, everyone's hearts breathed a sigh of relief. Just at the moment when their heartstrings relaxed, Zhang Lifeng's face suddenly changed drastically. Don't move, he yelled, startling everyone. I stepped on a mine. Everyone's faces changed, all of them not daring to move. They looked around warily, and were slightly relieved to see that no enemies had suddenly appeared. Maybe it's the Night Fork Squadron that stayed behind earlier to prevent us from reinforcing. Wang Coronet guessed. Scouts! Scouts! Zhang Lifeng yelled. How the fuck do you guys do scouting? Isn't there no situation? Seeing his anger, the scouts on the sidelines wanted to cry. Guangliang said helpfully, Old Li, you've had enough. They're scouts, not D-miners. Why are you spreading fire with them? He finished shouting behind him. D-miners, come over here and save their 6th Company's Li Company commander. He said he couldn't help but pat Wang Coronet and laughed. Old Li is still awesome. This still feels it. Or else he'd be the 1st Company commander to be blown up by a landmine in this maneuver. Wang Coronet didn't hold back his laughter either. Zhang Lifeng was now so ashamed and angry that he simply wanted to beat up his company's scouts. Just then, a sudden roar came from the front. Do it! At Ding Chen's command, the crowd of Night Forks that had already prepared immediately tore off their camouflage and jumped out. Bang! Zhang Xiaoyu took the lead and pulled the trigger in his hand. The bullet spun and blew Zhang Lifeng's helmet off in one fell swoop. Zhang Lifeng was covered in smoke and took a step back in dismay. As he retreated, the mines under his feet immediately triggered. A large amount of white smoke rose around him, enveloping the D-miners and the two company commanders who surrounded him. It's over. These words came out of the minds of the three company commanders at the same time. Bang bang bang. Intense gunfire rang out deep in the jungle. Yang Junyu twisted his head in the direction behind them and closed his eyes in despair. It's over. The support troops have also been ambushed. Zhang Energy was also filled with despair. Yang Junyu even blamed himself. If I hadn't rashly asked them for support, the current situation wouldn't have developed. Now, our 9th Brigade has lost face to our grandmother's house. All the infantry were wiped out by a single squad of others. Seeing how upset he was, Zhang Energy quickly consoled him. Company commander, it's not your fault. It's those guys who are two thieves. It's not our fault. Zhang Energy paused and continued. Zhang company commander and the others were already careful enough to send out scouts beforehand. Who knew that these people could hide and still endure? And with such calculations, it was also out of the question for Zhang company commander and the others to be ambushed. The deputy company commander on the side nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, company commander. The Night Forks men are too insidious. The ones who walked away in front of us even turned back to set up an ambush and let our scouts run back and forth to use it to confuse us. They have too much guts as well. Zhang Energy nodded his head repeatedly. They were chased for so long, and to not think about how to get rid of us, but to even dare to turn back and attack us, is truly audacious. For us to lose is carelessness at best. Moreover, we are honorable and upright. Unlike them who are so treacherous. Yang Junyu smiled helplessly and bitterly. Not bold enough for them to dare to come into our army's hinterland to stir up trouble? If I could have that kind of skill, I would also take you guys to the Navy to have a good time. That's what people are capable of. Losing is losing. In a real battlefield, do we die and blame them for not informing us? Yang Junyu's words immediately left everyone speechless. They are just self-congratulatory. But in fact they all know in their hearts that they are really inferior to the Navy. Alright, go back. Yang Junyu sighed. We need to practice. It is not shameful to be defeated by our own people's maneuvers. If we run into the enemy, then we would die 10,000 times, and it wouldn't be enough to atone for our sins. Meanwhile, on both sides of the engagement, the two forces were in very different situations. The situation on top of the battlefield was almost one-sided, since the three company commanders were killed by Zhang Xiaoyu with a single shot. The 3rd, 5th and 6th companies of the 9th Synthesis Brigade immediately fell into a brief panic. The Night Fork Squadron immediately began a storm of strafing under Ding Chen's orders. Bang bang bang. The metal storm set off by countless bullets cut back and forth among the three companies of the 9th Brigade of Synthesis. In just an instant, dozens of soldiers were beaten to the point that their bodies were covered in smoke. Shit! Bull endeavored to yell. Find cover and return fire, return fire. He was the ace sharpshooter of the synthesized 9th Brigade, and his usual reputation in the 6th Company would have been no less than Zhang Lifeng's. Now that the company commander was killed in action, the other soldiers naturally set their sights on him. When the others heard him yell like this, they all quickly began to hide behind the tree as if they had found their backbone. It's just that the encirclement of the Night Fork Squadron wasn't just on one side. They were closing in from all around, and there were soldiers from the Night Fork Squadron in several directions. The three companies managed to hide their forms and began returning fire at the Night Stalker Squadron only after paying the price of dozens more killed in action. Ding Chen and Lian simultaneously noticed the bull effort leading the command. Seeing that he had not only stabilized the troops, he was also a surprisingly good shot, hitting several soldiers of the Night Fork Squadron one after another. And every time he fired a shot, he ducked back to the dirt slope where he was hiding, so it was really difficult for the rest of the Night Fork Squadron to hit him. Lian was anxious in his heart and immediately commanded Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaoyu, Lian shouted. Find a way to knock out the guy who took over command for me. Yes, Zhang Xiaoyu agreed. He took aim at the bull's endeavors and would shoot as soon as he ventured. It's just that the bull effort seemed to anticipate it and never ventured out. It was only after another while that Zhang Xiaoyu cursed in a low voice. Damn, Captain. This guy is too cunning and can hide too well. He won't come out once I stare. I can't hit from this position. Lian looked at it and was about to tell Zhang Xiaoyu to shift her position and think of a way to finish off the endeavor. At this time, however, Ding Chen suddenly said, Leave him to me. You guys merge up and quickly settle the fight. Yes, everyone shouted and immediately began to close in on them towards bull effort. Ding Chen glanced at the dirt slope where Nyo Endeavor was hiding from God's perspective and secretly nodded his head. And in his heart, he carried a bit of appreciation for this Nyo Endeavor as well. Indeed, they had two skills, so it was no wonder that they were able to cause them a lot of trouble. Without saying a word, Ding Chen selected a tree not far away, and with just a push, he climbed up the trunk. From his height, the bull's efforts were suddenly exposed to Ding Chen's field of vision, and there was no longer any danger in front of him. Ding Chen raised his gun and aimed it at the bull's endeavor, and without half a second's hesitation, he immediately pulled the trigger. Ox Endeavor seemed to be alerted as well, as he jerked his head up and came eye to eye with Ding Chen in the tree. Bang! Nyo endeavored to have his pupils suddenly dilated, and could only see a burst of fire from the gun in Ding Chen's hand. By the time he reacted, thick white smoke was coming out of his helmet. Nyo endeavored to be lax in his gaze at this moment, not expecting at all that he would be eliminated just like that. The gunfire around them was still ringing out, and the soldiers of the synthesized 9th Brigade were constantly being killed. A squad leader, who had already killed his eyes, could not help but yell anxiously when he saw Nyo endeavoring to freeze stupidly in place. Old Ox, think of a way. We can't go on like this. We can't hold them back. Nyo endeavored to suddenly come back to his senses as he smiled bitterly and said to the squad leader, "Can't you see that I've already been eliminated? What do you think a dead man can say to you?" This squad leader froze, and only then noticed the white smoke rolling from the cow's endeavor's head. He sighed helplessly. It's over then. They've rushed up. They were not proved wrong. When Ding Chen ordered the Night Fork Squadron to charge, the remaining soldiers of their three companies could no longer resist. Whether it was their marksmanship or personal strength, even their tactical maneuvers, they were much different from the soldiers of the Night Fork Squadron. Moreover, they were suddenly attacked and several company commanders were all killed in action. So there was no way to stop the wolf-like Night Fury warriors in such a sudden situation. Brothers, follow me. Zhang Chan Luyan took the lead and rushed ahead, using grenades and rifles to mess up the defensive formation of the synthetic 9th Brigade, and rushed into the crowd with everyone from the Night Fork Squadron. The men of the synthesized 9th Brigade were already powerless, and although they had tried their best to stop them, they were still slaughtered in just 10 minutes. The entire battlefield was thick with smoke, and everywhere were soldiers of the synthesized 9th Brigade with disheveled faces. How could they have imagined that so many of them would only be able to hold out in the hands of Nightcrawler for 10 or so minutes? Ding Chen jumped down from the tree, walked over to Nyo Endeavor, looked Nyo Endeavor up and down, and nodded his head in satisfaction. You're very good. Are you interested in joining the Navy? The surrounding soldiers of the 6th Company all glared angrily at Ding Chen, so nakedly prying the corner in front of people, really not putting them in their eyes. Nyo Endeavor didn't say anything, but just stared at Ding Chen dead in the face. He could clearly remember that it was this man in front of him who had shot him in the head from a tree. Our instructor is asking you, are you deaf? Zhang Dapeng was dissatisfied with Nyo Effort's attitude and said coldly. Bull endeavored to give him a blank look. Have you ever seen a dead man talk? This sentence disliked Zhang Dapeng, rendering him speechless. Jiang Xiaoyu took a step forward and was about to open his mouth to scold Nyo Endeavor. He was used to wearing the same pants as Zhang Dapeng, so he naturally couldn't see his good brother being disliked. Ding Chen waved his hand to stop them. Alright, clean up the battlefield and let's retreat. When Jiang Xiaoyu heard Ding Chen say clean up the battlefield, he immediately revealed a bad smile, and the surrounding Night Fork squadrons also revealed knowing smiles. The people of the synthesized 9th Brigade couldn't help but shiver in unison in their hearts when they thought of the Night Fork squadron stripping Wolfang's men naked. Ding Chen said with a black face, collect only the supplies and let's retreat quickly. Yes, all of the Night Fork squadron responded tastelessly. After replenishing a large amount of supplies on the three companies of the 9th Synthetic Brigade, the Night Fork Squadron crossed the large river behind them and disappeared completely out of sight of the 9th Synthetic Brigade. Ding Chen led the Night Fork Squad through the jungle in 7 different directions until they ran out over 10 kilometers. Only after confirming that there were no more pursuers behind him did Ding Chen violently raise his hand. Okay, everyone take cover and grab some food and rest. Hearing this from Ding Chen, everyone in the Night Fork Squadron immediately searched for a hidden location and laid down on the ground to rest. They hadn't had much rest for 2 days, and they had also experienced great battles one after another, and many of them even fell into a deep sleep without having anything to eat. But everyone was alert to the core, and even when they were asleep they didn't make a single sound. Lian was also exhausted at this time, but at this time, he still forced himself to endure his weariness and walked to Ding Chen's side. Old Ding, go and rest for a while. I'll help you keep watch. Look at you. How exhausted are you? Lian persuaded. Ding Chen glanced at Lian, who was also exhausted, and shook his head. I can still carry it. You go and rest first. When we're rested, we still have important things to do. Something important? Lian looked at Ding Chen in surprise. Aren't we going to evacuate? Isn't there any important target next? Ding Chen looked at Lian and smiled mysteriously. Do you really think I went through all the trouble of settling so many of their troops and making things bigger and bigger just for fun? Lian was staggered. It's hard to believe? Haven't we always been forced to run by them? Isn't it hard for you to make any preparations? Ding Chen laughed. Am I the type of person to let people slaughter me without fighting back? Rest well, and when you're rested, I'll take you to end their army general command. What? Lian cried out in shock. The general command? Where are we going to find their command? Ding Chen was very satisfied with Lian's current reaction and said with a smile, what do you think I do every time I annihilate their troops and collect their communicators for? Ding Chen said mysteriously, I have long observed it, and through the exchange of communicator information between so many troops, I have locked the approximate location of their command headquarters. Just rest up and follow me. Lian had an excited look on his face. You kid, you still know this kind of technology? And this action is too bold. You tell me now. I'm so excited that I can't sleep a bit. Ding Chen shook his head. That won't do. The next battle will be even more treacherous than these 2 days. If you guys don't rest well, we're not sure we can make this work. Other people's general headquarters have all sorts of high-tech equipment. I need you guys to be pumped up. Lian frowned. But, we contacted the headquarters before. They are asking us to evacuate back to the designated location and don't want us to continue the mission. If we do this now, we'll. Ding Chen waved his hand. Exercises are battlefields, and our special forces were trained to go deep behind the enemy lines to make all sorts of pavements for the advance of the larger forces. As long as we can still fight, then we must fight to the end. This is our mission and duty. Liam's entire body froze. For him, following orders is fine. But in Ding Chen's case, it became an initiative to serve the troops and the battlefield. Compared to him, his own mind is so much worse. Go on. Hurry up and get some sleep. Ding Chen patted him. Liam nodded and said nothing more, quietly stepping aside and falling asleep. Ding Chen originally did not intend to rest, but when he saw the vigorous Chiyu on the side, he suddenly had an idea in his heart. He put Chi in charge of the guard, and he himself leaned back against the stone and slowly fell asleep. Meanwhile, inside the camp of the synthesized 9th Brigade, everyone was gloomy. Not only was the command hierarchy terminated by others, but hundreds were killed by others. With such a large loss, they had killed no more than 20 soldiers of the Night Fork Squadron before and after. The worst part is that they want to ask these corpses about the nightjar, but the guys actually took off their clothes at the first opportunity, leaving only a pair of pants on, and then yelled at everyone for them to testify that they were unharmed. This screw-up confused the 9th Brigade, but soon they were furious, because the corpses said that this would prevent them from being beaten up by the 9th Brigade. Then they proceeded to mount the body and said nothing. No matter who you ask, they just won't say anything. The 9th Brigade was so pissed off that they couldn't punch them right now even if they wanted to. If there's an injury, it's definitely not easy to explain. Lan Jiguang shook his head helplessly. Our 9th Brigade has been disgraced this time. When the maneuvers are over, wait for the disciplinary action from above. Meng Xiaohai smiled bitterly. This can't be helped. The Night Fork Squadron's people are highly competent and heavy-handed. These little brats under their hands have done their best, the staff officer at the side said in relief. Don't worry, Chief, our special warfare company has already chased after them with several elite companies. The Night Fork's men definitely won't be able to get away. Meng Xiaohai shook his head. Hopefully. His words had only just fallen when a soldier came walking quickly with a panicked look on his face. Greetings, chiefs. The soldier saluted several chiefs. Lan Jiguan could see that he was a bit flustered, and sighed as he asked, what bad thing has happened up ahead again? Just tell us directly. Can it be any worse than us being killed in battle? The soldier's face was full of bitterness. Just now the news came back from the front. The special operations company that chased them over encountered an ambush and has been completely wiped out. Before being wiped out, a distress signal was sent to all units, announcing the coordinates of the Night Stalker Squadron. Who knows that the Night Fork Squadron not only didn't flee, but also did the opposite, setting up an ambush and wiping out the 3rd, 5th and 6th companies that rushed over to support them. Now they've disappeared. What? Lan Jiguan stood up with a huff, the corners of his eyes tearing. How could this happen? He was full of incredulity. It was important to realize that the Special Operations Company was the pride of their brigade, the one company that all of them had confidence in to compete with the Special Forces. Moreover, the 3rd, 5th, and 6th companies were all their brigade's sharpest companies, and these 4 units together had already exceeded 500 men, and they had been completely annihilated by 100 or so others. Meng Xiaohai even asked with a cold face. They know that their opponents are strong. Don't they even know to do proper scouting? How could they fall into someone else's ambush? The soldier had a bitter face. The ambush locations these people chose are all very tricky, and the sneak camouflage is all very skillful. Our men have already sent scouts. and we still haven't been able to see their disguises. Chief, we're down to the 9th and 4th companies as the top battlefield companies. What are we going to do? Lan Zhiguang grimaced. Ask us what we're doing. We're now in the status of fallen in battle. Do you expect a few of us dead men to answer you? Who took over the command position? Let him make the decision. The soldier received a bad scolding and didn't dare to say anything else, so he could only salute Lan Zhiguang and turn around to leave. He scolded the soldier away, but Lan Zhiguang did not feel half comfortable in his heart. He frowned and paced back and forth in the same place. Meng Xiaohai advised, just don't keep spinning. Things have come to this, what else can we do? Lan Zhiguang gritted his teeth and said, half of the regiment was lost in the fight. Our synthesized 9th Brigade is going to be famous in this military exercise. I'm afraid that if we send any more men to fight, our brigade will be wiped out by this 100-odd man regiment. Can't be? Meng Xiaohai looked incredulous. With so many people in one of our brigades, it would take a long time to just line up and let them kill them. Not to mention that it's not like they didn't have any losses. This situation now, is it too different from lining up for them to kill? Lan Zhiguang sighed. That little loss. According to this battle loss ratio, we wouldn't be able to replace them even if we wiped out our entire brigade. After Lan Zhiguang finished speaking, Meng Xiaohai also fell silent, although he wanted to retort what Lan Zhiguang had said, and the strength displayed by the Night Fork Squadron made it impossible to say anything in retort. He could only shake his head helplessly and sigh, expecting things not to go in that direction. Deep in the jungle, everyone in Nightstalker's squadron experienced a peaceful sleep. Waking up again, everyone was refreshed. Tianchen was an even lighter sleeper, waking up before they did. Ding Chen glanced at his rested team members, the corner of his mouth raised high. Get ready to go. I'll lead you to fuck their commander. What? Jiang Xiaoyu shouted in surprise. Instructor, are we playing so big this time? Zheng Chong, who was a militant, also brightened up. Instructor, we're going to end the army command. Ha? Looking at the expectant eyes of each and everyone around him, Ding Chen nodded his head and smiled. We spent so much time and participated in the maneuvers ahead of time in order to achieve victory in the maneuvers. By taking out their command headquarters, they'll be like a snake without a head. Next, we can fuck them any way we want. Everyone was instantly excited. Even though they had just been formed, they followed Ding Chen in this maneuver to make a big splash. Now they are no longer as formal as they were when they first joined the exercise. If you're going to do it big. A group of men rubbed their fists and followed Ding Chen, carefully bypassing several regimental quarters and heading straight for the army command. The night passed quickly and it was noon the next day. Ding Chen led them up a high slope, and looking down from it, there was a campsite just below them. This camp didn't look as if it was much different from the regimental command they had previously terminated. The only way to see what's going on here is if you've looked closely. The camp, from the outside, seemed to be loosely defended and not too heavily fortified. But Ding Chen saw more than 5 troops patrolling inside alone. This is it, Ding Chen whispered. At the same time, they were signaled to hide. Lian looked at the camp at the bottom of the hill that was no different than before and frowned as he asked, Old Ding, could it be a mistake? Intercepting the false intelligence they put out? This doesn't look like the general command in any way. Zheng Chong was impatient and said directly, who cares if he's the general command headquarters? We'll know if we end it first? The group of militants immediately nodded their heads, all agreeing with Zheng Chang's proposal. Only Lu Yan was calmer and analyzed reasonably. This can't be done. Once we launch an attack, our position will be exposed. If this isn't the general command, they'll be on guard, and it'll be difficult to find another opportunity. And I'm afraid we won't be able to run away this time. This is the army's hinterland. There are troops all around. Lian nodded. Old Ding, think about it. Once we strike, if it's not command, later on, when the army's collective firepower covers the bombardment towards this area, our 9 lives won't be enough to die. They, however, have wanted to exterminate us for a long time. Everyone was guilty of this. No need to dwell on that much. This is their command headquarters. Ding Chen's eyes were filled with confidence. Lian looked at Ding Chen. Are you so sure? Ding Chen smiled inscrutably. Look over there. Ding Chen pointed to a spot and said, look at how their defense is loose on the outside and tight on the inside. And there's a whole information technology unit in the camp. Look at that. There are even so many armored transport vehicles. An ordinary troop wouldn't have all this equipment. Liam picked up the binoculars and scrutinized them. He followed the thoughts Ding Chen gave him, and indeed found many details that were different from the usual. Lian put down the binoculars and nodded. Your deduction is correct. This place really has a lot of problems. No surprise it's their command center. He looked at Ding Chen. Old Ding, how do we fight then? Everyone once again focused their eyes on Ding Chen. Ding Chen smiled. T may stay behind and stand by. while the others quietly feel closer to create the illusion of a siege and force them out. Yes, everyone nodded in response. Remember, Ding Chen said in a cold voice, your mission is to make them think, mistakenly, that our large force is coming. Just make them afraid. Gotcha. Everyone grinned badly. They checked their equipment and immediately felt their way toward the army camp at the bottom of the hill. Meanwhile, in the command center at the bottom of the hill, Wang Shangzheng, the army drill commander, gathered a group of generals and leaders to discuss the situation of the navy and land generals. His face was now blue as he looked angrily at all the generals below. Before the maneuvers, weren't each and every one of you in the mold of the old man who was the best in the world? How is it that each and every one of you are now beaten to the point where you can't even speak? I told you to gather your forces to counterattack, but you still couldn't take a few landing units from the navy, and you were pressed by others. Even the whole southeast was taken by others. Didn't you guys say that the district's navy is just a snap to beat them? Now give me an idea. The various generals of the army were anything but silent. Any more they said now would only serve to draw Wang Shang's anger onto themselves. As long as they can't come up with a solution that can effectively address the navy, it's only good if they keep their tails between their legs and don't come out of this. Just then, a staff officer quickly walked over and placed a report on Wang Shang's desk. Chief, news has come from the side of the synthesized 9th Brigade. When Wang Shang heard the news that it was the synthesized 9th Brigade, the hostility in his heart was only slightly restrained. Wang Shang's eyes lit up and he smiled as he looked at the staff officer. Why? Has that naval unit been wiped out? The staff officer smiled bitterly and said, Chief, you'd better see for yourself. Wang Shang picked up the report on the table and read it carefully. His smile suddenly froze on his face, and his face grew ugly. Bang! His eyes rounded and he slammed the report down on the table. Synthesized 9th Brigade. Good job. Truly a good unit of our army. Wang Shang gritted his teeth. Everyone's hearts shook violently, not daring to take Wang Shang's words. Lan Jiguang ah Lan Jiguang. You really fucking brought a good bunch of soldiers. After this exercise, let's see how I'm going to clean you up. Wang Shang slammed that report on the table, scattering it all over the table. Are you blushing when a naval unit has been running amok in our hinterland the entire time from before the maneuver began until now and we couldn't destroy them? Is it true that for these 100 or so troops, I still have to mobilize planes and tanks, or even send out missile units in order to destroy them? Everyone's face flushed red. Wang Shang's words simply humiliated them to the extreme. If they sent out a missile unit for 100 or so people, then the army would really be a joke. The staff officer persuaded. Chief, there are still 2 of our regiments on the side of the synthesized 9th Brigade. As long as they encircle over, the Night Fork's men will definitely be unable to escape. It's hard to escape with your wings? Wang Shang laughed in exasperation. Several times before. Which time didn't you guys say that? From the wolf's teeth to the war wolves, and now the synthesized 9th Brigade. How many assurances have you given me? And what have you made besides being punched in the face over and over again? The staff officer said stiffly. The remaining soldiers of the 9th Synthesized Brigade plus these 2 regiments, thousands of elites have combined to surround them. And even if the Night Fork Squadron is capable of fighting, it will definitely not be able to make waves. Wang Shang was silent with a sullen face, and the surrounding generals didn't dare to say anything. Even the staff officer who had just spoken did not know whether Wang Shang was cloudy or sunny at the moment. After a while, Wang Shang sighed. I'll believe you one last time. This time, if you still can't take the Night Fork Squadron, all of you will wait to be punished. Seeing Wang Shang's anger subside quite a bit, all of them were relieved. The staff officer also smiled anew. Don't worry, Chief, our army's troops will not be inferior to the Navy's men. With them around, the Navy's people won't be able to turn the tide. Wang Shang actually had confidence in his troops. After all, before this, Yangua's army was among the top in the world. It's just that the maneuver was really a little bit of a dumbing down by the Navy, and that's what's kept him fired up until now. He was sure that their army would carry on the resilience of their forefathers, and that even in the toughest situations, if they worked together, they would be able to defeat the enemy. Thinking of this, Wang Shang also smiled. Everyone, I hope that you will show your respective skills and show the people of the Navy who is the strongest military branch in Yan Kingdom. The atmosphere was relaxed. Don't worry, Chief. We will definitely fight our army. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions went off, interrupting the laughter of all the army generals. Wang Shang shouted in shock. What's going on? What's going on outside? What's going on? Wang Shang stood up violently. What's going on with the explosion outside? All the generals looked at each other. No one is sure what happened. Just then, a company commander ran in from outside in a panic. Chief, it's bad. Our command headquarters was suddenly attacked by the Navy. What are you babbling about? How could anyone from the Navy possibly hit here? A lieutenant general also stood up violently. This company commander was so frightened that he took 2 steps backward. Boom boom. Outside, the explosions were even more violent, and there were also the sounds of countless people hissing. Wang Sheng glared at this lieutenant general and anxiously asked the company commander, "What's going on? Tell us clearly." The company commander panicked. "We don't know what's going on. All of a sudden we're being sneak attacked. There are grenades everywhere. There are enemies everywhere. Which unit is attacking us?" The chief of staff at the side asked with a sharp frown. The company commander shook his head back and forth. "I don't know. The enemy's firepower is very fierce. There are explosions everywhere. There is smoke everywhere. It's impossible to see how many people are coming. Many of our soldiers were killed without seeing the enemy." Everyone's hearts all thumped, but they knew that the defense outside their command headquarters was not weak. But this kind of defensibility is still hit by the enemy to the emergency. How many people have to come to the line? The chief of staff also made a wrong judgment, and he said to Wang Sheng, "Chief, the Navy could not have hit us anyway, and the current attack must have been infiltrated by their special forces." There was an uproar. No one could believe that the Navy's special forces had found them. A major general questioned, "It can't be. The Night Fork Squadron only has about 100 people left now. How dare they attack our base so squarely and forcefully with such a small number of people?" The chief of staff was also skeptical. After all, it was a miracle that 100 people could get here, and to dare to attack them was simply looking for death. "Command, but there's a regiment on guard," one of the generals said seriously. "The way I see it, it must have been their special forces that found us and then requested support from the Marines. Their Marines have a quick reaction force that can helicopter right into the air." The crowd nodded their heads vigorously, and they couldn't think of any other reason other than this explanation. To their death, they couldn't believe that it was only a squadron of 100 or 10 Night Stalkers that had attacked them. Wang Sheng frowned tightly, then rushed to the door with big strides. Lifting the curtain, he immediately saw explosions and gunfire all around the camp. The guards at the gates and on the left flank, many of them smoking white. If this was a real battle, Wang Sheng could imagine how tragic the picture was. This must be the Navy's large force attacking. Wang Sheng said angrily, "Our command has been exposed for being so secretive. You should think about yourselves." All the generals were mortified. Their command was the hinterland of the area they controlled, and this could be found by the Navy and an attack launched. This has been a hard slap in their face. Just then, a major came flying over. "Commander, the enemy is attacking too fiercely. I'm afraid our reinforcements won't arrive for another 15 minutes. The regimental commander suggests that you move immediately." "We'll stall them," the major said excitedly. "You must go at once, and I'll bring men to cover you. If you don't go, it's likely to be dangerous." Boom boom boom. Just then, the explosions outside seemed to be getting closer. The surrounding generals panicked and all looked at Wang Sheng, hoping that he would come up with an idea. The chief of staff also advised Wang Sheng, "Commander, you'd better take your command and withdraw first. Otherwise, if we let them attack and come in, we'll have a hard time getting away." Wang Sheng clenched his fists to death at this time. He had been in this position for so long, and it was not the first time that he had maneuvered on land and sea. But he was now going to be the first commander to be chased by the Navy and run away, which was a disgrace to their army. He was now regretting coming to command this maneuver. After thinking about it for a long time, he still felt he couldn't risk himself right here. "Retreat," Wang Sheng said helplessly. "Have the guard units guard the camp and notify the nearby units to come over for support. Also, have the missile troops get ready to bombard this area immediately when we all leave." "Yes." The chief of staff's face showed joy and immediately saluted Wang Sheng. Everyone knew that Wang Sheng was trying to use the guard force to confuse the Navy's people, and then when the various support forces were in position, the guard force would immediately leave, and at that time, they would conduct a covering bombardment on the Navy's people. No matter how many of them come, they all have to die. The army men had been fighting for so long that they had long been suffocating. Now, finally, there's a chance to fight back. Meanwhile, outside the camp, the Night Stalker squadron was launching a new feint against the command post. Said to be a feint, their attack was not weak at all, ferociously throwing countless grenades at the command headquarters, smoke grenades to confuse the public and heavy gunfire to create the illusion of a large force under siege. Lin Feng and the two snipers from the other groups were lurking in the high ground at the moment, focusing on taking care of those battlefield commanders in the camp as well as the various heavy fire points. Bang bang! Rhythmic sniper fire rang out under their control, and as if the bullets had eyes, the army soldiers were killed one by one, but the charging troops in front of them were held back, and they were never able to get any closer than the confusion created by the smoke. Seeing that the attack of the troops in front of him was thwarted, Ding Chen immediately said to Lian, "Old Li, take Jiang Xiaoyu and the others to support them up as well. Fire more shots and throw more grenades. Don't expect to be able to really break through into them, but make sure to give them the illusion that we are still increasing our troops." "Okay, just watch and see." Lian nodded. He immediately called Jiang Xiaoyu and the others and rushed towards the camp at the bottom of the mountain. Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Chong were the kind of people who worried that things were too small to be lively, and once they received this mission, they simply unleashed their natural instincts in general, and kept on strafing the campsite against the campsite. Jiang Xiaoyu was even more ruthless. He didn't fight any commanders either. He just pointed at those soldiers who tried to lead the charge out of the smoke bomb blocking range and beat them until they could no longer charge out. Lian and their support attack was still effective. After the fire of their encirclement became more intensive, a company commander who could never break through the encirclement had gone back to report to Wang Shang. Chief, the attacks outside are getting more and more violent. The enemy is still adding more troops. I'm afraid we can't hold them off. The moment this statement came out, it instantly caused Wang Shang and the others to panic. Wang Shanda shouted, "Quickly! The command headquarters and information technology units are moving quickly. Notify the 355th Regiment and the 326th Regiment to come over with quick support, and get the missile units ready to cover the bombardment as soon as the time is right." Yes, all the soldiers of the army camp are ready to live or die with the camp. Their goal is to hold back the enemy and keep the chief safe. As long as they could drag the enemy in this area, even if they went to their deaths together with the enemy, they would do nothing. Wang Shang and the army's group of generals quickly got into the armored vehicles, and the convoy with the information technology troops started immediately. From the rear of the camp, with the cover of gunfire, he fled the field of battle quickly. Just as they had just left, Jiang Xiaoyu had already spotted them. He immediately reported to Ding Chen. "Instructor, their commander seems to have run away." Ding Chen was also keeping an eye on the movements over there in his binoculars, and naturally saw the departing convoy. He put down the binoculars in his hand and sneered, "Don't worry, just leave it to me. They can't get away." Ding Chen laughed coldly and chased down the mountain with Chiyu. While running wildly, he instructed Lian in his headset, "Old Li, lead them to muddy the water some more. Once you realize that the situation is not right and they have support, retreat immediately." Lian nodded, "Don't worry and leave this side to me. Go after them. Don't let them get away." Ding Chen nodded, relieved to leave the attack on the camp to Lian. With one person and one dog by himself, he flew towards Wang Shang and their convoy to chase after them. Although Ding Chen's speed was already far faster than normal, he was still flesh and blood after all, and his two legs were still no match for four wheels. In the end, he could only watch the convoy go away until it disappeared at the end of his vision. However, Ding Chen had God's view and eagle eyes, and he didn't even think to bother chasing after them. By relying on God's perspective, he could follow the trail all the way to them. Not to mention he had Qi, who was able to track by scent. The army commander didn't know yet that he had completely fallen into Ding Chen's trap. Withdrawing from the command was the biggest mistake of all his decisions. The army command, on the other hand, is in disarray at the moment. Lian also got some of Ding Chen's true skills, and led his men to attack from all sides, making the army's men feel at a loss. Defended this side and got hit there. Rushed over to support. Another place was attacked. The chief of guards was confused for a moment, and couldn't figure out where to focus his defense or attack. "Follow me. Let's charge once," Zhang Chong yelled. Taking a dozen men with him, he charged in, wanting to try and see if he could actually take this base down. As a result, he had just rushed a few dozen meters towards the front when a dense burst of gunfire rang out from the base. Frightened, Zhang Chong and the others rushed to lie down in the smoke, only to avoid the fate of being killed by random gunfire. "Damn, these army brats are so annoying. I can't charge up." Zhang Chong grumbled sadly and reluctantly retreated back with his men. Zhang Dapeng looked at the depressed Zhang Chong and laughed softly. "We are special forces. We are strong in special operations, but not really superhuman. Are we really going to attack a regiment with defense? Isn't it asking for death to fight head-on? If you want to ask for trouble, then who do you blame?" "Crap," Zhang Chong cursed angrily. "You kid doesn't have a single good fart in his mouth. I didn't lead the men to rush up there to see if we could break through a camp so that we could get some better credit." Lian also leaned over at this time. "Don't make trouble outside of this. All we have to do is to preserve our strength and listen to old Ding's arrangement. Outside of this, while it is important to have your own judgment, think more about everything and don't get carried away." "Yes, Captain," Zhang Chong helplessly agreed. Before they could finish this, Lu Yan also leaned over. "Captain, we're running out of smoke grenades in our hands. What do we do? Do we still fight?" Under 10 minutes of continuous attack, the smoke blockade had not been stopped much during this time in order to muddy the waters and keep the army men from discovering their falsehoods. They didn't just have to be invisible to the army guys, they needed the army guys to not even be visible at a glance in their own camp. In order to achieve this effect, in just 10 minutes or so, the Night Stalker squadron had already thrown hundreds of smoke bombs inside. This not only consumed the supplies they were carrying, but also threw out all the loot that had been collected in the past few days. If it wasn't for the fact that they had fought a few battles in the past few days and harvested a lot of supplies, it would have been a bit difficult for them to fight today's battle. Captain, we can't fight anymore. We're going to run out of ammo for our sniper rifles if we keep fighting. Xiang Yu and the others also said. Captain, we're running low on rifle bullets too. They don't have vehicles to transport supplies? And each person carries just so many supplies. They were already limited in the amount of ammunition they could carry for ease of concealment, and to carry other necessities. The 10 minutes of non-stop pressure had caused them to empty many magazines. Hearing this news, Lian no longer had any hesitation and immediately said, finish this clip, throw the grenades out en masse, and let's withdraw. Yes, everyone immediately poured all the bullets they had in their hands into the army camp in front of them. Bang bang bang, bullets ricocheted, striking the camp and the smoke and clanging, pinning back the army, which had been preparing to countercharge out. Boom boom boom. That wasn't all. The army had just been pinned back when countless grenades were thrown in. The explosions were so loud that they blew up the army. Shit, haven't our support troops arrived yet? A battalion commander cursed angrily. He had just led a countercharge, only to be instantly pinned back just as he stepped into the haze of smoke. This was immediately followed by a series of deafening explosions that left him with no way to defend himself. The communications soldier on the side hurriedly said, a nearby regiment has already come in support, with 1 or 2 kilometers to go. In a few minutes at most, it will surely be able to join the battlefield. The battalion commander nodded and once again looked at the smoke that was still emanating from the explosions. Damn it, hold on. Stall these little buggers. I don't believe that we can't fuck them up when our support arrives. Yes, all of them roared, their gazes filled with perseverance. But at this moment, Lian looked at the smoke that was beginning to dissipate and calmly ordered, make up a little more smoke bombs. Let's withdraw. Yes, a few smoke bombs were spun and thrown in, and a few of the Night Stalker members retreated back as fast as the wind. Lian beckoned, and all of them turned around without disengaging from the bandwagon and instantly disappeared into the dense forest. The explosions ended abruptly and the gunfire became a one-sided solo for the army. Soon, the army in the camp also realized that something was wrong, and the battalion commander who stayed behind immediately stopped the soldiers under his hand from blindly returning fire. His heart thumped as he listened to the battlefield quieting down around him. Follow me! The battalion commander rushed out of the smoke with his men. When they broke through the smoke barrier and arrived outside the camp, everyone was dumbfounded. The original battle scene disappeared, leaving only the countless shell casings on the ground lying there silently, and the engaged enemy had long since disappeared. Shit, the battalion commander cursed in a low voice. These brats are so damn cunning. Battalion commander, so are we going to pursue? A soldier asked. With what to chase? The battalion commander was so furious that he kicked this unseeing guy. Can't you see the other side has such strong firepower, and we don't know how many people are there? Are we going to die by chasing after them? All listen to me, pack up the supplies, we'll withdraw too, and for the pursuit, we'll talk about it when we join up with the larger force. Yes, all the soldiers nodded and followed the battalion commander back to the camp. They didn't know that the members of the Night Fork Squadron, whom they had scolded as rabbits, had already run out thousands of meters by now. Only after confirming that no one was pursuing behind them did they all breathe a sigh of relief. Captain, do you think the instructor can succeed if he chases after them alone? Do we need to go over to support? Zhang Xiaoyu followed Lian and asked while walking forward. Lian smiled confidently. Who is old Ding? He is the real Night Fork. There's nothing he can't do here. He said to leave it to him. We'll just wait for the news at ease. If we go, we might be a burden to him. Everyone nodded their heads in succession. If anyone in the world had said he could single-handedly take out someone else's command headquarters, they'd have said they didn't believe anything. But if this person was Ding Chen, then everyone in the Night Fork Squadron would take it for granted. As the sun set, everyone in the army's temporary command was straining to place various pieces of equipment. Commander Wang Shang was doing the work of rebuilding the command headquarters, accompanied by the chief of staff and others. In Wang Shang's opinion, his command could be discovered by the Navy that quickly. The intelligence must have been intercepted. So every detail of the command needs to be carefully laid out. This time, he'd make sure not to let just anyone find out. No one knew that Ding Chen was hiding under a hill not far away at the moment, just a kilometer away from them. Ding Chen's God's view was fully open at this moment, carefully observing the situation on the army side. Seeing the various equipment installed over there, Ding Chen frowned straight away as he watched. Infrared and thermal imaging abound, iris scans are required to enter and exit everywhere, and cameras and alarms have been armed inside and out. Ding Chen was now too late to call the Night Fork Squad in for another surprise attack scene. His brows tightened as he calmly pondered what to do. In an instant, his entire being calmed down, a quietness in his eyes. It was as if he was back on the island. and it became incredibly quiet around him. Just him, just the wind. The enemy in front of him turned into a raging wave. Ding Chun was incomparably calm at the moment. He had encountered this kind of moment too many times. Alone on an isolated island. He's dealt with situations like this countless times. Each time, with calmness to the end. He could be back on the island by the time the sun rose. This time, it's no different. After re-observing, Ding Chun finally found the weak spot in their command. Because this was, after all, a makeshift command post. All kinds of measures were rather rudimentary. For the sake of the chief's safety, the focus of the various construction forces was now on Wang Shang's side, and next to the base, the information technology unit that evacuated here along with the command. At this point, they were still redeploying on their own, pressing no one else to take them on. The chief hasn't guaranteed his arrival yet, so who has time to care about them? It's all Yan's soldiers, they can only put in a little effort themselves. Found it. The corners of Ding Chen's mouth lifted as he gently stroked Chi Yu's head. In his mind, a lurking route had been mapped out. Tianchen didn't take the time to sneak in with makeup. However, he was very confident in his own stature. And just like that, he leaned towards the side of the information technology unit with Chi. Ding Chen rushed over silently like a ghost. The darkening sky provided Ding Chen with excellent cover. Ding Chen will Chi just outside the vigilance. Taking advantage of the information technology forces are also doing construction. Quietly lurked over. There were also several groups of soldiers patrolling near the information convoy. But for Ding Chen, who possessed God's perspective, finding the loopholes in them was as easy as pie. After quickly approaching, Ding Chen did not make a move to resolve them. There were too many people out here, and if they all disappeared into thin air, it would be easy for people to realize there was a problem. Instead, these patrols are right here, which can create a misunderstanding for others that this place is safe. Ding Chen took a deep breath and brought Chi Yu to get up quickly, directly bypassing the line of sight of a group of patrol soldiers, quickly and silently toward the information car. In just a few short minutes, Ding Chen just walked to an information car without any obstacles. Ding Chen's God's view quickly covered the entire convoy and quickly recognized the terminal command vehicle among them. The terminal command vehicle is the fourth one parked here, and has 4 large radars on the entire roof. Ding Chen moved his arms and legs, walked over to the terminal command vehicle, and gently knocked on the door. The car door opened a crack, and Ding Chen took advantage of the fact that the door was not yet fully open to reach out and pull violently, yanking out the person inside who had opened the door along with him. He didn't hesitate. His left hand was like a knife, and the moment he yanked the man out, his left hand slashed the man's neck at the same time, knocking him out. The few officers sitting inside the car were startled by the cold wind that poured in when the door suddenly opened. As they looked up toward the car door, all they could see was a dark figure with a light on its back lunging toward them. Their pupils dilated and their mouths opened wide in shock. Just before they could speak, they were struck by a quick blow to the neck by Ding Chen. One by one, they lost consciousness as soon as their eyes went black, and fell softly to the east. Ding Chen moved his wrists, threw the officer he had just pulled out of the car back in, and gently closed the door from the inside. Only after he had done everything did Ding Chen take a long breath. These few strokes just now were still not done perfectly. He glanced at the fainted few. I'll suffer you guys this time. If I knock you out next time, I already know how much force to use. Ding Chen briskly walked over to the vehicle's console, where the computer above was labeling the land and sea engagements, and the command center where they originally attacked has been shown on the map as completed bombed. Ding Chen frowned slightly and wondered if Lian and the others had dodged. Thinking of bombing, the corner of Ding Chen's mouth suddenly curled up. His fingers flew up and down on the keyboard, sending the coordinates of the command center next to him. While sending the coordinates, Ding Chen sent an attack order to the missile unit through the terminal command vehicle. Ding Chen had just finished sending the instructions when the phone in the car rang. Ding Chen smiled. Luckily he had just set up an interception, and this would indeed be confirmed. Chief, we've just received an order to launch an attack on the target location. Shall we launch? The inquiry from the commander of the missile unit came from the other end of the phone. Ding Chen changed his voice, making it low, sounding like an old man in his 50s or 60s. Well, the order is correct. Permission to bombard the target area. Yes, Chief, the commander of the missile unit replied firmly without any doubt. Ding Chen immediately got out of the car after cutting off the phone, and immediately lurked out towards the outside after covering the car door. His mission was now complete, and he didn't want to accompany the enemy to die in battle. A few minutes later, the entire army command center was suddenly alarmed by a piercing siren. What's going on? Wang Shang yelled in annoyance. We've changed places. Why is there an alarm again? They had only just placed the command center, and now they were surprised that something had happened. Even if Wang Shang's culmination was good, he still wanted to curse right now. All over the camp, rolling white smoke rose from everywhere. The chief of staff's eyes widened. Commander, it looks like our command headquarters has been bombed. Wang Shang was now furious. Can I not tell? Damn, we just moved over. How did they find us? How did the Navy's missile force lock onto us? The generals at the scene all looked at the white smoke that filled the base with deathly gray faces, and all of them were speechless. It's not even seeing the enemy and we're declared dead in battle. Why do we feel so upset? Wu Shi was at a loss. Who says otherwise? Another lieutenant general shook his head helplessly. Damn. If these navies fought us hard and we lost, I wouldn't feel this bad? This being messed with from the beginning to the end by a small force, and the maneuver being over before we could counterattack. I feel suffocated too. The saddest one has to be Wang Shang, who was questioned about the army's big defeat in this military exercise and did not show any outstanding performance. The era of countless years of certain army victories was ended at his hands, and lost so badly that it could literally be said to have made him a late bloomer. Wang Shang grimaced ironically. When it's time for the review, your errant troops will be waiting for disciplinary action. Just then, an officer ran over with an iron face, reporting to the commander. What again? Wang Shang roared in anger. I'm dead as dead can be. Do you still want to split me up? The officer said awkwardly. Not. The missile unit called and said they had bombed the target as requested and asked if they still needed to bomb it? Wang Shang glared at him. Who told them to bomb? Where did they bomb? The officer said bitterly. It's us here. Wang Shang and everyone else were all confused. They're being bombed by their own people. In the Naval Command Center, various devices were ticking away. Everyone's faces were incredibly serious, but at the same time there was a hint of excitement in their eyes. The atmosphere on the ground was very different from that of the Army Command, which was unbelievably good throughout. The reason for this is simple. In just one day, the Navy fronts continued to multiply, pinning the Army into a sustained retreat. With artillery and armor working in tandem, the line was advanced several kilometers. Everyone, you guys did a great job. You pushed the battle line forward a few more kilometers in one day today. This makes me see the light of victory. Yao Jianjun laughed cheerfully. All the admirals were also smiling at this point, especially a few whose units were all fighting on the front lines. Their troops had more or less achieved a battlefield success, which probably made them look quite good in front of the commander. Beside Yao Jianjun, the chief of staff smiled broadly and said, it's all because the commander has good scheduling and command, and our troops are fighting for their honor. It's hard not to win. All the generals nodded their heads in agreement. Zhang Dajiang nodded. If the commander hadn't commanded the tank corps to work with the self-propelled artillery and dispatch the helicopter gunships to break up the enemy's southwestern positions, we might still be blocked in the jungle in the southeastern corner of the country. Tang Yusheng sighed. Luck made the difference. If their southwestern positions hadn't been broken up, allowing the army to reconstruct their defenses and pull up a line of defense, this would have been a bad situation. Luck? What luck? Lin Zijin glared. Wasn't this earned back by the generals in the front who fought tooth and nail? Not only our various basic units, but also the Night Fork Squadron that went deep behind the enemy lines. They also played a vital role. All the admirals rolled their eyes helplessly. So you're saying all this just to get us to brag about that Night Fork Squadron of yours? But there was nothing they could say to refute Lin Zijin's words. After all, they were aware of all that the Night Stalker Squadron had done, and such feats were enough to put all naval units to shame. The chief of staff coughed dryly twice and said with a straight face, in these next few days, there are still a few tough battles to be fought. We strive to end the battle within these few days. A vice admiral said confidently, there aren't many units left in the army that can fight, so when they are annihilated, victory won't be within reach. I don't think it will take 3 days before the army loses its current defenses and swallows the bitter fruit of defeat. Lin Zijin nodded approvingly. The army's resistance is getting weaker and weaker now. If nothing else, in 2 days at the most, we'll be able to push into the army's northeastern hinterland. And that should seal our victory. All the generals nodded their heads in unison. They had been overwhelmed by the army for so many years now. Now it's hard to have a chance to win once. So I can't tell you how happy I am. Zhang Dajiang also rare not and Lin Zijian sings the opposite full of approval nodded. Can the army into this way? Really rare. So many years. Finally let us out of the gas. Looking at the happy looks of the various generals, Yao Jianjun originally did not intend to say anything heavy. But when he saw that they were all certain that victory was within their grasp, he coldly coughed twice. We haven't won the war yet, so don't be too happy. Even if the army can't do it this time, they're a veteran combat unit, and they still have the backbone. Although they were caught off guard by us now, when they react, they will definitely counterattack. It won't be too late for you guys to rejoice when you've beaten them all. Yes, everyone collected their expressions and nodded with a straight face. Yao Jianjun looked at Lin Zijian and the others. Think about how the army also took victory for granted before the start of the military exercises. And what happened? The truth that an arrogant soldier will be defeated is something I want you to always keep in mind, especially their commander Wang Shang. That's a hawkish general amongst the army, with spirited combat tactics. Now that they're retreating, it's very likely that they're baiting the enemy. One little mistake can get us all killed before we even have a chance to split the difference. If you guys get too happy too soon, it'll be army laughing at us instead in a few days. Yes, this time, all hearts were pleased and bowed their heads in shame. Just then, an officer walked in quickly and walked up to Yao Jianjun. He said with a face full of joy, "Commander, just now the Exercise Directors Department sent out a notice announcing that our Navy has achieved the final victory of this exercise. The maneuver is also terminated." When he said this, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. One was wide-eyed and filled with incredulity, especially Yao Jianjun, who a second ago was talking about being careful of the army. But this second, what is this? Yao Jianjun looked at the officer with a confused expression. How did we win? How did the maneuver end? The army's main force is still there, and there are still so many places. How did we win? All the generals were confused. They stared at the reporting officer in unison, eyes full of curiosity. The army clearly still has a large piece of territory that the Navy has counted on in its research, and the army has hidden all of its home base in this area, just waiting for the general showdown to deliver a fatal blow to the Navy. They also prepared their plan of attack overnight yesterday. But now, without using anything, army is losing? They won unaccountably and people are not happy at all. Yao Jianjun yelled lowly at the reporting officer. Quickly, how did the exercise director's side determine victory? The officer was startled and quickly said, "The story over there is that our forces succeeded in their sneak attack. The army command suffered a bombardment, and all the top commanders were declared dead in action. In conjunction with our current offensive, the maneuver directors department ruled us victorious." What? Zhang Dazhang stood up in direct shock. The army command was bombed and all the top brass are dead? Which unit did this? How did it find the army command coordinates? Someone was surprised. Everyone looked at each other and all shook their heads. Just then, Lin Zijian laughed out loud with a proud face. There's no need to guess. It must have been done by the Night Fork Squadron that's still in their hinterland. Everyone's mouths were wide open one by one, too shocked to say anything. I can't blame them for making a fuss. It's just that it's so shocking. It would be the equivalent of all of them here right now being wiped out by a small army unit. And they couldn't accept that in any way. Only Yao Jianjun's eyes lit up and suddenly laughed out loud. Good. Well done, old Lin. You've brought out a great soldier, the pride of our navy. Everyone looked at Lin Zijian, and their eyes were suddenly filled with envy. Also an admiral. Why did Lin Zijian's Marines achieve so much war success? As they thought it over, it seemed that the Night Stalker Squadron had been present throughout the entire battle from the time they landed. This force may not have been particularly exaggerated in terms of annihilation, but the impact and destruction it caused was absolutely undeniable. Without what the Night Stalker squad had done, it would have been countless times tougher for them to achieve victory. Yao Jianjun's face was glowing at this time, and his mood was like a drunken flutter. He laughed out loud. The Night Stalker Squadron is a heroic unit of the Navy. The Marines will contact them immediately and welcome our heroes back with the highest of standards. Yes, Lin Zijian straightened his chest, promised to complete the mission. Inside a military base in the southeastern part of the Guangdong province, all of the 80 or so members of the Night Fork Squadron that still survived stood. Someone from above has been sent to contact them and will send a car here to take them back. Zhang Xiaoyu was extremely excited at the moment, and like a chatterbox he could say a few words to anyone. Instructor, what kind of reward do you think we'll get when we go back this time? Will we be given a first-class merit as a group? Zhang Xiaoyu's chatter was not disliked for the first time. Only Zhang Dapeng rolled his eyes at him. Ding Chen shook his head. You're thinking beautifully. We're on maneuvers. How can it be that easy to get credit? In the age of peace, how can a first-class merit be that good? Lian also laughed. This time when we go back, you guys don't want to think about the first-class merit. However, I reckon that the collective second-class merit will not be missing us. After all, we've done so much. There should still be rewards. Everyone laughed happily when they heard this. It was no small honor for them. A unit that had just been established and had just finished training, to be awarded a collective second-class merit. Just then, a sound of roaring engines came from a short distance away, and a dozen military vehicles quickly drove into the military base. A major quickly stepped down from the car and saluted at Ding Chen. Comrade Ding Chen, you've worked hard. Commander Lin ordered me to come pick you up and take you home. Ding Chen returned the salute and asked the major, may I ask what happened to the members of our Night Fork Squadron who are now eliminated? The major smiled. You are now heroes of our navy. Every member of the Night Fork Squadron will be picked up and returned. So Instructor Ding doesn't have to worry. Hearing him say this, Ding Chen completely put his heart down and waved his hand at the team. Get in the car. All the members quickly got into the car. The car restarted, carrying the Night Stalker squadron towards where the naval fleet was. It wasn't until noon that Ding Chen and the others reached their destination. As they stepped out of the car, they were instantly stunned by the scale of the greeting. At the naval fleet headquarters, Yao Jianjun personally led almost all of the Navy's top brass here to greet Ding Chen and the others. Seeing Ding Chen getting out of the car with his men and coming over, Yao Jianjun stood up with his chest moist from the corners of his eyes and yelled towards Ding Chen and the others, "Salute to the heroes of our Navy! Salute!" The Chief of Staff shouted from the sidelines. The admirals present saluted in unison, followed by the thousands of admirals present. Everyone had a delighted smile on their face, but the corners of their eyes were slightly moist as they looked at Ding Chen and the others. After countless years, their navy had finally raised its eyebrows for once, and all of this is inseparable from the heroic Night Stalker squadron in front of them. Ding Chen and the others all froze as well, and only after a long time did they react, hastily returning the salute to the chief. The reverence of so many people was the best reward for their month of hard work. Zhang Xiaoyu was now in an agitated mood. Damn. It's a pity that I can't take pictures to leave my handsome gallantry at such an exciting time. Such a majestic time. That's all you've got? Lian scolded with a laugh. Everyone looked at each other and all laughed silently. Why would they not want to keep a souvenir now? This was the first time they had collectively made a great achievement since the establishment of the Night Fork. It's something they should remember for the rest of their lives. While they were rambling, Yao Jianjun walked over with the Navy's top brass. Lian glanced at Ding Chen, who shouted in a slightly helpless voice, reporting to the commander. The Night Fork squadron is fortunate to have 85 surviving members to return to you. Please instruct the chief. This job of repeating orders to the chief should actually be done by Lian. But both the Night Fork squadron and Lian treated Ding Chen as their backbone and defaulted to him. Yao Jianjun nodded his head repeatedly in relief. You are all good children of the Navy. Without you holding them back behind the enemy lines, it would be impossible for us to achieve such a great victory on the front. And, for a month in a row, you survived behind enemy lines without any supplies, and finished bombing the enemy's command, achieving the final victory for us. Yao Jianjun looked at each of them with an appreciative face. All of you Night Fork squadron are good. There is no need to compare. You are the strongest special forces in my navy. He looked at Ding Chen, especially Xiao Ding. You really are good, bringing out a legendary unit for our navy, and even the Yen Kingdom's army. What you have done in this military exercise should be a lesson to all soldiers. The Chief of Staff also looked at Ding Chen with a smile. Xiao Ding, you have given us a lesson this time, opening our eyes. It turns out that battles can be fought this way, and special forces can be used this way. Awesome. Really awesome. Tang Yushan was also smiling as he looked at Ding Chen. Little Ding, I really didn't misjudge you. Those who come out from our third fleet are all good. Lin Zijian also laughed out loud. See, this is our Marine Corps soldier. Envious? All the admirals gave Lin Zijian a helpless blank look. This man was too annoying. Everyone in the Night Fork squadron was too excited to speak. Only the mischievous Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask Yao Jianjun, Commander, this is the first time we've been collectively meritorious. And with such a big road here, can we take a picture to commemorate the occasion? Yao Jianjun froze, then laughed out loud. No problem. This is also a collective honor for our navy, and a great event worthy of commemoration for all of us. Yao Jianjun immediately waved to the surrounding generals. Come, all of you. Let's take a group photo. Yao Jianjun told Ding Chen and Lian to go to the first row, lining up next to him on the left and right. The entire Night Stalker squadron was abuzz, standing behind a group of generals, all with big smiles on their faces. A military newspaper reporter on the sidelines made the image permanent. With everything done, all the navies began to evacuate in an orderly fashion, and began to return to their respective stations in their warships. It seemed that the sea was backing down for the hero, and the return journey home was calm. It wasn't until the early morning of the next day that Ding Chen and the others saw the beach that they had been missing for so long. Everyone in Night Stalker squadron landed on the beach and prepared to assemble back at the base. Ding Chen habitually spread out his god's perspective. Since the last hostage incident, Ding Chen had retained this habit. In his mind, the only way he could be accountable to everyone was to be constantly vigilant himself. It was this one habit that Ding Chen violently realized something was wrong. Not far away from the hill, 3 people were sneaking around peeking in this direction, and holding a video camera that kept filming. Ding Chen froze, but his mind immediately figured it out. The corner of his mouth lifted into a sneer. Every Yan Guoyan knows that photos are never allowed in the military strongholds. And aren't those 3 sneaky guys just walking 500,000? Ding Chen whispered to Lian. There's something going on in the northwest direction. I'll go over and take a look. You lead the team back normally. Lian's expression tightened. Do you need to call 2 people to go with you? No need. Ding Chen shook his head. A few brigands, There's no need to send out so many people. Ding Chen quickly broke away from the group, and with the help of his own camouflage ability, he quickly disappeared above the beach. Zhang Xiaoyu turned her head and saw Ding Chen disappearing into the group, and couldn't help but turn around and ask Lian, "Captain, what did the instructor go and do?" Lian said lightly, "Old Ding found a few rats and went over to catch them." "Rats?" Zhang Xiaoyu said in shock. "Aren't the maneuvers over? Why are there still enemies? Do we need to go for support?" Zhang Chong worried. Although Lian was also worried, he still shook his head. Old Ding said there's no need. It's just a few rats. There's no need for so many of us to go out. Lu Yan looked at the direction Ding Chen disappeared in and said to Lian, "If it's just rats, the instructor is alone and we're not worried in the slightest, but that side isn't far from the border. So if someone picks them up, what then?" Liam's mind was instantly shaken. He only thought about Ding Chen's words and didn't think deeply at all. The enemies he encountered in this place were not as simple as a few rats, and he must not let Ding Chen risk his life alone. Thinking of this, he immediately yelled lowly, "Lu Yan, you first group come with me. The others stay put." "Yes." Meanwhile, the three spies who were watching this place from a distance were laughing with glee. "Skunks, I told you you'd see their navy landing here often. Look at all this weaponry. It's a new type of weapon never announced by the Yen Kingdom." One of the spies had a smug look on his face. The other spy was also excited at this time. "Hyena is right. This location is indeed hidden. These Yenghua soldiers haven't found us until now. We'll get a big credit when we go back this time." Skunk nodded. This time, after taking so many pictures and so many new equipment of Yenghua, not only is it a merit, the reward this time will definitely not be small. Didn't Boar want to buy a house in Kosaka? This time, when we go back, we can consider thinking about it as well. The three spies looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh freely. It was as if they saw countless banknotes piled up in front of them, not realizing in the least that danger was closing in on them. "What's all the shots? Let me see?" A voice suddenly sounded behind them. The hyena also handed the camera over as if it were a stupid lack. "Look at it. Is it a clear shot?" He turned his head as he spoke, and when he saw the military uniform Ding Chen was wearing, he suddenly froze. The boar and skunk also turned their heads to see Ding Chen, and the three looked at each other wide-eyed. They all grew their mouths in shock, wondering how Ding Chen could appear behind them without a word. Ding Chen had gotten close to the hyena by this time, and took the camera from him, nodding his head and praising. "Well, not to mention, it's a really good shot." Hearing Ding Chen say this, the skunks finally reacted. "Run!" Boar yelled, grabbing his camera and turning around. The skunk also reacted quickly and fled after him. They didn't care about the hyena beside Ding Chen. At a moment like this when they were discovered by the Yenghua soldiers, it was important to be able to save one's own life. Teammates and whatnot didn't matter at all. The hyena also reacted at this time, and he fiercely reached out and grabbed the camera in Ding Chen's hand, trying to snatch it away. However, Ding Chen utilized his camera and pulled him over with a fierce tug. Ding Chen reached out and hooked his neck in one go, imprisoning him under his arms in death. "Are you all so ungrateful? How come they just left you behind and fled?" Ding Chen looked at the ugly-faced hyena. The hyena's heart was dead at this point, and he closed his eyes in resignation. Ding Chen was not polite, and directly knocked him out with a punch. Ding Chen pulled out the memory card from the camera, threw the camera on the hyena, and pulled his leg towards the boar and skunk to chase after them. The boar and skunk watched as the hyena fell limply to the ground in Ting Chen's arms, thinking that the hyena had been taken care of by Ting Chen. Now that they saw Ding Chen dropping the hyena and chasing towards them, the two of them were instantly scared out of their wits. "Run apart! Run apart!" Boar yelled at skunk. The two quickly pulled apart and ran in different directions. Ding Chen chased after them, and seeing the two of them running in separate directions, he really felt that it was a bit tricky. Just then, Lu Yan had appeared far behind him with his men. "Instructor, we're here to help you," Lu Yan shouted. Without thinking, Ding Chen pointed at the boar escaping in the other direction. "You guys go after him, leave this one to me," he said as he chased towards the skunk. Lu Yan originally wanted to have someone support Ding Chen, but once he thought of Ding Chen's skill, he suddenly didn't worry about him anymore. Lu Yan led a group of people and chased after them towards the boar from a distance. They came a little late, and were a little too far away from the boar to catch up with him for a while, so they could only follow him from a distance. The boar was now in a panic, and the original escape route that had been set up could not be used at the moment. He followed Ding Chen's example and pulled out the memory card, having long ago thrown away the camera as a burden, and stumbled in one direction. But even though he had exerted all his strength, not only did he fail to get rid of Lu Yan and the others, but the distance was drawn closer and closer. "Baka!" The boar couldn't help but curse. "Damn Yenghua people, how can they run so fast?" He was anxious in his mind that they were spies and their identities would not be protected by any law. This is still the Yin Kingdom, and they hate their enemies the most. Once captured by the Yin Kingdom people, not only would his homeland not protect him, but it would not recognize their identity and would leave them to fend for themselves in the Yin Kingdom. This is not to mention that if he dares to reveal half a bit of information about his country, their wives and children left behind in the country will not end well. The boar couldn't help but shudder at the thought of what would happen if he was caught. He glanced at the border in the distance, where there were men to meet them, but now the distance that wasn't too far away seemed to be a heavenly moat, and one was already too late. He no longer had the slightest hesitation and immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the number above. The moment the phone was connected, Wild Boar hurriedly yelled into the phone, "Quick! Send someone over to save me? I'm being chased by the Yengwa people and they're about to come after me. Hyena and skunk are gone. I have important information about them in my hands." He couldn't care less now. He had to make the situation more urgent and serious in exchange for a rescue from the other side. The caller didn't half hesitate and refused. "You should know the rules. When you are discovered by the Yengwa people, you must not expose yourself. We are only responsible for receiving you. We will not participate in the rescue. You'd better kill yourself now. Otherwise your family." The other man didn't say at all, but the threat was unmistakable. Fearing that he would hang up the phone, Wild Boar hurriedly shouted in panic, "Don't hang up the phone. I filmed their hidden new weapons and equipment. I photographed their naval fleet. And yes, there's also the Augur Dragon. I photographed the members of their Augur Dragon. And that's how they found out about it. The boar just wants to live now, and he'll say anything to stay alive." He didn't care who the army was in the photo. He'd trick people into getting themselves back first anyway. There was a silence on the other end of the line. The soldier who answered the phone covered the receiver and asked the man behind him, "Sir," the Wild Boar said that he had photographed the hidden armaments of the Jelong and Yin Kingdom. "What should we do?" The guy who was also dressed as a mercenary but was actually a soldier of the Bird Kingdom frowned. "Such important information. We must have it. The people must be saved." The soldier on the phone worried. "But once we start a conflict with the Yin Kingdom people, if we are exposed, it will be very difficult for us." Before he could finish his sentence, the leader directly interrupted. "As long as we are not retained by the Yengwa people, even if they guess it, they won't have any evidence. But killing the Yengwa people would be troublesome and would make them relentlessly come after us. Just injure them." With the leader's words, the soldier removed his hand covering the receiver and said in a deep voice to the boar, "The situation is understood. We will cover you at the border." "Yes." The boar rejoiced and exploded into even more speed, heading straight for the border. Seeing that he boar ran faster, Lu Yan immediately raised his gun and fired a shot at the boar's leg. Bang! A loud bang startled the boar and the Terra Nova, who was still on the phone with him. The boar only felt a pain in his foot and almost fell to the ground. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he didn't suffer half a wound on his leg, except for a little pain in the moment he was hit. The boar couldn't help but laugh and said to the other end of the phone, "I'm not dead. I'm not dead. They're using blanks." He laughed as he stumbled toward the border. Lu Yan hadn't been able to injure the boar, but it had slowed him down. Behind the boar, Wang Lin, a member of the group under Lu Yan, had already chased after it. Seeing that the boar was about to cross the borderline, he made a hard lunge and instantly tackled the boar to the ground and pinned it down for dead. The boar struggled desperately and crawled forward with all its strength, shouting as it did so, "Help me! Help me!" After Wang Lin crushed the boar to the ground, he smiled and turned back to Lu Yan and waved. "Team leader, got it! Got it!" Bang! Just then, a sniper shot rang out. A ball of blood and flesh exploded from Wang Lin's leg, and he screamed in agony as he was flipped to the ground by the boar. Old Wang, Lu Yan and the others' eyes were almost spitting fire as they all rushed over angrily. Wang Lin endured the pain and yelled, "There's an enemy on the hill, using live ammunition. Take cover." When the boar saw that Wang Lin couldn't catch him, he immediately crawled towards the front on his hands and knees. At this time, Ding Chen also knocked out the skunk and rushed here. When he saw that Wang Lin had been wounded in the leg by a shot, a piercing killing intent came out of his eyes. "These motherfucking dog bastards." The corners of Lu Yan's eyes cracked. His eyes red, "Instructor." Wang Lin was wasted by them. The others were all red-eyed and their teeth were almost clenched. Everyone looked at the boar in front of them, wanting to eat him alive. "Instructor, we want to avenge Wang Lin," everyone shouted. Ding Chen's hands were clenched in death. In the past, he would have given it a lot of thought, thinking that he would try not to kill anyone if he could take them alive. But since the hostage situation, he's not the same. Now then, it's their death wish. Ding Chen hissed. "Everyone listen to the order. Kill all enemies on my Yen land without pardon." Ding Chen discerned from the crisp sniper fire just now that this was the sound of the M20 sniper rifle. This long-range intervention sniper rifle is one of the star sniper rifles that the Lighthouse State Army has on hand. With its long range and sniper accuracy, It's quite a formidable weapon. If the shot he had just taken had hit a vital point, Wang Lin would have been long gone at this moment. But even so, looking at Wang Lin, who had collapsed on the ground, his legs covered in blood, but was still gritting his teeth, Ding Chen's eyes were instantly filled with bloodlust. These were his soldiers and his comrades and brothers in arms. Looking at his appearance at this moment, a certain soft place deep inside Ding Chen's heart suddenly ruptured. At that very moment, it was as if countless volcanoes were erupting from within him, causing the blood in his entire body to boil. "Instructor, leave me alone and arrest that bastard," Wang Lin shouted hoarsely. The corners of Ding Chen's mouth twitched viciously. He jerked his head around and immediately saw that the spy was running on his hands and knees toward the hill. His eagle eyes also saw at this moment that a sniper rifle was revealed on the hill. The anger in Ding Chen's entire body completely exploded at this moment. He stomped his right foot, and his entire body ran wildly towards the spy like a loaded bullet. There was only one thought in his mind right now: none of these assholes, not one of them, were going anywhere, because they were maneuvers. They were not armed with live ammunition. In this situation, the only person who wants to keep these assholes is himself. Let anyone else go and they'll either die or get hurt. Ding Chen would never allow this to happen again. So, the moment he rushed out he yelled, "Everyone stay put, that's an order, leave the rest to me." Watching Ding Chen speed away, everyone anxiously yelled, "Instructor, instructor." But Ding Chen's speed was simply too fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already rushed out dozens of meters. At the top of the hill, the snipers of the Bird Kingdom suddenly saw a figure accelerating towards the spies. He immediately aimed his gun at him, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Yan Guaren, don't you have a long memory? Do you have to be crippled? Since that's the case, I'll be impolite." With that, he aimed at Ding Chen and pulled the trigger. But at that very moment, a loud alarm suddenly sounded in Ding Chen's mind. Without any hesitation, his entire body darted toward the diagonal side. Bang! A bullet had hit him where he had just been, almost making him end up like Wang Lin. Phew! Ding Chen shortened his body, and a powerful explosive force surged through his entire body. Instead of stopping, it went faster. "Ha!" The sniper's eyes showed intense shock as he missed a shot. "You can dodge like that? This guy knew I was aiming at him? What are you doing?" The officer glared hard at him. "Stop him, don't let him get any closer." The sniper's eyes revealed anger, and the muzzle of his gun was once again aimed at Ding Chen. Bang! But when this shot was fired, Ding Chen continued to act as if he had sensed it in advance, and tumbled elsewhere the moment he fired. The sniper's jaw was about to drop. Just now, when the first shot missed, at most, it was said to be Ding Chen's luck. But 2 shots in a row missed and got closer. "Baka, go to hell!" The sniper was enraged, and he didn't care that his officer's orders were not to kill Yangui soldiers. Thoroughly enraged, he aimed directly at Ding Chen's head and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang bang bang! 4 shots were fired in a row, emptying the magazine. But Ding Chen kept jumping like a rabbit. Instead of stopping him, it put him just a dozen meters away from the spy. When the spy heard the whistling wind behind him, he was so scared that he didn't even dare to turn his head back, and desperately screamed toward the mountain, "Save me! Save me!" When the officer of Birdland saw the scene, he shouted at the sniper urgently, "Bugger! What the hell are you doing? Why haven't you finished him off yet? Are you going rogue?" "Sir," the sniper yelled in panic, "this guy is like a ghost. I can't get a good shot on him. He's coming right at me. I need backup." The Birdland officer was lying on his back not far from the sniper at this point, and Ding Chen's charge alone had scared him silly. He had never seen a man who could run so fast and with such a fluttering figure. It was as if nothing on the road could hinder him, and instead those obstacles served as the perfect cover for him to dodge the shots. "Yachi, Kusakari, you guys go for support, quick!" The 2 reserve snipers immediately picked up their rifles and opened fire on Ding Chen, who was running from the bottom of the hill. Bang bang bang! The firepower consisting of 3 sniper rifles was suddenly ferocious. However, Ding Chen had already rushed behind the spy by now, and the people from Birdland immediately didn't dare to fight anymore. In the next second, Ding Chen violently grabbed the spy's back collar, and then lifted his entire body up. The spies were so screwed up that they were scared to tears, but it was the next moment that scared him even more. Ding Chen used him directly as a shield, holding him in front of himself as he charged towards the mountain. He knew very well that a sniper rifle he could dodge, but with 3 of them aimed at him together, it was impossible to dodge all of them, even if he had been able to warn him. So now he's looking for this asshole to use as a shield for himself. The spy pissed himself in fear and yelled hoarsely, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I have secrets! Kill me and the higher-ups will blame you too." The bird countrymen on the mountain were all overwhelmed at the moment. "Sir, are we going to shoot or not? They're getting closer. If we don't shoot, that guy's coming at us." The Birdland officer's eyes were spitting fire. He'd been in the field for 10 years, too, and had been on too many dangerous missions. You have things like today that he never dreamed of encountering, much less knowing how to react to. Baka, shoot them dead. Then we retreat, he yelled hoarsely. They couldn't care less about this spy now. Saving their own lives was the most important thing, but he was too late with this order. Ding Chen exploded his entire body in the final stage. The whole thing whirled and charged, and slammed the spy as if he were a weapon toward the two nearest Birdlanders. Yeah no, the spy wailed in terror. It then hit two of the Birdlanders directly, and the three crashed and rolled into a heap. Kill him, the Birdland officer yelled hoarsely, but at that moment, a figure quickly zoomed in front of his eyes. The Birdland officer was so frightened that he raised his gun to aim it at him, but in the next second, Ding Chen's dagger slashed directly at the muzzle of his gun. Before the Birdland officer could react to what was going on, his gun had been knocked out of his hand. He then felt himself flying up in the clouds. In the next second, he saw his body slowly collapse with a spray of blood. So, this is death. The Birdland officer's eyes widened in shock, but immediately afterward, a great darkness hit him and he lost consciousness completely. The Birdland mercenary watched as his officer was slashed to death by Ding Chen, blood spurting out. And at this moment, Ding Chen, who was bathed in blood, was like an evil spirit crawling out of hell in their eyes. Baka! Countless Birdlanders roared in anger, their eyes instantly filling with blood. The three snipers wailed and raised their rifles about to sweep at Ding Chen. Damn bastard! He killed Inoue-kun. Go on, kill him and avenge Inoue-kun. Ding Chen didn't draw his sword as he vigorously kicked out, sending the dead bird country officer flying out heavily. The body of the Birdland officer smashed down towards the three of them like a kite with broken strings. Yeah no, the three snipers were startled by the sight of the bodies smashing in, and screamed strangely as they tried to run away. But in midair at the slash on the neck of the Birdland officer, it was as if a fountain had opened the floodgates, and blood sprayed the three of them in a hail of blood. And as Ding Chen poured his strength into his legs, he was more explosive and faster. The moment the bodies went out, he was already carrying his saber and charging at a faster pace. He had rushed to them before the body hit the ground. Ghost! The three snipers were frightened by the sudden appearance of Ding Chen. Before they could even move their bodies, they could only watch the knife in Ding Chen's hand, slashing towards their necks. There were two snorts, the sound of a sharp saber entering flesh. Two fountains of blood sprayed into the sky, spraying Ding Chen and the remaining bird country soldiers with blood. The last sniper was so frightened that he went weak in the knees after seeing two of his comrades die horribly in front of his eyes at close range. And Ding Chen was still staring at him with an ice-cold death glare. He could no longer endure such mental stress. Yeah no, don't kill me. His legs went limp and he fell to the ground. There was a foul odor underneath her, and her eyes were filled with despair. When Ding Chen had just locked eyes with him, he had already used hypnosis to completely break down his mental defenses. Looking at the wimpy appearance of this bird countryman, Ding Chen didn't half hesitate. A hand rose up and chopped half of his head open. Blood pays for blood. You should have expected this result when you shot and injured the Yen soldiers. Ding Chen turned around violently, not stopping for a second, and stepped over the three corpses. A right-handed knife and a left-handed fist killed towards the crowd. He had already pushed his strength and speed to the maximum, without the slightest reservation, and with the addition of his fighting skills, he was as fast as running thunder to weave through the crowd. Fire! Kill him! A group of Birdlanders wailed in fear. At the moment, in their eyes, what was rushing in was not a person, but a demon. Everyone immediately raised their guns and fired, but at that moment, Ding Chen's entire body lay prone, and his body slid swiftly along the grass toward them. Puffy! Two Birdlanders fell to the ground screaming as their legs were cut off, but before they could land on the ground, Ding Chen's knife had already slashed through. The two men had their throats slit by a knife, spraying blood all over the ground. He braced himself with one hand and flew out at a tricky angle, as if a viper had come out of its hole. It wielded its blade with great speed. Put! The heads of the two bird countrymen flew up into the sky, and their headless bodies gushed out a large amount of blood that splattered everywhere. He landed and immediately dodged, dashing into the crowd before the bullets hit. This time, the Birdlander's gun was completely useless. In this environment, Ding Chen was like a ghost rapidly harvesting their lives. Ghosts! Ghosts! No more fighting! No more fighting, I'm going home. Run! This guy is not human. Run! The rest of the Birdlanders were killed and cried out, and some were even so scared that they shat themselves on the spot. Terrible! It's horrible! What Ding Chen was doing now could no longer be used to describe him as a human being. In the eyes of this group of bird countrymen, this kind of inhuman opponent was simply unbeatable. Shoo! An ear-piercing cracking sound rang out, and Ding Chen didn't give them a chance to continue as the knife in his hand came out of his hand. The saber flew out under Ding Chen's powerful strength. like a flying arrow, and ruthlessly pierced into the neck of a birdlander, and with great force, it nailed his entire body to the tree trunk behind him. Blood sprayed wildly down the blade, and the body was still dangling and swaying in the trees. All the birdlanders were completely terrified, and with their last ounce of courage gone, they practically turned around and ran. Ghosts! There are ghosts! Run away! Ding Chen wiped away the blood on his face. At the moment he had killed his eyes red. When he thought of Wang Lin covered in blood, he didn't have the slightest bit of pity in his heart. Decades ago, your ancestors broke into this land and they've been beaten to death. Ding Chen looked at them coldly. After decades, you guys still have so little memory. Since you have no memory, then you all deserve to die. I'll send you all to meet your ancestors. Ding Chen's entire body violently rushed out, blade light flashing and blood splattering. Ghostly screams were heard all over the mountaintop. Ding Chen stomped out a bloody footprint, and behind him lay the bodies of birdlanders. These bird countrymen were so frightened that their livers and gall bled, and their hands and feet were so weak that they couldn't escape Ding Chen's pursuit. As long as they were caught up by Ding Chen, one slash would take care of them. In the end, only the last birdland soldier was left, looking despairingly at the border less than 10 meters in front of him. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. He knelt in front of Ding Chen, kowtowing continuously. Then in broken Yanggui yelled, I'll explain everything. Please let me live. The stench underneath him had long been overwhelming. Ding Chen gave a disgusted look. You have no value to me, much less deserve to live. After saying that, he raised his hand violently, and the dagger flew straight over to pierce his head. The birdlander's voice came to a screeching halt as the entire knife went through his mouth. The tip of the knife drilled through the back of his head, and Ding Chen stirred it with such force that blood and broken bones sprayed all over the place. Without any mercy, Ding Chen drew his sword with force, turning to look at the bodies that had died all the way across the room. He walked quickly toward where the boar was. Spy Boar had witnessed Ding Chen kill all of the mercenaries who had met him, and his lower half was soaked. At the moment, he only dared to lie motionless on the ground with his eyes closed, pretending to be dead. Suddenly, the boar felt his body lighten, and by the time he reacted, he was already being carried in midair by Ding Chen. Without a trace of emotion, Ding Chen said, Don't play dead, or I'll help you die for real. The boar was startled, and the urge to urinate, which he had managed to stop, came back again, warm underneath him. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I know everything. I'll say everything. The boar's nose and tears were smeared all over his face. Lu Yan also brought his men to support him at this time. Ding Chen threw the boar over in disgust. Lu Yan, I'll leave this place to you. Outside the Liao Naval District General Hospital, there was a cacophony of noise. Doctor! Doctor! Ding Chen shouted. Save the people! Save the people! Ding Chen led Lu Yan and the others, pushing Wang Lin and shouting in panic. At this time, Wang Lin had already lost too much blood and passed out. It was accompanied by a high fever, and the whole person looked very pale. The doctor on duty was startled and hurriedly sent someone to push Wang Lin into the resuscitation room. You guys just wait outside. You can't enter inside, the nurse said to Ding Chen and Lu Yan after sending the person inside. Ding Chen and Lu Yan had no choice but to wait outside. At this time the main surgeon came over. Ding Chen hurriedly pulled the doctor and asked, Doctor, tell me honestly, how is he Wang Lin? Will he be alright? The main surgeon nodded. Don't worry, there isn't too much of a problem. The injured person's vital signs are still normal now. It won't be life-threatening. It's just that he lost too much blood and needs a large amount of blood transfusion. Upon hearing the doctor say that a large amount of blood transfusion was needed, the few soldiers who came with Ding Chen immediately rolled up their sleeves. Doctor, if you want to draw blood, just draw ours, no matter how much it takes. We're fine with it. Lu Yan also pulled his sleeves up. Smoke me. I'm the leader of his group. It's all my fault. They all brought a sobbing tone to their words, fearing that something would happen to Wang Lin. The doctor had black lines on his head. I haven't finished my words. You don't need to transfuse blood. Our hospital blood bank has it. The injured person will be fine after a blood transfusion to save his life. It's just that. Everyone's hearts lifted as the doctor said no further. Just what? Ding Chen hurriedly asked worriedly. Just tell me what's wrong. The attending doctor looked at Ding Chen and said helplessly. The gunshot wound on the injured man's leg is too big. The muscle tissue has been severely damaged, coupled with the loss of blood, sent over too late. I'm afraid that this leg. Once the doctor said this, everyone was silent. They all knew what a leg meant to a soldier, and this was capping off Wang Lin's career. Everyone whimpered. Lu Yan even blamed himself and said, It's all my fault. I should compensate Wang Lin for this leg. It's all my fault. Ding Chen turned his head to the doctor. Doctor, please save him. Legs are the life of our soldiers. Without them, his military career is over. The doctor nodded in embarrassment. I'll do my best. They had just finished talking when a nurse inside the emergency room hurried out and shouted, "Dr. Lee, it's ready, just waiting for you to come to operate." Dr. Lee nodded to Ding Chen and the others and turned to go to the emergency room. As soon as he left, Lu Yan immediately circled back and forth in the corridor, his entire forehead almost sweating in a hurry. "Lu Yan, stop spinning," Ding Chen spoke. "Even if you spin again, Wang Lin won't be able to come out for a while, so wait at ease." Lu Yan slammed his fist on the wall of the hospital, and kept hitting the wall with his head, with a sobbing voice in his mouth. "It's all my fault. I should have guessed that there was someone on the mountain. It's all because I didn't make good arrangements. I'm the leader of the group, and with this injury, it's time for me to take it." Lu Yan red-eyed and gritted his teeth. "If it happens again, I'll beat those bastards to death with my own hands no matter what I say." The others also had pathos on their faces, itching to dig up those dead bird countrymen and flog them again. Ding Chen did not utter a word to comfort them. He was also having a hard time in his heart right now. After all, Wang Lin's injuries this time were so severe that he had already passed out with a fever. Although the doctor repeatedly assured him that it was not life-threatening, if that leg could not be saved, then Wang Lin's military career would end here. Then they, too, will have lost a dear comrade. Everyone fell silent and waited anxiously in place. They waited for a long time, 2 hours in a row without seeing the doors to the operating room open. Just as they were still worried, the director of the military hospital led the way in front of them, bringing a group of people over this way. Ding Chen looked up to see that it was actually Zhou Yan and Lin Zijian, along with a cadre of generals with the rank of Major General accompanying Yao Jianjun along with them. "Greetings, Chief." Ding Chen and Lu Yan they immediately saluted all the chiefs. Yao Jianjun waved his hand and said with the same sad face, "I understand the situation. You are all good." He looked at Ding Chen's saddened face and gently patted Ding Chen's shoulder. "Don't take it too personally, lead the team back. It's useless for you guys to be here. Over here I will definitely find the best doctor to save him. Chief, Wang Lin is our comrade in arms. We want to wait here for him to come out. Chief, we want to see Wang Lin come out safe and sound." Not only Ding Chen, Lu Yan and the other members of the Night Fork Squadron were unwilling to leave. Ding Chen looked at Yao Jianjun with a resolute gaze. "Chief, we want to see our comrades come out safe and sound. Please make it happen." Yao Jianjun saw the depth of their comradeship, and the corners of his eyes were flooded with a trace of wetness. Before he could speak, the door to the operating room behind Ding Chen suddenly opened. Seeing someone come out of the emergency room, Ding Chen and a bunch of Night Fork Squadron members rushed to surround them. "Doctor, how is Wang Lin his condition?" Ding Chen asked anxiously. Dr. Lee first looked up at their dean. Watching the dean look at Yao Jianjun next to him, he hurriedly saluted Yao Jianjun and the others. "Good day, Chief." Yao Jianjun nodded. "What's the condition of the injured?" Dr. Lee wiped the sweat from his forehead. "The surgery turned out to be quite successful. The patient is out of life-threatening danger. The wound on his leg has been repaired. Whether he can move as normal as before depends on the subsequent recovery." Yao Jianjun said seriously. "He is the hero of our army. No matter what method you use, you must let him stand up intact." "Yes." Dr. Lee saluted with his chest puffed out. "I will do my best." With Dr. Lee's words and Yao Jianjun's assurance, Ding Chen and the others completely put their hearts down. "All right, it's useless for you guys to stay here any longer. Go back and train." Yao Jianjun boarded up his face. "You have to remember, besides your comrades, you are more of a Yingua soldier. The country and people need you more. Go back to training." "Yes," everyone answered in unison. They are the Yingua Navy and should stick to their posts. Whatever befalls them, their responsibilities and duties should be kept in mind. At this time, Wang Lin, who was lying on the operating cart, was finally pushed out. Looking at the sleeping Wang Lin, Ding Chen's eyes moistened. "Salute," Ding Chen said softly. Everyone in the Night Fork Squadron, led by Ding Chen, silently saluted Wang Lin. Ding Chen turned around and led Lu Yan and the others back to the training base. Just as they left, Yao Jianjun stared tightly at the lead surgeon. "Tell me the truth. This soldier, can he still stand up?" The doctor bitterly shook his head. "I'm sorry, Chief. There were too many people just now, and I'm afraid they're emotionally out of control. So, this soldier's bones are broken, and it's a comminuted fracture, along with permanent damage to the ligaments and tendons. So what? Say it," Yao Jianjun yelled. Dr. Lee smiled bitterly and shook his head. "The injury is too serious. The possibility of standing up is less than 30%. Even if a miracle occurs and he stands up, he may not be able to leave his crutches in the future." The hearts of everyone present tightened, as if their hearts had been beaten so hard that they could not speak. How could this happen? Zhou Yan was unbelievable and clenched his fists in death. "Wang Lin, he's a good soldier. He shouldn't have suffered like this. He went through so many hardships to join the Night Fork. Lin Zijian also had mixed feelings now, as if he had seen his own child get sick and leave him. Yao Jianjun glanced at Ding Chen and the others who gradually disappeared into the hospital corridor, and let out a long sigh. If they knew it was going to turn out like this, how hard would it be for them? Everyone was silent, looking at Ding Chen and their backs filled with sadness. 2 days later, inside the Night Fork Squadron training base, ear-shattering drills were ringing out on the playground as everyone in the Night Fork Squadron followed Lian and drilled playfully. In the 2 days since Wang Lin's accident until now, Ding Chen had been training himself playfully. He felt more and more that his physical abilities seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and it was difficult to get any further improvement. So all the training tasks upon returning were given to Liam. For the first time, Ding Chen went through all the training programs throughout the day like one of the most ordinary members of the Night Fork Squadron, and trained longer and more than anyone else. The Night Fork Squadron said that Lian was leading the training, but Jiang Xiaoyu and the others were still following Ding Chen, and they trained whatever Ding Chen trained. Liam didn't care about that. He just followed them and watched silently. As for everyone in the Night Fork Squadron, as long as Ding Chen was still holding on, all of them also did not give up and kept following Ding Chen's footsteps. The most playful of them all has to be Ruyan. Ever since he came back from the hospital, he had been training behind Ding Chen, never saying a word no matter how tired he was, always gritting his teeth. 2 days down the line, everyone was exhausted, and gradually they were somewhat unable to keep up with Ding Chen's progress. Lian looked at Lu Yan and the others with a stern face. What? That's all you guys are capable of? This won't work? You are the Night Stalkers, the special forces of the Yin Kingdom Navy, and you are in no position to concede? He looked coldly at all of the panting Night Fork Squadron. Are you all babies in swaddling clothes? Are you nothing without your instructors? Do you have to let the instructors go on all missions in the future? Then why are you still special forces? Just leave the instructor alone in the Night Fork Squadron? No, Zhang Chong roared. We're the Yin Kingdom Navy Special Forces. We're not babies. All of them roared. We will always follow the instructor, constantly catching up with the instructor's figure, and will never disgrace the Yin Kingdom Navy. They gritted their teeth and struggled to keep up with Ding Chen's training. Ding Chen was also exhausted to the extreme at this point, but he was still able to hold on, so he resolutely refused to rest. Everyone buried Wang Lin's injury in their hearts and turned this worry into the power of grief and anger to grit their teeth and persist in training. In the minds of all, if they are strong enough and getting stronger, they can protect every comrade and every people. Ding Chen's eyes did not have too many ripples in them, and after doing the last push-up in silence, he got up and walked towards the direction of the armed cross-country. Behind him was the entirety of the Night Stalker Squadron, who also didn't linger. The second to finish his push-ups was Lu Yan, who was also playing hard to get. The moment he got up, he stumbled and almost fainted. Only he stood and slowed down, let out a long breath before walking with the same determination towards the armed buggy. The third to finish was Zhang Chong, who had always been physically strong, heading toward the armed cross-country with the same silent stance. The fourth was Jiang Xiaoyu, who used to be playful all the time, only since he knew about Wang Lin's case. His former funny bearer no longer had a smile on his face. The fifth one is Xiang Yu, followed by a sixth, a seventh. One by one the men rose, dragging their heavy bodies with steady, determined steps to the place where the armed cross-country was. None of them flinched. They got faster and faster, and by the end, wave after wave, they finished their push-ups almost simultaneously. Just as the last man was also walking towards the armed cross-country, a military vehicle sped and flew into the Night Fork Squadron's training base. Although Ding Chen was immersed in his training, the roaring engine sound interrupted it. He looked up towards the military vehicle, only to see that after the vehicle had stopped, a general wearing the uniform of a Navy Vice Admiral, with a man in civilian clothes, followed behind Lin Zijian, and got out of the vehicle together and walked towards him. Assemble! The whistle for assembly sounded, and Liam gathered everyone together. Salute! Good day, Chief! Everyone saluted the Lieutenant General and them. The Lieutenant General returned the salute, nodding his head repeatedly with a smile on his face. Good, good, good. Worthy of being the elite of my Navy, with such grueling training, it's no wonder that they were able to achieve such results in the military exercises. Lin Zijian answered beside him. Special Forces, if you want to get the credit that ordinary people can't establish, you naturally have to put in the effort that others can't. The Lieutenant General nodded, sweeping from the faces of the Night Stalker Squadron one by one before finally settling on Ding Chen. You are Ding Chen? The Lieutenant General confirmed to Ding Chen. Ding Chen nodded expressionlessly. Yes, Chief. The Lieutenant General smiled. You're very good. Your name has simply been heard over the past 6 months. Ding Chen did not say anything, quietly waiting for the Lieutenant General to follow. Who knew that the lieutenant general turned his head to look at the entire Night Fork squadron? You guys are very good. You fought in this military exercise and achieved a great victory for our army. You are simply the pride of our navy. You are a strong force not weaker than the augur force. The cheers of euphoria that the lieutenant general had imagined for Night Fork squadron did not appear, and the entirety of Night Fork squadron remained silent in the face of his compliments. If it weren't for the fact that their attentive listening was still on their faces, the lieutenant general would have even wondered if they were displeased with themselves. The lieutenant general felt a little embarrassed at this point, and he scratched his head in confusion. Is it hard to be so used to hearing compliments that what you need is a reward? He raised the volume of his voice and announced, in recognition of your outstanding performance, you are hereby awarded one collective second-class merit. Night Stalker squadron remained calmly watching him. The lieutenant general turned his head to Lin Zijian in great embarrassment. Old Lin, what's the situation? Lin Zijian said in a deep voice. During the border capture spy operation 2 days ago, a member of the Night Fork squadron was seriously injured and is still in the hospital. Knowing this, the lieutenant general stood in awe. A heavy look came over his face. The country is lucky to have you to guard it, he said, saluting the entire Night Stalker squadron. Ding Chen led a return salute. The lieutenant general dismissed the group and left Ding Chen alone. He pointed to the man following him and said, comrades of the state security, this time they have come to honor you as well. Commendation? Ding Chen looked at the national security man. I don't see what else I have to commend me for. Knowing that Ding Chen was feeling bad in his heart right now, the national security man had to explain. The few spies you intercepted at the border were very useful to us, revealing a lot of important information. This is a great thing that benefits the country. So the top has decided to give you personal first-class merit once. Ding Chen didn't react. After a few moments of silence, the man from the national security went on to say, regarding the injured comrade Wang Lin, it was also decided earlier that he would be credited with an individual second-class merit once. Ding Chen finally moved, feeling a hint of consolation for Wang Lin's merit. Comrade Ding Chen, you shouldn't worry too much. Comrade Wang Lin is likewise a hero of the country, and the country never treats its heroes poorly. The man from national security finished speaking and handed over the Medal of Merit to Ding Chen. Ding Chen froze, looking at the merit badge in his hand. His heart was not happy in the slightest. All he could think about was the injured Wang Lin in the hospital. The country does not treat its heroes poorly, but the best place for heroes is never the military. After the secret department's announcement, Lin Zijian pulled Ding Chen aside again alone. Little Ding, Lin Zijian looked at Ding Chen. You don't have to blame yourself too much for what happened to Wang Lin. The country will make arrangements. Ding Chen nodded. Commander, I'm fine. Lin Zijian shook his head helplessly. By the way, there's an arrangement above this time, raising the Night Fork Squadron's establishment up one more level. It's now a full regimental level. You guys are now independent from the Zhouyan regiment level. From now on, you'll be directly under my Marines. Funding and resources, replenished according to the standard of a special brigade. This kind of thing that benefited the entire Night Fork Squadron. Ding Chen still had a rare smile. Thank you, Commander. Lin Zijian bristled. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Even though the establishment has been upgraded, there are requirements. If you guys can't get good results in the Special Forces competition in the future, your establishment will be knocked down at any time. This time, I fought hard for you guys. Ding Chen patted his chest and assured, Commander, don't worry, all of the Night Forks and I will never let you down. Lin Zijian thought of Wang Lin, who was still lying in the hospital, and the corners of his eyes became slightly moist. You're all good children. You're all my good soldiers. He was afraid that he had said too much and missed the point, so he quickly waved his hand and said, all right, go train properly, but don't be so desperate. Lin Zijian boarded his face. What I need is a soldier that can be pulled into battle at any time. You take the lead in training, so according to Def, in case the country and the people need you temporarily, how can you go into battle in this condition? Ding Chen froze, then immediately saluted Lin Zijian. Yes, Commander. Lin Zijian smiled, patted Ding Chen on the shoulder, and turned to leave. Ding Chen told everyone the good news about the remodeling system, and while they were happy, he incidentally cancelled the physical training in the afternoon and changed the professional knowledge training. Just like that, Ding Chen made a change without a trace. Time rushes by, and 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. At noon that day, Ding Chen went back to his office to take a break after training the Night Fork Squadron, just in time to see that Lian was still there. Ding Chen hurriedly asked Lian, Old Li, it's been so many days, what's the situation over there in the hospital? Wang Lin's injury is almost healed. How long will it take to come back? Lian was just busy with upgrading the establishment these days, and a whole lot of work had only just been done. And when he heard Ding Chen ask this, he froze as well. Lian shook his head. I don't know. I didn't notice it in the past 2 days. But before the hospital sent back news that Wang Lin had woken up and was recovering, so he should be able to be discharged after some time. Ding Chen hurriedly asked. I woke up before. Why is there no news until now? How long did you know about this news? Liam thought for a moment. A week ago. It's fine if he's awake. It's fine if he's awake. Ding Chen nodded. I'll go check on him then. I'll leave the afternoon training to you. Liam nodded. Okay, don't worry about going. I'm on the team. Ding Chen went back and made quite a few preparations, and when he was ready to drive to see Wang Lin, Lu Yan and the others heard the news from somewhere, and a whole group of people appeared beside Ding Chen's car. Why are you guys here? Ding Chen asked suspiciously. Instructor. Lu Yan looked at Ding Chen with an expectant face. Are you going to the hospital to see Wang Lin? How do you know? Ding Chen was puzzled. Lu Yan lowered his head. I went to ask the captain, and the captain said that if we want to visit Wang Lin, we should come to you ourselves and ask, and that we can go if you agree. Instructor, just take us there. Ding Chen looked at the group of people in front of him and knew that they were particularly hung up on Wang Lin's situation in their hearts, which was why they blamed themselves for being that desperate in training. If they couldn't know about Wang Lin's recovery for one day, they definitely couldn't forgive themselves for one day. Ding Chen nodded. Alright, you guys drive another car and we'll go to the hospital together to see Wang Lin. Lu Yan froze and asked incredulously. Really? Instructor, you really agree? How can this be fake? Ding Chen said with amusement. If you don't want to go then forget it. I'll drive myself. Go go go. We're definitely going, Lu Yan said in a loud voice. A large group of people cheerfully got into 2 cars. Ding Chen shook his head helplessly and sat down in his car. The car sped off, driving quickly toward the Liao Navy District Hospital. The car went into the city, and instead of going directly to the hospital, Ding Chen found a flower store and stopped. Lu Yan followed Ding Chen and stopped against the flower store. As soon as we got out of the car, Ding Chen spoke up. You guys go buy some flowers and fruits. We're going to visit the sick. We can't have a whole bunch of people going empty-handed. It's not like that. Ding Chen told Lu Yan and the others to all go to the supermarket to buy some gifts, and he himself picked a few bouquets of flowers and went over. He watched Lu Yan lead the people to the supermarket next door before Ding Chen walked quickly to the flower store. When the owner of the flower store saw Ding Chen enter, he hurriedly and warmly welcomed him out. Comrade soldier, who are you looking to buy flowers for? I'll give you recommendations, the shopkeeper said attentively. Ding Chen waved his hand. I'll just buy some for myself to visit my comrades in the hospital. He picked out a few random bouquets of flowers and after paying for them, put them in the trunk. When everything was done, Ding Chen realized that Lu Yan and the others hadn't come back yet, and hurriedly went to the supermarket to look for them. When they arrived at the supermarket, Ding Chen saw them from afar, and they had already selected several large shopping carts. As Ding Chen walked over, he also heard Lu Yan put something in the shopping cart while saying, take this. Wang Lin likes to eat this. Take more of this. Meng Fan also took a few soy sauce pig's feet and put them in the shopping cart. This. The old man said that what you eat makes up for what you eat. Eat. Wang Lin can get better faster. Someone noticed Ding Chen walking over and hurriedly puffed out his chest and shouted, Good day, instructor. Lu Yan and Meng Fan also turned their heads to look at Ding Chen. Instructor. Ding Chen waved his hand and looked at the several shopping carts they were pushing that were filled to the brim, and he burst into tears. You guys are coming to the supermarket to stock up, right? Or are you going to the hospital to open a supermarket for Wang Lin and his ward? Ding Chen laughed bitterly. You guys are buying too much here. So many things. How long will Wang Lin have to eat? Much? Ruyan rubbed his head awkwardly and turned his head to look at the shopping cart pushed by several people behind him. Seems like it's a bit much. Lu Yan scratched his head. But what we bought are of great use to Wang Lin. Look at these. They're for him to replenish his blood. He's lost so much blood. He needs to be properly replenished. Lu Yan pointed to another shopping cart. These are the ones that grow meat. He lost such a big chunk of meat on his leg. He can't grow it back without eating more. And these? They're all old Wang's favorite things to eat. He pulled another cart to Ding Chen. These are to help him grow his bones. Didn't old Wang have injured bones as well? These are useful. He picked up something. This says it's some kind of high tech. Put your legs on it and it won't hurt as much when you sit up. Meng Fan also took out an item. There's also this. Many professional athletes use it. It can be quite helpful to old Wang's recovery. Meng Fan was a little sad. Old Wang has been injured for so long. He must really want to train with us sooner. And we only bought these to help him be able to return to the army sooner. A bunch of people started to say that the things they took were all good for Wang Lin. Ding Chen smiled helplessly. Fine. It's all about your intentions. Buy whatever you want. The guide on the side couldn't help but laugh softly. You guys are so lucky to have a bunch of brothers like you in this war. Lu Yan laughed with Meng Fan and the others. That's for sure. Old Wang can be like a brother to us. Ding Chen gave them a blank look. Alright, go and settle the bill. It's getting late. Let's go to the hospital early. A bunch of people cheerfully went to the checkout and it took several minutes just for the cashier to scan the items. Ding Chen couldn't help but shake his head as he watched them all gleefully carrying large bags of stuff. The two vehicles started up again and soon arrived at the Liao Navy District General Hospital. As soon as they got out of the car, Ding Chen and Lu Yan were each holding 2 handfuls of flowers, and the others were following them with big bags and small bags. Ding Chen walked to the nurse's desk and opened his mouth to ask the nurse on duty. Hello, I would like to ask about a warrior named Wang Lin. Which ward is he in right now? The nurse froze, and while helping to check, she asked, Wang Lin? Which Wang Lin? What number came in? Ding Chen thought for a moment. King is the king of kings. Forest is the forest of woods. And he was sent to the hospital 12 days ago because he was shot in the thigh. Found it. The nurse nodded, then said in surprise. He was discharged yesterday, and is no longer in our hospital. What? Ding Chen and Lu Yan were both confused. The dozen or so teammates behind them were all looking at the nurse in disbelief as well. Impossible. If old Wang was discharged from the hospital, how could he not have returned to the base? Meng Fan was the first to disbelieve. Lu Yan didn't believe it either. Miss Nurse, are you mistaken? How could he just be discharged? He had such a serious gunshot wound. He couldn't have been discharged right now. Check again. Is there something wrong with the system? Ding Chen is now also frowning tightly. If Wang Lin is really discharged from the hospital, and then how it should be reported back to the team. Lian and he could not possibly not know about this. Lian did not speak to him today. Ding Chen looked at this nurse. Take a closer look. How could such a big person from our troop come to your hospital and just disappear into thin air? The nurse was startled by the group of soldiers and quickly said, he was in ward 311 before. Go ask the duty nurse in 311. I don't know anything. Thanks. Ding Chen thanked the front desk nurse, and a group of people hurriedly found the nurse on duty. As soon as they entered the duty room, they surrounded the nurse on duty. The little nurse on duty was taken aback when she suddenly saw so many people rushing to her. It was good that she was relieved after hearing Ding Chen's inquiry. I don't know exactly why. He was picked up by someone from your navy. Navy? Ding Chen grabbed the nurse's wrist and asked anxiously. Do you know which naval unit it is? Ding Chen's strength was a bit too strong, and the nurse was on the verge of crying from the pain. I don't know. Just then, a head nurse came over, and seeing so many people surrounding their nurse, the head nurse was on fire. You let go of her. The head nurse pointed at Ding Chen. What are you doing? What are you doing? This is a hospital. So many of you are bullying a little girl? Ding Chen froze and hurriedly released the nurse. I'm sorry. He apologized to the nurse before turning to the head nurse and explaining. No, we just wanted to ask her about our comrade in arms. The head nurse saw that his eyes didn't look fake and gave him a blank look before asking. Who are you looking for? Ding Chen looked at the head nurse. Wang Lin in ward 311. We're his comrades. It's him? The head nurse dawned, then looked a little sad and said, that comrade's leg. The injury is so severe that he may not be able to stand up in the future. Even if the trauma heals, I'm afraid I'll only be able to walk with a limp if I don't have crutches. Ding Chen hurriedly asked. What about him? Why did your hospital say he was discharged? And he didn't return to the army. Where did he go? The head nurse helplessly said. The leaders above arranged for him to be discharged early, and when he realized his situation, he agreed to do so, without making any complaints, and followed the people above him to go through the discharge procedures. What? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. How could they not believe it was such a situation? How can this be? Lu Yan threw down the flowers in his hand and slammed his fist on the desktop in exasperation. Old Wang is a soldier in my hands. I will never allow him to be discharged just like this. He absolutely cannot leave the army in disgrace just like this. Absolutely not. Meng Fan also gritted his teeth and said, we can't let old King go like this. We have to go get him back. Old Wang is our comrade in arms. We must not let him go with regrets. Yeah, absolutely not, the others said. Ding Chen was also now in a rage as he threw the flowers in the trash can and said in a deep voice, follow me. Outside the Marine Corps command, Ding Chen brought Lu Yan and his entire group to kill the command's gate in an aggressive manner. Ding Chen had thought about it the entire way here, and after he had waited at the entrance to the command headquarters, he had calmed down quite a bit. He turned back to Lu Yan and the others, and seeing Lu Yan and their furious appearance, the anger that Ding Chen had just filled his eyes with had gradually dissipated. He had originally wanted to take everyone to Lin Zijian's office to question him in a hot-headed moment, but once he really did that, it was the same as pulling Lu Yan and the others to violate the military rules. It was making them make a mistake. Lu Yan and the others might not care about this for Wang Lin's sake, but Ding Chen couldn't let Lu Yan and the others make this mistake. Ding Chen turned to Lu Yan and the others. You guys just wait for me here. I'll go in and ask the chief. Lu Yan and all of them shook their heads. Instructor, we'll go with you. Lu Yan hurriedly spoke. Wang Lin is a member of my group. I can't just let him leave without saying a word for him. Yes, Meng Fan also spoke up. Wang Lin is our brother. We can't just abandon our brother. We're going in with you. Nonsense, Ding Chen said seriously. So many people going in together. Do you know what the consequences are? Going to question the chief like this is disobedient to the military's arrangements. It's a violation of military rules. What do you want? Do you all want to be confined? Lu Yan said excitedly. Then it's even more important that we don't let you. Instructor, go alone. We vow to work together with instructor. The others nodded their heads. Vow to work with the instructor. Ding Chen looked at Lu Yan. I understand your intentions, or else I wouldn't have brought you out. But today, this gate, you can't go in, or else the nature will be different. But, Lu Yan still wanted to speak, but Ding Chen directly interrupted with a serious face. There's no buts. What? Now it's me, the instructor? Whose words don't work, is it? Seeing that Ding Chen was truly a bit angry, Lu Yan and the others calmed down a bit. They only felt a pang of fear when they considered the consequences this could potentially have on the Night Stalker squadron if they went en masse. Everyone's heads went down, all silent, although they still wanted to stand beside Ding Chen and go in with him. At this moment, they could only remain silent and listen to Ding Chen's arrangements. Ding Chen saw that they calmed down, and his own expression eased a lot. Don't worry. I'll make sure that the head of the department gives an explanation, not just to you guys, but also to get justice for Wang Lin. After Ding Chen finished speaking, he turned around and entered the gate of the command headquarters. After inquiring about the commander's office from the guard soldier at the door, Ding Chen walked quickly to the office building and stood outside Lin Zijian's office door. When Ding Chen knocked on Lin Zijian's office door, Lin Zijian was dealing with official business behind his desk. Hearing the knock on the door, Lin Zijian didn't even raise his head. Come in. With a creak, Ding Chen pushed the door in and turned around to close the office door back up. Lin Zijian looked up and saw that the person who came in was Ding Chen. He froze, then couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Why are you here today? Why? Is there something you need over at the Night Fork Squadron?" He looked at Ding Chen. "If you have any requests, mention them to the top, and I'll nod to whatever I can approve for you, so you don't have to run this trip yourself." Ding Chen walked to Lin Zijian's desk in silence and saluted. "Commander." Ding Chen put down his hand and looked at Lin Zijian with a serious face. "Commander, I didn't come for these things. I came for Wang Lin." When Ding Chen saw that Lin Zijian's face didn't change in any way, he gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't the chief and you say that you would find the best doctors to treat Wang Lin? Didn't you say that the country never treats its heroes poorly? Why didn't Wang Lin continue his treatment? Didn't return to the army even after he was discharged from the hospital, and now he's even letting him retire and go home?" Ding Chen said sorrowfully, "He served the army, his country, and lost a leg because of it, and we Marines just gave up on him?" Ding Chen's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he even had a deep grudge against both Lin Zijian and the Marines. It's a little too realistic to let a good soldier go just because he's injured. Why should Fan Tianlei be promoted even though he was injured and harmed people, while his soldiers were forced to be discharged by the army after they had made meritorious achievements? When Lin Zijian heard Ding Chen's question, his entire body froze. He didn't expect Ding Chen to come for this. He was silent for a long time and looked up at Ding Chen. When he looked up, he met Ding Chen's puzzled and skeptical gaze. Lin Zijian's heart suddenly seized hard, and he trembled in his heart. He sighed long and hard inwardly. He wouldn't have answered that question if anyone else had come by today. After all, no matter what he did, no matter how he did it, he was also the commander of an army, and it wasn't his turn for the soldiers under his hand to come and question it. However, Ding Chen was different from everyone else. Apart from the fact that he preferred such a soldier because of Ding Chen's ability, more so because Ding Chen was a pure soldier, a soldier who could give everything for the sake of the country and the army. Everything Ding Chen did was worthy of the country and the uniform he was wearing, and in his unit, in addition to military orders, it was the brotherhood of comrades. For this soldier who regarded the country and the army as all his own honor, Lin Zijian couldn't deceive Ding Chen. He couldn't let Ding Chen harbor doubts about himself, much less the army. For a pure soldier, such skepticism was a blasphemy against Ding Chen by the state and the army. Desecrate this redoubtable loyalty of his, desecrate his simplicity, and apologize for Ding Chen's dedication to the army. Lin Zijian looked at Ding Chen seriously. "We've actually done our best. Besides arranging for the best rehabilitation center, we've also made some series of rehabilitation plans for Wang Lin. It's just that Wang Lin's situation is still not optimistic." "Then how does Wang Lin?" Ding Chen still wanted to ask, but Lin Zijian signaled him to keep quiet. be quiet and listen to me first. Lin Zijin continued. I've arranged for him to go to the grassroots unit 1023rd Regiment as a company instructor after he recovers for a period of time. With his status as a nightbreeder, he's perfectly capable of this job. And because it's a grassroots unit, there won't be too much high-level training at all. It was Wang Lin who didn't want it. After he heard it, he rejected my arrangement himself and offered to retire and go home. Ding Chen froze. How could he not imagine that the request to retire was actually brought up by Wang Lin himself? What kind of idea does it have to be to turn down a posting from above and choose to retire home? Ding Chen had no way of knowing, but it was good that Lin Zijin continued. I couldn't believe it when Wang Lin proposed to be discharged from the army, and I didn't understand why he was so extreme, preferring to be discharged rather than stay in the army. He said himself. The doctor gave the diagnosis report is this leg is very difficult to get well. It is likely that the whole life cannot leave the crutches. Even if he is physically strong enough to get slightly better, he can only walk with a limp afterward. As Lin Zijin said this, he looked up at Ding Chen, and seeing that he was now free of that suspicion, his heart was reassured. Lin Zijin continued. Wang Lin said that he was the one who came out of the night fork. There was no way he could go out with a limp and let people laugh at the night fork. And even if those he trained didn't gossip, he would never allow himself to lie to himself. Wang Lin feels that the night fork's current reputation is the result of all the night fork members, who fought their way out with blood and sweat, and he won't allow the night fork's reputation to be jeopardized because of his own existence, making the night fork a joke to the Navy. Lin Zijin looked up at Ding Chen. Do you understand now? Ding Chen nodded. I see and understand, but I don't accept it. Lin Zijin frowned. What else don't you accept? Wang Lin is treating all of you in Night Fork Squadron as his family. He doesn't want to make things bad for his family because of himself. Even if he's not in the army anymore, he'll be satisfied if you guys can make Night Fork better and better. Lin Zijin said helplessly. We've persuaded him many times. He was crying in the hospital at the time. We all thought he would definitely change his mind. But you've seen the final result. Not only did he insist on choosing to leave, he didn't let us tell you and Lian, just because he was afraid that if you guys found out, you wouldn't let him go. He said that if he could get back on his feet again someday, he would come back to see you guys. After Ding Chen heard Lin Zijin's words, he was greatly shocked and at the same time, his heart was very unfavorable. Those who can make such decisions are not only strong in life, but pure soldiers. Wang Lin's heights were not the same as those of his forefathers before him. In the past, our forefathers, even if they were full of meritorious deeds, insisted on choosing to carry everything on their own in order not to drag the country down. Such soldiers are the real backbone of the country and the nation. So that's how it is. Ding Chen muttered, his eyes all forlorn. Seeing that he was depressed, Lin Zijin quickly consoled him. Wang Lin is a good soldier taught by you and Night Fork. You and Night Fork are both good soldiers, the pride of our Marines. Lin Zijin looked at Ding Chen. You shouldn't feel bad for him for making such a choice. You should be proud of him. This is all Wang Lin's own choice. It's his last pride and self-respect. Just let go and let him go. Lin Zijin said with a long sigh. You have to believe that a person like Wang Lin has his own ideas. He's not even afraid of these hardships, and he's even less afraid of facing life. A person with a strong heart like him can live well even when he goes down to the place. You have to believe in his ability and perseverance. Instead of taking the trouble to make him stay in the army against his will and live unhappily, let him go away happy, blessed, and looking forward to meeting again. Ding Chen nodded. I understand all of this. I just can't let go of Wang Lin somewhat. Don't worry. Wang Lin will live well. Lin Zijin looked at Ding Chen. What you need to do now is that you should return to the Night Fork Squadron, carry Wang Lin's wish, train well, and make the Night Fork even stronger. That way you can stand up to his choice and to everyone else. Ding Chen nodded. The commander is right. I know what to do. Lin Zijin nodded in satisfaction and said nothing more. Well, you go back to training first. Don't worry about Wang Lin. Ding Chen had already lifted his foot and was ready to leave. When he heard him say this, Ding Chen looked at Lin Zijin with a gleam in his eye and opened his mouth to ask, Commander, then where is Wang Lin? He is now. Lin Zijin froze. He understood that Wang Lin's matter had become a knot in Ding Chen's heart. If Ding Chen wasn't allowed to untie his heart, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to train properly when he returned. Not only Ding Chen, but everyone in the Night Fork Squadron was brotherly, and I'm afraid that it would take a long time for the others to slow down. Wang Lin already bought today's ticket yesterday and is probably at the station by now. Downtown bus terminal. Wang Lin was wearing a white army regular uniform at the moment, struggling to stuff his luggage under the car with the help of the driver. Thanks. Wang Lin thanked the driver and started walking inconveniently toward the car. The driver looked at his somewhat inconvenient legs, his eyes a little wet. It's us who should say thank you. You get in the car first. Wang Lin walked towards his seat as he sat quietly and waited for the departure. Wang Lin waited quietly, looking at the pure white military uniform he was wearing, looking at the logo that was no longer on his clothes. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly began to moisten. He didn't expect to end up saying goodbye to the barracks in the city in such a way after being a soldier for so many years. He delivered all his youth to the barracks, sweated countless hours for this uniform, and didn't expect to end up so forlornly leaving the place. Wang Lin put the discharge certificate on his knee and opened it. Looking at the words on it, tears flowed down as if they had broken the levee. His vision had blurred and he began to cry silently in pain. Wang Lin's heart was unwilling, and he now regretted it. It's not that I regret choosing to leave the military. It's that I regret not being able to train myself more seriously when I was training. If he could be stronger, could be as strong as his instructor, then he wouldn't have gotten hurt and wouldn't have had to leave the barracks. Wang Lin admired Ding Chen in his heart and felt that he could do almost anything. The same people have dedicated their youth to the country and the army, but why are they still not as strong as the instructors? He cried out in silent pain. Instructor, brothers, I'm sorry, we agreed to share the same pain and suffering, and together we will make the Night Fork the strongest. I'm going to go back on my word, so I'll have to look to you guys from now on. His whole body cried like a tearful man as he leaned his head against the car window and closed his eyes in sadness. Just then there was a sudden knocking on the glass window against which his head rested. Hearing someone knocking on the window, Wang Lin hurriedly wiped his tears and turned his head to look out the window, only to see that outside the car window, Ding Chen was leading Lu Yan and the others, standing in a whole row, all of them smiling while shedding tears. Wang Lin froze and hastily opened the car window in surprise. Instructor, Captain, why are all of you here? He said as he tried to get up and walk off the bus. Ding Chen hurriedly waved his hand to stop him. Don't move, just sit properly. Ding Chen's eyes were slightly moist as he looked at Wang Lin and smiled. You bastard boy, even if you want to leave, don't you say hello to your brothers before you leave? Have you really taken me as an instructor? Have you taken them as brothers? Lu Yan also laughed and scolded. You don't recognize your brothers anymore, do you? You ran away without saying a word, and you don't intend to see us in this life? Meng Fan even raised the gifts he bought for Wang Lin. Damn, you brat. Still thanks to us buying you so many things, you even went behind our backs and tried to run away. The others also laughed and cursed. They say it's cursing, but there are tears on everyone's face. I'm sorry. Wang Lin apologized repeatedly. Brothers, it's me who chose to leave, so from now on, the Night Fork will have to be guarded by you, he said looking at Ding Chen with a tearful face. Instructor. He choked a little, and Ding Chen didn't speak, quietly waiting for him to finish his sentence. Wang Lin said with a guilty face, I'm sorry to all of you. I'm an invalid. I escaped. I really don't have the face to stay any longer. I don't have the ability to train with you all anymore. Just let me go to another troop. I will only be sad. Ding Chen waved his hand. We are all family. I know your concerns and respect your choice. However, you must remember that you are a soldier of the Night Fork for one day and a soldier of the Night Fork for the rest of your life. No matter where you're going in the future, never forget the spirit of our Night Fork. Wang Lin cried out, choked on his open mouth, and could no longer say a word. All he could do was keep nodding his head, signaling that he would always remember. Ding Chen handed Wang Lin the prescription he had written long ago. This prescription is passed down from my family. It will play a very good role in the recovery of your leg. Remember to take it every day on time and according to the dosage after you arrive home. This prescription of Ding Chen's was something he had searched for in his own Chinese medicine abilities. Although there was no way to restore Wang Lin to his former self and be able to come back and train as a special forces soldier like before, but hang in there and you can at least walk properly like a normal person. After all, even ancient Chinese medicine practitioners couldn't possibly revive a leg that had been completely broken. That's a leg that was shattered by a high-explosive bullet from a sniper rifle, which is more serious than a knife chopping off the whole thing. Wang Lin took Ding Chen's prescription and carefully clipped it into his discharge certificate. Instructor, thank you. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with gratitude. Ding Chen shook his head and handed over the other box. Wang Lin opened the box, and what was lying inside was a first-class military medal. Instructor, you are. Wang Lin was filled with shock. This is your military medal. I can't accept it, he said and was about to shove the military medallion back. Ding Chen pushed his hand back. This thing is just an honor to me. This honor also has a share of you. I hope you can always carry it with you. You need this honor more than me. And then, no matter where you go, always remember us. Always remember the days when we were once together. We will always be brothers. Wang Lin didn't refuse again this time. He knew that this was all Ding Chen's good intentions. He was very touched and the tears felt like they were going to come to his eyes again. Lu Yan and the others had already put everything together with Wang Lin's luggage and had slipped some money to the driver to help deliver the stuff to Wang Lin's house when he arrived at the place. Salute! Ding Chen shouted, stepping back and saluting solemnly towards Wang Lin. Behind him, Lu Yan and the others also all puffed out their chests and gave a solemn salute towards Wang Lin. At that point, the car would start and the bus headed outside. Wang Lin wordlessly saluted towards Ding Chen and the others, not willing to put it down until the vehicle was far away and their silhouettes were out of sight. He rubbed the military medal Ding Chen had given him in his hand and reddened his eyes. Goodbye, instructor. Goodbye, brothers. I will always remember you all. And always remember that I am a soldier of the Nightstalker Squadron, and an honorable soldier of the Yin Kingdom Navy. Nightstalker Squadron Training Base. 2 weeks have passed since Wang Lin was discharged from the army and left the team. Over the course of the 2 weeks, everyone gradually unraveled and resumed training. While they weren't as desperate as they had been in the beginning, no one was slacking off either. On this day, Ding Chen trained the Night Fork Squadron as usual. Look at you guys, you're no good. The last military exercise a swamp almost stumped you and almost caused real casualties. Ding Chen looked at the Night Fork's men and said in dissatisfaction, are you still special forces, or a multi-habitat force? When Ding Chen finished, Xiang Yu in the crowd raised his hand. Ding Chen looked at Xiang Yu. Why, do you still have something to say? Xiang Yu nodded his head and said stiffly under Ding Chen's gaze, Instructor, we can't be blamed for all of this, but if we had gone through all that training, we wouldn't have been so difficult to get stuck in a swamp. When someone takes the lead, those behind them can boldly follow. The rest of the Night Fork Squadron also spoke up. Yes, instructor. It's not that we're losers. It's that we haven't encountered it in our previous training. Ding Chen raised his eyebrows and laughed. You mean it's still my fault? Xiang Yu shook his head repeatedly, and the Night Fork members behind him all shook their heads like rattles. What a joke. They had used up all their courage to be able to give their opinions. They hadn't eaten bear heart and leopard guts to dare to say Ding Chen was wrong. It's not that I blame you. It's mainly because of the restricted environment. We just want to learn special operations in extreme environments from you, and our conditions here don't allow it. Xiang Yu said with a bitter face. The training base they have now is just a beach training base, right by the ocean. Although there were multiple modifications within the base, there were many terrains and environments that were not artificially created due to geographic constraints. And now Ding Chen had discovered a problem. The base was barely adequate before when a lot of time had to be spent on improving fitness. The place is just too small to want to see more of their stuff now. Think about it, more than 100 special forces in such a small base is teaching some conventional tactics, and it is not at all possible to perform them. Look at that little bit of talent you guys have. Ding Chen laughed and scolded. Some special training should indeed be arranged for you too, lest you little brats get salted in future operations. Upon hearing Ding Chen's words, all of the Night Fork members were first stunned, then ecstatic. Instructor, you want to teach us something new? Instructor, what are we going to learn? The people of Nightshade began to get curious. Ding Chen smiled mysteriously. You'll know when the time comes. Now get your ass to training and listen to my arrangements. Yes, everyone lifted their chests and yelled. After Ding Chen told everyone to go train, he went through the training methods he could think of in his mind, and after he had a rough idea in his heart, he quickly went to the office to find Lian. Old Li, Ding Chen shouted hurriedly as soon as he entered. When Lian heard Ding Chen shouting at him so urgently, he hurriedly looked up and asked, Old Ding, what's the matter? So urgent. What's the matter? Ding Chen looked at Lian. The training of the team members has reached a certain bottleneck. The last military exercise exposed a lot of our weaknesses. We have to develop special training for them for these weaknesses. Liam was puzzled. Have we? Didn't we accomplish that difficult task? Ding Chen blankly glanced at Lian. Why not? A swamp before that forced us to take a detour and we were almost surrounded by enemies. Now that I think about it. Other than swamp cross-country, they had very few high-altitude jumps, very few extreme weather jump operations, and the snow simulation and also underwater operations were not well trained. Lian nodded. That's true. You decide on these training tops. Just decide what training you want to do. You just take the team directly to do it. Ding Chen looked at Lian without saying anything. Lian also looked at Ding Chen, wondering what Ding Chen meant by staring at him without speaking. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Liam scratched his head in confusion. Ding Chen looked at Lian. Don't just say you're going to train. You have to provide me with a venue for training. Lian froze. Where can I borrow a venue for you? With so much environment-specific training, where can I find such a full range if I don't do it myself? Lian suddenly felt a light flash through his mind as he looked up at Ding Chen. You don't mean, let us do it ourselves. Then he frowned again. No. How much space do we need if we do it ourselves? We don't have enough space in this base. Ding Chen laughed. Yeah, it's just not enough. So we have to change bases. Lian froze. Change the base? That's only possible if we apply to the top. We can't do it for a while. Ding Chen looked at Lian. That's why I've come to find you. to ask you to apply to the higher-ups. Lian almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. I say Lao Ding, you're more famous than me up there. Wouldn't it be better for you to go? If you let me go, it would be strange if the leaders don't spray me to death. It's not as easy as changing the food market. Ding Chen shook his head. Above such a serious matter, it's better to let you, the captain, go. It's more formal, and it also allows the above to feel our urgency. Besides, you're the captain and I'm not. Who will go if you don't? After saying that, Ding Chen left. Hurry up and get it done. Don't let me rush you. Lian looked at his back, crying and laughing. Okay, ancestor, you explained. Kill the head. I also go to apply this afternoon. Is what you're doing now important? Ding Chen turned his head to Lian. If it's not important, go ahead now, and we'll continue with it when you get back. Lian almost really vomited blood. Ancestor, you are really not giving me a chance to live half a day longer. Okay, I'll go now, okay? He got into the car, helplessly urged on by Tianchen, and headed toward the Marine Corps command. Lian stood in front of Lin Zijian's office and knocked on the office door. Come in. Lin Zijian seemed to have a never-ending list of things to do. His head bowed as he busied himself on his desk. When he heard a knock on the door, he called out without looking up. Lian walked into the office and saluted at Lin Zijian. Commander, Little Li, why is it you? Lin Zijian looked up and then saw that it was Lian, revealing a rare smile. You came over today. What's it about? Lian put down his saluting hand and said awkwardly, actually, there's nothing much going on. I just missed you and came over to take a look. Lin Zijian frowned. You want me? I'm not a big girl. Don't disgust me. Come on. What is it? Lian was startled by Lin Zijian's eyes and quickly said, Commander, I'm here for all the members of the Night Fork to apply for a training base from the commander. A training base? Lin Zijian queried. Your current base doesn't fulfill the training requirements anymore? Lian nodded. Daily physical training is not a problem, but when it comes to specialized training for special operations, our base is a little too small, and there are many environments where the current Navy simply does not have a corresponding training base within the Navy. Lian looked up at Lin Zijian. Commander, we need a larger base. We need multi-directional development. Otherwise the current Night Fork will immediately fall into a bottleneck. Not to mention surpassing the augur. It will probably be easily surpassed by those underlings of the army. After saying that, he was full of apprehension. Lao Ding Ah. I said, whether it is useful or not I do not know. That won't do, Lin Zijian said with a frown. This is definitely a big deal. There can't be any delay. He murmured. Tell you what, how big a site do you need? I'll see if there's a suitable training base, and grant it to you directly. And if you want to do any remodeling, just do it yourselves. Lian froze. He didn't expect Lin Zijian to be so good at talking. This agreed to grant it to him. He himself hadn't even discussed with Tianchen how much space he needed, nor did he have that much of a concept. Now he was asked to say how big he wanted the place to be, and he didn't really know what to say. Lin Zijian looked at him standing awkwardly in place and suddenly felt like he understood something. This was Ding's idea, wasn't it? Lin Zijian smiled faintly. Liam nodded and didn't say anything. Lin Zijian was dumbfounded. This kid just has a lot of ideas. When Lian came out of Lin Zijian's office, he realized that things were not that simple. When he went back this time, not only did he need to discuss with Ding Chen and finalize the location of the base, there is also a formal written report to be submitted to the top. The content must include the base area and the planning of each area, as well as the approximate construction conditions required. What Lin Zijian meant was that since what they needed to build was a modern military base that the entire Navy didn't have, then ask whatever you want and he will fulfill it. But the various requirements must be clearly spelled out. The thought of getting a whole bunch of stuff made Liam blow up on the spot. There wasn't any way but to go back and pull up Ding Chen, to have a good discussion with him about how this report was going to be typed. Ding Chen smiled as he listened. The commander is asking you to make a report. Not me. Lian gritted his teeth and looked at Ding Chen. Good old Ding. You let me go because you knew you had to file a report, didn't you? Ding Chen shook his head repeatedly. You've wronged me here. I was thinking that you're the captain. It's better for you to go at times like this. And it's not that I won't write the report with you. It's that I do have a training assignment in the afternoon. So I can't have the instructor and the captain not caring about them, right? Ding Chen said as he lifted his foot to leave. Lian hurriedly pulled him back. You can't just run away. Lian looked at Ding Chen. You should at least take advantage of this moment to give me a rough idea of the various requirements of the new base. And the base location has to be chosen properly, right? Ding Chen looked at Lian. The location of the base is not important. You look at the selection. Remote and quiet on the line. As for the base requirements do not need to be too detailed. Is that it must be large? You can think of the area planning on it. Really there is still a lack of. You can apply for future expansion. Lian nodded. Okay, then I'll write it first. You get busy with yours, and when I can't think of anything, I'll ask you again. Okay, Ding Chen nodded. Then I'll go train first. Anything until I'm done. Go go go, Lian said impatiently. Don't disturb me from writing my report. Lian picked up a pen and was just about to put it down, but he didn't know what to write. Damn old Ding, this is the same as not saying anything after you've finished. Lian roared helplessly. Ding Chen gathered everyone together and announced the training program for the afternoon. The last military exercise. You guys exposed a lot of problems. Ding Chen looked at everyone. Don't think that you can be complacent just because you beheaded their commander. Starting today, I'll be assigning you specialized training for the vulnerabilities you've demonstrated. And what you'll be doing this afternoon is demoning. Demoning? Zhang Dapeng said in disbelief. Instructor, when we were in the old army, we had already learned demoning, and we also learned mind recovery. Do we need to learn this separately? Not only him, but everyone was puzzled. Zhang Xiaoyu was even more outspoken. Instructor, we've all learned how to use a detector to clear minds before. It's all right for an individual. Slap. Ding Chen smiled and applauded. Well said. So this time I've decided to follow your advice. No detectors for everyone in this afternoon's demoning class. Ding Chen looked at them with a smile. All of you split into 2 groups. Each of you bring a drill mine, and each of you choose an area to plant the mines. Afterward, exchange demoning and find all the mines. Whoever doesn't find a mine, or whose mine is found, will double their physical training tomorrow morning. What? Everyone looked at Ding Chen in shock. Instructor, Zhang Xiaoyu immediately started screaming. How can this be done, without a detector? What are we going to find? As if he hadn't heard, Ding Chen just glanced at the time. Now you'll only be given half an hour to bury the mines. If you don't finish overtime, you'll have to bear the consequences. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't dare to say anything more, and hurriedly picked up the mines and ran towards the back of the hill. Zhang Xiaoyu stood at the end, looking at the others scrambling ahead, and laughed disdainfully. It's not like we can bury the mines if we run the fastest. It's an hour. What's the hurry? He picked up the landmine and even smiled at Ding Chen. Instructor, just watch. Surely no one will be able to find the landmine I planted. Cut the big talk and hurry up. If the mines are found, you'll give me a double fine. Ding Chen laughed and kicked him. Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly covered his buttocks and rushed up the mountain after the others. The gang quickly arrived at their respective mine burial areas, and one by one, fearing that others would find out their mines too early, they all went deeper. Zhang Xiaoyu landed behind them and saw that they were all walking forward. He disdainfully skimmed his lips. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Don't you understand that? I'll bury it behind this line, and I don't believe anyone will guess it. Zhang Xiaoyu had just crossed the line and started digging up in place, preparing to bury the mines. The more he dug, the more he realized that his idea was nothing short of a genius idea. Burying the mines here where no one else would be able to find them for sure. By the time he had buried the mine, he was still afraid to leave for fear that his own people who would return later would trigger his mine. After more than half an hour, all the mines had been laid. Everyone returned to the training ground. Ding Chen nodded with satisfaction. The efficiency is not bad. I just don't know how efficient you are at demoning. Now, exchange demoning. You have 2 hours. You will only pass safely if you find a mine, and you will be eliminated if you don't find a mine or if it triggers. Everyone was startled by Ding Chen's words and rushed to their respective demoning areas for intense demoning. Zhang Xiaoyu took the lead this time and was the first to rush into the minefield set up by another group. He had only just crossed the line when he heard a click and a great deal of smoke rose from his feet. Crap! Zhang Xiaoyu's face crumpled into a ball. Damn! Which asshole copied my idea? He was in tears. It's over. I just started and this is the end. Zhang Chong laughed loudly as he passed by him. Who told you to run so fast? You think you're eating shit, and you have to grab a hot bite. He had just taken a few steps forward when a large amount of white smoke began to rise from the soles of his feet as well. What day? Zhang Chong also cursed. Which asshole is this nigga? 2 mines you buried together. Can you play? Ha 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 ha. Came a loud, cheerful laugh from all around. After the laugh, all of them were much more alert, cautiously probing various parts of the woods. But I don't know if their luck ran out, except for 2 very lucky people who dug up 2 mines. Everyone else came up empty. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and except for 5 men who came back with the mines, all the others walked back with their heads hanging down, especially Jiang Xiaoyu, Zhang Chong and the others. One of them was still covered in white. Ding Chen looked at the downcast Zhang Xiaoyu and the others and said in disgust, "Shame on you, letting you clear mines, not letting you use your bodies to clear mines." All the members of the Night Fork who were blown up by the mines lowered their heads in shame. Ding Chen pointed at those nothing players. 2 hours time. Just 1 or 2 kilometers in a circle, just next to each other. Digging the ground can also dig out the mines, right? Jean Dupeng was among these people, and when he heard Ding Chen's words, he was still a bit indignant. Instructor, it's easy for you to say, without detectors or tools, how can it be so easy to discover mines? If you guys can't do it, others can't do it either? Ding Chen looked at each of the unconvinced team members. It's because you can't do it that you're allowed to learn it. Is it possible that after going to the battlefield, waiting to be blown up by a landmine so that you can realize that you're deep in a minefield? Jean Dupeng muttered. Then you should teach us. It's so easy to say. I don't think you can find it. Jean Dupeng. Ding Chen called out his name with a smile. When Jean Dupeng saw Ding Chen's smile, he was startled. Instructor, I didn't say anything. Goon. Ding Chen shook his head helplessly, not pursuing anything. He looked to one of the members of the Night Stalkers who, though silent, were clearly unconvinced. You all think this can't be done? Everyone nodded, their faces still unconvinced. Ding Chen sneered. Alright, I'm not going to go on by myself. I'll just find anyone who can do a better job than you guys. We don't believe it, Jean Dupeng said stubbornly. Ding Chen smiled inscrutably. Go hang out in the minefield. Go hang out in the minefield. Ding Chen shouted. Show them the ropes. Woof woof. Yu rushed out from the side and shook his head at Ding Chen and barked furiously twice. Instructor, don't tease. What can a dog do? Jean Dupeng was amused and laughed out loud, although the others did not laugh as wildly as he did, but they were all aface with a smile. Clearly do not believe that Chi can do this kind of thing. To know the mine's this thing and there is no special flavor. This is not meat and bones or something. His cheese nose cannot be of any use. Woof woof woof. Yu disgruntledly yelled a few times at all of the Night Fork squad and turned his head towards the mountain. Go over and take a look. I don't believe a dog can find the mines we buried. Jean Dupeng finished speaking and ran towards the mountain after Yu. The others were also curious about this Chi operation and notified to follow it up the hill. Ding Chen heart did not half worry. He once but tried all the ability of Yu's hearing and sense of smell and what is very confident, especially after the military exercise. Ding Chen also gained the ability to be rewards by the system, as well as physical enhancement. Because of the system, when his ability was improved, Chi could also get a boost. For digging this kind of mines that are not deeply buried, it is not difficult at all for Chi. Everyone followed Chi and ran towards the mountain. By the time they got up the hill, Chi was already digging in the dirt. No, Zhang Xiaoyu saw the location of the Chi planer, and his entire mouth opened wide in shock. This dog can still do it? Under his incredulous gaze, Chi quickly stopped digging and gripped a mine out. Woof woof. Chi placed the mine in front of Ding Chen and wagged his tail at him invitingly. Well done. Ding Chen smiled and stroked Chiyu's head. After touching it, Ding Chen picked up the mine from the ground. Well, what do you have to say now? Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet Ding Chen's eyes. Ding Chen glanced at the markings on the mine. Jiang Xiaoyu, what are you burying when you can have a mine easily dug out by a dog? Is this how I taught you to lay mines? Jiang Xiaoyu lowered her head without a word and blushed a little. Only Jean Dupeng said undaunted. This must be a coincidence. Jiang Xiaoyu's mines are buried online here. And it's not surprising that Qiyu happened to find them. Still not dead-hearted? Ding Chen looked at Jean Dupeng, who was dead set in his ways. Alright, I'll let you guys be convinced today. Qi, go find the rest of the thunder. Ding Chen yelled. Qi immediately rushed in. Ding Chen saw all the Night Fork people. After Qi found the location. You guys dig yourselves. I'll see if you're still convinced. Qi as if open radar. The target is clear, run to a small dirt bag in front of the front. Standing still. Rushing Ding Chen, woofing wildly. Whoever buried it, dig it up yourself. Ding Chen spoke indifferently. A soldier stepped forward and with a dead look on his face went under the earth bag and dug the mine out. Is there anything else to say? Ding Chen looked at the rest of the Night Stalker squad. No one dared to speak, and could only lower their heads one by one without meeting Ding Chen's eyes. Continue, Ding Chen said indifferently. She immediately ran like a gust of wind to a tree at once. Whose it is? Dig it out. After Ding Chen shouted, another soldier stepped forward with a dead face. Ding Chen looked at where the mines were, frowned, and said sternly, although the rule is for you to bury the mines so that no one else can find them, but it's not for you to hide things. You're burying mines, and if you bury them in this position, will anyone come? Will it blow up the enemy? Ding Chen looked at him with hatred. If you just wanted to hide it, why didn't you throw the mines into the trees? Why didn't you bring them with you? Tin Chen remembered that he had just gotten lucky and found someone else's mine. Ding Chen gritted his teeth and said, your score just now is null and void, and tomorrow morning's physical training will be double. The soldier's face was deadpan, but he could only nod his head in understanding. The Qi is still going on. Soon a mine in the Qi under the nose, nothing to hide. One after another was found out. Soon this minefield was finished, but there is still a mine cannot be found out. Everyone is the same, Qi cannot. They finally hung a slight smile on their faces. feeling that they are finally back in the city. Jean Dupeng is still snickering. Not still a stupid dog. What's the matter? Can't find the mines I hid. But the next moment, Ding Chen walked directly to the field and nodded not far from Chiyu, who buried this thunder. Come out to me. When Jean Dupeng saw where Ding Chen was standing, his heart trembled, but he still took a hard step forward. Instructor, I buried it. Ding Chen was furious and raised his foot to kick Jean Dupeng in the ass. You fucking call this burying a mine? Why don't you dig through the earth? 1 hour is not enough. Is it? I think I can bury you too. Hurry up and dig it out for me. Ding Chen looked at Jean Dupeng. Looking at you makes me angry. You're buried so deep that a truck can't even detonate it when it goes over. You're trying to blow up the earth's crust. With a bitter face, Jean Dupeng took the shovel and bitterly started digging. Damn. It's too early to be happy. Jean Dupeng wanted to cry. Ding Chen looked at him and said, you don't want to do it tomorrow morning either. Add 2 hours of training tonight and double your fitness in the morning. Yes, this time Jean Dupeng really cried. Ding Chen walked up to the members of the Night Fork with a toadying chi, sweeping over their faces one by one. Everyone lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look Ding Chen in the eyes at all. Shame, shame on you. Ding Chen was pained. Just you guys are still special forces. You can't even bury a mine well. Tell me what you can do with it? He pointed at Jiang Xiaoyu Zhang Chong. Are you two the best soldiers in the team? You'll die together. Won't you? Anyone he named and scolded, one by one, was ashamed and no longer had the disobedience they had just had. Just like you guys. You still want to talk about chasing me? You guys are even worse than dogs. If Chi can bury thunder, all of you are 10,000 times better than you. Instructor, we were wrong. Zheng Chong took the lead and shouted. We will definitely learn from you. You guys are so stupid. It's better not to learn from me. Learn properly from Chiyu first, Ding Chen said angrily. Double everyone's physical training tomorrow morning, and keep doubling the day after if you don't finish. In the midst of the sighs and sighs, the 4 lucky ones who had found the mines cautiously said to Ding Chen, Instructor, we've found the mines. Ding Chen had a stern face. Said everyone, didn't you hear me? Yes, the 4 men's hearts trembled, not daring to say anything else. Ding Chen looked at all of them. Starting tomorrow, you guys learn how to bury mines, how to find mines with chi properly. 3 days after the test again. There are still unqualified. Wait to see how I pack you. Ha! Everyone shouted. Let's learn from the dog. Ha! Ding Chen gave them a blank look. You're worse than dogs. What else do you want to learn? Wait how long until you're qualified before you're qualified to learn from me? The next 3 days, the Night Fork Squadron everyone in addition to doubling the physical training every morning. The afternoon is accompanied by chi to do mine clearance training. It says mine clearance. In fact, it is a group of people follow chi. In chi choose a good location will be buried mines. Another group of people continue to come over to find. Those who can find the mines will pass the test, and those who can't will be punished. For 3 days, everyone stayed around chi. They have summarized a lot of their own experience and have gained a deeper knowledge of mine laying and demoning. So by the time it was their turn to be tested, they could already probably guess where the mines could probably be buried. As for places where they thought there would be no mines, they would be doubly careful. After all, they all knew Ding Chen's mind. And the easier it was to let their guard down, the more they needed to be vigilant. More than half of the 3rd day of the test had already passed. At the 2nd test a week later, the entire Nightjar Squadron passed. On this day, while Ding Chen was still teaching the members of the Night Fork Squadron the minefield contingency plan, Lian walked over with a Major General. Good day, Chief. Ding Chen stopped his lecture and saluted the Major General. The Major General smiled slightly. No need to be polite. You are Ding Chen? Reporting to the Chief. I am Ding Chen. Ding Chen saluted again. The Major General immediately returned the greeting. I'm Zhou Yiming from the Logistics Unit. This time I'm here to inform you that the new base you applied for has been approved. The above arranged for us to coordinate for you, and this time I came to bring you to the new base. The higher-ups have notified me, asking you to see if there are any facilities or supplies that are scarce in the new base. Report them to me together, and I'll go back and arrange for them to be sent over. Also, if the base needs any remodeling, you can mention that as well. And I'll arrange for a construction corps to come over and build it for you. Ding Chen's face showed joy, not expecting the above to arrange it so quickly. He also planned how often he'd have Liam go up there and cry and rush the top. I didn't realize that not only is the base now arranged directly. Look at this situation. They still need to send munitions and equipment, and they need to help them remodel their base. Ding Chen let the team follow Chi training to go. Himself and Lian followed Zhou Yiming to the car. After getting into the car, Zhou Yiming quickly spread out a map. He pointed to a place on the map and said to Ding Chen, this is it. See if the location is still satisfactory to you. Ding Chen and Lian had also discussed the issue of the base's location many times. The place Zhou Yiming pointed to was actually not far from where they explored out. Here, Ding Chen looked at Zhou Yiming. Zhou Yiming explained to him, the location here is a valley that happens to have a big mountain at its back, with one side of the canyon leading to the sea, and the other side being another mountain pass. He looked at Ding Chen and Lian. How is it? Are you still satisfied with the geographic location? Ding Chen nodded. This place, being so close to the sea and with enough mountains behind it to facilitate training, is indeed a very suitable choice. He looked to Zhou Yiming. It's that all our training is kept secret. I'm afraid we have to reserve a 30 kilometers or more around this place to ensure that our training content won't be observed. Zhou Yiming smiled. You can rest assured of this. This place was previously a training base for the military. It was previously used by the SWAT brigade for training. The last time the military was reformed, the SWAT brigade has been transferred out of here and is now idle. Not to mention 30 miles, even a 50-mile radius is now a controlled area where no one can enter and live. Ding Chen nodded. This is the best. I'm worried about building a new training base. The cycle is too long. It also requires the cooperation of various departments, and no civilian facilities are allowed around, and security measures have to be redone. It would be great to have a ready-made base now. Zhou Yiming looked up out the car window. Alright, we're almost there. You'll be able to see this base then. Shortly after they spoke, the vehicle drove slowly into the mountains after passing a barrier. Half an hour later, it stopped in front of a military base. How about it? The place is still secluded enough, right? Zhou Yiming looked at Ding Chen and Lian. Ding Chen and Lian exchanged glances and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. This place is very well hidden. Very easy to control the perimeter. This is surrounded by vast mountains. A natural training ground. Go in and take a look. Zhou Yiming proposed. He was the first to push open the door to the training base. Ding Chen and Lian followed him into the training base and both looked blown away. As the training base of the Special Brigade, in terms of barracks area alone, it was nearly 10 times larger than what the Night Fork Squadron was currently using. Let's walk. I'll show you the facilities around here. Zhou Yiming made a gesture of invitation and led the way for Ding Chen and Lian in front. Over there is the 2,000-meter range, which is dedicated to all kinds of firearms shooting training. Led by Zhou Yiming, Ding Chen and Lian were the first to go to the shooting range. On top of the range, not only is there a variety of gun targets, but there is a small screen on each shooting position that is monitoring the situation on the target in real time. Next to the shooting platform, there is a large piece of electronic screen, in addition to split screen to see the situation on the target, but also real-time display of the current target performance. Not only that, but there were countless guns and ammo in the ammunition preparation area off to the side. Knowing that you guys are coming, I've already had people start preparing. If there's still a difference, you guys open your mouths and I'll have someone send it over again. Zhou Yiming smiled. Ding Chen and Lian took a look at the various types of weapons and equipment, and they didn't have anything to be dissatisfied with. Lian staggered. My goodness. I've never seen so many weapons at the regimental range. Ding Chen smiled. This was too real for Lian. Come on. I'll show you somewhere else. Zhou Yiming left the range with Lian Ding Chen. Over there is the Tactical Simulation Center, which will enable you to experience other special area operations. A simulation center? Ding Chen and Lian looked at each other. That is? You guys are VR tech, right? Zhou Yiming asked. Lian and Ding Chen nodded. Zhou Yiming explained. The simulation center, which is based on VR technology, coupled with motion capture, arrives at a kind of virtual reality that allows one to practice complete sneaking. Liam nodded with seeming understanding. Zhou Yiming smiled mysteriously. You'll know when you use it yourselves. The current scenarios that can be simulated are still very limited. It's only in the trial stage of the army, and only because you're a specially accounted for unit from above have you been equipped with it as well. Ding Chen and Lian nodded and followed Zhou Yiming as they continued to walk forward. Over here is. For the entire afternoon, the two did nothing, just following Zhou Yiming around. It took the two of them a full afternoon to roughly turn around the entire base. Only when they got into the car with Zhou Yiming to go back to the original base did Zhou Yiming take out 2 pamphlets from the car and hand them over to Ding Chen and Lian. This is the introduction of the various areas of that base, and the map compendium, as well as the underground portion that I didn't show you today is also there, so you guys can study it when you go back. Zhou Yiming said. Ding Chen rolled his eyes, saying that there are some things that you don't take out earlier and have to pull us around for what? Seemingly aware that Ding Chen and Lian were bellyaching in their minds, Zhou Yiming scratched his head and said, I just forgot about it. Lian and Ding Chen couldn't hold back any longer this time and rolled their eyes in unison. By the time he got off the bus and stood in front of the entrance of his family's shabby base, Lian couldn't help but let out a word of emotion. People are really pissed off. Our old Li has never seen so many good things in his life. Training days are always boring. When Lian and Ding Chen announced together that they were going to change the training base, the entire Night Fork Squadron was all abuzz. Captain, Is it true? Xiang Yu asked incredulously. Can we really change bases? Of course it's true. The instructor has notified. How can it be false? Zhang Dapeng had a face of conviction. How could the above change our base so easily? They haven't cared about us for most of the year. Suddenly this is still a bit uncomfortable. Someone muttered. I think you're just bitchy. It must be that the higher-up saw that we did well this time and rewarded us. We can't let us even have such a poor training environment all the time, right? Another person said. Well, it's very reasonable. It's not likely that the captain has gone to properly honor the top for the sake of the base. The last time I saw him writing a good thick copy of the material in his office. The white wine in his room is all gone, another person muttered. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Come on, I believe you when you say the instructor did something. Captain, forget it. He's a poor bastard and stingy. How could he possibly break the bank? Makes sense. Makes sense. Everyone around them laughed approvingly. Liam's smile froze on his face and he laughed with an embarrassed look on his face. Ding Chen coughed twice. Changing the training base is to allow you to train better. If there are still people who can't meet my requirements after they go over there, then don't blame me for turning the other cheek. All of them were still immersed in the joy of changing bases and didn't think too much about it. All of them confidently promised. Don't worry, instructor. When we get to the new place, you can drill us as much as you want. We will never frown. Little did they know that this was the beginning of their training from hell. Standing on the training ground of the new base, all of the members of the Night Fork were shocked by the new base. Their first impression when they entered this base was that it was big, so big that they couldn't see the head at a glance, and could only let out a gasp like someone who had never seen the world before. After releasing Ding Chen to tell them that the 50 kilometers in a radius was a military restricted area, the big mountains behind them were all their natural training grounds. Everyone couldn't help it. The size of this base really turned their perception upside down. My nigga, we're just a few people. Can we use such a big place? How could the top give us such a big base? Zhang Dapeng was puzzled. Jiang Xiaoyu was equally puzzled. Yes, such a large base. Not to mention training 100 or 80 of us. Even if another regiment is stuffed in, that's still more than enough. Lu Yin guessed. Then is it possible to really stuff a regiment in? Don't be ridiculous. Everyone didn't believe it. We're special forces. How could we possibly cram so many people in? Lu Yan explained. Look guys, our establishment has now been raised to regiment level, so it's reasonable that expanding into a brigade and recruiting enough troops for a regiment won't be a problem. It's still reasonable. And look, you guys, it's only been a short time since we've been trained by our instructors, and we're all at this level. Will the top look at it and not be moved? Will they let the instructor bring out more soldiers? Everyone followed Lu Yan's thoughts down, and more felt that what Lu Yan said about this made more sense, which also explained why they were able to change bases so easily. Everyone began to pump their fists, ready to teach those new recruits who might show up at any moment a lesson. Gotta show those new recruits who love you for not existing that Nightstalker isn't a casual place to stay. Ding Chen was at the front of the group, and his head was filled with black lines as he heard their whispers. Neither he nor Lian had ever heard that the top was going to let them expand their establishment. The brain power of these little brats was just too powerful. Cough. Ding Chen coughed twice, pulling everyone's gaze back. As you can see, the new base is just like this, with such a good environment. If you still don't train well, you'll be apologizing to the captain and I for worrying about you. Ding Chen looked at them. From today onwards, I will open a hellish training mode for you. Whoever feels bitter and tired and can't hold on. Ding Chen murmured, then said, you make a report. I'll approve a note, and get the hell back to your original unit. He swept a circle around everyone in Night Fork Squadron. I, Night Fork, am not recruiting only the strongest, but I want the hardest working, most persistent people. Ding Chen looked dead at Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhang Chong in the first row. Recruiting one of the strongest soldiers to form a strong army without any difficulty at all is not my Ding Chen style. I don't need you to be strong, because it's my business to make you strong, but I need you to be able to keep up with me. Can you do that? Can do it. All the members of the Night Fork all straightened their chests. Very good. Very spirited. Ding Chen loudly appreciated. Then this afternoon, I'll teach you guys to dive first. What? Everyone's eyes widened. Zhang Xiaoyu laughed out even more disdainfully. Instructor, do you still need to learn how to dive? Our navy can't just find a random soldier who can do it. What's there to learn about that thing? Ding Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Xiaoyu. Laying mines and clearing mines are all still something that soldiers would do. How did you guys make it into that ghost? Zhang Xiaoyu was too bashful to speak. Ding Chen continued to speak. For the afternoon's diving lesson, all of you will likewise not be allowed to carry any auxiliary equipment. Go into the water for me fully armed. Ha! Everyone is dumbfounded. Is this asking them to swim across the river armed? Instructor, can I get a boost from this? Zhang Xiaoyu asked in disbelief. He didn't really think that just soaking in the water would improve his diving ability, especially since he thought he was a decent diver. And staying for 10 minutes or so would not be a problem at all. Isn't this stuff innate more? What's the point of just soaking in water when you're boosting it later in life? Ding Chen knew that Jiang Xiaoyu was able to stay in the water for a long time, and he squinted at Jiang Xiaoyu. What? Think you're so good at diving that I can't teach you? Jiang Xiaoyu's head was shaking like a rattle drum. No, I just asked that. Jiang Xiaoyu can be shrewd. This offends the night fork thing. Can casually say it? That will not let Ding Chen to wear shoes off. Ding Chen scanned over all of the night forks and saw that they all looked like they didn't find this type of training useful. Ding Chen shook his head and laughed. In a moment, I will teach you a set of perfect breathing methods, as well as the essentials of underwater action, which can enhance your diving ability. Each of you must practice well for me. Breathing techniques? Everyone wondered. Do you still need to be taught to breathe? How else do you breathe underwater? Ding Chen laughed. My family studied martial arts. I believe you can all feel it. So what I'm teaching you is just the simplest of the spitting mine techniques, which will ensure that your breath is more stretched out. And with the underwater action technique, it will allow you to stay underwater for longer. When Ding Chen finished speaking, everyone's eyes widened. They had never heard that there could still be such an ability. Instructor, do these abilities in your family have names? Everyone was very curious. Ding Chen looked at their curious looks and smiled. The technique of breathing and exhaling is the Taijiquan heart technique, and the one for underwater actions is called the turtle breath technique. What? Everyone's jaws dropped to the floor. Taijiquan, turtle breath technique? Is this a martial arts movie? Everyone couldn't believe that this kind of kung fu couldn't really exist in this world. Instructor, does your kind of kung fu really work? Zhang Chong directly asked the doubt in his heart. The others also looked at him with odd faces, disbelief clearly written in their eyes. Ding Chen smiled faintly and took a step forward, spreading his hands out in front of everyone. Aren't I the best example? Aren't you guys relieved to have me around? Ding Chen spread his hands. Zhang Chong came to a sudden realization and slapped his head fiercely. Yes, no wonder the instructor doesn't look like he has a few pairs of meat, but his strength and skills are so fierce. So that's how it is. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Ding Chen swatting Zhang Chong around like a fly when he first arrived. Jiang Xiaoyu also couldn't help but exclaim. At that time, when I saw the instructor lifting his weight, I hadn't thought about it that much, but now it seems that this Taijiquan is really powerful. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at Ding Chen. Instructor, if I want to learn Taijiquan, can I be like you? Ding Chen shook his head. If you guys just learn a fancy pose, then I can teach you in a week. And if you want to improve your physique, you can see the first results even after practicing for a month or more. Ding Chen looked at them. If you guys want to learn to achieve greatness, you won't be able to do so without a decade or 8. What's more, you are now older and have already missed the best time to learn martial arts. If you want to learn to achieve great success again, unless you are an unearthly genius, the time spent will only be above 10 years. What? It's taking so long? Everyone was discouraged to hear that it would take 8 or 10 years. After all this time, it's not likely that they've left the military and haven't learned a single useful thing. Ding Chen laughed. Taijiquan is not a wide-open boxing art by nature. So if you want to rely on Taijiquan to improve your fighting strength, it's impossible to make much of an improvement without spending a lot of time and effort. This time, I'm teaching you the heart technique, but also just so that you can master the exhalation and make your breath more prolonged. This way, together with the turtle breath technique, you will be able to stay underwater for a longer period of time. Moreover, I'm afraid that if you want to rely on Taijiquan to win in actual combat, you're still far from it. Don't kill someone without killing them, but be killed by them in seconds instead. Jiang Xiaoyu asked curiously. Instructor, so this turtle breathing technique of yours, is it like in the novels? As long as there is a mouthful of air in, staying for a few days and half a month is not a problem? Is it like that, where the pores on the body expand, and once you hit the water, you can breathe through the skin? Ding Chen looked at Jiang Xiaoyu like an idiot. How can that be? Wouldn't that be a metaphysical? If I had the means to let you breathe through your skin underwater, wouldn't I be arrested and sliced up? Hearing Ding Chen's flirtation, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Ding Chen went on to explain. The turtle breath technique is only able to allow you to increase your own oxygen utilization rate, and through internal circulation, allow a single breath to be able to stay in your body for a longer period of time. So, this is why I want you guys to learn it in conjunction with the Taijiquan heart technique. Ding Chen finished whispering. What things don't all need time? If you guys can just copy the ability over, maybe you can really breathe underwater is not certain. Now I can still find a way to teach you guys. Just steal the joy. Then instructor, how soon do we start learning? We can't wait, Zheng Chong asked with gusto. Ding Chen nodded. You can learn it now. I'll teach you the heart technique first, and later you'll practice more on your own. As he spoke, He had already brought all the members of the Night Fork squadron to the indoor swimming pool. It is said to be a swimming pool, but the floor area is more than 20,000 square meters, and the length of the pool alone is 200 meters. The depth of water under the pool is 1.5 meters in shallow areas and 3 to 5 meters in deeper areas. The underwater also comes with terrain that simulates undersea operations. Even the water in the pool is pumped directly from the sea through hidden pipes. Everyone was once again amazed by such a posh swimming pool. Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes popped out. So big. This is too scary. Zhang Chong and the others were no better than Zhang Xiaoyu at this point. Looking at the end of the pool over 200 meters away, everyone's mouths opened in surprise. Ding Chen looked at them, a bad smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. From today onwards, this is where you'll train for diving and arm swimming across. I'll only take you to outdoor training if and how long it takes for your grades to satisfy me. Otherwise you'll be soaking me here for the rest of your lives. Zhang Chong pulled the water in the pool with his hands and turned his head to Ding Chen with a delighted face. Instructor, this place is so good. That is, we are willing to practice here for the rest of our lives, he said and looked to the others. What do you say? Everyone nodded their heads in succession, saying that they were so happy with this place that they didn't want to go out at all. Ding Chen smiled and nodded. Alright, as long as you guys can have this idea. Starting today, you all have to come here every afternoon for 3 hours for me. 2 hours of uninterrupted armed swimming across the river every day without 50 round trips is accepted as punishment. And another hour for me to practice turtle dives. When how long you can stay underwater for 10 minutes on one breath. You'll be considered initially complete and can begin the next phase of training. Just after Ding Chen finished speaking, everyone exploded. They're now at the limit of a few minutes and that's impressive. This suddenly has them holding their breath for more than 10 minutes. Isn't this going to kill them? Only Jiang Xiaoyu, who looked at Ding Chen with a glowing expression. Instructor, can I just start the next phase of training? Ding Chen gave him a blank look. Don't think that just because you're gifted, you won't learn Taijiquan and turtle breath technique. Honestly, go and learn it for me. And only when how often can you stay underwater for more than 25 minutes will you be considered to have passed the test. Ha, Jiang Xiaoyu was in tears. Why is my standard higher than theirs? It's not fair. Ding Chen laughed. Fair, letting you all improve for the same amount of time is fair. Ignoring Jiang Xiaoyu's protests, Ding Chen taught them both heart techniques and posted the written versions on the swimming pool's bulletin. After giving them a half-assed explanation, Ding Chen kicked them down one by one. Ask. Where are the questions? Have not been in the water, did not come across the problem. And ask. What ask? Ding Chen looked at the crowd of night forks who were being driven into the water one by one as if they were dumplings. Give me a good practice in the water and come back to me when something goes wrong. The location where Ding Chen drove them into the water was directly in deep water. And as he watched them flop around one by one in the deep water, Ding Chen laughed heartily on the shore. Holy shit, Night Fork, you are a little bit of martial virtues. Which people play like this? At least let us progress step by step, right? Jiang Xiaoyu said with dissatisfaction. Ding Chen looked at them with a smile. It's about martial virtues, isn't it? He pulled out a very long bamboo pole from somewhere. From now on, whoever shows his head on the water, the bamboo pole in my hand will not be polite. If you guys dare to swim to a place beyond the reach of my bamboo pole, you won't be able to have dinner today. 3, 2, 1. After Ding Chen finished speaking, he didn't give them any chance to react, and the bamboo pole in his hand whizzed towards Zhang Chong. I'll go. Zhang Chong was startled and immediately dived into the water. It was only when the bamboo pole landed on the surface of the water and smashed up a note of water that the other people around them reacted and went under the water. OMG. Are you playing for real? Jiang Xiaoyu let out a strange cry and also hurriedly dug under the water. Ding Chen looked at the empty water and the corner of his mouth lifted high. Fight me, and you'll have to behave. After a tough afternoon of training, everyone in Nightstalker's squadron was smashed to pieces. Only Jiang Xiaoyu was slightly better. He dived longer than the others. Going up to the surface to change air is much less frequent than others, and you naturally get hit less. It was just that Jiang Xiaoyu felt that Ding Chen must have been targeting him on purpose, and he always felt that he had been hit harder and harder than the others. Combined with the fair and crooked reasoning that Ding Chen had said in the afternoon, Jiang Xiaoyu was very sure that she had definitely been greeted by Ding Chen's focus. Damn, this Night Fork is really not human. Jiang Xiaoyu poked the bag on his head. Agoo, it hurts. Jiang Xiaoyu covered his head in pain and looked up to look around. Realizing that his comrades were asleep, he carefully pulled a box of ointment from under his own pillow. It's a good thing I was prepared and prepared so many things. Now it finally comes in handy. He dug a spoonful of ointment out of the locket and spread it evenly over the large bump on his head. He hissed back a cool breath as he applied it. There were also occasional ouchies, and they were accompanied by low curses. Just as he was cursing again, he suddenly heard a noise in his ear. Jiang Xiaoyu twisted his head to look, and saw a human head hanging upside down next to his head in the darkness, revealing only a row of large snow-white teeth that glistened right next to his ears. Ghost! Jiang Xiaoyu let out a strange cry. The ointment in her hand was almost unsteady, and her whole body bounced off the bed. He had just jumped off the bed when his head collided with the man's with a thud. The intense pain made Jiang Xiaoyu immediately crouch down. He didn't even bother with the ointment in his hand, clutching his head in agony, tears coming out of his eyes in pain. Zheng Chong, who was on Jiang Xiaoyu's upper bunk, saw him spill the ointment on the floor. He couldn't even care about the pain from the head but he had just had with Jiang Xiaoyu and rolled off the top bunk. Zhang Chong squatted down and picked up the ointment, carefully holding it in his hands. Blowing on it, he said heartily, "You loser, you don't even hold it steady when it's so good?" Jiang Xiaoyu covered his head in pain. "Holy shit, Baldy, you idiot, you fucking scared me and you dare to be evil." He was in so much pain that his eyes were tearing up. "What are you doing hiding here and scaring me when you're not sleeping at night?" Zhang Chong reached out and dug a little into Jiang Xiaoyu's ointment, and while smearing it towards his head, he said, "I'm in pain too, so much so that I can't sleep. The Night Stalker hit too hard. Didn't I hear you cursing and wiping the ointment here wanting to ask you for some?" Jiang Xiaoyu helplessly blankly glanced at Zhang Chong. "Then smear less. That's all I have. Don't run out for me," he said and gave Zhang Chong a silent gesture. "Shoo, Baldy, keep your voice down. Don't wake them all up." He had only just finished speaking when a pair of bright eyes opened in the darkness. "We woke up a long time ago. Stinky fish. You're not being decent, to have such a good thing and not share it together, but to secretly hide it." In an instant, a dozen or so people all gathered around. "Baldy, give me some. I was hit by night fork several times today. It hurts like hell." Zhan Dapeng reached out and dug a spoonful from the ointment. "Yeah, Baldy, give me some too. Give me some. I'm in pain." A dozen or so people snatched a small box of ointment around with 7 hands, each scrambling to be the first to rub it on their heads, fearing that if they were late, it would be gone. Jiang Xiaoyu was on the sidelines and saw them grabbing their stuff, and anxiously shouted, "Don't grab them all. Don't grab them all. Leave some for me. Leave some for me." Zhang Chong laboriously brought the box of ointment over and placed it in front of Jiang Xiaoyu. "LOL, it's back to you, but how come it's gone?" Zhang Chong muttered. And the others were also intent on smearing the looted ointment onto their large bags. "I told you guys not to rob. Don't rob. How could you do this?" Jiang Xiaoyu could not cry. "I haven't finished wiping. You robbers." The crowd looked at me and at you, shifting their gaze elsewhere. Snap. Just at that moment, the lights in the dormitory suddenly turned on. The intense light startled the crowd. Their entire bodies froze in place, and when they turned their heads, they saw Ding Chen and Lian standing in the doorway. Ding Chen turned on the light and looked at Lian with a smug expression. "I told you that these little brats didn't sleep, right? You still don't believe me. If you lose this time, that bottle of wine in your house will be mine." Lian glanced at Ding Chen with a depressed face before saying with a stern face, "What do you do? What do you do? Not sleeping so late. Don't you know about rest time?" Jiang Xiaoyu touched his head and cried, "Captain, we can't sleep because of the pain. Look at this head full of bags. Touching the bed is a heartbreaking pain." Lian still didn't know how Ding Chen had trained them today. It was just that he was dragged over by Ding Chen to check on his bed in the middle of the night, and bet him that these brats were definitely not sleeping. Lian originally didn't intend to gamble, but the stakes Ding Chen had placed were too high, and he trusted these soldiers of his very much, thinking that one of them is a special forces soldier, even if they just changed places. It's not like they can't sleep. That's why he agreed in one bite and followed Ding Chen over. Now that he heard Jiang Xiaoyu say this, Lian Dong felt duped. He gasped and laughed. "Good old Ding, you're even counting on me." Ding Chen laughed. "That's out of my hands. You agreed to the bet yourself." "Willing to bet?" Lian cried and laughed, shook his head with a smile, and went to Zhang Chong and the others. "Let's see. How can it be so bad that it interferes with sleep?" Liam walked over to them in disbelief and reached out to touch them, and sure enough, his head was full of bags. Lian Dun cried and laughed. "Good old Ding, laying down such a heavy hand. No wonder they can't sleep." Jiang Xiaoyu was still complaining over there. "Captain, right? It's not that we don't want to sleep well. It's that we really can't sleep like this." "Yeah, let me see if it's that bad." Jiang Xiaoyu had just finished speaking when Ding Chen's voice rang in his ears. A dangerous warning rose in Jiang Xiaoyu's heart, and he tried to dodge and panic, but it was too late. Ding Chen's hand had pressed on his head. "What big bag can a bamboo pole hit out?" Ting Chen said while gently exerting pressure. Jiang Xiaoyu was in tears from the pain and wailed, No. The instructor didn't hit a single bag. Instructor, spare me." Ding Chen let go of Jiang Xiaoyu and said with a serious look on his face, "Sure enough, there's still a bag. So it looks like you guys can't be blamed." Jiang Xiaoyu was stunned by Ding Chen's. It was even possible to play like this. It was a way to make them cry without a place to cry. Who knew that? Ding Chen spoke up and said, "I've just already applied my energy to revitalize the blood and remove the blood stasis to those bags on your head. Do you feel if it doesn't hurt that much anymore?" Jiang Xiaoyu had already been psychologically shadowed by Ding Chen's packing, and hesitated to touch herself holding the bag. Only the others were still looking at Jiang Xiaoyu eagerly with a big head of bag. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't stand their gazes, and in the end, she could only gently touch it with confidence. "It seems like it doesn't hurt much anymore," Jiang Xiaoyu said in surprise as her eyes lit up. Ding Chen took out a large box of medicinal ointment. "Hurry up and wash that trashy thing on your heads. Come over here and I'll help you transport your energy to dissolve the blood stasis. And you guys put some medicine on yourselves and go to bed." Several people in the room ran off at once to wipe the ointment off their heads, and there was another ghostly cry as they did so. Jiang Xiaoyu watched as they wiped off their treasured ointment like garbage, and was on the verge of crying with heartache. "Damn, you grandpas, after robbing me of my stuff as garbage men, you're just not human. Now who has the time to pay attention to him?" One by one after wiping hurried to find Ding Chen. The people in the other dormitories who were also in pain and couldn't sleep all heard the commotion on this side, and one by one ran to this side of the dormitory and lined up to wait for Ding Chen's treatment. Ding Chen opened his arms left and right, healing both of them at the same time, and after 10 seconds or so tapped them while shouting, "Next!" Lu Yan looked at the crowd that was elated after being healed one by one and smeared with ointment. Platooned at the back of the line, he could not help but sigh. Instructor really good means. This hit a stick to give a date. Change who was not confused. In a flash, 2 months and months passed by in a hurry. Under Ding Chen's special care, the entirety of the Night Fork Squadron had improved by leaps and bounds. It's not just that everyone's lung capacity gets bigger and they can stay in the water longer, and their fitness improved significantly, breaking their previous fitness limits and moving up another step, especially Ruyan, who had been in the water for like 3 minutes tops before. Now it's even past 20, going straight after Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu also broke 25 minutes, heading straight for half an hour. Experiencing such an obvious improvement, everyone in the Night Fork Squadron had the motivation to continue training without Ding Chen's urging. Often, they were the ones begging Ding Chen to continue giving them heavier training. During these 2 months, Ding Chen didn't just train them in underwater diving, they are also required to be proficient in underwater walking, underwater work and a host of other underwater tasks. Until recently, it was more for them to start fighting underwater. The enhancement brought about by the Taijiquan heart technique and the turtle breath technique had also reached a limit. Everyone's fitness gains became minimal once again. Lian was looking at this situation with anxiety and was already thinking of various ways to improve the fighting strength of his team members. At noon that day, Ding Chen was teaching them underwater combat, and all of them showed great enthusiasm for training. Ting Chen himself went down and utilized his Tai Chi and fighting abilities underwater. A dozen or so men were chasing him through the water and froze as he fucked them one by one and floated to the surface for a big breath of air. "You guys can't do this technique. You still need to keep practicing." Ding Chen looked at Zhang Chong who kept gasping for air and shook his head in disappointment. "I've told you all. Underwater fighting is the most avoidant of entanglement. You have to run after a punch. No matter if you can restrict the other party's movement, you have to ensure your own safety first." He stared at Zhang Chong. "Zhang Chong, and you have a lot of strength, right? All told you. There is a lot of resistance underwater. If you want to increase your speed, before hitting the enemy, it's best to use your palms like knives, and after breaking through the water, you'll only exert force when you touch the enemy. Don't go wide open with your underwater movements. Focus on small angles and short distances of power. If you guys don't know how to do it, go learn how to do inch power for me." Just when Ding Chen's side was training happily, Lian ran all the way to the swimming pool. Old Ding, come out quickly. I have something urgent to discuss with you. Hurry up and come out for a while." Ding Chen nodded and leapt up from the shore, quickly walking towards the outside. "You guys continue training. No one is allowed to leave the water for half a step before I come." Watching Ding Chen follow Lian far away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn, finally, I'm gone. I'm exhausted." "Who says it isn't? Just like a loach. Can't catch it, can't block it. That's even if whoever touches him solo, a few hits can kill you with pain. My back is red now." After Ding Chen was called out by Lian, he was hurriedly pulled towards the office. Just as he entered the office, Liam closed the door with a mysterious look on his face. "Old Ding, I have a heavenly good news here. Guess what it is?" Lian said to Ding Chen with extraordinary excitement. Ding Chen blankly glanced at Lian. "Say what you have to say and fart when you have to. I'm still busy training these rabbits. They're slow to improve now and I'm still worried about how to make them stronger." Lian laughed. "I'm not worried about them too. Ding Chen shook his head breathlessly as he looked at him laughing so merrily. I don't really see you fretting. Liam bristled. You're no fun like that. His smile didn't diminish. I've been racking my brain these days trying to figure out how to get them to raise their strength. It's been a couple days, and it's really led me to a good path. Ding Chen smiled helplessly. Old Lia, don't keep selling out. Tell us what's going on. Lian rubbed his hands together excitedly. There's only one way to digest the results of their recent training and improve their strength, and that's actual combat. Actual combat? Ding Chen was surprised. Did the higher-ups send us another mission? Liam smiled smugly. Yes and no. How? Ding Chen was now curious as well. Lian lowered his voice and said, according to the exact information that I intercepted, a large amount of drugs within the city of Training Spring is preparing to circulate out from the manhwareska kingdom through the land route, and is now under the control of the local police. However, the drug dealers are resisting to the death. Their firepower is too strong, but the police have no way to deal with them, and are now asking for help from our military. Ding Chen was surprised. Drug dealers? If they are looking for them, they should be looking for the armed police, right? Even if they really can't handle it, they should look for the army. What does it have to do with us? Ding Chen just finished saying that he was stunned, and then looked at Lian with a bad smile on his face. Old Li, you're not being generous. Lian heatedly smiled strangely. It's true that it wasn't us who trained the Spring City police to ask for help. They wrongly estimated the armed forces of that group of drug lords, and had already notified the SWAT team and the Black Tiger commandos in the course of the standoff with them. But I'm thinking that aren't we not far away from them as well? Let's go over there first and settle this matter. On one hand, we can also be considered to share the worries of our brother forces, and on the other hand, we can also better hone them. Ding Chen was speechless. Old Li, you're really too much of a chicken. You're blocking the army's mission too? Lian squarely said, I also accidentally intercepted the information, and besides, everything I did was for the good of the Night Fork Squadron. Lian said indignantly, the higher-ups said they'd give us the greatest support, but in the end, they're keeping us on this base like baby soldiers. We scream that we are better than the augurs, but once we have all the missions for the augurs to carry out, we have to apply for half a day for even a cruising mission. Damn, not giving us a chance to show our performance at all. If I don't take some initiative, our Night Fork Squadron will be forgotten in this mountain pass. Lian looked at Ding Chen. Let's not talk about anything else. Old Ding, just tell me if you'll do it or not, he said with a resolute gaze. If you open your mouth and say you won't do it, fine. I won't do this kind of thing again in the future, and I won't take on any missions from the top, so long as the Night Fork is forgotten. So be it. Ding Chen looked at Lian's scoundrel-like appearance and said breathlessly, good fellow, you're still threatening me. If you have the ability to do so, you go to the upper echelons. What's the point of getting angry at me? Lian froze and said with a compensatory smile, it's me who said something wrong. You're a big man. Don't take it personally. After he pacified Ding Chen, he said with a stern face, Old Ding, just say if you're going or not. If you don't go, I'll lead the team on myself. Ding Chen gave him a blank look and said helplessly, I didn't say I wouldn't go. What are you excited about? Isn't the Night Fork also my heart and soul? I'm half as relaxed as you are, right? When Lian heard that Ding Chen had agreed, he brightened up and said with a joyful smile, you've agreed? That's great. I'll go get ready. You go pick your team members. Ding Chen looked at Lian's back as he happily ran away, and cursed with a laugh. Damn, this kid belongs to the wild dogs, and flips out when he says he'll flip out. 10 minutes later, a helicopter gunship lifted off from the Night Fork base and flew quickly towards Training Spring City. On top of the airplane, Ding Chen personally led the team, with Lu Yan and their entire group and Lin Feng, the sniper, following the operation. The reason why they were chosen over Zhang Chong, Jiang Xiaoyu and the others was that they wanted to leave the opportunity to the others as well. Lu Yan's group was basically considered the hardest working of the Night Fork Squadron, although their strength was now inferior to Jiang Xiaoyu Zhang Chang's group, and yet, it's also strong enough to be able to take out on missions. Tension won't make just one group strong. The army, to be strong as a whole, they are a whole, and to be strong, they have to be strong together. On the plane, everyone is painting themselves in camouflage oils. Meng Fan asked curiously, Instructor, what mission are we going on this time? Ding Chen scratched his head and smiled. I don't know the exact mission. Someone will inform us when we arrive at the place. Everyone looked at Ding Chen in shock. They're all on the plane, and you're leading a team that says they don't know what the exact mission is? How do you make tactical arrangements? How do you prepare in advance? Ding Chen smiled. We're on this mission, but we're stealing it from the army, and time is short, so I don't know much about it. Lu Yan and the rest of them all opened their mouths wide. All of them looked at Ding Chen incredulously, unable to speak for a moment. What's wrong? It was Ding Chen who was the first to ask. Why do each one of you have such an expression? Meng Fan said as he wanted to laugh but couldn't. Instructor, this is a bit too exciting for you. Robbing the army's mission. This just sounds too exciting. Yeah, instructor. This is an army mission, eh? It's just too good to be true. Lin Feng also nodded excitedly. He hadn't realized that they had managed to go on one mission, and they had still taken it from the army. Being able to steal missions from the army feels pretty cool any way you hear it. Only Lu Yan said with some concern. Instructor, if we do this, will the army people find trouble? The army has always been egotistical and has always felt invincible when it comes to single combat, especially since they lost to the Navy in the last military exercise. And this time when they know the mission has been intercepted, they're going to blow up, aren't they? Ding Chen smiled indifferently. Don't worry, there's Lian to take care of things when they go wrong. Hearing Ding Chen say this, everyone was speechless, feeling that Lian was also the one who took the blame. Half an hour later, the helicopter flew into Unit Spring. Tianchen began contacting the local police. What? There's military support coming. Or is it the Navy? The police inspector was dumbfounded to hear the report from the people below. Navy? The chief commander of this police operation frowned. We called for support from the Army's Black Tiger Special Brigade. We didn't notify the Navy. What are their people doing running over here? Are they here to tease us? Hearing the commanding officer's words, the police inspector on the side took the phone. What branch of the Navy's headquarters are you from? We didn't call for Navy support. Ha? Ting Chen said with a straight face. Hello, comrade. We are from the Marine Night Fork Squadron. I am the commander of this operation. Ting Chen, we have authorization from the Navy headquarters to assist in local work. You can check our identity. Lu Yan and the rest of them now admired Ding Chen for being able to say this without blinking an eye. The police inspector turned his head and immediately had someone check the information. A short while later, the officer below nodded. The information they said was not wrong. Half a month ago, they even applied to work with us, only that we had never had any experience with the Navy and refused. The police inspector nodded and said to Ding Chen, Comrade, the information has been confirmed, so thank you again for your kindness. However, the Army unit and Special Police unit we contacted are already on their way here. Ding Chen, however, directly interrupted him. It will take at least another hour for the Army and your SWAT team to come here, but we will be able to get to you in no time. Every minute of delay is one more minute of pressure on you. If you let these drug dealers escape, how are you going to explain? Do you still want to use your police force to engage in a firefight with drug dealers with great firepower? The police inspector fell silent. Ding Chen struck while the iron was hot. Don't think twice. Our Night Fork Squadron is a better special force than the Jialong, and it won't be worse than any army special force. Don't worry about leaving this mission to us. I guarantee we can take care of them before the Army Black Tiger commandos arrive. The police inspector was still hesitating. The commander-in-chief behind him looked at his watch and directly snatched the phone and clapped. Okay, you can have this mission. But, Ding Chen said decisively, no buts, just leave the task to us with confidence. We will be able to complete the task successfully. The commander-in-chief no longer had any questions. For them, as long as they could solve the gang of drug dealers. As for who solved it, it did not matter to him. He immediately informed Ding Chen of the information here. It turns out that there is a group of underground drug lords in the city of Training Spring who have been smuggling drugs through the border with the Manhwa country for years. The police have been investigating undercover for years and finally got hold of all their incriminating evidence and the list of their personnel a week ago. That's why the police suddenly closed the net this time. To catch them by surprise. But what the police did not expect is that this group of drug lords is not only from the smuggling of drugs outside the country, but also with the deeper interests of the Mao Xiong state. All of their other peripheral members had been removed by the police, yet there were still a couple hundred of them hiding in the southern outskirts of the city, and a good number of heavy fire weapons through the Woolly Bear Nation's connections. Even though they had called the SWAT team, it was difficult for them to break through the drug lords' blockade and get inside the estate. Comrade Ding Chen, in the drug dealer's estate, there are still 2 of our informants and an undercover agent, and including the 30 servants in the estate, all of them have now become their hostages. The commander-in-chief said seriously, you must ensure the safety of the hostages. No problem, Ding Chen nodded. When we arrive, your men continue to fire to attract their firepower. Don't let the drug dealers escape, and leave the rest to us Night Forks. Alright, then I'll leave it to you, Comrade Ding Chen. After handing over the information, Ding Chen hung up the phone and immediately assigned tasks to Lu Yan and the others. Old rules. Ding Chen looked towards Lu Yan and the others who had gotten serious. Concentrate and raise your attention, and ensure your own safety. Specific actions must be taken on command, but no drug dealers who are still capable of fighting will be allowed to stay. Yes, everyone nodded. A few minutes later, the helicopter landed directly in a clearing near the estate. Before the airplane came to a complete stop, Ding Chen led Lu Yan and the others to quickly jump off. The police surrounding the manor all looked at these soldiers in marine combat uniforms with shocked faces. Although the naval base was just a province away from them, they had never worked with the Navy before, and this was the first time they had seen anyone from the Navy. Ding Chen and the others passed through the outer guard and led the team directly to the inner encirclement. Act according to the original plan. Spread out. With a wave of Ding Chen's hand, everyone immediately dispersed and began to act according to the plan that Ding Chen had just formulated after probing with God's perspective. Comrade Ding Chen, is it? A middle-aged man walked over. I'm Jin Dawei, head of the Dongdan Provincial Police Department. This operation is under my command. Ding Chen quickly saluted him. Night Fork Squadron Instructor Ding Chen. Director Jin. The small talk will come later. I'll clean up the drug dealer first, he said, already darting towards a tree he had chosen long ago. Chief, them Navy guys are too rude. The police inspector, who was following the director, said with dissatisfaction. The director waved his hand. Now indeed, solving the drug dealers is the most important thing. The director of the Public Security Bureau of Training Spring City coldly grunted in dissatisfaction. I don't know what I can do, but I'm so arrogant. If this can't solve this group of drug dealers, I'll see where their Navy's face will go. Jin Dawei smiled helplessly. He also had many questions in his mind about this infamous naval unit, but now that the people were up there, he could only beat a dead horse. Bang! A gunshot broke the quiet of the standoff. Jin Dawei, several senior officers of the police force all stared in shock. This came to shoot. Is trying to provoke the drug dealers inside? Damn! What's wrong with these guys? Jin Dawei said angrily. Are they special forces or not? How can anyone be so reckless? Bang bang bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a series of shots rang out intensely. The muzzle of the gun in Ding Chen's hand spewed flames, firing the large caliber bullets of the 10 sniper nonstop into all parts of the manor. He has God's view and Hawkeye to assist him, and every bullet is a heavy fire target to the drug dealers, along with the drug dealers hiding in the hostage room. He exploded their heads one by one. Jin Dawei scrambled to raise his binoculars to check it out, and in the next second, he was stunned by the situation in front of him. In his telescopic observation, Ding Chen's bullets were able to penetrate the wall and accurately hit the drug dealers behind the building. The two drug traffickers' machine gunners who hit the manor, as well as the snipers, especially the several drug traffickers in the hostage room, were all taken out by Ding Chen with several shots at the first time. Blood sprayed everywhere. Sudden gunfire, then the originally well-defended drug dealers were in disarray. Bang bang bang. Fierce gunfire continued to ring out, and countless drug dealers died horribly in their estates. Basically wherever Jin Dawei looked over, there would be drug dealers howling miserably and falling to the ground. So powerful? Jin Dawei stared incredulously. Each and every one of these guys is this powerful? Special forces are really this strong? Bang bang bang. Ding Chen had lost count of how many drug dealers had died in his hands after he had exhausted several magazines in a row. But any drug dealers who tried to enter the hostage room were all eliminated by him. At this point in the hostage room, all the hostages were scared and wowed. They had been sobbing in fear as they watched a dozen drug dealers die in front of them, their heads blown off and blood pouring out. It's brutal. An informant in the hostage group couldn't help but say, which special forces are coming outside? This is killing madness. They're not going to raid us too on a whim, are they? Another informant, who was at this time covered with wounds, could not help but say, this style of combat, it's learned from the furry bear country, isn't it? It's too scary. The undercover agent, who was covered in blood on the side, at this time, snapped open his eyes, and the light emerged from his eyes. Well fought. Well fought. Kill these sons of bitches. In Ding Chen's God's view, with so many of them firing at the same time, they managed to eliminate at least a third of the drug dealers hidden inside. Only then did he coldly order Lu Yan and the others. Suppression has been completed. The other side is in disarray. All teams, move according to plan. Roger that. The Ruyan team scattered around the manor moved immediately. They first threw a smoke bomb into the manor, and while the blanket of white fog obscured the vision of the drug traffickers, they quickly climbed over the fence, jumped into the manor, and advanced towards the villa. Jin Dawei was startled to see Ding Chen and the others acting so rashly, and hurriedly shouted to Ding Chen, Comrade Ding Chen, they still have hostages in their hands. You have to make sure the hostages are safe. Ding Chen didn't pay any attention to David Jin. All of his other attention was focused on the hostage room as his God's perspective now focused on the big picture. The reactions of the nearby drug dealers were all under his control. After all he's been through, he knows what's important. That's why he stayed in this tree and didn't follow along with the raid on the estate. After all, with the sniper rifle in his hand, he was able to provide support to the team while preventing the drug dealers from entering the hostage room. Seeing that Ding Chen was ignoring him, Jean Dawei simply turned his head to the director of public security of Training Spring City and said, "Have the armed police and SWAT attack through the front door? And keep up with them to provide support." He gritted his teeth and said, "I see that these people don't care about the hostages at all, and we can only let ourselves take care of the safety of these hostages." "Yes," the director saluted and hurriedly turned to give the order. Meanwhile, the drug dealers who had panicked after being dazed by Ding Chen earlier had already come back to their senses by now. "Crap nigga," Xiaodong lifted his head up from behind the broken sofa. "Are these cops crazy? We have hostages in our hands and they still dare to do this. Are they really not afraid of us killing hostages?" Another drug dealer boss, Gao Chang, angrily yelled. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring the hostages up. If they dare to continue their attack, kill a few people to show them." Xiaodong looked at the bodies of his fellows that were shot down all over the ground. Almost every one of them died with their heads blown off, blood and brains flowing all over the ground. It looked very horrible. Even for a murderous drug dealer like him, he still looked at it for a moment. If they hadn't reacted quickly and gotten down just now, they might have been among those who died. "We can't keep fighting like this, or we'll be wiped out," Xiaodong angrily yelled. "Pull a few hostages over to threaten them. I don't believe they will dare to shoot again. Let these cops know that we are not vegetarians either." Yes, the three juniors immediately headed to the hostage room on the side. In Ding Chen's God's view, he was always keeping an eye on the movements of the drug dealers, and when he saw that someone was starting to walk towards the hostage room, he immediately reacted. Ding Chen raised the muzzle of the sniper rifle in his hand and aimed at the door of the room where the enemy was about to appear. In his scope, a line of three drug dealers quickly came into view. Without the slightest hesitation, Ding Chen pulled the trigger in his hand the moment the first man showed his head. Bang! There was a loud bang as the bullet shattered the glass and accurately hit the first drug dealer in the head. With a bang, under the penetration of a large caliber bullet, the drug dealer's entire head suddenly burst open like an exploding watermelon, spraying the other two drug dealers with red and white syrup. The two drug dealers froze, then let out a horrified scream. They could freeze, but Ding Chen wouldn't. As he blew the first drug dealer's head off, he shifted his gun and was already aiming at the second target. Bang! Another shot rang out and the bullet flew past the drug dealer's mouth and out the back of his head, blowing the entire back of his head to smithereens, half of his head disconnecting from the mouth connection and falling to the ground. When the third drug dealer saw this, his legs went limp and he had sat down on the ground, a foul-smelling liquid oozing out from underneath him. With this paralyzing fall, his entire body was no longer in the sniper scope's field of view, leaving only a pair of feet still by the door. Ding Chen didn't let go of this opportunity and decisively pulled the trigger. After a gunshot, the last drug dealer's left leg was penetrated by a bullet and blown into two pieces. A miserable howl of pain echoed in the hallway, and the drug dealer didn't dare to continue exposing himself to Ding Chen's gun. He wailed as he crawled toward the front. "Boss, run! There's a cop sniper outside. The hostage room is impossible to get into." His mournful screams reached the ears of Xiaodong and Gao Chang, startling the two. "What should we do now? The hostage room can't be rushed through, and we're surrounded by the cops again. How can we escape this time?" Gao Chang asked in panic. Xiaodong frowned. "Damn, these cops are too much. Send a few brothers, take smoke bombs, and bring a few hostages out anyways. I don't believe they're really not afraid of us killing hostages." He had just said this and before he even gave the order, a junior ran over in a panic below. "Boss, it's bad. The cops broke in. There's an army with a lot of firepower and good shooting, and it's getting beat up down there, and they're just about to break through to the villa." Xiaodong and Gao Chang were startled and listened carefully, but sure enough, the sound of gunfire from below was close at hand. "Crap Nima," Gao Chang roared. "This nigga really didn't put us in their eyes. Why are these cops so fierce all of a sudden? Weren't they just able to only confront us? They came for backup?" A junior said hurriedly. "There was a helicopter coming from the sky just now. It might be them." Gao Chang gritted his teeth and said, "Just one helicopter. It can't sit a few people. They just came with special forces. They can't be so capable of fighting, right?" The junior who just ran in to report shook his head. "The troops we just fought with, what they're wearing, seems to be Navy uniforms." "What?" Gao Chang and Xiaodong's jaws dropped in shock. "Laozi isn't a pirate. An inland border city. What's the Navy doing here?" Gao Chang carefully looked down through the bullet holes in the villa's walls. "Sure enough, I saw members of the Night Stalkers dressed in Marine Corps combat uniforms. Each of them, with grease paint smeared on their faces, was charging downstairs with bravery and invincibility." "My nigga," Gao Chang cursed angrily. "It's really the Navy's people. This Nima. We're dealing drugs and not transporting drugs by sea. What's the point of them coming to join in the fun? The Navy are already idle and want to come inland to get credit?" Xiaodong gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. "Don't fucking care if they're Navy or not. We're all fucking beaten up like this. What do we care about this for? These people are here to kill us. Hurry up and think of a way. Let's escape first. The two quickly came to a consensus, letting people go to the hostage room to kill the hostages, while the others desperately dragged Lu Yen and the others down, and the two of them escaped with a portion of their men through the escape route. Originally, they wanted to use the hostages to threaten the police into submission and let them leave Unit Spring. But in this case, everyone knows that the police are killing them and must get rid of them before they stop. Now that the hostage room on the second floor has snipers mounting their guns, there's no way to bring the hostages out alive, so they have no choice but to kill them. And with the Navy downstairs charging so hard and looking to fight their way in, there was no time for them to think twice. All drug dealers know that they carry countless hits on their backs, and even if they surrender, they are still being executed by the law. That's why they will never surrender and are determined to resist to the last step. All the drug dealers had arrived downstairs for support. Two drug dealer leaders with a few men started toward the escape hatch, and a few other drug dealers with menacing faces took grenades from the first floor ammo room to head upstairs. Ding Chen saw their actions clearly in God's view. Ding Chen immediately ordered into his headset, "Lu Yen, take the blasters to the 3 o'clock direction and blow up the wall. Some drug dealers are trying to escape from there." "Yes," Lu Yen nodded. "Old Huang, follow me," Lu Yen yelled and immediately led the blaster in that direction. "Lin Feng, can you aim at the second floor hallway from your position?" Ding Chen asked. He had to be prepared. Once Lin Feng was unable to snipe, his immediately made other arrangements. "Yes," Lin Feng nodded. Ding Chen arranged, "Guard the entrance to the building. As long as once someone shows his head, you snipe him for me." "Yes." Ding Chen glanced at the Night Fork members who hadn't yet attacked the villa and said in a cold voice, "Who's the heavy fire machine gunner?" Meng Fan immediately perked up. "It's my instructor, Meng Fan." Ding Chen nodded. "After you break into the villa, immediately sweep indiscriminately toward the left room door." "Yes." Meng Fan was incredibly excited. Ding Chen continued, "Attention to the other members. After attacking the villa, immediately take control of the rooms and purge the drug dealers. Never let anyone go. The hostages are in the second room on the right-hand side of the second floor. All members keep an eye on the drug dealers' movements and don't let them get close to the hostages." "Yes." All of them yelled and rushed towards the drug dealer's villa in unison. Meng Fan rushed in ahead of him. He's the machine gunner on the team, and heavy fire suppression needs to be done by him. He was the first to step into the villa under the cover of his teammates. Just entered the villa and saw no enemies in view. Meng Fan, however, kept Ding Chen's arrangement in mind, and as soon as he stepped into the villa, he immediately deflected his gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation, firing a volley of shots at the door of the room on his left. Several drug dealers who were half crouching and staring at the gate of the villa were ready to take advantage of the moment when the police attacked to fight back, but as a result, just as they showed their heads, they were bloodied by the machine gun in Meng Fan's hands. The machine gun in Meng Fan's hand didn't stop, shattering the man and the door together. Machine gun bullets swept the wall with masonry, quickly penetrating it and knocking the enemy hiding behind it to the ground. Blood, flesh, and limbs flew about in the air, and the entire left side of the room was in chaos. The drug dealers hiding in the other rooms on the first floor heard the commotion at the door and wanted to rush out to suppress Meng Fan. Ta-da-da-da. They had just rushed to the door when a burst of fire snakes emerged from behind Meng Fan, killing the drug dealers who had rushed out from several other rooms one by one. Meng Fan turned his head and smiled at his teammate who had rushed in after him. "Old Kong, thanks. You're welcome." Old Kong laughed out loud. "Buy me a drink later." The two drug dealers rushed out with strange screams, and Lao Kong and Meng Fan immediately tightened their smiles and pulled the triggers to send them to the west. One by one, the members of the Night Stalkers fishtailed and fought the drug dealers on the first floor. At the second floor hallway, Lin Feng had been observing the hallway. After hearing the fight on the first floor, his sniper scope finally showed the enemy. "Lin Feng, people are coming. Snipe them," Ding Chen reminded through God's view. Lin Feng didn't even think much about why Ding Chen could see the enemy at that angle. He just habitually moved his muzzle over the moment he saw the enemy in his sniper scope. Hearing Ding Chen's words, he agreed without even thinking. "Don't worry, instructor. Not a single one will escape." The drug dealer who had just rushed up to the second floor was still holding the grenade with the safety removed. Bang! He was just about to throw the grenade towards the hostage's room when he heard a thud. A blood-red color appeared in his eyes, and his entire field of vision quickly dimmed. A bullet penetrated the drug dealer's head, carrying his entire body backwards. Boom! A loud bang came from the grenade that hadn't been dislodged yet and exploded in the hands of the falling corpse, shattering the drug dealer's body. Minced blood and flesh splattered across the hallway like red stars sprinkled with blood, and the stairs of the building were blown up by a grenade. The man following this drug dealer was also swept away by the explosion and fell down the hallway to the first floor. suffering considerable injuries. Boom, boom. Two heavy muffled thuds came from the first floor stairwell as the two drug dealers who had just fallen down shattered along with the first floor stairs. For a short time, no one could threaten the second floor hostages anymore. Xiaodong and Gao Chang, who had already made their way to the escape passage, listened to the violent firefights and explosions coming from behind them, their eyes full of resignation. Damn it, one day, I will come back with people to kill. Gao Chang gritted his teeth. Xiaodong urged, alright, let's sneak away and talk about it. After we rise again, it's something we have to settle with them. As he spoke, he opened the escape tunnel. The two minions jumped in first, and a few drug dealers surrounded them, protecting them as they headed out of the estate. Everyone was careful. After all, they weren't out of the manor's boundaries yet. Their greatest fear was that just as they exited the passageway, there would be a whole bunch of police guarding the exit. Lu Yen, they're coming over. Detonate, Ding Chen sneered. Alright, Lu Yen also laughed excitedly, signaling Old Huan to detonate the bomb. Old Yellow pressed the detonator in his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire southeastern wall completely collapsed, and a large hole appeared in the ground. The huge explosion sliced the wall into huge chunks that fell through the collapsed hole. A few of the men who walked in front of Xiaodong and Gao Chang were smashed to death on the spot by the boulder, like mosquitoes that were swatted to death, and the blood and flesh splattered the two of them. Xiaodong and Gao Chang were so startled by the explosion that their entire bodies were paralyzed, and now the spattered blood, flesh, and raised dust got all over their faces, and they couldn't tell whether it was their men's blood or their own injuries. Vomit. Gao Chang even felt the taste of raw meat in his mouth, and he couldn't hold it back any longer and vomited with a wow. Xiaodong was no better at this point. Yellowish-white material flowed out from underneath him, and the whole man cried out with his liver and guts cracked. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I surrender! I surrender! Give me a pain in the ass! Watching two of his men die horribly in front of his eyes, with their bodies and bones, and only some flesh and blood left hanging on them, especially Gao Chang, the corner of his mouth but also chewed the meat under his hands, the shadow in his heart not to mention how big. He was on the ground by now, and kept clasping his throat, trying to spit out the foreign sensation in his mouth. There was a pile of his vomited filth on the floor, and at this point, because he was lying on his back, he was getting it all over himself instead. Xiaodong wasn't much better, scared shitless by the scene in front of me, his eyes red as if he'd gone mad. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I surrender! Don't fight! Xiaodong cried out in surrender. The few little brothers behind them didn't half look down on the two bosses. They were also scared out of their wits now, throwing their guns aside and falling to their knees, constantly kowtowing. Lu Yen descended from the sky through the blasted hole with Old Huang, and his eyes flashed with disgust when he saw the drug dealers who were scared shitless. We surrender! Don't shoot! When Xiaodong saw that someone was coming, he kowtowed on the ground without any regard for his face. They were now intimidated by the combat style of the Night Stalker Squadron. It was the special brigade of the Manhwa Kingdom that would have most killed them with a single shot, while these Yanghua Navy blew their heads off as if they were balloons, and it doesn't move. They beat them to a bloody pulp, with broken limbs everywhere, and brains splattered everywhere. In all their years of internationalization, they had never seen a soldier with such poisonous tactics. This kind of death without a body really scared them enough. Instructor, there are a few drug dealers here who are going to surrender. Should I stay my hand? Lu Yen inquired to Ding Chen. But he remembered that Ding Chen had said that as long as there was still the ability to resist, don't let any of them go. Ding Chen nodded. After confirming that they are incapable of resisting, hand them over to the police. No ability to resist? Lu Yen asked tentatively. Waste them? Ding Chen couldn't help but cry and laugh. And he didn't know from whom Lu Yen and the others had learned to be so belligerent looking. The enemies on the first floor of the villa who were resisting were quickly eliminated one by Meng Fan and the others, without accepting the surrender of a single person. Jin Dawei was still waiting anxiously, and his heart was in his throat when he heard the gunfire in the manor gradually stop. Soon, a police officer quickly ran over. Director, the rescue operation was successfully completed. All the captives were rescued. In addition, we intercepted Xiaodong and Gao Chang in the escape route, as well as several other backbones of this gang. This eradication operation is considered to be a perfect conclusion. What? Jin Dawei's eyes widened in disbelief. You're saying that the hostages were all unharmed in that intense firefight just now? The officer nodded. Yes, according to our informants and undercover agents. Not a single drug dealer has been able to get close to them since their navy started attacking. Jin Dawei's jaw had dropped to the ground. He didn't think that this naval unit, which they had never paid attention to, could bring them such a surprise. A dozen people in the area almost wiped out 10 times as many drug dealers. If it wasn't for Xiaodong and the others surrendering quickly, they would indeed have been completely annihilated. Xiaodong and Gao Chang, They were all captured as well? Jin Dawei reconfirmed. Yes, they couldn't stand those Navy tactics and surrendered of their own accord. Jin Dawei laughed cheerfully. This time it's good. Wandering on the border of this group of drug dealers are all eliminated. Training Spring City can be peaceful for a few days again. Xiao Sun this time after leading the team to go back. The work of the Training Spring City needs to be unfolded urgently. There can no longer be lawless elements in the Training Spring City arrogance. Yes, the Director of Public Security of Training Spring City nodded his head. Director, look, is that the Army's men? A police officer asked, pointing at the two helicopters in the sky. Jin Dawei raised his head and looked upwards, only to see two helicopters with Army markings rapidly flying towards them. The Army isn't far away. It came quite slowly. Everyone else was busy and they came over. Jin Dawei shook his head. Let's go over and take a look. On the plane, the leader of the Black Tiger Commandos frowned deeply as he watched a puff of smoke form the estate below. Didn't they tell them police to control the situation and not to provoke the drug dealers? See how this looks like a firefight? The Lieutenant Colonel Sub-Commander frowned. The Black Tiger teammate on the side glanced at the manor below and said in alarm, Captain, it seems like there's been a ceasefire down there. I don't know what the situation is. Just go down and see. The sub-captain replied salaciously. Soon, two helicopters docked in the clearing outside the estate. Looking at the naval helicopter parked next to him, the sub-captain felt a sudden sense of ill will in his heart. His brows locked deeply, and without a word, he led his teammates out of the airplane. The Black Tiger Commando teammates also saw the airplane, and each of them had curiosity in their eyes. However, seeing that the sub-captain had a cold face without a glance, they also had the good sense not to touch the bad luck. Soon, more than 20 Army Special Forces in jungle camouflage jumped off the plane and appeared in front of Jin Dawei and the others. Unlike what the sub-captain and the others had imagined, when they got off the plane, no one enthusiastically came up to meet them. All the police forces were in charge of maintaining order around the area. Some officers were collecting the drug dealers' limbs in the estate, and some armed police were in charge of taking the hostages to the hospital. All the members of the Black Tiger Commandos all frowned. How it felt like they were a step too late. Captain Kai, I'm sorry for making you guys make a trip for nothing. You're late this time. Jin Dawei laughed. It's already over on our side. Captain Kai hung a reluctant smile on his face. It's okay, nothing major happened here on the line. It's your SWAT team that acted very quickly this time, and did it professionally as well. I just saw it on the airplane. So many corpses of drug dealers. Your police force has made a great achievement this time. Captain Kai complimented against his will. As expected, hearing this from Captain Kai, Jin Dawei's embarrassed smile hung on his face. It wasn't our doing, Jin Dawei said helplessly. It was thanks to the Navy's blessing that we were able to wipe out this group of drug dealers this time. Navy? Captain Kai's eyes widened. You called in the Jiaolong Commandos? He had just finished speaking, shaking his head repeatedly in disbelief himself. Jiaolong's base isn't over here. Even if you had notified them, they shouldn't be faster than us. Seeing Captain Kai's disbelieving face, Jin Dawei laughed. It's not like they have more than one unit in the Navy. The one that's here this time is an extraordinary unit. Which troop? Captain Kai asked hastily. Just as they were talking, Ding Chen had already finished collecting his team and led them over. So it's you, Captain Kai exclaimed in shock as he pointed at Ding Chen. Ding Chen was leading Lu Yan and the others with the intention of wrapping up and going back, but as a result, he had just walked over when he heard a cry of alarm coming from this side. So it's you! At Captain Kai's exclamation of surprise, Ding Chen and Lu Yan turned their heads at the same time, looking at Captain Kai in disbelief. Ding Chen quickly searched the faces in his memory and did not find anyone with a face similar to this one, and he knew fewer army guys to begin with, so by the looks of this guy, it seemed like he had made an enemy out of whoever was on their team. I guess. Ding Chen looked at Lu Yan. Your enemy? Lu Yan shook his head back and forth. I've never made an enemy in all the years I've been in the Marines. I don't recognize him. Ding Chen turned his gaze to the others. The others shook their heads in succession, saying that they didn't recognize Captain Kai. Ding Chen saw that no one in his team recognized this person, and figured that this person was most likely the wrong person. Without paying too much attention to him anymore, he led the team over and said to Jin Dawei, Comrade Director, our mission has been accomplished, and without anything else, we'll leave first. Behind Captain Kai, the members of the Black Tiger Commando team were all on fire when they saw Ding Chen ignoring their captain. That's too much. Our captain called you guys. Didn't you hear him? Wang Xiaohu pointed at Ding Chen. He didn't want to think about his captain's attitude when he spoke just now at all, and blamed everything on Ding Chen. Me? Ding Chen pointed at Captain Kai and said, I don't seem to know you. What are you calling out to me for? Captain Kai gritted his teeth and sneered. You don't recognize me, but we've always recognized you. You guys started to gloat when you opportunistically won the Warwolf in the military exercise. And now you even dare to intercept our Black Tiger's mission. You guys are so powerful. Ding Chen was too lazy to bother with him. The best way to deal with this kind of incompetent and furious person was to ignore him. Mr. Jean, I'll leave the aftermath to you police. We have things to do. So we'll leave first, Ding Chen said and took Lu Yan and the others away earlier. Wang Xiaohu said cynically from the back. I thought that the troops that could beat the wolf's teeth battle wolves were so powerful. It turns out that it is still an opportunistic one. And when it comes to us, Black Tiger will have to obediently pin down their tails and be a human being. What did you say? Meng Fan was on fire at that moment. It was fine for this other person to say that he was fine. If he said that their Night Fork Squadron wasn't fine, it would never be fine. Not only Meng Fan. When the rest of the Night Fork Squadron heard Wang Xiaohu's mocking words, they all became emotional. They took a collective step forward and shouted in unison. What did you say? Say it again if you can? The Black Tiger Commandos people also took 2 steps forward without showing any weakness. I told you what's wrong with you guys. Now you know you're wimpy? What did you do when you just grabbed the mission? I'll rob you paralyzed. Meng Fan had the hottest temper and roared, swinging his fist towards Wang Xiaohu. Stop! Captain Kai and Ding Chen shouted at the same time. Ding Chen looked at Captain Kai. What? Are you Black Tigers looking for trouble? Looking for trouble? Captain Kai said unhurriedly. Aren't you the ones looking for trouble? This is our army's mission. Whose permission did you guys get to come across the province to rob our mission? If you yourselves have eaten the guts of a bear, don't blame us for stepping in to teach you a lesson. Teach us a lesson? Ding Chen looked at Captain Kai with a dumbfounded smile. What qualifications do you Black Tigers have? And what ability do you have to teach us a lesson? My Night Fork Squadron is directly under the Marine Corps, and we have instructions from the chiefs above for us to strengthen our cooperation with the local community. This mission is ours when we come on it. When was there ever any talk of stealing your mission? Chief Jean, listening to their tone as if they are going to fight at any moment, the Black Tiger Commando is at least the one we called over. Should we persuade them? The police's chief couldn't help but ask Jean Dawei. Jean Dawei shook his head. This is their military department's own business. It's still hard for a clean official to settle a family matter. Let them break it up themselves. You hurry up and wrap it up. I still have a bunch of things waiting to be dealt with, he said and looked at Ding Chen with a smile. Comrade Ding Chen, this side of the matter has been dealt with, and I need to go back to my official duties as well. So if there's nothing else, please make yourselves at home. His meaning was clear to all eyes. That is, he made it clear that he would not take sides. You guys have problems pulling your own weight. Don't try to use us police as a shield. Ding Chen nodded. Our Night Fork Squadron also has a lot of things to do, so we'll be leaving first, so idle people can stay if they want to, he said and tried to get Lu Yan to take the team on the plane. Captain Kai, however, suddenly put on a stern face and said, Captain Ding, right, you robbed our Black Tiger today. It's not so easy to leave. If you don't give us an explanation, it'll be hard for us to let you go. Ding Chen was amused by his words. Account? What account do I need to give you? If you guys want to blame it, blame yourselves for assembling to rush too much ink. It's all about the same distance. You guys can wait for us to finish settling it and then come over. That's something I wouldn't have thought of. Ding Chen looked at the entire Black Tiger Commando team contemptuously. You guys aren't afraid that there are too many drug dealers, so you don't dare to go up and fight, and wait until the others are done before you dare to jump out and grab the credit, right? Behind Ding Chen, the Night Fork Squadron laughed out loud. That must be it. Or why couldn't we see them when the gunfire was just going on? That's right. When the drug dealers' grenades were flying around and the machine guns were sweeping around, we didn't see them rushing out in front. Now that we've killed the enemy, rushing out to grab the credit with us. Shame on you. That's it. Shame on you. The Black Fox Commandos' faces were red with anger, and Captain Kai's face was even redder. Put your mother's ass on the line. They were originally a bunch of brown men. Let them fight and curse they could. It would be better to let him play this kind of word exchange with Ding Chen in a conspiratorial manner, rather than letting him go into battle and kill the enemy. He was so angry that he clenched his fist and swung it at Ding Chen. Kai Captain is worthy of the Special Brigade origin, although not since childhood practice martial arts to build a strong body, but military boxing fighting arts are all proficient. His punch was as fast as thunder, and it whistled towards Ding Chen's face. Yes, the members of the Black Tiger Commandos all couldn't help but shout out in excitement, applauding the punch their captain threw. Everyone in the Night Fork Squadron's expression remained unchanged, and their gazes towards Captain Kai even took on a hint of pity. Captain Kai also saw the look in the eyes of the opposite side, only he was very puzzled. In the face of such a swift punch from him, Ding Chen was very trustworthy and did not even move. So why would these people take pity on themselves? In his disbelief, Ding Chen moved. All he saw was Ding Chen flashing like a black shadow, and with a flash before his eyes, he felt a huge force on his chest, and his entire body rose up in the air and fell to the ground with a thud. Captain Kai's eyes were glazed over, and he had no idea how he had become like this. Those players behind him all opened their mouths into an O shape. How could they have never imagined that their immensely respected captain would not even be able to catch a single move from Ding Chen? The weirdest thing was that no one could see how Ding Chen had struck. Ding Chen looked condescendingly at Captain Kai, who was lying on the ground. If you want to ask for an explanation, improve yourself first before coming back. The current you is not worthy. Let's go. After Ding Chen finished pretending, he directly led Lu Yan and the others away. It wasn't until Ding Chen and the rest of them had all boarded the plane that Wang Xiaohu and the others dared to help Captain Kai up from the ground with 7 hands and 8 feet. Captain, are you alright? Wang Xiaohu asked with a concerned face. Captain Kai's face was now very ugly. He had lost enough face in front of so many of his men. I did not expect Wang Xiaohu to ask him so loudly in front of everyone. It is not obvious to tell others that my family captain was knocked down. You guys come to see Captain Kai's face was grim as he climbed up from the ground. And it was only then that he was surprised to realize that he was not injured. In an instant, his whole person was stunned. His own powerful blow was smashed on the ground so vigorously by the other party. But he didn't suffer any injury at all. It seems that his physical quality is still very good. How could he know that it was Ding Chen who didn't want to injure him? They were all soldiers of the Yen Kingdom, and it was the Night Fork Squadron that had grabbed the mission first. It would be a bit of a stretch to injure anyone else, Captain Kai said with a cold face. Night Fork Squadron, what a big bully. I'll make you look good when I have the chance in the future. Let's go. Captain Kai gritted his teeth. Wang Xiaohu froze and spoke. Captain, we're not going in? Captain Kai was so angry that he slapped him on the head. Other people's missions have been completed. What are we doing going in there to see how great other people are? Let's go. Let's go back. This isn't over with the Navy. He snapped around and led the Black Tiger commandos to the helicopter. In the afternoon of the same day, in the building of the military headquarters of the Yen state, Lin Shichong, who was the commander of the Army's Northeast Military Region, went to the Naval Command in a rage and barged straight into the office of Navy Commander Li Jianbin. Commander Li, Lin Shichong said angrily, the Marines Night Fork Squadron under your hand is really good. Not only did they steal our Army's mission, but they also beat up people with their hands, not caring about comradeship at all. Li Jianbin was confused by what he heard. He didn't know anything about this operation of the Night Fork Squadron. Naturally, he didn't know about the conflict that occurred between the Night Fork and the Black Tiger. However, Ding Chen and the Night Fork Squadron were both on his mind right now, and what should be defended still had to be defended. Li Jianbin nodded. Well, they are indeed good men. The pride of my navy. What's wrong? Lin Shichong froze. He didn't expect Li Jianbin, who was the commander-in-chief of the navy, to be able to say this. What else? My men have been beaten up under my hands. The corner of Lin Shichong's mouth twitched. The police in Training Spring City turned to our army for help. This is also a matter within the territory of the Yen state. What happens in our northeastern precincts should be dealt with by ourselves. Not only did your people intervene and rob us of our mission, but also beat up my people with their hands. This is a matter that you should more or less give us an account of, right? Li Jianbin put down the official document in his hand. Want an argument? Your commander-in-chief coming is more like it. He stared at Lin Shichong's eyes. First of all, the country does not stipulate that what happens on land can only be done by your army. As long as they come across a threat to the safety of the people's property, every soldier has the obligation to come to the rescue. What? Are you thinking that our navy is not a soldier of the Yen state and that the Yen state laws do not apply? Secondly, it's not your turn to explain what I do in the navy. It's more like your commander-in-chief's turn. Lastly, I'm sure my soldiers don't beat people up for no reason, so you'd better ask before you come to question me. Lin Shichong was dumbfounded. He had also heard about this from the people below, and after listening to the Black Tiger Commando's side of the story, he had rushed straight over in a fit of rage. He couldn't say anything else. He could only grit his teeth and say, then you navy can't stretch your hands so wide. How often do we army send people to rob you of what you do at sea? Li Jianbin snorted coldly. Thanks to you for saying such words. If your army is capable of this, go ahead and do it right. Li Jianbin stared at Lin Shichong. I'm still telling you, the navy's business. It's not your turn to ask. If you want to say, let your commander-in-chief come. Lin Shichong was still about to speak when Li Jianbin spoke directly. Send the guests away. Lin Shichong stood in front of Li Jianbin's office for a while, but finally gritted his teeth and headed towards the military headquarters. Didn't you tell me to find the commander-in-chief? I'll really find it and judge you. In the office of the commander-in-chief of the army. After the commander-in-chief Wu Zhigua heard Lin Shichong's words, he had someone bring him a cup of tea. Old Lin, don't be angry. Have you understood the beginning and end of the matter clearly? He looked at Lin Shichong. although I haven't finished understanding the whole thing, but old Li's words are still true. I also don't believe that our Yin country's soldiers would beat up people for no reason. The Navy is also our Yin kingdom's military, and there's nothing wrong with them being on it when local support is needed. So how can you say they shouldn't be in charge? You are at least a commander of one side of the military region. The height of the problem is still not enough. Regardless of the Navy and Army, can solve things is not the best result. We are all Yenhua soldiers. Don't divide it so finely. And we can't cause conflicts. Lin Shichong's eyes widened. Commander, you're the commander of our army. How can you still favor their navy? Wu Zhigua said with a serious face. Then I'm also the minister of the military department first and foremost. The army is my own and the navy is my stepmother's? Old Lin, you can't afford to have this thought. Lin Shichong aggravatedly said. Then you mean that regardless, in the future, if the navy robs us of our missions openly and squarely, we'll have to admit our fate with our tails between our legs? Wu Zhigua sighed. I don't even care to talk about you guys. Your special operations team is right next to the mission. This can still let the Night Fork Squadron steal the mission. How can you even go to someone else to argue about such a disgraceful matter? He glared at Lin Shichong with a deadly glare. The last military exercise. The entire army was stirred up by this unit. Several special forces were tricked by others. And in the end, the command was terminated by others, allowing them to decapitate all the top brass. Are you all so incompetent that you have to make me go to someone else to put pressure on them? Can't you guys fight for your lives long enough for me to hear the Navy people come to me for a statement? Are you asking me to go now? To be embarrassed? What are you going to tell them when you get there? That you Navy won't be allowed to do land missions from now on because our army is incompetent and can't rob you? Wu Zhigua slapped his own face. If you want to punch the Navy in the face, fight for yourselves and don't make me lose this old face again. Lin Shichong was so ashamed that he no longer had any semblance of a temper. He stood up and promised in a deep voice. Don't worry, Commander, we'll never let the Navy get over our heads again. Wu Zhigua laughed. That's not right. Go down and prepare well for the Special Forces competition. If this competition, let the Navy's people take the first place, the Army will really lose face and lose a lot of money. Yes, Lin Shichong assured. The Black Tiger commandos of our military region will definitely beat up all of the Navy's special forces. Since the last time they grabbed the Army's mission, Ding Chen and Lian seemed to have experienced the joy of going on a mission, and took the Night Fork Squadron to grab several more missions. According to Liam, it means that if you don't give me a mission from above, then we'll do it ourselves. They don't just grab land missions, but sea missions as well as they can get them out. Not only the Army, but even the augurs are complaining about them. But Lian and Ding Chen couldn't care less. As long as it was beneficial to the Night Fork Squadron, it was fine to grab it. The members of the Night Fork have been living a beautiful life of going on missions every other day ever since. Ding Chen's expectations for them were high, and the effort expended was just as much. In addition to the increasingly heavy physical training in the mornings, the afternoon underwater training has begun with the second phase of instruction. Evenings were the easiest days for everyone in the Night Stalker Squadron, as they were the only ones that allowed for a short respite from their specialized courses in the evenings. One day at noon, Lian mysteriously pulled Ding Chen into his office, and incidentally closed the door. The Night Fork members watched the captain and instructor make such a move, and one by one, they couldn't help but look at their departing backs with a teasing face. What do you guys say? Will the instructor have an affair with the captain and the others? Zhang Dapeng laughed evilly. Hearing him say this, Jiang Xiaoyu instantly became interested. Then who do you think is on top? The instructor or the captain and them? The topic of the two of them caused the others to reverie, and one couldn't help but get a nasty chill at the thought of two big old men together. Roll, 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 Zhang Cheng said furiously. You two make up less about the instructor and the captain, and insult the instructor's image in my heart again. Beware of me beating you up. Look, anxious. Zhang Xiaoyu had a cheap grin on his face. What do you think he thought of? I'll kill you. Zhang Cheng roared angrily, clenched his fists and chased after Zhang Xiaoyu. This jabbering of theirs immediately caused the others to laugh, and no one thought about what Zhang Xiaoyu had just said anymore. Meanwhile, Lian closed the door to his room and looked at Ding Chen with a mysterious and enigmatic smile. Ding Chen was a bit furious at Lian's gaze like this, and took a step back, glaring at Lian and saying, Old Li, what do you want to do in this broad daylight? Lian froze, looking at Ding Chen's defensive look, and immediately understood something. He had a head full of black lines and blankly glanced at Ding Chen. What the fuck were you thinking? I just had something good to tell you. What were you thinking, you nasty piece of shit? Ding Chen patted his chest and said, Is that so? Then I'm relieved. That was close. I thought you had endured for half a year and finally couldn't help but want to go after me. Scared me to death. Lian rolled his eyes powerlessly. Then take your time to think about it. I won't tell you this good news. Don't intervene. Ding Chen collected the look on his face and said with a straight face, Is it another mission that you've robbed from someone? You all said it's a good thing. Is it hard to believe that it's the big mission that robbed Xiaolong? Liam smiled smugly. You're guaranteed not to guess this time, but you've guessed about as much as you can. Ding Chen looked at Lian. Old Li, just don't sell yourself short. Hurry up and tell me, what's going on? Lian smiled. Old Ding, I just received a call from above. This special forces competition. Let's go and participate. Ding Chen gave Lian a blank look. I thought it was something. Isn't this something that has been known for a long time? Why are you still making such a fuss about it? It's different, Lian said excitedly. This time it's confirmed. Commander Lin personally called to inform us. Originally the Special Forces competition had nothing to do with our Navy, and this is the first year we've been granted permission to participate. And there's only one slot. Last year we weren't even formed yet, and the Navy slot was given to the augurs by default. This time because of our outstanding performance at the military show and a couple of real-life battles to make our name. After studying the matter from above, it was decided that we should replace Xiaolong and participate in this Special Forces competition. Really? Ding Chen stood up with a huff and stared excitedly at Lian. It really couldn't be more true. Lian was equally excited. This time the documents have come down. Of course it's true. Otherwise I wouldn't have been so happy. And so happy to come and talk to you. Great. Ding Chen slapped his thighs. Then this time, our Night Fork Squadron is going to make a name for itself in the entire army. Lian had a bad smile on his face. We've already made a name for ourselves. Not to mention that military drill before. Just the things we've done in the past few days. It's hard for people in other military regions to not know about us. Ding Chen froze, then shook his head and laughed. What I want is not this kind of fame. What we want is for everyone to know that we are even better than Xiaolong. Lian nodded. Don't worry. No one will dare to look down on us anymore from after this competition. Just as the two of them were combining their efforts and trying to pick out the candidates for the Special Forces competition, suddenly the phone on Lian's desk rang. After Lian answered the phone, his entire face sank, clenching his teeth and not saying a word. Old Li, what's wrong? Who's calling? Ding Chen asked with a frown. Lian said in a deep voice, Xiaolong's people called, saying that they are not convinced by the arrangement of the higher-ups this time, and asked us to give them back the opportunity that we robbed them of, and said that they want to come to our door to challenge us, and teach us who is the #1 ranked special force in the Navy. Ding Chen's eyes widened. Are the people of Xiaolong so lackadaisical? Who goes to attend the arrangements of the people above? He came to us to say what? Have the ability to go and react with the above. It can't be helped. Lian bitterly laughed and shook his head. The documents have already been issued from above. It's impossible for them to change their minds just by going. They just want to change their minds by challenging us and defeating us and then letting the people up there know they're stronger. Even if the top doesn't change its mind, then they're still the #1 in the Navy. The uncrowned king. Ding Chen raised his eyebrows. Good fellow. This is using us as a stepping stone. Wanting to step on us to prove ourselves. Who says otherwise? Lian said helplessly. This is a case where answering or not is easy to attract a lot of trouble. It's fine if we win. If we lose, we don't have to go to this competition. We can't afford to lose face. Ding Chen finally understood that Xiaolong was treating them as soft persimmons, coming to discuss them at high and low levels. This kind of being blocked in front of one's house, beating on one's door and bullying one's way through, one has never encountered before. Old Li, where is the augur headquarters? Lian froze, not knowing what Ding Chen wanted to do. What do you want to do? Ding Chen sneered and said, I've never let anyone beat me to my door when I was growing up. Don't they want to fight? I'll just hit the door and see how much they can fight. Lian's mouth grew in surprise, not expecting Ding Chen's plan to be this crazy. Although he knew that Ding Chen was strong, it was hard to have someone this strong in his perception. However, the Augur Dragon was a troop that he had served in, and he knew that the Augur Dragon had crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and it was simply not something that ordinary people could challenge. What's more, Ding Chen was only one person, so it was impossible to do everything, and the rest of the Night Fork Squadron, although they had become very strong, there was a certain gap between them and those old squads of Xiaolong. Leading someone to fight to the Augur headquarters was something that Lian never dared to think about in his life. Old Ting, are you serious? Lian stared at him. Ding Chen nodded his head. I've never been in the habit of sitting on my hands, so what if I'm a dragon? I'm just going to hit the door and see what they're made of. Seeing Ding Chen's serious face, Lian nodded and said, alright, then I'll go with you. Lian said and headed outside. Ding Chen hurriedly pulled him and asked, Old Li, what are you going to do? Go get the men. Liam said seriously, we shall not bring our most powerful group to show them that we, the Night Forks, are not vegetarians either. Ding Chen shook his head. No need to be so troublesome. If we want to play, let's play thoroughly. I'm enough on my own. I'll make sure to make everyone in Xiaolong unable to raise their heads. In the Marine Corps, Lin Zijian was studying this special forces competition with the chief of staff. This wasn't just the first time they'd had troops from the Marines at this event, it was the first time the entire Navy had participated. That's why their Night Stalker squadron not only represents the face of the Marine Corps, it's the only option to do right by the Navy. They can't let a hard-earned opportunity turn into a run with the pack, can they? And just go up there and watch the Army Special Forces win the title and beat their own Navy fat for a while. So Navy HQ has given them orders to get a medal back for the Navy, no matter what. In order to enable Night Fork to achieve good results, Lin Zijian had even violated the rules and had all the information he could find out about all the special forces of the Army sent over to Night Fork Squadron. Now there was a non-stop study with the Chief of Staff of the unfavorable conditions that had existed for the Navy in the past at each of the participating sites. The two men were studying the map and video footage continuously when an officer suddenly ran over in a panic. As soon as Lin Zijian saw the officer, he suddenly froze. Wasn't this the little John that he had sent to deliver the information to Night Fork? Why did you run back if you didn't go to deliver the information? Lin Zijian asked with a frown. Zhang Tian panted and said, Commander, it's bad. I just went to the Night Fork Squadron, only for their people to tell me that their instructor and captain are not there. Lin Zijian froze. If it's not there, it's not there. What are you so flustered about? Zhang Tian still had a stunned look on his face. No, the people from Night Fork said that their captain and instructor went to look for Jiaolong. Looking for Jiaolong? Not only Lin Zijian, the chief of staff was also very curious. Looking for Jiaolong to do what? Zhang Tian calmed his thumping heart. The people from Night Fork said that it was someone from Jiaolong who called to pick a fight, and their captain and instructor went to Jiaolong to find a fight. Nonsense, Lin Zijian said angrily. What kind of field are they going to find with just two people? The tournament is just around the corner. How can they cause trouble for me? He looked at Zhang Tian. What are you still waiting for? Don't hurry to go and chase the person back to me. If something really happens in Jiaolong, it will not only affect the relationship between the two forces, but also affect the game. I'm on my way. Zhang Tian was startled and hurriedly ran towards the outside. The chief of staff frowned and looked at Lin Zijian with a worried expression. Old Lin, now we don't even know how long they ran past. Even if we go to intercept them, we probably won't be able to catch up. You'd better make a trip to the military headquarters to find out the situation from above. Don't make too big of a deal out of it. Lin Zijian nodded his head repeatedly. It's necessary to make a trip, or else the military department won't be prepared and let the two pointy units get into a friction and create a suspicion. That's not good. As he walked out, he cursed in a low voice. Damn those two brats. Let's see how I'll punish you when I come back. An hour later, in Naval Command, Lin Zijian sat on one side with a low brow. On the main seat sat Li Jianbin and Yao Jianjun, and next to Lin Zijian, Zhang Dajiang, who was in charge of the Augur Dragon, also sat here. Snap! Li Jianbin threw a document onto the coffee table and dropped it in front of Lin Zijian like that. Nonsense! It's just nonsense! Li Jianbin was furious. Lin Zijian, look at the good soldiers you've brought up. They've all learned to give battle cries. What a good writer! He pointed at Lin Zijian and angrily scolded. What? Now they are thinking that the Special Forces competition can't even satisfy them anymore, and they are swelling up to take it out on their brother troops first? Zhang Dajiang, who was on the side, looked at Lin Zijian proudly. Seeing him being lectured, his heart couldn't be happier. Letting your people steal our missions and take our tournament spots. Now you're in for a treat. Lin Zijian was startled by Li Jianbin's outburst, and he had just rushed to the naval command when he bumped into Zhang Dajiang following alone. As expected, only just into Li Jianbin's office, Zhang Dajiang immediately complained. Ding Chen to Jiaolong under the war letter, placed in front of Li Jianbin. Lin Zijian lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Luckily, there was Yao Jianjun on the sidelines to help him round up. Old Li, don't get too angry. I don't think Xiao Ding and the others are the aggressive type. There must be some inside information for him to be able to give this war cry. Yao Jianjun had presided over the last military exercise and had quite a favorable opinion of Lin Zijian, the commander of the Marines, and the Night Fork Squadron as a whole. So at this time, he had to speak up for the Night Fork Squadron. Only when Lin Zijian heard Yao Jianjun's words did he rush to say, Commander, it's not that my soldiers are arrogant and domineering, it's really that they, Jiaolong's people, have bullied them too much. Oh, Li Jianbin looked at Lin Zijian in surprise. How can you say that? You Night Forks have even given the war book to others, and you're still saying that you're not arrogant and bossy? The tournament is just around the corner and you don't properly prepare for the tournament. What are you looking for in Jiaolong? He looked at Lin Zijian. I think it's you who are usually negligent in disciplining them. Yes, they achieved good results in the last military exercise, but that's no capital for you to be proud and arrogant. How many people's missions have they robbed in this month or so of their misdeeds? My threshold here is getting trampled on. If I hadn't kept the pressure on them, they would have been punished a long time ago. Now it's good that I've repeatedly indulged them, and they're even looking for trouble with Jialong. He pointed at Lin Zijian. You must give me an account of this matter. Lin Zijian nodded. Commander, things aren't what you think they are. Lin Zijian glanced at Zhang Dazhang next to him before he said aggrievedly, we're victims too. We can't just let the augur beat us to the door and not let us fight back. When Zhang Dazhang heard Lin Zijian say this, he screamed in his heart and wanted to open his mouth to interrupt Lin Zijian, who knew that Li Jianbin glared at him. You're not allowed to speak. Li Jianbin glared at Zhang Dazhang and turned to Lin Zijian. What's going on? Tell me in detail. Lin Zijian nodded. We were all honestly preparing for the Special Forces competition. It was their people from Jialong who, displeased that you gave us the opportunity, called the Night Fork Squadron and provoked them, saying that they wanted to compete with the Night Fork Squadron, and that they wanted to teach the Night Fork Squadron a good lesson, and let everyone know who's the one in the Navy. Li Jianbin grimaced and turned his head to Zhang Dazhang. Old Zhang, is that so? Zhang Dazhang's face changed wildly, immediately said with a bitter face, Commander, but we at least did not directly hit the door. He also wanted to cry a little like Lin Zijian. Since the establishment of the Night Fork, they Jialong also had too many resources taken away by the Night Fork, and was also robbed so many times of the mission. They had to let Li Jianbin be the master. Who knows that Li Jianbin didn't even want to hear him finish, and directly interrupted. Meaning you guys provoked it in the first place? Zhang Dazhang froze, looking at Li Jianbin's gloomy face, so he had to nod, yes, but we are also. Who knows that Li Jianbin interrupted again. There is nothing to say. You Jialong are pampered for too long. You even forget the military rules. You, the commander, still tolerate them, wait to be punished together. He finished looking at Lin Zijian. They went to Jialong to smash the scene. How many people went? Lin Zijian laughed. Just Ding Chen and Lian went. What? Li Jianbin stood up violently. Just the two of them running over there. What if something happens? He glared at Lin Zijian. What kind of food do you do as a commander? And you can still sit here peacefully? Li Jianbin ordered. Quick, prepare the helicopter. Let's rush to Jialong immediately. Don't let them get hurt before the game. Zhang Dazhang asked with some trepidation. Then Commander. Li Jianbin glared at him. I'll clean you up when we bail them out. The sun was blazing, and in the training base of the augur commando team, all the augur members were waiting nervously. The way they looked like they were on the verge of an attack. If someone were to look at them, they would be taken aback. When would the proud and confident augur commandos ever have such a tense moment? Is it coming? Gao Song, the first captain of the Dragon Commandos, asked the man next to him. Squadron leader Zhong Lin shook his head. It hasn't come yet. The invitation to battle was given early, but instead, I can't see a single silhouette. Lu Yong, another squadron leader on the side, laughed. Just two people. How dare they say they challenge our Jialong? I think they are just making a show of being too scared to come. Zhong Lin nodded his head and laughed. I also think that's the case. Otherwise, if just two people come over, aren't they just looking for death? I think they're just laying down a war cry to disgust us. And now they don't even know where the people are yet. Gao Song gritted his teeth. These damn bastards. Dare to tease us. Let me run into them. They definitely don't have any good fruit to eat. He looked furious. These two bastards. Dare to humiliate our Jialong brigade like this. If I don't let them look good, I'll write the word Jialong backwards. Zhong Lin nodded. Captain, I've seen it for so long now. The Night Forks people haven't come yet. I guess they don't dare to come. Do we still have to keep waiting? Wait my ass. Disband the team and let them train as they should. Gao Song scolded. Don't waste our time for a bunch of scumbags for nothing. Gao Song was cursing angrily when the sound of a propeller turning suddenly came from above his head. Everyone hurriedly raised their heads and looked towards the sky, only to see that in mid-air, a helicopter was flying non-stop, and below the helicopter there was also a military flag of the Night Fork. At the airplane's hatch, Ding Chen was hanging from the door, waving ceaselessly toward the Jialong commandos below. Damn, there's really only two people here. So damn crazy, Lu Yong said through gritted teeth. Zhong Lin also clenched his fists tightly. Really don't take us Jialong seriously. Just come to two people and want to take us down. Gao Song was even more furious now. These two damned guys, even hanging a military flag and waving it around. It is simply insulting our Jialong. What? Really think that we have no one in Jialong? Just come to two and eat us? Just as they were talking, Lian had already piloted the helicopter and slowly landed. Ding Chen told Lian to be as high profile as he wanted. So in the end, Lian directly parked the helicopter slowly in front of several of their captains in front of the gazes of all the Jialong. Ding Chen and Lian jumped down from the helicopter together, and the two of them saluted together towards Gao Song, who was a major. Good day. Chief, Nightfork Squadron Leader Lian, and Instructor Ding Chen salute you. Gao Song blankly glanced at Lian and Ding Chen and sneered. You guys are less likely to pretend to be confused here. You're all sitting in airplanes with military flags so flamboyantly hitting the doorsteps, and now you're still making such a scene to do what? Ding Chen looked at Gao Song and asked with a surprised expression. Wasn't it you who called over to inform us that Jialong was going to have a match with Nightfork? Ding Chen scratched his head and said, I brought our captain over in the spirit of friendly exchange and learning. I see that other people are like this on the building exchange. What's wrong with me being like this? Or is it all just talk when you finish talking about cutting and competing? Just after Ding Chen finished being aggressive on his side, Lian immediately picked up. Senior Team Gao, is that so? If Jialong is not interested in competing with us, then we'll just fly the plane back. Don't worry, your Jialong family is big. We Nightforks won't be angry with you. Gao Song's face was as gloomy as water at this time. Alright, less getting a bargain and still selling out. Come all the way. Let's just spar. He looked up at Lian and Ding Chen. The candidates are ready on our side. How do you two prepare and who will fight? Ding Chen nodded. You guys questioning Nightfork's ability is questioning my ability to coach. Whatever you guys are comparing today, I'll take it all for one. Lian also nodded his head at the same time. I'm just a driver. For something like beating you guys up, just let old Ding do it. Damn. Too wild. Lu Yong on the side couldn't help but clench his fists. This is simply to regard their augur as nothing. District of Squadron Instructor. Now even dare to put words to single out all of their augur. This is not crazy is what? I'll do it. Behind Gao Song, Zhonglin took the initiative to raise his hand. Captain, let me go on. I'll beat the crap out of him. Takamatsu looked at Zhongrin. Zhonglin was in their brigade, one of the most capable fighters, and as long as he was mad enough to try to win, no one on the team could really win against him. Before Gao Song had a chance to speak, it was Ding Chen on the side who brightened up and looked at Zhonglin in surprise, saying, Yo, isn't this Captain Zhong of the Sea Sparrow? How come you still look like this after not seeing him for a few months? Ding Chen's words instantly pulled Zhonglin back to the day he missed rescuing the hostages. The same expression, the same fearlessness, not putting them Jialong in their eyes. Humph, arrogant and cocky. Zhonglin snorted coldly. I'll kick your ass right away. He looked at Takamatsu and asked for battle again. Captain, let me go. Gao Song looked at Ding Chen. This is my first squadron's Captain Zhong, the champion of single combat for 2 consecutive years. How about it? Dare you compare? A fierce divine light erupted in Ding Chen's eyes. I'm here today to pick on you Jialongs. It doesn't matter who's here to compete, and it doesn't matter what I'm comparing. I'm just here to show you that I'm just better than you. He looked up at Zhongrin. Say, how do you compare? Originally, the visitor was a guest and wanted to be courteous to you, but I didn't expect you to be so aggressive. It's not our fault. Zhonglin looked at Ding Chen who had an indifferent face. Then let's compare irregular fighting. It's hard to get rid of my anger if I don't beat you up severely. Like I said, it doesn't matter what the ratio is. Ding Chen looked at Gao Song. It's just that Captain Gao, you guys aren't going to do a dry competition like this, are you? Takamatsu raised an eyebrow. What? From what you're saying, you still want to gamble with us? Ding Chen nodded. How meaningless it is to compare just like this. Let's both add some colorful prizes. Gao Song stared into Ding Chen's eyes. Why? How do you want to bet? Ding Chen sneered. Since we're fighting for naval honor, let the stakes be higher. He looked up and around Takamatsu and all of their augurs. If anyone loses, they must call the entire army and call the other team the first unit of the navy. He looked at Gao Song and them, and said word by word, and, when we meet in the future, we will walk around each other, and only follow each other's words. How about it? Do you still dare to bet? Zhonglin frowned. This was no longer a bet with him alone. This was pulling in 2 troops. What? Don't dare? Ding Chen asked with a cold smile. Gao Song gritted his teeth and said, what is there to be afraid of? We shall do it. The augur brigade wasn't so shabby as to let them compete right here in the open. Guided by Gao Song, the group walked quickly towards the ring of the augur brigade. This place was originally for the Jialong brigade to practice exchanging fighting techniques, and now that Ding Chen was going to fight Zhonglin, it drew the curiosity of all the Jialong members. There was a circle of Jialong's people around that stage, and Zhonglin walked straight towards the ring in the gaze of their own people, and the Jialong members on the side rushed to help him ruffle the ring's fence. Zhonglin walked to the center of the ring without slowing down, reached out and pointed at Ding Chen, smiling contemptuously. Kid, come up here and die, he said as he took off his tunic, leaving only his tight practice clothes underneath. He was bulging with muscles and looked very intimidating. On the side, Lian said worriedly, Old Ding, it's not in the way. This Seahawk fighting technique is recognized as the strongest in the augur, known as invincible fists and legs, good at fast-paced attacks. You have to be careful. Ding Chen smiled and nodded. Don't worry. It's not anyone's turn to say invincible in front of me. Their side of the conversation was clearly heard by the people around them. Lian, why are you elbowing your way out? Zhonglin on the stage taunted. Oh, sorry, I forgot that you were kicked out of the Augur Dragon. It's not surprising that you snakes and rats can mix together. The people from the dragon laughed, and only the group formerly led by Lian lowered their heads, each person's gaze hateful and complicated. In the news they were told, it was Lian who had resolutely abandoned them for the sake of his future and went off to form a new special forces unit. How could they have known that the hookups inside the military would be everywhere? Lian clenched his fists together and cackled. If he could, he really wanted to stand in that ring himself and beat the hell out of Zhonglin. But fighting was not his strong point, and compared to Zhonglin, it was even farther away. Don't worry, old Li. Ding Chen reached out and patted Lian's shoulder. I'll even beat you back hard for your share. His gaze was like electricity, and when he glared at Zhonglin in the ring, the essence in his eyes soared up to startle Zhonglin. It'll be a dangerous opponent. Alarm rose in Zhonglin's heart. Stop inking and hurry up to the ring, Gao Song impatiently urged. Everyone put their eyes on Ding Chen, wanting to see what kind of performance he would bring. Ding Chen bent his body in their gazes and violently began to accelerate his sprint, and by the time he reached the edge of the ring, everyone had their hearts in their mouths, thinking that he was going to take a leap and fly into the ring. As a result, Ding Chen steadily fixed himself in place with a sharp break, and then slowly walked down one side of the stairs towards the ring. Boos rose for a while, and everyone looked down on Ding Chen from the bottom of their hearts, believing that he was clamoring for attention. Only the Jiaolong members around the ring fence were unimpressed, and kindly helped Ding Chen pull the fence away. Who knew that Ding Chen had leapt over the fence and landed firmly in the ring? Humph, Zhonglin laughed disdainfully. Claptrap. Using all those clownish tactics, I'll see how you can use those mind tricks to win me. Under the ring, Lu Yong asked Gao Song in a low voice. Captain, looking at these blows, this Ding Chen is still quite tricky. Zhonglin won't have any problems, right? Gao Song laughed easily. Don't worry about it. If Zhonglin has all the problems, no one here can beat him. There was one thing that Gao Song hadn't said, but Zhonglin had a secret that no one in the entire Jiaolong knew except for him. Usually the Augur 5 or 6 cannot get close to Zhonglin, but even the real stance did not make out. Otherwise Zhonglin really beat 10 is not too much. Just as they were on their way to speak, the gong for the start of the match had been struck in the ring, accompanied by the sound of the gong. There was also Zhonglin who struck out together. Zhonglin struck without holding back, but he had always remembered how Ding Chen had looked down on Jiaolong several times, and he had accumulated a lot of anger towards Ding Chen in his heart, and under the new enmity and old hatred, he erupted with even more speed. What Zhonglin used was the simplest single stab, just a punching straight punch, but it was incredibly fast. Yes, just by looking at the speed Zhonglin had displayed, the stage had erupted in cheers and applause, as if they had already seen Zhonglin's victory. Liam clenched his fists tightly off stage, his heart in his throat. He had secretly prepared a white towel, and as long as Ding Chen couldn't catch Zhonglin's punch, he would immediately throw it out. No matter what, he couldn't let Ding Chen give a beating here. In the ring, Ding Chen still stood there unmoving like a mountain, as if the fierce wind of the punch struck by Zhonglin was just a breeze on his face. Everyone on the stage felt that Ding Chen was not reacting, and all of them exclaimed in shock, thinking that the next second Ding Chen was going to be punched in the face. Just as Zhonglin's fist was less than 10 centimeters away from Ding Chen suddenly moved. He raised his right hand and heavily slapped it towards Zhonglin's fist in everyone's astonished gazes, while at the same time his body gave way to the side, and his entire body instantly exerted force, guiding Zhonglin and lunging forward along with the strength of his fist. Ding Chen was using the 4-2000 gene technique from Tai Chi, and according to common sense, he should have been taken straight to the ground and sent flying like Zhang Chong and Tang Sini before him, but Zhonglin only staggered forward 2 steps, and on the 3rd step, he crotcheted his right foot an extra half step away and heavily stepped on the ring, stopping his entire body's forward momentum. Not only that, Zhonglin even had the ability to twist around and swing another punch, trying to stop Ding Chen's pursuit. An excited light flashed in Zhonglin's eyes, as if he had seen some novelty toy. His body's strength surged, and his right fist smashed fiercely towards Ding Chen's chest. Ding Chen was also very surprised. It was the first time he had run into someone who was able to receive this move from him. However, surprised as he was, Ding Chen's hand movements didn't slow down half a bit, and the moment he saw Zhonglin's fist coming, he racked his hands and lifted Zhonglin's fists up, while locking Zhonglin's fists, and twisted his body and powered it up at the same time, giving Zhonglin an over-the-shoulder slam. If Zhonglin was in a stable state right now, he could still use his left hand to press down on Ding Chen's waist to prevent him from powering up, but he had just been nearly thrown out by Ding Chen, and the punch was thrown in haste. so how could he possibly have the ability to do anything else in response? So in the eyes of everyone's astonishment, Zhonglin's body was like a worn-out sack, flying through the air and smashing heavily into the ring. Dang! There was a loud bang and the entire ring shook. There was silence all around. No one could have imagined that Zhonglin, their number one fighter, wouldn't even last a few rounds in Ding Chen's hands. It was quiet in all directions. No one could have imagined that both sides had only been on the stage for a minute and had already decided the winner. The no one in fighting, who they had high hopes for, was lying quietly in the ring like a dead dog. Zhonglin's eyes rolled white and he foamed at the mouth, completely fainting. Gao Song and Lu Yong were also startled, and the two of them hurriedly threw the white towel up, fearing that Ding Chen would make up a few punches. Don't worry about it. I'm not that shameless, Ding Chen got up and said with a rather masterful demeanor, but his words were destined to go unrecognized. Jiao Long's people were all busy rescuing Zhonglin with all their hands and feet. Who had the time to pay attention to Ding Chen? Ding Chen resentfully off the stage. Lian was so excited that he smashed his fist on Ding Chen's shoulder. Old Ding, you can do it. I know you're very strong, but I didn't expect you to be so strong. You took care of the Seahawk in 2 moves. It's really powerful. Low key. Ding Chen smiled. It took 2 moves to solve him. That's what I didn't expect. I can solve everyone else with 1 move. The Seahawk really lives up to his name. Lian was speechless. Why did Ding Chen's words of praise always sound like scolding to his ears? Just as Lian and Ding Chen were about to go over to Gao Song, Lu Yong had straightened up from Zhonglin's side and walked towards Ding Chen with an angry face. Tell me, did you cheat? He angrily pointed at Ding Chen and said. Ding Chen rubbed his head in surprise. He really didn't know that Jiao Long even had such an idiotic subcaptain. Do you know what irregular fighting is? Ding Chen looked at Lu Yong. I only made a total of 2 moves. Are you unable to read them? At your level, how can you be a Jiao Long subcaptain? Lu Yong's face was reddened. He was just concerned. Seeing that Zhonglin had been knocked unconscious by Ding Chen, he couldn't help but come over in anger and say this. Now that he was being held in such a way by Ding Chen, he instantly felt unable to get off the stage. Then you shouldn't have hit so hard. Zhonglin's entire body is unconscious. If you hit someone good or bad, can you afford to take the blame? He could only say stubbornly. This time Ding Chen really didn't hold back his laughter. You mean it's okay for him to hit me with his full strength, and it's not okay for me to return the favor if he can't carry it? What bandit logic? If you are not as skilled as the others, who do you blame? If this is all you have, then you should immediately give in. And remember to take a detour when you see me, the Night Fork, in the future. Ding Chen finished looking at Lian. Old Li, let's go. Slow down. Just as they were about to finish punching their faces and leave, Gao Song opened his mouth to stop them. Zhonglin was carried down to be rescued before Gao Song took a step over to Ding Chen's side. Zhonglin lost that fight just now. When he wakes up, he'll follow your bet. But we, Jiao Long, haven't lost yet. We'll have to continue to compete with you. Gao Song's thoughts were also very simple. Anyway, now that he had already lost and had no face left, so he would be shameless for a bit, and would continue to compete with Ding Chen. No matter what, he would have to bring back the loss he had just suffered. How can you? Lian wanted to open his mouth to angrily denounce Gao Song's shamelessness, but he was stopped by Ding Chen, who reached out his hand. Unconvinced? Ding Chen laughed. I like it when you guys don't submit. Otherwise it'll end too soon and I'll feel like it's no fun to come to your Jiao Long. Ding Chen stared at Gao Song. You mean I'll win against each and every one of you before you're willing to open your mouths and admit that the Night Forks are better than you Jiao Longs? Gao Song's cheeks were also bashfully red as he said stiffly. Of course not. We're not that shameless. But there are so many programs between our special forces. It's impossible for you to win one and try to make us bow down. That's it. 5 matches. As long as you can win 3, we'll admit that you, the Night Forks, are better than us, the augurs. Ding Chen sneered. It's that simple? I thought you guys could come up with something good. So that's it. Come on. I'm in a hurry. Who's going to compete in this next one? Lu Yong coldly grunted. The next thing is not to compete with you in a fight. Ding Chen laughed. It doesn't matter what I'm competing against. I can't lose anyway. Hurry up and arrange an opponent for me and name the competition. Infected by Ding Chen's strong confidence, Lian also stood beside Ding Chen with a bright smile. Lian now felt that staying by Ding Chen's side was becoming more and more secure. Lu Yong and Gao Song glanced at each other and saw Gao Song's nod before he stepped forward and said, Kid, compare shooting skills. Do you dare? Ding Chen snorted. He thought they could play some tricks, but it turned out to be still so boring. How do you compare? Ding Chen asked directly. With an assault rifle. Hit a 0.5mm copper wire 100 meters away. Can you do it? Lu Yong said smugly. Ding Chen nodded. Then let's go to the range and start the competition. Lu Yong was anxious. Listen up. It's with an assault rifle. not a sniper rifle. Is there a difference? Ding Chen was surprised. You said it yourself, aren't you clear? Why do you have to repeat yourself? Lu Courage was in a hurry and wanted to take his rifle and beat Ding Chen into a sieve. It was important to realize that he was the only one in the entire augur who could do this ability, because Lu Yong was born with hypervision, able to see tiny things outside of 100 meters. That is, hair-sized things, as long as the background is not too heterogeneous. In his eyes are all autumn. Humph. You can be complacent now. Wait until we get to the shooting range. I'll see how you can still hold your end. Lu Yong sneered and took the lead towards the shooting range. The surrounding Jiao Long members hurriedly followed, and Ding Chen followed the crowd to the target range. Such a match was simply too trivial for Ding Chen, who possessed eagle eye and firearms proficiency. So what if you're a natural marksman? I've gotta hang up and I'm still afraid of you? Above the range, someone had already prepared 0.5 copper wire 100 meters away. You first, or me first? Lu Yong looked at Ding Chen. Ding Chen raised his hand to signal Lu Yong to come first. Lu Yong snorted. Still not scared, silly? Don't know what to do, right? He raised the 95 rifle in his hand. Watch how we augurs shoot, said he took a 3-second long aim. 3 seconds later, after Lu Yong's breathing had stabilized and his emotions were no longer affecting him to shoot, he jerked the trigger. Bang! 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 He needed to perform a few seconds of aiming each time to accurately interrupt the copper wires 100 meters away, and such marksmanship was indeed described as astonishing. At least, Ding Chen hadn't found such a person to exist in the Night Fork Squadron for the time being. After a minute or so, Lu Yong put down the 95 in his hand and looked at Ding Chen smugly. How about it? Still want to compare? Even as he spoke, his grades were coming in. 10 copper wires in 1 minute, 24 seconds and 4, with 12 rounds of ammunition. At this distance, with only 2 empty shots, the marksmanship is indeed horrible. But in the face of Lu Yong's provocation, Ding Chen didn't half spoil him and spoke directly. The target is too close. Move it to 200 meters for me. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the scene stared at him with a look of hell. Even Lian was now terrified in his heart. 100 meters away, he had already lost sight of the 0.5 copper wire. Ding Chen even had to add another 100 meters. And this difficulty was not as simple as 1 plus 1. The few soldiers in charge of placing the targets looked at Ding Chen, then at Lu Yong and Gao Song. Captain, should we move the target? They asked cautiously. Lu Yong sneered. Move? Why not? This is what they asked for. I want to see how he can fight at this distance. Lu Yong himself also tried to break through the distance of 100 meters to hit the target, but at most 120 meters is the limit. Any further he has no way to ensure accuracy. After the distance increases, the direction of the bullet and the difficulty of controlling the gun will increase geometrically, and at a distance of 200 meters, he may not be able to hit 1 out of 10 shots, so he didn't believe that Ding Chen could do it. When he saw that Ding Chen was still holding the 95 rifle with his eyes closed after the soldiers under his command placed the target 200 meters away, Lu Yong couldn't help but scoff. There's no shame in failing to hit. Surrender early. At least it's better than you holding on so strongly. Before he could finish his sentence, Ding Chen snapped his eyes open. Essence flashed in Ding Chen's eyes, and his entire person gave off the feeling of a sheathed sword, stabbing people's eyes raw. In this instant, Ding Chen had already become one with the gun in his hand. Bang bang bang. Ding Chen didn't stop halfway, and each time the gun stopped moving immediately after the muzzle shifted to a specific location. After steadily pulling the trigger, without even looking at it, he immediately moved on to his next target. The sheer volume of gunfire rang out into a crisp point-blank shot, but the rhythm was pleasing to the ear. After a short 10 seconds or so, Ding Chen stopped the movement of his hand, handsomely closing his gun, and the whole person retreated from the state of man-gun unity. All around them were open-mouthed, wide-eyed augur members. None of them could believe their eyes now. If it wasn't for the large screen, where the breaks in the 10 copper wires were clearly visible, they all thought that Ding Chen was firing indiscriminately. Lu Yong's jaw had smashed to the ground at this moment as he pointed at Ding Chen and stammered. Are you a human or a ghost? How could anyone possibly be able to do this? 10 bullets, 10 targets, almost 1 shot a second, all of them interrupted accurately and from 200 meters away. No one would have believed the result if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Ding Chen was disdainful. At this level, you still challenge me? That scared you? Lu Yong fell silent, not daring to say another word. All he could do was to lower his head with difficulty and grit his teeth. I lost. Ding Chen raised his head and looked at Gao Song. 2 cities in a row. Sorry, what's next to compete? Ding Chen wasn't winning as easily as he thought at this point, although eagle eye and gun mastery gave him security. Shooting with that high intensity just now still took a lot of his essence. That's why his back was actually sweating right now. and he now took the initiative to open his mouth in order to shock the ogre's people and portray a powerful image of himself. Ding Chen's setup was undoubtedly successful as well, and when Gao Song saw that Ding Chen had won the 2 rounds lightly, and was still forcing the issue in a cloudy manner, his forehead was visibly in a cold sweat. He's under too much pressure right now. If he loses another game, Augur will really not be able to hold his head up in the Navy in the future. He now felt that no matter what item he chose, he would be easily won by Ding Chen, and he was getting a demon in his heart. Lu Yong could see that something was wrong with Gao Song, and seeing that he was frozen in place, his body shaking, Lu Yong hurriedly reached out and patted on Gao Song's shoulder. Gao, are you okay? Gao Song was shocked and quickly shook his head. It's fine, Lu Yong offered. Lao Gao, don't choose these conventional special forces tactics. This guy looks prepared. Fighting, shooting, marksmanship, physical fitness. These are certainly not difficult to defeat him. Why not try the traditional advantages of our Jiaolong? We are the Navy. Underwater combat must be stronger than him. I heard that he was just an island soldier before he became an instructor. Even if he had the time to study the various means of the special forces, he could train in everything else. This underwater fighting, who is he practicing for alone? Gao Song's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, even if his underwater ability is not weak, can he still be better than us special forces who soak in underwater training every day? We, the dragon in the water, are not just talking about it. Thinking of this, the confidence in Takamatsu's heart had come over. He stared at Ding Chen and said word for word, I just let you win 2 rounds by fluke, so don't be too wild. Next round, we'll compete with you in underwater fighting. Ding Chen was originally worried about them choosing other special programs, although after becoming an instructor, Ding Chen himself had studied and researched for so long, but after all, it was not the ability given by the system, and Ding Chen knew these shortcomings of his own. But now that they didn't choose to compete with him in special skills, but instead wanted to compete with him in underwater fighting, Ding Chen really couldn't help himself. It was Lian who also breathed a sigh of relief. He had watched Ding Chen teach the Night Fork underwater fighting, for which he shared Ding Chen's strong confidence. Is it really just a fluke? Ding Chen asked with a teasing smile. If you think it is, then it is. It's fine if you guys want to compete in underwater fighting. Who's my opponent next? No need to pick. It's me. Takamatsu pointed at himself. He had been in the Jiaolong for almost longer than Ding Chen had been enlisted in the army, and over the years, he hadn't fallen behind in his training. He firmly believed that his underwater strength was enough to crush Ding Chen. Ding Chen, however, looked at him with an odd expression. How about a different one? Ding Chen looked to Lu Yong who was on the side. If you Jiaolongs really don't have anyone, let him come as well. Gao Song glared angrily and looked at Ding Chen dead in the face. What do you mean? You look down on me? Ding Chen shook his head. To say I look down on you. I look down on all of you Jiaolongs. I just think you're too old. I'm afraid of a good fight. You'd better get a younger one. Ding Chen smiled brightly. This way I can also fight smoothly without psychological pressure. When Ding Chen's words came out, the entire room was in an uproar. No one could have imagined that the Grand Captain of the Augur Dragon, the dragon head who had been in charge of the Augur Dragon for more than 10 years, would be mocked in his own lair, or in front of the whole Augur Dragon. Don't want to give face at all to the face. Gao Song was now trembling with anger, pointing at Ding Chen with a reddened face. Kid, you're brave enough. You've got a big mouth. Come on. I'd like to see what means you have, he said as he lifted his foot directly toward the pool off to the side. The other members of Jiaolong also all glared at Ding Chen with anger and righteous indignation as they followed Gao Song towards the swimming pool. Ding Chen shrugged helplessly and spread his hands towards Lian. I kindly reminded them. Why don't they accept it? Lian laughed and shook his head. Then don't hold back. Don't give them face. Ding Chen nodded. It's them who don't want to lose face. So it's not my fault. The two walked to the pool before realizing that the Augur's pool wasn't too far off from their new base. But the water in the Augur's pool is much clearer. The kind you can see to the bottom at a glance. High-definition cameras have also been installed underwater to provide a clear view of what's going on in the water. Gao Song was already stretching at this time. He moved his whole body and opened his mouth to ask Ding Chen, do you want to find a set of underwater combat suit with you? I don't see that the clothes you are wearing are not too good to perform underwater. Don't give yourself any excuses if you lose at that time. Ding Chen smiled contemptuously. No need. Dealing with one as old as you. There's no need for me to over-prepare. Crap. What a fucking hubris. Captain. Don't hold back. Teach him a good lesson. That's the captain. Hit him hard and show him why we augurs are number one. All of the people from the dragon roared angrily. Although Ding Chen's performance had always been arrogant, after all, he had won the first 2 times cleanly. So naturally, Jiaolong's people couldn't say anything. But this time, it was their strength in underwater fighting, and the one who appeared was still their most respected captain. And Ding Chen was still behaving so wildly, it was simply slapping all of them in the face. Gao Song had stopped moving his body and stared coldly at Ding Chen. I hope your fists will be as hard as your mouth underwater later. With that said, Takamatsu, who had put on his combat uniform, flung himself into the pool. Ding Chen will be carrying a cell phone and other items. All give out to Lian. Also do not move the body. Took off the hat and jumped into it. Kid, I'll see how arrogant you'll be later. Gao Song laughed cruelly and took the lead to dive under the water. Ding Chen didn't want people to gossip about him taking advantage of the dive and swam downstream as well. His shirt and pants were indeed less convenient than an underwater combat suit, increasing the resistance of his dive and making it seem like a much more laborious swim than Takamatsu's. Just this dive shows that this guy isn't very good. The Jiaolong members on the shore couldn't help but comment as they watched Ding Chen's entry into the water. That's just it. The pose is so ugly. You can stay underwater for a few minutes. I bet 3 minutes. Don't tease. At least you're a special forces soldier in the Navy. How can you stay for only 3 minutes? I bet 3.5. Someone laughed. It's not like this is a scuba diving competition. I bet he won't last a minute under the captain's attack. It dawned on everyone that this wasn't a diving competition. It was just holding your breath for a little longer or shorter. And it didn't have much of an effect. They looked at the man who had just spoken and laughed. Damn. Rape still you kid rape. Their conversation Lian was listening in on their ears. And when he heard that they were making up Ding Chen in such a way, Lian couldn't help but clench his fists, really wanting to rush over and teach them a good lesson just like that. Lu Yong contemptuously looked at the infuriated Lian and laughed. Alright, don't say too much. Can't you see that Captain Li is still here? Be careful that he won't be finished with you. Lian clenched his fists tightly. If he had the chance, he would not let this Lu Yong go. Just as the people on the shore were still fighting, the underwater Ding Chen had already touched the bottom of the water. Gao Song didn't give Ding Chen any chance to catch his breath. As he went to the bottom first and attacked towards Ding Chen, his palm was like a snake, quickly slashing through the body of water and striking towards Ding Chen, who had not yet gained a foothold. Bah! Despicable! Lian on the shore couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Gao Song's blow already had the flavor of a sneak attack, and was struck while Ding Chen's feet had just touched the bottom of the water. The water was not like the ground. There was no way to make any rolling around, and there was no way for Ding Chen's bizarre stance to be used in the water. And with the powerful resistance of the water in place, ordinary punching and kicking skills would be greatly reduced, and many postures would instead cause the mighty attacks to be dissipated into nothingness by the resistance of the water. So if you haven't seriously studied underwater fighting, the average person who goes underwater really can't play with these special forces. The only thing that could be somewhat useful in the water would be those grappling judo wraps. Ding Chen's eyes lit up as he watched. Gao Song chose just the right time to attack, and the means and location of the attack were incomparably subtle. In Ding Chen's eyes, Gao Song was now undoubtedly surpassing everyone in the Night Fork Squadron that he had trained, reaching the level of training needed for the third stage. Ding Chen nodded appreciatively as he looked at Gao Song, who was charging towards him like a swimming dragon. Then, Ding Chen flipped his wrist, his palm like a knife, slicing into Gao Song's attacking wrist. With a backhanded snap, he grabbed his right hand in his hand. You know, Tai Chi can be more than just punching and kicking Kung Fu. Palmistry and swordsmanship are also connected, and those stalking Kung Fu of pushing hands. Ding Chen tugged on Gao Song's right hand, taking advantage of the fact that he had just landed on the ground. His body sank downward in the water, then rebounded like a spring hitting the bottom. His legs bent, and when he straightened them out again he had already violently bounced backward. Gao Song's hand was still in his hand, and when he took it so far, he completely lost his balance, and his whole body followed him forward, his body floating in the water. This time, Gao Song instantly felt bad. He was now like a rootless wood, without any semblance of borrowing strength. Ding Chen's attack, however, would not stop, and as his body flew backward, he raised his right foot upward and slammed his knee hard into Gao Song's chest. Takamatsu's mouth snapped open and a huge gulp of air spewed out of his mouth. He inhaled out of habit but choked on a large mouthful of water. Without stopping his attack, Ding Chen kicked Takamatsu in the stomach with his right foot in passing, causing him to choke again. At the same time, Ding Chen let go of Gao Song's hand and his left foot had kicked towards Gao Song's head. Gao Song's eyes rolled over and he completely fainted. Ding Chen, however, was like a flying fish, utilizing this force to quickly leap out of the water. When they just exchanged blows, they would bring out a large number of bubbles, and except for the very beginning when Ding Chen intercepted Gao Song's attack, the people on the shore couldn't see the later movements clearly at all. At this moment, seeing Ding Chen take the lead in leaping out of the water, Lu Yong couldn't help but shout excitedly, "He's been knocked out of the water. He can't hold on. We've won." The people from the surrounding augurs couldn't help but get excited as well, all hugging together and cheering loudly. Ding Chen was leaping up from the pool at this moment, and after getting wet and getting ashore, he couldn't help but give Lu Yong a blank look. Idiot, if you don't go down to save your captain, he'll be gone. What? Lu Yong exclaimed in shock and hurriedly looked towards the pool. The ogre's men also just realized that the captain, who was supposed to be enjoying the cheers of victory, didn't show up. Instead, under the camera, it sinks a little bit lower into the water. The surrounding ogre members immediately jumped into the water like dumplings, one after another scrambling to go down and save the others. Lu Yong glanced at Ding Chen and immediately brought his men around. Kid, you don't want to end this well today. You don't want to leave like this. Ding Chen glanced at him. What? You can't afford to lose and are ready to use force? So what if it is? Lu Yong roared. Brothers, he injured Captain Zhong and Captain Gao. We can't let them go just like that. Follow me. With that, he took the lead and charged towards Ding Chen. Oldly, take care of yourself. Ding Chen barked a sentence. Ignoring his drenched self, he rushed over and slammed his fist hard on Lu Yong's stomach. Ding Chen did not hold back. He had been displeased with this Lu Yong for a long time. If not for the successive bouts that had consumed too much of his strength, this punch Ding Chen could have directly wasted him. Although he didn't manage to waste Lu Yong with a single punch now, it made him vomit with a wow sound, and his bile was almost vomited out. Ding Chen slams his elbow right into Lu Yong's vomit. Ding Chen clipped his hands behind his back and raised his fist about to slam it into his face. Stop! An authoritative voice echoed behind them, chiding everyone into action. Stop! Li Jianbin frowned, grimacing angrily. The surrounding ogre members who raised their fists all lowered their fists resentfully. Liam, who had taken a defensive stance and was ready to take a beating, now lowered his fists in surprise. Ding Chen also let go of Lu Yong, only to kick him as he got up, pretending to kick him inadvertently. Good day, Chief. All those who could still move immediately saluted towards Li Jianbin and Yao Jianjun and the others. By this time, a portion of the ogre commandos had just fished the drowned Takamatsu out from under the water. Yao Jianjun's eyelids jumped as he watched, not expecting Ding Chen to be so ruthless. Behind the two leaders, Lin Zijian winked at Ding Chen and the others. Zhang Dajiang saw his ogre's men, one unconscious from drowning, the other still beaten and wailing in his own filth. He couldn't help but cry out to Li Jianbin. Chief, as you can see, they are not at all hurt, but what kind of beatings have our people been given? You must be the judge for us. Li Jianbin walked over to Ding Chen, and seeing that he was dripping wet, he frowned and asked, what's going on? Ding Chen replied in an unassuming manner, reporting to the chief, our Night Fork squadron is having cordial and friendly exchanges with the Jialong commando. The exchange is still so heavy-handed that people are fainting? Zhang Dajiang said through gritted teeth. Shut up! Li Jianbin glared at him angrily. Zhang Dajiang didn't dare to speak and retreated to the back, staring at Ding Chen with hatred. Ding Chen straightened his chest. In order to reach unity and solidarity within the Navy, we had friendly communication with Jialong and decided to divide them up in the form of a competition, so that we can all live in harmony in the future. As for why they are unconscious, Ding Chen turned his head to look at the surrounding Jialong members. Chief, you can ask them. All of it was arranged by them, and it definitely wasn't me who made the first move. Ding Chen proudly said, if you don't believe me, Chief, you can call up the surveillance. Really? Li Jianbin looked around at the augur members. There was no way for them to retort in front of the leader, so they could only bite their teeth and nod with red faces. Behind the Zhang Dajiang are dumbfounded. This is what the hell? So that Ding Chen beat up his people still beat up in vain. This where to reason to go? Where's your captain? Have him come out and answer back. Li Jianbin opened his mouth. An augur captain gritted his teeth and said, reporting to the chief, the one who just drowned in first aid was our captain. Li Jianbin froze and said dumbly, then where's your stewardship squadron leader? Let them come out. The captain awkwardly said, Chief, Captain Zhong was beaten unconscious and is still being treated. He pointed at Lu Yong, who was wailing and rolling his eyes on the ground. Captain Lu is right here. They are all the leaders of our Jialong commando team. This time, not only Li Jianbin, but also Yao Jianjun, Lin Zijian and Zhang Dajiang behind him all froze. They are dumbfounded. The augur dragon, a total of 3 can talk. Together all by Ding Chen to round. All to toss to say nothing. Lin Zijian secretly gave Ding Chen a thumbs up in the back. Today Ding Chen beat Jialong. The Night Fork squadron will also follow the fame. When the time comes, he as a marine driver. Face is but a light. Nonsense. Li Jianbin cursed in a low voice and walked quickly to Lu Yong and Gaosong. It was a relief to see that their lives were not in danger. At the same time, he became even more curious about what Ding Chen had done in Jialong. Zhang Dajiang couldn't keep his face up after seeing that several of those knocked down were his own captains. He followed Li Jianbin and said unforgivingly, Chief, he can lay such a heavy hand on his own brother troop. If you don't punish him severely, it won't be enough for the people to be angry. Ding Chen didn't argue in his own defense. He just stood there unassumingly, standing straight, like an old pine. Lian's hands are sweating anxiously. He does not understand. This is equivalent to being a sub-district commander to give a royal complaint. Why Ding Chen is not panicked at all? Li Jianbin watched as Ding Chen stood upright. Even the drops of water constantly dripping from his body didn't make him falter. He asked Ding Chen, "Don't you have anything to say?" "No," Ding Chen replied categorically. "I trust the chief's judgment, and I accept all of the chief's arrangements, even if it's punishment." Hearing Ding Chen's words, Lin Zijian was in a hurry. This was a good prospect for his marines, and he couldn't let him be penalized just like that. Lin Zijian said in a loud voice, "Chief, I'm sure my soldier wouldn't do this for no reason. I'm willing to vouch for him." Yao Jianjun also very much appreciated Ding Chen. He also even persuaded, "Old Li, don't make a big fuss. This is nothing more than the text is not the first. Martial arts is not the second. The soldier's below the normal cut. The hand is heavier only. No big deal." Hearing the two of them speak for Ding Chen, Zhang Dajiang couldn't sit still and immediately said urgently, "Chief, my soldier is still lying in the infirmary, and now he's still in a coma without knowing whether he's alive or dead. We mustn't let him off so easily. He's so heavy-handed, and he's surely just running to intentionally injure people, and he must be punished severely." Li Jianbin originally wanted to go with the flow and turn the page, but I did not expect Zhang Dajiang to chase and bite to punish Ding Chen. Moreover, there were indeed 3 captains of the Augur Dragon lying on the ground, and the other members of the Augur Dragon were all looking at him, so this matter could not go on so peacefully. Tune out all the videos. Let the chief take a good look at how this Ding Chen made all these mistakes. Zhang Dajiang saw that Li Jianbin was hesitant and immediately pressed the issue. The surrounding Augur members were startled and shook their heads in a hurry, trying to signal their commander. But Zhang Dajiang is now determined that everything is Ding Chen's death hand, and is determined to produce evidence. The people from the dragon had no choice but to pull up all the footage and put it on the big screen. It was all like a public execution. When they saw that after Ding Chen had arrived, it was Jiao Long's people who had proposed the match, and that they wanted to continue it 3 times. Everyone's faces revealed a wonderful expression. Lin Zijian breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Jianjun looked at Zhang Dajiang with a complicated expression. Zhang Dajiang was as hard as if he had eaten shit. Only Li Jianbin grimaced. When he saw the underwater Gao Song attacking Ding Chen almost like a sneak attack, Li Jianbin's eyes glowed with fire and had moved to anger. Seeing that Ding Chen was fine and safely on the shore, Li Jianbin nodded in relief. At the sight of Lu Yong's furious outburst, Li Jianbin directly roared, "What a big nerve!" After Zhang Dajiang watched the video, he was already frozen in place with a dead look on his face. Li Jianbin turned his head and looked angrily at Zhang Dajiang. "Zhang Dajiang, you brought out a good soldier. Ah, do you have anything to say now?" Zhang Dajiang's face was ugly. "Chief, it's not me. He can't even speak properly. He stutters. With Jiao Long in your hands, it's simply pandemonium." Li Jianbin fumed. "From today onwards, Jiao Long doesn't need you to manage it." Li Jianbin's words came out loud and clear, startling everyone, especially Zhang Dajiang. His whole body shook and stammered, "Commander, it can't be. Jiaolong is my heart and soul. From the beginning of the creation of Jiaolong, it's been in our fleet. You can't snatch Jiaolong by any means." He was now truly flustered. In the morning Jiaolong was really taken away by Li Jianbin. Then he would be the biggest sinner since the establishment of their fleet. "You also have the nerve to plead for mercy?" Li Jianbin glared at him angrily. "Look at what has become of Jiaolong in your hands. You claimed that Ding Chen beat up your men and asked me to do you justice. But what about the truth? Wasn't it Jiaolong who called first to pick a fight? Again and again. He wanted a match, almost sneak attacked, and failed. And in the end, he failed to beat the others even when he got angry and made a move?" Li Jianbin pointed at Zhang Dajiang. "Even if you fucking taught Jiaolong some skills, being able to teach Ding Chen a lesson is okay. I'll count it as admiring that you still have some skills in leading soldiers. Now that you've been beaten to the door and disgraced, you still have the face to scream for justice, and you deserve it?" Li Jianbin pronounced with a sullen face. "Your character is not suitable to take over as the commander of Jiaolong again. Jiaolong needs a stronger and more bloodthirsty leader." Zhang Dajiang's heart was like ashes. He just kept shaking his head and said, "Chief, we've been bonding with Jiaolong for many years. We've always been the most attuned to each other's existence. Jiaolong can't be separated from us, and no one is suitable to be their commander except me." Fart. Li Jianbin blew his beard and glared. "That is early did not realize that you are this kind of person. If I had known, I would have transferred Jiaolong away. And don't put gold on your own face. The same special forces, how can someone else, Old Lin's newly established special forces, be so powerful and rub you on the ground? As of today, all augurs are transferred to the Marine Corps, a unit directly under the Marine Corps." Ding Chen and Lian were shocked. How could they not expect that just because they ran to the augur to compete, it had caused such great consequences? Lin Zijian was also very shocked and stared wide-eyed. He didn't expect this man sitting at home. Blessings come from the sky. He had done nothing and picked up a special brigade for nothing. Jiang Dajiang's face was unusually ugly, and he could only say stiffly, "Chief, this is not in line with the rules. There isn't any troop in our Yin country that can have 2 special brigades at the same time. The Marines have a total strength of only a few tens of thousands. So what makes them capable of having 2 special forces?" Lin Zijian's heart thumped, feeling that the duck in his mouth was going to fly. Who knew that Li Jianbin smiled coldly? Rules? Who made the rules? Did the military department have a document saying it's not allowed? Not conforming to common sense is not the same as not conforming to the rules. As long as it's within the permission of the military rules, the arrangement I made will be valid. He said this in a decisive manner, not allowing any rebuttal at all. Ahem. Just at this time, Yao Jianjun suddenly coughed dryly twice. Li Jianbin turned his head to look at him. Old Yao, what's the matter? You want to intercede for Jiaolong too? Yao Jianjun shook his head. I'm not interceding for Jiaolong. I just want to remind you, it's true that Yin country has no precedent for a unit to have 2 special brigades, and for us to come to the Navy to set this precedent will be very controversial. Controversy? Li Jianbin smiled. I'm an old bone and I'm still afraid of controversy? As long as I can better build the Yingguo Navy, as long as the country can have a calm sea and a clear river, even if I'm nailed to the rack of shame, I don't mind. I don't care about vain fame and honor. I just want to be really, really strong. And only a strong sea defense is what my generation of Yin Kingdom Navy should do. When Ding Chen and Lian, who were on the side, heard this from Li Jianbing, their hearts were in awe of Li Jianbin. Yao Jianjun at this time is also the same, full of admiration, said, Lao Li, I know you do not care, but you also have to consider the feelings of the following people. They exist for decades of belonging. You a word let others to change. This is too overbearing. Then what do you mean? Li Jianbin's cold face. If you make a mistake, you have to be punished. You can't raise the stick high and put it down gently. Otherwise these people, they'll never grow a memory. Yao Jianjun smiled and said, So old Li, you can change a method. Let the original unit keep the augmentation number, but no new recruits will be allowed for a year. All members of the present augur, maintain your orders and transfer to the Marines. Yao Jianjun looked at Li Jianbin. I remember that the Night Fork's establishment wasn't also upgraded? If the scale isn't enough, upgrade the establishment again. Let Ding Chen become the new Night Fork captain and coach, and the original team of the Jiaolong Brigade merge into the Night Fork to be trained by Ding Chen. He raised an eyebrow and laughed. Wasn't Jiaolong defeated? Now let them learn from Ding Chen what a naval special forces soldier should do, when they have learned how long it takes to win against Ding Chen, or when they can be more powerful than the original Night Fork members in a year's time. It's up to them to leave or stay, and then it's up to them to make their own plans. Yao Jianjun looked at Li Jianbin and laughed in a small voice. A year from now Jiaolong will be re-recruited, and with the relationship with Night Fork this time, no matter if they hate each other or support each other, by that time, our navy will have 2 more powerful special brigades than we have now. Li Jianbin listened to both eyes. Well, this proposal is good. According to you go back and issue a document. Let them do it. Hearing the 2 bigwigs decide the fate of Night Fork and Jiaolong in a few words, making changes that would affect the navy's landscape for the next few years, Ding Chen felt a lot of emotions. Deeply admiring and feeling benefited at the same time. And Lin Zijian's heart was already filled with smugness when he thought about the fact that he was about to have an incomparably powerful Night Fork Special Brigade. This Ding Chen was truly his lucky star. Since Ding Chen had joined the Night Fork, he had really had a wave of good things happen to him. It's just that this time he lost his old rival who had been fighting for many years, and without Jiaolong as a target to catch up with. Lin Zijian's heart was a little disappointed again. Li Jianbin's idea was finalized, and several families were happy and worried. They were the ones who were happy, but Jiang Dajiang was the only one who was sad. Jiang Dajiang felt despair at this decision. His eyes went black, and he was so angry that he took 2 steps directly backward and fell to the ground. Old Jiang, are you alright? Lin Zijian's heart was already relieved and he kindly reached out to assist him, but Jiang Dajiang pushed him away. Go away. You don't need your cat crying and fake mercy. Who knows that Li Jianbin and Yao Jianjun don't even look at Jiang Dajiang? Li Jianbin even said directly, Come 2 people, help Commander Jiang down to rest. He's not feeling well. The Jiaolong members on the side hurriedly ran over and helped Jiang Dajiang down without a second thought. Let go of me. I'm not uncomfortable, Jiang Dajiang said forcefully. The 2 soldiers who set Jiang Dajiang up whispered, Commander, the chief gave the order. You'd better listen to it, or the chief will have to get angry. Ding Chen and Lian Chang watched a good show, but facing the 4 big brothers, the 2 of them didn't dare to make a sound the entire time. Only when Jiang Dajian was pulled down did Li Jianbin turn his head to Ding Chen with a kind face and say, "Little Ding, in the future you'll have to work a little harder to teach and drill these brats properly." "No hard work," Ding Chen said firmly. "As long as it's the chief's arrangement, I'll resolutely carry it out, and I'll never have any complaints." Li Jianbin nodded with satisfaction. He appreciated Ding Chen's attitude like this. Within a day, news about the defeat of the Augur Raiders by the Night Fork Squadron spread throughout the Navy. Related to that, there was an even more powerful message attached to it. "Have you heard? The dragon has been taken down, and the higher-ups have ordered the dragon to be merged into the Night Forks." This phrase is often used as an opening line and is widely circulated among the troops. Those who talk to the person who said this, if they are not well informed, will often be very surprised and ask, "No way, that's an augur. How could it be taken down and incorporated into other units?" The former will often say mysteriously, "Here you don't know it, but the one who defeated Jiaolong is the famous Night Fork, which is the special brigade that was just established not long ago, and in the last joint military exercise, the Army Special Forces were fooled around, and the Night Fork that ended up in their command headquarters. It's them." Ha, that's not surprising. Hearing that it was the Night Fork that had defeated the Jiaolong, all of a sudden everyone felt that this was no longer strange, as if this was the natural and proper thing to do. At this point, the person spreading the news tends to look resentful, and suddenly everything seems as if it's boring. Until he said unwillingly, "Then do you know how many people they deployed and how many matches they competed in to defeat Jiaolong this time?" The person who was asked immediately shook his head, curious about this question as well. "How many people did the Night Fury field? Did they compete in many matches? Don't sell me short. Just tell me." Waiting until his vanity was satisfied, the former spoke up in an unhurried manner. "Hush, tell you what. You mustn't tell anyone. This time, Night Fork defeated Jiaolong, sending only one of their instructors to fight 3 times in a row, and beat the 3 captains of Jiaolong so badly that they couldn't find their way out, and all of them fainted. The leaders above saw that the augur was too humiliating before they ordered the augur to be merged into the Night Fork, and now they're just waiting for the papers to be issued." "Really?" The others didn't believe it. "Where did you hear that from? And how did you make it sound so whole? Like it's true?" "What do you mean like it's true?" "This is true. There is an instructor in my troop who retired from the augur. He said it himself. How can this be false?" At this time, the two of them simultaneously lamented. Alas, are the augurs already so incapable? Meanwhile, just as a tremor was felt within the Navy, the Army has received this message off and on as well. The half-knowledgeable Army showed more skepticism than the Navy, which accepted it as a matter of course. Wolfsbane Special Brigade. Senior Captain He Jijun threw the information he had just acquired to Fan Tianlei, frowning in contemplation. After Fan Tianlei finished reading the intelligence on it, his mouth opened wide in shock and he couldn't speak for a long time. Dog-headed Lao Gao was very surprised that Fan Tianlei would have such a reaction and hurriedly said, "Show me," he said, and grabbed the information in Fan Tianlei's hand. He was also completely nonplussed when he saw the augur merge into the Night Fork. Dog-head Lao Gao drew a breath of cold air. This can't be true. That's an old strong team. Jiaolong, merging just like that? Moreover, the number of Night Forks is much smaller than Jiaolong. How can they merge? He Jijun knocked his hand. Things must be true. The Commander-in-Chief of the Navy himself said it, just waiting for the order to be given. He paused, sighed and said, "I just want you to analyze and analyze." Before the special competition, the Navy suddenly played this. Could there be any fraud in it? No way, dog-headed Lao Gao said intuitively. It's just a normal merger operation. What kind of fraud can there be? He Jijun looked at Fan Tianlei. Golden Eagle. What do you think? Fan Tianlei frowned and said in a deep voice, "I think there is indeed a fraud." At this delicate point in time, the Navy's sudden move is most likely a smokescreen. Or, they're trying to beaver away at the prince. How? He Jijun's eyes glowed. Fan Tianlei said confidently, "When they did this before the Special Forces competition, it was likely that they intentionally let Jiaolong lose to Night Fork. Find an excuse to merge the two Special Forces, use Jiaolong's people to replace Night Fork's squadron in the battle, and let Night Fork lead the team again, so as to achieve better results." When He Jijun heard this, he suddenly realized, damn, it's too insidious. These Navy people really play quite flowery. Doghead Lao Gao frowned and didn't say anything when he heard Fan Tianlei's words. He always felt something was wrong, but he didn't know what to start with. Those who had the same doubts as them were also the people of Warwolf. Long Xiaoyun stood in front of the conference table, slapping the table and puffing. The Night Fork Squadron has made such a big move again. Its strength has advanced a layer. We, the Warwolves, want to snowball our shame. When do we have to wait? In her heart, she was a bit angry. The last time she was tricked like that by Ding Chen, the entire Warwolf barely had any power to fight back. This was even with her joining forces with the synthesized 9th Brigade, and she was beaten so badly by Ding Chen. Now that the Night Fork Squadron had been supplemented by Jialong to fill in the shortcomings of their members' single soldier abilities, it would really be 1,000 times harder for them to find their way back in the Special Forces competition. Long Feng quickly consoled. Senior Captain, you shouldn't be angry. Last time it was just that we suffered from carelessness and fought too carelessly. After these 2 months of hard training, we won't be worse than the Night Forks. Long Xiaoyun looked at Lang Feng. What's the point of saying such nutrient-less words? You're practicing hard and the Night Forks people aren't idle. How do you know they won't be stronger than before? And this time, with Jialong's people complimenting them, they must be even more powerful than before. Long Feng sighed, coldly unable to say a word. Xiao Bing, who was on the side, comforted. Captain, things haven't come to this yet. And even if Jialong is now merged into Night Fork and replaces Night Fork in the competition, it doesn't have to be all bad. Long Xiaoyun looked at Xiao Bing in puzzlement. Xiao Bing said, if it's Night Fork leading the team with Jialong's men, there must not be enough bonding between them, and this is only less than half a month to the tournament. They must not be strong enough to fight amongst themselves. If it's the entirety of the Augur that replaces Nightcrawler in the race, then what are we afraid of? Haven't we always viewed the Navy Augurs as opponents? It's just a veteran special operations team of the Navy. What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Bing spoke decisively, and his words were full of confidence. This confidence made Long Xiaoyun's heart much more at ease. She had only been disorganized by this news before, and had also been defeated too badly by Ding Chen to be disorganized like this. Thinking of this, Long Xiaoyun regained his confidence and said, well said, regardless of whether he is a Night Fork or a dragon, we will fight as usual. Meanwhile, in the Black Tiger Commandos of the Northeast Military Region, when they received this change from the Navy, everyone scoffed at it. Captain Kai, who had been beaten up by Ding Chen before, even sneered. This Night Forks people are really wimpy. They're so afraid of us that they have to drag Jialong on to feel safe. Black Tiger Commando leader Qin Xiao also smiled arrogantly and sneered. These guys robbed us of our mission, and now they're afraid of our retaliation. Thinking that pulling on Jialong will be useful? He looked at the several sub-captains under his hand and said in a domineering manner, regardless of whether he's a Night Fork or a Jialong, you must beat them up for me in this meeting. Do you hear me? Yes, all of them yelled, showing a bad smile. Lohai, Marine Corps, Night Fork Training Base. Zhang Xiaoyu stood on the high platform, his hands dancing and glowing as he colorfully narrated to the surrounding members of the Night Fork. I'm telling you guys, you don't know. At that time, the instructor just grabbed that guy's hand and kicked out, directly sending that guy flying up. You have to know. That person is the famous Grand Captain of Jialong, the Special Forces King who was known as the Dragon Head by outsiders. Just got kicked up by Nightcrawler and snapped 2 kicks to his stomach that made him spit out his bile. It wasn't kicked off, someone reminded. It's a knee. All at once, Zhang Xiaoyu was in the middle of his speech. When he heard someone interrupting him, he immediately got upset and retorted without looking back. Bullshit, have you seen it or what? As he finished he thought again that there was something familiar about the voice. He just couldn't remember who it was for a moment. Zhang Xiaoyu turned his head to look back and immediately saw Ding Chen standing behind him, looking at him with a kind face. Hello instructor. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately greeted towards Ding Chen with a bitter smile that was worse than crying. Eyes darting around, he said, trying to turn and slip away. Who knew that his body had only just turned halfway around when he felt a lightness in his neck? His collar was pulled, and he fell backward in a flash. Ding Chen hoisted Zhang Xiaoyu under his armpits in one fell swoop and asked with a smile, are you bragging to someone again? Zhang Xiaoyu immediately shook his head and hurriedly said, no, which can be the case. I just want a comrades. Sing the praises of instructor your greatness, for you to overcome the enemy to win the greatness of the heroic posture. From the heart of the distribution of the feelings of admiration. Less ass-kissing. Ding Chen laughed and scolded. You all don't train and run around being lazy. Aren't you afraid I'll penalize you? The Night Forks crowd hurriedly shook their heads. Instructor, our physical fitness and underwater training for today has been completed, and we shall not wait for you to come back for the evening specialty class. We were all relieved to see you and the captain, so we gathered here to wait for you. They had just finished speaking when Lian, who had appeared behind Ding Chen, opened his mouth and laughed. From now on, you won't be able to call me captain. Your captain is someone else. Everyone was shocked in their hearts, and thought that Lian and Ding Chen didn't go well to Jialong this time, and now they were being pursued by the top and jerk Lian's captain. Zhang Xiaoyu was in Ding Chen's armpit, lifting his head and mindlessly asking in person, Captain, are you being jerked around? You guys went and lost so humiliatingly that the higher-ups downgraded you and merged us into Jialong? Zhang Xiaoyu, this lack of heart, really dares to say anything and ask anything. Zhang Cheng glared angrily at Zhang Xiaoyu, itching to rush up and slap him twice to sober him up. Ding Chen looked down at Jiang Xiaoyu with a bad smile. What? Just want to go to Jiaolong so badly? Jiang Xiaoyu immediately shook her head like a rattle. Lian laughed out loud. If you guys are harboring such thoughts, then you might have to be disappointed. He looked around and laughed. The auguries that your hearts are so fond of are going to be a thing of the past from now on. Everyone stared at Lian with wide eyes. They couldn't believe it. Could it be that Ding Chen and Lian had gone to Jiaolong and directly disbanded it? Lian didn't sell out, smiled, and said, Jiaolong retains its number. From now on it will be merged into our Night Fork, and the entire brigade will be captained by Old Ding, and from now on our captain will be Old Ding. What? Everyone directly exclaimed in shock. This is even more surprising than when they broke up the augur. Decades-old special forces. How suddenly they were merged into the Night Fork from above. You have to know that they are only a special force that has been established for only half a year, and their establishment is lower than that of Jiaolong. So how can they be able to annex Jiaolong? So compared to this, Ding Chen's assumption of the position of first captain was instead seen by them as something that made sense. Ding Chen smiled modestly, went and fought with Jiaolong a few times, knocked a few of their captains unconscious, and then their commander got a little brainwashed and made Jiaolong into our Marines himself. Lian also couldn't help but laugh. After all, our Marine Corps has a small number of people. It's easy to get gossiped about when we engage in two special brigades. Who told them that Jiaolong lost to Old Ding again? So the higher-ups let us train Jiaolong's people. It dawned on everyone that their gazes toward Ding Chen were filled with fervor, and they all couldn't help but cheer as they flocked to Ding Chen's side, reaching out to lift him up for a joyous celebration. Jiang Xiaoyu's head was still clamped under Ding Chen's armpit. Looking at the crowd that was fervently approaching, he couldn't help but shout, Don't throw it, don't throw it, I'm still in it. Let me break free first. But who cared about him now? They lifted Ding Chen and Lian at the same time and threw them up high. Hail! Nightblood! Long live the captain! Hail! Instructor! With a loud cheer, Ding Chen and Lian were surrounded by happiness and thrown up and down in midair. Meanwhile, in the augur base, which had temporarily retained its number, the three captains, Gao Song, Lu Yang and Zhong Lin, had awakened from their comas. The three of them already knew about the arrangement from above, and at this time, their faces were as gloomy as water, and they sat together with their faces looking at each other. There was a circle of augmented members around them, all sitting in silence, a rare day when no one was training. Zhong Lin looked at Lu Yang and then at Gao Song, and when he saw that neither of them refused to speak, he couldn't bear it any longer. It was only then that Zhong Lin opened his mouth and spoke. Captain, what to do? Give me an idea. With him opening his mouth to break the silence, Lu Yang also looked at Gao Song. Yes, Captain. Do we really have to report to the Night Fork side? Gao Song let out a long sigh. What can we do if we don't go? The commander-in-chief has given the order himself, and it's unlikely that he'll change his mind. So can we still disobey? Zhong Lin gritted his teeth and said, but this makes me so unwilling. We, Jiaolong, have existed for so many years, have carried out so many missions, and have made so many merits, and the above said to merge just like that. On what basis? Just on the basis that they came out with a Ding Chen? Lu Yang nodded. Which of our Jiaolong single soldier capabilities is not better than theirs? They only have one Ding Chen. Why should we have to go and suffer from a bunch of new recruits? I can't afford to lose this person. In Lu Yang's eyes, a special forces unit established less than a year ago. What is it if not a new recruit? If it wasn't for the Night Forks not having Ding Chen around, Lao Zi would be hanging them single-handedly. Based on what? Just by the fact that someone else has finished abusing the three of us by himself. With this ability in place, teaching a batch of excellent special forces soldiers is just a matter of time. Gao Song said in a deep voice. This time, we can't say anything to run away. We can only resign ourselves to our fate for once. But didn't the top give us a chance back? As long as we can surpass Ding Chen, we can come back any time. He gritted his teeth and said, even if we can't win against Ding Chen all the time, is it possible that a bunch of us veterans still don't have the confidence to win against a bunch of new recruits a year from now? We are confident. The surrounding augur members immediately yelled. Gao Song nodded with satisfaction. Remember, we just go, and we can't degrade our name of Jiaolong. We must give the Night Forks people some color. Yes, we will definitely return the favor. Everyone answered in unison. Everyone had a burning anger in their eyes. The corner of Gao Song's mouth lifted up a cold smile. What you guys are waiting to see will be done. The next morning, when the night was still as deep as ink, all the members of the Nightbloods were still in a sweet slumber. Ding Chen, however, suddenly felt a sensation in his heart, and his sweaty hairs exploded all over his body as he was jolted awake by the violently triggered spider sense. Ding Chen's body was covered in cold sweat, as if he felt a powerful malice lingering in his heart. He didn't know if this induction was a targeted event taking place or if someone held great ill will towards him. Uneasily, He spread out God's view and probed towards various places a few kilometers away. After several non-stop enhancements, Ding Chen's God's perspective was now enough to cover a 5-kilometer area around him. And new features have been developed. 5 kilometers away within a range of 10 kilometers, a radar system has been attached. For living things to be able to display markers, large mechanical and construction units have markers. And the most outrageous thing is that it also comes with an abbreviated map of the terrain. God's perspective quickly enveloped the entire base, presenting everything in the entire base in Ding Chen's eyes. The entire base was silent and pressed. Just as Ding Chen thought he had sensed a problem and relaxed his mind, preparing to turn off God's view, a small red dot suddenly appeared on the radar. One by one, they emerged from the corner of the radar, one after the other, and moved rapidly towards the Night Stalker base. Ding Chen's eyelids fluttered wildly, instantly reacting to the fact that this was the danger that his spider sense had alerted him to. Without even thinking, Ding Chen immediately blew the whistle in his hand. The shrill whistle broke the quiet of the night, immediately waking up everyone in the Night Stalker squadron. Emergency assembly. Now, a squad leader in each room led the shout. As they put on their uniforms and quickly organized their housekeeping, they hurriedly ran towards the stairs. Zhang Dapeng followed the team and couldn't help but be surprised while running. Why don't you ring the bell when you've blown the whistle? When they ran downstairs, Ding Chen and Lian were already waiting for them with serious faces. Ding Chen nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the quickly organized team. It was an emergency, so I let you all gather urgently. It seems that this whistle still works well. I'll make this short and sweet, and you'll listen to me without raising questions. Even Lian was now staring at Ding Chen curiously, wondering what game he was trying to play. Ding Chen looked at the approaching red dots in his mind as he quickly said, "There is a troop that is rapidly moving towards us. There are a lot of them, and they are coming towards us. The Night Forks. I don't know who the other side is, but it's obviously unsuspecting. And this position, with so many people, and what can only be a brotherly force. So all I'm asking is that you get your camouflage right away and teach this unit that wants to embarrass us a lesson." "Yes," everyone roared in a low voice. They immediately went to the armory and collected the usual ammunition for maneuvers, and some of them retraced their steps back to the dormitories, while others went to various places to make good their traps. 10 minutes later, several team leaders replied clearly to Ding Chen. "All traps are placed, snipers are in position, the encirclement has been prepared." Although they are able to implement a closed circle, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Ding Chen's mouth. "Come on, let me see who is so bold as to come to the Night Fork to test us." Meanwhile, in the dense forest a kilometer away from the Night Fork base, a unit of several hundred people was quietly lurking there. "Captain, the probe is clear. The Night Fork has no defenses, and all the peripheral guards are very lax," a lieutenant reported to Gao Song in a low voice. "Good." Gao Song excitedly waved his hand. "Let's go." Everyone quickly dive in and disarm their guards. A few soldiers of the Augur Dragon immediately bent down and touched towards the base gate with the help of the thick night color. 10 minutes later, a muffled response came out of the headset. "Captain, it's taken care of." Gao Song brightened up and waved his hand. "Let's go." The group hurried over at a fast pace, and it was only when they reached the entrance of the Night Fork base that they saw 5 guardsmen who were foaming at the mouth and fainted to death. "Bastard, don't you know to lay a lighter hand?" Gao Song couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "In the future, we'll all be seeing each other with our heads down, and we still lay down such a heavy hand." A few of the breakthrough fighters stood off to the side in aggravation. They have also accumulated too much resentment, and for a moment they did not stop and hit a little harder, beating the person into such a state. Zhonglin persuaded Lao Gao, "Well, don't blame them. It's not a big deal. People have built up so much resentment in their hearts. You can't keep them from giving it out?" "Humph," Gao Song snorted coldly. "It's almost dawn. Hurry up and spread out to look for their dormitory. Don't scare the snakes." "Yes." A scouting squad immediately dispersed, dozens of them, quickly scouting away towards several trails. Takamatsu waved his hand and led his troops past the place where the scouting team had explored, slowly heading deeper into the base. 10 minutes later, a surprised voice suddenly came from the headset. "Captain, I found their dormitory. Report the location." "Don't scare the snakes," Takamatsu said excitedly. "Northwest. Correction angle is 37 degrees. Everyone gather. Finish them off while they sleep," Takamatsu ordered. "Yes," the dragon squad responded in a low voice. Everyone started walking in that direction. Gao Song and Zhonglin and Lu Yong were all in a state of excitement, not realizing that there were actually very few scouts left that they had sent out. 2 minutes later, Takamatsu led a large troop to the downstairs of Nightcrawler's dormitory. "Have you scouted the inside yet?" He looked to the scout. The scout froze and immediately shook his head. "Captain, didn't you say not to scare the snakes?" "I was alone, so I didn't dare to go up." Gao Song was choked by his own soldier and could not say anything, so he could only say with a stern face, "Go, follow me." They entered the building quietly and looked a little dumbfounded to see the number of rooms in the hallway. This was after all the dormitory of the SWAT brigade before, and there were especially a lot of rooms. Now that there were only 100 or so people in the Night Fork Squadron, which rooms they would be in suddenly became a dilemma that Takamatsu needed to consider. Gao Song thought for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and whispered, "Take the group as a unit. Arrange people in each room. We'll act at the same time. We're not afraid of not being able to catch them." They were, after all, outnumbered, and with their hearts in the right place. They didn't believe they couldn't catch the Night Stalker's men. The crowd nodded and immediately stood silently in front of each room. Takamatsu reaches out for a second reading. 3, 2, 1. Takamatsu waved his hand violently, and all of them broke the door at the same time, rushing towards the room with a brain. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The sound of gunfire was unrelenting, and the smoke from exploding drill bombs rang through the room. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Gao Song's mouth. "Let's see what kind of face you Night Fork still have this time." Just at this time, Ding Chen's cold laughter sounded behind them. "You're slow in coming. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The sun was shining, and a special group of friends was welcomed into the woods outside the base of the Night Stalker. When Takamatsu came to his senses again, he realized that he was lying in the woods outside of the Night Fork base, followed by Zhonglin and Lu Yong, who were also lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. Takamatsu had a bit of a headache. Why did it feel so real that he had just dived on Nightcrawler? Was it a dream? "Get up. Don't sleep. Get up." Gao Song rudely kicked Lu Yong and Zhonglin awake. The two rubbed their eyes and Lu Yong asked in confusion, "Captain, why are we here? Aren't we celebrating after taking down Night Fork?" Where can Gao Song not know what happened at this time? They must have fallen into Ding Chen's plan, or knocked out, drugged and thrown into this forest. Shit. Damn it. Takamatsu cursed in a low voice. What went wrong? How could they be alerted? He really couldn't figure out how he had improvised and let the Jiao Long come over to sneak attack. How in the end, it was his side that was taken out instead. He was furious as he looked out into the woods, lying sprawled out, covered in drill bomb powder. Damn it, how could you fall for someone else's trap if you weren't all told to probe carefully? Gao Song coldly said, "Old Zhong, old Lu, we are really disgraced this time. And we were thrown here, so we really don't have the face to compete with others in the future." He sighed as he finished, and said to the two men in a disheartened manner, "Go get them all up. If we haven't reported for duty today, the higher-ups won't spare us. Don't let it come to pass that when the Augur's logistic forces have arrived, we still haven't gone yet." Lu Yong and Zhonglin looked at each other, nodded, and together they walked towards the team members. Bang bang bang, ta-da-da-da, boom boom boom. Just as they were about to go and call out to their team members, there was a sudden burst of gunfire all around them, accompanied by deafening explosions. The Augur squad that was still lying soundly asleep in the woods immediately woke up and instantly made combat preparations, each finding cover to prepare for a counterattack. Only just as they had hidden themselves, they realized that their guns had long since been seized, and at this point they could only hide behind cover with only empty hands. Just as everyone was at a loss for words, several tear gas pellets were thrown into the crowd. The Augur's men were startled and immediately made a diversion to get away from the area enveloped by the tear gas canisters. Even during such a critical transfer, the Augur's men still moved quickly and had a near-perfect transfer route. It was a muscle memory that was practically etched in their bones from years of special operations. In the woods, Ding Chen, who had planned everything behind the scenes, took in Jiao Long's performance, a flash of appreciation in his eyes, and nodded with satisfaction. He trained Nightcrawler, and that's what he wanted his players to do no matter what, if not more than that. It's not just the muscle memory etched in their bones, it's the desire to have them as if they were etched in their DNA, as if they were breathing without judgment, and finding the best and most correct solution between actions. All of you who have traveled far from the augury, welcome to the Nightbringer. I'm sure last night's gift has been one you'll never forget. Ting Chen took the loudspeaker and shouted towards Jialong's people. Just after he shouted, all of the people in the augur exploded. Damn it, I knew it was this pussy that messed up. Lu Yong gritted his teeth. Grass. This man's speech still sounds so beaten up. Zhonglin rubbed his fists. Gao Song's eyes spewed out two furious essence, and he said in an earned voice, "This is going to give us a downward spiral." Compared to their restraint, the people below had long since cursed. Grass. Who do you think you are? If you have the ability to walk out, let's see if I don't beat the hell out of you. That's right. Hide your head. Come out and fight if you can. Countless of them cursed and grumbled, seemingly forgetting that they were the ones who had sneaked in at the very beginning. A smile appeared at the corner of Ding Chen's mouth, and the members of the Night Fork squad who were familiar with him all thumped in their hearts, knowing that these Jiao Long's people were going to have bad luck. As expected, Ding Chen smiled like an angel and spoke like a demon. Ding Chen ignored the Jiaolong squad's tirade and shouted, "Welcome to my Night Fork Special Forces. Everyone, you'll be lucky to run into me in your lifetime. And this will be the beginning of your wonderful military careers. Cut the crap. Hurry up. What do you want to say a charter out?" Ding Chen was saying while the people from the Augur Dragon below were spraying. Ding Chen smiled even wider. "You have now officially joined the Night Fork. But my Night Fork isn't so easy to get into. I'll have to do a screening of you to see if you're qualified." Ding Chen looked at the time. From now, there are still 5 or 6 hours until dark. This place is only 5 kilometers away from the Night Fork base. And those who are not able to report to the Night Fork base before dark will be considered eliminated. All the people from Jiaolong couldn't help but roll their eyes. 5 kilometers? 5 or 6 hours. It's a snail that can get there. This is looking down on someone. Gaosong. Several people knew that things were not that simple and continued to listen to what else Ding Chen had to say. Sure enough, Ding Chen said immediately afterward, "There are many mines and organs buried in the woods. And there are also members of my Night Fork lurking about. If you guys get hit, you're also considered eliminated." Ding Chen added with a wide smile, "By the way, my men have guns. Crap, why do the Nightbloods have guns and we don't have anything? That's right, it's not fair. Didn't we say we'd join the Night Stalkers too? We want guns too." Many roared, seemingly forgetting that they hadn't wanted to join the Night Stalkers in the first place, and were now protesting because they couldn't hold a gun like the Night Stalkers. "Captain, what should we do?" Lu Yong and Zhong Lin looked at Gaosong. Gaosong gritted his teeth and said, "What else can we do? This is the rule that has been set for us. If all of us are eliminated on the first day of Jiaolong's joining the team, our faces are all gone, and we can only let him hold us in the future. Captain, we can't just resign ourselves to this." Lu Yong gritted his teeth and came up with the idea. "Why don't we just withdraw? Go back to Jiaolong first, wait for the official document to come down from above and give the final date. We'll drag it out until the end, and see who's depressed at that time." Zhong Lin listened with glowing eyes and nodded his head about to agree with Lu Yong's words. After all, compared to being angry and humiliated here now, it is better to go back to the original force to be comfortable. Anyway, the document is not down now. What is the use of you Ding Chen to be angry again? But Ding Chen seemed to have guessed their thoughts and laughed loudly. "By the way, you guys don't want to think about escaping. Your back roads have already been cut off by me." Boom boom boom. As if to verify what Ding Chen had said, a series of explosions rang out behind all of the Jiaolong. The flames shot up to the sky, the mud flung up, and the power of the explosion fiercely blasted into the hearts of all the people of the Augur. This battle is not a drill bomb at all. The Augur's face became unusually ugly. Ding Chen announced, "If you guys aren't afraid of death, you can also try to fight against the real landmine traps behind you a bit. If you guys are going to leave the Night Fork like this as well, and if you can leave the Night Fork alive, I won't force you to do so." If there are no other questions, the test officially begins. After Ding Chen finished speaking, he disappeared with the people from the Night Fork. "Captain, what should we do?" All of the augurs, once again, placed their gazes on Gaosong. Takamatsu wanted to cry, and for the first time, he felt that it was so hard to be a captain. He said with gritted teeth, "There's no way. We must all be perfect to the base before dark to show him." Deep in the dense forest, the soldiers of the augur were checking forward in 2s and 3s, carefully looking at the ground under their feet. They watched more carefully than anyone else, fearing that they might accidentally step into the trap set for them by the Night Stalkers. "Crap!" Suddenly someone exclaimed and cursed in a low voice. "Nima, you can still bury landmines in this shitty place?" Where he stood, it was under the roots of a tree, and no one in their right mind would have planted a mine in that spot. He helplessly raised his hand high in the air, signaling his companions around him to watch out. His feet having stepped on a mine, the 2 men in the group with him immediately crouched down, ready to administer to him. The others, though not in their sphere of influence, watched more cautiously and moved more slowly. Gaosong frowned and brought Lu Yong and Zhong Lin over. "Why are you so careless? You are also my old team members of Jiaolong. Why did you make a mistake just at the beginning? If you let the people of Night Fork in the dark see this, how will they laugh at our incompetence of Jiaolong?" "Captain, the soldier who stepped on the landmine was unable to defend himself, and could only whisper, I know that I am wrong. I was afraid that there were mines on the main road, so I went under the tree. I didn't expect that these people were too bad, and even under the tree, they would put mines." Gao Song nodded. "You have to remember that the Night Fork we're facing is also a high-caliber special forces unit. Everything can't be done by common sense. You have to think more about everything." Yes. Just as they were speaking eloquently, the 2 soldiers who had bent down had straightened up. Takamatsu looked at them. "What? Is it tricky? Demoning is risky?" His implication was that if it would be risky, the 3 of them captains would go first. As a result, One of the soldiers kicked the soldier who stepped on the mine and laughed and scolded. "Get out of here! You show the captain what you stepped on." After the soldier who stepped on the mine was kicked away, Cao Song and the others came over to take a look, which was a mine in the pit. It was obviously a discarded tin box. A few people had a black line, but also thanks to the fact that they had just been so serious about lecturing others, and now it was an Ouroboros. It was really embarrassing. Be more careful next time. Report back when you've made a good judgment. And don't be so humiliated. The three captains threw down a sentence and hurried away. A teammate slapped the head of the soldier who stepped on the thunder. "I let you talk nonsense. Now it's good." The captain is angry. Really disgraced Jiaolong. Treadmill didn't dare to say anything more, and once again walked cautiously towards the front. Bang bang bang. A squad of night forks suddenly appeared in front of them, taking advantage of the fact that Jiaolong's men were discreetly demoning the area, and swept furiously at them. Several augur soldiers were instantly beaten by them, their bodies smoking, and had been pronounced eliminated. Everyone was very angry and wanted to rush over and charge at the Night Stalkers. Cao Song hurriedly shouted at them, "Don't be impulsive. Be careful and fall into their trap." It took a moment for the crowd to wake up. They were facing a Night Stalker, a special force just like them, and acting rashly would only invite their own demise. Only after seeing everyone calm down did Cao Song order, "From here, to where they fired. Scout over. There are definitely no mines in the direction they retreated." They scoped out and chased after the Night Stalker's men. Zhang Chong, with his men, was retreating out after the sneak attack, when he turned around and saw Jiaolong's men chasing after him. "Captain, they're really chasing after us." A soldier of the Night Fork laughed at Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong also laughed. "These brats aren't stupid. They know we don't have any mines on our side." Then Zhang Chong became even more complacent. "Just because there are no mines doesn't mean there's no ambush. Jiang Xiaoyu, are you ready on your end?" In his earphone, Jiang Xiaoyu's response came. "Don't worry, it's ready." Receiving Jiang Xiaoyu's reply, Zhang Chong immediately accelerated with his troops, once again distancing himself from the augurs behind him, and disappeared into the woods in the twinkling of an eye. "Stop it all. Stop chasing." As soon as Zhang Chong disappeared, Cao Song immediately had his troops stop their pursuit and became cautious once again. Ding Chen watched from the shadows the entire time and nodded his head. Jiaolong's handling was still good, at least until now. It hadn't disappointed him too much. No wonder it could become the only special force in the navy before them. In Ding Chen's field of vision, the augur's men were like a big loose net, able to be used by Cao Song like an arm, precisely grasping every step of the augur's actions. It shows how well a unit executes, and how well it works with its commander. After all, when in command, many times it is a general direction control, specific units and departments to cooperate, is to see their usual tacit understanding. This was a process that took place day after day after day, and Ding Chen just wanted the current Night Stalker to become this way, but he also still needed time to settle down. Meanwhile, Takamatsu had frowned tightly after glancing at the time. From the beginning of the examination until now, they had only been sneak attacked by the Night Forks people, eliminating more than 30 people before and after, but they hadn't stepped on a thunderbolt and eliminated them yet, which was already considered a very small loss. Especially once they were alerted to the possibility of a Nightbringer member appearing at any moment. The Nightbringers had rarely been able to get their hands on them, but it was also slowing down their progress. They had passed over 4 hours by now, and had only moved forward about 4 kilometers. It was still a kilometer to the base, and it was almost dark, so if they were slowed down any further, they'd likely be too late. Just as Cao Song was thinking, Zhang Chong appeared with his men once again. The augur soldier in charge of alert immediately shouted, "Take cover, they're coming again." All of Jiaolong's men immediately hid behind the trees, not giving Zhang Chong an angle to shoot at them. One of the Night Stalker's soldiers whispered, "Captain, what should we do? Should we go over there and fire a few shots?" "What the hell?" Zhang Chong said helplessly. "We can't shoot them, and we have to prevent them from encircling us, so why should we go over there?" He sneered. "Let's just spend time with them here. They'll lose once it gets dark anyway." Cao Song, who was hiding behind a tree, this time saw Zhang Chong and the others not walking away with their guns. And in his heart, he quickly understood what they were thinking. "Old Zhong, this isn't going to work. If they get stuck in position, we won't be able to finish before night." Cao Song shouted, "You take the assault squad and pack over. Close up and finish them off." "Yes," Zhong Lin grinned excitedly. "It's been a long time since I've tackled someone with a firearm in close combat, so I'll finally be able to get properly excited today," he yelled. Teams 1 and 3 flank left and right. "Follow me." Immediately, 2 squads rushed out after him, using the cover of the terrain to quickly encircle towards Zhang Chong and the others. Zhang Chong and his group fired many shots in a row, but either the bullets were blocked by the terrain or dodged by Jiaolong's bizarre stance. Many times they lost their targets and failed to kill the Jiaolong one in 3 squads led by Zhonglin. Damn! Enough balls! Zhang Chang's eyelids jumped as he watched. In such a situation, they also dared to rush over, which made him very impressed as well. Go! Don't stay here! Zhang Chang let out a loud shout and led his people to leave immediately. They weren't in a very good position, and in order to prevent the augur from seeing them too soon, their current position was actually an alcove. With this kind of terrain, in the case of a confrontation between two sides, or if the augur had a gun, there was no excuse for them to choose this way, and it was even the best choice. But now that the augur didn't have a gun, it was impossible to attack them from a distance. This choice instead allowed the augur to get close to them, and the high slopes around them instead became the best cover for the augur. Zhang Chang led his troops backward quickly, preparing to draw Jiaolong's men toward the encirclement for the last time. Shit! Zhonglin exclaimed. Damn! Average ability. But he runs quite fast. He led his men in hot pursuit, spreading all the anger he had accumulated in the past few hours on Zhang Chang. Suffered! Lu Yong shouted. Old Gao! Old Zhong got impulsive and chased after him with his men. What should we do? Gao Song gritted his teeth. Let's follow suit. We're running out of time. If we don't put up a fight, we'll all be eliminated. Gao Song shouted. Everyone be careful. If things change in front of us, immediately break out in all directions. We are not far from the end. If we can run, one is one. Yes, the people from the dragon roared in unison. They followed Gao Song and together they chased after Zhonglin and the others towards the front. Boom boom boom. Every now and then someone stepped on a mine and had to wait in place covered in smoke. Zhang Chong was taken aback when he turned around and saw hundreds of people chasing after him. If not for the fact that the gun in his hand didn't have many bullets left, he would have turned around and hit them. After all, Ding Chen's arrangement was that one person would have one magazine, and if that didn't work out for Jiaolong's men, all of the Night Forks would have to be punished. And their group, after so many harassment missions, had long since run out of bullets in their hands. Zhang Chong tapped his headset. Jiang Xiaoyu, the people are all coming over. Do you want to get ready? Don't worry, it's been prepared for a long time, Jiang Xiaoyu said confidently in the headset. I'll make sure they get a full meal. Zhang Chong and the others ran forward, and suddenly they had reached the edge of the woods. The moment they pounced out of the woods, Zhang Chong shouted, "Duck to the sides." The Night Stalkers under his group immediately lay down towards the sides. Bang bang bang. Fierce gunshots rang out, shooting viciously at the augur dragon that was right behind Zhang Chong and the rest of them. A dozen or so augur soldiers who had just rushed out of the woods were hit by dense bullets that caused their bodies to smoke before they had time to cheer. Stop! Gao Song and Xiang Yu shouted out at the same time. At this time, the augur and the Night Fork were looking at each other across the woods, one side in the light, the other in the dark. The only pity was that there were no guns in the hands of the party in the dark. At this point, it was less than half an hour before dark. Captain, we can't delay any longer. The augur's man was in a hurry. Put up a fight, Captain. We'll be at the front. As corpses to fend off their bullets, you guys break out. If we keep dragging on, we're all going to lose. Yes, Captain, we can't delay. Everyone gathered around Takamatsu, and everyone's eyes were filled with perseverance. Gao Song nodded helplessly. Spell it out. We have to have someone to finish it. We can't let them look down on us. Charge. As soon as he finished giving the order, 4 squads immediately took it upon themselves to be at the forefront and rushed towards the outside of the woods. Gunshots rang out once more, and the dozens of people at the front were instantly hit with white smoke. Except they didn't stop. They just continued forward at a slow pace. Damn! These guys cheated. Killed and still walking around. Zhang Chong roared angrily and was about to bring along and rush over to beat up people. Jiang Xiaoyu said in his headset, "Slow down, Baldy. They're not cheating. Look carefully behind them. There's someone else behind them. The person in front is acting as a shield." Hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's explanation, Zhang Chong froze, and then still cursed angrily too. Damn, that's not cheating either. If it's a real gun, these corpses can block a shit. Lu Yen laughed. Come on, we have guns and they don't. That's already too much. They're just using the rules wisely. Everyone aim and hit. Save your ammo. Even with the presence of human shields, there were still a constant number of augur soldiers dying. After all, it wasn't moving forward on the same hand and foot. There was no way to do it in a way that would shield them like armor wrapped around their entire body. Second batch. Go! The second squad immediately rushed out, following behind the first squad and rushing ahead of them at a much faster pace. Let's go too! Gao Song shouted and rushed up with the last remaining people. Under the setting sun, gunshots rang out at the entrance of the Night Fork base, and the augurs and Night Forks battled to a standstill. The dragon paid a large portion of his men to rush to the front of the Night Fork crowd. Just as he rushed over, he immediately tangled with the Night Fork's men. Zhonglin struck so hard that several of the Night Fury's soldiers couldn't even get close to him. There was no hurry for the Night Forks people. Anyway, as long as the time was up and the Augur's people couldn't finish the mission. Old Gao, don't tangle. Lu Yong caught up with Gao Song from behind. Old Zhong and I will lead the men to clear the way for you. You lead the men to finish the mission first. Gao Song looked at the little time left and nodded helplessly. Okay, it'll have to do. Old Zhong, Lu Yong yelled. Bellwood turned back. Understanding. Ah! With a yell, he lashed out, pushing several of Nightcrawler's men out of the way. Quickly, open a path for the first captain and his men to withdraw. The surrounding Jialong members immediately abandoned their opponents in their hands and desperately rushed towards the gap opened by Zhonglin, preventing the Night Forks people from forming another encirclement. Go! Zhonglin yelled, knocking back two of the Night Forks warriors. Gao Song nodded and rushed out towards the gap with a dozen men. Old Lu, Zhonglin shouted, and was about to tell Lu Yong to follow and retreat with him when a yell came from behind him as well. Try Grandpa's fist. Zhang Chong roared and threw a punch at Zhonglin. Hearing the shout, Zhonglin turned around to see Zhang Chang's powerful punch, and in his haste, he raised his hand to block Zhang Chang's attack. Zhonglin Dangdang took a few steps back and looked at Zhang Chong with surprise in his eyes. Zhonglin was blocked by Zhang Chong in such a way that the gap that had been opened with great difficulty was filled in again by the members of the Night Fork. Zhonglin moved his arm, which was numb from Zhang Chang's shock, and had already put Lu Yong behind him as he waved at Zhang Chong. Again! Meanwhile, Takamatsu rushed into the Night Fork base with his men. Not far past the gate is a large arrow sign. There was a large gong under the arrow, and by striking the gong, they were considered to have reported for duty. Gao Song's eyes lit up when he looked at it, and he instantly came over with joy. Go! With a wave of his hand, he rushed towards the gong with his men. Just as they reached a dozen meters in front of the gong, they took a step out, but the floor tiles under their feet suddenly collapsed downward, and the dozen of them couldn't stop themselves from falling toward the 3-meter deep mud pit below. Just like dumplings, a dozen or so of Jialong's people fell into the deep pit together, being thrown into a state of confusion. With their eyes glowing with gold stars, Gao Song was dropped with a mouthful of mud, and was now lying in the pit, looking at the sky in a daze. Who would have thought that Nightcrawler would have smashed such a big hole inside the base for them? And it was covered with the same cloth as the floor tiles, and now that it was getting late in the day they couldn't see it at all, and they were caught in the act. Just as he was feeling sorry for himself at the bottom of the pit, two heads suddenly appeared on it. Ding Chen took Lian, squatted down by the pit, and said to Takamatsu inside, "Welcome to the Night Fork. From now on, you have become a member of the Night Fork." Takamatsu froze. Aren't we already eliminated? He had always thought that Ding Chen was just trying to humiliate them, eliminating them and telling them to get lost later. Thus losing their augmentation numbers would reduce them to the joke of the whole army. Unexpectedly, now Ding Chen had told them that they were welcome to join the Night Fork. Ding Chen shook his head and laughed. Yeah, you guys didn't complete the mission. But I didn't say that I wouldn't let you join the Night Forks if you were eliminated. And I didn't say that I wouldn't recognize you if you were eliminated. Liam even threw down the rope and said with a smile, "Come out first. Hi Brigade, and welcome to Nightcrawler." Gao Song was the first to climb out of the pit, and when he heard Lian say this, he scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Don't talk about it. I'm no longer the first captain, and I'll have to listen to Captain Ding's arrangements in the future." Ding Chen walked over and exclaimed, "Captain Gao, I've watched your performance today throughout. Jialong deserves the name of Special Forces." Gao Song had a rare shyness. He didn't think that such a powerful character as Ding Chen would also praise them. "Jiao Long, Captain Ding is too kind. It's all the result of constant training. It's the Night Forks that surprised me," Gao Song said from the bottom of his heart. "I really didn't think that a troop of more than half a year could really be trained like this." Lian looked at the two of them and laughed. "We'll all be on the same team from now on. What's the point of you guys praising each other here?" Ding Chen laughed. "Alright, that's it for today. Go out and tell them to stop. Just in time to eat and wash up, and redivide into teams for training tomorrow." Liam nodded. "I'll go call them off then," he said and walked out quickly. Gao Song looked at the mud all over himself and asked Ding Chen, "Captain Ding, then let's go take a shower first and talk about it tonight?" Ding Chen shook his head. "Can't talk about it. You guys still have unfinished business." Gao Song froze and looked at Ding Chen in surprise. Ding Chen pointed to the pit behind them. "This was dug to catch you. Shouldn't you fill him up?" The dozen or so augur members who had just climbed up were all dumbfounded, and all of them could only think of the same sentence. "Crap, are you talking in human language?" The morning light was breaking, the sky had just lit up with a sliver of light, and all of the Night Forks were already on top of the playground, ready to start the day's training. The men of the dragon were also present, and Ding Chen retained their existing establishment, merging them into the Night Fork as a whole. Only Takamatsu was no longer the first captain, and the captain in charge of a squadron. And the Night Fork squadron was handed over to Lian to lead. The two large forces with obvious components were divided by Ding Chen into the Jiaolong group and the Night Fork group. Yesterday night's big pit, Ding Chen did not really let them fill today during the day, and so the construction team to get on the line. Everyone in the Jiaolong group was now excited and very curious about how Ding Chen would train them on the first day. Under the attention of all the people, Ding Chen brought Qiyu and slowly walked in front of them. Crap! This dog is so handsome, Zhonglin couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Lu Yon nodded his head, and his gaze toward Qiyu was filled with amazement. More handsome than a few of our team. This would be so good if he partnered with me. Ding Chen walked to the front of the group and raised his hand in a gesture, waiting for them to quiet down. Ding Chen opened his mouth. Today is a great day for Jiaolong to merge into the Night Fork. There will be no more division between Jiaolong and Night Fork. Everyone is a good comrade and a part of our Night Fork. Now applaud and welcome the Jiaolong group into the team. A thunderous applause erupted from all. There wasn't as much saber rattling in the way the two groups looked at each other anymore. After yesterday's competition, both groups recognized each other's strength, especially the Jiaolong group. The physical battle that broke out with the Night Fork group at the last barrier made them thoroughly impressed with this unit that had not been established for a long time. Before, they could say that the Night Stalkers were sneaking up on them, that the Night Stalkers had taken advantage of them with a gun against them without a gun. But in the end, the two groups collided solidly together, and Nightcrawler's fighting ability was first-rate. This is something that can't be faked and best represents the basic skills of a troop. So Jiaolong is also convinced by Night Fork, and after all that, Zhang Chong, Lu Yan and the others were no longer so egotistical that they felt that Jiaolong was a dispersed force and inferior to them. After all, whether the augur demoned the land before or faced their guns and ammunition with his bare hands, he had shown sufficient standard. Moreover, the rapid reaction of the augur group and the toughness of the action simply made the Night Fork group also look at it and nodded, which was much stronger than the Night Fork group in the beginning. Ding Chen raised his hand, and the thunderous applause at the scene stopped abruptly. No other welcoming ceremonies. There's no need for all that fluff. Ding Chen laughed. Then let's hurry up and start today's morning training. Yes, all of them yelled. Just after yelling, Gao Song suddenly raised his hand. First, Captain. Then what kind of training do we have to do? I'm afraid our usual physical training is different. Ding Chen smiled. It's fine. I've already thought about it for you guys. Starting from today, for the next month, you guys will be practicing after it. Ting Chen said, glancing towards Qi. Woof woof. She yells wildly twice, which is considered to give Ding Chen a response. What? The three squadron leaders of the augur group exclaimed out in shock at the same time. You let us practice with it? Takamatsu looked at Qi incredulously. Lu Yon said disdainfully. Practicing with it? What can it teach us? Zhonglin frowned even more and huffed. Senior Captain, are you still angry with us and deliberately humiliating us? He pointed at Qi. It is a dog. Can teach us these special forces what? We are present at all. Just pick one can finish abusing it. The people from the augur group also had angry faces. They thought that Ding Chen had accepted them, but it turned out that in the end, it was still to humiliate them. The people from the Night Fork group were silenced, and one by one, they gave thumbs up towards the three augur group squadron leaders who were not afraid of death. What guts, questioning the Night Fork even if it's not enough, but even looking down on Qiyu. This will be a good show, everyone in the Night Fork group thought. Ding Chen looked at the three differently looking but all furious Jiaolong group squadron leaders as he coldly raised his face. What do you mean it's just a dog? This is the military dog Qi, a famous warrior. There is a military registration in. It is our comrades in arms. Can you be responsible for what you say? Seeing Ding Chen say these words so sternly, Gao Song and the others froze for a moment, somewhat timidly unable to speak. Zhonglin even turned red and said, I'm sorry, Senior Captain. I apologize for the inappropriate remarks I just made. Ding Chen looked at him. You shouldn't be telling that to me. You should be telling it to the comrades you despise. Zhonglin clenched his teeth tightly and finally lowered his head and shouted to Qiyu. I'm sorry. Woof. Qi also responded. The people from the Night Fork group couldn't hold back any longer and accidentally laughed out loud. Zhonglin stood still and reared his head, still looking at Ding Chen with a firm gaze. Senior Captain, I still feel that this comrade of ours is not capable enough to fulfill the purpose of training us. Very good. Ding Chen laughed. It's good to know your mistakes but still hold on to the judgment in your heart. But your worries are redundant. You guys are just a few points stronger. There's no way you can match it. Hearing Ding Chen say that all of them were inferior to a dog, even if the dog was a comrade in arms, all of the Jiaolong group was still on fire. Big Captain, I'm not convinced. I'm applying for a match with Qi comrade, Zhonglin said firmly. Behind him, all the members of the Jiaolong group said at the same time, we are not convinced. We also want to compete with our Qiyu comrades. Tianchen raised an eyebrow. Are you guys sure? We're sure. Ding Chen looked at the people from the Jiaolong group. Alright, since you guys have the guts to challenge Qiyu, then I'll give you guys this chance. As long as you guys are able to defeat Qiyu, you'll arrange your own physical training in the future. The people from the Jiaolong group froze, not understanding why Ding Chen would give such an offer. Wasn't this a deliberate attempt to let them make their own arrangements in the future? Someone thought maliciously. It must be to make us slack off and not even do physical training in the future, so that a year from now, we can completely pull apart the gap between the Night Fork group and the Jiaolong group, so that they can't win. And naturally, there's no way for them to leave the Night Fork. It's really too sinister. Takamatsu grunted coldly. That's not necessary. If we win, we'll have to train the same as the Night Fork group. The Night Fork group of people look at each other. Would like to say, that is not still follow chi practice? You say you figure what? Everyone in the Night Fork group looked at the Jiaolong group with sympathetic gazes. After all, win a match, win or lose, still doesn't change the ending. That at least makes the people watching from the side feel good. Ding Chen looked at the three squadron leaders. So what do you guys want to compare? The three of them looked at each other. And finally Takamatsu said, we'll compete with whatever training you were going to let it take us through just now. Ding Chen patted Qiyu's dog's head and laughed. You're being completely looked down upon. Woof woof woof. Qiyu barked furiously and looked at the Augur's people with a vicious face, making everyone feel his anger. The people of the Night Fork group are now genuinely admiring the Augur group. And can anger Qiyu? Then they can really have good fruit to eat. Ding Chen laughed out loud. Alright, then you guys can compete in armed cross-country. What? The people from the Augur group all froze. Letting a dog compete with a bunch of special forces in armed cross-country. They didn't even know if Ding Chen was looking down on them or wanted to tire out the dog. Just Ding Chen pressure simply did not give them too much time to react. Directly began to move his hands to load the counterweight to Qiyu. As the Jiaolong group watched Ding Chen strap 30 kilograms of weight onto the Night Stalker. Perhaps out of sympathy, Gao Song suddenly spoke up. Big Captain, why don't we just forget about it? Ding Chen looked up at Gao Song. What's the matter? Found Qi's unusual. Want to backtrack? Gao Song gasped. He is to see Qi a dog back so much. The heart is a little intolerant. Gao Song clenched his teeth when he heard this from Ding Chen. He shook his head. No, I'm just worried about this military dog. If you haven't cancelled the match, we will continue. He thought in his heart, if you don't feel sorry for your own dog, why should I feel sorry for it? Just have a good time with it. And if anything happens, it's nothing to do with you. The people of the Augur group also all put on 30 kilograms of heavy equipment on their bodies and were heavily armed now in front of the starting line. Ding Chen looked at them and finally said, 30 kilometers of armed cross-country. Are you ready? Ready. Woof woof. The scene was new and comical as hundreds of confident, united shouts were interspersed with two barking dogs. Hundreds of people and a dog just stood confidently in front of the starting line. Ready. Bang. As the flare gun rang out, a Qi and hundreds of Augur group soldiers rushed out at the same time. Qi this time, but in the anger, and did not like the first time with the Night Fork competition as the same retention of hands. As soon as the match started, it was like a cheetah, leaving all the people from the Augur group behind. Crap, that fast? The people in the Augur group were startled. They knew that dogs ran fast, but they had never thought that Qiyu, who had carried so many things, could still run so fast. Everyone didn't dare to speak and immediately gritted their teeth and accelerated, trying to keep up with Qiyu's pace and catch up with it. In a group of onlookers, Zhang Dapeng pounded Zhang Xiaoyu, stinky fish. Do you think Qiyu is stronger than before? Much stronger. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Qiyu lead the way, but also a face of easy to write. He nodded, now this is outside the bureau so look. Only to suddenly find that this is stronger than just started more than a star. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Qiyu in surprise, and secretly glanced at Ding Chen, muttering in a low voice, can it be that the Night Fork does not only practice soldiers, but also has a set of training military dogs? Zhang Chong laughed, it's strange to be unchanged if you can practice like this with a bunch of special forces every day, right? He said with a bad smile on his face and looked at Zhang Xiaoyu, none of this matters either. Stinky fish, how many meters do you think they will fall Qi? Zhang Chong was saying it with a joking face, but Zhang Xiaoyu thought seriously, I think Qi if you don't make a mess of taunting and purposely letting off steam. Just at this speed now, at least 5 kilometers. Zhang Chong laughed, then I bet 6 kilometers. 6.5 kilometers. The people have guessed the answer in their hearts, but no one thinks that Qi will lose, and one guesses the distance. As outsiders, the Night Fork group could still easily watch the Augur group and Qiyu fight, while the members of the Augur group, who were one of the parties involved, did not have the heart to pay attention to the people of the Night Fork group right now. When Gao Song there found themselves after accelerating, but still failed to catch up with Qi. Heart thumped, look to Qi's eyes have changed. Crap, what does this dog eat to grow up? How can it run so well? Lu Yong looked at Chi-Yu's back and couldn't help but say. Looking at the increasingly distant back in front of him, Zhonglin also couldn't help but shake his head. This nigga is still running faster and faster. Just nigga outrageous. Only Gao Song was still consoling them. Everyone hold on and follow it up. Its outbursts are so fierce. Its endurance surely can't last. As long as we catch up, we can definitely overtake it. When all the people from the augur group heard this, they instantly felt that Gao Song had a point. Moreover, Gao Song had been their first captain for so many years, and in his heart, he still trusted his words very much. At that moment, all of them immediately looked like they were pumped up with chicken blood, once again bursting out with even faster speeds, chasing towards Chi-Yu. Only, they have lost from the moment they questioned Chi-Yu, and now it is futile to struggle and do anything else. She looked back at the people of the augur group, to see that they even presumed to keep up with themselves. Even more fire began to accelerate up again. His lead started at half a lap, gradually drew to a lap, and from a lap, started towards 2 laps. The people in the augur group were all looking like they had seen a ghost at this moment, and the 3 captains couldn't speak anymore. All of them were gritting their teeth and chasing forward. They couldn't even think anymore. After all, a distraction would slow them down, and if it did, they'd have even less of a chance. After another 10 minutes or so, Chi finally began to pant and slow down. Jiang Xiaoyu said, Chi can't do it anymore. It sprinted the whole way. Now it's starting to get tired. This is going to give the Jiaolong group a chance. He was looking at Chi-Yu the whole time, and he forgot to look at the situation on the augur's side. Zheng Chong Zhang Dazui was beside him. When he heard Jiang Xiaoyu say this, he then rolled his eyes and said, Stinky fish, what are you kidding about? Look at the state of the Jiaolong group right now. They're chasing after them with their heads? Jiang Xiaoyu turned his head to look, and saw the Jiaolong group running up and down one by one, far behind Chi-Yu. Their speed, slower than the current Chi, want to catch up, is simply a fool's errand. Zhan Dapeng laughed. That's right, look at it. They're almost 7 kilometers behind now. There's no way they can catch up. Just as they were talking, Chi suddenly accelerated again and ran straight towards Ding Chen. In everyone's shocked gaze, Chi-Yu had already run to Ding Chen's side, spitting out his tongue and wagging his tail, jumping up and down cheerfully around him. Is it over already? Someone asked. Lu Yen was watching very carefully, but he also forgot about this, paying attention to the confrontation between the 2 sides the whole time. Still, it was only after confirming with the soldier in charge of tallying the results that I realized it was a real run. Everyone sucked a breath of cold air. This is only more than half an hour. Armed cross-country 30 kilometers. This Chi is also too scary, right? Ding Chen smiled and touched Chi-Yu's head. Well done. Woof woof. Chi-Yu, who was appreciated by Ding Chen, was noticeably more cheerful. It took another 10 minutes before the augur group began to intermittently pass the finish line. As soon as everyone reached the finish line, they immediately went limp, never having any strength to get up again. The Night Fork group couldn't help but laugh. This scene couldn't be said to be the same as the first time they did it. It could only be said to be exactly the same, I guess. Gao Song and the others lay on the ground, panting heavily, only feeling their hearts jumping out of their throats. They even forgot about the bet now. Their minds were blank. They just wanted to lie still like this. Just then, 2 figures, a man and a dog, walked up to them against the light. Look at this. You guys are not even close. 30 kilometers can be more than 7 kilometers behind. Will you still be crazy in the future? After Ding Chen finished speaking, no one from the Jiaolong group dared to answer. It's okay if you don't talk. Follow Chi training honestly in the future. Do you hear me? Ding Chen continued. Yes, the augur group's men squeezed out the last of the strength in their chests and shouted. In their gazes, the Chi at Ding Chen's feet had truly become that demonic god of ancient mythology, leaving them to it, full of awe. After a morning of physical training, the people of the augur group finally realized why the Night Fork group had grown to this point in just half a year. Damn, these guys are too desperate, aren't they? Lu Yong couldn't help but exclaim in shock. In the morning training that had just ended, the people from the Night Fork group followed Chi throughout. Whether it's armed cross-country, swimming across, crossing obstacles, all morning long, even when Chi rests, the people in the Night Fork group have to do push-ups and hard Qigong fighting training. The whole morning went by with hardly a moment's rest until the meal break. John Grin nodded. Terrifying indeed. And the scariest part is that their entire staff can keep up with that pace. You know, the Special Brigade is the unit with the highest elimination rate. According to his training method, more than half a year should have replaced a whole batch of team members long ago. But in the past 6 months, I haven't heard of any adjustments to the Night Fork's troop supply. And the scariest thing is that the group I saw a few months ago is still all there. Gao Song was also worried. If we can't keep up with their pace, it's not a big deal to lose face. But I'm afraid that a year from now, We really won't be able to compete with them. Zhonglin and Lu Yong nodded their heads in succession, deeply agreeing with what Gao Song said. I don't believe that they are all born so powerful. Why don't we go and take lessons from the first captain? Lu Yong came up with the idea. Will it work? Zhonglin expressed his skepticism. We didn't deal with each other before we came here, and we got cleaned up just before. So what can he say to us if we go to him now? Then we can't just do nothing and stay up like this, right? Lu Yong retorted. Even if we can stay up, the soldiers below can't stay up. Look at how tired they are after following us all morning this morning. This can really make a person useless. Right, Gao Song clapped his hands and said. No matter what, we have to consider the members of the 3 teams of our augur group. We are already part of the Night Forks. I don't believe that the great captain can still treat us differently. In fact, Gao Song couldn't carry it anymore. He had been in the army for a long time, and although he was the leader of the augurs and was proficient in all kinds of special skills, after all, he was getting older and his physical ability began to decline. He couldn't hold out for the young people anymore, but no one in the augur group would think in this direction. In their hearts, Gao Song was as inseparable from the augur as Lian was from the Night Fork, so they were now 10,000 times more touched by the fact that they were the only ones who could make the 3 great captains put down their face in honor. They had to stick around, try to get stronger, and take back their augur's number. Gao Song rushed to Ding Chen's office to find him while the lunch break was still open. As a result, he didn't see Ding Chen and made a trip for nothing. They had no choice but to go to Lian's office to find him. Captain Li, the 3 shouted in unison as soon as they entered Lian's office. Lian looked up and froze for a moment when he saw that it was Gao Song and the 3 of them, then laughed. Brigadier Gao, Lieutenant Zhong, Lieutenant Lu, what brings you here? They didn't open the door to the purpose of their visit. Gao Song laughed. Captain Li, you're out of line. As I said, I'm no longer the brigade leader of any augur brigade. I'm Gao Song, the squadron leader of the Night Fork augur group. You can either just call me Gao like old Lu and old Zhong, or call me high school squadron like you called them. Liam smiled helplessly. Well then, high school team, is there something important you guys want me for this run over here? Gao Song nodded. We originally came over to look for the first captain, but he wasn't in his office. Looked around and didn't see anyone else. Thought it shouldn't be too far off to look for you, so we came over. Hearing him say that, Lian also raised his interest and quickly asked. Old Ding went to prepare for the evening training. What do you guys have to do? If it's not too confidential, I can tell you all about it. This time Gao Song instead made things difficult for a bit. He scratched his head and said, didn't we follow Chi Yu this morning and practiced all morning? But it really stunned our Jiaolong group. Your Night Fork group's physical ability is also too shocking. Gao Song heartily exclaimed. This makes us, the augur group, unable to catch up, and it's a bit of a struggle to try to catch up. So, he got a little carried away with that. When Lian heard this, how could he not guess what they wanted to ask? Liam confirmed. You want to know why Nightcrawler can do this, and want to ask if you can do the same? Yes. That's it. The 3 people who were originally still a bit embarrassed immediately nodded their heads. Lian laughed. If this is the case, don't worry. Old Ding has already asked me to send someone to reprocure the medicines, and will distribute a new batch tomorrow. And since you've already joined us at the Night Forks, then we'll definitely treat you equally, and we'll never be biased. The 3 men were touched. Lu Yong asked curiously, the Night Fork group can be so strong because of the medicine? Zhong Lin, who also grew up learning martial arts and knew more about this than they did, said worriedly, this won't go wrong, right? After all, relying on drugs for strength isn't stable, and there will be heavy side effects. He looked at Lian and said sincerely, Captain Li, I'm well aware of your desire to urgently prove yourselves in this special forces competition, but these pulling up seedlings you're doing is really just drying up the waters, and won't have any sustained benefits other than overdrawing the Night Fork group's body. Lian cried and laughed. What are you all talking about? This medicine at least relieves fatigue and strengthens the chi to replenish the body. There are no other effects, and it's not something that squeezes the human body's potential. Lian laughed. Don't worry, we care more about the health of our players than you do. You'll know all about it when you wait for tomorrow. Go down and prepare for today's training first. The 3 men walked out of Lian's office in a daze, still skeptical about everything Lian had just said. Zhong Lin, in particular, was already certain in his mind that they were just overdrawing their players to win this tournament. After he told Gao Song and Lu Yong everything he had guessed, the other 2 were convinced of it as well. Lu Yong said worriedly, Old Gao, if they are really overdrawing the players' bodies, what will we do? If they force us to eat tomorrow, then what will we do? Gao Song gritted his teeth. In my life, I hate generals who don't treat the soldiers under their hands as human beings. This kind of people who step on their own soldiers to climb up the ladder will definitely not be good people. We can't be in the same boat with them. When I'm free, I'm going to write a letter of complaint. I'm going to reflect this matter to the top. Lu Yong froze. Old Gao. Would it be too radical? Zhong Lin glared. Radical my ass. They're overdrawing the lives of their team members now. It's the equivalent of harming people, and I still think it's too slow to write a whistleblower's letter. How long will it take for the top to process it down? He looked at Gao Song. Old Gao, why don't you just call and report them? I'm sure the leaders above won't sit back and do nothing. Takamatsu glared at him. Don't be so reckless. We just got here and we're reporting on our superiors. What if the Marine commander ordered this? No way, Zhonglin and Lu Yong exclaimed. Fear not. Fear not, Gao Song whispered. It's good to be cautious. This matter is so big. In case it's implicated with Commander Lin, wouldn't it be like throwing ourselves into the net if we call the Marine Command directly? So write a letter, not only to Commander Lin, but also to Commander Li. Go down after all, keep quiet. Tomorrow let us eat, also eat down first. Once or twice should not be a big problem. Before this matter is resolved, we cooperate well with them. Got it? Understood. Zhonglin and Lu Yong nodded. Marine Corps Command Building. Lin Zijian was still dealing with a series of tasks after the auger was merged into the night fork. I was busy until 8 p.m. Before I could have a bite of dinner. On his side, while he was worrying about how to follow up with Jiang Dazhang, an officer hurried over. Knock knock. The knock on the door sounded, and Lin Zijian was interrupted from his thoughts and frowned. Come in. The officer walked in quickly and saluted at Lin Zijian. Commander, there's an anonymous letter in the command's complaint mailbox that needs your personal attention. Lin Zijian put down the pen in his hand. Bring it here. The officer hastened to hand over a letter. Lin Zijian opened the envelope, and his heart was also filled with doubt. They had a small number of Marines and not much going on lately, and it had been a long time since anyone had appealed with a letter of complaint, so I didn't know what it would be this time. Lin Zijian opened the envelope, took out the letterhead inside, and opened it to read it. The letter wasn't long. It contained only a few paragraphs, but what it revealed was particularly startling. There are people who disregard the safety of soldiers and use dangerous drugs in the army to forcefully boost their strength just to cope with the upcoming competition. The letter does not name which unit or give any other details, but this unit was from the Marines and was about to compete, so it wasn't as if the outcome was obvious. Which other unit could it be but the Night Fork Special Forces, who will soon be competing in the Special Forces competition? Bang! Lin Zijian slapped the letter heavily on the table, startling the officer who had delivered it. Find out for me. Make sure you find out who is spreading rumors. I will not let him go. Lin Zijian roared. The officer glanced at the letter on the table, shocked beyond belief. If what the letter said was true, it would be quite a storm. No wonder Commander Lin is so angry. The officer looked at Lin Zijian. Commander, just check the person who reported it? What he means is that those things on the letter, do they need to be investigated in secret as well? Lin Zijian grimaced. Which unit of the Marine Corps doesn't act under my orders? And what's in this letter is nonsense. He gritted his teeth and said, this person has evil intentions. The spearhead is pointed directly at our Night Fork Special Forces. This is not blatantly saying that I'm letting the military use banned drugs again. What? Whether or not the Special Forces have violated the law, would I, the commander, not know? Lin Zijian looked at the officer. You go and notify Chief of Staff Ngo. Let him gather the top brass of the command for a meeting. Also, the beginning and end of the letter, your detailed words, and also, this matter, before the water settles down. You can't divulge half of the news. Got it? Yes. The officer nodded and turned away with quick steps. Lin Zijian stood in front of his desk and thought for a long time, but he picked up the phone and dialed. Meanwhile, the Yen State Naval General Headquarters. A letter had been placed in front of Li Jianbin, in the same way as Lin Zijian's first reaction. Li Jianbin was also furious at first. It's just that as Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, he has kept a lot of his emotions to himself and doesn't get angry easily. When he saw the finger pointing directly at the only Special Forces unit they had in the Navy right now, he too was furious and thought things were nonsense. Marine Lin Zijian is his old subordinate. As a person, Li Jianbin is very clear, is absolutely not going to do things to brutalize soldiers for the sake of vanity. And the two people who formed the management of the Night Fork, a Lian, a Ding Chen, two people are he very optimistic about the intermediate general officer, and a few contacts, but also worthy of the country's trust. But this kind of thing is just afraid of an eventuality. In case the real situation is just like what the letter said, then their navy would really have to have a big shakeup. Not only the navy, but the entire military wing of the Yin Kingdom had to experience an earthquake. Every army needs to be inventoried to make sure that nothing like this happens and that all those involved are implicated. After all, when you see cockroaches in the sun, there are only more in the shadows. Thinking about all of this, Li Jianbin couldn't help but wonder if this would be a spy operation from another country. just so that a massive purge of their yin country's military would take place, and they couldn't do anything about it for a few years. Li Jianbin, also in the spirit of not afraid of 10,000 things, immediately took the letter to find Yao Jianjun. After Yao Jianjun read the report letter, he was silent and gloomy, not knowing what he was thinking. Li Jianbin had to knock on the table and asked, "Old Yao, what do you think about this? Do you need to pay attention to it? Do you want to report it to the military department?" Yao Jianjun let out a long sigh. "Attention must definitely be paid to this letter. It must be paid to this letter if it can reach us, but as for reporting it to the War Office, I think that would be quite unnecessary." Yao Jianjun looked at Li Jianbin. "If this matter reaches the military department, it's bound to make a big fuss over it, causing a lot of unnecessary trouble, and if it really leads to a thorough investigation of the whole army, it's even more troublesome. So, let's just send out an investigation team to get to the bottom of this first." Li Jianbin nodded. "I started out with the same idea, just can't get the idea. If the investigation team is set up, you see who leads the team to the most suitable, and the members of the investigation team are arranged which people are good." Yao Jianjun pondered for a long time before finally saying, "When it comes to leading the team, it's actually best for you to go personally." Li Jianbin shook his head. "I can't go. I'm just borrowing the name of inspection, I can't leave." Yao Jianjun sighed. "Then only I can go. Others go, I'm sure you don't feel at ease. After all, Lin Zijian commander, many people are acquaintances. Who knows if there's anyone who wears the same pants as him?" Li Jianbin nodded. "What about the investigation team? Who are you looking for?" Yao Jianjun murmured. "Then you can't look for it in the commanding general's office, so I'll bring 2 of my close friends on my side, and in addition call up Jiang Dajiang." "Jiang Dajiang?" Li Jianbin said in confusion. "What did you call him for in this kind of matter?" Yao Jianjun said with a straight face. "I can't just take someone to the Marines for no reason. We have to find a reason. It just so happens that Jialong was not merged into Night Fork. Their handover with the Night Forks must not have been completed yet. We can take advantage of inspecting the Augur Dragon and bring their original commander to the door to check it out. This reason couldn't be more normal. Moreover, Jiang Dajiang has always been at odds with Lin Zijian. It's unlikely that he would reveal anything to the Marines, and the investigation must have been very serious." Li Jianbin nodded. "Then it's arranged. You lead the investigation team to investigate. I'll wait for your news before making a decision." After saying that, Li Jianbin left Yao Jianjun's office. When Li Jianbin left, Yao Jianjun immediately called Jiang Dajiang. When he hung up the phone, Jiang Dajiang, who had learned of all the news, couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Lin Zijian, you used dishonorable means to cause me to lose my augur. I didn't think you'd have a day too." Early that morning, just as dawn was breaking, a helicopter was parked firmly in the Liaohai Marine Corps Command. When Yao Jianjun walked off the airplane with Jiang Dajiang and the investigation team consisting of 2 other majors, they all looked straight in the eyes, not knowing what was going on in front of them. In their perception, they were here to investigate the Marines and the Night Stalkers, something that should be kept secret. So the outward claims were all about coming to see how the Augurs were adapting after merging into the Night Stalkers. But right now, in the Marine Corps Command, surprisingly, there was only Lin Zijian with Ding Chen, 2 people waiting outside the tarmac. "Good day, Chief." Lin Zijian and Ding Chen saluted at the same time. Yao Jianjun froze, then looked at Lin Zijian. "Old Lin, what are you?" Lin Zijian smiled bitterly. "Vice Commander Yao, you don't need to say anything more. We all know what you're here to do." "You all know?" Yao Jianjun froze. He didn't expect that his investigation team had only just been formed and the 2 most important respondents knew about it. He turned around angrily and looked at his band of entourage, but was overwhelmed with bewilderment. Jiang Dajiang and the others were also confused. "You looked at me and I looked at you, unable to say a word." Yao Jianjun frowned. Of these people, other than his own 2 close friends, the other 2 were Jiang Dajiang and his deputy. Yao Jianjun didn't believe that they would get through to Lin Zijian. Lin Zijian shook his head with a bitter smile. "Don't guess, Commander Yao. It's not in your entourage that the matter is going on, but rather, I've received the letter of report as well." "What?" Now it wasn't just Yao Jianjun who was surprised. Everyone in the entourage stared wide-eyed. "What's going on?" Yao Jianjun asked. "Take a look." Lin Zijian took out the letter of report. "The Night Forks are my heart and soul, and I firmly believe that they wouldn't do such a thing, so I've already looked for Ding Chen to discuss it, and I've also investigated it in the Night Forks team." He took out another investigation report. "Night Fork has already investigated internally. There is no such thing as the use of banned substances. Everything has been approved by me. So as for the person who wrote this whistle-blowing letter, what his intentions are, we don't know yet." Yao Jianjun took out the 2 reports and compared them before shouting out in surprise. "These 2 reports have different handwriting. and it doesn't look like they were written by the same person. With Yao Jianjun's exclamation of surprise, the crowd came over to take a look and realized that this was really the case. Everyone's brows furrowed. If the two whistleblower letters were done by the same person, then they could still say that someone did it all by mistake. But now it has been learned that it is the least two people who feel this way, that there is something wrong with Nightcrawler. Then there can only be two possibilities for this situation. Either Nightcrawler is so deep in hiding that there really is something wrong with him. Either that, or there's some team that's deliberately sabotaging the image of Nightcrawler in an attempt to create a storm in the Yen army. Now that all of the Navy's top brass were trusting Nightcrawler, and the information given by Lin Zijian proved that Nightcrawler had no problems, then it could only be the second scenario. Let's go. This is no place to talk. Go to the conference room and we'll talk. Yao Jianjun ordered and everyone followed him to the conference room. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was heavy. Yao Jianjun opened his mouth and asked, regarding the person who wrote this letter, do you have someone in mind? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Was this a hard guess for them? Only Ding Chen, after pondering for a while, raised his hand and said, Chief, I have some guesses. Lin Zijian looked at Ding Chen in surprise, wondering what Ding Chen had in mind and why he hadn't told himself before. Yao Jianjun also brightened up. No need to be so polite. Just say it. Ding Chen nodded. Originally, there were too few clues and too many directions for speculation, but having just read the letter of report brought by the chief, I have this conjecture. What guess? You recognize the notes on it? Yao Jianjun was curious. Ding Chen shook his head. I've never seen it, and even if I have, I don't necessarily remember it. Yao Jianjun frowned. That is? Ding Chen said with a straight face, the whistleblowing letter that Commander Lin received is incoherent, and I can't make any judgment, but the report letter sent to the Navy headquarters was very detailed, and many of the circumstances match the real situation within my Night Fork Brigade, so the person who wrote the letter must know the Night Fork Brigade very well. Oh, so, it was your Night Forks people who did this, and your people are harboring the culprit? Zhang Dajiang jumped out and said. Ding Chen blankly glanced at Zhang Dajiang without a trace. Who told you that it was my Night Forks men who did this? Didn't you just say yourself? Shut up. Yao Jianjun glared at Zhang Dajiang and turned his head to look at Ding Chen. Keep talking. Ding Chen nodded. If the person is in my Night Fork, to do this would have definitely been done long ago. No need to wait until now. But the only one who knows something about my Night Fork, and who has just recently come into contact with us in this world, is the augur? And the person must be in the augur. After Ding Chen finished speaking decisively, Zhang Dajiang was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect him to come over to eat a melon, and wanted to fall on the Night Fork and Marines for a bit. How come he was now drawing fire and dumping the pot on himself? If the person was really in the augur, he would really have no defense. Impossible. You're talking nonsense. I've been building a team for so many years. How could I have recruited spies? Zhang Dajiang panicked. Besides, my people just went to your place. What are they reporting you for? The rest of the investigation team, including Lin Zijian, were all turning their heads to look at Zhang Dajiang. Now a question also popped up in their minds. What did Zhang Dajiang instruct Xiaolong to do this for? Although Zhang Dajiang did do a lot of things quite brainlessly, they still didn't believe that he would do such a thing as slandering his fellow naval officers. Instead, Ding Chen was surprised. Spy? What spy? I just said that the person who wrote the report letter was from Xiaolong. Where is there any spy? This time, it was everyone's turn to look at Ding Chen in surprise. In their mental analysis, there was already only the option of spies destroying the Yin Kingdom's army left. So how come now? Listening to Ding Chen's appearance, he was trying to overthrow this one as well. Ding Chen looked at everyone in disbelief. If Xiaolong had spies, shouldn't they have done a lot of things long ago? What are they trying to do by going to all the trouble to come to my Night Fork just to report us? So there's no spy at all. It's just a very ordinary whistle-blowing letter. Ding Chen said with conviction. Xiaolong has just merged into our Night Fork, and something may have caused this misunderstanding. After all, I did medicate the team members, and it may be because of that the people of Xiaolong misunderstood. Yao Jianjun had basically accepted Ding Chen's deduction. He still asked uneasily, Ding, are you sure? Ding Chen nodded. It's just that he didn't have the time to interrogate before. Now that Commander Yao is here, as long as he interrogates Xiaolong's people, everything will come out. Yao Jianjun nodded. Good. Old Lin, you immediately call over a few of Xiaolong's key personnel. I want to ask them a good question. Yes. Lin Zijian turned around and left. Chief, then I'd better leave first. It's me they're reporting. If I have to be present, they might think we're in cahoots and won't dare to tell the truth. Ding Chen said in a hurry. Yao Jianjun nodded. Don't worry, no matter what the outcome is, I will definitely return justice to you Night Forks, Commandant of the Marine Corps. Gao Song and Zhong Lin came out of the interrogation room with their heads hanging down. They never imagined that because of their misunderstanding, they had brought things to this point. Seeing that Ding Chen was still waiting outside the door, they could no longer hold back the feelings of guilt in their hearts, and with tears in their eyes, they hugged the dumbfounded Ding Chen. "Captain, we were wrong." Two big men, hugging Ding Chen, lost their voices and cried. Yao Jianjun, who was still thinking about what to do with the two of them, walked out of the door just in time to see this scene inside, dismissing what he had just thought of doing. "Alright, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that nothing went wrong." Ding Chen generously comforted the two. Gao Song wiped away his tears. "Captain, I feel guilty in my heart. We are treating the gentleman's heart with a small man's heart. It's fortunate that the above investigated us, or else if I really wronged you, I really even if I died 10,000 times would not be enough." Zhong Lin even want to kneel to the ground. "Captain, it's all my fault. It's all because of my wild guesses. Lao Gao was influenced by me to write a letter to the leader. Fortunately it did not cause a big mistake. Otherwise I cannot resign from the blame." Ding Chen yanked Zhong Lin's arm and propped his hands upward, and he could no longer kneel. Zhong Lin was unable to kneel down as he was framed by Ding Chen, and he looked up at Ding Chen in surprise. He didn't realize until now that Ding Chen wasn't just outstanding in skill. This force was also above him. "It's all in the past when it's over," Ding Chen said blandly. "Some misunderstandings, just unravel them. No need to be too intentional about it." Yao Jianjun walked over with his men, and when he heard Ding Chen say this, he smiled and said, "Originally, I wanted to ask you what you thought, but now it seems like there's no need to say anything." Gao Song and Zhong Lin froze. "This is not dealing with us anymore?" Yao Jianjun laughed out loud. "You are also afraid of any problems in the army, and have reflected your concerns to the top. If you have to suffer punishment for this, then who will dare to complain to the top in the future?" Gao Song Zhong Lin wept with joy and solemnly saluted towards Ding Chen and Yao Jianjun respectively. Yao Jianjun bored face exhortation. "You also do not be too happy too early. Although not too much punishment you, but the disciplinary action is less. In the future did not figure out the matter. Cannot be so stupid again." "Yes, Chief." The two saluted again. Apart from the two of them, the one with the most complicated feelings would be Zhang Dazhang. In just over a day, it was as if he had been on a roller coaster of emotions. First, he was excited by the possibility of something big happening to the Marines. Then he turned to worry when he guessed himself that it was a spy operation. And by the time he identified the letter-writing candidate as an augur, his worries intensified and were accompanied by a deep sense of afterthought. Only now, hearing Yao Jianjun say that he would not pursue the matter, Zhang Dazhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He gave Ding Chen a thumbs up in his heart, but looked at Lin Zijian and sighed. "After fighting for so many years, I have to admit that I've lost by now. You've got a good soldier. Ah, there will be more and more good soldiers in the future." He spoke in a way that puzzled Lin Zijian, but to hear him admit that he was inferior to himself, Lin Zijian's heart was still very happy. Lin Zijian laughed. "Did you say Ding Chen? This is a treasure that the Marines picked up. You can't envy it." Zhang Dazhang shook his head and didn't continue. A major in the investigation team couldn't help but ask, "Chief, so are we going back now to resume our orders?" Everyone turned their gazes to Yao Jianjun, wanting to hear what he would arrange. Yao Jianjun shook his head. "I've already told Oli about this side of things. Now we should the other thing we came to do." Everyone froze, then remembered the identity they had borrowed to inspect. "Shao Ding, let's go. Take everyone around to your night fork." Yao Jianjun snapped. "Yes." The group got into the car and began to make their way to the Night Stalker base. By the time they got to Nightshade, Takamatsu and the others had returned to their normal routine. At this point in the Night Stalker's life, everyone still didn't know that their first captain and two sub-captains almost didn't make it back. Even if it was Lian, Ding Chen did not reveal what he had been called over by Lin Zijian to do this time. So even though Ding Chen was not there in the morning, everyone still followed Chi as usual to do physical training. Yao Jianjun followed behind Ding Chen, and just as soon as he stepped out of the car, he was stunned by the situation in front of him. "Ding, what's going on?" He rubbed his eyes incredulously. "Are they training with the dogs?" Ding Chen nodded. "Not all, it's Chi who is training them. In the Night Fork, its identity is equal to the same instructor." "What?" Hearing him say that, everyone looked at him in shock. Zhang Dazhang is also very puzzled. When Jialong was still in his hands, he had also seen Jialong training, and had not seen these situations. Gao Song and Zhong Lin nodded. "It's true. We've competed with Chiyu and we can't win against it." Everyone's shock deepened. To know that they are special forces but lost to a dog, and let the dog as an instructor. How to feel so like a heavenly dream. If the facts weren't right in front of them and Ding Chen was trustworthy enough for them, they wouldn't have believed what others said. "Chief, Shall I have them gather for a lecture? Ding Chen inquired to Yao Jianjun. Yao Jianjun waved his hand. An inspection will do. No need to go through so much trouble. We are just coming to take a look. How should you train? How to train? Wait a while to rest. I'll take a look at these fighters again. Yes. Ding Chen stopped talking and did not go over to disturb their training. Gao Song and Zhong Lin were whisked back to continue their training by Yao Jianjun, leaving Ding Chen alone to accompany them as they wandered around the Night Fork's base. The Night Fork base was really too big. Ding Chen took a few chiefs inside for a rough turn, giving them a general overview of the base before finally stopping in front of a cold storage room. Originally, Ding Chen's intention was to end it here and not give them any further introductions. Who knows? Yao Jianjun opened his mouth and asked, Ding, the protagonist who caused this storm, you haven't let us see it yet. Ding Chen froze, then reacted. Ting Chen said helplessly, it's in this cold storage room, prepared just before. A pill I made especially for all the Nightbloods. Yao Jianjun asked curiously, is this medicine really as magical as you said before? Capable of relieving human fatigue and also constantly improving one's physique? Ding Chen nodded. This is natural. All of our Night Fork squadron has been in use for half a year, and I believe that all of the chiefs have seen all of the accomplishments of these half a year. Yao Jianjun deliberately made a stern face. Then why didn't you report such a good thing earlier? Or else you wouldn't have gotten into this kind of thing today. Ding Chen smiled bitterly. Chief, this medicine lifts fatigue is true, but it also has to be combined with a lot of exercise, exhausting the body to the limit, in order to best absorb the effects of the medicine. So for the general troops, the effect is not obvious. And this is my family's secret recipe. It's not very convenient to divulge. Yao Jianjun nodded, but laughed. The effect is not obvious is also still effective. Well, this medicine, he said looking over at Ting Chen. Ding Chen nodded helplessly. I know. After that I'll organize the prescription and production techniques and submit them to the state. Yao Jianjun laughed cheerfully. That's right. Don't worry. As long as your medicine is useful, we will subsidize the cost of one medicine for everyone you use. Yao Jianjun pointed at Ding Chen and said to everyone, look at this. This is our good soldier with a heart for our country. Lin Zijian and Jiang Dajian they nodded their heads in agreement. A group of leaders that's happy. Only Ding Chen helplessly shook his head. Do you count yourself as a fall guy? Yao Jianjun spent the morning roughly checking out the training of Night Fork and Jialong, and seeing all of them willingly training behind Shiyu. He knew that what Ding Chen said was true. From Ding Chen's hands to extort the prescription, Yao Jianjun also took away a few adult Dan, in addition to go back to experiment with the efficacy of the other, but also sent to test the composition. Originally, Ding Chen's idea was to have the Jialong group and the Night Fork group have a sparring match to let Yao Jianjun see the strength of each of the two squads. However, Yao Jianjun had no intention of staying here for long, and without waiting for Ding Chen to make arrangements, they were already preparing to leave. Jiang Dajian was the most jubilant one. He was already not treated well by the Marines. If the Night Forks beat up Jialong again in the sparring exercises, then he would really have no place to go. Ding Chen had just sent a few chiefs to the car when Lian walked over quickly. Old Ding, it's all arranged. He walked over and wondered, where are they? Ding Chen smiled. It's already gone. Lian froze. Aren't you here for an inspection? How come so soon? He looked to Ting Chen. I've assembled the troops. What then? Ding Chen thought for a moment. Then let's go over there. Just so we can decide on the contestants this time and have them undergo devil training. Lian froze again. You already have someone in mind? How come I haven't heard you discuss it with me? Ding Chen laughed. Who asked you to be the captain before? You were so busy every day. I was the instructor practicing after them every day. I naturally know them better than you. The two talked as they walked inside. Lian asked curiously, who are you going to pick to go? Will you pick only in the Night Fork group? Will the Augur group have a problem with that? Ding Chen shook his head and said, Old Li, why are you suddenly so motherly? It's a bit unlike you. Your persona will collapse if you're like this. Lian laughed out loud. There's a farting persona. I'm not a brigadier now. I don't have to put on a front, and I'm not allowed to be curious? He looked at Ding Chen. It's you. You become a captain and you still don't behave yourself. You'll lose your majesty. Ding Chen laughed. Majestic? Do I still need this? I just lost my rank and position. Do you see the little brats dare to hide a while in front of me? The two men had arrived at the playground while talking and laughing. Lian resumed his face, and Ting Chen curved his smile. The people of the Night Fork group and the Jialong group were a bit surprised to see that the only ones who arrived were Ding Chen and Lian. They were all a bit surprised. Didn't they ask them to gather to listen to the chief's lecture? How come there was no one there? Ahem. Ding Chen coughed dryly. Originally, I planned to have you guys counter maneuvers for the chief's inspection, but the chief has already left on a temporary matter, so the afternoon maneuvers will be cancelled. Lu Yang tentatively asked. Then Captain, Are we still going to continue the diving training in the afternoon? Ding Chen shook his head. I'll make an announcement first now. Everyone had their ears perked up. When Ding Chen said that he was going to announce things, they must all be big things. The National Special Forces competition is about to begin. 10 days away. And I have some of the candidates in mind before that happens. Now, those whose names I call, please step forward. Jiang Xiaoyu, here. Zhang Chong, here. Lu Yan, Shan Dapeng, Xiang Yu, Bar Ong, Lin Feng, Meng Fan, Wang Meng, Ma Mingliang, Dai Fei, and Li Junjie. Ding Chen read out 12 names in one breath, all of which were members of the Night Fork group. The Jiaolong group had already resigned themselves to their fate, and had long since faded away from the excitement they had just felt, only curiously sticking their heads out, wanting to see what kind of people Ding Chen had called out of the column. Right at the next moment, Ding Chen shouted, Zhong Lin, Lu Yong. Zhong Lin and Lu Yong froze, not knowing what Ding Chen was calling them for. What is it, Captain? The two men asked stupidly. I told you that those whose names I read would have to step out. Did you hear me? Hear that? Zhong Lin and Lu Yong crouched forward excitedly. Here. They were excited and waited for Ding Chen's arrangement. Ding Chen looked at Lu Yong and Zhong Lin. I'll give each of you 3 slots to choose the person with the strongest overall ability out of the Jiaolong group to participate in the National Special Forces competition with us. Really? Both men froze. Doing so could be equivalent to choosing 8 people in the auger. Although it still wasn't as many as the Night Fork group, but after all, they had only just joined the Night Fork, and for Ding Chen to be able to have such an arrangement was already considered to be really leveling the waters in one bowl. Ding Chen nodded and barked. There are already 2 snipers in the Night Fork group. You'll be given up to 1 sniper slot out of the people you pick. Give me the list by nightfall. Yes, they didn't wait for the night at all. They had already picked the people out on the spot. Thunderous applause rang out from everyone, cheering for these warriors who had been selected and were about to go to war on behalf of their Night Forks. Gao Song froze and came over and asked, Captain, I'm considered to have a skill, so why wasn't I chosen to go? Ding Chen glanced at him and thought to himself, you're so old. Don't you have any idea in your heart? What's the point of jumping out? Ding Chen thought about it and finally figured out how to trick him. Captain Gao, you were the first captain of Jiaolong before. Your status is here. This kind of competition, it's not like it's a good idea to let you follow along as a member of the team. If I really let you go, not only will people think that I, the Night Fork, have no one, even you augurs will not be able to hold your heads up. Gao Song nodded, convinced of Ding Chen's words. Ding Chen looked at Gao Song and Lian. When the time comes for me to lead the team to the competition, the rest of the Night Forks will need to rely on the 2 of you for their training. Lian and Gao Song nodded. Just leave it to us. If there's anything you command. Ding Chen nodded. There's really a need for you guys to do this. You each pick a squad of about 20 people, and grab some time to practice well with the people I've selected in the next few days. Lian and Gao Song brightened up. Okay, just leave this to us. The 2 of them immediately turned around and went to choose the people, and in no time they had all of them. Lian chose all from the Night Fork group, and Gao Song chose all from the Jiaolong group. Thus, such a picture appeared in front of Ding Chen. 3 squads, the Night Fork group, the Jiaolong group, and the mixed formation. All of them were clearly separated, as if they were a triad, especially the later elected Augur group and Night Fork group, both of whom were most eager to prove themselves. The fact that they were chosen by Lian and Takamatsu proved that they were the closest to the first batch out of the rest, and they had to prove themselves, to make sure that Ding Chen could remember them. Lu Yen Zhang Chong and the others were not willing to show weakness, and the 3 parties were full of warring spirit. Ding Chen informed the rest of the group, the afternoon training will go on as usual, and you all need to hurry up and finish the second phase of training early. I don't want to see a slacking Night Fork after the Special Forces competition. Yes, all of them yelled. Ding Chen turned his head to look at the 3 squads, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Follow me. Nightstalker Base, Tactical Simulation Center. All 3 squads stood in the hall, wondering what Ding Chen had asked them to do here. Ding Chen looked at the 3 squads with a smile. Starting from today, there are still about 10 days left. You will undergo the most brutal special training under my arrangement. He looked to the mixed formation he had selected. Don't think you can rest on your laurels just because I chose you. If you don't last, or don't perform well, there are others here, ready to take your place. Lu Yan and the others were dumbfounded, while the other 2 squads were swarming with excitement. Stinky Fish, Baldy, you all watch out. Be careful not to get your asses popped by us. We're craving for the spots to go compete this time. That's right, we're all taught by the first sergeant, so why should you be the only ones who get to go? Each of them rubbed their fists together, thinking of pulling down all of the people on Ding Chen's initial selection. Who doesn't know how to talk tough? You can't beat me in training. So what are you going to do to surpass me now? I'll let you see why the captain chose me. Zhang Chun laughed. Ding Chen saw that they had already raised their desire to fight to the highest level without even having to deploy their emotions themselves. Ding Chen laughed. Today is the first day, so let's just let you guys relax and simulate a real battle. Ding Chen told them to put on all their equipment, while opening the center console and linking all the instruments together. Everyone's eyes flashed, and when they came back to their senses again, the scene in front of them had turned into a snow-capped mountain. Looking at the crystal snowflakes in the air that were so real as to be fake, everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Yan and the others reached out to catch a few snowflakes and found that the snowflakes actually managed to melt as if they were real, and amazement appeared in everyone's eyes. Ding Chen also connected in and looked at the snowflakes, nodding with satisfaction. The realism is not bad. It's just that there's no sensory experience and you can't connect to the nervous system. So it's true that it's still not real enough. Ding Chen's mumbling was not heard by anyone. Lian looked at Ding Chen and asked, "Old Ding, how do you compare?" Ding Chen looked at everyone. "All ready?" "Ready," everyone yelled. Ding Chen nodded. The requirements of this simulated combat are simple. Each team owns 1 to 20 a total of 20 point tiles. You guys choose how to distribute the point tiles. Every time you kill a person you can immediately gain all the points on him. And at the end of the stipulated period of time, whichever team owns the most points will win. Ding Chen laughed. Of course, this is only a squad victory. A squad victory adds 1 expedition point to everyone. The person who kills the most people at the same time is able to earn 3 expedition points. The second earns 2 points, and the third earns 1 point. No one with no points on them can act in this game, and the person with the most points at the end of the game accumulates 1 expedition point. Everyone staggered. Simple this time? If they didn't listen carefully, they almost didn't understand what Ding Chen said. Someone from the members of the augur group led by Gao Song asked, "Then, great captain, how many points can we accumulate if we behead you?" Ding Chen laughed. "Although the commanders of the 3 squads won't be carrying points, if you guys can decapitate me, then there's no need to compete. I'll just let you go straight to the special forces competition." All of them showed a yearning look. Immediately after that, Ding Chen asked, "Do you guys think you can decapitate me?" Everyone froze. Then the person who just asked hurriedly shook his head. "I'm not saying I can behead you, Captain. I'm just. He suddenly didn't know what to say. But Ding Chen said with a stern face, "It's a good thing to have this idea. As a soldier of the Night Fork Special Force, you just have to dare to think. If you guys don't even have this kind of heart, you don't deserve to be my soldiers." "Yes, we dare," all of them yelled. Ding Chen nodded his head with satisfaction and said in a serious tone, "But it's good to dare to think. It's the impractical things that you have to think more about. You have to have a full grasp before you make a move. Otherwise you can only send yourself to your own death. Do you hear me?" "I hear you," all yelled. "Pick your own weapons and equipment. Each team will organize their own tactics. Pull back, and officially begin operations in half an hour." "Yes." Everyone immediately pulled away and changed into a snowy ghillie suit. Lu Yan and the others didn't go far. They were right next to Ding Chen. Ding Chen looked at Lu Yong and Zhang Lin. "You guys are a whole now. I won't give you too detailed a battle plan during this time. You need to grind it out on your own. If you lose to the other 2 groups, all of you will be punished." Everyone looked at Ding Chen, and Lu Yang asked, "Captain, how will we be punished?" "If you guys don't get first place, make up the points while everyone deducts a little observation point. Before the start of the match, those with less observation points, just be your own assholes. There's no room for waste in my team in the Special Forces competition," Ding Chen viciously said. "Yes." Everyone's hearts trembled. They were all startled by this statement from Ding Chen. It looked like they were not to have any relaxation in these days. On the other hand, Lian also summoned the Night Fork squad for an urgent discussion. Old Ding most likely won't personally take part in this competition. He probably won't even serve as the conductor. This is our chance. If you guys can grasp it, you'll still have a chance to replace them in the competition. Lian opened his mouth. Someone wondered, then what's the point of the first captain dividing into 3 groups? Doesn't he have to command the Special Forces competition as well? Why won't he make a move now? Lian laughed. Do you think the other 2 groups will have a chance after old Ding makes a serious move? It dawned on everyone. Lian continued. So he's using the competition as a substitute for practicing, just so that Lu Yong and a few of his augur group can integrate into their team the fastest, and also improve everyone's cooperation and tacit understanding and individual abilities. Any of you who want to take your place, these first few days are your best chance to grab observation points. Everyone nodded, excitement in their eyes. Meanwhile, the augur squad led by Takamatsu had an almost conversation. At the end, Gao Song sighed and said, "You guys should know that this is not only an opportunity, but also a time to make a name for our augur. We just joined the Night Forks, so we must not be last in line and let others give us a bad name. Captain, don't worry, we won't just achieve victory, We'll also protect you and won't let anyone hurt a hair on your head. Gao Song froze. What's the point of protecting me? It's not like I have any points on me. You said this is our chance to write our name. You are the face of our augur. We can't let you lose face. Takamatsu wanted to cry without tears. Together with his own soldiers think that they will be beheaded on the snowy mountain. Ding Chen stood at the very top, and when he let go of his god's perspective, his entire body froze. God's view was on, but the overlay went out to blanket the entire base. Looking at one of the Night Fork squad members with holographic devices around him, Ding Chen shook his head helplessly. Still can't seem to get the ability to work on a virtual projection. Ding Chen focused his eyes again and tried the eagle eye function. As expected, the vision went right through the goggles of the projection screen and saw the ground not far away. Undeterred, Ding Chen used the camouflage ability that came with the system, the kind that could reduce one's presence and blend in with the surroundings as long as one didn't move. Jiang Xiaoyu, can you see me from your position? Ding Chen asked Jiang Xiaoyu in his headset. When Jiang Xiaoyu heard Ding Chen call him, he immediately turned his head towards the mountain. When Jiang Xiaoyu turned his head, he suddenly froze. The instructor was sitting on the hill with a big grin. Why was he asking himself so much? Could it be that there was some deeper meaning? Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was struggling with how to answer, Ding Chen asked again. Well, can you see? Jiang Xiaoyu really can't lie. He can only open his mouth and say, Captain, I can see it. What the hell are you playing at? You should at least hide it for a bit before asking me. If I can't see it like this, won't I be blind? Go play with yours. Ding Chen laughed and scolded. If you get killed this time, I'll eliminate you. Don't, Captain. I just farted. Jiang Xiaoyu cried out. Captain, someone is coming. Just as they were talking, the scouts below had begun to report the situation. Jiang Xiaoyu packed up his playful heart, and his mind merged with the sniper. Ding Chen also jumped into the snow with a flip and began to use the camouflage technique that the system had taught him. Hiding in the snow. In the distance on the mountain path, the Night Fork squad led by Lian was cautiously walking towards the mountain. Worthy of being brothers who had spent time with Ding Chen, their thoughts were the same as Ding Chen's, feeling that the mountaintop had a wide view and it was time to snipe. It was only Lian's hindsight nature that doomed them to be a step slower than Ding Chen. But just as Lian was about to lead his team into Ding Chen's scouting party, Lian keenly sensed that something was wrong. Stop and take care to hide. At Lian's command, the entire team of the Night Fork group was forbidden to do so and never took another step forward. The footprints behind them were slowly disappearing in the roiling snow. What is it, Captain? Scout Jing Xing inquired to Lian. Lian frowned and pointed to a certain place on the mountain. Look, there are two faint traces over here that are slowly fading, like the footprints behind us. Everyone looked toward that spot, then nodded. It does look so much alike that you can't tell unless you look closely. Lian also pointed to the mountain and said, this side to the top of the mountain is the steepest part of the road, and further up is a straight path. If there is an ambush in front of us, we will immediately fall into their trap if we go further up. What then? Sniper Zhang Lin asked. Wait, Liam said confidently. Wait? Everyone was amazed. Waiting for what? For who? Maybe they've already been discovered. So it's hard to wait for someone else to destroy them. Lian didn't explain too much. He just exhorted. Find a good hiding position and don't expose your vision to the top. Yes, everyone agreed and immediately hid. They were looking for tricky locations that would never allow the top of the mountain above to view them. Snow quickly covered them, hiding them in the heavy snow. Ding Chen had waited for a long time at the top of the mountain above, but he had yet to hear the sounds of the battle below, and was getting a little anxious. He asked through his headset, what's going on down there? Didn't they say they were coming? Where are they? Wang Mang, who was scouting the location, said, I don't know. I saw them just now when they were walking halfway up the mountain. They were coming our way. The second sniper, Lin Feng, said, Captain, their men disappeared down that steep slope and didn't come up. Steep slope? Ding Chen was a bit surprised. That's not a suitable place for an ambush. Can it be that we've been discovered? Or is someone planning to do the opposite and set up an ambush right there to hit others with a psychological difference? Ding Chen confirmed to Lin Feng. Did you find out which unit it was? Captain Lian's or Captain Takamatsu's? Can't see clearly. The wind and snow are too strong. I only saw a moment before I lost sight of the people. I guess they just stopped down there. Lin Feng said, Captain, what do we do? Ding Chen laughed. Ask Captain Luan Zhong to go. I won't arrange any of your confrontation training in the next few days. Just judge for yourselves. Otherwise it won't be fair to them trying to get to the top. Everyone in Ding Chen's group was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. On the contrary, Lu Yong and Zhong Lin were very touched, feeling that it was Ding Chen who gave them another chance to perform, and also allowed them to deepen their relationship with the people elected by the Night Fork group more quickly. In order to live up to Ding Chen's trust, the two looked at each other. Zhong Lin said, You also know that this kind of thinking too much doesn't suit me. You'll do the tactical arrangements, and I'll do the tactical execution. Lu Yong nodded his head without excusing himself and ordered all the members of the Ding Chin group in his headset. Don't they like to wait? Then we'll spend time with them as well. All of you, stay hidden and don't reveal your position. This isn't real snow. Let's see which one of us can't hold back first. Everyone nodded and focused on the slope. At any movement they would fire. The Jiao Long part of the group was a bit curious. Captain Lu, why don't we just throw mines down there? Even if we can't blow them up we can definitely scare them out. Lu Yong laughed. But this isn't even a fight yet. We've been exposed first. If the other group is around here, what else are we going to do? We might have to be beaten 2-1. Lu Yong whispered. Moreover, this is a snowy mountain. A large-scale explosion with a grenade will very easily trigger an avalanche. Not to mention killing the enemy. All of us won't be able to run away. Everyone smacked their lips and almost did the wrong thing and buried all of themselves. The two parties were thus separated by a steep slope. Extremely tacitly hidden. Just wait until one side can't help themselves, and it will be a big battle. Neither party realized that on the other side of their mountain, a small group of people were also slowly climbing towards the summit with the help of the wind and snow. The augurs led by Gao Song were very careful and had hidden themselves halfway up the mountain, moving slowly through the wind and snow to minimize the risk of exposing themselves. When we climb up the mountain, I'll sit back and let you guys beat yourselves to death first. Takamatsu looked up at the mountaintop that was close by, and the corner of his mouth raised an imperceptible smile. Gao Song led the augur group to climb up the mountain, and the whole process was not detected by anyone. The standoff between the Night Stalkers and the Dinshin group continued, all of them not moving until they were hidden by the snow. On the side of the mountain, Ma Mingliang saw a group of people slowly climbing up the mountain, and he immediately said to Lu Yong and Zhong Lin, there seems to be another person coming up on the left side. Ding Chen glanced to his left and didn't speak. Lu Yong immediately made a judgment. Can you determine the number and location? Ma Mingliang nodded. Yes. After a closer look, it's a full squad. Good lord, is this wrapping us up? Wanting to have a 2-on-1? Lu Yong staggered. Wang Mang inquired. Then shall we go back and fight off this unit first? Lu Yong shook his head. Don't act rashly yet. They haven't necessarily found us yet. It's unlikely that their two units will be able to fight on their own first. Zhong Lin, however, gave a different opinion for the first time. Old Lu, I think we should still take the initiative. This troop style of action is too much like old Gao's. We just can't give him too much of a chance or he'll be too able to fish in troubled waters. Old Gao? Lu Yong's eyes straightened when he heard that this troop was most likely Gao Song. That's a good way to greet them. Lu Yong laughed evilly. Everyone get ready. Just take these guys out first. What about the people down this side of the steep slope? Lin Feng asked. 3 snipers set them up. They won't be able to rush up for a while. The others get ready. Wait for a while and we'll fight a wave of blitzkrieg. Lu Yong ordered. Yes. Everyone hissed in a low voice and gripped the guns in their hands. In their field of vision, the augur group was struggling to climb upwards. Everyone got excited, especially the people brought by Lu Yong and Zhong Lin, knowing that this side might be their former brigade captain. They were even more excited than Lu Yan and the others, looking at one of the Jiao Long soldiers who were going to beat up their own people instead of getting excited. Zhang Chong was in a state of utter bewilderment. Damn, why are they still so excited when they beat up their own people? Why is that? Zhang Xiaoyu hit the nail on the head when he said, then think about it another way. If you have a chance to fight Nightcrawler, are you excited? Ruyan and the others came to a realization. Pithy. Just as they were talking, the augur group's men had already entered their firing range. Wait for them to get a little closer. Flashbangs at the ready, Lu Yong arranged in a low voice. But just as they spoke, the augur group's people also stopped. Just as everyone thought they had been discovered and were planning to make the first move, someone in the augur group got up and ran up from below. Bent over. Damn. I forgot that this old kid loves to engage in these has-beens. Lu Yong cursed in a low voice. Captain Lu, what do we do then? Xiang Yu asked. Go on. Finish them off. Lu Yong yelled lowly. With Lu Yong's order, Zhang Chong, who was hidden in the snow, took the lead and jumped up from the snow, startling the Jiao Long scouts who ran up. The moment Zhang Chong got up, Jiao Long's scout had already reacted, and his entire body directly fell downward, wanting to rely on doing a free fall to avoid Zhang Chang's attack. But Zhang Chong wasn't someone who liked to get fancy, and the moment he got up he had already raised his gun and fired at the same time, eliminating this scout in 2 hits. He couldn't even look at how many points he had arrived at as he finished off the soldier, and rolled to the side in a hurry. His judgment was accurate. The moment he got up to finish off the scouts, the augur group below them had already locked onto his position, and in just a short moment of time, the mountain was already riddled with gunfire. Meanwhile, down the steep slope, Captain, they're exchanging fire. Should we go in? Zhang Lin asked Lian. Liam nodded. Smoke grenades for cover. Let's go too. A few smoke bombs were thrown from the bottom to the top, and the entire steep slope was suddenly filled with smoke, mixing with the roiling wind and snow, and it was suddenly impossible to see anything below the steep slope. Go! Leon gave a low shout and led the members of the Night Fork group to instantly rush out of their hiding place, using the cover of the smoke to break through towards the top of the mountain. Captain Lu, this side is throwing smoke bombs up here. We lost our vision and can't snipe. Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly reported to Lu Yong. Find a way to stall them first. If you can't, throw flashbangs alternately. I still don't believe that they can still move blindly without vision when they've been hit by flashbangs. Yes, Zhang Xiaoyu didn't even think about it and directly pulled out the flashbang and threw it towards the smoke bomb inside. A flash of white light illuminated the silhouette of the Nightbreed group in the smoke. Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up and he immediately deflected the gun and pulled the trigger in the direction they both remembered. Bang! Sniper bullets flew out at high speed. A figure fell to the ground in response, and a 7-point scoreboard fell into Zhang Xiaoyu's hands. Bingo! Zhang Xiaoyu said happily. Hanlin, more flash! Zhang Xiaoyu shouted excitedly. The sniper drawn up by the augur group was also very excited, pulling out the safety and throwing a flash over. He and Lin Feng followed suit, each choosing their prey the moment the flashbang erupted in white light. Bang! 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 3 crisp sniper shots rang out almost simultaneously, and the 3 members of the Night Fork group were killed once again, transforming into Ding Chen's group's scorecard. Lian had also reacted by this time. He yelled, all of them creep forward, throw smoke in their faces, see how they still snipe. Everyone immediately did as they were told, and when the flashbangs came again, Bei Yin had managed to disappear into the smoke. Meanwhile, Lu Yong's side had already exchanged fire with the Jiaolong group. Meng Fan, Zhang Chong and Zhong Lin were like fierce tigers descending from the mountain, and under Meng Fan's heavy firepower suppression, Zhang Chong and Zhong Lin's 2 raiders rushed into the Jiaolong group's formation like tigers into a herd of sheep. They already had the advantage of a sneak attack, and in just a single glance, a few of them resolved 3 members of the augmented dragon group. But to say the fiercest, it's still Lu Yong who was some behind. He was simply ridiculously accurate and quick to shoot because of his talent in this kind of assault battle within a few hundred meters. He was like a humanoid killing machine, and in just a few seconds, he had already taken out 5 soldiers from the augur group. In just a split second, the augur group almost lost nearly half of them. Shit, these 2 brats. They hit their own people the hardest. Gao Song yelled. Snipers, do whatever it takes to finish off Lu Yong for me. The sniper from the dragon group was ready. Originally he wanted to take care of Meng Fan and Zhang Chong who were suppressing them first. Now hearing the captain's order, he immediately raised his gun and aimed it at Lu Yong who kept on making kills. Through the sniper's scope, the collimator had locked onto Lu Yong's head. Captain Lu, goodbye, the sniper muttered, his finger pulling on the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the sniper of the augur group fell down in response. As soon as Zhang Xiaoyu put away the sniper in his hand, he smiled triumphantly. Little fellow, let you not hide better. With that he rickied and quickly shifted places. Zhang Xiaoyu, why did you come over? Didn't I tell you to guard their position? Lu Yong asked seriously. Zhang Xiaoyu said as he shifted. They threw several smoke bombs in a row, and now they've started to touch up. Lu Yong frowned, then speedily finish off old Gao and we'll turn back to deal with the Night Fork group and the others. Yes, the Zhonglin trio at the front rushed even more ferociously, blossoming directly in the center of the augur group, beating Gao Song and the others back. Captain, we can't hold them off any longer, a soldier from the augur group shouted. They were rushed by Zhonglin and Zhang Chong so much, with Meng Fan's heavy firepower support behind them, and then Lu Yong, the pervert, who was pointing wherever he wanted to hit within a few hundred meters, and soon the Jiaolong group couldn't top it. Just as Gao Song was about to order a retreat, Lian's voice rang out from the other side of the hilltop with a loud laugh. How can you not bring us along when the fight is so lively? The moment they rushed out of the smoke bomb, they opened fire together, and Wang Mang, who was responsible for guarding on that side, was the first to suffer, and only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and he had been killed by them. Fuck! Zhang Xiaoyu roared angrily, turning his gun about to aim at Lian. Just as he turned his gun around, he saw a bunch of people aiming their guns at him, scaring him so much that he immediately gave up the idea of shooting and lunged backward, ducking first. Bang bang bang! Countless gun muzzles erupted with flames, sending snowflakes flying where Zhang Xiaoyu had just stood. If he had left a second later, he would have become a sieve at this moment. Xiang Yu, Bar Ong, you guys take a few people over there and block them first. We'll rush over immediately after we finish with the augur team. Lu Yan yelled. Yes. Xiang Yu and Bar Ong immediately brought Ma Mingliang, Dai Fei and Jun Li, and greeted them towards Lian's side. Seeing that almost all of the people over here were old acquaintances, Lian's mouth broke into a smile. If you want to block us with such a small number of people, aren't you guys underestimating us too much? Lian and his group here, but there were still a dozen people. While Ding Chun groups plus 3 snipers, there were only 8 on their side. Trying to stop the Night Fork group's attack with so few people was nothing but a fool's errand in Lian's opinion. What both sides needed now was time to see if Ding Chen's group would finish off the Jiaolong group first and turn around to clean up the Night Fork group. It was the Night Fork group that finished cleaning up Jiang Xiaoyu and the others one step faster, and together with the Jiaolong group, they took the lead in sending the Ding Chen group out of the game. And Takamatsu was also relieved after the Ding Chen group was forced to split their forces. If they had let the only half of their remaining men face the Ding Chen group's attack, he would have ordered a retreat without saying a word. But now that nearly half of Ding Chen's group was gone as well, and all 3 snipers had been transferred to the other side of the battlefield, this was the best chance for him. As long as they were able to block Zhong Lin and his group's attack, they would be able to send Ding Chen's group out of the game when they cooperated with the Night Fork group, but only if they can block. The main force of the original attack wasn't Xiang Yu and the others who had been drawn away, and now even if there were a few of them missing, it didn't cause any change to the situation of the Augur group, as long as Lu Yong is still there, and there is someone in front of him to help him attract some firepower. He is a humanoid machine, and hitting the members of the Jiaolong group is simply one shot at a time, not negotiable at all. Think about how hard it can be for someone who has nothing to deviate from hitting 0.5 mm copper wire over 100 meters to hit a human-sized object over a few hundred meters. Other than the fact that the members of the Augur group would move, it made no difference to Lu Yong. The kills Lu Yong could inflict at short to medium range were simply another Ding Chen, putting aside Ding Chen's ability to open the door, and commanding ability for a moment. In the virtual technology where he couldn't use his abilities, Lu Yong's threat to the others really wasn't on par with Ding Chen's. Even Ding Chen would have to be extremely careful against him in the virtual. If they pull away, they can still try. But under Takamatsu's wrong estimation, the members of the Augur group who thought they could fight had already lost their best chance to retreat. Only after seeing 3 more people killed by Lu Yong one after another in front of him did Gao Song come back to his senses. Retreat! Let's retreat and pull away before we fight, Gao Song shouted in panic. Mate, we can't get away, a soldier shouted. We've already engaged the squadron leader and his men in front of us. Retreating now is just letting them deliver. Gao Song looked up, and as expected, the front was already dead entangled by Zhong Lin, Zhang Chong and Meng Fan, and now it was too late to withdraw. Just as soon as he froze, they had no more soldiers available except for the 2 snipers at his side. The corners of Gao Song's eyes jumped wildly. Damn, these 2 guys, or old comrades, the hands are the nastiest and heaviest. It's almost as if they're planning to kill us off with all their heart. Captain, what do we do now? A sniper said. What else can we do? Gao Song viciously said. Fight with them, no matter what. We have to pull Zhong Lin or Lu Yong. These 2 guys are too inhuman. Upon hearing Gao Song's reply, the few remaining soldiers of the Jiaolong group erupted violently, rushing at Zhang Chong and Zhong Lin without any care and continuously sweeping their shots. Watch out! Meng Fan had just finished firing his machine gun bullets and was about to change them when he saw the final outburst of the Jiaolong group that was heading towards Zhang Chong. He immediately slammed into Zhang Chong, knocking him to the side, while he was shot indiscriminately by the people from the Augur group. Zhong Lin's side wasn't so lucky. He had just killed 1 person and was screaming his head off when the only 4 remaining Jiaolong soldiers opened fire at him together. Even Gao Song drew his gun and personally put a bullet in his body. Old Meng, Zhang Chong yelled, his entire eyes red. Standing up he fired several shots towards Gao Song, pocketing his head. There was no change of emotion in Lu Yong's eyes. His hands were still as steady as ever. 1 shot at a time. Even the rhythm didn't change much. Sending the few remaining Jiaolong group soldiers away one by one, Takamatsu helplessly took off his VR glasses and ended the experience. Damn, I didn't expect to live through a whole game and end up crashing into you too. He cursed in a low voice and started to walk out of the room. Just as he exited his room, he saw Zhong Lin, who had been eliminated just as miserably as he had been at the same time. Old Zhong, you're unkind to kill your own people, Gao Song cursed in a low voice. Zhong Lin hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. He can't say he's been wanting to hit Takamatsu for a long time. Can he? The 2 men looked up at the large screen in the center. Lu Yong, who was in the big screen after exterminating the Jiaolong group, just turned around indifferently. Let's go. Clean up Captain Li and the others. Bang bang bang. Bullets were flying. Jiang Xiaoyu and the few snipers they had were so suppressed that they couldn't even lift their heads. They could only keep retreating backwards under the constant pressure of Lian's group. It was Xiang Yu and a few of them who had backed up, and the situation wasn't much better. Their firepower was too small. With the heavy firefighters and the raiders not on this side, it was still too much of a stretch to try and build a fire network with just 3 snipers and the other rifles, especially if you lose the lead. It's just too hard to get the situation back again. After Barong and the others came over, it was nothing more than helping Jiang Xiaoyu and the others attract away quite a few points of fire, so that the pressure faced by their 3 snipers could be a little less. Old Xiang, this can't go on. With them pressing in this manner, if we retreat again we will collide with Captain Lu and the others. At that time we will be on the back of the enemy, Barong shouted out, the whole person acting in a hurry. Xiang Yu frowned, but he spoke. We have to trust Captain Lu and the others. We must not let Captain Lian and the others pass. He looked up and around and yelled, do what Stinky Fish and the others did and lead the men to the top of the hill. To the top of the mountain? Li Junjie and the others widened their eyes. The top of the mountain isn't a big place. We won't have any other place to turn if we lead it there. No need, Xiang Yu said in a loud voice. Let's defend the mountaintop to the death and see what choice they're going to make when the time comes. Ma Mingliang asked, what if they leave us behind and go straight for Captain Lu Yong and the others? Once they go belly up, it's doom and gloom. Xiang Yu sneered, then I can't wait for Captain Lian to be able to choose that way. Captain Lu Yong is surrounded by enemies on his back? Think about us plus Jiang Xiaoyu. 8 people are eyeing behind teammate Lian. Are they afraid or not? Do they dare to go directly to Captain Lu and the others? Ma Mingliang and the others came to a realization and immediately followed Xiang Yu as they retreated towards the top of the mountain. As soon as they started to move, Li An's side immediately sensed it. Captain, they're running towards the mountains. A soldier from the Night Fork group observed the situation and immediately reported it to Lian. All the way to the top of the mountain? Lian asked in surprise. The soldier nodded. Jiang Xiaoyu and the others were forced to go up, and then the support followed. He looked to Liam. What do we do now? Do we go after them? Or force our way over to the engagement? Lian's eyes rolled around and he had already figured out the key point. He said decisively, we can't go that way. Go after them and wipe them out at the top of the mountain. But Captain, won't there be any support over there? In case the Augur group is destroyed, we'll be in trouble, someone questioned. Lian laughed. There are 8 of them at the top of the mountain, and when we destroy them, there won't be many of Zhang Chang's boys left. When the time comes, it's the same many against few. Are we still afraid of them? Everyone's eyes lit up as they followed Lian and rushed towards the top of the mountain. Right at that moment, everyone heard Zhang Chang's furious roar from afar. Old Meng. Everyone smiles when they hear this. At least it proved that things weren't going well on Zhang Chang's side either, and Meng Fan had probably been sacrificed. Thinking of this, they all quickened their pace and ran up towards the top of the mountain. Stinky Fish. What do we do now? Captain Li and the others caught up and didn't go towards Captain Lu and the others. What do we do now? Lin Feng asked. What else can we do? Jiang Xiaoyu said helplessly. Die to defend the top of the hill. Behind us is the downhill slope. Unless we don't want to die and roll down. Otherwise they catch up. We're the target. We have the position now. Hold this place at death's door and wait for Zhang Chong and the others to come back and attack them up and down. Then we'll have a chance to win. Xiang Yu nodded. Prepare for the final battle. As long as we can hold them off, the final victory will definitely be ours. 8 people with 8 guns began to fire non-stop at Lian and the others who were rushing up from below. Xiang Yu and the others didn't dare to show their heads at all, saying that they were aligned, but in fact, they were just rushing the muzzle down, and a burst of strafing disrupted Lian's rhythm of their pursuit. Lian didn't panic either, and they still subconsciously dodged whenever the mountain fired in unison. The distance closed a little, and soon they were a few dozen meters before the summit. Just when Lian felt that he was winning and would be able to beat some of Zhang Xiaoyu and the others no matter what, gunshots suddenly came from behind him. Bang bang bang. Intense gunfire came from behind them, hitting the back row before any of them could react. Take cover, Lian yelled, immediately swooping into the snow to one side with his men. Count the losses, Captain. With the loss of 4, we're down to half. Lian was already cursing in his heart now. What were the people of this Augur group doing for food? How come they let people over after only 10 minutes? He didn't even dare to think that the Augur group was completely wiped out now, and thought that they couldn't withstand the pressure and retreated. Now that they were being pinched up and down by Lu Yong and Zhang Xiaoyu, it would be hard for them to have another chance to retreat. Captain, what do we do? The people from the Night Fork group asked in panic. Lian gritted his teeth. Running is definitely out of the question. Fight them. The Night Stalker group froze. Spell the top or the bottom? Liam cursed in a low voice. Fight whoever you can. Spell whoever you can. Meanwhile, on top of the mountain, when Xiang Yu heard gunshots coming from down the mountain, his face immediately showed joy. Brothers, Zhang Chong and his support is coming. Let's go. At his command, Zhang Xiaoyu and the others immediately grabbed their guns and took advantage of Lian's inattentiveness to aim at the mountain, and immediately exposed their heads and set up their guns, aiming at the members of the Night Fork group at the bottom of the mountain. Bang bang bang. The mountain opened fire at the same time, and the Night Fork group caught in the middle suffered heavy losses. They were able to dodge the attacks from Zhang Chong and his men below the mountain. But in the eyes of Zhang Xiaoyu and his men on the mountain, Lian and his men did not have any cover and were basically all exposed to their vision. A bullet flew out and blew the sniper beside Lian's head off with a single shot. Liam's teeth gritted as he watched the people around him diminish one by one. Damn it, I'll fight you. Liam made up his mind to rush down the mountain and take a few people with him anyhow. Just as he was about to open his mouth to give the order, not far from his feet, a snowpack suddenly shook, and a silhouette broke through the snow and violently appeared in front of Lian. Several people were shocked. He snapped to look at this silhouette. Not has not appeared. Ding Chen is who? Lian was startled. Old Ding, what are you doing hiding here? Aren't you not participating in the maneuvers? Ding Chen grinned. You don't have any points. Killing you doesn't count in the maneuver. And wouldn't you know it, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Amidst everyone's dismayed gazes, Ding Chen struck out at Lian, who was also at a loss for words. He struck out brazenly, a sharp dagger slicing through Liam's neck and sending Liam into elimination. Bye! Before anyone could react, Ding Chen leapt and jumped directly from the top of the mountain. Ding Chen tumbled all the way over, and by the time the shocked Night Fork group reacted, he had long since lost sight of him. Crap! This is okay? Zhang Xiaoyu was stunned. Everyone from the time the competition came, in addition to the very beginning to see Ding Chen sitting at the top of the mountain, has never seen the Ding Chen others. They all thought that Ding Chen had withdrawn, or had been observing the match from some corner, and would definitely not get involved. Who would have thought that when Lian would lead the fight for his life, Ding Chen would suddenly scramble out, and with his hand, he would slaughter Lian with a single slash. The people in the Night Fork group were all dumbfounded. They were just ready to fight for their lives, and the captain was gone. They froze stupidly in place, but Jiang Xiaoyu and the others would not be polite. While the people from the Nightstalker group were still frozen, they fired one shot after another, eliminating all the last few people as well. Ding Chen's entire arm was stuck in the snow, plowing 2 long tracks in the snow, and it was with great difficulty that he braked. Ding Chen surprisingly didn't die at the end like this, and lived until the end of the maneuver. All of them took off the devices on their heads and walked quickly out of their rooms. In the lobby screen, all the data about the maneuver had been tallied. It's not just the point situation, or the number of kills, it's even the amount of ammo each person uses. The one with the most kills and point situation was Lu Yong. His performance in this maneuver was well deserved, and if it wasn't for him, the outcome of this match for Ding Chen's group might have been hard to tell. Being sandwiched by more than 2 special brigades, if they didn't rely on the advantage of the first hand and have someone like Lu Yong, plus Zhang Chong Zhonglin's brazenness, maybe they would have ended up being wrapped up by the other 2 brigades. Ding Chen was the last one to walk out of the room, and when he did, everyone put their eyes on him. Assemble! Ding Chen shouted. Everyone immediately assembled and waited for Ding Chen to lecture. Ding Chen coldly glanced at the agitated them, a faint unhappiness rising within him. Let's first notify the results of this match. Ding Chen spoke indifferently. For this confrontation maneuver, the party that won the final match is Lu Yong and the others. Just after Ding Chen finished speaking, the scene immediately exploded with thunderous applause. You guys still have the nerve to applaud? Ding Chen looked at all of them. Is it because you think you played well yourselves? Do you need me to give you guys an award? Everyone was silenced, not knowing why Ding Chen was fuming. Ding Chen sneered. Look at your results. Lu Yong is first in number of kills and first in points. Jiang Xiaoyu is second in kills, and Zhong Lin is third in kills. If I didn't pick them 2 captains to participate, what use can the rest of you be? Ding Chen looked at Lu Yan and the others. Think about your performance inside the drill. What did you do? Was it full of loopholes? If this was the real world, in the real snow, could you guys complete the mission alive like this? Old Ding, don't be angry. After all, they have only just joined the special forces and have not been in contact with the snowy environment. It's already not easy to be able to make it this way in such a short period of time. Lian opened his mouth to comfort. Ding Chen looked at Lian. Not talking about you yet. Old Li, what's wrong with you? You're at least an old man in the special forces. How can you still make this kind of mistake? What's wrong with me? Liam wondered. The reconnaissance was untimely. The decision arrangement made was ill-considered, and as a commander who also acted in a spirited manner, walking in front of the troops to be decapitated by me. All of these behaviors of yours are blasphemy to command, Ding Chen said righteously. Hearing Ding Chen train Lian so harshly, everyone looked dumbfounded. In their impression, Ding Chen, although he was fierce during training, he was usually very gentle. What's wrong with him today? When Zhang Chong heard this, he didn't hold back his laughter. Ding Chen turned his head and glared at Zhang Chong. You still have the face to laugh. Talking about intentionality? It's not like this drill will actually kill anyone. It's just that Meng Fan was eliminated. What are you screaming so loudly for? Those who don't know will think you're having an affair with Meng Fan. Zhang Chong was dumbfounded. Ding Chen is catching whoever bites who today. It seems that he is better not to mess with him. I know I'm wrong. Zhang Chong bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Ding Chen looked up at Gao Song. Captain Gao. And you really need to change your mode of bringing augers. You guys are lurking in the snow. You're walking into people's faces and still haven't noticed. What kind of reasoning is that? Ding Chen said with a straight face. Those of us who are special forces should remain vigilant at all times, and every decision and arrangement should be made to be as perfect as possible. And if not, we should also leave ourselves a way back. The Night Fork group led by Lian can be said to be too young, and it's still excusable to make some mistakes. But what's wrong with your Jiaolong group? You know the old captain. You shouldn't be in such a hurry to make mistakes. Takamatsu nodded squarely. I'm sorry, I was the one who didn't take it seriously. Liam also apologized. We'll improve, and we'll be sure to take every drill seriously. Ding Chen nodded. I hope so too. I'm asking you guys to serve as a sparring partner to find deficiencies in this unit so that they can improve even more. Your perfunctory attitude will do them no good except to feed their expanding hearts. And if it comes to a match, losing the match and losing your honor will be a small matter. If they go out on a mission, what they might lose is their lives. Everyone fell silent, and Lian and Takamatsu lowered their heads, seeing that they recognized their mistake. Ding Chen nodded and reclapped his hands. Alright, what's the point of hanging your heads? I didn't scold you guys just to make you hang your heads. There's still time, and I'm making you all do this just to give you a checkup. Starting today, during the day we will practice with matches to improve our overall strength, and at night, in addition to learning professional knowledge, you guys will watch the video of the daytime matches for me and summarize them for me. If there's anyone else who makes the same mistake twice, then don't blame me for being rude. Yes, please don't worry, Captain. We will never make consecutive mistakes in the same place. Lian and Gao Song shouted. Never, everyone shouted. Ding Chen nodded. Then you all summarize yourselves first now. Look for your own mistakes. Find each other's mistakes. I'll have to check them later. Yes. Ding Chen looked toward Lian and Gao Song. Old Gao, come over here for a moment. In the command room of the simulated combat center, Ding Chen called Lian and Gao Song together. What I just said was for the good of their participating teams, and I said something heavy, so don't take it to heart. Ding Chen said to Lian and Gao Song. Takamatsu nodded. Don't worry, we all understand, and we were the ones who were doing something wrong in the first place, so you're right about all that. Lian also nodded his head and said, I understand your good intentions. All is for the good of the Night Fork. Now pay more attention and take more scoldings, so that less blood can be shed when carrying out the mission, so that you can stand up to the country and the people. Ding Chen lost his smile and said, Old Li, don't say those grandiose words. I don't think that much. I just know that otherwise, these boys won't be able to make it in this tournament. Ding Chen sighed. We can't keep dragging them along. Before it was me, now it's Lu Yong and Zhong Lin and the others. That doesn't make any difference. Only when they themselves are strong can the entire Night Fork Brigade get better and better. Liam agreed. You're doing the right thing. We're focusing everything on the ability enhancement of all the Night Forks right now. Ding Chen smiled. So we can't go on like this. We have to make changes for the betterment of Night Fork Squadron. Ding Chen looked at Gao Song. We'll have to make some changes in the direction of our confrontation training in the future. Up until the competition, we'll have to give up a bit of the naval specialties and specialize in training them in land combat techniques. After all, when we compete, we're up against the Army's major special forces, and the competition program follows theirs, so we're going to have to target our training now. Gao Song nodded. I would have wanted to tell you if you hadn't mentioned it. After all, our Navy has never participated in a special forces competition before, and they surely won't change the rules of the competition for us, so we have to adapt better to the competition and can only do targeted training. Liam nodded. I've studied all the previous competition programs, so if there aren't too many changes this year, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for us. Lian looked at Ding Chen. Take your snowy mountain training this time, which was also hard to come by in the past, but not only this kind of environment, but also our weak swamp environment, and other special training, all of which need to be targeted to strengthen the practice, or else once the competition starts, it's likely to cause a lot of trouble for us. Ding Chen asked Lian, so I need you to help me with the next training. Have to design some confrontation training so that they can improve in a short period of time. Lian and Takamatsu immediately make suggestions to Ting Chen, and the three have a friendly discussion about how to abuse the Nightcrawler's crowd. Meanwhile, outside the hall, all of them evaluated their own performance in the training just now, and they watched over and over again what actions they had made just now, and how they differed from what they were usually taught by Ding Chen. Everyone had more or less found several things that were different from Ding Chen's teachings. Even Lu Yong and Zhong Lin had identified a few, like command failures, intentionality and such. When Ding Chen's trio came out of the command room, everyone stopped watching the video and turned their heads to look at Ding Chen. Just as they were about to hear how Ding Chen was going to reprimand them, Ding Chen opened his mouth but was not grasping at their blunders. I believe that after the reflection you have just had, you yourselves have deeply realized your mistakes. So I intend to strike while the iron is hot and open the next phase of the confrontation exercise. This combat is a swamp combat. No guns or ammo allowed. Everyone fights in white-knuckle combat. Same point rules as the last one. Show me your transformation. And don't blame me for treating you badly if any of you make the same mistake in the last game. Everyone was dumbfounded, not expecting Ding Chen to start as soon as he said he would, not giving them any preparation at all. Alright, don't just stand there. Get ready. Let's go, Ding Chen exclaimed. Departure? Everyone was dumbfounded. Weren't they training in this simulation center? Ding Chen glanced at them. The snowy mountains, we can't get here well before we let you guys experience it with this. Can we still not find the jungle swamp? Jiang Xiaoyu asked. Then Captain, aren't we going to take a break? Rest? Ding Chen glared at Jiang Xiaoyu. You guys still want to rest now? Don't even think about resting until the match starts. Ding Chen said with a cold face. Either you all meet my requirements or wait for the start of the match. I will give you time to rest before the match begins. Everyone wailed and complained in their hearts, but none of them dared to show it in front of Ding Chen. They could only follow Ding Chen and head towards the training base's airport. By the time we got to the airport, everyone was once again dumbfounded. They thought they would be transported there by helicopter gunships, as they had been before, but who knew that above the airfield would be a large transport plane? Captain, this is... Zhang Dapeng swallowed his mouth. Everyone was shocked beyond words, not knowing which play Ding Chen was playing. Ding Chen smiled. Since it's all going to be a go, it'll be an instant training for your high-altitude parachute jumps in special weather, and it'll be a way for you to get more refresher reviews. Lu Yong and Zhong Lin were also stunned. They hadn't been this crazy even after so many years in Jiaolong. Lu Yong asked, Captain, it's a swampy jungle we're going to. Do we really have to parachute in? So dangerous place. Ding Chen said in a cold voice. Dangerous? What place above the battlefield isn't dangerous? If your jungle support is needed and you can't get in below, will you still not jump? As soldiers of the Yen Kingdom, you don't have the right to choose. You've been training for so long so that you can avoid danger. Today, no matter what the weather is like, what the jungle environment is like down there, all of you must jump out of your planes for me when you arrive at your designated position, or else, not to mention this competition, you won't be needed by the Night Forks in the future either. Yes, promise to complete the mission. All of them yelled. Begin boarding. At Ding Chen's command, everyone began to walk towards the transporter. Lian looked at the appearance of each of them as if they were dying, and shook his head in mute amusement, without forcing a hand. What kind of a wimp is each of them? Said he boarded the plane with him. Ding Chen and Gao Song also boarded the plane. Everyone in the several squads were stunned. They didn't realize that several of the captains were parachuting off together with them. Ding Chen looked at them like this and laughed. We're captains, but we're also special forces, and we won't miss all the training. The officers of the Yen Kingdom will always only walk in front of the soldiers. Over the jungle somewhere in the Liaohai Sea, an airplane slowly swept overhead. With the roar of the engine, Ding Chen looked at all the people who were full of fighting spirit. This competition is not like the last one where there are guns available for you to use. The jungle has more dangers than just swamps, and if you are unable to find each other after parachuting, this competition will also be ruled a failure. Ding Chen spoke indifferently. What? Everyone looked at Ding Chen in disbelief. They didn't expect Ding Chen to make them do this before the match. Looking at Ding Chen's appearance was that he wasn't going to let them go until the match started. Yes, but no one dared to say a word. All shouted in unison. Ding Chen glanced at the time. The plane's course had already reached their set position. He immediately raised his hand and shouted, Quickly, open the hatch. Everyone parachute in groups. Must land safely in the jungle below me. Yes. Once the cabin slowly opened, Lian took the lead and jumped down without saying a word. The people of the Night Fork group no longer hesitated and all jumped down one after another. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the nearly 10,000 meter high altitude, and below there was a large dark cloud shrouding the land below that could not be seen at all. He staggered. Captain, this high up and with such poor visibility, is it really not going to be a problem? He looked at the darkening sky outside the airplane and continued. It's getting dark. Can we see out of this jump? Even if we jump into the jungle, are we going to spend the night in there tonight? Ding Chen glared at Jiang Xiaoyu. You're the one who talks too much. Zhang Xiaoyu sensed fear as an afterthought, and just as he tried to back away, he was yanked by Ding Chen and kicked off the plane. Won't you go down there and find out? While Ding Chen's words were still echoing in his ears, Zhang Xiaoyu's entire body was already getting farther and farther away from the hatch position. All he could do was watch as the plane got farther and farther away from him, and instead he dove headfirst into the thick clouds below. Damn! So exciting? Half a second later, Zhang Xiaoyu pierced through the clouds and saw the clouds below. His body was drenched in the thick dew of the clouds as he fell quickly toward the jungle below. Zhang Xiaoyu was startled and hurriedly opened his parachute, maneuvering it towards a slightly more open area. Zhang Xiaoyu looked around. The sky and the ground are full of floating airborne soldiers. He left a heart and soul, the approximate landing point of each person, all to remember in the heart. The Night Fork group and the Jialong group had all finished parachuting, and several people from Ding Chen's group had also jumped off, leaving only Ding Chen still on the airplane. Without further hesitation, Ding Chen leapt from behind the hatch and continued his descent through the clouds. His god's perspective had spread out, enveloping their crew. Ding Chen didn't rush to open his umbrella and waited until he passed through the clouds, opening it abruptly at the last height of more than 200 meters from the jungle. A huge cushioning force came, bringing Ding Chen's entire body from its rapid descent to a violent stop, floating down towards the bottom. After closing his umbrella, the position of each team member was clearly visible in Ding Chen's perspective. Through the public channel, Ding Chen said to everyone, "The match has officially begun. Everyone, good luck." He packed up his parachute and grabbed his dagger and dove deeper into the jungle. In the earphones of the Night Fork group, everyone was nervously asking Lian, "Captain, where are we going to gather?" They had been scolded enough by Ding Chen in their last match, and this time everyone was holding their breath, wanting to wash away their previous poor performance. Lian raised his head to look at the gradually darkening sky and made his own judgment. "You can gather yourselves first to find your teammates. Everything is to protect their own safety. Hidden position, remember to make a good mark. It is not possible that we may not even meet today. We have to rest in the jungle." The man from the Night Stalker group nodded his head to show that he understood. Immediately after stowing their umbrellas, they hid and cautiously scouted towards the surroundings. Some luck, a good position after opening the parachute, and just after collecting the parachute, he had already joined up with his teammates. There were also those who were unlucky enough to have just parachuted to the ground, only to unlock their parachutes and discover the enemy, and the two sides were immediately entangled in a fight. In the jungle, without a gun, a fight with just a close body weapon wouldn't even draw much of a commotion, especially after the two of them entangled together. The sound of the battle was minimized with the lesser sound of the two daggers clashing gold and iron. The two people who were entangled in the fight happened to be from the Night Fork group and the Jialong group. They landed awkwardly, with just over 24 meters between them and no buffer in between. The two men's gazes locked, both bubbling with fire. In this situation, whoever withdrew. What was the difference between that and admitting to fleeing? Without any words at that moment, they gripped their daggers and rushed towards each other. After a brief exchange of blows, the two were neck and neck and were soon knocking each other down and tangled up on the ground. Just as the two of them continued to tangle on the ground and were about to share a victory, a rustling sound came from the surrounding woods, and two figures scurried over in the dimness. "Captain!" The people from the Night Fork group had already gained the upper hand and saw who else could it be if the person coming was none other than their own captain, Lian, along with a soldier who was walking elsewhere to gather his squad. Suddenly hearing someone shouting at him, he stopped in his tracks and looked over in the direction of the voice. In his field of vision, one of the raiders from his own group was now deadlocked on one of the augur group, both of their daggers falling far away. Trying to separate the winners from the losers won't do it for a while. That person from the augur group saw Lian and the others walking over. His face was full of death, thinking how he was so unlucky, how he was eliminated after only just jumping out of a parachute. "Captain, I tried my best." After murmuring in a low voice, the augur soldier said viciously to Lian, "Come on, kill me." After Lian slowly walked in, his entire body froze when he heard this. He had just thought of an idea before he came closer, and when he suddenly heard this man say that, he didn't even react for a moment. It was only when he looked at him with a look of death in his eyes that he remembered what he was thinking. He looked to his team member, Xing Ming, "Let go of him." Xing Ming and the augmented soldier were both stunned, not knowing what Lian meant by this. "Let go of him," Lian said again. Xing Ming reluctantly let go of Jialong's man. "Captain, why?" The augur's man sat paralyzed in place and looked at Lian. "Captain Li, what do you want to do?" Lian laughed. "It's only natural to release you for something. Contact Captain Takamatsu and say that I want to cooperate with Takim." Everyone was shocked again. Weren't they opponents in the match? To say that they are working together so openly, what is it if not cheating? Lian spoke confidently. "If the rules don't say so, then it's allowed. Both of us are vulnerable. What's wrong with a little cooperation?" Everyone was dumbfounded. The night was deep, and in the dense jungle, a dark shadow was catatonic, slowly going deeper. This black shadow was Ding Chen, and after advancing a long way, he stopped, lit a bonfire by a lake, and lurked quietly by himself. The location he landed in was picked to be the edge of the jungle, and other than using God's view at the very beginning, Ding Chen did not actively use the system's ability to capture the other two teams. That would be a bit too much bullying for him to do to them. He still adhered to the principle of not actively participating in the competition and not using the system's ability to bully people. Never make a move unless you come across it by chance. Of course, if you're not using system abilities, it's still okay to use some minor math. Like right now, in the dark jungle, Ding Chen had actually lit a fire deep down, just waiting for those who were curious or wanted to count on him to come to his door. But no one seemed to be coming around. His plan was having little effect, and a good half hour had passed. Ding Chen had added firewood to it several times, but he hadn't waited for someone who was interested. Should I open God's view and take a look? Ding Chen couldn't even resist the urge to turn on God's view, but because of his keen sense of hearing, he suddenly heard a sound coming from behind him. Ding Chen held his breath, used his camouflage, and gradually became one with his surroundings, the whole person disappearing as if he had disappeared into the jungle. The sound of gentle footsteps approached, and Ding Chen looked toward the visitor in his disguise, and he was visibly stunned at the sight of the visitor. How is he? A doubt struck Ding Chen's mind, but the current Ding Chen couldn't care less. He didn't care who was coming. His trap had been set for so long, he couldn't let him return empty-handed. The person who came was Jiang Xiaoyu, and he was very careful. He was attracted to this side of the campfire, and when he catapulted over, he didn't see anyone on this side. This made him suspicious in his mind and he became cautious once again. Jiang Xiaoyu stopped a dozen meters outside the campfire, a distance that would give him enough distance to react even if something changed over there. Ding Chen also didn't move a muscle. As long as the other party didn't come over, he was determined that he would definitely not move. Jiang Xiaoyu's caution only lasted for about 20 minutes. After confirming that there seemed to be no one around, and that even the campfire was slowly dying out, only then did he carefully make his way out again, slowly making his way towards the campfire. Seeing that there still wasn't any wind around him, he then boldly picked up some firewood from the ground and threw it into the campfire. Damn! I don't know who lit the fire, and now the person is still missing. It can be considered saving my life, Jiang Xiaoyu said excitedly. After he was kicked out of the plane, he fell into a river where the water was so swift that his parachute nearly entangled him in the river. If it wasn't for the fact that he was now able to hold his breath in the water for half an hour, and had painstakingly paddled away from the parachute rope, Jiang Xiaoyu would have suspected that he was going to drown in the water. When he had managed to climb up the bank and dragged his wet body along for a while, he saw a bright light ahead of him. When he arrived, he saw the fire. Damn! I don't know which idiot raised the fire. Isn't building a fire here exposing yourself? Jiang Xiaoyu whispered. I don't know where this person has run off to. Why don't I just hide around here and shade him? Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaoyu's mouth revealed a smug smile. This person would definitely not have thought that he would hide by his campfire, and when he came back and he suddenly jumped out, he would surely be able to startle him. He looked around. There weren't many places around where he could hide, and he ended up looking at the lake behind the campfire. Thinking of the scene where he suddenly jumped out of the small lake in the dark of night, Jiang Xiaoyu himself was startled. Frightened, he shook his head and shook off those thoughts, walking quickly towards the lake. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu carefully walked to the edge of the lake, the sound of whistling wind suddenly came from the top of his head. A silhouette descended from the sky, and a handful of knives heavily chopped on Jiang Xiaoyu's neck. Jiang Xiaoyu's sweaty hairs exploded all over his body. He had already sensed the danger but was unable to react in any way. He was heavily smashed on his neck by Ding Chen's one-handed knife. His eyes rolled over and he fainted. Ding Chen looked at the fainted Jiang Xiaoyu and heatedly smiled. Isn't this fish taking the bait? It doesn't matter what team you catch. Well, at least you caught it. That's not all. Ding Chen approached Jiang Xiaoyu with a bad smile on his face. When he woke up, he would have someone to train again. Meanwhile, another part of the jungle. A soldier from the Augur group was tangling with a soldier from the Night Fork group in the Deadwood Forest, and the two parties had long since fallen to nowhere at this point. The two were entangled on the ground, not seeing any injuries between their punches, but instead each one shouted out from the corners of their mouths every time they made a move. Although the two of them had been entangled for a long time, it looked like they would have to fight for a long time before they could tell the winner. Dai Fei hadn't found his teammates yet, and he was walking cautiously in the dense forest when all of a sudden he heard the sound of a fight in front of him. Fearing that his teammates were under attack, Dai Fei rushed over and checked from far behind the trees. He was relieved when he saw no one of his own on either side of the tangle. Originally, he had planned to just leave and not mind his own business. After all, the sound of the fight here was not small, and it was likely to attract other people. But when he turned around, he saw that neither side of the fight had daggers in their hands. One is to preserve yourself far away, and the other is to take a bit of a risk and collect 2 head points. After struggling in his mind for a long time, in the end, Dai Fei chose the latter with a clench of his teeth. As long as he was fast and took out the two people who were entangled and left, even if someone chased after him, they wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up with him. With that already in his mind, he immediately rushed towards the two men lying on the ground. Brothers, don't blame me, Dai Fei yelled, the dagger in his hand stabbing down at the two men. Right at this moment, a flash of light burst out from the eyes of the two people on the ground at the same time, and the Nightfork soldier who was still strangling the Jiaolong soldier's neck immediately let go of his hand, and the two of them rolled over at the same time, dodging Dai Fei's attack. Dai Fei was surprised and looked incredulously at the two who fled away. In the midst of his shock, the dead leaves around him tumbled, and 5 silhouettes emerged at the same time, charging towards Dai Fei. The 5 daggers flashed with a cold light, stabbing towards Dai Fei's chest in his unbelieving gaze. The white smoke rose, and Dai Fei had been eliminated. You guys are cheating, Dai Fei yelled excitedly. Who said we cheated? 2 voices sounded at the same time, and 2 silhouettes walked out from behind the woods. Dai Fei looked up, following the moonlight, and his entire mouth opened wide in shock.